Chapter 1. Acquiring Gunfighting Skills. Hiss bang, the sound of zombies roaring in his ears startled Li Hao awake from a light sleep. He glanced at the zombie below the beam, which was gnawing on rotten flesh, and pulled out his Desert Eagle. Bang bang, with each shot, he hit the heads of those zombies. These were relatively low-level zombies, moving at a speed of only about 0.5 milliseconds. Having been in this world for nearly 3 days and having mastered handgun shooting, it was quite easy for Li Hao. Ding, killed a regular zombie. Obtained 0.45 bullets 10, zombie points 1. Ding, killed a regular zombie. Obtained 0.45 bullets 5, zombie points 1. Ding, killed a regular zombie. Obtained 0.45 bullets 8, zombie points 1. Indeed, this was a post-apocalyptic zombie game world. When he arrived, the apocalypse system granted him a system backpack, and he noticed that everyone seemed to have one. The backpack had about 100 slots and contained a dagger, a regular handgun, and 10 rounds of handgun ammunition. The backpack could be upgraded in 2 ways. 1. Opening treasure chests, which had a chance of yielding backpack upgrade coupons. And 2. Raiding airdrops, where supplies might include advanced backpacks and other valuable items. For every human zombie killed, he would receive corresponding bullets, while hunting animal zombies would yield firearms. Killing any living creature infected with the zombie virus would grant zombie points. The stronger the zombie, the more points received. These points could be exchanged for various supplies at a shelter. When human survivors died, their belongings would turn into a wooden box beneath their corpses, containing all their items except for the zombie points. Once the supply box was collected, it would disappear. Li Hao was quite lucky upon arriving. He happened to land next to a recently deceased human survivor and obtained their supplies. A Desert Eagle and 20 rounds of .45 bullets. The Desert Eagle had more power than a regular handgun and felt great to use. With it, he cleared out a building full of zombies and opened a treasure chest, acquiring a skill book for handgun shooting mastery. Generally, skill mastery could be acquired in 3 ways: opening chests, exchanging for skill books at the shelter, or receiving additional rewards for hunting rare zombies. Typically, a skill book for a specific mastery could enhance various personal attributes, while a skill would only teach how to utilize a particular ability. The handgun shooting mastery allowed him to instantly grasp handgun shooting techniques and boosted his attributes by 20, especially with his data vision. Li Hao could achieve 100 accuracy within 10 meters when using a handgun. Peering out from under the eaves, Li Hao saw the sun just rising. Outside, zombies were still wandering, but they were all ordinary ones. He stretched and muttered to himself, "It's time to go out and search for supplies. If I can hold out for 2 more days, I can return to the real world. This place is too dangerous." Just then, he noticed a figure approaching the house. The person was carrying a UMP-45 submachine gun and wearing a bulletproof vest, stealthily making their way towards Li Hao's room. Clearly, the 3 gunshots Li Hao had just fired had caught the person's attention. Li Hao was unaware of the suffering the survivors here had endured, but he had learned a survival principle during these days: never underestimate anything that can move. Perhaps the next second could cost you your life. There is no sympathy in this world. Either you kill, or you get killed. Seeing that the person was hesitating, Li Hao realized they might be cautious, even hiding behind a stone near the door, clearly preparing for an ambush. Li Hao, looking through the narrow gap of the door, sneered. If that's the case, let him experience what a counter-ambush is. He then took off his shirt and moved to the top of the door, watching the person's movements while using the shirt to create an illusion of presence in front of the door, also jiggling the door slightly, giving the impression of wanting to go out, but not actually doing so. Sure enough, the person raised their gun and opened fire on the door, tat tat tat, creating several holes in the shirt. Li Hao pretended to scream in pain. Hearing this, the person fired at the door again. Except for the initial screams, there was no further sound. Peering through the broken door, the person saw the zombie lying inside and mistakenly believed they had hit a human. They fired again at the zombie. However, the person was quite cautious and did not immediately enter to check, but instead changed position to wait. After about 10 minutes with no movement inside, the person decisively walked into the room, covering various dark corners where someone might be hiding, tat tat tat. Seeing no response again, the person kicked the door open and walked in, unaware that a figure was standing above them, holding a handgun and firing without hesitation at their head. Boom bang, the person was shot in the head and fell to the ground. Li Hao jumped down and kicked the body aside, revealing a supply box. He collected the items. Ding, obtained 9mm bullets 60. Ding, obtained bandages 10. Ding, obtained gunfighting skills skill book. Ding, obtained GPS positioning device. Ding, obtained 1L of bottled water. Ding, obtained a pack of small buns. Gunfighting skills? Li Hao said, surprised by those words. Then, Li Hao checked the item in his backpack that looked like a scroll and examined the item information. Gunfighting skills. Skill level. Master description. Upon learning, immediately gain key points for gunfighting skills. Shooting accuracy 30, attack power 20, shooting speed 30. Learning conditions. Strength attribute 30-30, mental attribute 30-30, Constitution attribute 30-30. Li Hao didn't know if it was the gunfighting skills he had imagined, but he clearly met the learning conditions, so he clicked to learn without hesitation. Ding, you have learned gunfighting skills in an instant. Li Hao's mind was filled with knowledge about gunfighting skills. The so-called gunfighting skills integrated body techniques, gun techniques, and sword techniques into a shooting capability. With precise movement calculations, it ensured minimal self-harm while maximizing attack damage. This included various theoretical knowledge, such as geometric plane principles, ballistic calculations, impact theory, collision shooting principles, and shooting resistance theory. Essentially, it was about using existing conditions to achieve shooting without blind spots and even being able to curve bullets. However, bending bullets solely based on personal strength required a strong foundation. The greater the strength, the larger the angle at which the bullets could curve, thus increasing the power of gunfighting skills. Li Hao was eager to test the charm of these gunfighting skills. He stepped out of the house and spotted ordinary zombies walking not far away. He raised his hand, fired, and a bullet flew in a semi-arc trajectory towards the zombie's head. Clearly, this was his first time using gunfighting skills. Without relevant data, even though Li Hao's calculation speed exceeded that of ordinary people, he couldn't achieve 100 accuracy on his first try. He kept firing, continually recording relevant data, and repeatedly simulating in his mind. Eventually, he had nearly grasped the essence of gunfighting skills. He shook the gun in his hand, and a bullet flew out. Boom ding, killed an ordinary zombie, obtained 0.45 bullets 10. Zombie points, 1. The zombies fell to the ground with a thud, and the kill notification brought a sense of joy to Li Hao, which was much more satisfying than normal straight shooting. He began to experiment with his simulation results, drawing his gun and shooting, as bullets curved towards the zombies. Next, he started running and shooting in various postures, and he consistently hit his targets. The only misses were those beyond a range of 100 meters. After mastering handgun shooting beyond the effective range, his hit rate had dropped to 30. Even with a 30 increase from gunfighting skills, there was still a 40 chance of missing. Moreover, the effective range of the Desert Eagle was around 100 meters. Additionally, firing curved bullets using his own strength consumed a lot of stamina. In just a short while, Li Hao felt as exhausted as if he had been battling for an hour. Chapter 2. The system crashed. I became the system after a brief rest. Li Hao suddenly felt a sense of relief. The power of the gunfighting technique was astonishing, and it made him feel a bit uneasy. This skill book had dropped from that person. Had they learned the gunfighting technique, even if he were in a blind spot, he could have been shot. Fortunately, it seemed that due to a twist of fate, that person had obtained the gunfighting technique but couldn't learn it because their attributes didn't meet the requirements, which ultimately benefited him. Brother, thank you. To show my gratitude, I'll reward you with a few more peanuts. To express his appreciation for that person's generosity, Li Hao walked up to their body and took the Uzi to shoot at it again. Afterward, Li Hao habitually checked his personal attributes. Personal attributes: name, Li Hao, survivor ID, 9527 race, human strength, 31, average for a normal person is 10, constitution, 32 spirit, 33 agility, 25 skill mastery, proficient in pistol shooting. Gunfighting technique: companions, none pets, none others. Slightly mentioned as for how he ended up in this apocalyptic world, the story is a bit long, starting from that stormy night. He vaguely remembered that night when he had just finished playing pool with friends. On his way back, a bright light appeared in the sky, resembling a meteor shower. Unable to resist, he closed his eyes and made a wish, but what he didn't expect was that the so-called meteor struck directly at him. Then, he watched helplessly as his body was torn apart, merging with the light that collided with him, and subsequently disappearing from the real world, arriving in this apocalyptic realm. Once in this world, his body underwent reorganization, and he noticed something different about himself, as if he had gained something extraordinary. Moreover, this apocalyptic world was remarkable as well, with a system in charge, and he was given a system backpack. What was extraordinary was that he also had a system, named the Apocalypse Traversing Device Devouring System. However, when this system arrived, something went wrong, and its consciousness vanished, causing some information to be lost. He seemed to have become a half-human, half-system entity, directly taking over this system and gaining its abilities. Initially, the most apparent change was in his eyes. It felt as though he had entered a world of data. Anything he looked at was automatically labeled with dimensions, and with his thoughts, corresponding data was calculated automatically. He had already learned how to use this ability, such as in the room he was currently in. The beam was 4 m long, 50 centimeters wide, and 50 centimeters thick, located about 4 m above the ground. The room size was 4 m by 5 m by 20 m. The zombie's height was 157 m. The zombie's nails were 2 centimeters long, and the zombie's walking speed was 0.5 ms. However, he couldn't look for too long, or his eyes would start to sting and feel dry, and the displayed data would appear faint and blurry. It seemed that checking these data consumed a certain type of energy within him. Nevertheless, once he turned off that ability, his eyes would return to normal. Li Hao knew that these were the capabilities of the system, but the system's energy was currently quite incomplete, and many functions were unusable. He analyzed that the system had about 3 functions: the Eye of Data, World Traversal, and Appliance Devouring. The Eye of Data, as the name suggests, could directly reveal the relevant dimensions of anything visible to the eyes, and even calculate a desired answer, such as the area of a rectangle, using knowledge he already possessed. World Traversal allowed for position switching between reality and the in-world, with a cooldown time of 5 days. He could also upgrade the system to shorten this time. The Appliance Devouring ability was quite powerful. By devouring a certain appliance, he could gain a specific ability, which depended on the capabilities of the appliance itself. The more advanced the appliance's functions, the more powerful the abilities obtained through devouring it, and he could also automatically gain more energy similar to experience points for system upgrades. Although this system could devour appliances infinitely, it required a special type of energy that was not available in the real world and needed to be obtained from other worlds. The zombies in the apocalyptic world contained that special energy, which could be acquired simply by defeating them. This energy was known as zombie points. Li Hao understood that the apocalypse system was unconscious and all settings were automatic. Once he gained enough zombie points to devour enough appliances, he would become strong enough to even devour the system of this apocalyptic world, thereby gaining control over it. However, that was still quite far off. The apocalypse system was at level 30, while his was only at level 1, which was far from what he could currently achieve. Additionally, Li Hao summarized the 3 types of energy required by the system. 1. Upgrade energy, used for upgrading the system level. 2. Zombie points, mainly used for devouring appliances. 3. Spiritual energy, needed to fuse with appliances, as energy was required to drive the appliance abilities within him. Spiritual energy could be replenished by devouring electrical energy. System level, 10 experience points. 100 spiritual energy, 100 mAh zombie points, 3460 Eye of Data, within 100-meter world traversal, ordinary apocalyptic world appliance devouring. None these data were summarized by Li Hao himself. And the relatively low numbers were because he had not yet devoured any appliances, and his level was still low, with various attributes yet to be developed. Then, he recalled a GPS positioning map device he had obtained and took it out. He activated the devouring function, consuming 3,400 zombie points. And the GPS device in his hand vanished, adding 5 points to his experience. Subsequently, a positioning map function appeared in his system information. And after processing that function in his mind, Li Hao instantly knew his location. This apocalyptic world was also a planet, roughly twice the size of a certain blue planet. And he was situated in a basin on a continent. No matter where he is, it's not something Li Hao cares about. After all, every place feels unfamiliar to him. He currently has only one goal: to return to reality after 2 days, enjoy a good meal, and then have a nice long sleep. Li Hao's backpack doesn't contain much food. Most of it is quite dry. Although he has integrated with the system, his physical body still needs to eat. He is already tired of the food here and can barely stand it anymore. However, through the map, he knows that about 3 kilometers directly ahead, after crossing a small hill, there is a supermarket below, which should have some supplies. He just doesn't know if it has been occupied. But Li Hao has no choice. His food cannot sustain him for 2 days, especially in this world filled with zombies where he could be attacked at any moment. If he lacks the strength to resist, the only thing waiting for him is death. There are also some wandering zombies on the way. After a few days here, Li Hao knows that as long as he hasn't been injured and stays more than 100 meters away from these ordinary zombies, they won't attack him. Just as he arrived at the small hill, he heard several gunshots coming from below, so he crouched down to take a look. 4 people appeared below, each armed with an assault rifle, and many wandering zombies were surrounding them. They were killing zombies while advancing towards the supermarket. It was clear that the supermarket had already been occupied. Gunfire came from the windows, signaling those people not to approach, or they might be attacked. However, the 4 seemed well prepared and shot directly at the windows, then smashed the supermarket's door, throwing in several bloody pieces of meat. Immediately, the wandering zombies rushed toward the smell like dogs to feces. After that, various gunshots echoed from inside. Once the gunfire ceased, one of the 4 threw a smoke grenade inside, and then they worked together to kick the door open and entered. Soon after, more gunshots were heard from inside, along with the sounds of men begging for mercy and women screaming. Li Hao began to think, looking at the large tree behind the building. He used his data to check the distance from the tree to the supermarket and found it was just about 100 meters away. Thus, he formed a plan in his mind. Chapter 3. The power of gunplay. Then, while those people were fighting, he ran to the base of the large tree and waited for the victor among them to emerge. The bloody smell from inside had already attracted countless zombies, including several enraged ones, and even some meat shield zombies appeared in the distance. Quickly, we need to retreat. A meat shield zombie is coming. One person rushed out ahead of the others, wildly shooting at the zombies, quickly clearing a path. He became anxious as he saw a large, fat zombie and shouted to the one still busy inside. Hold on for me. Give me 1 minute. The one called Liuzi replied. Huzi. You take the regular zombies. Dongzi, you handle the raging ones, and I'll take that meat shield, the person called Chungu instructed. And then they began to shoot furiously at the zombies. Zombies actually have weaknesses. Most of them have a crystal core located in the area of their third eye. Generally, If you hit that spot, the core gets destroyed and the zombie dies, with the core turning into points recorded for the shooter. Regular zombies move relatively slowly, making it easy to hit their third eye, while the others move faster, reducing the chances of hitting that spot unless you're a sharpshooter. Clearly, these few had survived until now and had decent shooting skills, achieving a hit rate of over 70 against regular zombies. Duh. Thanks, brothers, let's go. At that moment, the one called Liozzi picked up his weapon, shot a few times at the zombies, and then adjusted his belt as he said, "You guy? Not even leaving the dead alone. Why not just go to the shelter tomorrow? There are plenty there," Chungu said, looking at Liozzi with some exasperation. Hee. Strike while the iron is hot. It doesn't cost anything, Liozzi chuckled, used to this kind of banter. Li Hao originally wanted them to wear down the meat shield a bit before making his move, but upon hearing their conversation, he didn't want to let such a freak live another second. Without hesitation, he fired a shot, sending a bullet flying. Because Li Hao was positioned on a slight downhill, his shot was arced downward, first piercing through the grass before traveling upward again, directly going through Liozzi's chin and into his skull. Whoa, Liozzi, quick, cover. There's still someone here. Chungu, seeing Liozzi's head burst open while he was still wearing a grin, was taken aback. If that bullet had hit him, he would surely be the one dead. Da-da-da. Chungu, where's the enemy? We can't see them. Li Hao, instinctively hiding behind the car after hearing Chungu, felt a chill at the sight of Liozzi lying in a pool of blood with a smile on his face. I don't know. The bullet came out from Liozzi's chin. This person is very skilled. Everyone be careful, Chungu said, nervously wiping the sweat from his forehead. Only he knew how much skill that shot required. And he felt a surge of fear. Is the enemy very strong? Dongzi asked, not understanding what was happening, having just seen Liozzi fall. Very strong. Everyone stay alert and watch out for zombies. Don't get hurt, Chungu said while shooting down zombies. Li Hao looked at the remaining three who appeared extremely tense. A smile creeping to his lips, especially when he saw Dongzi's head peeking out. He couldn't help but chuckle coldly. He fired again without any special technique, and the bullet struck Dongzi's head. Boom. Dongzi, who did this? Get out here. What kind of hero hides like this? Li Hao and Dongzi have the best relationship. Seeing Dongzi's head raised a bit too high, he was about to remind him, but the next second, he saw Dongzi's head get hit and immediately roared. Behind that tree, damn it. Just watch him. If he dares to show his head, shoot him dead. Chen Ji's angle just happened to catch Li Hao's shooting action. But before he could turn around, Li Hao fired a shot and hit. Ah, beast. Come out. Upon hearing Chungu's words, Li Hao directly stood up and began firing continuously at the giant tree where Li Hao was. Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, the tree was large enough that the bullets couldn't penetrate it, making only a slight sound as they hit the trunk. Li Hao smiled slightly, completely unflustered, as he was waiting for an opportunity. A standard assault rifle has about 40 rounds, and after that, it takes around 3 seconds to reload. Meanwhile, the few people below not only had to face the zombie attacks, but also had to guard against their own ambushes. There would always be a chance. Click. Oh no. I'm out of bullets. Hearing the unusual sound from his gun, Li Hao said in panic, instinctively wanting to crouch down to reload, but bang. Li Hao, Chungu, who originally saw Li Hao shooting madly and scared the opponent from showing his head, began to kill zombies. When he heard the unusual sound from Li Hao's gun, he instinctively shot towards the tree and happened to see the hand that had already retreated. Then, he heard the sound of a head being pierced. In the past, he loved this sound, especially when shooting at those who had no power to resist. That sound was like beautiful music. However, at this moment, happening right beside him, he felt an incredible chill. He shot madly at the giant tree, but was afraid of following in Li Hao's footsteps. After firing more than 10 shots, he quickly fled into the supermarket. Without his obstruction, the zombies outside quickly arrived at the supermarket entrance, frantically tearing at the bodies of Li Hao and the others. Hiss, hiss, bang, roar. The meat shield zombie also came to the side of those bodies, roared angrily, pushed aside the zombie that was gnawing on Li Hao's corpse, picked up the body, and bit off Li Hao's head, crunching it loudly. Although it wasn't Li Hao's first time seeing such a scene, he still felt a bit nauseous, making him, who was already a bit hungry, feel less hungry. Hiss, tat, tat, tat. Some zombies that couldn't get to the bodies surged directly into the supermarket, and soon gunshots came from inside. Li Hao saw the already broken windows of the supermarket, thought for a moment, and quickly ran towards the tree on the side. His eyes were fixed on the shadows seen through the window. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a bullet flew out in an arc and instantly hit the person's arm. Chungu, seeing the quickly passing shadow at the window, subconsciously changed position, but unexpectedly got hit in the left arm by the flying bullet, causing him to scream in pain. The injured Chun-Ji's blood scent immediately stimulated those zombies, even causing the meat shield zombie outside to stop gnawing on the body and walk towards the supermarket. Unfortunately, the supermarket's door was too small, making it difficult for him to get inside. He roared in frustration and struck the wall with his fist, causing the entire wall to collapse. Chapter 4. The meat shield zombie. Damn it. Those cursed zombies, those damned ambushers. As he shot at the approaching zombies, he cursed repeatedly. Roar. The meat shield zombie spotted him and let out a roar. At its level, It had developed a bit of intelligence and remembered that this person had shot it several times at the door, so it lunged at him. Rat-tat-tat. While shooting at the meat shield zombie, he dodged its attacks, but unfortunately, his injury made it difficult to aim accurately with just one hand. Especially since the meat shield zombie had a weak spot at the back of its head. Shooting it from the front was nearly impossible, and its skull was incredibly tough, making it hard to penetrate with a standard assault rifle, unless using a sniper rifle or a machine gun. Ah, damn it, you big fat guy, let's die together. He knew he wouldn't survive, but he didn't want to end up as zombie food. So he took out his only grenade and pulled the pin. Boom. Instantly. The supermarket's glass windows shattered, and countless blood splatters erupted. The powerful blast even brought down one of the walls. Peering through the collapsed wall, he saw the scene inside. A crater at the explosion's center. All the zombies were instantly cleared out. Even the meat shield zombie had fallen to the ground, leaving only half of its body intact. However, true to its nature, the meat shield zombie was still trying to crawl away with the half of its body that remained. He walked in, took out his UZI submachine gun, and aimed at the meat shield zombie's head, firing a burst of shots. Rat-tat-tat. Ding. Killed the meat shield zombie. Received 300 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition, gained 100 zombie points. Then, he began to clean up the mess, picking up wooden boxes left by people and collecting useful items, various bullets, health potions, and some edible food. He found an AM-47, an M16A4, an M416, 2 standard handguns, 126 rounds of 45 ammunition, 263 rounds of 5.56 ammunition, 350 rounds of 7.62 ammunition, 340 rounds of 9mm ammunition, and other miscellaneous items. Finally, he came across a female corpse, a bullet hole in her forehead, her clothes disheveled, clearly having suffered a horrific fate. He took out a piece of clothing and covered her, then walked out of the supermarket. For some reason, he felt his heart growing colder. Perhaps in this apocalyptic world, the ugliness of humanity needed no further concealment. Maybe those who had survived until now couldn't claim their hands were blood-free. Afterward, he checked the map. About 10 kilometers to the east, there was a shelter marked. He knew of the shelter's existence, as he had received information about it from the Doomsday system upon entering. The shelter was not only a very safe place, but also a gathering spot for all survivors, where various items could be traded, resembling a secure market. The shelter is not under full control. Only a few residential areas are established. Within a 100-meter radius around the shelter, all zombies are prohibited from entering, and all firearms and ammunition lose their effectiveness. Even knives and iron tools cannot be taken out. Moreover, even injured humans will recover much faster once they enter. Fighting is not allowed inside. If a fight breaks out, individuals may be expelled from the shelter. However, there is a designated area for settling personal disputes called the combat arena, where people fight daily, and even fatalities can occur. Nonetheless, firearms are still prohibited, and only fists are allowed, which is more popular among the crowd. After grabbing a bit of food to eat, Li Hao ran towards the direction of the shelter, remaining vigilant for any zombie or survivor attacks along the way. Most zombies are found in the former major cities, while Li Hao is located in a wilderness area with sparse housing and few animals, making it relatively safe. The only threats are zombie animals or mutated beasts, as well as potential ambushes from survivors. While walking, Li Hao suddenly spotted a few zombie dogs gnawing on an unknown corpse under a tree. There were about 3 of them. As Li Hao stopped, they also paused their feeding, turning to look at him in unison. The creatures resembled huskies, their fur caked with a mix of mud and blood. Upon seeing Li Hao, they bared their teeth and revealed their red eyes before charging at him with incredible speed, much faster than ordinary zombies. Li Hao quickly drew his M416 and began firing. Unfortunately, lacking proficiency with rifles and having never used one before, he struggled to control the recoil, causing several shots to miss. He managed to hit one of the zombie dogs in the leg, causing it to fall and roll over. The other 2 continued to rush toward him. Realizing he needed more practice, he put away the M416 and pulled out his Desert Eagle, firing 2 shots. The 2 zombie dogs fell dead on the spot, and the system notification chimed. Ding, killed zombie dog, obtained 1 vector submachine gun, gained 50 zombie points. Ding, killed zombie dog, obtained 1 Uzi submachine gun, gained 50 zombie points, without checking his backpack. Li Hao turned back to the injured zombie dog that was still crawling toward him and raised his gun, sending another bullet flying. Ding, killed mutated zombie dog, obtained special item canine beast taming card, gained 50 zombie points. Curious about the different notification sound, Li Hao took out the item, which was a card depicting dog-like figures on both sides. He examined the item information. Canine beast taming card, item level, rare description. After use, it can tame canine beasts. The lower the target's health, the higher the taming probability. Once tamed, loyalty is at 100. In this world, there are not only zombies and survivors. There are also beasts that, like humans, have not been infected by the zombie virus, as well as those that have mutated after infection. Mutated beasts are significantly stronger than normal ones. They not only attack humans, but also zombies, consuming their cores to become stronger and even evolve. However, at this moment, there are no beasts available for Li Hao to tame, especially not canine beasts. A good find made Li Hao smile as he collected it. He then continued on his way toward the shelter. Chapter 5. Barrett F2 Sniper Rifle Roar. Brothers, hurry, kill those lizard men. Be careful of that giant mantis. The shelter was situated in a large open area amidst the ruins of a city. As Li Hao approached the perimeter of the shelter, he saw a group of people in the distance shooting at some lizard men, retreating as they fired, clearly being pursued by these mutated beasts to the edge of the shelter. Suddenly, one of them was accidentally caught by the giant mantis's blade and dragged toward its mouth, blood continuously flowing from the unfortunate individual. Xiao Bei. Quickly, kill that mantis. The leader of the group, seeing the mantis carry off a figure, was instantly alarmed. Ding, ding, ding. Unfortunately, the mantis was extremely tough. Their bullets hit it like they were striking metal, producing a clanging sound. Li Hao had initially intended to ignore their fate and enter the perimeter directly, but just then someone spotted him and shouted out, "Little brother, please help us. Save my brother," the person said, referring to the one called Xiao Bei as his brother. He didn't want to watch his sibling get killed by the mutated beast. They were less than 30 meters away from the shelter's perimeter. If they could hold out just a little longer, they would be safe. At this moment, having one more person would increase their chances of survival. Li Hao had not wanted to get involved, but thinking about the potential rewards from killing these mutated creatures, he decided to take action. Bang, bang. The lizardmen's weak spot was at the back of their heads, and Li Hao was positioned perfectly to the side. He casually fired 2 shots, directly taking down 2 lizardmen. Ding. Killed lizardman. Obtained 1 Colt pistol. Obtained 207. 62mm bullets. Ding. Killed lizardman. Obtained 1 Beretta M9 pistol. Obtained 111. 7mm bullets. Hearing the reward was 2 pistols, Li Hao smiled. This was worth it. His Desert Eagle used 45mm bullets, which had limited power, while the Colt used 62mm bullets, making it significantly more powerful than the Desert Eagle. The Beretta M9 was even a top-tier pistol, with power exceeding that of the Desert Eagle by more than double, surpassing most rifles and submachine guns. However, it required specialized ammunition, specifically 7mm bullets. Generally speaking, the larger the bullet diameter, the greater the power, but range and the compatibility between the firearm and ammunition also play a role. The effective range of the Desert Eagle is around 100 meters, the Colt about 200 meters, while the Beretta M9 reaches approximately 500 meters. The so-called effective range does not simply refer to how far one can shoot, but rather the distance within which the bullets can achieve the expected accuracy and power requirements. Subsequently, Li Hao set his sights on the giant mantis. The lizardmen only used handguns, and the Beretta M9 was already a top-notch handgun, sufficient for his needs. He was instead curious about what the giant mantis would produce. Unfortunately, the mantis was very tough, and his Desert Eagle could not cause any damage. He then took out the Beretta M9, loaded it with bullets, and watched as the mantis opened its mouth to bite a person named Xiao Bei. He aimed and fired a powerful bullet that arced through the air, passing through a green leaf and grazing the scalp of Xiao Bei before flying into the mantis's mouth. Stop shooting. Someone shouted when they saw the mantis's head get pierced and fall dead, fearing that their teammate might accidentally shoot their brother. Xiao Bei, are you okay? The person ran over to help the injured man. I'm fine. Who fired that shot? You almost blew my head off, Xiao Bei said angrily, touching the bullet mark on his bald scalp. That was your savior. If it weren't for him, you would be dead. Why are you being so rude? The person slapped him, scolding him. I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong, Xiao Bei replied. Li Hao was too lazy to pay them any mind and walked directly into the light circle of the shelter, a smile unconsciously appearing on his face because he had just killed that mantis and obtained a sniper rifle. Ding, killed giant mantis, obtained Barrett F2 sniper rifle X1. Obtained 30 rounds of 148mm ammunition. The Barrett F2 sniper rifle is an anti-material sniper rifle with a maximum effective range of about 3,000 meters and a maximum range of around 5,000 meters, delivering immense power. It is also equipped with a 32x scope, making it a favorite among men. The shelter was crowded and quite dirty, with people sprawled out, lying down, and even some beggars asking for alms. Unfortunately, no one showed them any sympathy. This was the outer area of the shelter where anyone could linger for a long time. But entering the inner area required consuming zombie points. The shelter is divided into 4 zones. The first is the public area, which requires no resources and is mainly where refugees and beggars stay. The second is the novice area, which consumes 10 zombie points daily and includes a basic zombie point exchange area, basic housing, and a basic marketplace. The third is the elite area, consuming 20 zombie points daily, featuring a mid-level exchange area and relatively better housing that resembles the normal world. The fourth is the king's area, consuming 50 zombie points daily, with a high-level item exchange area, villa-grade housing, and smart home features, giving it a very upscale appearance. The residences are not just for anyone to occupy. The ones in the beginner area can still be rented for about 50 points per month, while those in the elite area cannot be rented at all and must be purchased, with the lowest starting at over 100,000 points. The villas in the king's area require more than 100,000 points, Li Hao glanced at his own approximately 1,000 points and shook his head, realizing he couldn't afford to buy one and would have to rent instead. However, looking at his weapons, he decided to sell some, especially the assault rifles and submachine guns, as he didn't need so many. He then went to the market to check the prices of what the vendors were selling to determine how much he should sell his items for. Bullets can be exchanged for points at the exchange point. For example, 0.45mm bullets are worth about 1.5. 56mm bullets are worth 2 points, 7. 62mm bullets are worth 3 points, and 9mm bullets are worth 5 points. Bullets over 10mm are considered relatively rare, with prices around 100 points each. As for firearms, the exchange point only buys and does not sell, and the prices are relatively low, so most people set up stalls at the market, where they can sell for better prices. Li Hao took out his UZI and M416 rifles and set up a stall, pricing them about 10 points cheaper than others. They were quickly snatched up, netting him over 500 points. Afterward, he went to the beginner area exchange point and sold some bullets, rounding his points to a neat 2,000. Finally, he looked at a potion that caught his attention, the basic gene enhancement potion. Chapter 6. Gene Enhancement Potion. The basic gene enhancement potion can directly improve a person's physical qualities, costing about 1,000 points and increasing basic attributes by around 10 points. There are also proficiency skills available, such as proficiency in rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, hand-to-hand combat, sniper rifles, melee weapons, archery, and throwing, all requiring 1,000 points each. These proficiencies are not immediately mastered upon learning. Rather, they provide relevant knowledge that must be practiced to improve skill levels. Li Hao's proficiency with handguns took him 3 days of practice, combined with his data eye, to achieve a relatively high hit rate at distance. He desired each of them. But after exchanging for the enhancement potion, he only had 1,000 points left. After some consideration, he decided to exchange for the hand-to-hand combat proficiency, as it was the only skill book that would increase his constitution and strength attributes by 10 points after learning. He first used the hand-to-hand combat proficiency skill book, gaining countless combat techniques and some lethal moves, enhancing his constitution and strength by 10 points. Finally, he took out the enhancement potion and drank it in one gulp. Almost instantly, Li Hao felt a surge of heat radiating from his entire body. His skin began to redden, and black substances started to ooze from various parts of his body. Even his small belly transformed into a set of 8-pack abs. His original height of 169 centimeters increased to 178 centimeters. Personal attributes. Name, Li Hao Survivor ID, 9527 race. Human strength, 51 constitution, 52 spirit, 43 agility, 35 skill proficiencies, proficient in pistol shooting, gun combat, and martial arts. Companions, none pets, none others. Slightly mentioned after a long time, Li Hao exhaled a breath of turbid air. Feeling his powerful physique and perfect body, he couldn't help but marvel. This thing is too good, but unfortunately, drinking more won't help. Intermediate enhancement potions are available, but they cost 100,000 zombie points, which is not affordable for ordinary people. Looking at the sticky stains on his body, Li Hao thought about finding a place to take a shower, but suddenly remembered that he seemed to have no zombie points left. Helpless, he sold some bullets again, gathering enough to reach 60 points. After that, he headed toward the registration office for accommodations. The so-called registration office had no one to register with. Instead, it was an intelligent rental application system that recorded fingerprints, facial recognition, pupil information, and related details. This shelter wasn't too crowded, and there weren't many applicants, so Li Hao was quickly served. The rental prices for rooms varied, roughly between 50 to 500 points. With limited funds, Li Hao chose the cheapest option, which was 50 zombie points per month, room number A42D. He then started searching for the housing area and soon arrived at Area A. He saw a row of attractive girls with smiles standing outside, unsure of what they were doing. Once the girls spotted him, he immediately understood they were the legendary standing girls. Hey, handsome, want to come over? I have a great figure. Just 50. Come to me, I know a lot, come on. Pretty boy, it's my first time. Brother, I'm only 18. A group of girls looked at him as if they had found a precious treasure, their eyes sparkling as they began to perform and promote themselves, even going so far as to adjust their clothing and pose provocatively. When Li Hao reached the room among them and pressed his fingerprint to enter, they were all taken aback. Humph, thought he was here for fun. Turns out he is here to steal business, wasting my time. Always thought A42D would be a pretty girl, but it's a guy. Looking at him so fair-skinned, thought he could be fun, but he is just a guy. Sigh. Such a handsome young man could have better prospects. Why? In fact, this kind of guy could have been easily approached without any money. What a pity. No wonder he didn't even glance at us. As Li Hao closed the door, the girls either showed expressions of mockery or sighed in regret, then resumed their act as if nothing happened, adjusting their clothes and looking toward the entrance. Li Hao did not expect there to be so many women here, and he certainly did not expect that the room he rented would be right in the middle of them. No wonder he felt something was off when he saw the room number. The room was very simple, with only a bed, a blanket, a bar of soap, and a window, but no bathroom or hot water heater. No wonder it was so cheap. Well, he thought, he would just sleep for a while and deal with it later. He planned to check out tomorrow. Perhaps he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time, as he quickly fell asleep. Around midnight. At about 1 a.m., he woke up and realized he hadn't showered in several days. The residual effects of the strengthening agent he had taken made his sleep uncomfortable. After waking up, he opened the door again and saw several girls outside looking at him. They glanced at him and then looked away, clearly not intending to talk. Li Hao was too lazy to engage with them and headed straight to the public bathing area, which was essentially a bathhouse. The bathhouse was large, with no distinction between genders, but each bathing area had a partition. Li Hao had no interest in peeping at others and chose one of the bathing spots, putting his clothes into his system backpack before turning on the hot water to wash himself. At that moment, a bar of white soap fell at his feet, and he heard a girl's surprised voice. "Excuse me, may I pick up my soap?" A girl from the adjacent partition covered her chest as she reached for the soap and inadvertently glanced up at Li Hao's strong thighs, causing her to momentarily lose her words. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," she said, looking at him while covering herself, before quickly getting up and leaving. Seeing such a beautiful girl, Li Hao initially felt a bit tempted, but thinking about her situation, he quickly lost interest and continued washing himself. He was not surprised to encounter naked girls here, knowing that there was only one bathing room. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was no longer a distinction between men and women, only between the living and the dead. He couldn't help but sigh. The girl was quite exceptional in both figure and looks, but considering her identity, he felt a sense of regret. Although he was no longer a virgin, he still prided himself on being decent. He wouldn't pity them, but he also wouldn't patronize them. Chapter 7. Shooting competition. On the way back, he did not see that girl again, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart. Whether it was for her absence or for missing the chance, he couldn't tell. He shook his head and returned to his room, lying down again. However, the image of that girl unconsciously surfaced in his mind, and he fell asleep again. Not waking until around 8 a.m. the next day, there were no toiletries here. So he took a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth before stepping out of the room. He returned to the housing application area and chose to check out. Since he had only stayed one night, he received a refund of 45 points. Just as he was preparing to go out and hunt zombies, he noticed a group of people heading toward the elite area. He noticed that these people didn't seem like they could afford to live in the elite area. There must be something inside that attracted their attention, prompting everyone to spend an extra 10 zombie points just to go and watch. Just as he was about to ask someone, a few of them spotted Li Hao and came towards him. "Hey, little brother, so you're here? We've been looking for you since we came in. Thanks for your heroic help yesterday. Xiao Bei, come here and thank your savior," one of them said, bowing to Li Hao and pulling a young man along with him. "Thank you, savior, for saving my life," the young man named Xiao Bei said reluctantly after glancing at Li Hao, noticing how young he was. "Who are you?" Li Hao asked, recognizing the person as someone who had asked for help yesterday, but not knowing their name. "Oh, I'm Bai Mei Fei, and this is my younger brother, Bai Xiao Bei. May I ask for your name, savior?" Bai Mei Fei replied. "Li Hao, where are you guys headed?" Li Hao pointed towards the crowd and asked. "Hello, Li brother. Today marks the 1000th day of the apocalypse. Every 50 days, the shooting competition in the elite area is held. Many people come to watch, and some participate. Your shooting skills are so good, why not give it a try?" Bai Mei Fei suggested with a chuckle. "Well, let us check it out first," Li Hao said, following them into the elite area. The shelter is a safe zone where firearms and weapons are strictly confiscated into the system backpack, and even fighting is not allowed. If the force of an attack reaches a certain level, one can be expelled, so everyone appears relatively harmonious on the surface. Soon, Li Hao and the others arrived at the shooting competition venue in the elite area, where crowds filled the entrance. As the massive iron gate opened, countless people surged in. Some went straight to occupy the best front row seats, while others lined up to register for the competition. Li Hao didn't join by Mei Fei and the others in saving seats, but headed towards the registration point. There were 7 categories for registration, including handgun, rifle, submachine gun, sniper rifle, machine gun, throwing, and bow and arrow. Li Hao hadn't mastered the others, so after thinking for a moment, he went to the handgun registration point, paid the 30 points registration fee, and began to look at the rewards. First place, 300,000 zombie points. Second place, 200,000 zombie points. Third place, 100,000 zombie points. Fourth to 10th place, from 90,000 to 30,000 zombie points. The handgun competition didn't just involve shooting at targets. There were about 6 different events, including fixed shooting, moving shooting, shooting at moving objects, two-way moving shooting, shooting with moving obstacles, and high-altitude projectile shooting. Each event scored up to 100 points, for a total of 600 points. The handgun used in this competition was precisely the Desert Eagle, which he was familiar with. The competition pistols rotate, and this time it was the Desert Eagle. It was said that the best record across all shelters was 579 points, while the highest record in their shelter was only 558 points. In addition, breaking the shelter record will earn an extra 100,000 zombie points, and breaking all shelter records will grant an additional 2 million zombie points. Zombie points are similar to currency in this world. No matter what you buy, you need to spend zombie points. Li Hao looked at the number tag in his hand, number 66, and smiled. It seemed that the energy from consuming electrical appliances was going to pay off. Soon, after an hour, all participants had been recorded, and then a huge screen appeared in the viewing area, divided into 7 sections. One of the screens was particularly large, about twice the size of the others, and it changed every 20 minutes based on the total score of the same number of competitors. The highest score would be displayed on the largest screen. Look, it's starting. I wonder if anyone will break our shelter's record this time. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's unlikely. This is the 20th event, and so many talents have emerged. Breaking the record won't be that easy. Look, isn't that Zhang Jizhong, the leader of the extreme hunting team? I've heard his skills with an assault rifle are exceptional, especially with the M416, which he excels at. He's definitely going to be first this time. Yeah. Starting off with a strong performance is awesome. Hey, isn't that Jigat? Last time he won first place with a sniper rifle, and I heard several hunting teams tried to recruit him, but failed. He's quite proud. I can't believe he's here again. Wow. There are so many big names this time. Wei Bei is also here, known as the god of submachine guns. Last time, she broke our shelter's record with a score of 576. She's incredible. Wei God, forever young. As more and more participants took the stage, those who had watched several events couldn't help but feel excited, especially seeing past champions. It was like seeing celebrities, and they were thrilled. Most people's attention was drawn to those few individuals, while the other competitions, even on the same large screen, went unnoticed. After a while, Li Hao also started watching the big screen, nodding at the performances of those individuals. There were quite a few talented people among them. Soon, 5 hours passed, and dozens of matches had taken place. Those with the highest popularity had generally achieved good results, as everyone's scores would be announced only after the competitions were completed. However, for the assault rifle, submachine gun, and sniper rifle categories, the champions were basically clear unless an underdog emerged, which was unpredictable. What caught Li Hao's attention was that the girl from the bathing area last night had also come to compete, and she had signed up for the archery event. He couldn't help but take a second look. Watching her draw the bow and shoot arrows was not only graceful, but resembled a form of performance art. Especially her movements during mobile shooting. Everything flowed seamlessly, culminating in a stunning display that ignited the entire audience. Wow, what an impressive display. This girl is incredibly strong, and I bet she will definitely win the archery championship. It's worth noting that in previous years, the highest achievement was only 4 stars. And she's already broken our shelter's record. Truly remarkable. This girl is not only beautiful, but also excels in archery. She's amazing. Everyone instantly recognized her strength and began to cheer. Even Li Hao was somewhat stunned. Someone with such skill couldn't possibly be a novice. He must have misunderstood. Perhaps she, like him, was new to the shelter and unaware of the situation, which is why she chose such a room. Chapter 8. Li Hao's extraordinary shooting skills soon. It was Li Hao's turn. After listening to the rules explained by the system, he picked up the competition firearm, the Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets. In front of Li Hao appeared 10 targets, each about 10 meters apart. Normally, all targets should be within effective shooting range, which is under 100 meters. However, the second to last target was already at 100 meters, and the last one was directly beyond 120 meters. Most people wouldn't notice this without participating in several rounds, but Li Hao, with his data vision, spotted it instantly. He raised his handgun, and the trajectory of the bullets formed in his mind as he confidently fired 10 shots. In under 2 seconds, he finished shooting, with every bullet hitting the bullseye, scoring a perfect 100 points. The large screen outside showcased his remarkable feat, displaying a special effect of hitting every shot and the golden score of 100, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Did you see that? It's incredibly fast. Less than 2 seconds. He's the fastest shooter I've ever seen. Amazing. I'm so glad I came today. There are so many talented individuals. The crowd was in awe, and those from the hunting teams began to inquire about Li Hao, preparing to recruit him. Meanwhile, Zhou Zi, who had just finished her competition and was surrounded by many admirers, also heard the cheers and looked at the screen. At that moment, Li Hao was performing his second moving target shooting. His movements were fluid and effortless. Even without directly aiming at the targets, he hit them all in under 2 seconds, earning another perfect score of 100. Suddenly, Zhou Zi recalled the scene from last night and felt a slight blush on her cheeks, making her look incredibly cute, which left those around her momentarily stunned. Who wouldn't love beauty and talent, even in a post-apocalyptic world? Such a beauty would still be the favorite among men. You all can disperse. I've already joined another hunting team, she said apologetically as she pushed through the crowd and walked away, ignoring those behind her. This left everyone feeling regretful, thinking how unfortunate it was that such a beautiful girl with such shooting skills had already joined another team. As for the notion of coercion, if it were an average team, they might not necessarily be able to match this record-breaking archer champion. Perhaps their bow is even faster than your gun. Outside the arena, the big screen has already been taken over by Li Hao, who scored 4 consecutive perfect 10s, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm to a peak. Everyone knows that this is yet another record-breaking talent. Moreover, at this rate, not only is it possible to break the record of this shelter, but it may also shatter all shelter records. This is a historic moment. How can it not be exhilarating? The two-way moving obstacle shooting is the most challenging event among all, requiring consideration of numerous factors. Historically, no one has ever scored above 90 in this event. All participants unanimously agree that no one can hit the final shooting point, unless they are a deity. Li Hao is also aware of the difficulty. The first 6 shooting points are manageable for anyone with a bit of skill, but the last 4 points require technical expertise. To hit those final points, one must navigate through the 6 obstacles in the middle. He didn't rush to shoot. Instead, he fully activated his analytical abilities to assess all possible scenarios. The audience held their breath, fearing they might disturb Li Hao. Even though they were not in the same position, they each began to anticipate, their heartbeats quickening. The score in this event essentially determines the final score, and throughout history, the most points have been lost in this particular event. After observing for a while, Li Hao closed his eyes and began to think rapidly. In an instant, he opened his eyes, and everyone seemed to see the brilliance emanating from them, as if their heartbeats had paused. Then, Li Hao raised his gun, executing a series of shots seamlessly, 6 shots in quick succession, all hitting the mark. The last 4 shots followed swiftly, yet their speed appeared to have slowed down immensely. He flicked the gun, shook it, raised it, and each bullet traced a semi-arced flight path, weaving through countless obstacles and hitting the target. Especially with the last 4 shots, almost everyone was left bewildered, feeling it was extraordinary. When the score of 100 appeared again, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Gunfu. It's actually Gunfu. Zhang Jizhong stared wide-eyed at the screen, finding it hard to believe. His subordinate beside him, witnessing his captain's shocked expression for the first time, was also taken aback. Captain, that person's shooting skills are incredible? Asked Ma Rulong, a member of the Extreme Hunt Squad. He thought Li Hao's move was impressive, but didn't feel much since his preferred weapon was not a handgun, but a submachine gun. Incredible? Heh, simply godlike. This person must be courted. Remember, even if we can't recruit him, we must not offend him. Otherwise, an enemy with Gunfu will be your nightmare. Zhang Jizhong said seriously. Ma Rulong nodded, never having seen his captain speak so solemnly, and instinctively nodded heavily. Unfortunately, most spectators have never seen or heard of gunfighting techniques. But that does not stop them from cheering, as they simply find it impressive. Li Hao's performance not only caught the attention of the leader of the top hunting team here, but also attracted interest from other teams, each considering how to recruit him. Though they did not take it too seriously. After all, for most people, assault rifles and submachine guns are preferred over handguns, which are relatively less powerful. However, they do not realize that when gun skills reach a certain level, handguns can also become a formidable tool, and once provoked, the consequences could be dire. The greatest difficulty in the last 4 shots of the two-way moving obstacle shooting was the obstruction caused by the obstacles, creating a chain reaction. The bullet hole left by the 6th shot dictated the trajectory for the 7th shot, and this pattern continued for the 8th, 9th, and 10th shots. Many people missed the 6th shot, making it nearly impossible to hit the subsequent ones. Even if they hit the 6th shot, the challenge increased exponentially for the 7th through the 10th shots, which is why everyone found it so difficult. Although the high-altitude throwing shot was the last event, it was not the most challenging. As long as the shooter's speed was sufficient, they could hit the targets. However, from an outsider's perspective, it still seemed impressive. 10 bottles were thrown into the air at the same time, and from the moment they were thrown until they hit the ground, there was only about 4 seconds of time, 2 seconds up and 2 seconds down. Li Hao activated his data vision, calculating the shooting trajectory and actions the moment the bottles were thrown, allowing him to hit all the bottles while they were still ascending. With the sound of gunfire and the shattering of bottles, Li Hao scored another perfect 100 points, causing an uproar in the audience. Chapter 9. The Golden Handgun of Bastard 600 points. 600 points. We actually have a perfect score. This is incredible. Gun God. Gun God. Everyone was extremely excited because they witnessed history. This moment would never be surpassed. Li Hao's score would forever overshadow all other competitors in the handgun contest. How could anyone not be thrilled? This moment was even more exhilarating than a certain football team winning the world championship. As the screen displaying all the competitors disappeared, Li Hao's figure took center stage, as if witnessing the presence of a king. Even at this moment, other competitors were overshadowed by Li Hao's back for 10 whole minutes. Especially with the golden text displayed, 600 points, the first perfect score in history, even among niche handguns, was enough to astonish many. Ignoring the cheers outside, Li Hao closed his eyes. Although the competition seemed short, it had consumed a significant amount of his energy, and his mind was slightly overwhelmed. After calming down for a while, he stepped down from the stage to make way for the next competitor. At that moment, he received a notification from the Doomsday System. Beep. Congratulations on achieving a perfect score in the handgun shooting competition, breaking all records, standing invincible among peers, becoming an unbeatable presence, and receiving a royal-level handgun lottery once. Would you like to draw the lottery? Congratulations, you have obtained the Bastard Golden Pistol, King level. Seeing the word King, Li Hao couldn't help but frown. He had been in this apocalyptic world for about 5 days and only knew about common, rare, and master levels. He had never encountered anything above that and was unsure where the King level ranked, but it should be a bit higher than master level. In fact, most people had never seen the higher level items and didn't know how many levels existed. Only a small number of individuals who ranked among the top in this apocalyptic world were aware of it. The so-called item levels were mostly categorized into 5. common, rare, master, king, and supreme. However, items above master level had an extremely low probability of appearing, which was why many people had never heard of them. As Li Hao stepped outside, everyone instantly recognized his silhouette, and they surged towards him like a crowd at a supermarket, startling him. Gun God, I want to be your little brother. Gun God, I want to have your children. Gun God, give me an autograph. Seeing this overwhelming scene, Li Hao dashed away. Before anyone could react, he had already exited the arena and disappeared. The Gun God was indeed the Gun God. Even his running posture was so cool. The speed at which he ran was unmatched, impressive to say the least. The members of the hunting team finally squeezed out, but found that Li Hao had long since vanished, leaving them speechless. However, they knew that since they were in this shelter, they would definitely meet him again, particularly since everyone had seen his face. The competition continued, and a few contestants performed well, but there were no significant waves, some even left early. Nonetheless, some chose to stay and wait for the final results to be announced. Finally, after 3 long hours, the big screen displayed the names of 110 contestants in 7 competition events, with those who broke the current shelter records shown in golden text. While those who broke all records would appear in crimson gold, Li Hao's name appeared in crimson gold, ranking first in the pistol competition with a score of 600 points, as well as holding the current shelter record. Zhang Jizhong ranked first in the assault rifle category, not breaking the record but performing significantly better than his previous scores. Perhaps poised to break it one day. Gu Tianji, known as God Ji, secured the first place in the sniper rifle category as well, also not breaking the record, but improving slightly on his past performance. Wei Bei, although also called God Wei, had a somewhat disappointing performance this time. He did achieve first place, but his score was only slightly higher than before. With Li Hao's perfect score influencing others, many improved significantly, while his performance seemed to indicate a lack of effort. Unbeknownst to him, his original score was already considered unattainable by many. Zhou Zi won first place in archery and even broke the current shelter record, garnering a lot of attention. As the crowd dispersed, they were all discussing the competition, expressing their astonishment and excitement. Just when Li Hao didn't know where to go, he received 300,000 zombie points for winning first place in the competition, followed by another 100,000 zombie points for breaking the shelter record, and finally, he earned 2,000,000 zombie points for breaking all the records. Suddenly, with 400,000 zombie points, Li Hao became incredibly wealthy. He smiled and headed towards the basic exchange point. He directly spent about 20,000 zombie points to exchange for mastery in all firearms, throwing weapons, melee weapons, and even archery. After that, he arrived at the elite zone exchange point, spending 100,000 points on intermediate gene enhancement potions, and another 100,000 points on some recovery potions, protective suits, helmets, night vision goggles, and so on. Finally, he went to the King Zone exchange point, spending another 1,000,000 points on advanced gene enhancement potions, and also spent 200,000 points on consumables like grenades, Molotov cocktails, and smoke bombs. He even splurged 100,000 points on a freeze grenade and a thermal imager. By now, he was left with just over 800,000 zombie points. Although these points could be used to enhance his abilities through consuming electronics, as the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting firewood. To gain more energy in this apocalypse, one must become stronger, and these necessary expenses were justified. Of course, the Elite and King Zone exchange points had a lot of materials available, but the displayed quantity was limited, and one had to spend zombie points to refresh the available items. If not refreshed, one would have to wait for 3 days for an automatic refresh. After consuming 200 points a few times without seeing anything good, Li Hao got tired of refreshing. Originally, entering the King Zone required spending 50 zombie points daily. But after acquiring the King Pistol, Li Hao could access all areas of the shelter without spending any points. Additionally, after entering the King Zone, he received a notification that those who owned King weapons could apply for a villa for free, which delighted Li Hao. Living in a free villa not only saved money, but also provided a comfortable living experience. For the first time, he felt differently about this apocalyptic world. Especially when he arrived at his large villa, which not only had a combat room and shooting range, but also a large bath, incredibly soft sofas, and comfortable beds. Aside from lacking a phone or computer, it didn't seem much worse than the real world. Furthermore, he discovered 3 grayish-white crystals on the table, with a paper underneath. The front of the paper had an outline of the villa, while the back contained some descriptions and guidelines for living in the villa. To his surprise, the 3 crystals were energy crystals, square-shaped and 9 centimeters in size, containing 300 kilowatt-hours of energy each. He picked one up and, following the description on the blueprint, placed it into a box resembling a power supply main switch. Instantly, the lights in the entire villa lit up, and Li Hao smiled. After observing for a while, he sat on the sofa and began to check his items. First, the enhancement potions couldn't be used yet, as the prompt indicated that he needed to consume the basic potion for 9 days before using them, while the advanced potions required taking the intermediate potions for 10 days before they could be used. In addition, It is recommended to stack various attributes to 100 when using intermediate enhancement potions, and to 1000 when using advanced enhancement potions. Otherwise, there is a risk of enhancement failure. As for the night vision and thermal imaging devices, he chose to absorb them directly, spending 50,000 zombie points. Shortly after, he felt a change in his vision and realized he had acquired night vision capabilities, as well as some thermal imaging ability, allowing him to measure body temperature at a glance. He lost interest in other consumables and then turned his attention to the skill proficiencies, clicking to learn them all at once. Beep, you have learned assault rifle proficiency. Beep, you have learned submachine gun proficiency. Beep, you have learned sniper rifle proficiency. Beep, you have learned machine gun proficiency. Beep, you have learned bow and arrow proficiency. Beep, you have learned throwing proficiency. Beep, you have learned melee weapon proficiency instantly. A flood of knowledge about these firearms was transmitted to him, and he felt as if his mind had crashed, overwhelmed by the influx of information. He realized it was due to his brain's temporary capacity being insufficient. Remembering the term compressed file, he consumed some mental energy to compress and store the information. Yes, his mind also had a data storage function, allowing him to handle this data. He took a deep breath, grateful for the system. Otherwise, like an ordinary person, he might have been overwhelmed by this knowledge and turned into a fool. After resting for a while, he looked at the King's handgun and took it out. The bastard gold handgun was a golden yellow pistol that felt incredibly comfortable to hold, with perfectly crafted lines. It looked less like a weapon and more like a work of art, truly beautiful. Bastard gold handgun. Item level. King penetration. 50 range. 50 rate of fire. 50 feature 1. Infinite bullets. Can fire infinitely without reloading. The firing speed is determined by the user's hand speed. Bullet size 8. 13 millimeters. Effective range. 1000 m. Feature 2. Enchanted shooting. When the user gathers a certain energy to the gun body, they can enchant the bullets, with the power of enchanted bullets determined by the energy used. Feature 3. Fearless warrior. When shooting, there is a 5 chance to increase the user's mental strength by 50 for 1 second and increase hit rate by 40 for 1 second. Feature 4. King's privilege. Ignores the mechanism of deducting zombie points in a shelter, allows for 3 free claims of a King's residence, and permits attacking anyone who offends within the shelter. With infinite bullets, it could achieve the firing speed of an assault rifle and the range of a sniper rifle. It's simply a perfect handgun. Not to mention, the 3 residence claims alone were worth over 3 million zombie points. One word, perfection. Thus, Li Hao fell asleep on the sofa in the villa until the next day when he discovered that the skill for traversing the apocalypse had cooled down. With excitement, he clicked to use it. Chapter 10. Returning to reality. Devouring the phone just as he clicked on the Doomsday shuttle, a message appeared in his mind. Ding. Detected item from the Doomsday game. Clothing, shoes. To bring back to reality requires 100 zombie points. Do you wish to bring it back? Yes. Seeing that it only required 100 zombie points, Li Hao decisively chose yes. In an instant, he disappeared from the villa and returned to the dark road where he had initially vanished. Standing on familiar ground, his heart also settled down. His own world felt more like home, even though he was just a poor kid with little to his name. The firearms he had were stored in the Doomsday System's backpack, but after arriving in the real world, the backpack was no longer accessible. Therefore, Li Hao now had nothing on him except for his clothes, pants, and shoes. However, the gun skills he learned in the Doomsday world and his enhanced attributes had come with him, along with his perfect physique from genetic enhancement agents. It was still nighttime, seemingly no different from before he traveled, but he noticed a detail, a construction site for road repairs not far away. He remembered that there were no repairs happening when he was transported, and it seemed like the work had been going on all day in the sunlight. Unfortunately, without his phone, he had no way of knowing the exact time, so he headed home. The city where Li Hao lived was a major international metropolis of a powerful country, known for its vibrant culture. When he was very young, his parents had left him at an orphanage, and he saw them maybe once a year. By the time he was around 10, he only saw them every 3 to 5 years. It wasn't until he turned 18 that his parents found him again, leaving him a house, 100,000 in cash, and his personal household registration before disappearing once more. He had no idea what his parents did for a living and wasn't he interested in finding out. To him, they were merely a concept with no other feelings attached. He lived like other kids, going to school, attending university, and dating. Being alone was fine. The house they left him was in a village called Xiantang in a district of the city, 6 stories tall. Since he was rarely home, he rented out all but the top floor. Each floor could bring in about 5,000 a month, resulting in an income of around 25,000 per month. Therefore, after graduating at 21, he was too lazy to find a job and returned to the village to become a landlord. However, being idle all day was quite boring, so he joined a nearby social group, meeting girls for milk tea and friends for billiards. Before the apocalypse, it was his 3rd month in Xiantang. And because he was generous, many people liked to befriend him, even leading to a relationship with a beautiful girlfriend named Xiaoya. She was somewhat materialistic and quickly became attached to him due to his generosity, even exploring various intimate experiences, but discreetly spent a fair amount of his money. Some time ago, he wanted to buy an expensive bag, but unfortunately, it was mid-month, and it was not yet time to collect rent. Due to certain reasons, he temporarily didn't have the money to buy it. Because of this issue, the two had a fight and even talked about breaking up, which left him feeling quite upset. To clear his mind, he decided to play billiards with a friend. Unexpectedly, they played late, and on the way back, he was struck by lightning and ended up in a post-apocalyptic world, merging with the system. After witnessing the harsh realities of this new world, his mindset matured significantly. He had heard that for a man to become strong and mature, he should join the military. True warriors dare to face a bleak life and confront bloodshed. In the apocalypse, he had killed many zombies, seen countless dead, and even killed people while being hunted himself. Time and again, he turned danger into safety. And nothing could mature a person more than this experience. Li Hao arrived at his home, which was on the 6th floor. He had lost his keys, but fortunately, the rooftop was unlocked and led directly to his home, and this height was no challenge for him. The average person's strength is around 10, roughly equivalent to 100 pounds. While Li Hao's strength attribute was 50, giving him over 500 pounds of power. Though not particularly strong, climbing stairs was easy for him. He leaped and grabbed the eaves, springing up with agility greater than a monkey, and quickly reached the rooftop, then directly returned to his home. His home was decorated in a modern style, following the latest smart home trends, looking very clean and tidy. Looking at the familiar space, he felt a warm sense of comfort despite being alone. Xiaofan, what date is it today? He asked his newly installed smart assistant. Master, today is July 12th, 2044, 1:08 a.m., came Xiaofan's voice from the smart speaker. A day had passed, and it seemed that the flow of time here was different, approximately a 5:1 ratio, he mused. He then went to his room and looked at the high-end desktop computer he had bought for 30,000, which was still in game mode. He recalled that he had lost interest in gaming after arguing with his girlfriend and had left the machine on when he went out. The drawer of his desk was also open, revealing a high-end phone worth 20,000. He had originally planned to give it to Xiaoya for her birthday on July 13th. And the reason he couldn't buy her the bag was that he had spent money on the computer and phone. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be without a phone, and now this one would come in handy. He took out the phone and was about to turn it on when he received a system notification. Discovering the phone can enhance various system attributes. Would you like to absorb it? After thinking for a moment, he chose yes. This phone seemed quite decent, and he expected it could significantly enhance his attributes, consuming 200,000 points. As he was in the process of devouring, suddenly, the phone in Li Hao's hand began to turn into a puddle of liquid, slowly merging into his body. Then, he received a series of prompt sounds. Phone features loading. Storage increased to 1 terabyte, RAM increased to 64 gigabytes, processor upgraded to 36 gigahertz. 16 cores, energy limit increased to 5,000 milliamp-hours, vision enhanced to 73, hearing improved threefold, reaction speed doubled, acquired phone Wi-Fi connectivity, acquired Bluetooth functionality, acquired wireless charging capability. The flurry of notifications left Li Hao feeling dizzy. It seemed that the various attributes of the phone had transformed into his own attributes, and the phone's functions had also become his. After a while, he regained his composure, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He began to use his Bluetooth function, astonishingly able to control the smart home devices in his house directly. It was as if his will could manipulate these smart gadgets through Bluetooth. With a thought, the air conditioner turned on, and with another, the lights lit up. Soon, the robotic vacuum began cleaning, the kettle started boiling water, and the ambient lights flickered according to Li Hao's thoughts. The gas stove in the kitchen ignited and extinguished at will. For a moment, Li Hao was thoroughly enjoying himself. He even gained a charging function, though it only had a capacity of 5,000 milliamp-hours, with a current of about 5A and a voltage of just 10 V. Aside from creating a small spark with his fingers, it was temporarily of little use. Next, he activated his Wi-Fi function and downloaded a certain battle royale game in his mind, instantly playing it there. It was quite impressive that he could play games directly in his mind. Once in the game, he felt as if he were truly there. Previously a player with only a star rank, he now excelled at everything, earning MVP every match and forcing the opposing team to surrender, quickly reaching the top rank. Playing the battle royale game was also easy. As soon as anyone appeared on screen, he would detect them, and as soon as the data updated, he would know everything, including characters and supplies, allowing him to play effortlessly, often resolving threats before others even noticed. Chapter 11. Devouring the computer, breaking up with his girlfriend. However, the client he downloaded was not an intrusion into someone else's game system, so he could only play according to the game's settings, not cheating. But it felt even better than cheating. Unknowingly, he played games all night and won continuously. Feeling that gaming had become somewhat mundane, he then looked at the randomly gifted SIM card. Surprisingly, this card could also be devoured, costing 100 points. However, its functions were quite limited, merely granting Li Hao phone capabilities, data connectivity, and hotspot sharing. Finally, he turned his attention to the computer worth 30,000 and chose to devour it again, consuming 300,000 zombie points. The storage memory increased to 5 terabytes, the operating memory increased to 128 gigabytes, and the processor reached 75 gigahertz with 32 cores. He gained data simulation capabilities, software editing features, network intrusion abilities, and sound simulation functions. In an instant, he felt his mind become incredibly agile, processing data rapidly, with countless images flashing through his mind. This feeling was marvelous. Li Hao couldn't help but exclaim, as consuming a phone and a computer had directly upgraded his system to version 30. System level, 30 experience points, 101,000 psychic power, 5,000 milliamp hours zombie points, 250,000 data, 100 m range apocalypse travel, ordinary apocalypse world device consumption, night vision goggles, thermal imaging. Phone, computer, SIM card, GPS mapping. After that, Li Hao downloaded several mapping software applications and loaded all the map data into the mapping function, adding a blue water star map. He also downloaded music playback software, but the results were somewhat disappointing. Although he could imitate everyone's voice, even animal sounds, he struggled with high notes when singing, often breaking his voice. Perhaps with practice, it would improve, but he wasn't very interested in singing. Then, he began to learn various computer knowledge online, such as C language, Java, and other assorted software skills. His mind continuously calculated and simulated based on this knowledge. A few hours later, he developed a unique network algorithm, which he named the Basta algorithm. Software created using this algorithm was safer and more stable. As his attributes improved, the firearms expertise he had learned in the apocalypse began to decompress, flooding Li Hao's brain with knowledge. In an instant, he understood many equipment usage methods and shooting techniques. He started to use his data simulation function to visualize this knowledge in his mind, becoming increasingly proficient, with only practical application remaining. Additionally, Li Hao made an unexpected discovery. When using his Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, mobile data, and hotspot functions simultaneously, a four-dimensional map formed within a certain range around him. It was as if a small space was divided into 4 planes, and anything within that space would create data anomalies with any fluctuations. Using his attribute simulation function, he could precisely draw this as a 3D animation. For example, when a mosquito flew around, it inevitably disturbed the 4 data anomalies. And Li Hao instantly knew where the mosquito was flying, generating data waves. This ability resembled the spiritual awareness found in cultivation novels. Then, Li Hao began to systematically turn off mobile data, Wi-Fi, hotspot, and Bluetooth functions. He noticed that this ability, akin to a form of awareness, was diminishing, reducing from a maximum range of 200 meters to 50 meters. Moreover, when a single function was activated, the ability was very weak, even difficult to detect. However, when all 4 functions were turned on, the electrical energy within him was consumed rapidly. It was estimated that in less than 10 minutes, he could deplete all the energy in his body. The most energy-efficient functions were data simulation, data perception, and data computation. Master, it's time to get up. Today is your girlfriend's birthday. The voice of Xiao Fan rang out, a smart reminder that Li Hao had set up previously. Xiao Fan's voice brought Li Hao back to reality, reminding him of that woman, yet he felt not a single ripple of emotion. He then downloaded an app called TT, which was the most popular communication software among users in his region. TT required a phone number for registration, but his original SIM card was lost, and he couldn't recall the password. However, this posed no difficulty for him, who had merged computer and mobile technology. With a little trickery, he managed to log in. Ding ding ding. Instantly, countless messages flooded in. Some were from so-called friends inviting him to karaoke, play billiards, or hang out. But when they saw he didn't reply, they stopped messaging. Only one person sent him a barrage of messages, his so-called girlfriend, He Xiaoya. If I don't reach out, you want tea, right? It's just a bag. Is it really necessary to act like this? You're so wealthy. What are you doing? Why haven't T replied to my messages? Hey, Li Hao, come out. 2 hours later, Li Hao, tomorrow is my birthday. What are you planning to give me? I heard you bought me a phone. I was wrong. Li Hao, I'm sorry. I'll come find you soon. An hour later, Li Hao, are you at home? Why isn't anyone answering when I call? What do you mean? You're not really going to break up with me, are you? I said I was wrong. What do you want? Can you at least reply to my message? Oh, I'm going crazy. Li Hao, come out. Boo-hoo, Li Hao, I was wrong. Can I unlock a new position for you tonight? Just forgive me, okay? Li Hao quickly read through the many messages. However, he felt nothing for this so-called girlfriend anymore. It wasn't that he was incapable in that regard, but he had seen through the woman's true nature. Such a superficial woman was not worthy of him, and besides, he was already tired of the relationship. So, he replied, He Xiaoya, I'm breaking up with you. Don't bother me again. You can find someone new. Just go away. Soon, He Xiaoya received his message. Oh, Li Hao, we've been together for 2 or 3 months, and you've slept with me so many times. You think you can just break up like that? No way. Breaking up is fine, but you have to give me that phone you bought for 20,000. Then we'll call it a breakup since you were going to give it to me anyway. Li Hao, get lost. Sure, if you refuse to comply, I will inform all the neighbors that you are responsible for my condition, and we shall see if you can still show your face around here. Upon hearing this, Li Hao sneered, uttering a wise adage. As long as one lacks morality, morality cannot bind them. You, a mere woman, cannot possibly subdue me. Li Hao continued. Do you believe I would share your explicit images with your parents and classmates? Here, allow me to send you a glimpse. These are certainly the friends and relatives you cherish. Do you truly think they wouldn't see these videos? Ah, and the indecent photos with your ex-boyfriends, surprisingly. You have accumulated quite the collection of partners and managed to keep these videos, which is quite revolting. Video content available to members only. How did you come by these photos and videos? I will report you for invading my privacy. Li Hao replied with a chuckle. Go ahead and report me. You have used various means to extract nearly 100,000 from me, even transferring money from my phone without permission. Perhaps that could land you in prison for a few years. You are ruthless. A breakup is a breakup, and from henceforth, we shall have nothing to do with each other. However, please delete those videos. Li Hao smirked. As long as you do not trouble me, I will not trouble you. Remember, do not provoke me again. Now leave. Subsequently, Li Hao deleted He Xiaoyao from his contacts, leaving her on the other end of the phone fuming, yet utterly helpless. Chapter 12. The king of billiards with no ties to burden him. Li Hao found himself feeling somewhat bored. The cooldown for his apocalyptic travel function was 5 days, meaning he must remain in the real world for at least that duration before he could traverse again. Soon, he recalled a decent friend and sent a message inviting him to play billiards at the Black 8 billiard hall. The individual was Chen Feng, who was approximately 6 years his senior at 27 years of age and already a technical manager at a small company. However, he was still single and lived nearby, possessing commendable billiard skills. The two had met at the billiard hall and struck up a friendship. Coincidentally, it was Sunday, and Chen Feng was off work. Upon receiving Li Hao's message, he headed out. Li Hao's wallet contained a meager sum of around 1,000 yuan, as cash was seldom used in contemporary society. Dining was often settled via QR codes, which his eyes were equipped to scan. At the Jiang rice noodle shop, Li Hao ordered 2 servings of rice noodles. Being half human and half system, he required sustenance, and operating his computer and phone functionalities consumed energy. Nevertheless, with a 5,000 mAh spiritual energy reserve, as long as he avoided using excessively power-hungry features, he could last quite a while. He ensured his device was fully charged before stepping out. At the Black 8 billiard hall, Chen Feng had already prepared a billiard table and was playing alone. Upon seeing Li Hao enter, he nodded in greeting. Oh, why are you here alone today? Where is your beautiful girlfriend? Chen Feng inquired instinctively, as Li Hao typically brought his girlfriend along, making his solitary appearance rather curious. Li Hao chuckled casually and then picked up the cue stick. Unfortunately, through his data-enhanced vision, every cue stick appeared slightly bent in some way. He had no choice but to select one that was less curved. Huh, such a beautiful girlfriend. And just like that, you break up? Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. Hee, let's not talk about that. Come on, let's play pool. I'll give you a 2-point head start. If you win, I'll treat you to barbecue. If you lose, the table fee is on you. What do you say? Li Hao provocatively looked at Chen Feng. Wow, how bold of you, young man. After seeing my skills, you still dare to boast? It seems that a man who's just had a breakup is indeed fierce, Chen Feng teased back. But 1 game won't do. Let's make it 10. Whoever loses pays for tonight's barbecue. How about that? Chen Feng suggested again. Okay, you break first. I'm afraid if I break first, you won't get a chance. Li Hao continued his banter, looking at Chen Feng with a hint of amusement. Hee, you little rascal, so arrogant. Fine, you break first. And let's see how you prevent me from getting a shot. Chen Feng, familiar with Li Hao's style, let him break first, anticipating a funny outcome. Are you sure? Li Hao asked. Sure. I really don't believe you can clear the table in 1 shot, Chen Feng said, pulling out a cigarette and preparing to light it. Meanwhile, Li Hao activated his data-enhanced vision, feeling the material of the pool balls, checking the roughness of the table surface, and recording the real-world image into a 3D simulation for data modeling. Combining collision principles, he mentally conducted countless experiments to calculate the required force, the angle of the shot, and how much spin to apply, all clearly figured out. Chen Feng watched Li Hao's serious demeanor and smiled slightly, casually smoking his cigarette. Although he felt that today Li Hao seemed different, even as if he had grown taller and his physique looked more perfect. He had only played a few games of pool with him and hadn't he really paid much attention to his physique. He thought it was just that he hadn't noticed before, too distracted by looking at Li Hao's girlfriend. There was no helping it, with a beautiful girl nearby, who could focus on other men. Even if that girl was someone else's wife or partner, it couldn't stop a man from appreciating beauty. Have you figured out your shot? Ready to clear the table? Chen Feng asked with a smile, taking a puff of his cigarette. Yeah, I've got it, Li Hao replied. Then, he set up with his left hand as a rest and held the cue with his right, taking a standard pool shot stance, aiming at a specific spot on the ball and the intended hit point, and then he struck. With a loud crack, the ball scattered in all directions. Then came the moment that shocked Chen Feng. The ball seemed to be pulled by some unseen force, bouncing and rolling, each one sinking into a pocket. In less than 20 seconds, only the white ball remained on the table. Wow! Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment, forgetting about the cigarette in his hand. This scene was also witnessed by others, who all stopped their actions and stared at Li Hao's pool table, recalling the earlier moment, utterly shocked. A clear table like that only happens in movies and novels. No one has ever seen it in reality, so how could they not be amazed? This person is incredible. A clear table? Even old Ding couldn't do that, right? So impressive. How about it? Li Hao said to the dazed Chen Feng, a hint of a smile in his voice. I can only say impressive. When did your skills become so amazing? I didn't see it coming, Chen Feng replied. Snapping back to reality. I was just too low-key before. Now, I'm done being modest. I've revealed my hand. I am the king of pool. Haha. Suddenly, Li Hao felt a rush of excitement and boasting. You really aren't modest at all. Come on, let's have another round. I don't believe you can clear the table again. Chen Feng said, picking up the balls to set them up again, gesturing for Li Hao to break. Li Hao, not want to hesitate, took a careful look and prepared to strike again. Crack. Roll, roll, roll. No way. How can he clear the table again? This table must be rigged. Yeah. Clearing the table once is one thing, but twice? Impossible. The table must be faulty. Everyone watching found it hard to believe, voicing their doubts. And even Chen Feng started to question his own eyes. Hearing the crowd's comments, he instinctively began inspecting the pool table. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked, it seemed like an ordinary table. He couldn't find anything unusual. After observing, Chen Feng looked at Li Hao with uncertainty, then at the table, frowning. Could it be that he had some sort of epiphany? Are you coming or not? Li Hao said with a smile. Of course, today has just begun, Chen Feng replied. Setting up the balls again. Once ready, he gestured for Li Hao to play, determined to see how Li Hao managed to do it. Li Hao didn't waste time. Checked the setup, and picked up the cue again. As he did, everyone else stopped what they were doing. Even the receptionist stood up to watch Li Hao's pool table. Crack. Roll, roll, roll. Li Hao didn't keep them waiting long. He struck again, and once more, the sight shocked everyone as the balls rolled around, and, astonishingly, all dropped into the pockets. Unbelievable. So strong. Even old Ding can't match this level. 3 times. He cleared the table 3 times. Can you believe it? Everyone started to chatter, abandoning their games to gather around Li Hao and Chen Feng's table, with many even pulling out their phones to record the previous moments. Have you mastered some kind of technique for clearing the table? Is that why you came here to show off today? Chen Feng said while setting up the balls. Hee. What? Do you want to learn? Just call me master, and I'll teach you, Li Hao teased, but as soon as he finished, a crowd began to cheer him on. Master, master, I want to learn. Master, I also want to learn, please teach us. Yes, master, please teach us, we can pay tuition. A group of people said this, and they were really ready to pay their respects to their master, but were stopped by Li Hao. He chuckled, jokingly saying that if everyone wanted to learn, he could come back again and share, but not everyone could do what he does. Then, he picked up the cue stick, pointed at the billiard table, and used various physical formulas, collision principles, rotation theories, friction mechanics, air resistance, calculus, and a series of calculations to ultimately determine the hitting point and the force of the stroke. The crowd was completely lost, not understanding anything. Only realizing that this person was exceptionally knowledgeable, no wonder he was so impressive. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to learn it. If you want to learn, you should go back and brush up on some of these theoretical concepts first, Li Hao said with a laugh. Forget it, I won't learn anymore. I'm not cut out for studying, I can't manage it. Yeah, the most annoying part of school was always math and physics. Just hearing about it gives me a headache. Forget it, forget it. A big shot is still a big shot. He is actually a top student. Too strong to compete with. After hearing Li Hao's words, everyone gave up on the idea of wanting to learn, realizing that playing billiards involved so many subjects. It seemed that if they didn't study hard, they wouldn't even be able to play games as well as others. They resolved to buy more tutoring materials for their children when they got home. You're amazing. Chen Feng shook his head in disbelief and gave Li Hao a thumbs up. He set up the balls again, but this time didn't let Li Hao take the shot. Instead, he broke the rack himself, or else there'd be no fun left. However, he soon found it uninteresting, so as long as he couldn't clear the table in one shot, he would just have to wait for the next round to break. Throughout the game, Li Hao was performing, showing off, and it was no fun at all. Don't invite me to play billiards anymore, Chen Feng said somewhat helplessly. Let us go play snooker then. I can't clear the table in one shot there, Li Hao said with a wink at Chen Feng. All right, boss, let us change tables. Chen Feng thought for a moment and nodded. The snooker table is bigger, has more balls, and has more rules, making it a bit more challenging than 8-ball. Let us go take a look. It's rare to have a master like you here to play billiards. I want to learn well, someone said. Yeah, I feel like those champions might not even play as well as you. You're too strong. Hey master, I'll keep score for you. Oh, he beat me to it. I'll be the referee. I'll help set up the balls. In no time, the audience became incredibly enthusiastic, each one taking their positions, preparing to watch this ordinary yet grand snooker match. Who is breaking first? After setting up the balls, Li Hao asked Chen Feng with a smile. You go first. Chen Feng thought it over. If he went first and missed the first shot, it might give Li Hao an opportunity to score, even if he played it lightly. With Li Hao's skill, he could easily find a chance to score. It was better to let Li Hao break. If he missed, Chen Feng would still have a good chance to score. Okay, Li Hao replied with a smile, looked at the table, and took his shot again. With a loud thud, the red balls scattered after being struck, one of them rolling into the pocket, earning Li Hao 1 point. The white ball had a clear shot at the black ball and a path to the pocket. After a moment of calculation, Li Hao began his performance. The sounds of the balls echoed perfectly as he moved and positioned them with finesse. Time and again, he sank the balls, astonishing Chen Feng and thrilling the audience. The scene was reminiscent of old Ding competing in a world championship, with the opponent sitting in stunned silence, unable to make a move. At that moment, Such a spectacle occurring in reality was simply exhilarating. Scores of 16, 34, 68, 104, 132, and finally, 147 points. The black ball rolled smoothly into the pocket, and Li Hao achieved a remarkable break of 147, igniting the entire venue. Surprisingly, it was not Li Hao who was most excited, but the surrounding audience. As if they had just won a world championship themselves. The excitement in the black 8-ball room quickly drew a crowd, with people rushing to see what was happening. Hey, bro, what's going on in there? Why are so many people gathered? One asked. I don't know. I want to find out too, another replied. Then why are you pushing in? Because I want to know, that's why I'm pushing. Everyone outside, stop pushing. If you keep this up, you'll block the Master S shot. What? Is a Master here at Black 8? Is it Old Ding? What? Old Ding is at Black 8. Hurry, get more friends over. Old Ding. Can I get your autograph? The world is never short of people who love to watch the excitement, and rumors spread quickly. Those who didn't know what was happening began to think Old Ding was present, pushing their way in. This made it difficult for Li Hao to play. He exchanged a glance with Chen Feng and decided to step outside, observing the throng of people still arriving, feeling somewhat speechless. Fame can be a burden. And if Old Ding really were here, they might not be able to leave today. Chapter 14. Li Hao's plan afterward. The two found another billiard hall. But this time Li Hao did not use any system-enhanced abilities. Instead, he played against Chen Feng using his own skills. Hey, what do you do? Chen Feng asked. He only knew that Li Hao had some money but was unaware of his occupation. After all, he never asked about his friends' jobs or their financial status. I'm just a drifter, Li Hao replied. Have you ever thought about becoming an online celebrity? With your skills, posting some billiard videos would definitely be popular, Chen Feng suggested. Handing Li Hao a cigarette. Surprised, Li Hao took the cigarette and lit it, exhaling a perfect smoke ring. He remembered that he used to not smoke, which was why he offered any when they were at Black 8. He couldn't believe he was smoking now and doing it so smoothly. I've never thought about being an online celebrity, Li Hao said. If I wanted to make money, I have plenty of ideas. But I'm just not in a rush to do so right now. Have you ever thought about joining the national team? Chen Feng said, getting a bit excited. With your skills, you're even better than Ding. If you join the national team, you could easily defeat those foreign players and bring glory to your country. Li Hao smiled and replied, I prefer to be free and easy. Once someone becomes famous, everywhere they go there will be a crowd watching, which isn't very interesting. You can't think like that, Chen Feng countered. As the saying goes, when the world is in trouble, every citizen has a responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Although Ding is in the scene, he's already over 40 and reportedly considering retirement. Without him, the billiard scene in our country would struggle on the world stage. You're still young. If you win world championships every year, you'd be a billiards god. With your current form, you could dominate the billiard scene for at least 20 years. Well, I'll think about it, Li Hao said while smoking. Right now, the billiard situation in our country is a bit awkward. Ding is aging, and the others aren't quite up to par. Just then, a nearby uncle picked up his phone, speaking loudly and glancing at Li Hao and Chen Feng. Hey, gather my 1000 brothers. And, no guns, just bring knives. If you see those two fools who were bragging in front of me yesterday, no need for talk. Just deal with them, he said, striding away. Chen Feng, Li Hao. The two chatted for nearly a day, and on their way back, Chen Feng said to Li Hao again, Howsy, really, I hope you seriously consider it. If you decide, just let me know. I would even quit my job to accompany you to the world championship. Thanks, Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Back at his place, Li Hao sat on the couch, charging his device while searching for news in the billiards world. It was pretty much as Chen Feng had said. To participate in the world championship, amateurs must first enter the National Tour Championship and rank within the top 144 in the world billiards rankings. Coincidentally, there was an international billiards club in the city with 48 players ranked within the top 144, including Ding. Moreover, a ranking challenge for the top 48 would be held in 2 days. If successful, one could participate in the tour, and making it to the top 16 in the tour would grant entry to the world championship. The total duration of the competition was about a month. Li Hao saw this timeline and felt hesitant. It seemed a bit long, but he had nothing else to do, and competing with world-class players seemed appealing, as he enjoyed playing billiards. After understanding the schedule, Li Hao set the matter aside. Looking at the wireless charger under his palm, he suddenly thought of solar chargers. Realizing that his energy storage seemed low and charging was slow, he then took out a power bank he hadn't used before and chose to absorb, spending 10,000 points. The energy storage capacity of the power bank has been increased to 10,000 mAh. Although the energy limit has improved, the voltage and current levels have not increased. It is merely a doubling of the previous energy storage limit, which cannot be used for attacks. He then began searching online to purchase large energy storage batteries. With electric vehicle batteries having the largest storage capacity, typically with voltages of around 48V, 60V, or 72V, and current outputs of 12A, 15A, or 20A. Generally speaking, it is the current that affects a person rather than the voltage. If we liken electricity to water, then voltage is the pressure of the water, while current is the flow rate. A current of 10 volts and 10A is comparable to a 10 millimeters water pipe ejecting water at a speed of 1,000, which could directly cut a stone in half. The human body can tolerate a current of 30 milliamperes, At 810 milliamperes, one would feel a tingling sensation, and their hand would involuntarily jerk away. At 2025 milliamperes, the hand would quickly go numb and be unable to disengage from the power source, while 5080 milliamperes would lead to difficulty breathing and heart tremors, and 90,100 milliamperes could be lethal within 3 seconds. These figures apply under high voltage conditions. Low voltage currents typically cannot overcome the body's resistance, meaning they wouldn't affect a person. It's similar to a phone charger, which has a strong current. But touching the end where the phone plugs in does not result in an electric shock. If integrated with a high voltage battery, it could output high current, making it usable for attacks, especially with devices like transformers that can amplify or reduce voltage. Thus, Li Hao already had a plan in mind. Purchase batteries to enhance energy storage, buy a transformer to boost voltage for attack capabilities, and obtain solar panels for charging using sunlight. Currently, the energy he stored could output about 10A at 10V, and even if amplified to 36V at 28A for fishing, it would only last about 3.5 hours. To tackle wild beasts, he estimated he would need a voltage of around 1 kV, which would deplete his energy almost instantly. To sustain power, the storage capacity would ideally need to be increased to over 1000 Ah. Most batteries have a capacity of around 20 Ah, meaning he would need to combine 50 batteries. A good quality battery costs about 5,000, totaling around 25,000. A decent transformer would also cost about 10,000, while good solar panels capable of efficiently harnessing sunlight would require around 20,000. Adding it all up, he would need about 55,000. Looking at the mere 970 in his wallet, he realized the journey ahead would be challenging. He thought about the cooling capacity of refrigerators, the heating capabilities of electric stoves, and the laser precision of laser printers, all of which would require money to purchase. Li Hao pondered this and downloaded a stock trading app to start learning about investing. But he quickly discovered that making money through stock trading also carried significant risks. The stock market is filled with many operators, each capable of influencing it, and ordinary investors with little capital are often seen as easy targets. To confront them requires a substantial amount of capital, otherwise, one risks being taken advantage of. Considering it carefully, it's better to pass. Currently, he doesn't even have 1,000 in capital. Other hacking methods aren't great either. Having a sudden influx of money in his account would surely draw attention. He then recalled the prize money from billiard tournaments. Winning the tour championship offers a reward of 500,000, while the tournament champion could earn as much as 2 million. He had also thought about starting an online company. But even if he didn't hire anyone to manage it, he would still need money to buy servers. And to build a larger network company would require at least 1 million upfront. However, Li Hao wasn't in a hurry. Years of carefree living had cultivated his calm demeanor, and he didn't feel an urgent desire to become stronger. Instead, he was more interested in showing off his abilities once he acquired them. He thought, since he had nothing else to do, it would be nice to meet some world-class billiard players. Chapter 15. 6 Dan Go. Li Hao then used his internet access to sign up for the challenge, directly filling in his registration information using his hacking skills. He informed Chen Feng about his registration, and upon hearing this, Chen Feng expressed his desire to accompany him, eager to witness his rise to greatness. Sounding even more excited than Li Hao, as if he had just won a fortune. After chatting with Chen Feng for a while, Li Hao grew a bit bored. It was only a little past 7 p.m., and he wasn't ready to shower and sleep yet. He started browsing the news and was surprised to find that a video of him playing Black 8 had reached the 80th spot on trending topics. And it was still climbing, despite only half a day passing. Several trending topics were even related to him. The young man claims to be the king of billiards. Is he youthful and reckless, or simply outstanding? Lao Ding appears at a billiard hall. The truth is actually like this? 3 consecutive clearances. The billiards king is truly deserving of the title. A single shot of 147. Lao Ding has a worthy successor. Li Hao facepalmed, realizing he had to be more low-key. Otherwise, he would be recognized when going out, which would be a hassle. He then used his online skills to edit the original video, pixelating his face. After hacking into the phones of those who recorded the video and applying the same effect, he nodded in satisfaction. Just as Li Hao was about to exit the trending topics, he saw the top few searches and felt a sudden surge of annoyance. A Go master from a certain country was boasting on the international Go platform, claiming superiority over the Go community. The master had defeated a 9-Dan Go master and stated that no one could rival him. Li Hao originally didn't want to pay attention to these matters. But seeing the audacity of someone from a small region, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. With 2 days until the billiards challenge, he had some spare time and didn't mind playing with them. Subsequently, Li Hao began searching for various Go materials, mentally simulating a game of Go, watching videos of various masters, extracting the essence while discarding the dross, and continuously refining his own Go strategies. His mind was operating at high speed, and the consumption of energy was accelerating, but fortunately, his right hand was constantly charging. After nearly 2 hours, he mastered various strategies for the game of Go and downloaded an international Go game that could connect to the internet, allowing players from around the world to join. The highest rank in the game was 10 Dan, but very few had ever achieved it because the requirement for promotion to 10 Dan was to defeat 10 9 Dan Go masters. Currently, There were only 11 Go masters worldwide, and their skills were quite similar. Even when attempting the 10-Dan challenge, very few succeeded. Li Hao registered an account using his identification, choosing the username L, a very ordinary letter name. He then started matching, and due to his low rank, most of his opponents were relatively inexperienced players. By the next morning, his rank had soared to 6 Dan. Most players reaching 6 Dan were intermediate members of the Go Association, and Chen Kai was one of them, around 40 years old. Considered to be above average in skill within the Go Association of his country. He was also a live streamer on a platform, focusing on Go, and many fans of the game enjoyed watching his broadcasts. Chess friends, I'm just one game away from promoting to 7 Dan. And then I'll be a senior member of the association. Heh, Chen Kai said to his viewers. Go for it, Uncle Kai. I've been watching your streams, and I feel like my Go skills have improved a lot. Yeah, Uncle Kai, you're doing great. You share all your strategies, a true conscientious streamer. Alright, enough chit-chat. I'm going to start matching now. Saying this, Chen Kai clicked to match, and the system quickly found him an opponent. Huh, L. Could it be a foreign player? Streamer. Crush him. Let these foreigners know that Go is still best represented by our country, especially those from the pickled vegetable country, who shamelessly claim Go as their own. Sigh. Even Zheng Lao was defeated by that loud. Our 9-Dan master should come out and teach that old man a lesson. Alright, the stream has started. The opponent is at least a 6-Dan master, so he should be able to hold out against the streamer for a while. Huh. I don't understand this opponent's strategies at all. Yeah, why do I feel like he's playing randomly? Could he be a novice? From the looks of it, I feel like my skills are higher than his. What a joke for a 6-Dan master. Haha. Everyone, don't underestimate any opponent. Perhaps in the next second, he'll surprise you. Remember, in Go, the most important thing is to stay steady. But with how fast he's playing, it must be a younger player. Chen Kai said casually. He didn't quite understand the opponent's strategies, but he didn't see any moves that posed a threat to him. So he began to lay out his own game plan. That's quite possible. At this rank, who doesn't stop to think for a moment? The opponent is playing so quickly. Is this just giving points to the streamer? Congratulations to Kai for becoming a 7-Dan master. Haha, thanks everyone. I'll send a red envelope shortly. Haha. Chen Kai looked at his nearly formed strategy on the board, as if he could already see the congratulatory message for his promotion to 7-Dan popping up on the screen. Suddenly, after the opponent placed a piece, the system directly declared Chen Kai's defeat, with 2 large black characters freezing on the computer screen. The room fell silent, and Chen Kai was shocked. He couldn't react at all. What? How did this happen? Uncle Kai lost. How is that possible? Could it be a system error? What a joke. Even playing randomly could lead to a win? Guys, I just watched the video, and indeed Uncle Kai lost. That player was just too incredible, until the end. I couldn't grasp his strategy. It was only when the final piece was placed that the whole situation became clear, and Uncle Kai naturally lost. Wow. Hurry, post the video. This is amazing. Could it be a secondary account of a 9-Dan master? Oh my, I bet that player is definitely a genius. This strategy is simply brilliant. Indeed. All the tactics were unexpected, but once connected, everything seemed reasonable. So strong. Hiss. This strategy seems to be the essence of many masters. Who on earth could combine these tactics? That's just too powerful. After watching a replay, Chen Kai also expressed his shock. Uncle Kai, hurry, add that player as a friend. Yes, such a strong master. We need to find out which country they are from. Hiss, so strong. A 100 win rate after just 100 games to reach 6 Dan. Can this be true? Chen Kai clicked on L's profile, and the records were astonishing. So strong. No doubt a Master S secondary account. Definitely a 9 Dan. Huh. The registration shows it's from a certain country. Which master from our country is this? Who knows? L. Master Li Fumin? Among the 3 9-Dan masters from that country, only his name has the letter L in pinyin. It must be Master Li Fumin. This is solid evidence. Could it really be Chairman Li? Why would he use a secondary account? Is it because he is afraid of losing face if he challenges another player with his main account? That seems unlikely. I think it's possible. Didn't Team Master Zheng Jiangwo lose? Who knows how many keyboard warriors criticized him, so it's understandable for Chairman Li to be cautious. Chapter 16. Experience baby Li Guoqiang everyone. Stop guessing for now. Chairman Li's tactics are quite different, so it shouldn't be him. I'll invite him for a game to test it out, but he just started 5 minutes ago, so please wait a moment. Chen Kai said to the audience in the live stream. Alright, I bet it must be Chairman Li. This level is definitely that of a 9-Dan master. Wow. It's already been 6 minutes? Hurry, invite him and see if his record show wins. Chen Kai saw the reminder in the live stream and quickly clicked to invite. While on the other side, Li Hao, seeing someone inviting him for a match, thought for a moment and accepted. The other player was at 6 Dan level, and winning would also increase his experience points. When Chen Kai saw the other person agree, he didn't start immediately, but first checked Li Hao's records. Sure enough, 101 games, with a 100 win rate. Absolutely masterly, too strong. However, if not for this, I would have been washing my hair upside down. Chess friends, this time let's seriously observe each other's moves and see if they match the style of the president. We will make our judgments later. Chen Kai clicked to start, then addressed the viewers in the live stream. Everyone began to watch the match between the 2 players. Almost everyone turned on their screen recording, watching intently. The opening move was at the center, A common tactic, right? It seems so, yet it also feels different. The opponent's rank is too high, still hard to comprehend. The opponent's aggression seems quite strong in this game. Uncle Kai, hold on. After losing a game, Shun Kai realized the level of his opponent. Once he clicked start, he no longer paid attention to the viewers in the live stream, but focused intently on the computer screen. The more he played, the more he felt passive. Every move he made seemed to be anticipated by the opponent. As the game progressed, it became increasingly alarming for him, and before he knew it, a bead of sweat had formed on his forehead. Despite a large air conditioner running behind him, he still felt hot. Too strong. Uncle Kai was completely outmatched. The opponent showed no mercy. Incredible. Though I couldn't understand it, the atmosphere made me feel the opponent was really formidable, at the level of a 9th Dan master. Undoubtedly a 9th Dan master. Look, Uncle Kai is about to lose again. In the end, Shun Kai had no idea how to proceed. The system's countdown was dwindling, and the sweat on his forehead increased. He even felt a moment of mental short-circuiting, making a move he wasn't sure was right. Then, those two big black characters popped up again, defeat. Upon seeing these words, Shun Kai felt no shock, but rather a sense of relief. He wiped his sweat and ignored the comments from the viewers, instead getting up to grab a thermos, adding some goji berries, and pouring in hot water, shaking it. While his mind replayed the recent events, Uncle Kai, hang in there. This defeat was too devastating. It ended in less than 5 minutes, which was quite a blow for Uncle Kai. It seems the gap between 6th Dan and 9th Dan is indeed significant. It's like bullying a child, too strong. On the other hand, Li Hao did not linger and chose to match again, already aware of his opponent's tactics. The data in his mind simulated the moves, easily overpowering the opponent, so anyone who had played against Li Hao had basically revealed their strategies to him. Soon, Li Hao played over 10 matches and reached 7th Dan. At this point, the matching time took a bit longer, but he was already able to challenge opponents of higher ranks. Normally, to advance from 7th Dan to 8th Dan, one would need to play dozens of matches, which is a waste of time. Challenging higher ranks yields more experience points, and fewer matches are necessary. Li Hao then began to challenge those at 8th Dan, one of whom was also named Li Guoqiang, with a nickname matching his name, seemingly with an association certification. As soon as Li Guoqiang came online, he received a challenge, but instinctively wanted to decline upon seeing that the challenger was 7th Dan. However, when he noticed the displayed record, he showed a surprised expression. A 7th Dan player with 123 matches? A 100 win rate? How is that possible? Li Guoqiang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once he confirmed that he wasn't experiencing any vision problems, he clicked to agree. Soon after, the two started their match. Li Guoqiang, the son of Li Fumin, had reached an 8 Dan rank under the guidance of the 9 Dan master for decades, even before turning 50. At first, he struggled to understand his opponent's moves, but after a while, he sensed something was off and began to counterattack. However, his opponent was as slippery as an eel, making it difficult for him to gain the upper hand. He quickly realized that his opponent's skill was exceptionally high. Every move seemed defensive, but was actually strategic. Even he, a seasoned player, inadvertently fell into a trap and lost after 10 minutes. Unwilling to accept defeat, he invited his opponent again, who accepted immediately, and he chose to start another game. This time, he lost even faster, in about 8 minutes. He stood up instinctively, pondering his opponent's strategy. Finally, he realized that he had missed a crucial move. Frustrated, he covered his head with his hands and clicked to invite his opponent once more, vowing to win this time. However, reality was harsh. 7 minutes later, he was defeated again, and this time, he felt completely powerless. He stared blankly at the screen as the recent moves replayed in his mind. It turned out that his strategy had been completely seen through by his opponent, who had countered him perfectly. No wonder he lost so quickly. After coming to this realization, he clicked to invite his opponent for another match. But the system informed him that his invitation was declined. He was stunned. Did his opponent think he was too weak? After all, he was a top member of the Go Association. Little did he know that Li Hao had seen his name and was aware that accepting another challenge from him would yield no experience points, rendering it a waste of time. Thus he decisively declined. Li Guoqiang then selected another 8 Dan expert to challenge. Upon receiving the opponent's agreement, he entered the match. However, seeing the game begin, he felt restless. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opponent as a friend, so he couldn't even spectate. He remembered the opponent's ID and shared the video of their match in the top members group of the association, calling for all members to join in. Li Guoqiang, everyone. Is anyone free? I want to challenge this ID. Can I borrow your accounts? Lu Qingshan, don't you have your own account? Why borrow ours? Deng Weiqiang, don't you know how to watch the video? I guess this old guy lost badly and is frustrated, wanting to win back. But the opponent won't give him a chance, so he wants to borrow our accounts. Zhang Yonghong, hey, this person seems to have some skill. I just logged in and saw they have a 100 win rate at 7 Dan. Li Guoqiang, how many games did you play against them? Li Guoqiang, 3 games, all lost. The opponent has some strength, but I figured out their tactics. Old Zhang, lend me your account. I can definitely win back. Zhang Yonghong, haha, alright, ID, 832-1541, password. Let's break his 130 game winning streak. Li Guoqiang, sure, if I win, I'll treat you to my treasured fake yen, then I'm out. Lu Qingshan, Li Guoqiang. Do I get a share of your fate yin? I can bring my daughter Hong along. No response. Zhang Yonghong. He might have gone online. Let's wait for his good news. Chapter 17. Battle against Pu Guochang. On the other side, Li Hao received a challenge from a certified account named Zhang Yonghong. Seeing that the opponent was an 8-dan player, he clicked to accept without a second thought. However, after playing for a while, he realized something. Wasn't this the same 8-dan expert named Li Guoqiang from last time? Despite some changes in Li Guoqiang's tactics, Li Hao still figured it out. He smirked, thinking this was a perfect opportunity to gain experience, especially since it was hard to find someone to challenge. Well, let's have some fun with this one. He then adjusted his offensive rhythm, making the opponent feel as if they were close to winning, but still lost, creating a sense of frustration. In the end, Li Hao won 3 games in a row. Noticing that there hadn't been any challenge information for a while, he guessed the opponent was probably looking for another account, so he made himself a cup of coffee, stirring it slowly while waiting for the next challenge. In the top members group of the Go Association, Li Guoqiang saw Lu Qingshan's message and responded directly. Li Guoqiang, Lu Qingshan, can I borrow your account? You don't even need to bring your daughter Hong. Zhang Yonghong. Li Guoqiang, what's going on? Didn't win? Li Guoqiang, almost. Just a little bit more, I'll definitely win the next round. Zhang Yonghong, come on, you're being too weak. Losing in less than 10 minutes each time? This is what you call almost. My rank has dropped to 7 dan because of you. Lu Qingshan, what? Li Guoqiang, you're not letting your junior gain experience, are you? That's a bit too much for deceiving an old friend. Li Guoqiang, I swear, I'm not. I didn't don't say that. Lu Qingshan, fine. I'll go test the opponent's skill. Li Guoqiang, no matter if they're your junior or not, I won hold back. Li Guoqiang, alright, if you lose, you have to treat everyone to a drink with your daughter Hong. Lu Qingshan, no problem, but remember to bring your fate yin. Or Zhang 1T let you off the hook, haha. 30 minutes later, Lu Qingshan, Deng Weiqiang, can I borrow your account? The opponent has some skill, and I figured out their tactics. I'll definitely break their winning streak next time. Zhang Yonghong, this sounds so familiar. Didn't Li Guoqiang say the same thing when he borrowed an account last time? Right, Li Guoqiang? Li Guoqiang, Lu Qingshan, Zhang Yonghong, wow. Could there really be such a strong player? They managed to toy with both of you? Li Guoqiang, damn, thinking about it, that might actually be the case. Lu Qingshan, Deng Weiqiang, damn, I just checked, and the opponent has been fed to 8 dan by you two. This can't be a cheat, right? Could it be that previous robot? Li Guoqiang, it shouldn't be. The opponent's information is from a certain country, and their strategies are diverse, unlike a certain AI, but somewhat similar. The speed at which they play is incredibly fast, as if they don't need to think at all. Deng Weiqiang, I can confirm that the opponent is not that AI. You all should go check that old thief's livestream, the ID that challenged his 8th dan title. Is it the same as the one that defeated you? Li Guoqiang, hiss, it really is. Let's go watch the livestream and see how that old thief loses. On an international Go platform, in a dedicated livestream for 9th dan players, Pu Guochang frequently opens live streams to boast after challenging Master Zheng Zhengguo. Especially after calling out to 9th dan Masters Li Fumin and Zhang Kaiyang without any response, he became even more arrogant. In the livestream, he continuously slanders the Go community in a certain country, while excessively praising another country, his shameless demeanor attracting a lot of criticism from netizens from his own country, while netizens from other regions seem to be cheering him on. Suddenly, as Pu Guochang just logged into the international Go platform, he received a challenge. He thought it was a 9th dan master from his own country coming to challenge him, and was about to boast a bit. But upon seeing that the opponent's rank was 8th dan, he felt somewhat disappointed. Alas, the Go community in his country is just like this. An 8th dan actually dares to challenge me. Since it seems a bit boring, I'll let friends from various countries witness the strength of an 8th dan master from my country. Haha, Pu Guochang laughed and clicked to agree, causing a stir in the livestream. Who is challenging him? Isn't this just embarrassing? What is the point of making a fuss without a 9th dan? Can he really be stronger than Master Zheng Zhengguo? Sigh, I don't want to watch anymore. After being offline for 2 days, just seeing that old man's ugly face is nauseating. Although I admire his courage, this approach is really unwise. Look, an overconfident individual from the East dares to challenge beyond their rank. This is going to be a good show. Get lost. Even being overconfident is better than you Westerners. The match hasn't even started yet, and the insults have already begun, with both sides getting increasingly harsh. Li Hao watched quietly, sneering without making any comments. No matter how fierce the insults were, they didn't matter. His match with Pu Guochang was the key to determining the outcome. After playing so many matches, Li Hao was waiting for this moment, to decisively defeat that old man, and see how he would continue to act arrogantly. Once Pu Guochang clicked to start, their match began, and most netizens quieted down, focusing intently on their game. Li Hao had watched Pu Guochang's match videos, especially the ones against Zheng Zhengguo, and had to admit that the old man did have some skill, mastering various strategies and attack methods, even different formations. Even the first time Li Hao watched his videos, he felt he had gained a lot. However, after playing so many matches and synthesizing the essence from them, he had simulated a strategy to counter Pu Guochang, which he named the 100 pieces annihilation method. Every piece may seem useless, but they are crucial. Until the last piece, it's hard to notice their significance. Clearly, This strategy has left Pu Guochang somewhat bewildered, making him think it was a setup for failure, and he couldn't help but underestimate it. The tactics he had prepared seemed unnecessary now. Sigh, could this 8-dan master be here just for laughs? Is this the level of play? If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. Others are strategizing, and what qualifications do you have to comment with your mere 3-dan? You think being 6-dan is impressive? I, being 7-dan, can say for sure that this person doesn't know how to play. Who plays like this? Meanwhile, the audience in Chun Kai's livestream became lively. Li Hao's way of playing resembled his match against Chun Kai, but it was even more perplexing, except for Chun Kai, of course. Look, it's that tactic again, and it's become even more perfect. I'm curious to see how Pu Laoze will respond. If he doesn't catch on, within 100 moves, he will undoubtedly lose. Chun Kai exclaimed excitedly. Host, what do you think? I don't understand at all. Yeah, host, explain it. It's too profound. Yes, please explain. And we'll shower you with gifts. Chapter 18. Attention from the Go Association. Pay attention to the placement of those pieces. It looks chaotic, but there's a hidden danger. Every move seems easy to counter, but just when it gets to the halfway point, the offense is abandoned, leaving one unsure whether to defend or not. It's this feeling that, when there are enough pieces, suddenly creates a dominant position, and the situation can shift instantly. I was also caught off guard like this back then, Chun Kai said. Hearing you say that, it does seem to make some sense. But I still don't quite get it. The rank is too high. It's normal for us amateurs not to understand. Anyway, it just feels impressive. Don't underestimate him too much. He does have some skill, having combined various styles and notable game strategies. Unfortunately, he hasn't mastered them and is showing off in front of me. Just wait, I'll take him down in 10 minutes, Pu Guochang remarked as he played. Then began his layout to eliminate Zheng Jiangwo, a strategy he called the kimchi flow. Haha, the master's familiar tactic. If this person can lose to this move, that's fine too. Haha, I predict that within 100 moves, the master will win. The crowd cheered, lifting Pu Guochang high, causing a subtle smile to appear at the corner of his mouth. Li Hao, however, sneered and began his final layout, which appeared defensive but was actually an offensive maneuver. He is getting anxious and starting to defend. Unfortunately, my strategy has already taken shape. Can you defend against it? Pu Guochang watched as Li Hao's pieces closely followed his moves, resembling a moment before defeat, growing anxious. This game is decided. No matter what move he plays next, he will undoubtedly lose. Pu Guochang looked at his pieces, just one step away from victory, and began to boast in the livestream. The master is amazing. The master is incredible, winning in less than 100 moves, impressive. Just when everyone thought Pu Guochang was sure to win, a miraculous turn of events occurred as Li Hao made his final move. Instantly, all the pieces seemed to come alive, forming a brand new formation. And Pu Guochang's pieces were surrounded and eliminated. At that moment, a big word failure popped up on the screen in front of Pu Guochang. The entire internet fell silent. Everyone was stunned, followed by cheers, doubts, and disbelief. What the hell? How could the master lose? How is that possible? Who understood what happened? How did the master lose? Wow, Pu old thief, still arrogant? Finally got slapped in the face, right? You said you would win for sure, but it looks like you are bound to lose. Everyone, look at that old thief's face. It's as black as charcoal. It's hilarious, haha. Members of the Go Association, including Li Fumin and Zheng Jiangwo, stared at the screen, exchanging glances. Finally, Li Fumin spoke up. Old Zheng, did you see how L won? He asked the older gentleman beside him. If I'm not mistaken, this L combined various styles within 100 moves, including the Zaiusel, Gaogua, Mizong, Xiaolin, and Universe styles, and incorporated 16 types of moves and 32 formations. Especially the last move, it was like a single piece determining the outcome. If this strategy is L's original creation, then he is either a robot or a prodigious genius, Zheng Jiangwo said while stroking his beard. Grandpa, is this strategy very difficult? Why do you say that? A young and beautiful girl beside Zheng Jiangwo couldn't help but ask. Of course it's difficult, because this strategy can basically handle any moves, both offensive and defensive, and can be considered flawless. But it also has a downside. It requires a massive amount of calculation. Every piece the opponent plays has to change the strategy. So this method is not something an average person can execute, Zheng Jiangwo explained. Indeed, L's level should be above 9 dan. I thought about it myself, and I really can't find a way to counter it, Li Fumin added at this moment. Really? Then who is this L? Is he one of our association members? Can I take him as my teacher? Zheng Jiangwo's granddaughter, Zheng Qiutian, asked. She has loved Go since childhood, even using Go rankings as a standard to choose boyfriends. Now around 20 years old, she has already reached 6 dan in Go, and as the campus belle of a prominent university, many have pursued her, even sparking a trend in learning Go at her school. Unfortunately, very few truly delve into Go. Most are amateur enthusiasts with ranks usually below 3 or 4 dan, not worthy of her attention, which is why she remains single. Oh right, Oldly, do you know this L? I don't seem to have seen his association certification. Zheng Jiangwo suddenly recalled and asked. I don't know him. I noticed him during the match with Pu Old Thief and retrieved his information. He had just registered for 2 or 3 days, played over 160 matches, with a 100 win rate, no losses at all. Even his identity information seems to be encrypted. Even the technicians couldn't crack it, Li Fumin said. So mysterious? Can you invite him to the Go Association? Before Zheng Jiangwo could respond, Zheng Qiutian excitedly said, as if looking forward to something. We can learn to meow together. Hee. Why are you so concerned about others, girl? Don't overthink it. Maybe the other party is just an old man like us. Zheng Jiangwo chuckled. Not at all. They just want to be your apprentice, Zheng Qiutian said shyly, secretly hoping that the person was someone young like her, though the chances were slim. Haha, why not make me your master too? Haha, Li Fumin chimed in teasingly. Humph. President Li, you should win against my grandfather first, Zheng Qiutian retorted, not backing down. Haha, just kidding. I've been playing chess with old Zheng for most of my life. Who doesn't know each other's tricks? He probably taught you all my strategies, so I don't have much to teach you. However, I've already had someone contact him. Just not sure if he is willing to join the association. After all, he never shows off. He might be a hidden master, Li Fumin said. Look, that old thief is not willing to admit defeat and has challenged again, Zheng Qiutian said, unable to resist commenting as she watched the live stream of the renewed match. Soon, the group resumed their serious observation of the game, and the screen recording function had already been activated. Chapter 19, Promotion to 9 Dan indeed. Pu Guochang was stunned by his unexpected loss. After carefully reflecting on Li Hao's moves, he realized, as Zheng Jiangwo had said, that his defeat was not unjust. However, he considered himself stronger than Zheng Jiangwo and others, believing he was the closest to a 10 Dan among all 9 Dan. So how could he easily admit defeat? He blamed himself for underestimating his opponent and decided he had to win back his honor by challenging again. Li Hao, on the other hand, was not going to disappoint him and accepted the challenge, actually looking forward to humiliating this old thief a bit more. Unfortunately, even though Pu Guochang played seriously, he still lost in the end, but he took a bit longer this time, which seemed to inspire him in some way. Phew, this L is indeed impressive. If nothing unexpected happens, they must be from our neighboring country. Who would have thought their SA9 Dan player from there? Pu Guochang shamelessly said again, issuing another challenge, feeling like he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Unfortunately, his words angered Li Hao. Get lost, I'm not from there. I just wanted to play with you, but now I'll make sure you lose even more thoroughly. However, to avoid any misunderstandings, he typed a few big words in the game chat. I bought a watch last year. I'm from Huagua. Suddenly, the public screen was filled with 666. I knew L must be from our country. This old thief, how shameless. Why don't you say the moon belongs to your country? Why don't you say the sun is from your country? So shameless. L, you're awesome. You're my idol now. Old thief, I bought a watch last year. Haha, that feels good, really good. Is this the quality of Eastern people? Get lost, all of you shameless folks. The live stream was lively again, while Zheng Qiutian, far away at the chess association, suddenly felt her face flush and her heart race upon reading those words. Although it was just a few words, the tone clearly indicated that the opponent was definitely not an elderly master, but most likely a young person. The older generation wouldn't use the language of the youth. Pu Guochang liked Go, and since Go originated from a certain country, he naturally understood some Chinese. In an instant, he grasped the meaning behind Li Hao's words, and he felt a surge of anger. Come on, make your move. If I win this round, I can be promoted to 9 Dan. Don't waste my time. Li Hao typed again. Humph, promoted to 9 Dan? Dream on. You will definitely lose this game. I'll show you my true strength. Pu Guochang snorted coldly and began the match. He employed a strategy based on Li Hao's moves, but unfortunately, it had already been seen through by Li Hao. Under Li Hao's relentless pressure, he fell once again into Li Hao's trap. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, a sign he wasn't even aware of, but which the live audience noticed. Haha, this old man can't be arrogant now. Just look at him. It's too funny. Yeah, L is amazing. The old man has no resistance at all. His moves are getting slower and slower. The audience in the live stream couldn't stop mocking him. Seeing Pu Guochang take too long to make a move, Li Hao couldn't help but type another message. Why don't you make a move? You can't be out of ideas, can you? Is your 9 Dan rank fake? Or is it inconvenient because your aunt is visiting? Pu Guochang glanced at Li Hao's words, his teeth clenched in anger, but he remained silent. This game was crucial. Another loss would mean a third defeat. His opponent was 8 Dan, a challenge at a higher level. If he lost again, he might drop from 9 Dan to 8 Dan. At that point, he would become the laughingstock of everyone, which he could not tolerate. However, some things were beyond his control. Victory and defeat were always in the hands of the strong, and clearly, he was not among them. Haha, L, well done. This old man is dragging his feet. Hurry up. Yeah, bring back that previous arrogance. Make your move. Don't dawdle. The audience from the certain country was thrilled, while others remained silent. Pu Guochang's state was clearly one of uncertainty about winning, as the sweat on his forehead increased. Fortunately, this was an online match, and there was a time limit for making moves. If he didn't play, the system would automatically make a move for him once time ran out, leaving him no choice. Reluctantly, Pu Guochang made a move to what he thought was the best position. However, upon reading Li Hao's words, he felt a sudden knot in his stomach. I thought you could at least hold on for a few more moves, since you're seeking your own demise. If you had played to 1620, you might have lasted a few more seconds, but you chose 1621. You've really disappointed me. Alright, now that you've seen clearly, let us end this. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, his piece appeared on the board once again, instantly forming that peculiar formation. And Pu Guochang's screen displayed the two big characters, defeat. Pu Guochang's eyes widened, as if his heart had stopped. The system's pop-up that followed made him so furious that he felt faint. Your rank has dropped to the 8th level. On the other hand, images of advancing to the 9th level appeared in Li Hao's mind. Looking at the unconscious Pu Guochang in the live stream, he smiled and exited the Go website and the International Go game interface, completely ignoring the friend request notifications showing 99 requests. The online community became lively, especially with the sight of Pu Guochang being carried away, as netizens celebrated with fireworks. The match between Li Hao and Pu Guochang also trended on social media. Master L from Huagua defeats Pu Guochang 3 times. Pu Guochang's 9th Dan title is undeserved. Master L's latest strategies leave Pu Guochang with no countermeasures. Huagua's 4th 9th Dan Master L. Video of L's match, classic game replay. Who exactly is L? At that moment, almost everyone who loved Go wanted to know the answer, but unfortunately, no one knew. I have decided, I must become a disciple of L. I want to be the 5th 9th Dan Master of Huagua. Zheng Qiutian couldn't help but raise her fist and declare this bold statement. Hee, girl, before you become a 9th Dan Master, why not find a boyfriend first? Otherwise, when you grow old without becoming a 9th Dan Master and without a boyfriend, how regrettable that would be. Haha, Li Fumin teased. Humph, once I become L's disciple, my first challenge will be you. By then, your position as president will be mine, Zheng Qiutian replied. Haha, I welcome the challenge. If you can bring L to the association, I wouldn't mind giving my president position to both of you. Haha, Li Fumin laughed again. Humph, I will definitely find him. My intuition tells me I will meet him, Zheng Qiutian said. Haha, I look forward to it. Go for it, little Qiutian. Chapter 20. Fusion Scanner Printer. I don't know why, but ever since I fused my computer and phone, as long as the battery is sufficient, Li Hao never feels tired. He has played Go for a whole day and night, and still feels energetic. Tomorrow, he will go to the billiard club for a competition. Li Hao recalled the list of appliances he planned to buy and the balance of less than 1,000. He thought of several ways to make money from home: writing novels, posting short videos, publishing various articles, stock trading, streaming, and so on. Stock trading requires capital and carries certain risks. Although he can access real-time news through his internet capabilities, the stock market is often manipulated by traders. Without substantial funds, it's easy to be taken advantage of. Using his hacking skills to make money feels a bit contrary to his original intentions, so he decided against it. Then, he registered on Douyi, using the nickname L, and published his classic games. He also created an author account on Tomato Novel Network, naming himself Awakening Dragon, symbolizing a newly awakened dragon. Although writing novels may not yield immediate income, it has long-term sustainability. As long as the writing is good, there can be ongoing earnings. Especially since he has fused his phone and computer, allowing him to generate text quickly from the plots in his mind without typing. With his super processing ability, producing thousands of words in minutes is not a problem. Before writing the novel, he needed to understand the market and what types of novels were popular. As he gathered enough information, ideas began to form in his mind. The first novel, a fantasy type titled Grave God, tells the story of a person who has been dead for tens of thousands of years suddenly coming back to life. The main storyline spans about 10 million words, and he completed it in an hour, saving it in a folder in his mind. The second novel, an urban fantasy titled Godslayer, narrates mythological stories set in a modern city. In this world, deities are forbidden from entering human realms, and they will be purged from the human world. This novel contains around 5 million words and was finished in half an hour. The third novel is a doomsday game type called Apocalypse Armor, which tells the story of a universe where humans are kept in a doomsday game after being captured by powerful beings using cosmic treasures. The protagonist grows stronger step by step, ultimately defeating the guardian and the owner of the cosmic treasure. This story is approximately 20 million words long and took him 2 hours to complete. The fourth novel, a fantasy with a twist, is titled Beast Mastery. It revolves around a protagonist whose beast is different from others, constantly showing off, occasionally driving fast, and ultimately leading to the protagonist's ascension to godhood. This novel also has around 5 million words. After finishing, he uploaded about 100,000 words of each novel and applied for a contract, then stopped paying attention to them. It was just in time for a meal, so he ordered takeout and casually checked the videos he had just released. To his surprise, he found that his account had already gained 20,000 followers, and his videos had received many comments, mostly asking if he was the real deal. Even the platform sent him a system notification with a certification link for an international Go website. After some thought, he clicked on the certification, and his account now displayed colorful text indicating he was a Go master. Instantly, his follower count skyrocketed to 1 million. Masters can also play online. I knew it had to be the real master. Otherwise, how could these videos exist? How old is the master this year? Does he have a girlfriend? Don't dream. Maybe the master's daughter is already 30. Master, where are you from? I want to learn Go. Can I be your disciple? Master L, I am a member of the Go Association. Could you join us? However, he didn't respond to any of them. Not because he didn't want to, but because there were too many questions, and he simply couldn't be bothered to reply. With nothing else to do, he tapped his pen, suddenly enjoying the feeling of being a strong figure. After finishing his meal, he accidentally noticed the scanner printer he had bought earlier. Remembering how he had absorbed a night vision device to gain night vision abilities, he wondered if he could also gain scanning capabilities by absorbing the scanner printer. He then picked up the scanner printer, activated the absorption function, and consumed 50,000 zombie points. Gain scanning function. Gain drawing function. These two simple functions cost him 50,000 zombie points, leaving him with only 150,000 points left. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to absorb many more items before running out. However, the gains are substantial. The scanning function is impressively powerful, and the key scanning lock feature has been significantly enhanced, now equipped with tracking capabilities. When combined with data analysis tools, it allows for quicker identification of desired data while filtering out unnecessary information. The drawing function is also remarkable, granting him almost godlike artistic abilities. With a pencil, he can excel at sketching. With a ballpoint pen or even a fountain pen, he can become a master artist. However, when it comes to using a brush, he may fall short, producing only average results. He then picked up the ballpoint pen he used to sign rental contracts, found a sheet of A4 paper, and looked at the roses on the balcony, beginning his work. His hand moved back and forth on the paper so quickly that it was almost impossible to see its shadow, and soon the A4 paper displayed the image of a rose and its pot from top to bottom. Finally, a blue rose drawing was completed. Although it didn't look particularly realistic, the depiction was quite complete. He realized that this so-called drawing ability had enhanced his control over his hand, enabling him to reproduce images like a printer. However, this drawing method felt too rigid and could easily lead to misunderstandings. He began searching online for various drawing techniques and videos from skilled artists, continuously summarizing and simulating efficient drawing methods suited to him. After about 2 hours, he finally developed his own drawing style, which incorporated both sketching and ballpoint pen techniques. He took out another A4 sheet, picked up the ballpoint pen, and started his operation. Every line, curve, sharp angle, and shadow became remarkably perfect. In the end, the paper looked like it had blossomed with a blue rose, with water droplets appearing lifelike and shadows looking very natural. Li Hao looked at his drawing, nodding in satisfaction. Soon after, he transformed into a drawing enthusiast, creating various flowers, plants, and trees. Each piece seemed to have a 3D effect and was intricately detailed. He only stopped when the ink in his pen ran out. Chapter 21. Shen shooting this day marked Li Hao's trip to the International Billiards Club in the city to participate in a challenge match. Shen Feng took a day off specifically to accompany Li Hao to the club. Neither of them had a car, and their location was somewhat far from the club. Fortunately, there was a subway that went directly there, so they took the subway together. The subway ride took about an hour, during which Shen Feng chatted nonstop, clearly excited, as if he were the one competing. After a short while, a beautiful girl entered their subway car. She was about 1.7 meters tall, slender, with flowing long hair dyed military gray, and her delicate face was striking. Wearing very short shorts that revealed her long legs, she instantly silenced Shen Feng, who kept stealing glances at her. "What is up, Feng girl? Have you taken a liking to someone else?" Li Hao said with a smile. "Hey, howsy? Isn't that girl nice?" Shen Feng said to Li Hao, showing an expression that only men understand. "Then why don't you go ask for her contact? After all, you're a manager at a company, and your salary is at least over 10,000. You could definitely charm a pretty girl," Li Hao teased. "Sigh, with my salary, I can't even afford a house in this city, and my company is just a small one. It's really tough to settle down here," Shen Feng said, suddenly at a loss for words. "The housing prices here are indeed too high. It's impossible to buy a house just by working." "Haha, let us not talk about that. Do you want her contact?" Li Hao asked. "Of course, but if I ask directly, I'd probably get rejected," Shen Feng replied. "Hehe, do you believe I can make her add you willingly?" Li Hao said with a smile. "I don't believe it. Nowadays, girls don't like random advances. You better not go, or others might think you're a creep," Shen Feng warned. "Haha, I won't approach her, and I'll make her willingly add you." "Take out your notebook and pen," Li Hao said, reaching out, knowing that Shen Feng had a notebook and pen in his bag. Perhaps a habit from his years in management at a small company. "Let us see how you make her willingly add me," Shen Feng said as he pulled out the notebook and handed it to Li Hao. "Just watch," Li Hao said as he opened the notebook, chose a blank page, took out a pen, and started drawing. Shen Feng's pen was a black marker, similar in function to a ballpoint pen, so it was no challenge for Li Hao. His hand moved quickly across the paper, and Shen Feng thought he was writing something, not paying much attention as he occasionally glanced at the girl. When the girl noticed his gaze, she turned around, revealing her stunning back. After watching for a while, Shen Feng looked back at Li Hao, feeling a bit regretful about the content in the notebook. He was shocked when he saw that the originally blank notebook now had a lifelike drawing of a beautiful girl. And that resemblance was uncanny. "Wow, Howsy, you're amazing. You actually have this skill?" Shen Feng exclaimed in surprise. Although he didn't know Li Hao very well before, he had never heard that Li Hao could draw, especially not so realistically, which completely changed his perception of him. "What is your contact number?" Li Hao asked after finishing the drawing. 334-5678, Shen Feng said instinctively. Then, Li Hao quickly wrote down a few big characters. Just then, the girl stood up. Preparing to leave, Li Hao hurriedly tore off the drawing and called out to Shen Feng. Hurry, give this to her. Li Hao handed the paper to Chen Feng, urging him to give it to the girl quickly, or else they would miss her when she got off. Beautiful girl, wait. Chen Feng, realizing the urgency, instinctively grabbed the paper and walked towards her. What is up? The girl turned back to Chen Feng with a wary expression, which surprised him. He didn't expect her to not only be good-looking, but also have such a pleasant voice. After handing her the paper, he quickly returned to the subway. Initially, Shin Shooting was reluctant to take it, but seeing Chen Feng's anxious look as if he would just leave it on the ground, she accepted the paper. As she watched the figures disappear after the subway doors closed, she felt a bit puzzled. It wasn't until she looked at the paper in her hand, with the vivid portrait drawn on it, that she gasped in surprise, especially at the lines created by the pen, which still carried a faint scent of ink. Everything indicated that this was drawn during the 2 stops she had just ridden. The drawing was astonishingly beautiful. This person was surprisingly talented. Shin Shooting studied the picture closely, still in shock, as it perfectly captured the eyes, features, and even the scene, looking even better than her beautified selfies. The drawing also included a few words. I used to not believe in love at first sight, but seeing you at this moment, I do. If we never meet again, how could I bear the pain of missing you? I want to know you. If you want to know me too, here is my contact, TT 3345679. Hehe. Is this person really that interesting? Alright, I'll add you. She thought as she picked up her phone and opened the app. Hey, what did you write up there? Chen Feng asked Li Hao after returning from the subway. Are you sure you want to know? Li Hao teased, seeing Chen Feng's expression. Of course. Hurry up and tell me. I didn't even get a chance to look. Chen Feng pushed Li Hao with a bit of annoyance. I said, girl. Want to hang out? All night for 2,000. If you want to, add me on TT, Li Hao said earnestly. You're so bad. Wait, are you serious? Chen Feng was speechless and almost ready to strangle Li Hao. Just then, he received a friend request notification and glanced at Li Hao before opening his phone. Sure enough, the girl really added him, and her profile picture was one of her selfies. Chen Feng grinned lewdly and clicked to accept. Wow, howsy, she really added me. You're amazing. Chen Feng exclaimed to Li Hao, just as the girl sent him a message. Shin Shooting. Hi, I'm Shin Shooting. What about you? Chen Feng. Hi, I'm Chen Feng. Nice to meet you. Shin Shooting. Hehe, your drawing is great. Do you study art? Chen Feng realized she misunderstood and thought he was the one who drew it. He hesitated about whether to tell the truth and then showed the chat history to Li Hao. Howsy, how should I respond? I can't draw. If I say I didn't will she delete me? Chen Feng said. This is a dilemma. If you say no, she might become interested in me. Which isn't good. Just say yes. If she wants you to draw again, I can help you with a few more, Li Hao suggested after thinking. But what if the lie gets exposed later? Chen Feng asked again. Let it be exposed, then. Do you think the first time you see someone, you're thinking about marrying them? That is unlikely, right? Li Hao looked at Chen Feng seriously, which suddenly gave Chen Feng a feeling of enlightenment. Yes, this kind of girl is not someone he can handle. He currently has no car and no house. Even if he wants to marry someone else, he can't afford the betrothal gifts. Why think so much? It's just flirting, merely a hobby, and he shouldn't take it too seriously. Well, that makes sense. Maybe she has a boyfriend. Alright, I got it. You can help me draw a few pictures. I can use them to show off a bit. Haha. Chen Feng said with a smile after thinking it over. Just realize that. Don't believe in any so-called love. This society is realistic. Once you have money, everything will follow. You know, Li Hao said. He currently had no feelings for so-called love. He had dated before, but marriage was out of the question. Being single was great. However, seeing Chen Feng chatting with a girl with a smile, he picked up his notebook again to draw. He painted flowers, trees, animals, and plants. But after noticing Chen Feng's lewd expression while chatting with the girl, he decided to draw some colorful pictures for him, such as the girl's sleepwear, bikini, nurse, secretary, and various uniforms, each with a spring-like expression. Then, with a smirk, he wrote a few big words at the top. A little playfulness brings joy. Excessive play harms the body, and the strong will vanish into thin air. Chapter 22. 3 rounds of selection. An hour quickly passed, and Chen Feng was still chatting with the girl. It was only after Li Hao reminded him that they had arrived at their station. After getting off the subway, Li Hao put the notebook and pen back into Chen Feng's bag without paying attention to him, heading towards the club on his own. Did you have a good chat with her? We're here, Li Hao said, looking at the big words in front of the Magic City International Billiards Club. Well, no more chatting. Let's go in, Chen Feng said after saying a few more words to the girl, putting away his phone and walking towards the club with her. Today was the day the challenge competition started, and many people had arrived at the club, most of whom were there to participate in the challenge. Li Hao knew the process and directly took Chen Feng to the queue for numbers. It's worth mentioning that obtaining a number required payment, about 500 yuan, mainly to prevent those who lacked self-awareness from signing up casually. The challenge wasn't just about walking in and directly challenging someone on the leaderboard. First, participants were assigned to 10 selection areas. Those who successfully advanced in the selection areas would then face off in pairs. The process continued until only the last 10 remained, who would then compete for the top 48 rankings. The challenge would last about 3 days, after which the rankings would be finalized. 3 days later, the top 144 players globally would collectively head to a certain city for a tournament, competing for a spot in the world's top 16. Finally, These 16 members would automatically go to a castle for the World Championship a week later. After getting the number, Li Hao and Chen Feng entered the selection area together. Each participant could bring an assistant, and Chen Feng's role was to be Li Hao's assistant. Upon entering the selection area, there were 3 rows of snooker tables, each with 10 tables, and the first 10 people would begin the selection process at the first row of tables. Yes, the selected task is to solve the balls. Once the first ball is cleared, the second ball can be attempted, and after clearing the second, the third ball can be tackled. If all 3 are cleared, one can enter the amateur challenge, competing for a spot in the top 10. There are approximately 30,000 participants in this competition, each appearing to be full of confidence. There are 10 tables, and each participant has only one chance. Each table has 7 balls, and each person can only take 1 shot at a time, including positioning the balls. Generally, each person needs about 3 minutes. Li Hao's number is 168, which means he is in the 17th round. After waiting for nearly an hour, it was finally his turn. During that time, he saw many people leaving in disappointment, likely having been eliminated in the first round. Once inside, he had only 1 minute to choose his cue and take his shot. He selected a relatively straight cue and looked at the table. He aimed to hit a red ball located at the bottom edge, with other colored balls blocking the path of the white ball. Since it was the first round, it was relatively simple. As long as he made contact with the cushion and hit the red ball, he would pass without needing to pocket it. Li Hao scanned the table and felt the surface, quickly calculating the direction, angle, and force needed for the shot. He positioned the cue with his left hand and held the cue with his right, aimed at a specific spot on the white ball, and struck with force. With a loud thud, the white ball bounced off the cushion and struck the red ball, which then rolled smoothly into the left pocket. Li Hao advanced to the second round amidst the staff's expressionless faces. The second round had fewer participants, and the time was extended to 2 minutes for observation. There was one person ahead of him taking their shot. By observing the angle of their shot, Li Hao quickly realized that this person was likely to be eliminated. As he expected, the person barely missed the target ball and left the venue with a sigh. The staff arranged the balls again, and Li Hao approached to check the positions of the white ball and the target ball. This time, the difficulty increased slightly. Previously, the white ball was near the center with the target ball at the bottom edge, making it manageable for most skilled players. Now, the white ball was on the side, and the target ball was near the right pocket, obstructed by a cluster of other balls. Although it was possible to hit off the cushion, the angle was tricky. Sometimes, even those who participated in world championships might struggle with such a shot. However, this did not faze Li Hao. After assessing the angle, he quickly took his shot with great force. The white ball hit the cushion and then struck the target ball directly, pocketing it once again. In the third round, no one else was playing, and the time limit increased to 10 minutes, with the difficulty ramping up again. The white ball was 30 centimeters away from other obstructing balls, and there were also balls closely positioned next to the target ball. According to Li Hao's calculations, he would need to hit off the cushion at least twice to make the shot. Although he could hit the first cushion, it would only graze the edge, effectively giving his opponent an opportunity to play. After Li Hao thought it through, he decided to take 2 shots, striking the white ball hard again. The ball bounced twice and hit the target ball once more, successfully potting it into the pocket. After advancing through 3 rounds, Li Hao entered a large lounge where around 10 people were already present. Chen Feng had also come from the viewing area to the lounge, and the two found a seat to sit down. It seems that this world championship is not something just anyone can participate in. Just that 3-round selection can eliminate most people, Chen Feng remarked. Well, it's not that difficult, Li Hao replied. Of course, it's not too difficult for you. You're aiming for the championship. For me, it might be a bit challenging. I might not even get past the second round, Chen Feng said. By the way, how's it going with that girl? What's her name? Where is she from? Does she have a partner? Li Hao asked. Not much to say. She's a local. Just like you, and her family collects rent too. She doesn't have a partner, and her name is quite nice, Shin Shooting. You might want to consider her. It seems like a good match, Chen Feng replied. I'll pass. She's not my type, Li Hao said, taking the water the waiter handed him and placing it on the table. I get it. You prefer someone more voluptuous. No wonder you drew her with exaggerated curves. By the way, what do those last few words mean? What does strong abduction turns to ashes mean? Am I that kind of person? Chen Feng recalled something and asked Li Hao. Hee, I just thought you'd like that, so I drew it that way. Haha, Li Hao laughed. You must be put off by her size. That's why you don't like her. Unlike you, I like both big and small. Haha, Chen Feng chuckled as well. The two chatted and laughed, discussing rather inappropriate topics. But thankfully there weren't many people around them. Chapter 23, 147 again soon. More people filled the lounge, totaling around 100 individuals. It was unclear if they were all contestants or if some were assistants like Chen Feng. As everyone took their seats, the club officially began serving lunch. After lunch, which ended around 1 p.m., everyone returned to the area with approximately 50 billiard tables. Then, the system automatically assigned the 100 people into pairs for a best-of-3 match. The winners would advance to the top 50, while the losers would be directly eliminated, with no possibility of revival. There were 50 staff members acting as referees. Li Hao looked at the screen displaying his name and saw he was assigned to table 26, where his opponent was also present. Without exchanging words, they exchanged glances and began to draw lots for the break. The method was simple, a coin flip for heads or tails. Li Hao called tails, and when the staff tossed the coin, he realized that his opponent would break first. He found a stool and sat down. The person saw it was his turn to break and, without hesitation, positioned the white ball and gently pushed it. The white ball hit the cluster of red balls, producing a faint sound, but none of the red balls scattered, except for one that was left isolated, with a relatively large angle for a potential shot. After a glance, he satisfiedly put away his cue and gestured to Li Hao that it was his turn to play. Li Hao took a look, picked up his cue, wiped the tip, aimed at the lower left corner of the white ball, targeted the red balls, and struck forcefully. The red balls went in with a crisp sound, and the white ball spun back, hitting the cluster of red balls, causing many to scatter. 1 point, the staff member noted, awarding Li Hao a point. Li Hao assessed the position of the black ball. Although it wasn't a straight shot, it was still possible to pot it. He then chose to aim for the black ball, using the same technique. With a solid strike, he scored again. His opponent, watching Li Hao's various impressive shots, was left in shock. Ultimately, Li Hao scored 147 points in that frame, winning the match, while his opponent was left wide-eyed, somewhat speechless at encountering such a skilled player. However, he didn't give up. In the second frame, Li Hao broke, and his opponent replicated a similar shot, leaving only one red ball exposed. Waiting to see if Li Hao could seize the opportunity, the opponent took a look and aimed at the exposed red ball, but opted for a high shot. He managed to pot the red ball, but unfortunately didn't position the white ball well enough to hit the black, leaving him to play the yellow, green, or brown balls. And he chose the higher-scoring brown ball. Although he scored, the white ball ended up near the red balls, but didn't touch any. Seeing the clustered red balls, he decided to play defensively, lightly hitting a red ball to bring it closer to the cluster. The white ball stopped near the yellow ball. Although he didn't achieve his goal, he nodded in satisfaction and put away his cue. Li Hao looked at the red balls and then at the position of the white ball, mentally simulating various shots. Finally, he picked up his cue and struck the white ball hard, sending it quickly into the cluster of red balls. The red balls exploded outward, and one of them conveniently rolled into the pocket. His opponent raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this person was quite lucky. Li Hao, not wanting to waste time, aimed for the black ball and made his shot. He scored with a sequence of red and black balls, finishing with a total of 142 points. Li Hao won again, taking 2 consecutive frames, rendering the third frame unnecessary. His opponent, resigned, shook Li Hao's hand and said, "Brother, you are too amazing. You didn't give me a chance at all. Just luck, just luck." Li Hao replied with an awkward smile. In a game, one must give their all to defeat their opponent. That is the respect owed to them. Little did he know, others might think that the more he gave way, the happier they would be. After returning to the Shushichu, Li Hao chatted with Chen Feng again as they waited for the matches for the top 50 players. At that moment, he discovered that all 4 of the novels he submitted had passed the review, and he was prompted to apply for a contract. He then filled in the silver card number linked to his TT account and signed the contract. To his surprise, the contract was quickly approved, and he received a message from an editor adding him as a friend on TT. After considering it for a moment, he agreed, and the editor started talking, introducing herself as his editor and saying that he could reach out to her if he had any questions. After exchanging a few words, their conversation ended, and Li Hao began uploading his manuscripts. Unfortunately, the upload process was a bit slow, as each chapter needed to be reviewed and uploaded one by one. He spent an hour uploading around 100 chapters for each book and then left it alone. Each of his books had thousands of chapters, and he wasn't worried about the results since they had just been uploaded. Fortunately, he was uploading from his mind, so as long as he had time, he could continue uploading. Just as he was preparing to compete, the novel site system notified him that he had reached the recommended word count and asked if he wanted to recommend it. After clicking yes, he arrived at the venue for the top 50 competition. This time, he was assigned to table 20, and there was an additional staff member present, one acting as a referee and the other as a scorekeeper. His opponent quickly arrived at the scene, and one of the staff members, after glancing at the two, spoke up. This match was to determine who would advance from the top 50 to the top 25, and then from the top 25 to the top 13. Since one additional player would be included, the officials decided that the player with the highest single-round score among those entering the top 25 could directly advance to the top 13 without participating in the top 13 match. The other 24 would compete for the remaining 12 spots. If there were more than 2 players with the highest single-round score, the second highest score from those players would determine who directly advanced to the top 13. With that, both players were encouraged to give it their all. After that, they drew lots again, and this time, Li Hao drew the chance to break first. Initially, he wanted to play low-key, but to save time, he decided to go all out. He positioned the cue ball, struck it with force, and broke apart the red balls, sinking one into a pocket while leaving the black ball exposed. Then, he began his performance. 1 point, 8 points, 9 points, 17 points. Each shot was perfectly executed, and the positions where the cue ball stopped were just right. His opponent, holding the cue, could only watch in disbelief as Li Hao sank all the balls without getting a chance to take a shot. 147 points, 147 again. Li Hao achieved his second 147 score since the competition began. His opponent, somewhat speechless, covered his forehead, unsure of what to say. With such skill, there was no doubt that advancing to the top 44 in the tour was completely achievable. Why had someone with such talent never been heard of before? Perhaps he didn't know that soon Li Hao's name would resonate throughout the entire billiards community. Chapter 24. Chun Feng's boldness. The match was still ongoing. In the second round, it was that person's turn to break, but he couldn't manage to pocket a ball like Li Hao did, so he opted for a defensive shot. The cue ball gently touched the pile of red balls, only slightly nudging the leftmost red ball, without pocketing any. However, this did not pose a challenge for Li Hao. He scanned the table and began simulating data, performing various calculations, and applying theoretical formulas to determine the optimal angle for his shot. With a crack, the pile of red balls exploded, and once again, he pocketed a red ball, with the black ball also becoming available. Seeing this, the opponent felt a chill in his heart. It was over. He had no opportunity to take a shot. As expected, Li Hao secured the round with a score of 147, leaving his opponent astonished. The opponent glanced at Li Hao, then at his name, before putting down his cue and walking out. The staff also gave Li Hao a deep look before starting to clear the table, recording the scores and uploading the results. Li Hao returned to the lounge, where Chen Feng, watching the monitor, saw Li Hao's impressive performance and couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. "Haozi, you are too amazing. Look at this, you will definitely become famous in the future. How about I become your agent? If you want to take on any advertisements or avoid certain commercial activities, I can help you with all of that," Chen Feng said. "Sure. But do you want a fixed salary or a share? Just let me know. I want to take on too many commercial activities. In the future, if I have the funds, I plan to start my own company. If you're willing to join me, you can come work at my company." Li Hao replied after some thought. Chen Feng was decent in character and ability, and they got along well, so Li Hao didn't mind helping him out. "Haha, okay. Just set the salary as you see fit. I believe you won't shortchange me. Haha, I can't call you Haozi anymore. I have to call you General Li." Chen Feng laughed. "All right, since that's the case, I've thought about it and want to start an internet company. However, I currently don't have the funds. Are you willing to invest? I can give you shares," Li Hao said. If Chen Feng was willing to invest, he would become a shareholder. If not, Li Hao would have to wait until he had money to start the company himself. "I've been working for about 7 years and have around 300,000 in savings. If I invest 300,000, how much equity will you give me?" Chen Feng asked. "Well, based on my budget for the company, it should have a turnover of over 100 million. I estimate needing to invest over 1 million initially. How about I give you 10 equity? I promise that regardless of how the company develops in the future, your 10 will not be diluted," Li Hao stated. He currently had no money. So if Chen Feng was willing to invest, all the startup funds would have to come from him, especially since, at this point, there was no framework for the company, and they didn't even know what business to pursue. Everything was still just talk, meaning Chen Feng would be taking on significant risk. If Li Hao truly deceives him, then his 300,000 may be completely lost. This is also Li Hao testing him, to see if he has the vision and the courage. "All right, I believe you. I will quit my job when I get back." After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng decided to take a gamble. He recognized Li Hao's capabilities. And even if Li Hao didn't start a company but became a billiards champion star, he could quickly earn back that 300,000. Most importantly, his intuition told him that if he refused, he would definitely regret it. The opportunity for his own success lay with Li Hao. Then, Li Hao asked Chen Feng to first look into the materials required for registering an internet company and various things to pay attention to. He began checking the books he had just uploaded. The Tomato Novel website has a dedicated app for authors, and Li Hao downloaded one. When he logged in, he saw ratings of 99 for sections, chapters, and reviews, which made him smile slightly. Most reviews were for Apocalypse Armor and Beast Mastery, as these two had a faster pace. Although there were comments on Godslayer and Tomb God, not many people read those due to the shorter word count. For Apocalypse Armor, the reviews included, "I love eating tomatoes, 5 stars. This is a good apocalyptic game novel, with an innovative theme, worth a look. Shendong, 5 stars. The writing is superb, captivating right from the start, it's a masterpiece. Keep it up, author. Dream Chicken, 5 stars. The pinnacle of apocalyptic literature, quite good." For Beast Mastery, the reviews included, "Heavenly Potato, 5 stars. The author's storytelling skills are top-notch. I ran out of tissues. Drive slower. The pace is too fast. Be careful not to get reported. 3 Sounds 9 Prisons, 5 stars. The best in the Beast Master genre, incredibly entertaining. But there are a bit too many distractions. The author should focus more on the plot and less on side stories." The Tomato Novel website also offers full attendance payments, 600 yuan for 4,000 words, 800 yuan for 6,000 words, and after reaching 100,000 words. Earnings of 100 yuan can start being counted from the following month. Today happened to be the 15th. If he had to wait until next month, he didn't want to wait, and since it was just a small amount of money, he didn't care much. He then crazily uploaded more chapters again. 2 hours later, he had uploaded another 200 chapters for each book. Just then, his tenant proactively transferred the rent, which was about 250,000. He then ordered a new phone from an online store. It wasn't very expensive, around 5,000, mainly to avoid being recognized. Using his own phone for scanning could easily lead to being discovered. After that, he spent another 150,000 to buy a 20Ah battery, a transformer that could convert to 380V, and a solar panel that could charge at around 100 V. By now, he only had 5,000 left. The novel had just been signed today, and earnings would only show tomorrow, with withdrawals possible around the second Thursday of next month. He had posted several videos on a platform, which had garnered over 1 million views, but he only made around 2,000 yuan from it. He directly withdrew the money to his account and noticed that his follower count had surprisingly exceeded 1 million. Was being a 9-dan master really that appealing? Wouldn't it mean a large number of people would donate during a live stream? However, he thought better of it. The money others donated was hard-earned. He knew that most people were likely interested in learning his Go strategies. After some contemplation, he created some easy-to-understand instructional videos in his mind and uploaded them. Just when he thought he would be competing for a spot in the top 13, an official approached him with a pass, informing him that he had directly qualified for the top 13 and could participate in the top 10 competition the next morning at 9 a.m. Yes, people from other regions would come, around 7 of them, joining the 13 members here, making a total of 20 participants. Chapter 25, the top 10 competition. After that, he and his friend returned home. With some money in hand, he opted for a taxi, spending about 200 yuan to reach Xiantang village. It was around 6 p.m. when he brought his friend to a restaurant and ordered some dishes. Crazy, aren't you curious about what kind of company I'm planning to start? Do you trust me that much? Li Hao chuckled. How's he? Oh no, I mean President Li, do you believe in a man's intuition? Chen Feng pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Li Hao. Hee, I've heard a lot about women's intuition, but men's intuition, I've heard, is often inaccurate. For instance, you might think that girl likes you, but she just happened to glance your way. Li Hao replied as he took the cigarette, lit it, and blew out a series of smoke rings, leaving Chen Feng speechless. This guy was showing off again, something he could never emulate despite years of smoking. I trust my intuition, and you've given me enough confidence. Besides, I want to take a gamble. I've worked in that small company for so many years. Even if I reached the manager level, it didn't make me wealthy or able to buy a house. But if I follow you, I believe that even if it's tough, buying a house won't be a problem, Chen Feng said. All right, then thank you for your trust. You don't need to accompany me to the competition tomorrow. You should go handle your resignation at your company first, then register a company at the business administration office, and open a bank account to transfer your money in. As for the registered address, find an office space to rent first. The company will be called Haofeng Network Technology Company, Limited, and the business projects will include software, gaming, artificial intelligence, communication, and various others. Either of us can be the legal representative. Once it's registered, I'll tell you what to do next, Li Hao instructed. After chatting for about 2 hours, the two went home. Once home, Li Hao charged his device while uploading new chapters. By around 7 a.m. the next day, he had uploaded all the chapters and then clicked to apply for completion. He got up, went to the bathroom for a shower, and then left. Upon arriving at the club, Li Hao walked straight into the lounge, where quite a few people had already gathered, including some foreigners sitting together and speaking English. In the past, Li Hao couldn't understand them, but now he could, as he had developed an impressive computational and memory capacity. Learning a language was no longer a challenge for him. However, as he listened to their conversation, his eyes narrowed. This group of people looked down on his country, making various remarks as if they were superior. They even used derogatory terms, saying how they would thoroughly defeat their opponents from his country when the time came. Li Hao sneered and began to hack into the club's network to arrange for a person from a certain country, specifically the loudest one among them, to match up against him. He also set up a 3-on-3 match with the other 6 foreigners. Before long, it was 9 o'clock, and the display screen showed 20 names. Unsurprisingly, Li Hao's opponent was a short person named Kamita Ichikan. The other 6 foreigners had their pairings as well. However, when the match list was announced, the foreigners became upset and started shouting in the lounge, which quickly attracted the staff's attention. What is going on? How can we fight each other? This is a joke. Are you targeting us? Are you so afraid of facing us that you resort to underhanded tactics? When the staff arrived and saw the match list, they communicated over the intercom for a moment. Li Hao intercepted their signal data, modified the conversation, and transmitted it back to the staff, stating that it was an automatic system arrangement that they couldn't change. They would either compete or leave. The staff, feeling helpless, had to relay this to the foreigners. Unexpectedly, a few of them pushed one of the staff members. Seeing this, Li Hao stood up and confronted them, pushing the aggressor to the ground. This is my country. If you want to compete, then compete. If not, get lost. What else with the arrogance? Others gathered around, creating an overwhelming presence. Is this how you treat international friends? The man said, just wait, I'll report this, and you'll be disqualified. After getting up, he didn't waste time and picked up the phone, seemingly to call someone. Li Hao employed the same tactic again. The man rambled on, and Li Hao transmitted insulting audio on both sides, saying things like, fool, you can't even handle this. If you don't want to compete, get lost and don't embarrass me. He also wirelessly transmitted hidden surveillance software to their phones. The man looked confused, unsure of what was happening. Once he confirmed that his call was indeed active, he could only awkwardly say yes before hanging up, not daring to say anything further. Meanwhile, his superior, upon hearing the insults, angrily smashed his phone, vowing to make the man pay for it later. In this way, the farce came to an end, and they each went to their respective competition stages to start a new round of matches. Li Hao's current venue is number 6. With 3 staff members present, 1 referee, 1 ball placer, and 1 scorekeeper. The short figure, Kita, made a throat-cutting gesture upon seeing Li Hao. Li Hao sneered but said nothing as he flipped a coin. This time, he would break first. However, he had no intention of going for a maximum break, and instead aimed to have some fun at the expense of the player from a neighboring country. In his first shot, he pot a red ball and quickly scored 52 points. Li Hao casually glanced at the short player and took his shot, but missed the red ball, leaving the white ball behind the yellow ball, forcing the short player to take his turn. The short player, seeing Li Hao leave the table, made another provocative gesture, but when he assessed the table, he was instantly taken aback. The white ball was blocked. In Li Hao's estimation, the shot was not too difficult, but it required skill, especially with the awkward position. As expected, the short player attempted several times to cue but couldn't manage it. Reluctantly, he asked the referee to bring out the rest. However, even with the rest, his height made it difficult to cue effectively. He hesitated, looking around, unable to make a move, while Li Hao smirked, thinking, "I'm just taking advantage of your height." Soon, the 25 seconds expired, and the short player had no choice but to make a shot. The white ball moved slightly, hit the bottom edge, and then came to a stop. It turned out that the short player had used too much force while cueing, causing a miscue, and handed Li Hao 4 points. Li Hao couldn't help but laugh, and even the staff struggled to suppress their amusement, although they were trained to maintain a serious demeanor. Kita, filled with anger, couldn't hold back and spoke up. Unexpectedly, Li Hao stood up and lifted him effortlessly. "What did you say? Looking for trouble?" Li Hao remarked. The short player, suddenly feeling fearful, thought to himself, "How can this person be so strong?" "Mr. Li, please calm down." The staff quickly intervened, worried that a game could escalate into a fight. "Let us talk it out. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself," Li Hao said as he set Kita down. The short player's face darkened, but he dared not say anything. The intimidating aura from Li Hao made him uneasy. After sitting down again, Li Hao gestured for him to take another shot. Surprisingly, the short player, perhaps stimulated by the situation, managed to make a successful shot this time, which caught Li Hao off guard. However, with a smile, Li Hao took his next shot, hitting the red ball, and once again leaving the white ball behind the yellow ball. Seeing this, Kita wore an expression of frustration, unable to voice his anger, and reluctantly prepared for his next shot. Unfortunately, he failed again, hitting the pink ball, which allowed Li Hao to surpass the required score. According to the rules, he could no longer allow his opponent to take a shot. However, Li Hao smiled slightly and casually took a shot. The white ball struck the red ball and surprisingly ended up behind the yellow ball again, and he feigned a look of surprise. The onlooker, a short man named Kita, felt a mix of frustration and resignation, but he admired Li Hao's spirit for not giving up, which made Li Hao smile even wider. Although Kita couldn't understand how it happened, Li Hao consistently made the white ball stop behind the yellow ball without sinking any shots, almost as if he was just playing around. This left Kita feeling a bit dejected, and ultimately he had to concede defeat. After the staff set up the balls, it was Kitada's turn to break. He positioned the cue and struck hard, unexpectedly sinking a ball. Following that, he started to show off and quickly gained a 60-point lead, which made him feel a bit smug, though he didn't dare provoke Li Hao. Unfortunately, his ball control wasn't particularly strong. After reaching 65 points, he attempted to hit the black ball, only for it to bounce out of the pocket after a few hits at the edge. Kita helplessly put away his cue, preparing to sit down. When Li Hao came to the table, he assessed the layout of the balls. Perhaps he could clear the table in one shot, but he wasn't ready to end the game just yet. He took another shot, and the white ball hit the red ball, sliding down to the bottom cushion and stopping behind the yellow and green balls. Seeing this, Kita felt a bit frustrated. The red ball was so easy to sink. Yet Li Hao seemed intent on making it difficult for himself, which annoyed him. Unfortunately, the game continued, and he still had to attempt to make a shot. With his score leading, if he failed to make a shot, he would have to keep trying until Li Hao surpassed him in points. Li Hao was counting on that, wanting to make Kita question his life choices with the pressure of having to play the next shot. After several failed attempts, Kita realized that to make a shot, he would have to use a particular technique, where the white ball needed to be struck in a certain arc. After a few tries, he began to employ that technique. However, his execution was slightly lacking, and he still couldn't make a shot, causing Li Hao's score to soar to 40. After several attempts, Kita finally managed to make a shot, letting out a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, when he glanced at Li Hao's score and saw it was at 59, he nearly collapsed in shock. Unfortunately for Kita, as soon as Li Hao stood up again, he took another shot, and the white ball stopped back in the same position. Before Kita could even sit down, the referee informed him that it was his turn to shoot. When he saw the position of the white ball, he nearly fell over. Was this even possible? After another failed attempt, Li Hao's score reached 63 points, still not exceeding the target. So he continued to play until he reached 81 points, finally surpassing the target and no longer needing to make any more shots. Regrettably, before Kita could even sit down, Li Hao struck the red ball again, and the white ball returned to the previous position. Frustrated, Kita angrily tossed his cue down and conceded defeat, leaving the table. The staff exchanged helpless smiles, watching Li Hao with mixed feelings. This man's skill was truly intimidating, especially his ball control, which seemed almost supernatural. In this match, Li Hao didn't score a single ball, but still won the game, feeling even happier than when he achieved a 147. When he returned to the lounge, several foreign players also stepped down. Li Hao smiled at Kata, who showed an angry expression but dared not say anything. Afterwards, he chatted with those foreign players, likely warning them to be cautious of Li Hao and mentioning his actions during their match, which made the foreign players display anger. Soon, the top 10 had been selected, including players originally ranked in the top 44, totaling 54 participants. However, the top 10 among the 44 members did not need to participate in the ranking matches, but were required to take part in all challenge matches once the rankings were determined. Therefore, this ranking match consisted of 44 players divided into 22 groups, and the competition adopted a best-of-5 format. Li Hao's match took place on court number 10, with 3 staff members present, and his opponent was a fellow countryman named Chen Yuanji. They shook hands and exchanged smiles. In the first frame, Chen Yuanji broke, opting for a conservative approach by lightly touching the red ball pile. When Li Hao took over, he forcefully struck, causing the red balls to scatter and pocketing one. He then showcased his aggressive style of potting, regardless of where the cue ball ended up, potting whichever ball was easiest, each shot echoing with a loud thud. After performing several impressive shots, Chen Yuanji gave Li Hao a thumbs up, just as Li Hao reached 65 points. The red ball he struck bounced out of the pocket a few times, and then it was Chen Yuanji's turn. He continued with a cautious strategy, quickly reaching 58 points. But then he made a mistake, with a ball bouncing out of the pocket as well, prompting a resigned smile from him. When Li Hao returned to the table, he potted all the balls, winning the frame. In the second frame, Li Hao broke, not caring whether he would pot a ball, and forcefully struck, causing the red balls to scatter, but unfortunately, he didn't pocket any. Chen Yuanji stepped in and immediately scored a single break of 75 points, leaving the cue ball blocked by other balls. Chen Yuanji smiled helplessly and shrugged, indicating it was unintentional. Li Hao chuckled, showing no concern, and executed a tricky shot that curved the cue ball to hit the red ball near the pocket, clearing the table, but only scoring 72 points, leading to his loss in that frame. He intended to lose just one frame, as he couldn't let his fellow countrymen lose too badly. In the third frame, Chen Yuanji broke again with a conservative strategy, leaving the ball pile intact. However, Li Hao was ready to give his all, thinking he had already afforded Chen enough respect by letting him win a frame. He then took his shot, breaking open the red ball pile and potting one. With nearly perfect execution, Li Hao potted every subsequent ball, achieving a 147, prompting Chen Yuanji to give him another thumbs up. In the fourth match, Li Hao started the game with his typical fierce and precise style, scoring 2 goals directly. Afterwards, Chen Yuanji had no opportunity to take a shot, simply watching as Li Hao sank one ball after another, ultimately winning the round with a score of 131 points. With this, Li Hao made it into the top 22. Around 6 p.m. that evening, the next round of matches began, and Li Hao faced a player from a certain country. He did not display his gentlemanly demeanor, and like his previous opponent, the player became quite withdrawn. After about 9 p.m., Li Hao secured first place in the ranking competition, which included the 10 players who did not compete, effectively placing him at 11th. The challenge match would take place the following morning, and Li Hao returned home. Chapter 27. The Birth of Pangu. After returning, Li Hao received the 20Ah battery, a 380V transformer, and a 100V solar panel he ordered online, along with a 5,000 yuan Huaxia brand phone. He then invited Chen Feng out for a meal to inquire about the progress of some company-related matters. He learned that Chen Feng had not gone to handle them that day and expressed understanding. After all, as a senior technical executive at a certain company, he couldn't just leave without proper handover. Chen Feng had also spent half the day talking with their boss and recommended someone to take over his position, transferring all relevant responsibilities to the new person before settling his salary and returning to his rental place. By then, the office responsible for processing those documents had already closed, which is why he hadn't gone. Since Li Hao had a competition, there was no rush. The new office building hadn't been chosen yet, and renovations would take time. After dinner, Li Hao returned home and began to absorb the battery, transformer, and solar panel, completely depleting his zombie points. His energy storage increased to 25Ah, granting him voltage and current control abilities, as well as photovoltaic conversion capabilities. The meaning of 25Ah is that if he outputs a current of 25A, he can sustain it for 1 hour, which translates to 25,000 milliamp hours. The voltage and current control ability means he can regulate the electrical energy stored within him, with a maximum voltage of 380V and a maximum current of 25A. According to the energy calculation formula, 25Ah of electrical energy equals 10,251,250 kilowatt-hours, which is 250 degrees of electricity. If Li Hao were to attack an enemy with maximum voltage and current, the value would be T2503802, 5 multiplied by 60, roughly equating to 15 minutes and about 90 seconds. This means that if he unleashed a full electric attack, the energy on him could be consumed in about 90 seconds. However, the human body can only withstand around 15 milliamperes of current. Exceeding 100 milliamperes can be lethal within 1 second. A full electric attack could leave a person completely incapacitated. The photovoltaic conversion capability simply means converting light energy into electrical energy, yielding approximately 1 degree of electricity per hour under good sunlight conditions. It was nighttime, and Li Hao couldn't conduct tests. He placed his hand back on the wireless charger to recharge. In his mind, he began to utilize his designed Baatar algorithm to develop artificial intelligence. Indeed, the first product of the company he was planning to launch was artificial intelligence. But this AI was not comparable to the market's offerings. It was on an entirely different level. Firstly, the Baatar algorithm designed by Li Hao surpassed the capabilities of existing algorithms by several times, featuring strong compatibility, stable data, advanced design concepts, and low memory usage. All programs or viruses created using popular algorithms could not affect any programs produced by the Baatar algorithm. Essentially, they were fundamentally different. If existing algorithms were likened to mud, then the Baatar algorithm was steel. Steel can penetrate the earth, but the earth cannot merge into or break steel. Li Hao then began programming in his mind. If there had been a display, one would have seen a black interface filled with various characters resembling Chinese radicals continuously scrolling upward. After nearly 3 hours of continuous refinement and design, the program was finally completed, and a source program appeared in Li Hao's mind, which he named Pangu. The Pangu source program was about 3 gigabytes in size, consisting solely of source code, serving as a framework that required self-connection to improve. He picked up the newly purchased phone, utilized his network control, turned on Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, and instantly took control of the device. With a tap of his finger, the Pangu source program entered the phone. After a few taps on the phone, the source program began to run automatically, and the phone system was directly consumed and replaced, displaying a groundbreaking interface. This was the most compatible system of Pangu, which Li Hao also named the Pangu system, capable of enhancing the phone's various capabilities by over 3 times. The Pangu source program included both the Pangu system and the Pangu artificial intelligence. Li Hao did not plan to sell the system for now, but the artificial intelligence could be used on a subscription basis, or one could understand it as a smart butler. Other devices downloading the Pangu artificial intelligence would essentially be managed by Pangu. Of course, all of this required authorization. Without it, it could not autonomously operate any smart devices. Installing the Pangu intelligence on the phone was akin to giving the phone a life. Li Hao felt that the emergence of Pangu intelligence would surely trigger a storm in the field of artificial intelligence. The program in Li Hao's phone was the source program and could be used directly, but many functions might be limited as the phone's memory was not very large. Around 256 gigabytes. If the Pangu source code were to run at full capacity, especially after the Pangu artificial intelligence was fully deployed, the massive data flows and various information storage and calculations would exceed what this phone could handle. Therefore, a server was still needed to better leverage Pangu's capabilities. He set a command in the phone for transferring the source program again, then placed the phone and its data cable back into the phone box and took out a sheet of A4 paper. After writing down a bunch of text, it generally outlined how to import this program onto the server and specified the size of the server that Chinfeng should purchase. Once the server is assembled, it can be imported and everything else will operate automatically according to Pangu's settings. Chinfeng's job involves figuring out how to operate the Pangu AI and working on the company's establishment. However, considering there isn't much money at the moment, Chinfeng's limited funds are likely to run out quickly. He will advise Chinfeng not to rush to go online, but to first choose a good company location. Later, he will put his property certificate, ID card, and other documents in a bag to go to the bank with Chinfeng for a mortgage loan, which is estimated to be around $1 million. Once the company is up and running, it will operate smoothly. Around 1 in the morning, the cooldown for the Doomsday traversal function ended, but Li Hao did not choose to traverse since there was still a day left for the competition. After the competition, there would be a 3-day wait before going to another country for the tour. This means that after the morning competition, he could stay in the Doomsday world for more than 10 days and return just in time for the tour. Everything was according to his plan. Chapter 28. End of the ranking competition. After dawn, Li Hao returned to the club. Today was the challenge match. Although he secured the 11th place and qualified for the tour, he still had to participate if anyone challenged him. Additionally, Li Hao wanted to challenge others, especially the player from the pickled vegetable country who ranked 9th. After 9 o'clock, the challenge matches began one after another. Li Hao reported the player he wanted to challenge, Jin Jingxiu from the pickled vegetable country, who had gained some fame in recent years and had entered the world's top 16, participating in the World Championship. However, to his surprise, he was challenged by a player from another country, who was said to be a senior of Kuwaitian and had ranked 3rd in the previous competition, making him the 13th player, named Xiao Quanichiro. Having not encountered Li Hao, especially after hearing that his junior brother was severely defeated by Li Hao, he was ready to reclaim his honor. However, Li Hao merely sneered at this. In his eyes, they were both insignificant. He didn't intend to waste time on him, and the challenge match was still a best-of-5 format. Xiao Quanichiro broke first, but unfortunately didn't score. Li Hao cleared the table in one shot, scoring 147, leaving Xiao Quanichiro's face pale and helpless. In the second game, Li Hao broke and gave Xiao Quanichiro no chance, scoring another 147. Xiao Quanichiro sat there the whole time, wide-eyed. In the third game, Xiao Quanichiro broke and had some luck, scoring 1 point. He then went on a rampage, scoring 80 points in one shot and surpassing the required score. However, his last shot at the black ball bounced a few times and didn't go in. Xiao Quanichiro looked at Li Hao provocatively, seemingly waiting for him to concede. Unfortunately for him, Li Hao did not concede but instead took his shot, hitting the red ball behind the green ball, while the white ball ended up behind the blue ball, setting up a shot. Seeing this, Xiao Quanichiro said nothing and began to break the balls. He failed to make a successful shot on the first attempt, and the second attempt was also unsuccessful, until the fourth attempt when he finally succeeded. However, Li Hao performed the same operation again, hiding the red ball behind the coffee ball, while the white ball reappeared behind the pink ball, forcing the young player to make another shot, this time benefiting from the previous experience. The young player performed well and managed to make a shot on the third attempt. However, Li Hao employed the same tactic again and made another shot. The young player's expression grew increasingly grim, and when Li Hao's score reached 55 points, he sneered and cleared the table in one shot, bringing his score to 81. Just 1 point more than the young player, thus winning the round. This instantly made the young player stomp his feet in frustration and walk away in defeat. When Li Hao entered the lounge, many people looked at him, and he noticed that several were discussing him. Perhaps it was his exceptional ball control skills that impressed them. Half an hour later, it was time for Li Hao's requested challenge, and a relatively handsome young man appeared on the court, none other than Kim Young-soo from the neighboring country. Although he was handsome, Li Hao showed no mercy, winning 3 consecutive matches and securing the 9th ranking, while Kim Young-soo dropped a rank. After returning to the lounge, he saw the recognized billiards champion from his country, Lao Ding Hui. Now in his 40s, Lao Ding was noticeably heavier than Li Hao had imagined. Upon seeing Li Hao, Lao Ding approached with a few people. "You're Li Hao, right? I've watched your match videos. You're impressive. I have high hopes for you. The younger generation is rising, while I'm getting old. The billiard scene in our country relies on talents like you," Lao Ding said with a smile. "Dingu, you're too kind. Many of my skills are learned from you. You are undoubtedly a respected senior," Li Hao replied, showing his respect for Lao Ding. After all, this man had made the world aware of the strength of billiards in their country. "Haha, I have some matters to attend to. I look forward to your performance in the tour," Lao Ding said, patting Li Hao on the shoulder before leaving. Watching Lao Ding's departing figure, Li Hao couldn't help but reflect that no matter how glorious one's past was, one could not escape the cycle of life and death. The challenge continued, and Li Hao decisively defeated foreign opponents in several matches, making it clear that no one dared to challenge him. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the challenge concluded, and the rankings were finalized. Lao Ding remained in first place, still sharp as ever, with all challengers failing. Li Hao ranked 9th and felt no desire to challenge anyone further. Among the top 44, the person he had previously faced, a Northeast native named Chen Yuanji, surprisingly appeared in 44th place. This meant that the top 44 members would head to the neighboring country for the tour in 3 days. After returning home, Li Hao found Chen Feng, and the two rented an office building and a server room in a high-tech industrial area near Xiantang. It cost 50,000 a month, with a deposit and first payment made, covering over 150 square meters, including a 50 square meter server room. They then registered the company and went to the bank to set up a corporate account. Finally, Li Hao took out a mortgage loan, applying for an amount of around 2 million. This money requires approval and cannot be received immediately. He handled everything that required his presence, and the rest he entrusted to Chen Feng. It's estimated that since Li Hao returned from the apocalypse, that money hasn't arrived yet, as the efficiency of those institutions is well known. Afterwards, he spent 2,000 to buy a large quantity of food, canned goods, jerky, seasoning packs, and some daily necessities, which he packed into a relatively large container. Then he lifted the container and activated the apocalypse shuttle function. Instantly, Li Hao and the supplies he was holding vanished and reappeared in the apocalyptic world, specifically in the hall of the villa he had applied for at the shelter. Chapter 29. Re-entering the apocalypse. Upon returning to the villa in the apocalyptic shelter, Li Hao set down the supplies and glanced at the date clock on the wall, surprised to find that only a little over a day had passed. This was quite a pleasant surprise. It meant that while he had spent 6 days in reality, only a day had gone by in the apocalypse, and he had been in the apocalypse for 5 days, while only a day had passed in reality. He then checked his apocalypse system backpack, finding that his handguns, bullets, and consumables were all intact and had not been lost. He stored the supplies he brought into the system backpack, but due to the variety of items, he found the backpack a bit insufficient. Reluctantly, he had to take out some items and left around 15 slots for these supplies, while the remaining 40 slots were empty. He stored the excess supplies in a room and then exited the king's area, heading towards the outside of the shelter. At this point, his zombie points were nearly 0, and he estimated that merging the electrical appliances would still require a considerable amount of zombie points, so he still needed to hunt zombies. Just as Li Hao stepped out of the king's area and into the elite area, he noticed someone had been watching him, and soon a group surrounded him. "You are the gun god Li Hao, right? Our boss wants to see you. Come with us," a leading figure said arrogantly. "Who is your boss?" Li Hao raised an eyebrow and asked, having no impression of these people. "Our boss is Wang Hu, the leader of the storm hunting group," another person said proudly. "Oh, I don't know him. Good dogs don't block the way, please step aside," Li Hao said expressionlessly. "What do you mean, kid? It's an honor for you to meet our leader. Don't be ungrateful, or else you'll face the wrath of the storm hunting group. And be careful you don't end up dead outside the shelter. The person threatened upon hearing Li Hao's words. Then come at me. Now please get lost. Li Hao said, continuing to walk forward. Go ahead. Can you really do anything with us surrounding you? The person, seeing Li Hao's lack of respect, made a gesture, and everyone surrounded Li Hao, refusing to let him pass, resorting to bullying. A crowd had gathered around Li Hao, and many people stopped to watch the commotion, whispering among themselves, speculating that the storm hunters had targeted him, and that Li Hao was in trouble. However, some recognized him and were eager to see how he would respond. Oh, do you think I won't dare to act? Li Hao sneered. He recalled the special feature of his golden handgun, the King's privilege, which allowed him to retaliate against those who offended him without facing punishment. As long as he didn't kill them. To Li Hao, their actions were akin to seeking death. Come on, if you're brave enough, go ahead and make a move. Once you do, you'll be waiting to be expelled. No matter how skilled you are, in the shelter, you can't even draw your weapon. So, are you going to hit me? Come on, hit me. The provocateur taunted Li Hao with a smug grin. For an ordinary person, such brazen behavior might force them to comply, as injuring someone would lead to expulsion from the shelter, and they would have to wait 15 days before re-entering. In a world overrun by zombies, the cost of wandering for 15 days was too great for many, hence they felt helpless against such antics. However, they clearly didn't know that Li Hao had the King's handgun and the privilege that came with it, as long as he didn't kill anyone. He was in the clear. Now, with the integration of mobile and computer technology, Li Hao could strike without causing fatal harm, even delivering 128 stabs without lethality. As you wish, Li Hao smiled, having never heard such a ridiculous demand before. He swiftly kicked out with a force of 500 pounds, sending the provocateur flying. Bang! Crack! Thud! The man skidded several meters across the ground, causing the onlookers to scatter in fear. Seeing this, the provocateur's gang was taken aback. They hadn't expected Li Hao to actually strike. Watching their leader spitting blood while Li Hao remained unpunished left them wide-eyed. Could the shelter now allow attacks? One person in the crowd suddenly brightened with excitement. Brothers, attacking 1T get us expelled. Go kill him. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned fierce as they surrounded Li Hao. The shelter's rules stated that only attacks of a certain intensity would lead to expulsion. But Li Hao had no intention of testing that threshold. Observing the group of weaklings closing in, every possible attack method and speed was processed in Li Hao's mind. He sidestepped, delivering a kick, a punch, a shove, and a lean, striking with precision. In mere moments, everyone was on the ground, some with bones twisted unnaturally. Li Hao didn't glance back at them and continued toward the novice area. The onlookers were astonished, watching Li Hao take down the group without facing any consequences, stirring a restless urge within them. Ma Jiwei was among them, especially when his enemy turned their back to him. He could no longer control his feet. Leaping up and kicking toward Wang Cheng, who was struggling to rise. Boom. As Wang Cheng stood up, he was kicked away and fell to the ground in a painful manner. His head buzzed, and he lost consciousness. At the moment Ma Jiwei struck Wang Cheng, he vanished and reappeared outside the shelter, where a horde of zombies had gathered, drawn to the scent of a living person. Still in a daze, Ma Jiwei tried to escape into the shelter, but was instead ejected back out, his eyes widening in shock. What the hell? Am I being expelled? Why wasn't that person kicked out after injuring so many others? How is this fair? The heavens are unjust. But to avoid being eaten by the zombies, he had no choice but to draw his weapon and fight back. As he fired, the others inside, who had been eager to join the fray, were astonished by Ma Jiwei's sudden disappearance. They had seen others expelled before, but this was different. All eyes turned to Li Hao's retreating figure, and their expressions shifted. In the crowd, Wei Bebe watched Li Hao leave and then glanced at the moaning members of the storm hunting team on the ground. He had decided to recruit Li Hao. Yes, Wei Bebe had found a treasure trove and wanted to form a powerful team to venture into the wild, aiming to recruit top-tier firearms experts. With fewer members, their overall combat effectiveness would be higher, making resource allocation more efficient. He had already identified 6 members, including himself, the archer Zhou Ziyi, the sharpshooter Gu Tianji, the burly machine gunner Wang Meng, the throwing expert Xiao Yi, and the female assassin Yang Chengling. If not for Zhang Jizhong having his own team, Wei Bebe would have tried to recruit him too, but ultimately decided against it. Before the apocalypse, Yang Chengling was an outstanding female assassin. Although she hadn't participated in shooting competitions, her personal strength was acknowledged by everyone. Her lethal skills were impressive, with swift movements and strong melee capabilities. With a pistol in her left hand and a katana in her right, she wielded them skillfully. Her agility stat exceeded 60 points, making her hard to hit even with regular bullets. No one knew what she looked like, as she always covered her face. If not for her distinct feminine voice and curvy figure, others might not even realize she was a woman. Chapter 30. Storm Hunting Team in the Elite Area. The temporary meeting room of the Grim Reaper hunting team was convened by Wei Bebe, who gathered the other 5 members to discuss matters. Although he formed this team, it wasn't a permanent arrangement. They might disband after completing this mission. Thus, the Grim Reaper hunting team had no captain and lacked unanimous recognition. If it weren't for Wei Bei's claim that he knew the location of a zombie nest, they might not have come together at all. It was said that the nest contained numerous level 2 and level 3 zombies, as well as enslavers, pursuers, and lickers. There were also many treasure chests inside. And most importantly, a supply drop had landed there. A large number of zombies meant numerous zombie points, and many treasure chests would yield valuable resources. While the supply drop could potentially contain great items. That's right, airdrops. In this world, a spaceship periodically flies over and randomly drops supplies at certain locations. The resources inside are plentiful, including various rare firearms, attribute-enhancing potions, and even legendary talent awakening potions, top-tier gene enhancement potions, and certain types of armored suits. The female assassin Yang Chengling, by chance, killed someone who had received an airdrop, thus obtaining a nice katana and a powerful handgun. Having tasted the sweetness of success, she was persuaded by Wei Bei. What do you all think about Li Hao, who scored 600 points to take the top spot in handguns the day before yesterday? Wei Bei opened the conversation as everyone had gathered. Not bad. It's just a handgun, not very lethal, and won't have much of an impact if he joins. Xiao Yi was the first to speak. Although he was excellent at throwing techniques, his skills with a steel gun were also commendable. I think it's okay. The handgun is one of the 7 major events. The shooting competition has been held for so many years, and no one has ever achieved a perfect score. He must have some exceptional qualities, Zhou Zi said after some thought. A big man playing with a handgun? If you want to play, you should use a machine gun like mine. That's what a real man does. Look at his frail appearance. I wonder if he can even handle my machine gun. Wang Ming said with a mocking tone. I think we should give him a test. If he passes our challenge, I wouldn't mind letting him join our team. G-God Gu Tianji suggested. What do you all think? After hearing Gu Tianji's words, Wei Bei found it feasible and asked the others. I don't mind. Yang Chengling leaned against the door and said. She didn't care who joined, as long as they didn't hold her back. Otherwise, she might directly kill that person. That works. Wang Ming and Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Yeah, Zhou Zi also nodded. So how should we test his strength? Wei Bei asked again. We can each take turns attacking him for 1 second. If he can remain unharmed under our attacks, then he passes. If he gets killed, that's just bad luck for him, Xiao Yi said with a sinister smile. Zhou Zi didn't speak, just glanced at Xiao Yi, but didn't defend Li Hao, as she had only met him once, despite the awkwardness of such a method. Well, then it's settled. Wei Bei noted that no one opposed or supported Xiao Yi's suggestion, so they would proceed this way. Li Hao was unaware that several experts were preparing to test his strength. After leaving the shelter, he took out the Desert Eagle and Colt handgun. Holding one in each hand, he continuously shot at the zombies outside. Ding! Killed a common zombie. Received 10 rounds of 45mm ammunition, 1 zombie point. Ding! Killed a common zombie. Received 5 rounds of 45mm ammunition, 1 zombie point. Ding! Killed a level 2 zombie. Received 25 rounds of 556mm ammunition. 10 zombie points. Before long, he had cleared a path and began to move toward the outskirts. He had no interest in killing these common zombies. The zombie points were so few, and it would take forever to reach 10,000. Just about 500 meters after he left the shelter, a group of people surged out from it again, and it was none other than members of a notorious hunting group. Seeing Li Hao's back, they opened fire as soon as he stepped out of the light circle. The sound of gunfire echoed, but unfortunately, they were too far away, and their accuracy was lacking. As soon as Li Hao emerged, he activated his own hot spot, with Bluetooth signals overlapping. The moment the bullets reached about 100 meters from him, he sensed them and quickly calculated their trajectories. This was also the reason he dared to stroll out of the shelter alone. Others would likely need to be cautious of attacks from behind, so most people would draw their weapons immediately upon exiting the light circle. Moreover, they usually went out in groups, with some watching the back and others on the lookout ahead, rarely venturing out alone. After all, in this apocalyptic world, sometimes humans could be more terrifying than zombies. Li Hao turned to look at the crowd behind him, picked up the sniper rifle he had once acquired, a Barrett F2, and aimed at one of the individuals, firing a shot. Quick, get down. The leader of the group, seeing Li Hao draw his sniper rifle, shouted in alarm, but unfortunately, some people were slow to react. With a bang, one of those who failed to crouch had his head blown apart, blood splattering everywhere. No rat. Wang Hu gasped in horror at the sight of the headless figure collapsing. Brothers, kill him. Wang Hu shouted, taking the lead and shooting at Li Hao. But the distance was too great, and the bullet veered off course. Li Hao ignored their bullets. In his calculations, none would hit him. He then raised his middle finger at Wang Hu and the others and walked towards the ruins of the city. Soon, he arrived at a certain residential area, not venturing far, believing that the group would come after him again. So he waited for the hunting group's arrival. Inside the shelter, watching the members of the hunting group chase after Li Hao, Wei Bei and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. At the back, Wang Ming discarded his cigarette and joined them. The outskirts of the shelter were filled with the ruins of the city, broken walls, overgrown weeds, and occasionally, some zombie rats scuttled by, or wild roars could be heard in the distance. Li Hao activated his super hearing and thermal imaging vision, observing several figures searching the residential area and not far away, a smile creeping onto his face. They really dared to chase him, then let them see the power of gunplay. With a leap, Li Hao jumped onto the rooftop of the residential area, deliberately exposing himself. The group spotted him and immediately erupted in shouts. He's over there. Chase him. Kill him. Avenge Hao Gu. One of the younger members yelled. Kill. Huh. The ignorant are fearless. Do they really think that their numbers can take me down? Humph. Let us see who ends up taking down whom, Li Hao thought as he listened to their shouts. They jumped around, appearing quite nimble. But little did they know that in Li Hao's eyes, no matter how fast they ran, it could all be resolved with a single shot. Chapter 31. The haunted silence of Gu Tianji. A group of people began to search cautiously. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, followed by the sound of a gunshot. One of them fell without even having time to react. Bang! Die, you bastard! As that person collapsed, those behind him saw their comrade fall and angrily opened fire in the direction they believed the shooter was. Little did they know, the shooter appeared from another angle and shot one of them in the head, causing him to grunt and fall lifelessly to the ground. Come out. If you have the guts, come out. One by one, people are falling. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and grabbed a machine gun, spraying bullets wildly. Bang! Unfortunately, he was met with a bullet before he even saw his opponent, and he died instantly. Everyone be careful. This guy is a master. Stay hidden. As more of his brothers fell, with no chance to rescue them, Wang Hu lost his composure. The only reasons he dared to pursue were the numbers on his side and the fact that in this apocalypse, as long as one didn't die, healing potions and blood-replenishing medications could quickly recover injuries. Their storm hunting team had been lurking around this shelter for so long that everyone was equipped with healing supplies like bandages, blood-replenishing potions, and functional drinks. However, they never expected that the shooter's marksmanship was so precise that every shot resulted in a fatal headshot, leaving no chance for anyone to use their healing items. This was truly terrifying. Li Hao activated his thermal vision and saw that the remaining 4 members of the storm hunting team were crouched in a corner, too scared to move. He sneered and took out his golden pistol. After calculating the wall thickness in front of them and applying various formulas in his mind, Li Hao realized that his golden pistol could likely penetrate the wall. A smile appeared on his lips, not wanting to play hide-and-seek with them anymore. He stood up and fired 4 shots in quick succession. Bang! Bang! 3 of them were instantly killed, and when Wang Hu saw his comrade's head being shot through, he instinctively moved to the side. However, Wang Hu's right shoulder was hit, and he groaned, clutching his wound as he quickly ran toward the shelter. Li Hao, using his thermal vision, noticed that one person was still alive and starting to distance himself. He sneered again, preparing to take another shot. Just then, his hotspot Bluetooth signal detected a bullet rapidly approaching him. Li Hao instantly realized that there was a sniper targeting him. He abandoned the pursuit of the fleeing Wang Hu, slightly raised the angle of his gun, and fired another bullet. Whoosh! The bullet from the golden pistol collided with the sniper's round at about 50 meters away, creating a small spark from the impact. Li Hao did not hesitate to fire another shot, sending a bullet flying in the direction of the incoming sniper round. With the bullet, he activated his long-range vision and spotted a sniper lying on a rooftop approximately 1,000 meters away. Then, Li Hao's bullet struck the sniper's rifle chamber, causing the man's hand to be injured and the rifle to explode, sending a shard of metal into his face. Before Li Hao could fire again, the sniper quickly rolled backward and disappeared from sight. Li Hao's thermal imaging, night vision, and hotspot Bluetooth cross-sensing had a range of 100 meters, while his long-range vision could reach around 30 times magnification when activated. He had not noticed the sniper aiming at him earlier. Watching the vanishing sniper and glancing at Wang Hu, who was almost out of his thermal monitoring range, he quickly retrieved his Barrett rifle and fired a shot. The bullet passed through 3 walls and instantly struck Wang Hu in the head. Wang Hu didn't make a sound as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Li Hao activated his thermal imaging to check if there were any remaining threats nearby. After confirming there were none, he began walking toward the bodies, thinking that since they were dead, their belongings were now for the living, commonly referred to as looting. Meanwhile, Wei Bei and the others looked at Gu Tianji, whose mouth was bleeding and face scratched, with a hint of confusion. What happened? Were you attacked? Wei Bei asked, remembering that Gu Tianji had gone to test Li Hao just moments ago. Besides the incompetent members of the storm hunting team, there shouldn't have been anyone else around. So how did it end up like this? Gu Tianji, tending to his left hand with a bandage, felt relieved that Li Hao's bullet wasn't particularly powerful and, thankfully, it struck his gun instead of his head. Otherwise, he would have been dead. How is that possible? Wasn't Li Hao surrounded by the storm hunting team? And he was at least 1,000 meters away. How could he have hurt you? Xiao Yi questioned, skeptical. They were all aware of Li Hao's approximate location, and such a distance made it hard to believe he could injure Gu Tianji. Believe it or not, that's the truth, Gu Tianji replied, uninterested in explaining further. His character was naturally reserved, and after hearing Xiao Ye's doubt, he simply chose to remain silent. Feeling that his injury had healed, he began to unwrap the bandage. Xiao Tian, can you explain what happened? This situation is indeed hard to believe, Wei Bei said, still somewhat doubtful. However, seeing Gu Tianji's demeanor made it seem real. So he asked. The others also listened intently, showing serious expressions at Wei Bei's question. At that time, it was like this. Li Hao was hunting down Wang Hu and others. Yes, it was a hunt. I saw it clearly through the scope. Wang Hu and his companions had no power to resist and were eliminated by him. They were so frightened that they didn't even dare to move until Li Hao pulled out a golden pistol. Yes, it was this pistol, incredibly powerful. It pierced through the wall and killed 3 people in one shot. Wang Hu was lucky to dodge a headshot, but was hit in the right chest. I fired when Li Hao was about to finish off Wang Hu. However, it seemed that Li Hao sensed something, abandoned Wang Hu, and fired a shot towards my bullet. Deflecting it and firing again. That bullet hit my sniper rifle along my bullet's trajectory, causing it to explode and injuring my hand. The small injury on my face was caused by metal shrapnel from the explosion. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I might not have made it back. Li Hao was too strong, far beyond us. Anyway, I have to admit that I respect Li Hao. He has earned my recognition. If he joins our team, I wouldn't mind if he became the leader. Gu Tianji said this while disassembling his sniper rifle. Indeed, he didn't discard it because every sniper rifle is incredibly valuable. However, when he took it apart, a half-spiral bullet appeared before everyone. Chapter 32. Xiao Ye's shock. This bullet was different from a normal one. Its head was sharper, with a spiral texture. And the tail wasn't flat, but had a spring-like spiral end. Is this the bullet fired from the golden pistol you mentioned? Wei Bei and the others looked at the bullet Gu Tianji had taken out from the sniper rifle and had to believe what he said was true. Yes, this is the first time I've seen such a bullet, and it's the first time I've seen a pistol that can shoot so far. It's incredibly powerful, Gu Tianji exclaimed. At that moment when facing Li Hao, he truly felt the breath of death. Haha, if he is really that formidable. Why doesn't he go to the Order Zone or the Wilderness Zone? Those places have more resources. What is he doing in the Chaos Zone? He must not be able to survive in other areas. And even if he is strong, it's still just a grenade, Xiao Yi said. Feeling a bit displeased after hearing Gu Tianji praise Li Hao, especially when he noticed that Zhou Zi and the other girl seemed interested in Li Hao. He is a master at throwing, and he is very skilled with grenades. I really don't believe Li Hao can't even be killed by one. Xiao Yi added with a strange tone. If you don't believe it, you can try it, but I advise you to be careful to avoid getting killed. Just being questioned once is one thing, but after explaining for so long and even bringing out evidence, you still have that kind of tone. Gu Tianji was also a bit annoyed. I'm not like some people who were scared out of their wits. I'll go next. Just watch me blow him up, Xiao Yi said in a peculiar manner. Gu Tianji didn't bother to respond. He could already envision the scene of Xiao Yi getting shot in the head. The others saw this and didn't know what to say. Saying too much might lead to a quarrel, and they hadn't deeply experienced Li Hao's terror, lacking that intuitive feeling. However, it also piqued the curiosity of others. After watching Xiao Yi leave, they followed him. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the residential area, Li Hao had already left. There was nothing there except for bullet holes in the walls and supply boxes left behind by the deceased. To their surprise, the supply boxes, aside from a few pieces of clothing, were completely emptied. Look at those bullet holes. Such thick walls have been penetrated, Gu Tianji said, pointing at the holes. That golden gun must be at least of master level. It seems like a worthy opponent, Xiao Yi grinned, not deterred by Gu Tianji's words, but rather showing greater interest in pursuing Li Hao. The others remained silent, but they had already formed a certain understanding of Li Hao's strength. I'll go ahead. He should have taken this path, Xiao Yi said, glancing at the shallow footprints on the ground and quickly running forward at a decent pace. The others followed suit. A group of them leaping onto rooftops and then back down to the ground to run. This area belonged to the shelter's perimeter, and it had long been visited by many, with not even a rat in sight. At most, they occasionally spotted a few survivors heading for the outskirts. They were not interested in the small ones, and those small ones, seeing their agility, did not dare to attack recklessly. Boom. As Li Hao just exited the residential area, he spotted a massive zombie in the distance, larger than the meat shield zombie he had seen before. This type of zombie was called a shield mountain zombie, a more evolved version of the meat shield zombie. It had a certain level of intelligence, but it was still relatively low. Surrounding it were other zombies, including quite a few level 2 and level 3 zombies. Indeed, zombies were classified by levels. Ordinary zombies were around level 1, while meat shield zombies were about level 8. And shield mountain zombies were approximately level 10. Although these levels might not seem very high, most people were around level 12, and even with basic gene enhancement drugs, they were only about level 5 at best. Among various species of the same level, humans had relatively poor physical attributes, but their intelligence allowed them to use firearms, giving them a chance for survival. Just as Li Hao was about to eliminate the bulky zombie, he sensed a human within 100 meters nearby, who was following his footprints and running in his direction. Li Hao spun his Colt and observed the person's approach. However, this person was somewhat unusual. When he was about 50 meters away from Li Hao, he stopped and cautiously moved to a corner, peering towards Li Hao. Their eyes met, and realizing he had been spotted, the person instinctively raised his rifle and fired at Li Hao. To his shock, just as his rifle was aimed at Li Hao fired first, and the bullet struck the barrel of his gun, causing it to explode when he pulled the trigger. Without waiting for Li Hao to continue shooting, he quickly hid behind the wall. His palm was still a bit numb from the shock, but fortunately, he had more than one rifle. He switched to another one and began to think. It seemed that the opponent had some skill to be discovered so quickly. 50 meters, just within my throwing range, he muttered to himself. He then took out a smoke grenade and tossed it upwards. However, he didn't expect that as soon as it appeared, It was hit by Li Hao's bullet and exploded in midair. Immediately, the area where Xiao Yi was located was shrouded in smoke, but he remained calm. Quickly put on his helmet, changed his position, and aimed his gun at a window, continuously shooting towards Li Hao's direction. Despite having some skill himself, most people wouldn't know he had this ability to remember Li Hao's position after shifting in the smoke. Unfortunately, Li Hao had already seen through his intentions. He stepped back a few paces, and all the bullets struck the ground, kicking up some dirt. Even if a bullet might occasionally hit him, it was easily deflected by his shot. The shielded zombie heard the gunfire, turned towards Li Hao's direction, and let out an angry roar as it moved towards him. Li Hao knew the zombie was still some distance away, so he ignored it and focused on the figure in the smoke, starting his attack without saying a word. A cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the helmet on his head, he took out a golden pistol and fired a shot at the person. Unfortunately, there were two walls in front of Xiao Yi, and Li Hao's pistol couldn't penetrate them in one go. As soon as Xiao Yi heard the gunfire, he quickly changed positions. Almost instantly, a bullet hole appeared in the wall before him, and no matter where he tried to hide, the walls in front of him would be shot through, forcing him to keep shifting positions. Damn, can this guy see through walls? How does he know I changed positions? Xiao Yi said in disbelief. He then took out a grenade and crawled towards the opening. He planned to roll over and toss a grenade at Li Hao, but first, he threw a flashbang towards the window before darting towards the opening. Li Hao watched the object flying out and, without hesitation, fired again, hitting the flashbang just as it slipped out 3 meters, causing it to explode. In an instant, an invisible wave spread out, even affecting Li Hao from a distance. Xiao Yi felt dizzy from the blast, his ears bleeding, and he lay on the ground, afraid to move for a long time. He hadn't expected Li Hao's marksmanship to be so impressive. It seemed he truly had some kind of sight ability, able to see the flashbang flying out even through the smoke, rendering Xiao Yi's throwing skills useless. Chapter 33. Xiao Yi's fear. Do you think that if you don't move, I won't be able to do anything about you? Li Hao sneered. Since you're trying to ambush me, you'll pay with your life for that. If I were just a bit weaker, the one who would be dead would definitely be me. As the smoke dissipated, Li Hao looked at the person's position, raised his pistol, and casually flicked his wrist, sending a bullet on a half-arc trajectory directly towards Xiao Yi's forehead. Boa Xiao Yi let out a scream as Li Hao's bullet shattered his helmet, causing a minor concussion to his head. In an instant, he was bleeding profusely. Da-da-da. Wei Bei and others had just arrived near Xiao Yi when they heard his cry, especially upon seeing him covered in blood. Without thinking much, they drew their submachine guns and started firing at Li Hao. Seeing someone shoot at him from about 100 meters away, Li Hao executed a backflip to dodge the bullets, then fired back at that person, sending a bullet towards Wei Bei. Be careful. Just as Li Hao flipped over, he heard a metallic clash. At that critical moment, Yang Chengling had drawn her katana and sliced the bullet, though the impact left her arm slightly numb. So there are experts who can block bullets? Seeing this, Li Hao fired several shots to knock down the incoming bullets and found cover behind a large rock. This was the first time he had seen someone actually block a bullet with a blade. Given that there were many opponents, it was better to be cautious. However, he noticed that those people were also hiding and not daring to show their heads. Looking at the golden gun in his hand, he thought that the last shot was just a straightforward shot that was anticipated and blocked. He could only say the opponent indeed had some skill, but with his marksmanship, he didn't believe that bullets that curved could be blocked as well. Da-da-da. Wei Bei continued shooting at the rock where Li Hao was hiding, then shouted to the injured Xiao Yi on the ground, "Come over here, it's too dangerous there." Bang. Li Hao didn't even expose his hand, yet the bullet flew in a half-arc trajectory towards Wei Bei. Hearing the gunfire, Yang Chengling instinctively swung her katana, but unexpectedly, her blade did not hit the bullet. Yes, Yang Chengling was hit. She misjudged the trajectory, and her blade did not intercept the bullet, which was actually aimed at Wei Bei. By moving to the side, she inadvertently shielded Wei Bei from the bullet. The bullet instantly pierced her right shoulder blade, striking Wei Bei's helmet and shattering it. Both of them quickly ducked for cover, with Wei Bei so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and fell to the ground. Li Hao intended to take the opportunity to shoot, but suddenly noticed a sniper bullet coming his way, forcing him to shoot at the sniper's bullet instead. Bayou. The two bullets collided in midair, making a slight sound. Before Li Hao could shoot again, he sensed 2 arrows flying towards him. He had to fire twice to knock down the arrows, and when he looked again, the sniper had disappeared. He then fired a shot in the direction of the archer, but missed. He realized that this team's strength seemed quite good, and he had no choice but to temporarily hide behind the rock to avoid a misstep. After all, while he could knock down bullets, he couldn't take out too many at once, and his reaction speed was not as fast as the bullets. Standing out in the open posed a certain level of danger. It seems to be a well-coordinated team. Li Hao also recognized that several of them seemed quite formidable, making it difficult to take them down for the time being. However, Wei Bei and the others were even more shocked. Li Hao's strength exceeded their imagination. Xiao Yi was trembling in fear. If it weren't for Wei Bei and the others arriving quickly, he had no doubt he would have already been dead. What kind of monster is this person? His marksmanship is too strong. Any one of us facing him alone would undoubtedly die, Wei Bei said in astonishment. His bullet speed is relatively fast. and the trajectory is different from normal bullets. I'm not playing anymore. If you all want to test him, go ahead. I'm withdrawing. Female assassin Yang Qingling said after recovering for a while. She was a close combat expert, able to predict even the path of bullets. At that moment, she was unsure how she had been hit by that last shot. Thinking about her own life, she decisively chose to retreat. I don't want to either, but we can't just leave Xiaoye behind, Wei Bebe said, feeling a bit troubled. He hadn't expected that one person would shatter the confidence of the elite team he had worked so hard to assemble. Gu Tianji and Zhou Ziyi, a little further back, were also alarmed. After ensuring that Li Hao couldn't reach them, they saw Wang Ming arriving late, a cigarette in his mouth. How come you guys started fighting so soon? Wang Ming asked curiously, having been at the back and now observing the female assassin tending to her wounds. Li Hao is very strong. We might not be able to take him down, Gu Tianji said. He didn't think that even if he found a spot to snipe, it would be effective against someone who could shoot down sniper bullets. Perhaps coordinating with Zhou Ziyi would be better. No way, there are 3 or 4 of you, Wang Ming said, exhaling smoke, his expression showing disbelief. However, as Li Hao looked at the smoke from the area, he began recalling the scenes he had passed through and calculated the position of the person exhaling smoke. A smile appeared on his lips as he fired a shot at Wei Bebe and quickly set up his sniper rifle to take a precise shot at the analyzed position. Bang! Wei Bebe instinctively dodged upon hearing the gunshot. He knew the power of Li Hao's handgun. The bullet instantly shattered a section of the wall where he had been standing. Then he heard the sound of bullets piercing through several walls ahead, followed by a sudden scream. Ah, this is bad. It's Wang Ming's voice. This reckless guy, smoking at a time like this? Isn't he exposing his position? Wei Bebe guessed what was happening as he looked at the smoke in the sky, feeling a mix of frustration and urgency. On the other side, Wang Ming, who had initially been skeptical, was instantly hit in the abdomen by a sniper bullet, blood flowing out. If the bullet hadn't passed through several walls and he hadn't been wearing a bulletproof vest, he might have been killed in one shot. After all, the power of a sniper bullet could explode even a stone. Help me, help. Wang Ming crawled on the ground, holding his abdomen, cold sweat pouring down. Damn, this is so dangerous, it almost cost me my life. Terrifying, too terrifying. Hang in there, Gu Tianji said helplessly, pulling Wang Ming to hide again. They didn't expect that their location wasn't safe either, being over 500 meters away from Li Hao, with at least 4 walls between them. Wei Bebe and Xiaoye found themselves in a position where there were rocks blocking their view, making it impossible for Xiaoye to use his sniper skills. Otherwise, Li Hao would have already taken them out with a shot. Suddenly, the roar of a shielded zombie echoed nearby, and the zombies were closing in. Seeing the zombies approaching, Li Hao had no time to play around. With a single shot, he blew off the head of the shielded zombie. Ding! Killed the shielded zombie, received 1,500 9mm bullets. 800 zombie points. Following this, Li Hao pulled out his golden handgun and began firing at the distant Tier 2 and Tier 3 zombies, scoring headshots with every shot and clearing them all without leaving a single one behind. He gained several thousand bullets and about 1,500 zombie points, prompting Li Hao to reflect that the zombie points from the competition were indeed faster to acquire. Killing zombies for points was too slow. As Li Hao continued shooting, Xiaoye grew increasingly fearful. Being the closest to Li Hao meant he was in the most danger. His pale face, smeared with blood, looked particularly unsettling. Finally, he took out a dagger and affixed it to his rifle, then pulled out a white pair of underwear from his lower body and raised it high. I'm surrendering. I'm surrendering. Please don't kill me. Xiaoye's voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. Wei Bebe, seeing Xiaoye's desperate appearance, was momentarily at a loss for how to feel. Chapter 34. News of the airdrop. Unfortunately for Xiaoye, Li Hao was not swayed by his act. A single shot knocked the dagger from Xiaoye's hand, causing him to drop back to the ground in fright. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Xiaoye could no longer hold back his tears, and in his fear, he even lost control of himself. Zhou Ziyi and the others, hearing Xiaoye's cries, felt a twinge of discomfort, while Wang Ming, already injured, turned even paler. He understood Xiaoye's personality, rebellious, arrogant, and self-righteous. He never expected him to be scared to the point of crying, indicating that Li Hao was indeed formidable. Were they really going to leave him behind and escape on their own? Li Hao, I know you. We are from the Reaper hunting team. We didn't mean to attack you. I know the location of an airdrop and wanted to invite you to join us. I was just testing your strength. I apologize. Your skills have earned our respect. Can we talk? Wei Bebe, feeling helpless, shouted out. How do I know if what you're saying is true? Li Hao replied. The other party seemed somewhat capable, and while he could wipe them out, he still lacked some attributes. However, hearing about the airdrop piqued his interest. What can I do to make you believe me? Wei Bebe asked, feeling stuck. Unless you come out yourself, I won't believe you, Li Hao stated. How do I know you won't just shoot me? Wei Bebe was also in a difficult position. If he stepped out, it would be like handing his life over to Li Hao. He had experienced Li Hao's marksmanship and didn't dare to show himself, let alone step outside. Huh, you think you're the only ones with grenades? I have them too. Want to give it a try? Li Hao said. He indeed had grenades. But at most he could take out 2 of them. If he killed 2 people outright, the rest would definitely flee without hesitation. His original intention was to keep everyone, which is why he had been toying with them for so long. However, If they dared to come out, he wouldn't mind giving them a chance. After all, airdrops were very important. The lives of these few people were worth less than the drop itself. All right, I'll come out. I hope you can keep your promise, Wei Bei said helplessly. At that moment, he really wanted to abandon Xiao Yi and leave alone, but he felt that if Li Hao joined, the airdrop would definitely belong to them. To become stronger, to return to the wilderness area, and for revenge, he had to take the gamble. Li Hao didn't say anything and quietly watched the stealthy man. He raised his hands and stepped out. Li Hao kept an eye on the movements of the others and noticed that they didn't show any signs of aggression, realizing that they might be sincere. Perhaps they really knew the location of the airdrop. I've come out. If you're afraid of being attacked, you can establish a partnership with me first. My name is Wei Bei, and I can invite you into our team, Wei Bei said. Upon hearing this, Li Hao thought it was a good idea. He searched for Wei Bei in the partnership function and chose to establish a partnership. Soon, Wei Bei added Li Hao to the team. The Grim Reaper hunting group had a total of 7 members: Wei Bei, Yang Chengling, Xiao Yi, Wang Ming, Gu Tianji, Zhou Zi, and him, Li Hao. He had only discovered these 6 people, and he believed most of what Wei Bei said. He recognized their names. They were all champions of other projects and were considered notable figures. Most importantly, by establishing a partnership, if either of them was attacked, they would share the damage. Damage done to team members was ineffective, and even if one wanted to leave the team, there was a 10-minute exit time. Li Hao wasn't worried about them being able to betray him. Within 100 meters, he could track their every move. Even if they attacked him from beyond that distance, he would have enough reaction time once they entered that range. As Li Hao joined the Grim Reaper hunting group, the others pondered for a moment before stepping out, including the slightly trembling Xiao Yi and Wang Ming, who had bandages around his abdomen. Even Yang Chengling and Zhou Zi stepped out. Seeing this, Li Hao also stood up and watched them. I'll be the captain of this team. You all have no objections, right? Li Hao said, holding his pistol aimed at them. Although team members could share damage, it would still hurt. And they didn't expect Li Hao to pull this move at this moment, leaving them all somewhat speechless. I have no objections. Xiao Yi was the first to express his agreement, looking quite timid, completely different from how he treated Wei Bei and the others before. I have no objections either. Wei Bei shrugged and said nonchalantly. Anyway, if he becomes the captain, no one will be convinced. Although he has indeed performed well, he needs to contribute more to the team to be a rightful captain. However, since the team was just formed, that is impossible. Li Hao's strength is evident, so he can't really say much. We have no objections, Gu Tianji and Zhou Shi also said. Yang Chengling shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter who the captain was. Only Wang Ming still looked confused. Huh, do you have any objections? Li Hao pointed both guns at Wang Ming and said forcefully. I don't. Wang Ming quickly replied, but the movement pulled at his injury, making him gasp in pain. Since that's the case, then follow my orders. After this wave, I will withdraw from your team. I don't care who becomes the captain, but for this wave, you must listen to me. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for your lives. Li Hao stated. Okay, we are just a temporary team anyway, the others agreed. Speak, where's the airdrop? Don't tell me you're trying to trick me, or you'll know what happens next, Li Hao said to Wei Bei. I'm not lying to you. The airdrop is at the junction of the Order Zone and the Wilderness Zone, about 100 kilometers from here, Wei Bei replied. Are you kidding me? 100 kilometers? It'll take days to walk there. Do you think I have that much free time? Li Hao said, getting angry, and pointed a gun at Wei Bei's head, nearly pulling the trigger. We have a vehicle, Wei Bei said, feeling a bit wronged. Does this guy not know there are vehicles? Li Hao was speechless. To be honest, he really hadn't seen anyone driving before. Then bring it out, Li Hao said. Okay, Wei Bei replied somewhat helplessly, taking a capsule from his backpack and tossing it on the ground. Instantly, a 2-seater convertible appeared before them. What the hell, there is actually such a thing. Li Hao was indeed taken aback, especially when he saw that several of them had taken out vehicles, either motorcycles or off-road vehicles. He was surprised to find that he seemed to have no vehicle. The others, except for Wang Ming who was injured and temporarily sitting in Gu Tianji's off-road vehicle, all got into their own rides. Yang Chengling had a cool motorcycle, while Zhou Shi seemed to have no vehicle and sat in Wei Bei's convertible. Seeing Li Hao standing there in a daze, they looked at him as if to say, aren't we supposed to go? Why aren't we moving? What are you looking at? I don't have a vehicle, Li Hao said, feeling exasperated. Where did this thing come from? I've never seen it before. This car can be exchanged in the champion zone, around 100,000 to 300,000 per vehicle, quite expensive. We bought one because we won the championship prize. Didn't you also come in first place and break all the shelter records? You should have over 1 million zombie points. You could exchange for a flying vehicle. That speed is much faster than our land vehicles, Wei Bei explained. So it's expensive, that's why no one buys it, huh? Can he say that his zombie points are all used up? When he first saw the long list of items in the champion exchange zone, he thought he didn't need anything for now and wanted to save the zombie points for devouring electronics, so he didn't pay attention. He didn't expect to feel so awkward at this moment. Chapter 35, Zombie Dragon. I've run out of my zombie points. Look, this gun is worth 1 million. Helplessly. To maintain the captain's authority, Li Hao had to tell a kind lie and took out the golden handgun, saying, this gun is of master level. No wonder its power is so great. It's almost on par with a sniper rifle. Gu Tianji looked at the gun in Li Hao's hand and said, clearly believing Li Hao's words. After all, firearms above the master level are rare and indeed worth that price. Pretty much, the power is decent, Li Hao said. Then noticed an empty seat in Xiao Ye's sports car and leaped in, startling Xiao Ye. Damn, how did this killing god end up here? How am I supposed to drive properly now? I'm telling you, as the captain, the first thing I advise you is not to drive alone. If you get attacked, it's easy for someone to ambush you. Pair up. It's safer, Li Hao said to himself. Yes, you're right, big boss. Xiao Yi nodded vigorously in agreement. The others also thought it made sense, but noticed Li Hao's awkwardness, so they didn't say anything. Let us go? It's almost dark. Why are we hesitating? Li Hao said. Beep beep. As Li Hao's words fell, Wei Bei was the first to start the vehicle, heading towards the setting sun, while the others in the car remained vigilant. By the way, what's your name? Introduce yourself and tell me what everyone else is good at. Li Hao said. Although he knew their names, he wasn't sure who was who. Boss, I'm Xiao Yi said, and then he introduced everyone. Li Hao nodded after hearing it. This team was indeed powerful, gathering several shooting champions from the shelter, truly a group of talents. However, Li Hao didn't feel much. No matter how strong they were, they still surrendered to him. It wasn't arrogance, it was confidence. Within 100 meters, in the realm of ordinary people, he was invincible. In this apocalyptic world, there were still roads and plenty of flat surfaces, but due to long-term neglect, the roads were filled with stones and various debris. As a result, their driving speed wasn't fast, around 50 km/h. They encountered attackers on the road, but before Li Hao could make a move, Zhou Zi and Wang Ming had already taught them a lesson. Even though they were in the car, their accuracy was astonishing, making Li Hao regard them with newfound respect. 2 hours later, they arrived at a dilapidated city, but this city was crawling with countless zombies, densely packed, at least 1 million. Damn, this is the paradise of the strong. Li Hao revealed an excited expression. These were all zombie points. If they could eliminate all these zombies, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of zombie points anymore. Hearing Li Hao's words, the others instinctively glanced at him. With so many zombies, most people would choose to hide, as once surrounded by endless zombies, escape would be nearly impossible. Some small hunting groups can only engage in combat on the outskirts and cannot penetrate deeper, especially when faced with various level 10 and above entities like devourers and enslavers, or even level 15 chasers, who could easily wipe them out. Unless the team has area attack weapons, such as grenades, rocket launchers, or Gatling guns, they might have a chance to escape. Enslavers are level 10 zombies, comparable in strength to individuals who have consumed mid-level genetic enhancement potions. Regular bullets cannot kill them, and they can move at speeds of up to 40 km/h, with strong close combat abilities and very sharp claws. Chasers mostly have humanoid forms, with sharp claws on their left hands and either firearms or bladed weapons on their right, with power levels varying widely between level 10 and level 20. Devourers are even faster than enslavers, reaching speeds of up to 50 km/h, mostly taking on beast-like forms with sharp claws on their limbs, and they can scale walls, with levels ranging from 10 to 15. Despite their strength, the rewards for killing these zombies are high, with a minimum of over 10,000, and their brain crystal cores can be used by humans, providing around 110 points to free attributes. Just then, Li Hao and the others noticed a wolf engaging in battle with several devourers, while more zombies were closing in around it. This wolf was remarkably brave. Its size nearly that of a buffalo, and it was able to kill several devourers, even biting off one's head and swallowing it. As it consumed the devourer's brain, its size increased again, becoming as large as an elephant, making it even more formidable. In just a few moments, it dispatched the remaining devourers, but then a zombie dragon emerged, towering over the giant wolf by more than double. Li Hao was astonished. What kind of world was this that even had Western dragons? The zombie dragon let out a roar, flapping its wings and leaping towards the giant wolf, which also charged at the dragon. Thus, the two colossal beings began to grapple, kicking up endless dust and leaving deep marks on the ground, while some lower-level zombies were crushed to bits. Although the giant wolf was incredibly fierce, the zombie dragon was equally formidable, especially given its larger size, which allowed it to dominate the fight. The giant wolf, aware of the dragon's strength, knew it was a beast and not a zombie, giving it greater agility than the zombie dragon, allowing it to inflict significant damage occasionally. However, it was evident that the giant wolf was still no match for the zombie dragon. It was accidentally clawed by the dragon, leaving 3 deep wounds that exposed bone, with blood gushing out. At this moment, Li Hao noticed the faint scar on the wolf's forehead, indicating that this wolf had fought the zombie dragon before and had escaped previously. However, now that it was injured and realized it could not defeat the zombie dragon, it began to retreat, but the zombie dragon closed in relentlessly, showing no intention of letting the wolf go, and flew directly at it. The giant wolf had no choice but to fight back, but the blood flowing from its body made it increasingly weak, and its movements slowed significantly. Everyone realized that this giant wolf was likely doomed. Li Hao suddenly remembered the beast taming card he had obtained for canines. This wolf was also a canine beast. Perhaps he could finally have a mount. I'll go look for the airdrop tomorrow morning. You all can do as you please for now. I'm going to confront that zombie dragon. No need to come down to help me, he said, then jumped off Xiao Ye's vehicle and hurried down the slope towards the zombie dragon. Chapter 36. Canine Beast Taming Card. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances and decided not to go down to fight the zombies. They had prepared sufficiently before coming, and it was getting close to dusk, which was not the right time to enter the city. Most level 13 zombies had no sight, relying solely on their sense of smell and hearing, acting mostly on instinct. They would move towards the scent of blood or any noise they detected. However, zombies above level 5 possessed a slight intelligence and could command these ordinary zombies. Generally speaking, higher level zombies could control those of lower levels, which is why there were usually groups of lesser zombies following a higher level one. When Li Hao arrived, the giant wolf had already been knocked down by the zombie dragon, which opened its massive jaws to bite at the wolf's neck. While the giant wolf seemed to have given up resisting, remaining indifferent, Li Hao quickly took out his sniper rifle and fired a shot at the zombie dragon's head. The bullet created a dent in the zombie dragon's skull, shaking its head violently. Upon seeing Li Hao, the zombie dragon abandoned the giant wolf and lunged at him. Li Hao then drew his golden pistol and a vector, continuously shooting at the zombie dragon, but it completely ignored his bullets and lunged at him. He quickly analyzed the zombie dragon's movement data. It was like a performance art. The zombie dragon almost hit him every time, but always missed. One moment he was underneath its belly, with gunfire ringing out, and the next he was on its back, yet he couldn't seem to kill the zombie dragon. He deduced that the zombie dragon had strong defenses. Ordinary bullets lacked the power to inflict significant damage. Even if they hit, the harm caused was minimal. The captain is amazing. He's daring enough to provoke the zombie dragon, and bullets are ineffective against it. Gu Tianji remarked as he watched Li Hao taunt the zombie dragon while darting around it. This is too dangerous. He can provoke the zombie dragon countless times, but it only takes one hit to end him. Wei Beibei analyzed the deep craters left by the zombie dragon's strikes, stating, if that hit a person, it would definitely crush their bones. Perhaps he has that confidence. Every step he takes seems calculated. His close combat skills must be quite strong, Yang Chengling added. This person is indeed very strong. No wonder all of you were easily defeated by him. Wang Ming's injuries had nearly healed, and upon seeing Li Hao's figure, he couldn't help but speak out, completely disregarding others' feelings. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him with disapproving gazes. And Xiao Yi even had the thought of giving this fool another wound, since he had been the one who was bullied the most at the beginning. That's not what I meant. You all know I speak my mind. I didn't mean to mock you, Wang Ming said, scratching his head in explanation upon seeing the looks from the crowd. However, everyone knew this person was a bit clueless, so they didn't bother to argue with him and focused on watching Li Hao's performance. Li Hao fought for a long time, and it wasn't all in vain. He learned some weaknesses of the zombie dragon, such as where the defenses were weaker and where the bullets could penetrate deeper and where the bones were harder, etc. He concluded that bullets alone wouldn't kill the zombie dragon, and its skeleton was surprisingly tough. Even with bombs, they had to hit the right spots, otherwise, they wouldn't be effective. He put away his firearms, dodged another attack from the zombie dragon, and took out a Molotov cocktail, throwing it into the dragon's mouth. Crash! Flames erupted from the zombie dragon's mouth, and then Li Hao threw 4 smoke bombs around it, surrounding the creature, before finally positioning himself below the zombie dragon. Taking out his sniper rifle, Bayu, the abdomen of the zombie dragon was hit, creating several dents, and some corrosive liquid oozed out, sizzling as it hit the ground. Although the zombie dragon had no sense of pain, it sensed something was wrong with its body and began to roar. Enveloped in smoke, it couldn't see anything and could only attack wildly. At that moment, Li Hao took out 2 grenades, set the timer, and threw them into the dents before climbing to the spine of the zombie dragon, where the bones were the hardest. Boom! With a huge explosion, both the zombie dragon and Li Hao were thrown into the air by the force of the blast. The zombie dragon's belly was completely blown out, falling lifelessly to the ground. Ding! You have killed a level 20 zombie dragon. You have received an anti-tank cannon, 10 rounds of anti-tank ammunition, and 100,000 zombie points. Immediately, Li Hao's backpack acquired an anti-tank cannon and 10 rounds of ammunition. He couldn't help but smile. His efforts finally bore fruit. The strength of this zombie dragon was indeed formidable. Unless it was bombarded indiscriminately with grenades, it couldn't be killed otherwise. Next, Li Hao drank a bottle of energy drink and walked toward the giant wolf, which was now on the verge of death. He took out his beast taming card and used it on the giant wolf before him. Ding! Taming successful. Ding! Your pet is in critical condition. Please provide immediate care. After taming the giant wolf, Li Hao received this information. He took out 3 bottles of energy drink, pried open the wolf's mouth, and poured the drinks down its throat. Glug, glug. After 3 bottles, although the giant wolf didn't appear to change much, Li Hao knew it was holding on. He then took out bandages and started to wrap the wolf's body. Half an hour later, the bandaging was finally completed, and the giant wolf had opened its eyes, breathing more smoothly. Clearly, the energy drink was effective. What is the captain doing? Treating a beast? Wang Ming and others couldn't understand Li Hao's actions. Yes, I saw him using some kind of card on the giant wolf. It should be tamed. But since the wolf was close to death, he probably started treating it afterward. said Zhou Zi, the archer, who had a keen eye and noticed Li Hao's actions. His luck is unbelievable. I've only heard of taming cards, but never seen one. Does that mean the captain now has a giant wolf mount? That's so cool. Wang Ming said again, his words revealing envy. The others nodded in agreement. Having such a giant wolf to assist in battle and serve as a mount would surely lead to rapid growth. It would be a lie to say they weren't envious. Chapter 37. Zombie Dragon Crystal Core. Li Hao didn't think too much about it. He took out a blood tonic potion and poured it into the giant wolf's mouth. Then gently patted its head, telling it to rest for a while. The blood tonic potion enhances hematopoiesis when blood loss is significant, if properly bandaged. Using it can quickly boost the injured's vitality and aid recovery. This giant wolf's breed was unknown, but its fur was predominantly black and gray, with a hint of white fur between its ears, making it look quite handsome. Finally, seeing the approaching zombies, Li Hao took out his handgun and vector, and began shooting at the zombies furiously, hardly missing a shot as waves of zombies fell. The number of zombie points visibly increased, and seeing this, Wei Bei and the others exchanged glances and joined Li Hao in killing the zombies. Bang bang bang. Before long, the wave of zombies was wiped out, and everyone gained a significant amount of zombie points. Li Hao's zombie points soared to 150,000. By evening, the giant wolf had mostly recovered and stood up, joining the battle to attack the zombies madly. In no time, this small group of zombies was cleared. Just as Li Hao was about to signal everyone to retreat, the giant wolf ran to the corpse of the zombie dragon and began to pry open its skull, revealing a crystal that was clear and translucent inside. It's the zombie crystal core. How much attribute enhancement would that give? Wang Ming exclaimed, looking shocked, but he knew this was killed by Li Hao, so he didn't dare to harbor any covetous thoughts. Xiao Yi glanced over but, upon seeing Li Hao, simply turned away. Wei Bei and Zhou Zi showed no particular reaction, while only Yang Chengling displayed a desire for it, but didn't dare to seize it openly, knowing she couldn't compete with Li Hao, especially with the giant wolf by his side. Li Hao, I want that zombie crystal core. Name your price, Yang Chengling said, eager to enhance her strength. Having heard from Wei Bei about the airdrop and various high-level zombies in the area, without hesitation, Li Hao said that he wanted 1 million zombie points. Although he didn't know how precious the zombie crystal core was, it didn't stop him from asking for a high price. The others gasped. While the crystal core was relatively large, it couldn't possibly be worth 1 million zombie points. At most, it would be around 600,000. Indeed, zombie points could be traded. After establishing a partnership, clicking on the other person's name would bring up a trading option that included the exchange of zombie points. Why don't you just rob it? Yang Chengling shouted angrily, as if they were fools. Take it or leave it. Li Hao shrugged, looking at the giant wolf that brought him the crystal core, taking it from its mouth to check the information on the zombie crystal core. Zombie Dragon Crystal Core, item level, master level description. Survivors who absorb it immediately gain 30 free attribute points, and beasts that consume it significantly increase their physique. Seeing that Li Hao had taken the crystal core, the giant wolf began to nudge him with its head, implying that it wanted to eat it. However, Li Hao also wanted it. I'll give it to you next time. I'll use it this time, he said, patting the giant wolf's head and choosing to absorb it. In an instant, his personal attributes increased by 30 free attribute points. He then allocated 20 points to agility, and 5 points each to strength and constitution, resulting in the following personal attributes. Personal attributes. Name, Li Hao Survivor ID, 9527 race, human strength, 56 constitution, 57 spirit, 43 agility, 55 skill mastery, proficient in pistol shooting, gunfighting, hand-to-hand combat, sniper rifle, and throwing. Companions, Wei Bei pets, level 19 Shadow Giant Wolf, unnamed, others, slightly noted after Li Hao absorbed the crystal core. Yang Chengling turned away, and the others didn't say anything, instead finding a tree to sit under and picking up some sticks. They started a campfire, took out their own food, and began eating, while Wei Bei and Wang Ming scattered some powder around a radius of about 100 meters from the campfire. This was a type of powder to repel low-level zombies, preventing them from being disturbed, but the night was still dangerous, especially with the wild beasts around. However, with Li Hao's giant wolf present, it was unlikely that any reckless beast would attack, especially in the pitch-black night. A pair of green eyes and that massive figure projected an overwhelming presence. Li Hao first went to the zombie dragon's corpse, retrieved a large machete, and found a piece of the skull that even a sniper rifle couldn't penetrate, but had been pried open by the shadow giant wolf. After some adjustments, he fashioned it into a shield about the size of a basin, waved it a few times, and then put it away. Next, he gathered some firewood, took out a barbecue grill, and prepared skewers of chicken and lamb, along with seasoning and cooking oil. While others were eating their meager food, he was already grilling, and the delicious aroma wafted through the air, making everyone feel that their dried meat was no longer appetizing. Even the giant wolf lying down occasionally moved its nose a few times, eyeing the roasted meat in Li Hao's hand, seemingly drooling. It had never smelled such a flavor of meat before in its memory. Gulp. The others exchanged glances, understanding each other's silent communication, and shifted their heads slightly. Wei Bei, why don't you go and get a piece of meat? Xiao Yi, why don't you go yourself? Wang Ming, He indicated that he didn't understand their body language. Wei Bei, Wang Ming you go, Wang Ming. Wei Bei covered her forehead and finally looked at Zhou Zi, shifting her head again for silent communication. Zhou Zi, I'm embarrassed, sister. Why don't you go? Yang Chengling rolled her eyes at her, too lazy to respond. She had just been upset by Li Hao and wasn't about to shamelessly ask for food. Wei Bei, Zi, it's fine. You're a pretty girl. He won't blame you. Zhou Zi, okay, I'll give it a try. Brother Hao, your roasted meat looks really delicious. Can you give me a piece? Zhou Zi said somewhat shyly. 100 zombie points, but since you're a temporary teammate, I'll give you a discount of 50 zombie points for a piece, Li Hao said without looking back, enjoying his roasted meat. Although Zhou Zi's bare figure was still fresh in his memory, Li Hao, who had seen countless things, felt it wasn't worth a piece of roasted meat. All right, I'll buy 6 pieces, Zhou Zi said somewhat speechlessly. Not expecting him to charge them for the hundreds of zombie points, he was really stingy. Little did they know, after tasting this roasted meat once, they searched all shelters in this apocalypse, but never encountered it again. Here, 300 zombie points. Thank you for your patronage. Li Hao handed her a few chicken legs that had been oiled and rested for a while. After she accepted them, she established a partnership with Li Hao and traded 300 zombie points for the roasted meat. After roasting for a while, she handed a piece to Wei Bei and others, keeping one for herself, and they all began to eat. After Li Hao collected the zombie points, he dissolved the partnership with Wei Bei and Zhou Zi. Now that he knew the general strength of the team members, he wasn't worried about betrayal within a 100-meter range. Wow, this is so delicious. What kind of meat is this? The taste is amazing, Wang Ming commented while eating. The others nodded in agreement. The flavor was indeed impressive. And even Yang Chengling couldn't help but glance at Li Hao. At that moment, having finished eating, Li Hao handed over all the leftover roasted meat to the giant wolf, which devoured it with a crunch. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch their mouths, feeling that it was a case of humans being worse off than dogs. Well, it was a wolf, a giant wolf at that. Chapter 38. Assassin Alliance hunting team. The next day, as the sun rose, everyone woke up. Looking at the zombies wandering outside the circle and the dead zombie dogs and zombie hounds inside the circle without expressing surprise. Last night, someone had taken turns keeping watch, and these were all killed by the guards. Li Hao also woke up. Although he could often go without sleep, it didn't mean he didn't need to rest. Especially after the intense battle yesterday. The shadow wolf had not fully recovered yet, so resting for a night would improve its condition. Seeing that the giant wolf had almost recovered, Li Hao began to tear off the bandages wrapped around it. The wounds underneath had healed well, and it could move freely now. These bandages and potions had healing properties. Generally, one night was enough for recovery. Wang Ming's injuries had also healed long ago, and everyone's spirits were at their best. Let's set off. After everyone had eaten a bit of energy breakfast, Li Hao looked at the eager faces around him and said, glancing toward the nearby city. This city was called Pei City, which had 4 city gates. The position where Li Hao and the others were located was just one of them. The information about the airdrop was not known only to Wei Bei. Everyone who had developed in this area was aware of it, but no one could break in. Someone had spotted the airdrop landing in an old outdoor soccer field. That place was the lair of the zombie dragon, with hundreds of lickers roaming around, and the entire district had thousands of enslavers and chasers. After many hunting teams suffered heavy losses, those who considered themselves lacking in competitive strength withdrew from the airdrop competition. Wei Bei was once a member of a hunting team from the wasteland area, but all his teammates had died in this struggle. Every day, many people came to kill zombies in this area, but the north gate, where they were, was frequently attacked by a giant wolf, and the zombie dragon often emerged. After losing some teams, no one dared to enter through this gate anymore. The closest gate to Li Hao and the others was the north gate. Wei Bei initially brought them here to take a look, planning to go around, but unexpectedly, the zombie dragon was killed, and the giant wolf was subdued, making this gate the easiest to break into. Bang bang bang. Watch out for that licker. Quick, don't let it get close. Bang bang bang. Watch out for the chaser's cannon fire. Boom. Damn it, grenade, blow it up. A team was advancing towards the gymnasium from the east gate, constantly killing zombies along the way but attracting several lickers and a chaser. Fortunately, this group was well prepared, with a total of 20 members, each appearing to be seasoned soldiers with a shooting accuracy above 60. At the south gate, 5 people appeared, 4 men and 1 woman. Each of them held a Beretta M9 and a Colt handgun, both of which were powerful sidearms. Brother, I've heard the airdrop is in the soccer field at the gymnasium, where a zombie dragon resides. Our handguns might not be enough to handle it, said a chubby man with a bearded face, casually shooting a zombie's head. What? Even the butcher has things he fears? A middle-aged man teased. Fox, do you think you can kill that zombie dragon? The butcher replied, looking at the middle-aged man. All right, we have prepared grenades and rocket launchers. The zombie dragons are nothing to be afraid of, but those mini lickers are not so easy to deal with. The man leading the group said, looking at the lickers crawling on the wall. He swung his gun, and a bullet surprisingly curved towards a licker and hit it instantly. Although there was a hole in the licker's forehead, it didn't kill it, but instead enraged the creature, which jumped wildly towards the group. Bang, bang. Then, a man and a woman behind him both fired a shot, and their bullets also curved. The man hit the licker in the leg, causing it to momentarily halt, while the woman's bullet struck the hole made by the man's bullet. Thud. The liquor fell to the ground, twitching, and soon stopped moving. Wesley, you and your wife are impressive, managing to take down a liquor so quickly, the leading man said with a smile as he looked at the couple. Brother Sloan, you're joking. Without your shot, I wouldn't have been able to kill it either, Angelina replied with a slight smile, while the man beside her chuckled without saying anything. All right, let us stop the compliments and move on. I heard gunfire, which means other teams might be coming. Let us go, Gary the Butcher said, raising his brow. Okay, the Assassin Alliance is invincible, Sloan smiled and said this, and everyone's gaze became sharp. They began shooting continuously at the zombies, their cooperation evident of long-term combat experience. Roar. Bang. Li Hao rode the shadow giant wolf, holding guns in both hands. Li Hao was responsible for attacking the lickers, while the shadow wolf focused on extracting the zombie crystals from the lickers' heads. Li Hao's golden handgun had strong penetration, taking down a licker with each shot. However, there were too many zombies, and he also had to deal with the ones blocking their path. The synergy between the man and the wolf was excellent. The lickers were no match for them. Behind them, Wei Bei and the others also kept shooting at the zombies. Tat tat tat. Whoosh. Zhou Zi's arrows had strong penetration. The enslavers she hit were usually pierced straight through the skull. Yang Qingling was also quite fierce, wielding a sword and gun, weaving through the zombie crowd, taking down several enslavers. The others were performing well too, with shooting accuracy above 90, clearing a bloody path through the zombies in their way. The lickers had zombie crystals, and so did the enslavers, but the lickers were harder to kill, while the enslavers were relatively easier. Therefore, the lickers were left to Li Hao, while the enslavers were handled by Wei Bei and the others. Bang. Bayou. Along the way, Li Hao and the others encountered about 10 lickers, all of which were taken down by Li Hao. He and the giant wolf shared the crystals, gaining 40 free attribute points, which he had not used yet. The others also gained around 20 attribute points each, although not much, it was still decent. Bayou. Bang. Suddenly, while killing zombies, Wang Ming was instantly knocked back. His bulletproof vest was pierced, and he fell heavily to the ground. Caution, there are snipers. Chapter 39, The Butcher's Sudden Attack. Wang Ming was suddenly hit and sent flying, his bulletproof vest even pierced. The bullet was clearly from a sniper rifle. Gu Tianji immediately shouted, and everyone instinctively looked for places to hide. Li Hao watched as Wang Ming gritted his teeth, trying not to cry out in pain. Following the direction of the bullet holes on the ground, he gazed into the distance. Sure enough, about 800 meters away, on a high platform, a sniper lay in wait. Almost undetectable at first glance. Then, Li Hao spotted the sniper, who also noticed Li Hao, the only one not hiding. With a smirk, the sniper fired a bullet at Li Hao. Bayou. Bang. Li Hao raised his golden gun and shot back at the sniper's bullet. The two bullets collided in midair with a loud bang. In the moment of the sniper's shock, Li Hao fired 2 more shots, one aimed at the bullet hole of the sniper rifle, the other at the sniper's forehead. Bang. Bang. The sniper didn't even have time to blink. As his rifle exploded, a bullet pierced through his head. He let out a muffled groan and died. Wow. The captain's shooting skills are incredible. Wang Ming, who could see the sniper, was amazed as he watched Li Hao take him down with 3 shots, seemingly forgetting his pain. Stop being dazed. Go help that fool, Li Hao said, somewhat speechless at their astonished expressions. Help me, save me. Wang Ming then realized he had been shot again and began crawling toward the wall. Gu Tianji helplessly bandaged him up again, and Wang Ming drank some energy drinks and blood tonic. Just then, people on the opposite side reached a high point and started shooting at Li Hao and the others. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and hit again. The others took the opportunity to counterattack, wildly shooting at those above, quickly taking down 5 or 6 of them. Li Hao also fired a few shots, mainly to eliminate any bullets that could hit them, but he didn't continue shooting. After all, he can't take out every enemy himself. Otherwise, what would the others do? As they got closer to the stadium, they encountered more hunting teams. Perhaps knowing everyone was after the airdrop, they attacked on sight. But without exception, Li Hao taught them a lesson, breaking through the encirclement. The other teams also had similar experiences, mostly eliminating hunting teams at the same city gate before reaching the stadium. The stadium was large, with about 4 main entrances. Inside, there were not only soccer fields but also basketball, volleyball, and badminton courts, all occupied by hordes of zombies, making the place look quite messy. Some old sports facilities could be faintly seen, and on the soccer field, a pile of wood resembled a giant nest, which was clearly the lair of the zombie dragon. At this moment, beneath one half of the dragon's nest, a huge square box lay on the ground, also very dirty, clearly trampled by some creature countless times. Every person entering immediately spotted the square box, their eyes gleaming with fervor. However, the hundreds of giant eggs towering around them, along with the countless feeders guarding those eggs and some pursuers, brought everyone back to their senses. After entering the gymnasium, Li Hao scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted several groups of people. Including their own group, there were nearly 4 teams. Except for Li Hao, who appeared quite impressive. The others looked somewhat disheveled. The shadow giant wolf was too large to enter through the relatively small door, so Li Hao decided to leave it outside, where there were also feeders for it to eat. Without the pressure from the zombie dragon, and with the level 20 shadow giant wolf, the zombies here posed no threat to it, and even the survivors' firearms were nothing to fear. The only real threats were grenades and rocket launchers. But the shadow giant wolf was not a zombie. It was agile and had a sense of danger. Even Li Hao wouldn't dare to claim he could handle the shadow giant wolf at that moment, let alone anyone else. Big brother, there are 3 more teams. What should we do? The butcher said to Sloane after noticing the other teams. The gymnasium had 4 large doors corresponding to the 4 teams, each of which had fought their way through and had some strength, but relatively speaking, they were certainly not as powerful as their Assassin Alliance hunting group. Butcher, you go to the north door. Wesley, you and Angelina go to the east door. Fox, you go to the west door and create some trouble for them. If there's a chance, then eliminate them, Sloane instructed. Okay, no problem. As soon as Sloane finished speaking, everyone quickly ran towards their respective doors. Each person moving with remarkable agility, their speed surpassing that of the feeders, leaping several meters high. No wonder they were so confident. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. After the Wesley couple arrived at the east door, one of them opened fire with a submachine gun at the feeders, while the other threw a grenade into the square, instantly blowing up dozens of giant eggs. Who did that? Another hunting group has come to the east door. Damn it, kill them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Their actions were quickly noticed, and the team at the east door began shooting at them, but by then, the 2 had already vanished from sight. The slavers, hearing the commotion, rushed toward the area, forcing the team to engage with them. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. The same sounds of grenade explosions and gunfire erupted at the west door. Seeing the approaching feeders and slavers, those teams prepared to temporarily withdraw from the gymnasium. Unfortunately, as soon as they exited, they were ambushed, with some even dropping large amounts of fresh meat, attracting countless zombies, forcing them to fight back. Damn it, we've been set up. Who did this? Where are those bullets coming from? Be careful, the attacker is a master. The bullets can curve. The 2 teams targeted by the Assassin Alliance hunting group fell into chaos, having to guard against the attackers while also fighting off the feeders or zombies, and the number of team members began to dwindle. The butcher arrived at the north gate and noticed that the other 2 gates were already in action, so he prepared to take action as well. However, at that moment, he realized someone had spotted him. Without a second thought, he fired a bullet, but to his surprise, the other person shot back, and their bullets collided midair. The butcher changed positions several times, swinging his gun to fire a curved bullet, only to find that the opponent's bullet was also curved, resulting in another collision. Wow, this person knows gunplay too, the butcher said in disbelief as he took cover. Before he could think further, bullets from machine guns, rifles, and submachine guns began to rain down on his position, with the wall half a meter away nearly being penetrated. Helpless, the butcher had to change his position again. Just then, an arrow shot towards him, and without thinking, he fired a bullet at it. To his astonishment, another arrow followed closely behind the first, and he had no time to dodge. The arrow struck his shoulder, causing him pain as he leaped and changed his stance again. No matter how he moved, countless bullets were still coming at him, leaving him in a desperate situation. He then jumped off the balcony, and while in midair, he swung his handgun, firing a bullet that curved around a pillar towards Wang Meng's position. Seeing this, Li Hao also fired a bullet, knocking the butcher's bullet off course. Using thermal vision, Li Hao spotted the butcher hiding behind the pillar and fired 2 bullets from his 2 handguns, both following curved trajectories toward the butcher. The butcher attempted to turn, but it was too late. One bullet hit his forehead while the other struck the back of his head. In an instant, the butcher was dead. Chapter 40. Restoration Solution. Damn it, I almost got killed. Wang Meng, seeing the butcher dead, grabbed a machine gun and rushed to the spot where the butcher had fallen, continuously firing at his corpse while cursing. If it weren't for Li Hao saving him, he might have been the one lying there. So how could he not be furious? From a distance, the Wesley couple saw the butcher, who was being shot at and trying to hide, quickly finishing off the team at the east gate before heading towards the north gate. As they got closer, they spotted Wang Meng shooting at the butcher's corpse. Wesley raised his hand and fired a bullet, but Li Hao noticed and shouted, causing Wang Meng to instinctively crouch down, with 2 bullets hitting the wall and splattering bricks and dust. Seeing this, Wei Bei and the others opened fire on Wesley, but they managed to dodge, giving Wang Meng a chance to find cover. Do they think I'm an easy target? Wang Meng, relieved that he was unharmed, felt bold again and began firing his machine gun at the wall where Wesley was hiding. Then Angelina fired a bullet, and Li Hao fired another one, resulting in a collision in midair. Wei Bei and the others also noticed Angelina's position and began to spray bullets in her direction. Xiaoyi, those 2 are skilled. Where are the grenades? Let's blow them up, Wang Meng said to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi heard Wang Meng's words and quickly threw a grenade, but unexpectedly, it was hit by a bullet in midair, causing the wall above to collapse. Boom. At that moment, Li Hao seized the opportunity to fire a bullet. As Angelina raised her pistol, Li Hao's bullet struck her, causing an explosion that tore through her chest. Just then, an arrow shot in, pinning her to the wall. Seeing this, Wesley cried out anxiously, but exposed his position. Wei Bei, Wang Meng, and even Xiaoyi unleashed a barrage of fire at him. With no time to dodge, he was hit in the leg and left arm. Xiaoyi threw another grenade. Boom. Wesley was instantly blown to smithereens, leaving no trace behind. Angelina watched Wesley being blown apart and coughed up blood. Although she had been pinned to the wall, she and T died immediately. She helplessly watched her husband die right in front of her. She took out a grenade and placed it on her back, waiting for Li Hao and the others to arrive. Captain, this woman isn't dead yet. Wang Ming was the first to rush over, looking at the wide-eyed Angelina. Smack. As soon as Angelina saw someone approach, she pulled the pin from the grenade. Unexpectedly, Li Hao appeared and shot her right in the forehead, causing her to die with her eyes wide open. Captain, you say we can just kill such a beautiful woman? Wang Ming's words were cut off as Angelina's grenade exploded, sending him flying and leaving a gash on his face. Boom. After the dust settled, Wang Ming felt his head buzzing and stood up dazedly, thinking, why is it always me who gets hurt? Captain, how did you know she had a grenade? Zhou Zi asked curiously, while the others listened intently. I have a way of seeing, Li Hao replied seriously, looking at Zhou Zi. Common sense tells you that if that woman was hiding something in her hand, she must have been planning to take us down with her. The result was quite obvious. Is that true? Zhou Zi instinctively protected her chest as she felt Li Hao's gaze on her. Even though she was dressed modestly, she felt exposed. Hee, true enough, Li Hao said with a smile. What? I'm clearly a 34C. Zhou Zi retorted unhappily. Hearing this, the others turned to look at her, and realizing her words. Her face turned bright red. Ah, how annoying, she said, retreating behind Yang Chengling. The group glanced at Yang Chengling and then at Li Hao, as if saying, Captain, quickly check what size. 36D, Li Hao said after a quick glance, then walked towards the supplies box of the three women. Yang Chengling widened her eyes, thinking, this guy can't really see through things, can he? How does he know? Wei Bei and the others wanted to ask if it was true, but seeing Yang Chengling's unfriendly expression, they immediately dropped the idea. Although they didn't know what she looked like. Her piercing gaze already told everyone that she was definitely not lacking in looks. However, her personality didn't attract any attention from others. A woman who enjoys playing with knives is too dangerous. It's better to have someone like Zi, who is gentle and lovely. The three of them had quite a lot of supplies in their boxes, with various bullets numbering in the tens of thousands. Li Hao also obtained a shotgun, S12K, with 30 rounds of 12-gauge ammunition from the butcher's box, along with a short knife made of an unknown material and various healing potions. Although the bodies of Wesley and his companion were blown up, their supply boxes were forcibly retained by the Apocalypse system and were thoroughly looted by several people. Most of the items were quite conventional, but there were 8 bottles of rare-grade potions that caught Li Hao's attention. Repair solution, 300 milliliters, item level, rare description. Mix 300 milliliters of the solution into 300 L of water. An injured person lying in the water can significantly repair bodily abnormalities. Boss, it seems that the butcher and the others were killed by someone. After Fox dealt with Simon's team, he saw the scene of several people being killed through the scope of his sniper rifle. However, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he approached Sloane and said, oh? With their skills, they could still be killed? How many were there on the other side? Sloane replied, seemingly unaffected by the death of his teammates. There were 7 of them. 6 performed decently, but one young man seemed particularly strong. He actually knew gunfighting techniques, and the butcher was killed by his dual gun combat skills. Wesley and his wife were also injured by him, and then overwhelmed and killed, Fox said, showing no emotion. The core of their Assassin Alliance hunting group is Sloane. All their gunfighting techniques were taught by him. As long as Sloane is alive, the Assassin Alliance hunting group will continue to exist. Gunfighting techniques? Huh. Then I'll have to meet him. Sloane revealed a cruel smile, looking at the dwindling eaters below and the standing airdrop. He seemed to become less anxious. With the zombie dragon gone, what was there to fear? Chapter 41. Li Hao gets shot after Li Hao and the others tidied up. They began to advance towards the soccer field and launched an attack on the zombies inside. The eaters were left to Li Hao, while the enslavers and pursuers were handled by Wei Bei and the others. With each kill, they extracted a zombie crystal core, and their attributes began to rise. Li Hao's attributes reached over 80 in each category, and he could even clearly see the bullet trajectories. At that moment, he noticed 3 bullets coming towards them, one aimed at him, one at Yang Chengling beside him, and another at Zhou Zi. He quickly fired 2 shots, with his golden gun aimed at the sniper bullet and the other targeting the bullet heading towards him. Bang! Clang! The sniper bullet and the other bullet were shot down. But the bullet aimed at Yang Chengling missed as she swung her knife to intercept it. With a cry, Yang Chengling covered her wound and ducked to the side. The bullet had struck her left shoulder, instantly incapacitating her left arm, and the others quickly hid in fear. Li Hao felt helpless. He had no way to save Zhou Zi, as the bullet aimed at her was from a sniper. If he didn't intervene, Zhou Zi would undoubtedly die. Yang Chengling had previously deflected bullets he shot, and he calculated that even if she failed to block it, it wouldn't be fatal. He could only leave it to her, but to his surprise, she couldn't block it after all. Then, Li Hao looked into the distance and spotted 2 figures in black at 1,000 meters and 200 meters away, one with a sniper rifle and the other with a handgun. They were Fox and Sloane. He swung his gun, firing a bullet, while Sloane also shot back, and their bullets collided at around 100 meters. At that moment, Fox reloaded his sniper rifle, and both of them fired 3 shots simultaneously again. The sniper bullet aimed at the wall, while the bullets from the handguns were directed at Li Hao. Instinctively, Li Hao fired 2 bullets, which collided with one of the incoming bullets. Meanwhile, the sniper bullet had already reached their side, and Li Hao was powerless to stop it. The bullet pierced through the wall, hitting Xiao Yi, who was hiding behind it. The bullet penetrated Xiao Yi's chest, striking his heart, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Xiao Yi. Gu Tianji saw Xiao Yi fall and quickly took out his sniper rifle, instantly aiming and firing at the distant sniper. At the same time, Zhou Zi shot 3 arrows at Sloane, who was about 200 meters away. Wei Beibei and Wang Ming did the same, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the figure in black. The black-clad man quickly fired 2 shots and then swiftly dodged their bullets. Li Hao also fired 2 shots, but at that moment, the sniper's bullet was incoming. He had no choice but to abandon one non-fatal bullet, which struck Wei Beibei's thigh. She instinctively ducked and clutched her leg, breaking into a cold sweat. Gu Tianji's bullet narrowly missed the black-clad sniper's bullet, and Li Hao's left-hand Colt also fired at that bullet. However, the power of the black-clad man's sniper bullet was overwhelming, and Li Hao's Colt bullet couldn't stop it, hitting Gu Tianji instead and piercing through his left shoulder blade. Gu Tianji let out a cry and quickly took cover, while his shot hit the black-clad sniper in the left shoulder, causing him to grunt in pain and retreat. In just a few seconds, among the 7 of them, Xiao Yi was dead, and Wei Beibei, Gu Tianji, and Yang Chengling were all injured. The situation grew incredibly tense. "You two, hurry and bandage them," Li Hao said solemnly to Wang Ming and Zhou Zi. The 2 opponents were skilled and had a strong teamwork, making it difficult for him to ensure their safety at that moment. Others also recognized the opponent as a master. After helping the injured to a safe area, they began to bandage the wounds. However, at that moment, Li Hao spotted a figure in black about 150 meters away. The figure in black was surprisingly charging directly towards Li Hao and the others. Seeing this, Li Hao also ran towards the figure. Just as Sloane reached within 100 meters of Li Hao, he fired 2 shots. Bang! Bang! Sloane had high attributes as well. Although he didn't know how Li Hao had spotted him, it didn't stop him from retaliating, and he fired 2 shots in return. The bullets collided around 3 meters from him. However, he underestimated the power of Li Hao's golden gun. The bullets were shattered, and fragments flew towards him, instantly causing a streak of blood to spurt from his cheek. Wow! A golden gun. Hee, this gun should belong to me. Sloane seemed to ignore the pain from his cheek and instead displayed an even more excited expression. Bang! Bang! Li Hao fired 2 more shots, and Sloane did the same. The bullets from both sides quickly collided in the air, and they continuously changed positions, but each bullet fired was deflected by the other, resulting in a stalemate. Then, while the 2 were exchanging fire, Fox, after doing a quick bandage, aimed his sniper rifle at Wei Beibei and the others, only to find they had already hidden away. Meanwhile, Li Hao was evenly matched with his boss, and Fox realized that his boss was actually at a disadvantage. Without thinking, Fox fired a shot from his sniper rifle at Li Hao, who spotted the bullet coming towards him. Knowing the power of the sniper bullet, he quickly made a decision. The bullet from his golden gun surged towards the sniper bullet, causing an explosion in the air, while his Colt only managed to block one of Sloane's bullets. Bang! Li Hao grunted as he was hit in the left shoulder and prepared to dodge. However, he sensed that Zhou Zi had drawn her bow and was launching a 3-arrow barrage at Sloane. Seeing this, Sloane aimed 2 shots at Zhou Zi's arrows, but didn't he expect 2 more arrows to follow. After shooting down the first 2, one arrow pierced through his left shoulder. The moment Sloane was hit by the arrow, Li Hao, without hesitation, noticed that the sniper was still reloading in the distance. He quickly took out a Barrett and aimed a quick shot at Fox. Fox was completely caught off guard. He didn't expect Li Hao, despite being shot, not to hide, nor did he anticipate that his boss would be hit by an arrow from a woman. By the time he saw Li Hao's sniper rifle, it was too late to dodge, and a bullet instantly pierced through his forehead. "Li Hao, are you alright?" Zhou Zi asked, looking at Li Hao, who was leaning against a pillar and holding his left shoulder, but she didn't dare to approach. The opponent was a master, and she could easily be shot if she exposed herself. Li Hao didn't respond, but looked toward Sloane's position. Noticing that the figure in black had once again changed shape and was approaching them, he realized that the opponent was formidable and had strong combat awareness. If it weren't for his thermal vision, he wouldn't have known that the opponent was not treating their wounds but instead coming to launch a sneak attack. Li Hao cursed angrily and took out a grenade, calculating the opponent's movement speed. Just as Sloane jumped down from the edge, a grenade fell. With a bang. As soon as Sloane landed, he saw the grenade, and before he could react, it exploded. In an instant, Sloane was blown to pieces, and he died without ever understanding how Li Hao discovered him or why he resorted to such ruthless tactics with a grenade. Chapter 42. Seizing the airdrop. There's a saying that when it rains, it pours. Before Li Hao could bandage his wounds, another team unexpectedly arrived at their location. Upon seeing several injured members like Wei Beibei, they immediately started attacking. Wang Ming killed 3 before being shot multiple times by the surrounding enemies, ultimately bleeding to death. Wei Beibei, lying on the ground, was shot dead while firing back, and Gu Tianji also fell after killing 2. After bandaging her wounds and drinking some energy drinks and health potions, Yang Chengling, feeling slightly better, quickly attacked the incoming enemies. However, countless zombies and lickers suddenly swarmed in, and she found herself overwhelmed. Drawing on her extensive combat experience, she killed a few, but was hit twice in the abdomen and shoulder. Just then, a horde of zombies and lickers began to attack, crawling on the walls and making horrifying sounds, leaving her feeling doomed. Fortunately, Li Hao and Zhou Zi quickly rushed to assist, shooting down the enemy team and the lickers in no time. Roars from giant wolves and gunfire from other teams echoed at the entrance. Take Yang Qingling with you. We're heading to the south gate, Li Hao said, firing at the lickers as he moved. He soon reached the soccer field, where another team was already engaged in battle with the lickers. Without hesitation, he pulled out a rocket launcher and fired at the battlefield. Whoosh! Boom! In an instant, countless people were sent flying, and even the airdrop rolled in his direction. All part of his plan. He took out several grenades and threw them in different directions. Boom! As he quickly pulled out a vector submachine gun and shot down several enemies, he took cover under the airdrop. You have obtained 1 AWM sniper rifle. You have obtained 50 magnum bullets. You have obtained 30 300 milliliters repair solutions. You have obtained 1 black phantom bow. You have obtained 1 Edmund alloy katana. You have obtained 1 system backpack stacking coupon, 200. You have obtained 3 talent awakening potions. You have obtained 1 land vehicle mastery skill book. You have obtained 1 super cyclone sports car capsule. In an instant, Li Hao's backpack was filled to the brim. He used the system backpack stacking coupon to store all the items, totaling over 40 different items, with quantities in the hundreds, most of which were quite rare. Li Hao took a deep breath. No wonder so many people were fighting for the airdrop. It was indeed quite tempting. However, just then, he noticed a grenade being thrown at him. He quickly drew his pistol and fired a shot at the grenade in midair. Boom. Following that, he also threw out several grenades, causing explosions, and quickly fled from the airdrop site, but was spotted by others. Instantly, countless people became excited. That kid picked up the airdrop. Quick, kill him. Bang bang bang. Don't let him escape. Bang bang bang. While dodging the hail of bullets, Li Hao shot down several individuals and then rushed to Zhou Zi's side, looking at Yang Qingling, who had fainted from excessive blood loss due to lack of time to bandage her wounds. He took out a rocket launcher again and fired a shot at the wall to his front side, where several people had just appeared. Those individuals were so frightened that they hurriedly turned to flee. Boom. The explosion sounded, and the wall was instantly blasted open. Li Hao quickly led Zhou Zi through the gap and escaped the gymnasium. As soon as Li Hao emerged, he summoned the shadow giant wolf. Upon seeing the wolf, he leaped onto its back. Zhou Zi, holding Yang Qingling, pulled Li Hao's hand and climbed onto the giant wolf as well. Let's go. Li Hao urged the wolf to dash towards the outskirts of the city, but to his surprise, there were several pursuers outside. No wonder he hadn't seen any inside. Reluctantly, he utilized the wolf's defense, casually tossing out a grenade, which sent several pursuers flying with a loud bang. By the time the others reacted, Li Hao had already gotten quite far away. Bang. Boom. However, at that moment, a high-ranking pursuer emerged, raising a rocket launcher in front of him, aiming at Li Hao and the others. Without hesitation, Li Hao fired a shot back, hitting the rocket launcher and causing it to explode in midair. He continued shooting at the incoming bullets, but one stray bullet slipped through, striking Zhou Zi in the back. Ugh! Zhou Zi let out a muffled groan as the bullet passed through her left shoulder and chest, nearly causing Yang Qingling to fall. Li Hao saw this and quickly took off a strap, binding Zhou Zi and Yang Qingling to his shoulder before riding the giant wolf, speeding away. Damn it! That kid got away. The others, seeing the situation, were helpless. The roads in the urban area were already in ruins, even if they had vehicles. They couldn't catch up to Li Hao riding the giant wolf. They never anticipated that the giant wolf outside was Li Hao's mount, and as they saw him escape, they began targeting the team that hadn't fled yet. Moments later, the sounds of bullets, explosions, and human screams echoed throughout the city. On the road, Li Hao ran frantically with Zhou Zi, both silent. Only the sound of the giant wolf's paws and the rushing wind filled the air. Tata, let's find a place to treat this injury. If we don't help Yang Qingling soon, she might not make it, Li Hao said. Although he didn't care much about her demise, she was still part of his team and had contributed during the airdrop battle, so he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Zhou Zi was also aware of Yang Qingling's condition. She had been injured as well. Although she could hold on, she wouldn't last long. After stopping, they found a place to tend to their wounds. Li Hao took a deep breath, then directly inserted his hand into his wound to remove the bullet. He tore his shirt to start bandaging the injury. After wrapping it up, he drank several healing potions and energy drinks. When he turned around, he found Zhou Zi had collapsed on the ground, her lips pale. At that moment, he noticed her clothes were soaked in blood. Sighing, Li Hao reluctantly tore her clothing to reveal her fair skin and deep wounds. He didn't think too much and quickly bandaged her up. He helped Zhou Zi sit up and fed her some healing potions. Looking at her pale lips, which had a slight flush, he mistakenly thought she had a fever and checked her temperature. No fever? Why is her face red? Li Hao murmured to himself. Brother Hao, can you help me put my clothes back on? Zhou Zi weakly asked. It was then that Li Hao realized her flushed face was due to embarrassment. She had lost her clothing. Just as he was about to help Zhou Zi get dressed, Yang Qingling let out a muffled groan, her limbs starting to convulse. Looking as though she was on the brink of death, he quickly covered Zhou Zi with her clothing and turned his attention back to Yang Qingling. tearing off her face mask to administer some healing potions to save her life. To his surprise, he was met with a stunningly beautiful face that momentarily stunned him. However, feeling Yang Chengling still convulsing, he forced her mouth open and poured the potion inside. But she was nearly gone, unable to swallow. Helpless, he resorted to blowing the potion into her mouth. After several attempts, he tore away the fabric covering her wound again to check the bullet's position and removed it with his hands. However, when he finished bandaging her again, Yang Chengling had gone still, her heartbeat seemingly stopped. Chapter 43, Yang Chengling's resolve. This was unacceptable. He had put in so much effort to bring her out and had invested so much thought into saving her. How could she die right in front of him? Suddenly, he remembered the electric therapy method. He began to gather electricity in his hands and directed it towards Yang Chengling's chest. Buzz. Crackle. Brother Hao. Will Sister Linger die? Zhou Zi, after being bandaged and having taken some medicine, felt a little better and looked at Yang Chengling's lifeless body and asked, I don't know. I can only try my best, Li Hao replied helplessly. Perhaps he had missed the best opportunity to save her and couldn't help her anymore. Brother Hao, please save Sister Linger. She is actually a good person and very pitiful. She was captured and trained as an assassin since she was young. If it weren't for the apocalypse and the destruction of her organization, she might have lived an unstable life forever. I don't know if it's because of her injuries or the experiences of losing her companions, but Zhou Zi has suddenly become sentimental. After thinking for a long time, Li Hao remembered the awakening potion. He looked at Yang Chengling and ultimately decided to give it a try. Since there were 3 doses and each person could use it only once, he used the old method, blowing the potion into her mouth. After giving Yang Chengling several rounds of electric therapy, Li Hao noticed her heartbeat seemed to have returned, though it was still weak. Then he thought of the repair solution, but it needed to be diluted with water and could not be consumed directly. Looking at the darkening night and the distance to the shelter, he first helped Zhou Zi up, carrying her onto the back of the giant wolf, and then took Yang Chengling and rode on the giant wolf together, directing it slowly toward the shelter. Fortunately, it was already dark, and most of the survivors had returned to the shelter. They encountered only a few zombies on the way and smoothly returned to the shelter. Li Hao rode the giant wolf straight to his villa. Yes, the giant wolf had become Li Hao's pet, and as long as it stayed within a 100-meter range of him, it could enter the shelter. Once back at the villa, Zhou Zi was able to move and sat on the sofa to rest. Li Hao let her be, then took Yang Chengling to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and added the repair solution. After undressing Yang Chengling, he placed her in the tub. Feeling her heartbeat had returned to normal, he went to the hall, looked at Zhou Zi who had fallen asleep, gently carried her to a room, tucked her in, and then stepped out. After Li Hao left, Zhou Zi opened her eyes. A hint of tenderness and reassurance in her gaze, and with a smile, she drifted back to sleep. Li Hao returned to check on Yang Chengling, confirming she was fine, then found her room and took out a bottle of awakening potion, unsure of what it might awaken. He then drank it in one gulp, feeling nothing special except for a wave of drowsiness, and lay down on the bed, falling asleep. The next day, Li Hao seemed to sense something in his subconscious. He immediately opened his eyes to see Yang Chengling wrapped in a towel standing by his bed, looking at him. What do you want? Li Hao sat up, frowning, unable to understand what this woman was trying to do. Was she trying to tempt him? I want to become stronger, Yang Chengling said with determination on her face. If you want to get stronger, go kill zombies and improve your attributes. That is how you can become stronger, Li Hao replied. This woman had the strength to defeat enslavers. Although it was dangerous alone, teaming up with others was still an option. No, I want to learn your gun skills, Yang Chengling said, her beautiful face and expressive eyes fixed on Li Hao. Are you talking about gunfighting skills? Li Hao frowned. Gunfighting skills? Is this the gun technique that can curve bullets? So it's called gunfighting. When Yang Chengling heard the term gunfighting, she recalled the bullets she had failed to dodge multiple times and couldn't help but murmur to herself. That's right, I want to learn your gunfighting technique. She then stared at Li Hao again, speaking in an extremely serious tone. In this operation, she had been injured twice because of gunfighting, and later she was shot because she was hit by this so-called gunfighting technique, which led to her being surrounded and attacked. If she couldn't overcome gunfighting, she felt she would always live in its shadow. She wanted to become stronger and couldn't leave this obstacle for herself. Why would I teach you? If it weren't for me, you'd be dead, Li Hao scoffed. This woman is so naive. Just because she said she wanted to learn. Does she think I would teach her? What a joke. Although gunfighting can be taught, it's a bit more challenging than directly obtaining a skill book for it. The former requires the learner to invest a lot of effort to memorize and practice, while having a skill book allows one to grasp the key points instantly and just requires more practice to become proficient. What do you want in return for teaching me? Yang Chengling knew that to learn such advanced gun techniques, she would have to pay a price. After all, not everyone is a good person. What do you think you can offer me? Li Hao did not answer her, but instead asked. Hearing his words, Yang Chengling began to reflect on everything about herself, only to realize that she seemed to have nothing that could match the value of gunfighting. The only thing I can offer is my loyalty. Yang Chengling thought for a moment and said, if she could learn such techniques, following Li Hao wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, his strength deserved her loyalty. Loyalty? How can I trust your loyalty to me? How do I know you won't betray me in the future? To be honest, Li Hao was somewhat tempted. This woman not only looked good, but was also quite strong and could indeed help him. He needed a lot of resources. And perhaps taking on a follower wouldn't be a bad idea. I can give you everything, including myself. Yang Chengling understood Li Hao's considerations. After all, in this apocalyptic world, there were too many people who would stab you in the back. Then, she loosened the tie of her towel and appeared in front of Li Hao, causing him to frown. What is this? Testing my stamina? Noticing the change in Li Hao's expression, Yang Chengling seemed to understand the encouragement in his eyes. She slowly walked up to him, beginning what she believed was the right thing to do. 10,000 words omitted. Chapter 44. Li Hao's spatial ability. Zhou had woken up early. She felt that her injuries had healed. So she immediately cleaned the bandages off her body and took a shower. Just as she was about to check on Yang Chengling, she suddenly heard the sounds of playful banter between her and Li Hao. She was a bit curious. Hadn't Linger not liked Hao Gu in the past? She often spoke ill of him in front of her. So how come they were now rolling around together? Was it because Hao Gu saved her? And now she was pledging herself to him. She shook her head, just as she was about to go out to find something to eat. But for some reason, upon hearing the commotion inside, she inexplicably stopped. Listening to the sounds inside, she couldn't help but feel a bit flushed, appearing torn between wanting to leave and wanting to stay. Li Hao had already noticed Zhou and even created a greater commotion. Ultimately, Zhou couldn't take it anymore and returned to the room to take a shower. Linner, have you awakened your abilities? I remember giving you the awakening potion. But I don't know if it worked, Li Hao said to the person beside him after the storm had passed. When I first woke up, I didn't notice any special abilities, but just now it seems I realized what I have awakened, Yang Chengling replied. What ability? Li Hao asked. It seems I have awakened a healing ability, which means that once I'm injured, I can heal my wounds without needing to take any potions. I won't have to fear getting hurt anymore, Yang Chengling said happily. Oh, no wonder you were so brave just now. So that's it. Li Hao recalled something and grinned mischievously. Yang Chengling huffed, looking a bit proud. From now on, don't act so aloof in front of me, got it? Hearing Yang Chengling's words, Li Hao pinched her delicate chin and kissed her, saying, sometimes, one can't help but marvel at the creator's craftsmanship. How there can be such beautiful women. Yang Chengling was suddenly speechless by Li Hao's words, staring at him blankly, her heart racing inexplicably. Did you also take the awakening potion? What ability did you awaken? Noticing Li Hao's unwavering gaze and his slightly restless hands, she instinctively sought a topic to discuss. It seems I have awakened a spatial ability. I can open a space of about 1 meter, Li Hao frowned as he spoke. He hadn't tested the practicality of this ability yet. If it could only be used to store items, it would be somewhat useless, considering that in this apocalyptic world, there were system backpacks that could gather many things. Wow, spatial ability, that's quite rare. Even in the wilderness area, very few people have it, Yang Chengling exclaimed. Perhaps their relationship had grown closer, but Li Hao felt that Yang Chengling was actually quite adorable. Then, Li Hao began to test his spatial ability. He gathered a ball of energy in his right hand and threw it at a chair in the room, causing the chair to vanish completely, along with a curved indentation. Since Li Hao had envisioned the energy as a sphere, when he threw it, a spherical space formed at the chair's location. The chair and the floor were directly sliced away by that space. He then pulled apart a small rift in space, revealing a chair and a spherical cross-section of the floor. He waved his hand, and the chair and the spherical section of the floor returned to a distance. But the smooth-cut marks on the floor remained. Afterward, Li Hao ran out of the villa to an open courtyard, once again gathering a transparent energy into a cube shape and tossed it to the ground. Instantly, a cubic section of soil disappeared, leaving behind a cubic pit without any traces around it. Li Hao changed his position and released the soil, creating a cubic block of dirt in the courtyard, leaving both Yang Chengling and Zhou astonished with their mouths agape. Li Hao discovered a way to utilize his spatial abilities, and soon he began to experiment with other applications. For instance, by condensing energy in his hands and releasing it into the air, he created a space filled with air and could open a crack to insert objects inside. However, if he used this space to attack elsewhere, the items inside would be compressed along with the attack target. For example, he could continually inject air into this space, and when the air volume was sufficient, opening the crack would release the gas like a bursting tire, causing the gas to rush out rapidly. He could even keep stuffing various items inside, and once he could no longer fit anything else, he could throw it at enemies like a cannonball, causing the contents to explode out instantly. The more he used this ability, the greater the quantity he could manage, even allowing him to retrieve something without any damage. Li Hao nodded in satisfaction. This ability was indeed powerful. Yang Chengling observed Li Hao testing his abilities and decided to take a knife to cut herself. Surprisingly, before any blood could flow, the wound began to heal automatically. Even when she inserted a needle into her flesh, it seemed to be expelled by her body's cells, restoring her wound once again. Finally, she nodded in satisfaction. Zhou watched the strange actions of the two and realized they had both gained some abilities. She recalled the fierce competition for the airdrop, wondering if it contained awakening potions. Li Hao noticed Zhou as well. She had performed admirably during the airdrop battle, particularly with her 3-shot combo that had saved his life. He thought she deserved a bottle of the last awakening potion. This is an awakening potion. You should drink it and see what ability you gain, Li Hao said, handing the potion to Zhou Zi without hesitation, as it no longer held value for him. Thank you. How go? Zhou Zi said as she took it and drank it all at once, soon feeling dizzy. Fortunately, Yang Qingling was nearby and quickly supported her, laying her on the sofa. After returning to the villa, Li Hao began to distribute the airdrop supplies, which had been earned at the cost of their lives. First, the AWM sniper rifle and bullets were allocated to him, as the two women were certainly not interested in them. Each received 10 bottles of repair fluid, while Zhou Zi received the Black Phantom Bow, and Yang Qingling got the Edmund Alloy Katana. Li Hao took the Land Vehicle Proficiency Skill Book and the Super Cyclone Sports Car Capsule. The remaining assorted items were distributed in this manner, with Yang Qingling brandishing her katana, clearly enamored with it, while the others put away their respective items. Zhou Zi's allocated supplies were left in the living room for her to collect once she woke up. Chapter 45. Teaching gunfighting skills. After studying the Land Vehicle Proficiency Skill Book, Li Hao absorbed a wealth of knowledge about vehicle maintenance and structural design. He checked his attributes. Personal attributes. Name, Li Hao Survivor ID, 9527 Race, Human Strength, 85 Constitution, 83 Spirit, 80 Agility, 81 Skill Mastery, Proficient in Pistol Shooting, Gunfighting, Hand-to-Hand Combat, Sniper Rifle Mastery, Throwing Mastery, Land Vehicle Mastery. Partner, Yang Qingling Pet, Level 20 Shadow Giant Wolf, Unnamed, Other. In A. During his trip to Peicheng, Li Hao's zombie points reached 1.68 million, most of which were earned from the feeders, accumulating nearly 10,000 points without killing a single one. He then went to the exchange area alone, first selling off some firearms and ammunition he didn't need, which brought his zombie points directly to 2.03 million. He spent 500,000 zombie points to replenish grenades, Molotov cocktails, and smoke bombs, and exchanged 80,000 zombie points for a mini radar and a geological survey device. The mini radar can monitor all dynamic material changes within a 500 m range, while the geological survey device can detect information about soil quality, metal minerals, water sources, etc. Li Hao returned to the villa with these two devices, found a room alone, and spent 600,000 zombie points to absorb them. In an instant, he mastered the capabilities of the radar and geological survey device. Around noon, Zhou Zi woke up and went to the exchange area with Yang Qingling to replenish some supplies. In the afternoon, they began training at Li Hao's villa training ground. Zhou Zi's awakened ability seemed similar to a hyperfrequency state, greatly enhancing her various attributes upon activation. Though it consumed a lot of stamina, most of her attribute points were allocated to agility, spirit, and strength, while her constitution lagged a bit, causing her to feel breathless after a short time. Li Hao also started training his shooting speed. Although his attributes had improved, he still needed to train to familiarize himself with his abilities. Through this training, he realized that his finger speed for shooting seemed insufficient, especially when using gunfighting techniques. He often could only fire one bullet, making it challenging to handle multiple opponents. He began trying to fire 2 bullets at once, but found it difficult. He could manage to curve one bullet, but not the other, and he couldn't achieve the 3-bullet burst like Zhou Zi. After that, he browsed all the exchange areas again and found a small device called a vibrating stick in the novice area, for which he spent 10,000 zombie points. Although it looked somewhat sinister, he resolutely chose to absorb it to become stronger, consuming another 40,000 zombie points. Soon, he discovered that he had gained control over vibrations. His fingers could vibrate rapidly. Picking up the golden gun, he aimed at the target and executed a 9-star burst, with all the bullets spaced less than 2 centimeters apart, shooting in a straight line and instantly piercing through a single target hole. Secondly, his gunfighting technique allows him to shoot 2 bullets that can curve simultaneously. It's not that he can't shoot more than 3 bullets at once, but his own attributes are not sufficient. Shooting 3 curved bullets at the same time would greatly deplete his energy and stamina. Firing 3 bullets at once consumes more energy than firing 2 bullets 10 times. Thus, the 3 of them trained for a whole day, ate some food that Li Hao brought from a distant planet, agreed to go to another city the next day, and then happily returned to their respective rooms to rest. After feeding some food to the Shadow Wolf, Li Hao took a shower and lay down on his bed. However, he suddenly remembered something, got up, and went to Yang Qingling's room. Without waiting for him to speak, Yang Qingling came out, and without saying a word, she walked towards the training ground. It seemed she sensed something, and her heartbeat quickened. Gunfighting techniques can be simple yet complex. Let me explain the principles to you. Once they arrived at the shooting training ground, Li Hao glanced at Yang Qingling and said, then began to explain various shooting principles, factors affecting bullet flight, and key points for firing bullets, such as air resistance, force analysis during bullet travel, and bullet speed and range. Gunfighting techniques can generally be divided into various curved trajectories. I'll teach you the right curved trajectory first. Pay attention and analyze based on the key points I mentioned. Saying this, Li Hao took out a Desert Eagle, which had less power. This gun has a medium flight speed among handguns, and given Yang Qingling's current attributes, she should be able to see the bullet's flight trajectory clearly. With a flick of his wrist, Li Hao fired a bullet that flew in a curved trajectory and hit the target center. This is a relatively simple fan-shaped shot in gunfighting techniques. There are also more challenging S-shaped shots, and the highest level is the Z-shaped shot. I am currently at the advanced stage of the fan-shaped shot and have not yet broken through to the S-shaped shot. However, I feel that once my attributes reach 100, I will be able to do it, Li Hao said. Then, Li Hao placed a dummy between the target and the shooting point and fired again. The bullet curved and brushed past the dummy, hitting the target center. He then placed 2 dummies in the middle and fired again. The bullet again curved around the 2 dummies, hitting the target center. Even when Li Hao placed 5 dummies in the middle and the bullet still curved around them to hit the target center, he looked at Yang Chengling. Did you see that clearly? Want to give it a try? Li Hao said, handing the Desert Eagle to her. Yang Chengling took the gun from Li Hao, looked at the target 100 meters away and the dummies in between, and began to contemplate. She then mimicked Li Hao's actions and flicked the handgun. Bang! Whoa! Are you trying to murder your husband? Li Hao was watching her every move, and as soon as he saw her timing to shoot, he knew something was off. Sure enough, the bullet flew toward him. Fortunately, Li Hao's reflexes had improved significantly, and he quickly sidestepped to avoid the Desert Eagle's bullet. Apologies for the premature discharge of the firearm. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Yang Chengling felt a slight flush creep across her face. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been mortally wounded by her blunder. Never mind, let us try again. It's normal not to get it right on the first attempt, Li Hao remarked. Though he felt somewhat exasperated, he bore her no ill will. After all, he too had not achieved a perfect shot on his initial attempt. However, to avoid being struck by bullets once more, Li Hao retrieved the skull of a zombie dragon, which was capable of withstanding sniper bullets. Deflecting a mere handgun bullet was child's play. Bang! This time, the timing of the shot was delayed, causing the bullet to strike the wall. Nevertheless, Li Hao had already observed a slight arc in the bullet's trajectory as it flew, and he couldn't help but express a look of satisfaction. Are you intentionally shooting at me? Li Hao quipped, brushing aside the bullet with a bemused expression, just as he was about to praise her. Another bullet came hurtling towards him. Humph, is it permissible for you to shoot at me while I cannot reciprocate? Step aside, I shall practice on my own. Yang Chengling replied, snorting disdainfully. Chapter 46. Return to Peicheng. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Forget it. He thought it unworthy to argue with this woman. That evening, he would show her. With that, he settled into a nearby chair, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. Bang! Bang! Thus, Yang Chengling practiced for 2 hours. Ultimately achieving a breakthrough, she finally managed to strike the bullseye, albeit knocking off the dummy's ear. This was a significant improvement. By the 3rd hour, Yang Chengling successfully circumnavigated a dummy to hit the target center. Li Hao nodded in approval, recognizing her evident talent. All right, let us resume practice tomorrow. For now, let us head back and rest, Li Hao announced as he rose. Yes, sounds good, Yang Chengling replied, rubbing her slightly sore arm. Upon noticing the bullet holes beneath Li Hao's chair and the litter of cigarette butts strewn across the floor, she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. Li Hao, could you keep it down? Don't disturb Zi's sleep, she whispered. You should be the one to lower your voice. I'm not the one shouting, Li Hao teased. Recalling a particular small appliance he had merged with earlier that day, that night was destined to be sleepless. Despite being several rooms away, Zhou Zi was roused from her slumber by the commotion, her alertness growing with each sound, ultimately leading to her insomnia. The following day, Li Hao awoke and made his way to the hall, where he found Zhou Zi lost in thought. She appeared to be in a rather poor state, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Showing concern, he offered her a bottle of energy drink. This concoction not only aids in healing injuries, but also revitalizes one's spirit. Quite effective. He informed her. How go? There are only 3 of us left in the Grim Reaper hunting team, and we managed to secure the airdrop. What are your plans now? Zhou Zi inquired. Currently, she relied on Li Hao for sustenance and shelter, and while she had regained her peak state, she was uncertain of her purpose in remaining here. Should the Grim Reaper hunting team dissolve, she found herself at a loss for where to go. What are your thoughts? Li Hao said. Although the Reaper hunting squad was originally a temporary team, the sacrifice of those few during the airdrop mission seemed to give this squad a sense of meaning. I don't know where to go. I want to stay, Zhou Zi said somewhat shyly. She thought about how Yang Chengling had become Li Hao's partner, and staying behind felt a bit like being a third wheel, but she really didn't know where to go, and having their company was better than being alone. You don't mean to say you don't know my relationship with Linger now, do you? You wouldn't want to? Li Hao said with a smile. Aye. Zhou Zi seemed to think of something and momentarily stuttered, her face turning a lovely shade of red. Seeing her cute expression, Li Hao couldn't help but tease her, and he suddenly leaned in for a playful kiss. Zhou Zi's eyes widened at first, but then she awkwardly started to respond. However, when someone touched her sensitive spot, she jumped up like a startled rabbit. No way, she exclaimed, pushing Li Hao away and fleeing to her room as if escaping for her life, locking herself inside. Li Hao smiled and headed to the training ground to watch Yang Chengling practicing gunfighting techniques. Meanwhile, after locking herself in her room, Zhou Zi's heartbeat began to calm down. Thinking about what had just happened, she still felt a bit embarrassed. How could he kiss me? I won't end up pregnant. Will I? Zhou Zi said, touching her belly with a silly expression. By noon, Yang Chengling had already hit the target twice with the dummies. During lunch, Zhou Zi couldn't bring herself to look at Li Hao, avoiding his gaze. Li Hao smiled at her, while Yang Chengling focused on her meal, seemingly oblivious to the silent exchange between them. After lunch, Li Hao suggested, let's head to Peicheng. We can't just stay in the shelter. The Reaper hunting squad will remain for now, and if anyone wants to leave later, they can just say so. However, both women remained silent. Yang Chengling felt there was nothing to say since she had already given herself to him, while Zhou Zi felt too shy to speak and simply kept quiet. Soon, lunch ended in this awkward atmosphere. After leaving the shelter, Zhou Zi hopped onto Yang Chengling's motorcycle, while Li Hao rode on the back of a wolf, heading toward Peicheng once again. Along the way, everyone who saw the massive creature Li Hao was riding didn't dare to provoke them, and the three arrived at Peicheng without incident. This time, there seemed to be fewer zombies inside. Gunshots rang out continuously, and there were even sounds of explosions. People were already killing zombies inside. Damn it, it's that pursuer again. Retreat. TMD, these pursuers are really troublesome. Fall back. Watch out for its machine gun fire. Oh no. Its rocket launcher is coming. Get down. A group of people was fighting against enslavers and lickers, but didn't expect a pursuer to show up, opening fire on them with a machine gun, forcing them to retreat in frustration. Suddenly, a rocket artillery shell came flying in, causing everyone to drop to the ground. The shell struck a building, collapsing it instantly. Retreat. You too. Take care of those people, Li Hao said as he and two others reached a rooftop. Looking down at the pair below, without a word, Yang Qingling took out a handgun and a katana, leaping down to the ground to stealthily approach the group. They haven't provoked us. Why do we have to kill them? Zhou Zi asked, somewhat confused. Although she had killed before, it was rare for her to hunt the innocent. There's no reason. That's just how the rules of this world work. If you don't kill them, they won't hesitate to kill you if given the chance. If you want to be a decorative vase, I don't mind taking care of you, Li Hao replied. Smiling at Zhou Zi, he recognized her strength, especially her impressive marksmanship, which had even injured a notable adversary before. Humph, I'm no decorative vase. And I don't need your care, Zhou Zi retorted, jumping down and swiftly landing on the ground. Li Hao smiled as he watched the two women take lives without a hint of mercy. Some of those people had even shot at them after they had raided an airdrop. Chapter 47. The hunters since discovering a zombie nest in Peicheng. The Liangshan bandit hunting team had frequently come to hunt zombies. However, their luck was not on their side today as they encountered a high-level pursuer. This creature not only fired machine guns, but also launched shells, seemingly immune to bullets. They barely affected it. Its skull was extremely hard, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective, while its firepower was overwhelming. With no other choice, they had to retreat. Just then, a beautiful woman appeared behind them, her agile figure leaving them stunned. And to their surprise, she began firing at them. Bang! A bullet struck one man in the head, killing him instantly. Watch out! Kill that woman! Others shouted, raising their submachine guns and spraying bullets at Yang Chengling. Yang Chengling had to dodge, flipping away and then firing her handgun in a graceful arc bang. Another bullet hit its mark, killing another man, but more pursuers were closing in. Just as they prepared to charge at Yang Chengling, an arrow shot through the air. Swish! Another person fell. Unbeknownst to them, a beautiful woman had appeared from the side, continuously shooting arrows at them. Swish! Swish! As more fell. The remaining survivors became enraged and recklessly fired at the two women. You filthy bitches, die! They yelled. Unfortunately for them, the two women coordinated seamlessly, quickly taking down the remaining attackers. However, they were spotted by the pursuing enemy, who launched a rocket at them. With a loud bang, the two women exchanged a quick glance and retreated rapidly. One of them dove to the ground, but unexpectedly, the shell had already exploded before it reached them. It turned out that Li Hao had fired a shot, hitting the shell and causing it to explode directly. He looked at the high-level pursuer, who also glanced back at him. Then, the pursuer raised the machine gun in hand and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Li Hao. In an instant, a shocking scene unfolded before the two women. Li Hao quickly lifted his golden gun, and both the gun and his hand appeared to create countless phantoms, producing a sound similar to that of a machine gun. The golden gun fired numerous bullets, clashing with the machine gun bullets in the air, creating a flurry of sparks and falling bullets between the pursuer and Li Hao. The bullets became severely deformed as though they had struck a hard iron plate. This continued for about 10 seconds, during which Li Hao managed to deflect the pursuer's machine gun bullets solely with the golden handgun, completely overturning their understanding of firearms. Isn't that a handgun? How can it do that? Zhou Zi exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Yang Chengling recalled something. Last night, Li Hao had overpowered her with this hyper-frequency vibration ability, and she cast a knowing glance at Zhou Zi, harboring ulterior motives. There was no way to resist Li Hao's ability, so she had to pull his sister into this mess. Li Hao's ability to achieve this was tied to his integration with the vibrating device. His fingers could vibrate at hyperfrequencies, allowing his shooting speed to match that of a machine gun. Additionally, the golden handgun had a unique characteristic. As long as the shooting speed was fast enough, it could fire more bullets. Other handguns, even mid-range ones like Colt or Beretta, could not match such a firing speed. Li Hao's handgun had unlimited bullets, while the pursuer's bullets had a time limit, needing about 2 seconds of cooldown after firing continuously for around 10 seconds. Seeing that the pursuer had stopped, Li Hao wasted no time and kept shooting at the pursuer. The power and penetration of the golden handgun's bullets were formidable, and amid the barrage of bullets, the pursuer was directly eliminated by Li Hao, leaving behind a head from which he casually extracted a zombie crystal core, gaining 15 free attribute points. What are you waiting for? Get up. The pursuer and the liquors are mine. The rest are up to you, Li Hao said to the two women. Shooting the liquor crouched against the wall, instantly killing it. With that, the three continued to shoot down zombies, and their system backpack filled with more and more bullets. Those enslavers and liquors, even the hunting teams they encountered, fell under their fire. The attributes of the three rose rapidly, and soon all their attributes reached 100. Although they still gained bullets and zombie points for killing zombies, they could no longer absorb the crystal cores obtained from liquors. System prompt indicates that a medium-level gene enhancement potion is required. Li Hao only consumed a basic gene enhancement potion 8 days ago, meaning tomorrow will be the 9th day, and he can only use it then. As the attributes of the group increased significantly, they became more casual in dealing with the zombies here. And Yang Chengling could now slay the liquors with her sword. Just when they found things rather dull, the ground trembled slightly, and a giant zombie wielding a massive axe, known as a hunter, approached from a distance. The hunter is a level 20 zombie, which typically possesses its own exclusive weapon, be it a knife, an axe, or a spiked club. Firearms below master level are ineffective against such zombies. Only those of master level or above, or powerful sniper rifles, can inflict damage. Li Hao's golden pistol, Barrett, AWM, as well as grenades and freezing grenades can harm these types of zombies, but achieving a one-hit kill is quite challenging. Moreover, these zombies have developed a degree of intelligence and danger perception, allowing them to defend themselves in advance, making them difficult to kill. Most people consider them to be boss-level threats. Bang! Bang! Yang Chengling holstered her pistol and drew her katana, the only weapon she had that was of master level. As the others were ineffective against this zombie. Brother Hao, leave this big guy to us. You just deal with the troublesome zombies, said Zhou Zi. Also drawing the master-level Black Phantom bow allocated by Li Hao. All right, Li Hao nodded, pulling out his golden gun and a buffalo submachine gun to start clearing the nearby zombies. Tat tat tat. Roar. Upon seeing the living, the hunter raised its axe and roared. Instantly, countless zombies surged forth behind it, moving faster than ordinary zombies, including liquors and enslavers, which are higher-tier zombies. Chapter 48. Killing the hunter. The zombies flooded toward the group like a tidal wave. Most people would be terrified and run away upon seeing such a scene. But Li Hao smiled slightly. Tat tat tat. Bang. As Li Hao fired his weapon, countless shell casings fell, and many zombies collapsed. Although he was alone, his bullets hit the heads of zombies with almost every shot. His buffalo submachine gun, using 9mm rounds, was powerful enough to penetrate the heads of 2 ordinary zombies, while the bullets from his golden pistol could pierce through 3. As these zombies entered within 100 meters of Li Hao, he tracked their movements in his mind. Every bullet seemed as if it had been calculated, allowing him to take down more than 2 ordinary zombies with each shot. Tat tat tat. Kill. Seeing that Li Hao was holding back the tide of zombies by himself, Yang Chengling and Zhou Zi exchanged glances and rushed toward the hunter. Roar. The beast within the body awakens. Bang. Completely insane, the hunter roars, smashing the giant axe into the ground. As he sees the 2 women approaching, he raises the giant axe and charges at them. When he gets closer, he swings the axe down towards Yang Chengling. Bang. Yang Chengling rolls on the ground and rushes towards him, quickly aiming for his leg with a slash. Whoosh. The flesh of the hunter is cut, but he seems oblivious. Kicking towards Yang Chengling, she quickly retreats to dodge but finds the hunter swinging the giant axe at her. In a hurry, she raises her sword to block. Bang. Crash. A tremendous force hits her, and Yang Chengling is instantly sent flying, crashing hard against the wall, debris falling around her, unable to stand for a long time. Bang. Bang. Can you feel the pain? Roar. Whoosh. Just as the hunter raises the giant axe towards Yang Chengling, Zhou Zi's arrow flies towards him. Unfortunately, the arrow strikes the hunter, but it seems to have no effect. Even with arrows embedded in his back, the hunter continues towards Yang Chengling. Cough. Yang Chengling spits out a mouthful of blood, slowly getting up, twisting her bones with a slight crack, picking up the katana from the ground, and glaring coldly at the approaching hunter. Boom. The hunter's giant axe strikes the wall hard, but Yang Chengling dodges, seizing the opportunity to slash at the hunter's kneecap, causing him to lose balance for a moment and kneel on one knee. Seeing the giant axe coming again, she has to abandon her block as the immense force strikes once more. Bang. Yang Chengling is sent flying again, and Li Hao catches her. Zhou Zi shoots another arrow at the hunter, but it still causes limited damage. Some arrows hit the hunter's head, producing a metallic clang, as if his skull were encased in steel, making it impervious to her arrows. Let me handle this, Li Hao says, urging Zhou Zi and the others to step back. At this moment, the 2 women notice a large number of zombies have fallen nearby, at least tens of thousands, all taken down by him alone. Clap, clap, bang. Li Hao raises his pistol and unleashes a barrage of shots at the hunter, with all bullets striking the steel casing, creating a series of metallic clangs. Brother Hao, it seems the hunter's head has a steel casing with strong defense. My arrows can't penetrate it, Zhou Zi warns as she sees him shoot at the hunter's head. Li Hao nods. His scans show that although all the bullets hit the same spot, they only create a dent in the casing. According to his data simulation, It would take at least 1,000 bullets hitting the same spot to potentially penetrate that casing. Bullets hitting other areas occasionally produce metallic sounds, leading Li Hao to suspect that the hunter's bones are incredibly hard. Have you ever felt despair? The hunter raised the giant axe in his hand and swung it towards Li Hao, advancing with the axe. The one in despair is you. Die. Li Hao sneered. Your defense is strong, but you have weaknesses. Your eyes, ears, and even your tendons are all vulnerabilities. If you can't see or hear and can't control your limbs, how can you fight me? With that, Li Hao fired 2 bullets at the hunter's eyes, instantly blinding him. However, the hunter had already raised his giant axe to strike at Li Hao, but Li Hao had drawn out his AWM. Aiming at the center of the hunter's forehead, he fired a quick shot. The immense recoil from the sniper rifle pushed Li Hao back a step, and the giant axe struck the ground with a thud. The bullet from the AWM, however, hit the hunter's head instantly, sending him flying and crashing hard to the ground, causing the axe to drop from his hand. A bullet was embedded halfway into the hunter's forehead, yet he still did not die, surprising everyone with his tenacity. Go to hell. As the hunter attempted to rise, Li Hao picked up the giant axe and swung it down with great force towards the hunter. Boom. Ding. Congratulations on killing the level 20 hunter. You have received 50 magnum bullets and 100,000 zombie points. At this point, Li Hao's zombie points surpassed the 2 million mark. The 2 women sighed in relief as they looked at the hunter, now cut in half and dead. The hunter's strength had exceeded their expectations, and they were grateful for Li Hao's presence. Otherwise, they would have been in real danger if they had encountered this giant alone. Then, Yang Chengling prepared to help Li Hao extract the hunter's zombie core, but found that she couldn't break open his skull. She expressed her helplessness to Li Hao. Seeing this, Li Hao glanced at the giant axe stuck in the ground. He went to retrieve it again, but as he touched it, the axe handle and the entire blade showed signs of deterioration. A slightly smaller but completely new double-bladed battle axe appeared before everyone. Li Hao picked up this battle axe, which was as tall as he was, but a meter wide, and he received another system notification. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Weapon Hunter's Golden Battle Axe. This Golden Battle Axe was a master-level weapon made of an unknown material, entirely golden and significantly harder than gold, weighing over 500 pounds and extremely tough. If Li Hao hadn't possessed over 1,000 pounds of strength, he wouldn't have been able to lift it at all. Even so, it still felt somewhat heavy in his hands, severely affecting his attack speed. However, he didn't intend to use the axe for long. After using it to break the hunter's skull and extract the zombie core, he stored both the axe and the core away. Afterward, the 3 of them wandered around Peicheng again, and when they found no zombies stronger than the hunter, Li Hao whistled, and a shadow wolf came running over. Li Hao mounted the wolf, while Yang Chengling took out her motorcycle. The 3 of them headed back towards the shelter as the sky grew darker. Chapter 49. Teasing Zhou Zi. After returning to the shelter, the 2 women first went to the exchange point to redeem intermediate gene enhancement potions, and then the 3 of them returned to the villa. After dinner, the 2 women consumed the gene enhancement potions, which significantly improved their physical attributes. After taking a shower, they sat in the hall to rest. Brother Hao, aren't you going to take the gene enhancement potion? Zhou Zi asked. The cooldown time isn't enough. I have to wait until tomorrow, Li Hao replied. Huh, so, you filled your attributes in just 9 days? That's way too fast. It took me almost a month. Zhou Zi said in surprise, while Yang Chengling glanced at Li Hao. Just got lucky. Happened to encounter a zombie nest in Peicheng. Otherwise, I wouldn't have leveled up so quickly, Li Hao said. His rapid advancement was indeed partly due to luck. Otherwise, even if he was strong, he wouldn't have had zombies above the enslaver level to kill, and there wouldn't have been any crystal cores for him to absorb. What are your plans, Brother Hao? This chaotic area is no longer suitable for us. Should we head to the orderly zone or the wilderness zone to develop? Zhou Zi suggested. Let's take a break for a while and not rush. Tomorrow the cooldown for the apocalypse traversal ends. I plan to go back for a while, Li Hao said. That's fine. Dealing with zombies every day really isn't that interesting, Zhou Zi replied. I'm going to train. You guys chat, Yang Chengling said after resting for a moment. Then got up and walked toward the training ground. After today's battle with the hunters, she was not very satisfied with her performance. She had underestimated the hunter's strength and defenses, which made her feel somewhat passive. Overall, her crisis awareness was still not strong enough. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hit by a bullet in the first place. Now that she had the recovery ability, she needed to strengthen her crisis awareness. Otherwise, she wouldn't become a strong individual. For some reason, as soon as Yang Chengling left, Zhou Zi felt a bit strange, especially with Li Hao looking at her with a playful smile, causing her heart to inexplicably flutter. Just then, Li Hao got up and sat down next to Zhou Zi. She scooted a little further away, and Li Hao moved closer to her again. She instinctively moved aside again, until she realized she was pressed against the edge and that Li Hao was doing it on purpose. What are you doing? Zhou Zi asked timidly, staring blankly at Li Hao. What do you think? Li Hao replied. For some reason, he found himself wanting to tease Zhou Zi, especially when Yang Chengling wasn't around, which made it all the more interesting. Don't do this. Linger will find out. Zhou Zi whispered. Find out what? That you're flirting with me? Li Hao said with a smirk. What? You're the one bullying me. Zhou Zi protested, but before she could finish her sentence, Li Hao leaned in and kissed her again. Li Hao found it amusing. Josie usually had a look that said, "Don't bully me," but when he kissed her, she surprisingly didn't resist and instead responded, making him feel that she was quite adorable. Hee hee, Z, you're really cute, Li Hao said with a smile. Brother Hao, could you please refrain from being so touchy? This is inappropriate. You already have sisterling air, so why bully me? Go bother her instead, Josie said helplessly. Though the thoughts in her mind remained her own secret. Not using hands, then how about words? Be good. Close your eyes, Li Hao said gently, approaching her as one would soothe a girl. To his surprise, she actually closed her eyes, and he certainly did not wish to disappoint her, leaning in once more. However, Josie's tightly clasped legs indicated her boundaries. Li Hao found her rather amusing and decided not to overstep. Sometimes, consuming meat too quickly renders it tasteless. Half an hour later, Josie could no longer endure it, pushing Li Hao away and retreating to her room. A smile crept across Li Hao's lips. This feeling was truly delightful. He then made his way to the training ground. Yang Chengling was diligently practicing her sword techniques, her focus unwavering. Observing her serious demeanor, Li Hao couldn't help but admire her further. Then, he drew a Desert Eagle and fired a shot at Yang Chengling. Just as the bullet was about to strike her, she swiftly turned and sliced it in half with her blade. Li Hao continued to fire several rounds, all of which Yang Chengling skillfully deflected. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he curved a bullet towards her, only to be astonished when she again managed to sever it. To test Yang Chengling's limits, he accelerated his firing rate, and she matched his pace, her movements becoming increasingly rapid. However, when Li Hao unleashed 2 consecutive shots, she only managed to block one. The other struck her left shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth, and she let out a muffled groan. Are you all right? Li Hao inquired, concern etched on his face. Am I all right? Why don't you try getting shot yourself? She retorted, though she understood that Li Hao intended to hone her sense of crisis. Nevertheless, being hit by him had irked her. Well, I increased my firing speed based on your reactions. In an actual gunfight, everyone gives their all. I didn't expect you to catch the first few shots. I merely adjusted the difficulty a bit, but your performance has improved, at least compared to before, Li Hao reassured her. Knowing she was strong and needed no coddling, she would be happy as long as she grew stronger. I believe you could master a dual-wielding sword technique. Use a gun for ranged attacks, and dual swords for close combat or defense. As your dual sword skills become more formidable, you'll find bullets will no longer pose a threat, Li Hao advised. Sounds easy, why don't you try it? Yang Chengling shot back. Noticing the bullet had been ejected from her shoulder, she realized her healing ability seemed to strengthen with each injury she sustained. Although she found merit in Li Hao's words, the marks on his lips and his earlier gunfire upon entering still left her feeling somewhat disgruntled. Oh, woman, just give it a try, and let me show you how impressive your man can be. You might think I only know how to handle guns, but actually, I'm skilled with a blade too. Li Hao smiled. He had mastered close combat techniques and understood many close-range attack skills. Although he rarely used a knife, it didn't mean he couldn't. Especially with his extremely high cognitive processing and crosshair radar monitoring, he was clear about the trajectory of every bullet. With his agility now reaching a level of 100, dodging bullets was no longer a challenge. Chapter 50, Li Hao's blade skills. Returning to reality after taking the knife from Yang Chengling, Li Hao signaled her to take out her old samurai sword again. He held 2 knives in his hands, twirling them a few times, then stood about 100 meters away, indicating that Yang Chengling could start shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Chengling wasted no time and pulled out her handgun to shoot at Li Hao. Upon seeing that she had drawn a handgun, Li Hao's serious expression became somewhat relaxed. Especially with the not-so-powerful Desert Eagle, he could easily deflect the bullets even with his eyes closed. He simply stood still, slicing each bullet with ease. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets fell to the ground, severed. No matter how Yang Chengling shot, it was futile, even with her mediocre shooting skills. She couldn't hit him. You might as well use a machine gun or a rifle. Even a submachine gun would work. Your handgun is of no use against me, Li Hao said. Are you sure? Yang Chengling replied. The rifle had a fast firing rate and more bullets, and even if she managed to deflect a couple, she couldn't face the onslaught of bullets directly with a knife. The sheer number of bullets made it impossible to see each one clearly. One slip-up could mean a hit. And with that, death. I'm sure. Come on, let me show you what your man can do, Li Hao said. Although he hadn't tried it before, his mental simulation indicated that it would be easy. All right, Yang Chengling said, not hesitating. She pulled out an M416 and started shooting at Li Hao. However, to his astonishment, the knife in Li Hao's hand moved like a fan, creating a blur, and he continued to slice down every bullet. Determined, Yang Chengling switched to a machine gun and began to spray bullets at Li Hao. However, no matter how many bullets were fired, he effortlessly sliced through them without concern, continuously advancing towards her, leaving a trail of severed bullets in his wake. As Li Hao got closer to Yang Chengling, he swung his knife even faster. Finally, he sidestepped and cleaved her machine gun in two. Before she could react, his knife was already resting against her neck. How about that? Li Hao said with a smile, then withdrew the knife and returned it to Yang Chengling. It was only then that he noticed he had inadvertently hurt her hand when he sliced through the gun. All right, let's stop practicing. You've hurt yourself again. Come on, I'll bandage you up, Li Hao said, pretending to be concerned as he pulled Yang Chengling's hand. Humph. I see your intention to help me bandage is just a cover. You really want to vent the anger caused by someone else onto me, right? Yang Chengling rolled her eyes at him. Though she knew Li Hao's purpose, she still appreciated his feigned concern. Hee, woman, don't be too clever. Li Hao chuckled and suddenly lifted Yang Chengling up. Humph, what a character. Then, the two returned to their room. The next morning, Li Hao woke up and found that the cooldown time for the apocalypse travel was still 8 hours. Yang Chengling surprisingly hadn't gotten up early for training. Perhaps they had both been too wild last night. Li Hao propped up his pillow, leaned back on the bed, and took out a cigarette. He suddenly felt that if he directly traveled back to the real world, it might have some impact on the two women. Yang Chengling murmured as she saw Li Hao smoking, seemingly sensing his thoughts. She got up and leaned against his chest. What's wrong? Yang Chengling asked. Linger. I need to leave for a while, Li Hao said. Where to? Can I come with you? Yang Chengling looked up at him, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. This time, I can't. Li Hao knew that bringing someone back would consume nearly 5 million zombie points, and he only had 2 million, which was far from enough. How long will you be gone? Yang Chengling asked gently. At least 1 day, at most 3 days, Li Hao replied. He wasn't sure how long he would stay in the real world. He had to start a company, compete, and if there were other messy matters to deal with, it could take even longer. He currently had no definite answer. Then I'll wait for you, Yang Chengling said. She knew that crying and begging would be useless. This man wasn't the sentimental type, and she couldn't bring herself to hold him back. Linger, wait for me for 5 days. If I'm not back by then, you all should head to the wilderness area first. I will find you then, Li Hao said. When are you leaving? Yang Chengling nodded and asked again. In the afternoon, Li Hao replied. Then let us have another go, Yang Chengling said as she burrowed under the covers. Really? Are you sure you're up for it? Li Hao teased. Haha, don't underestimate me. On that day, Zhou Zi felt that something was off between Li Hao and Yang Chengling. Li Hao stopped teasing her. And Yang Chengling didn't train either. They boldly hugged each other for several hours, making Zhou Zi awkwardly pretend she didn't see anything and went off to train instead. At noon, Li Hao went out for a bit, returning the shadow giant wolf near Peicheng, where occasionally there were slavers that could provide it with food. He then drove back to the villa in a supercar. He had gathered some supplies from the apocalypse world, such as healing potions, functional drinks, repair solutions, even some fresh meat, and some unwanted diamonds and gold, all stored in the space he created, including the supercar capsule and a Colt handgun. Li Hao also visited the exchange point and discovered an interesting auxiliary equipment, a wire grappling hook launcher. This device is worn on the wrist, and with a specific wrist motion, it launches a steel wire grappling hook. The hook has a sharp tip at the front and is fixed at the back to the wrist device. The wire is 100 meters long, and when launched, the sharp tip can pierce through obstacles, allowing the user to pull the pierced object closer. Each wire spool is single-use and cannot be recovered, but they are consumables that can be replaced, so Li Hao exchanged for 20 spools as a backup. Additionally, he found that the space he created seemed to disappear when he wasn't using his abilities. He wanted to test whether the items he placed in that space during the apocalypse would exist when summoned back into the real world. After making these arrangements, he drank a medium-strength enhancement potion, raising all his attributes to about 130 points. Then, he absorbed the zombie crystal cores he had saved, pushing his attributes to around 210. He also noticed that the size of the space he controlled seemed to have increased, from 1 meter to now 2 meters, which made him smile with joy. He then tested his shooting skills in the training ground and found that he had mastered the S-type gunfighting technique, elevating his understanding and control of the skill to a new level. Yang Chengling watched Li Hao train, and after he explained the gunfighting technique to her, they trained together for 2 hours. By the end, Yang Chengling was able to hit targets while circling around 2 dummies. Linger, I'm about to leave, Li Hao said to Yang Chengling. Yang Chengling replied without turning around, continuing to practice her shooting. Li Hao glanced at her, feeling no hesitation, and chose to traverse, instantly disappearing from the villa in the shelter. Yang Chengling seemed to sense something and turned around, only to find that Li Hao was no longer there. She put away her gun and began to search for him, but still couldn't find any trace of him. Z, have you seen Li Hao? Yang Chengling asked Zhou Zi, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. Ah no, wasn't he training with you? Zhou Zi replied, puzzled. Oh, it seems he really has left, Yang Chengling said absent-mindedly. Left? Where did he go? Zhou Zi asked again. I don't know where he went. Maybe to a very far place, Yang Chengling replied. Chapter 51. Gaining 3 abilities upon reappearing in his home on Waterblue Star, even though he had only spent about 5 days in the apocalyptic world. It felt as if he had been away for an eternity. He then tried to use his spatial energy to open a rift and retrieved various items such as potions, fresh meat, gold, diamonds, a high-performance sports car capsule, and a fully equipped Colt handgun, among others, to check on them. Seeing that the items he brought back from the apocalyptic world were completely unaffected, he nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this spatial ability could be used for smuggling. He chuckled to himself. Most of these things are temporarily unnecessary, so he simply stored them away safely in a hidden space, making them both secure and convenient for future use. After tidying up for a while, he sat back down on the sofa and, feeling a bit bored, opened his messaging app. Since only a day had passed, not many people had messaged him. Chen Feng sent some messages. And the editor from the online novel platform also reached out with quite a few updates. Chen Feng's messages were mostly related to company matters, such as the renovation, which had already found a construction team, asking for his input on the design, when they would start hiring, what positions they needed to fill, and whether there were any plans or next steps to consider. After all, they were about to start a company, and Chen Feng seemed a bit confused about it all. He wanted to discuss it with Li Hao, but since Li Hao wasn't around, he could only proceed according to Li Hao's previous arrangements. Li Hao hadn't replied yet, so he planned to find Chen Feng later for a detailed discussion. He then checked the messages from the editor, which mainly inquired how he managed to upload all the chapters at once, what his operational plans were, and mentioned that his book was performing well, encouraging him to maintain that momentum and interact more with readers. After reading, Li Hao didn't respond and looked at his earnings, which surprised him. The revenue from 4 books over the past couple of days had surprisingly reached 100,000. Each book had received over 100 reviews, with Slaying the Gods and Grave God even achieving an average rating of 98, while the other 2 also performed well with an average of 95. Li Hao smiled, realizing that writing could indeed be profitable, though he wouldn't receive the payment until next month. He decided not to dwell on it and check the news instead. The buzz around his 9-dan-go ranking had subsided with no major news, mostly just some celebrity scandals. He then opened a video platform, where he noticed that despite the drop in popularity, his follower count hadn't increased much, remaining around 2 million. After that, he thought about his own company and mentally crafted a website, designing the organizational structure and company culture, resulting in a tech-savvy website. Subsequently, he casually glanced at the household appliances like the hairdryer, microwave, induction cooker, and refrigerator, and inexplicably felt an urge to absorb them. He picked up the hairdryer and chose to absorb it. Absorbing the hairdryer costs 10,000 points and increases lung capacity to 30 liters. Absorbing the microwave costs 50,000 points and grants microwave release ability. Absorbing the induction cooker costs 100,000 points and grants control over alternating magnetic fields. Absorbing the refrigerator costs 200,000 points and grants ice breath ability. After absorbing these appliances, Li Hao realized he had acquired certain abilities and prepared to test them out. The increased lung capacity meant he could inhale and exhale more air, which seemed minimal in effect, but he felt that he could hold his breath for longer now. The microwave function involved releasing microwave electromagnetic waves to cause the water molecules in food to vibrate at high frequencies, thus generating heat. Afterward, Li Hao took out a bowl filled with water and activated his microwave ability. Before long, the water in the bowl began to boil automatically. However, he noticed one thing. Using this ability consumed his own electrical energy. He then activated his thermal vision ability, poured out the water from the bowl, and stood about a meter away to use his microwave ability on the water in the bowl. He found that although the water was heating up, the speed was much slower than when it was in his hands. He furrowed his brow, unsure if it was due to insufficient energy input or not enough microwaves being absorbed, which made this ability seem somewhat ineffective. He then absorbed energy from a transformer to adjust the current and voltage levels. Suddenly, Li Hao seemed to sense the existence of a wave. As he released it, a wave surged toward the bowl of water. Instantly, he saw the water in the bowl transform into steam and disappear, while his internal energy was reduced by 15. A smile appeared on his lips. This ability was practically invisible yet lethal. By absorbing the alternating magnetic field from an electromagnetic stove, he discovered that when the alternating magnetic field passed through metal, it would quickly cut the magnetic lines, generating current within the metal. Because it was an alternating magnetic field, the current produced had both positive and negative charges, creating a loop of opposing currents inside the metal, leading to a short circuit and heating. When Li Hao activated this ability, he noticed that a magnetic-like wave was continuously emanating from him, and he could switch the magnetic field at will. If he wanted a south pole, he could have it. If he wanted a north pole, he could have that too. He could switch between the two rapidly, as if the laws of magnetism had no effect on him. He then looked at the iron pot in the kitchen, casually drew it toward him, and caught it in his hands. He activated the alternating magnetic ability on the pot and felt its temperature rising. As he amplified the released energy, the iron pot quickly became red hot. Using his thermal vision, he saw that the pot's temperature had reached over 1,000 degrees. However, this consumed another 13 energy points. Although all this energy came from his spiritual energy, he was quite satisfied with such an ability. With the experience from the previous 2 attempts, Li Hao took a deep breath, activated his ice breath ability, inputting 13 energy points, and exhaled toward the water bucket in the bathroom. A brief cold wind swept through the bathroom, but due to his limited lung capacity, only a layer of ice about 1 centimeter thick formed on the surface of the water. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with this ability. Finally, Li Hao took out a power strip, forcefully plugged it into the socket with both hands, and activated the voltage transformation ability to quickly recharge himself. However, considering the potential for overloading his home's electrical circuit, he was somewhat cautious. Chapter 52, Playing Basketball Crazy, Where Are You? Li Hao sent a message to Chen Feng on TT. It was around 6 p.m., just in time for dinner. He felt a bit bored and thought it would be nice to invite Chen Feng out to chat. Are you back? I'm playing basketball at the court. Are you coming? After a while, Chen Feng replied. After waiting for a while for Li Hao to finish speaking, he sensed that he had already reached an energy level of 35. He decided not to continue charging, as there wasn't much danger in the real world, and he could charge again when he returned in the evening. In Xiantang village, there was only one basketball court, located in the center of Xiantang Park. Many sports enthusiasts who lived nearby often went there to play basketball. The court had 2 sections, and there were several steps around it where many couples or single girls would sit, listening to music, playing on their phones, or watching the game. Some players liked to show off their flashy moves, seemingly trying to attract the attention of the girls. But the girls sitting on the steps were not there to watch the game. They just wanted some quiet time alone. When Li Hao arrived at the court, Chen Feng was just teaming up with someone for a 3v3 half-court game. However, things weren't looking good for him. He wasn't as muscular as the others and didn't have the height advantage, making it difficult for him to grab rebounds or push others around. Several times, he was pressured during the game, especially when the player he was defending had the ball. That player had a clear chance to shoot, but chose not to, instead using flashy dribbling skills to toy with Chen Feng, nearly causing him to fall. The player seemed to take great satisfaction in teasing Chen Feng, especially when there were girls watching, which made him perform even more enthusiastically. Finally, when Chen Feng's teammate came to assist him, the player toned down his antics, made a decisive shot, and scored. When the ball returned to Chen Feng's team, that player attempted to intercept Chen Feng as he got the ball. Chen Feng, seeing the situation, quickly attempted a shot, but was met with a block, making Li Hao shake his head in disbelief. As the basketball rolled over to Li Hao's side, Chen Feng noticed him and ran over. Hey, when did you get here? Want to play a couple of games? I'm a bit tired, Chen Feng said, panting. Sure. I'll take your place. Watching you play so poorly and getting bullied like that is embarrassing for me, Li Hao replied with a smile. What can I do? Others are just better at it. And basketball is about having fun. Winning or losing doesn't really matter, Chen Feng admitted, recognizing that his skill level was indeed lacking compared to those who played regularly. After all, who had the time to play basketball every day while working? Most would rather use that time to socialize. Don't worry, just watch me play for a while, and try not to scream, Li Hao teased. Then skillfully dribbled the ball into his hands and walked toward the court. Come on, I'm not a girl. I won't scream, Chen Feng shot back, wiping the sweat from his forehead and sitting down on the steps to watch Li Hao play. As Li Hao entered the game, Chen Feng's teammate explained who the other players were. Once they positioned themselves, Li Hao was ready to start the game. However, before he could make his first pass, the player who had been toying with Chen Feng came over to obstruct him. That player was named Chen Hui, a recent college graduate. He often played basketball and had developed decent ball handling skills, mastering many flashy moves. He loved to show off and enjoyed teasing others during games for fun. Li Hao saw Chen Hui approaching him and deliberately passed the ball slowly to his teammate. After Chen Hui intercepted the ball, he quickly charged forward. But just as Chen Hui was about to bounce the ball on the ground, Li Hao snatched it back. However, Li Hao didn't rush to score. Chen Hui, initially pleased with his interception, felt embarrassed when Li Hao reclaimed the ball and decided to try again to stop him. Li Hao had always enjoyed playing basketball, especially during high school when he was fascinated by street basketball and admired those who played it so skillfully. Now, as he dribbled the ball and recorded various statistics, he felt more comfortable with it. Seeing Chen Hui coming towards him, he quickly dribbled and toyed with him, making it seem like Chen Hui was about to steal the ball, but he never did. Chen Feng, witnessing this, smiled knowingly, realizing that Li Hao was getting back at Chen Hui for earlier teasing. Soon, Chen Hui realized Li Hao was playing tricks on him and, in a fit of anger, charged at Li Hao, only to have Li Hao dodge him swiftly, nearly causing Chen Hui to fall. Li Hao, amused by Chen Hui's frustration, tossed the ball, and with a satisfying swish, it went through the hoop. His teammates gave him a thumbs up as they prepared to defend against their opponents. Feeling embarrassed after being outplayed, Chen Hui turned to his teammates, who reluctantly passed the ball to him. Come on, try to defend me, Chen Hui taunted Li Hao, seemingly eager to regain his lost pride. As you wish, Li Hao replied with a smile, stepping in front of Chen Hui. He watched Chen Hui's rapid dribbling, but to him, it seemed slow. Chen Hui, trying to act cool, dribbled in front of Li Hao but was shocked when Li Hao effortlessly knocked the ball away. Li Hao then casually tossed the ball and made a three-pointer, scoring with ease. When it was time for the opposing team to inbound the ball, Li Hao noticed Chen Hui's dark expression. He received the ball from a teammate, and as he prepared to defend, Chen Hui feigned a move before jumping to shoot. However, Li Hao blocked him with a powerful rejection. Foul. That's a hit, Chen Hui shouted, but Li Hao just smiled. Knowing whether he committed a foul or not didn't matter since Chen Hui insisted on claiming it. When Chen Hui's teammate retrieved the ball, he could see Chen Hui's frustration and decided to pass it to him. But Li Hao was done playing nice. As the ball flew towards Chen Hui, he quickly intercepted it. Then, moving beyond the three-point line, as Chen Hui rushed back to defend, Li Hao dribbled quickly and leaped towards the hoop for a dunk. Chen Hui saw Li Hao leap into the air, instinctively protecting his head as he watched Li Hao fly over him and execute a powerful dunk. Wow, what an impressive jump. This person is incredible. How can someone be so skilled? There are actually such talented individuals in Xiantang? With Li Hao's dunk, everyone was astonished. Even the girl listening to music on the steps looked over. Although they often saw dunks in the NBL, witnessing it happen right beside them was far more shocking than they had imagined. Bro, that was amazing. Your jumping ability is incredible. One teammate laughed. Hee hee. It's nothing much, Li Hao replied with a smile. His personal attributes had reached over 200, allowing him to exert more than 2,000 pounds of force. Dunking a basketball was easy for him. He could have even torn down the hoop if he wanted to. Hey, why not try another one? I've never seen someone dunk in real life before. You just flew from the three-point line, totally like a flying man. Chun Hui's teammate clapped the ball in his hands and said to Li Hao, then tossed the ball to him. Actually, I don't really like showing off. But since you're so enthusiastic, I'll give it a shot. Li Hao chuckled, moving to the three-point line. He looked at the dispersing crowd, gathered his energy, and quickly dribbled the ball. First, he slammed the ball against the backboard, then leaped into the air, performing a mid-air flip, once again gripping the ball with one hand, and dunked it into the hoop. Wow, what a whirlwind dunk. Isn't this something you only see in movies? How is this possible? Amazing. Bro, that was a bit exaggerated. Dude, do it again. That was so cool. A group of people stared at Li Hao, their excitement rising. This kind of move is something no one in the NBL could pull off. It was just too impressive. As Li Hao executed another exaggerated dunk, everyone playing basketball stopped to watch, their eyes glued to him, mouths agape. After receiving the ball, he noticed that the people behind him had also stopped playing. He dribbled the ball, sprinting towards the opposite hoop, quickly reaching the three-point line, then leaped again, soaring straight towards the hoop for another dunk. Unexpectedly, the basketball slammed down hard, instantly bursting upon hitting the ground, creating a loud noise. This isn't a scene from a movie, is it? Am I seeing things? Everyone ignored the exploded basketball and instead stared in shock at Li Hao. Is this really something a person can do? Could he be a martial arts master? I knew it. There must be martial arts masters in our country. I want to learn martial arts. I want to find a master. And I want to show off too. After Li Hao landed, he noticed everyone staring at him in shock, with some even holding up their phones to record. He suddenly realized he had been too high profile. Quickly, he used his networking skills to hack into the phones recording the scene and nearby cameras, deleting footage of his leap as well as anything that had been posted online, all while there were few people around. After doing all this, he called out to Chen Feng and hurried away. Although he couldn't erase people's memories, as long as there were no videos, even if they remembered, no one would believe them, and with time, it would soon be forgotten. Wow, this guy is too strong. Could he be the legendary martial arts master? Impressive. Haha. I'm glad I recorded it just now. I have to post it on my social media. He is amazing. Huh. Where's my recording? It's gone. Oh. My basketball star, give me back my basketball. Hey, Li Hao, wait up. Chen Feng shouted after the hurried Li Hao in front of him. To be honest, he was also shocked. He knew Li Hao was great at billiards, but he didn't expect him to be so skilled at basketball as well. Especially with Li Hao demonstrating physical abilities beyond human limits, it made him wonder if Li Hao truly had martial arts skills. He had a question in his heart, wanting to find some kind of answer from Li Hao. Everyone has a desire to become stronger, including him, Chen Feng. I know what you want to ask. Don't ask. If you're willing to follow me, just do your job well, and I won't disappoint you. But if you have other thoughts, I advise you to give up. Knowing too much might not be good for you. If you want to withdraw, once I secure the loan, I can double your investment back to you, Li Hao said seriously as he glanced back at Chen Feng. He could exchange genetic enhancement potions for people to drink in a post-apocalyptic world, which might significantly improve physical qualities. But now wasn't the right time. And Chen Feng hadn't yet shown his value. Although he was willing to take risks and start a company together, it was mainly because he valued his own abilities and wanted to make money together. His own strength and capabilities were destined to be extraordinary, and it could entail certain risks in the future. If Chen Feng couldn't maintain his resolve, there was little Li Hao could demand. Okay, I want to ask. As long as you don't do anything illegal, I still want to build a career with you. If it's illegal, I can only say sorry, Chen Feng said, not knowing what he was thinking. Don't worry, everything I do is within legal boundaries. Tomorrow, arrange for the renovation company to come over. I'll provide them with the company's renovation plans, and we can discuss it in detail then. It's getting late now, so let us all head home, Li Hao said before leaving. Chen Feng looked at Li Hao and suddenly had a feeling that if he continued to follow Li Hao, his life would surely undergo earth-shattering changes. He himself was not someone who was content with the status quo. Perhaps, this is an opportunity. Without overthinking, one should continuously improve their abilities, help alleviate concerns for Li Hao, and what one gains is certainly better than working for others. Chapter 54. The Black Dragon Society. The next day, Li Hao brought the company renovation blueprints he designed overnight, leaning towards a sci-fi style. The office space was rented for about $50,000 per month, with an area of approximately 150 square meters. According to Li Hao's vision, he would definitely buy land to build office buildings in the future, so he had already designed construction blueprints and various renovation plans, all stored in his mind. Currently, this office was just a temporary rental, and there wasn't much money available for decoration, so the version he had was a simplified sci-fi renovation style, costing around $300,000. The $300,000 Chen Feng invested had mostly been spent on renting the place, registering the company, paying renovation deposits, and membership fees for recruitment websites, among other expenses. Fortunately, Li Hao received about 2 million in cash from a bank loan. On his way to the company, he began searching online for good renovation material companies and obtained their contact information, placing orders for some materials, spending nearly 150,000. When Li Hao and Chun Feng arrived at the company, the renovation team had already arrived. There were about 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, with the woman being the business representative. The other 2 were skilled workers responsible for measuring and reviewing the renovation blueprints to estimate labor costs. "Hello, are you Mr. Chen?" The business representative in formal attire asked. "Hello, I'm Chun Feng, and this is our general manager, Li Hao," Chun Feng introduced, pointing to Li Hao. "Hello, we are from Sophie Renovation Company. Let me introduce you to the 2 skilled workers behind me," the representative said, starting to explain some of their services and the professionalism of their company. "All right, we want to go into further details. Let us go inside and take a look. You can review the blueprints and measure the actual dimensions. Just follow my designs for the renovation," Li Hao said, letting Chun Feng open the door and leading the way inside. From the outside, the industrial park looked quite appealing. But that was mainly because most of the office spaces in this industrial area were still unoccupied, making the inside very spacious and in need of renovation. "Okay, Mr. Li. Let us start measuring," the business representative said, pulling out a form, while the 2 skilled workers took out measuring tapes and began coordinating to measure various dimensions. After about half an hour, they presented a record sheet to Li Hao, showing that the measurements were similar to his blueprints. They then went to measure the server room location. After obtaining the dimensions, they all went to a nearby cafe, where each ordered a cup of coffee to discuss the pricing. In the end, after negotiations, they settled on renovation costs of around 150,000, signed a contract, and prepared to leave, agreeing to start work the next day, with the server room being the first to be renovated. Li Hao also began arranging for the material companies to deliver supplies overnight. Finally, he contacted a server company and, based on his own design for the network and server assembly methods, purchased a variety of miscellaneous items. This time, he spent almost 1 million, and the loan money was quickly depleted by more than half. However, he recalled the gold and diamonds he had acquired in the apocalyptic world. Li Hao briefed Chun Feng and transferred about 500,000 in liquid funds to him, asking him to follow up on the renovation matters. If he had time, he should also apply for a film and television company to obtain all the necessary qualifications, using the same registered address as Haofeng Network Technology Company. Subsequently, Li Hao began searching for companies in the region that had a dark background or were transitioning from the underworld to legitimate business with strong capabilities. To his surprise, he actually found one. The Black Dragon Mountain Group, which was formerly a gang organization known as the Black Dragon Society, had its influence spread across the 3 northeastern provinces. Later, due to national crackdowns on gang activities, it began to transition from the underworld to legitimate business and is now publicly listed, involved in various industries, including heavy industry, mining, clothing, jewelry, and real estate. As the saying goes, the mountain may change, but the nature is hard to alter. Although they appeared to have transitioned from the underworld to legitimate business, they still engaged in some illicit activities. However, this had nothing to do with Li Hao. What he needed to do was to dispose of the items he brought from the apocalyptic world. Normal channels would not work, as they could easily be discovered. Only by cooperating with these underworld forces could he minimize unnecessary trouble. After that, he used his online capabilities to set up an international bank account with a certain international bank known for its security and privacy protection. The bank claimed to be the safest in the world, with all registered accounts protected by international law. However, the minimum deposit for such an account was 1 billion. This was not a challenge for Li Hao. He directly modified the bank's highest permissions to create such an account for himself, ensuring that no one could change any settings or transfer funds, not even internal bank members. Even the flow of funds was not something ordinary people could trace, and the inquiry process was quite complicated. The person in charge of the jewelry sector at the Black Dragon Mountain Group, Lin Xiaoqiang, was once the leader of a notorious gang, having studied martial arts at a temple and joined the Black Dragon Society for certain reasons. He rose to prominence due to his exceptional skills and ruthless methods, commanding hundreds of followers. After the Black Dragon Society transitioned to legitimacy, he volunteered to oversee the jewelry sector, dealing with both the sale and acquisition of jewelry, even handling stolen goods. One day, after enjoying a sauna at a spa, he was about to head home when his phone rang. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, he answered it with curiosity. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Xiaoqiang said, then found a chair to sit down, signaling his followers to do the same. "Lin Xiaoqiang, you should know what your son did on the night of April 22nd, 2040. A voice said, with indistinguishable sounds of both genders coming through. "Shut up. Who are you?" Lin Xiaoqiang exclaimed, suddenly realizing something, his face changing in shock. He motioned for his brothers to step back and picked up the phone again. "How do you know? Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Ziqiang said coldly. He believed he had kept that matter very secret, and even if there were people in the know, he had more or less dealt with them. "How did this person find out?" "Hee, if your chairman knew that your son had killed his son, do you think he would do something to your son?" The voice on the phone came again. "What do you want? You called, so you must have your purpose, right? Speak up if you need money." "I can still afford a few million," Lin Ziqiang said again. "Hee, I do need some money, But I'm not here to ask you for money. I have a business deal I want to discuss with you, the voice on the phone said. What business? Chapter 55. Southwest Mines. I have a batch of goods that I need you to handle, worth about 5 million, the voice continued. All right, how do you want to handle it? Upon hearing this, Lin Ziqiang's eyes turned cold. This person not only knew things they shouldn't know, but also found him for handling just 5 million, even threatening him, simply asking for death. Tonight at 8. Just name a place, the voice on the phone said. Fine, let us meet at the abandoned mine in the southwest, Lin Ziqiang replied, and then the call was disconnected. He coldly stared at his phone and then called out to his brothers outside, roughly summoning about 50 of them, telling them to gear up. However, what he didn't know was that among his group of brothers, there was a senior undercover agent named Li Hao, who had been lurking around Lin Ziqiang, gathering evidence of his criminal activities. After the brothers went to gather manpower, Li Hao found a safe place and sent a Morse code message to his superior, detailing the time, location, and approximate situation. After receiving Li Hao's message, Lu Qingshan, the leader of the major crimes unit in the city, hurriedly began to gather personnel. Soon, over 100 people were assembled, all geared up. Go. This operation is to capture a criminal gang that may be armed. Everyone stay alert. Go, he said, and everyone got into the vehicles, which began heading toward the abandoned mine in the southwest. However, just as they had been driving for over half an hour, Lu Qingshan noticed that a new female officer had mixed into the team, which made him frown. This officer was the daughter of the chief and had just joined the force not long ago, with no experience. Bringing her along would just cause trouble. Su Pei, why are you here? I said we need personnel with experience in major cases. You have none, so what are you doing here? Lu Qingshan said with some irritation. Reporting, sir, you always say you need experience. I've been in the major crimes unit for nearly a year, and I've never been allowed to participate in an operation. I am the champion of the women's military shooting competition. I believe I am qualified to join this operation. Su Peiying said, her stunning face paired with her armed attire, looking very spirited, especially with her determined demeanor, which was quite amusing. It's not about what you think. It's about what I think. I'm the leader of this team, and I have to be responsible for everyone. During the operation, you stay in the vehicle and don't cause us any trouble. That's an order. Lu Qingshan shouted angrily. Yes, sir. Su Peiying also shouted. Although she was unconvinced, she knew that she was powerless to change anything. Li Hao looked at the sky. The club had already sent him the flight information for tomorrow, a ticket for around 9 a.m. to a certain country. It was currently 6 p.m., and it would take him over an hour to get to the southwestern mining area. So it was time to set off. He prepared a bit, stored everything in a space, and took a taxi to the suburbs. As the taxi drove away and no one was watching, he jumped onto the highway, in the dark surroundings. He took out a car capsule and threw it on the ground, causing a sports car to materialize. With a roar, the sports car sped away. The southwestern mining area used to be a tungsten mining zone, where many temporary metal houses had been built. Due to mining accidents and illegal activities, it had been abandoned for several years, with plenty of large mining equipment like excavators and bulldozers rusting around. At that moment, however, the mountaintop was suddenly crowded with people and vehicles, most of whom were dressed in black. Because of strict gun control, most of them carried large machetes, with only Lin Ziqiang seemingly possessing a handgun. Due to the remote location and the spacious mountaintop, with 2 major roads leading down, very few people came here. Although it was a bit dark at night, the area was exceptionally bright under the headlights of the vehicles. Lin Ziqiang was unaware of how many people Li Hao had brought. He chose this place partly to secure a retreat and partly to see if there was an opportunity to eliminate the opponent. While Brother Chong was smoking, a younger brother's voice came from behind him. Shanji, have the bombs and surveillance been set up? Lin Ziqiang flicked away his cigarette and stepped on it, responding, all set, but the other side hasn't made any moves. Could it be they are too scared to come? The younger brother, referred to as Shanji, said, what's the rush? It's not even 8 p.m. yet. Lin Ziqiang looked at his wristwatch and said, pulling out another cigarette. Before he could light it, another younger brother arrived. Brother Chong, Jigu, there's movement. A sports car is heading up the mountain, the younger brother, holding a notebook, said while looking at the surveillance footage. Oh, just one car? Does the other side only have one person? Lin Ziqiang frowned, saying, they should know who I am. It should be a group, right? Yes, Brother Chong. It could also be some rich kid seeking thrills. That sports car looks expensive, something we've never seen before. And it's climbing the mountain quickly. It should be here in about 2 minutes, the younger brother added. Well, let us wait for him to come up before we decide. Everyone, stay alert, Lin Ziqiang said as he lit his cigarette again. On the other side, the police were also using drones to monitor the mountaintop scene. Seeing the gathering of a dozen vehicles, especially spotting Lin Ziqiang at the forefront, Lu Qingshan smiled slightly. Very well, this time I shall observe your escape. With this evidence in hand, should you be caught in the act, even if your attorney, Zhang San, possesses the gift of eloquence, you shall not evade the charges of organized crime. Lu Qingshan remarked, gazing at the high-definition video captured by the drone. Captain, look, a sports car has arrived. Could this be the transaction partner of Lin Ziqiang? The surveillance officer exclaimed, studying the footage. There is only one individual? That seems unusual. Let us observe further. If they engage in conversation and demonstrate any signs of a transaction, apprehend them immediately, Lu Qingyan commanded. Understood, Captain. Meanwhile, Li Hao, although he was ascending the mountain, was well aware of their arrangements due to the covert monitoring software he had left on Lin Ziqiang's phone. Yet he remained unfazed, particularly upon seeing several drones hovering ominously above. A smile crept across his lips. I didn't anticipate drawing the police out. It appears Lin Ziqiang has a mole within his ranks, Li Hao mused, analyzing the topography of the mine in his mind. The southwest mine, under normal circumstances, would pose a significant risk of capture if the lower area was blocked. However, there existed a 50-meter ravine, opposite which lay Yufeng Mountain, providing a descent route directly to the metropolis. Considering the performance of his sports car, he conceived a daring and audacious plan, resolutely steering towards the summit. Chapter 56. The Art of Dislocating Bones. Before long, Li Hao's sports car soared to the mountaintop, disregarding all the black-clad figures, and arrived at the mountaintop plaza, executing a 360-degree drift illuminated by the headlights of all the vehicles. Ultimately, the car pointed directly at Lin Ziqiang and his companions, its headlights outshining those of their dozen vehicles, instantly illuminating the entire plaza. Subsequently, donning a pair of sunglasses and subtly adjusting his facial features, Li Hao transformed into an unfamiliar visage and approached Lin Ziqiang's group, clutching a small bag. Are you the one seeking to transact with Lin? To come alone is rather audacious, wouldn't you agree? Lin Ziqiang remarked, his eyes glinting with a dangerous signal. Huh. My courage to come here is indicative of my lack of fear. Sometimes, having many does not equate to being effective, Li Hao replied with a smile. Humph. You dare summon our brother Chang with your solitary presence? Let me witness your prowess, Shanji, observing Li Hao's brazen demeanor, scoffed and charged forward, leaping to deliver a fist aimed at Li Hao's head. Li Hao, however, maintained his composure, smiling nonchalantly at the incoming Shanji, and before anyone could react, Shanji was sent flying, landing in an oil drum, immobile. Bang. Crash. Brother Ji, what just happened? Don't move. I think my waist is broken. Brothers, let's kill him. The other henchmen, witnessing the scene, drew their large machetes or axes, converging on Li Hao, while Lin Ziqiang merely continued to smoke his cigarette, unperturbed. I mentioned, having many does not necessarily equate to being effective. Li Hao chuckled, tossing the bag to the ground. As the black-clad assailants approached, he dispatched them with a flurry of punches and kicks, and in less than 2 minutes, all those who had surrounded him lay defeated on the ground. Ah, it hurts. My hand is dislocated. Ah, my foot is dislocated too. In an instant, there were cries of anguish, and everyone's limbs were bent in irregular ways, resembling dislocations rather than fractures. Is there really a martial arts technique that can dislocate bones? Are the martial arts from novels actually real? Lin Ziqiang looked at the miserable state of his subordinates, feeling a bit dazed, especially since they looked exactly like the victims of the bone-dislocating techniques from films and novels. Impressive skills, but tell me, is your punch faster or my gun? At this moment, Lin Ziqiang had pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Li Hao, his tone filled with mockery. Hee, a gun is faster beyond 7 steps, but within 7 steps, the punch is faster. How far are you from me now? Li Hao responded with a casual smile. Kid, let me tell you, within 7 steps, the gun is faster. Die. Saying this, Lin Ziqiang fired a shot at Li Hao. However, Li Hao quickly approached Lin Ziqiang, dodged the bullet with a swift sidestep, and came right in front of him, snatching the gun away and pressing it against Lin Ziqiang's forehead. Brother Chang. The subordinates who thought victory was assured upon seeing Lin Ziqiang pull out the gun were stunned when they saw Li Hao not only avoid the bullet, but also seize Lin Ziqiang's gun and press it to his head. Let's talk, brother. Let's talk. Lin Ziqiang did not expect Li Hao to be so formidable, able to dodge the bullet and quickly take his gun. As the gun was pressed against his forehead, he felt cold sweat pouring down. Hee, now you're being honest, huh? Li Hao smiled and said, Yes, I'm being honest. Lin Ziqiang nodded frantically. Then let's make a deal. The goods are in that bag. Take them yourself, and bring your computer. Li Hao continued to point the gun at Lin Ziqiang. All right. Hurry up and get the computer, Lin Ziqiang said to a few uninjured subordinates, watching one of them nervously fetch the computer, which Lin Ziqiang snatched away. Big brother, look, how do I transfer it? Where do I transfer it to? Lin Ziqiang opened the online banking interface and asked Li Hao, his tone laced with flattery, fearing that a slight tremor from Li Hao might end badly for him. After so many years in the legitimate world, he had lost the courage he once had. Now, he was getting more fearful with age. I said, 5 million is 5 million. I won't ask for a penny more. All right, take the goods yourself. The police have surrounded the area, so good luck. Li Hao transferred 5 million to his account through Lin Ziqiang's computer and turned to walk towards his sports car. Brother Chang, a lot of cops are coming. We're surrounded. What do we do? Before Lin Ziqiang could react, one of the subordinates in charge of monitoring shouted upon seeing the surveillance footage of a convoy of police cars heading up the mountain. What? How did they know we were here? Damn it, this is a setup. Go to hell. Lin Ziqiang's first reaction was to blame Li Hao. Seeing Li Hao turning his back, he grabbed a large machete from a subordinate and threw it at him. Dang. As Li Hao casually shot down the flying machete, he noticed Lin Ziqiang had already hidden in the crowd and crawled into a car. He smiled and shot out Lin Ziqiang's tire. Bang. Subsequently, Li Hao got into the sports car, drifted a few times, and drove off into the distance. However, he found that the vehicles down the hill were already heading up, blocking the road. After thinking for half a second, he quickly drove the car under a nearby pit, waiting for the police cars to come up before making his move. Brother Chong, what do we do about the brothers with dislocated limbs? One of the younger brothers, looking at the brothers on the ground crying out in pain, hurriedly asked Lin Ziqiang. Forget it, everyone split up and escape. Don't get caught, or it will be the end, Lin Ziqiang said, switching to another car and flooring the accelerator, heading down the hill. Run, the cops are coming, run. The other younger brothers frantically drove their cars in all directions. But they heard the police sirens getting closer. The road seemed to be blocked. Don't move, you are surrounded, Lu Qingshan shouted with a loudspeaker. While other police cars blocked the road, getting out and drawing their weapons at the panicked vehicles. However, it was dark, and they didn't notice Li Hao, who had turned off his car lights not far away. Brothers, ram those police cars. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Lin Ziqiang shouted frantically. Damn the cops, ram them. Charge. Shoot. Seeing that these people were actually resisting, Lu Qingshan gave the order to open fire. But it was dark, and most shots hit the headlights and body of the cars. Bayu. Dida. Bang. Bang. Get out of the way. Chapter 57. Su Peiying Boom. Lu Qingshan saw a car recklessly charging towards the encroaching police cars. To protect his officers, he ordered them to disperse, but unexpectedly, one of the police cars had Su Peiying, who he had previously ordered not to get out of the car. In an instant, Su Peiying was thrown out, falling to the ground with noticeable abrasions on her hands. Peiying. Damn it. How could I forget her? Damn, more cars are coming. Quick, stop them. Lu Qingshan looked at the thrown-out Su Peiying and suddenly realized he had forgotten someone. At that moment, a bunch of cars were charging toward that opening. Su Peiying found herself in great danger and desperately tried to stop the oncoming vehicles. Virum. Bang. Just then, a sports car roared from the side, flying out, followed by a gunshot. A bullet hit the fuel tank of one of the cars, which exploded instantaneously, sending surrounding vehicles flying. As the flames shot into the sky, one of the airborne vehicles was hurled towards Su Peiying. She hurriedly got up to run, thinking she was doomed when suddenly, a sports car appeared. The side door of the sports car opened, and it made a sharp drift right in front of her, pulling her inside. The sports car sped off, but the rear was hit by the flying vehicle, instantly lifting the sports car off the ground. The sports car landed right on top of a police car, where the officers had already scattered. Boom. All of this was within Li Hao's calculations. As he was propelled away, he landed on a police car and hit the gas, breaking through the encirclement and heading down the mountain. Damn it, I can't escape, and neither can you. Lin Ziqiang cursed as he saw Li Hao's car zoom past the police vehicle. He took out a remote control and pressed a button. Boom. In an instant, a section of the winding road down the mountain was bombed, blocking the way. Li Hao heard the loud explosion, glanced at the drone in the sky, and sent a signal to it, quickly gaining control and checking the road conditions. Damn it, looking for death. Li Hao had initially thought he could go down directly, but Lin Ziqiang had pulled a stun on him. After snorting coldly, he saw Lin Ziqiang still trying to resist through the drone's feed and began to simulate the shooting angle in his mind. He took out the handgun he had previously snatched from Lin Ziqiang and flicked it towards the sky. Bang! A bullet flew out, curving towards Lin Ziqiang's direction, instantly shattering his car window and hitting him in the head. Lin Ziqiang was dead on the spot. Who fired the shot? Who shot recklessly? Lu Qingshan was furious when he saw Lin Ziqiang get shot dead. At this point, apart from the escaped Li Hao and the unaware Su Peiying, the scene was basically under control, but suddenly someone had shot Lin Ziqiang. Although Lin Ziqiang had ties to criminal activities, the amount of stolen goods was not enough for the death penalty. Moreover, even though many of his officers were injured, no one had died. With Zhang Xin covering him, Lin Ziqiang would likely just serve a few years. Now that he was dead, Lu Qingshan envisioned his own dismissal and was at a loss on how to face his superior, Director Su, especially with Su Peiying's situation unclear. Captain, one of the drones has lost control, one of the officers reported. Then use another drone to track. We cannot let him get away. Su Peiying is still in that car. Lu Qingshan ordered. Who are you? Do you know it's illegal to use a firearm? Slow down. I don't have a seatbelt on. Let me out. Slow down. There's a 20-degree sharp turn ahead. At this speed, we'll flip down the mountain. Su Peiying was forcibly brought into the passenger seat by Li Hao's drift, but he was driving extremely fast. She had sustained minor injuries and struggled to stay seated. Especially after she saw Li Hao fire a shot into the sky, she couldn't help but voice her concerns, which annoyed Li Hao. This woman talked too much. If he hadn't saved her, she would have been crushed by the flying car. Shut up, buckle your seatbelt. If you get thrown out, I won't be responsible. Li Hao shouted at Su Peiying. Drive slower. I'm afraid I'll be thrown out. Su Peiying was in a state of panic. The mountain road was difficult to navigate. And with Li Hao driving so fast, she barely managed to stabilize herself and dared not move. You troublesome woman, Li Hao said, putting away his pistol and reaching towards Su Peiying. To his surprise, she had pulled out a pair of handcuffs and quickly snapped them onto his right hand. Her movements became incredibly agile, completely unlike the fragile girl who had just been startled by the speed of the car. Bang! Swish! Click! Are you looking for death? Li Hao's reaction speed had long surpassed human limits. No matter how fast Su Paying moved, she couldn't escape his eyes. After a few swift motions, he quickly subdued her and cuffed her up. But at that moment, they were approaching a sharp turn, and he had no time to think. He tied the handcuffs to the seatbelt, rapidly steering the wheel, executing a 20-degree drift turn with urgency. Screech. The sports car made a rapid left turn, nearly brushing against the stone wall, causing Su Paying to be thrown out. However, since she was still handcuffed to the seatbelt, she flew up, spinning along with the car. The powerful centrifugal force made her scream uncontrollably. With Su Paying's actions, Li Hao lost any thoughts of pity, especially since they had reached the last right turn, which was already blocked by an explosion set off by Lin Ziqiang. Several police cars were stationed there, preventing passage. Li Hao quickly calculated the distance of 70 meters across the cliff, which was about 5 meters lower than the road he was on. He originally only needed to accelerate the sports car to around 250 kilometers/h to leap over. However, with Su Paying added into the equation and the reduced friction of the mountain road, the car could only reach about 230 kilometers/h. This meant that when the car flew over, it would be about 30 centimeters lower than the road surface. That 30 centimeters could cause the car to hit the edge and fall off the cliff, which was about 300 meters high. Even if Li Hao fell, he would undoubtedly die. Looking at the giant tree above the cliff, Li Hao remembered the grappling hook launcher he had exchanged for in the apocalypse. He quickly assembled the launcher to his right wrist and attached a wire spool, making it ready for firing. Finally, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the roar of the sports car filled the air. Su Paying was lifted by the car's immense force, floating in the air. Virum. In an instant, the sports car, carrying Li Hao and Su Paying, soared towards the road 70 meters away. Everyone watching was stunned. Even Lu Qingshan and others, who had been monitoring Li Hao's position with a drone, were left speechless. To them, Li Hao's action seemed suicidal, but seeing Su Paying being taken along, a chill ran through their hearts. It's over. The beautiful policewoman is going to meet her end. Just when everyone thought that Li Hao and his companion were doomed, Li Hao raised his right hand and made a gesture resembling a middle finger. A thin wire shot out from his wrist, and then a violent tremor shook the massive tree overhead on the opposite side, as if something had pierced through it. Subsequently, the sports car, which was supposed to crash between the cliffs, was unexpectedly pulled upward by some external force, completing a leap of 70 meters. Seeing the sports car land safely, Li Hao quickly detached the wire spool from his wrist. As Su Paying was thrown forward due to inertia, he grabbed her and pressed her back into the seat before speeding away. "Captain, are we watching a movie? Is this real?" one of the officers exclaimed, staring at the drone's surveillance footage, with the scene of the sports car leaping over the 70-meter cliff replaying in his mind. "Yeah, it's incredible. Who is this person? Even Fast and Furious wouldn't dare to film something like this," another officer said, equally incredulous. "Enough chatter, get the drone over to that tree and see what's going on." Lu Qingshan quickly snatched the drone's controller, directing it to fly in front of the massive tree. The sight of a thin steel wire, about 1 millimeter thick, along with the hole it had made everyone realize what had happened. What kind of equipment is this? What kind of person can pull a 2,000-pound sports car with this wire? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. "Request helicopter support from the armed police. No matter who they are, anyone who dares to act recklessly in our country must pay the price," Lu Qingshan said coldly, watching the sports car disappear beyond the drone's surveillance range. "Yes, Captain. Hey, how did you do that?" After escaping the drone's monitoring, Li Hao slowed down, giving Su Paying a chance to catch her breath. After a moment of calm, she asked, "Get lost?" Li Hao replied, ignoring her question. After unbuckling the seatbelt that was attached to her handcuffs, he slammed on the brakes. Before Su Paying could steady herself, he opened the car door and kicked her out. "Hey, stinky man, wait for me. Don't leave me here. I'm afraid of the dark. I won't chase you anymore." Su Paying lay on the ground, watching Li Hao drive away, and glanced at the eerie outskirts, feeling as if a pair of eyes were watching her. Unfortunately, apart from the exhaust fumes and dust, no one responded to her. "Stinky man, I won't forget you. I will definitely catch you," Su Paying grumbled, rubbing her sore backside and the injuries on her wrist from the handcuffs, unable to suppress her frustration. Although he had escaped from the police pursuit and she had failed in her duty, reflecting on the experience, she couldn't help but admire Li Hao's strength and boldness. For some reason, a thought crossed her mind. If he were one of the police, what criminal could possibly escape his pursuit? Unfortunately, he was also a criminal. After resting in place for more than half an hour, several helicopters appeared in the sky. One of them landed about 100 meters in front of her, and Lu Qingshan jumped down from the helicopter. "What about the sports car? What about the criminal?" Lu Qingshan asked. "They ran away," Su Paying said lazily. "Where did they go?" "How long ago?" "They ran that way, probably for more than 40 minutes. Get in, let's chase them." Unfortunately, they were destined to accomplish nothing. After returning to the city, Li Hao found an unoccupied place to hide the sports car, restoring it to its original appearance. He changed his clothes, jumped over several walls, avoided dozens of surveillance cameras, and arrived in the bustling area, took a taxi, and went home. In a police station somewhere in the metropolis, Lu Qingshan frowned, unsure how to report to his superiors. Several cars were lost, dozens were injured, yet they had only captured a group of minor criminals. Lin Ziqiang was also dead. And the mountain chicken was in the hospital fighting for his life, reportedly with a broken waist. Those underlings in the hospital with dislocated limbs had left the doctors somewhat helpless, and over time, each joint began to swell. Fortunately, the hospital director was a master of traditional Chinese medicine, and with the help of certain herbal remedies, they managed to restore all those individuals' bones. Captain, the bullet from Lin Ziqiang's head has been removed. It's not our bullet. According to the identification by the Black Dragon Association members at the scene, this bullet belongs to Lin Ziqiang's handgun, but his handgun was in the hands of the sports car criminal at the time, and that criminal had driven the sports car down the mountain for at least over 100 meters. At that moment, even if there was shooting, the probability of hitting would be very low. Just as Lu Qingshan was feeling distressed, a police officer approached him, holding a bag containing a bullet. It's not impossible. At that time, we saw the footage of their conflict through drone surveillance. The sports car criminal was quite skilled, not only dodging Lin Ziqiang's bullets, but also disarming him barehanded. Lin Ziqiang has been involved in the underworld for many years and is no less capable than an average armed police officer, yet he was utterly helpless against that criminal, even getting his waist kicked in half. Especially the way the sports car flew off the cliff at the end clearly indicates that this criminal is extremely dangerous. Lu Qingshan said, frowning. Immediately issue a wanted notice. Note that even if the criminal is found, do not act rashly. Directly request the special police to mobilize. Also, what were they trading? Have the account names and details been clarified? Lu Qingshan asked again. The items traded were some diamonds and gold, worth about 5 million. Lin Ziqiang also transferred 5 million to the other party. However, the other party was very cautious, using an account from a certain international bank. We do not have the authority to investigate account information and may need to contact the Defense Ministry and diplomatic channels to gather more information, the officer replied. All right, you can go busy yourself. Call Su Peiying in, Lu Qingshan said, waving his hand. Sure, Captain. Chapter 59. Castle of Cruz. Captain, you were looking for me? Seeing Lu Qingshan's slightly darkened expression, Su Peiying suddenly felt a bit scared. This was her first time participating in an operation, yet they let the criminal escape. Please tell me about your situation at that time, Lu Qingshan said, trying to keep his tone calm. When you all got out of the car, I remembered your orders and stayed put in the car. Suddenly, the vehicle was flipped over by some external force, and I was thrown out. When I got up, Lin Ziqiang drove towards us, and at that critical moment, the criminal in the sports car came flying in from the side, even firing a shot at our vehicle, which caused it to explode. The car was coming towards me, and the criminal maneuvered his sports car to force me inside, then used the oncoming car to push us out of the blockade and drove down the mountain. After about 100 meters, there was an explosion from below, and the criminal said something like looking for death before firing a shot up the mountain. Then he sped down the hill, and I pretended to be thrown out to make him slow down and help pull me back. But when he put away his gun, I tried to cuff him with the handcuffs, only to find out he was quite skilled. After a few rounds, I was subdued and strapped into the seatbelt, watching him drive the sports car off a cliff. About 50 meters from the edge, he shot something that looked like a rope at a giant tree on Yufeng Mountain, pulling the car a distance and completing the leap over the cliff. After that, he escaped, and when he saw there were no pursuers, he kicked me out of the sports car. That's about it, Su Peiying said honestly. So Lin Ziqiang was shot dead by him? And he had the equipment to shoot steel cables and the strength to pull the sports car? This criminal is more dangerous than we imagined, Lu Qingshan thought. Combining Su Peiying's words with the various information he had received, it was evident that the threat level of this criminal was beyond what their major crimes unit could handle. You can go now? You had the most contact with him. Please handle his profile, Lu Qingshan instructed. Yes, Captain, Su Peiying replied, glancing at Lu Qingshan before leaving. Forget it, let's report truthfully. This person's capabilities have reached the SSS class criminal level, and we need to take it seriously. Let the higher-ups handle it. Lu Qingshan sighed, and then left the police office to prepare his report. The next day, just as dawn broke, Li Hao got up to wash up. After a little preparation, he took a taxi to the airport, during which he sent a few messages to Chen Feng, asking him to supervise the renovation progress and the server installation, specifically instructing that it must be assembled according to the blueprints he provided. When he had time, he planned to have Chen Feng register a film company, which would be wholly owned by him, called Howren Films. The company's qualifications would cover filming and publishing movies, TV series, animations, and short videos. Subsequently, Li Hao took advantage of the time on the way to the airport and during the flight to develop a film software in his mind using the Baster algorithm, naming the software Howren Films as well. Due to being developed with a certain algorithm, the compatibility is quite strong, allowing it to be installed on both mobile phones and computers without any modifications. However, there aren't many resources available at the moment, and the server hasn't been set up yet, so it's just an empty shell for now. Additionally, he began to visualize the plot of an animated movie in his mind and utilized his computer-s modeling capabilities to quickly create an animation. A fantasy-themed film titled Dragon Master. The storyline revolves around the protagonist and his dragon searching for his mother, featuring adorable dragon pets and spectacular dragon battle scenes. Li Hao employed a data simulation and rendering function from his mind, making every frame look incredibly realistic while retaining an animated style with vivid special effects and sound effects. By integrating existing 3D movie technology, the 3D effects of the film were further enhanced. After an unknown amount of time, Li Hao had just finished producing Dragon Master, and the plane had arrived at a certain country. Since the tickets were booked by the club, someone was there to receive him. At a hotel near a famous castle. Li Hao was about to open his door with the room key when the adjacent door opened, and a person smiled upon seeing him. Li Hao, I heard your flight was delayed, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. I was just about to go for a walk. Why don't you join me? Said Chen Yuanji with a smile. Sure, let me just drop off my bag, Li Hao replied with a smile. Then opened the door and casually tossed his inconspicuous bag onto the bed before heading out with Chen Yuanji. The castle is located in the largest international metropolis in the region, with a history of over 100 years, and is one of the city's iconic buildings. Often visited by international friends for tourism and photography. Therefore, when they stepped onto the street, they could see people of various skin colors, including many from the east. And the night view of the castle was also quite beautiful. Li Hao, come on, help me take a picture. It's my first time at the castle. I need a memento, haha. Chen Yuanji took out his digital camera and posed, with the castle behind him. Click, click, click. Li Hao smiled as he took a few photos for Chen Yuanji and then handed the camera back to him. Your photography skills are pretty good. Do you want me to take a few shots of you? It's not every day you get to visit this place. Chen Yuanji suggested after looking at the photos Li Hao had taken. Never mind, I'm not really interested in photography. Li Hao waved his hand. Alright. Chen Yuanji didn't insist, as not everyone enjoys taking photos while traveling or sharing them on social media. Then you can help me take some pictures. I feel like it's a stroke of luck to be here this time. Who knows when I'll get the chance again. We should take more pictures, Chen Yuanji said, handing the camera back to Li Hao with a grin. Li Hao chuckled, took the camera, and watched as Chen Yuanji posed for photos and occasionally chatted in English to engage international friends for group pictures. Li Hao, since your photography skills are so good, make sure to take a few more shots if you see any beautiful girls on the street. Haha. Chen Yuanji laughed. The scenery around the castle is quite nice, with many European-style buildings that carry a strong historical atmosphere. At that moment, Li Hao spotted a young woman standing in a corner, and he remembered Chen Yuanji's words. So he took a few photos of her. Unexpectedly, she noticed him, glanced at Li Hao, and then turned away. After taking a few more pictures of Chen Yuanji, Li Hao snapped a few random shots on the street. Suddenly, Li Hao noticed someone on a rooftop, jumping around with a small box in hand. That person was incredibly agile, leaping onto a building several meters high, looking very nimble, and astonishingly heading towards the castle. Chapter 60. The Assassin. For some reason, Li Hao sensed something unusual. He glanced at Chen Yuanji and handed him the camera. You can enjoy yourself. I have something to take care of. With that, Li Hao headed towards the hotel, leaving Chen Yuanji bewildered. After shrugging, Chen Yuanji continued to take pictures. However, what Li Hao didn't know was that shortly after he left, the white woman he had photographed returned with a few thugs. Spotting Chen Yuanji taking pictures, they rushed over and snatched his camera away. Hey, what are you doing? Give me back my camera. Chen Yuanji shouted as he reached for it, but he was quickly surrounded, unable to understand the barrage of foreign language being thrown at him. Give me the camera. Chen Yuanji tried to grab it again, but the camera had already been handed to the woman. After checking her digital camera, she deleted the pictures of herself and smashed the camera onto the ground. Snap. Chen Yuanji was furious. Being a tough guy from the northeast, he couldn't tolerate this humiliation. He kicked out at the thugs blocking his way. Hit him, yellow pig. The thugs were enraged by Chen Yuanji's defiance and began to fight back. The woman stepped back, crossing her arms as she watched. FCKU. Chen Yuanji shouted, engaging in the fight. However, despite his toughness, he found it difficult to contend with multiple opponents and soon sustained some injuries. Come on, let's settle this one-on-one. Frustrated, Chen Yuanji glared for a few seconds before retreating towards the hotel. The thugs initially wanted to chase him, but after the woman said a few words, they cursed at Chen Yuanji's back and followed her away. As Li Hao approached the hotel, he found a spot to change his appearance completely, doing a 360-degree turn to alter his face and clothing. Then, he headed to a corner, made a dash, and quickly climbed up to the rooftop, racing in the direction the earlier person had gone. After pursuing for over 30 minutes, Li Hao sensed someone appearing on a high building, where the person began assembling a firearm, completely unaware that they had been spotted. When Li Hao arrived at the rooftop next door, he stopped, and the person there had already assembled the sniper rifle, lying down and scanning the interior of the castle through the scope. Li Hao quickly adjusted his eyesight to focus on the castle 2 kilometers away, which was brightly lit, as if something was being prepared. An elderly man appeared to be directing the activities. At that moment, the assassin glanced at his watch, and a young man next to the elderly figure also looked at his watch, a slight smile appearing on his face as he made an okay gesture. Li Hao noticed that the lying assassin was intently aiming at the old man, seemingly ready to pull the trigger. Li Hao knew without guessing that this assassin was there to kill the old man, likely hired by the young man beside him. Given that they were setting up for a billiards event, it was clear it was for a competition scheduled for the next day. If nothing changed, the elderly man was presumably the current owner of the castle, and if the assassin succeeded tonight, the competition would likely be cancelled. Li Hao could not agree to that. It would mean his trip was in vain, wasting his time. So, he stealthily approached the assassin. What are you doing? Li Hao's voice rang out from behind the assassin, clearly startling him, causing him to almost misfire as he quickly turned, aiming his weapon at Li Hao. Seeing this, Li Hao kicked out, knocking the sniper rifle to the ground, which instantly fell apart. The assassin was quite skilled and reacted quickly, closing in and throwing a punch at Li Hao. Li Hao dodged to the side, casually sweeping his leg, causing the assassin to lose balance and nearly fall. However, the assassin's combat experience was evident. He managed to support himself with his hands and kicked at Li Hao. Li Hao responded by kicking at the assassin's foot but miscalculated the force. A crack echoed as a bone in the assassin's leg broke, and he rolled on the ground, clutching his thigh, but he stifled a scream, glaring at Li Hao as he quickly drew a handgun from his waist and fired at Li Hao. Though at such a close distance, Li Hao might not have been faster than the bullet. He was certainly quicker than the assassin. Before the assassin could get off a second shot, Li Hao had already dodged. He swiftly approached the assassin, kicked the handgun away, and then kicked the assassin's hand, breaking it. However, the gunshots had already attracted attention, and someone had called the police. The assassin could no longer contain his pain and cried out, looking at Li Hao with sheer terror, his mind racing with one question. How could this person have dodged the bullets? Who are you? The assassin asked in fear. Your grandfather. Li Hao replied expressionlessly as he stepped in front of the assassin and, under the terrified gaze of the assassin, crushed his hands and feet. The devilish killer let out a scream, terrified as he faced Li Hao, blood pooling around him. Li Hao glanced at him and jumped onto the rooftop to escape. Soon after, the police arrived at the rooftop and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Don't move. Hands up. Several officers entered, guns drawn, pointing at the killer lying on the ground. They gasped at the gruesome scene but quickly took photos of the scattered firearms and sniper rifle parts before collecting the evidence and taking the killer away. What Li Hao didn't know was that there was more than one killer. In another building 500 meters away, another assassin had the castle in his sights. The original agreement was that whoever had the best shooting position would carry out the assassination, given the castle's large size and the limited shooting spots. However, the injured killer was in a more favorable position. The other assassin witnessed the confrontation through his sniper scope and saw Li Hao walk toward the hotel, even noting the hotel's name before leaving. Chapter 61. Mirror. The next day, as Li Hao stepped out, he spotted Chen Yuanji, who had a bit of a bruise on his face. Chen Yuanji noticed Li Hao staring at him and awkwardly smiled. What happened to your face? Did you go for Western food last night? Li Hao asked with a laugh as they walked toward the restaurant, chatting casually. Well, after you left, a few street thugs came looking for trouble and broke my camera. I couldn't take it and had a few exchanges with them, but there were too many of them. Chen Yuanji chuckled awkwardly, unaware that the trouble stemmed from Li Hao taking photos of some girls. I thought you went for Western food without inviting me. How about going out tonight? If we run into those thugs again, I can help you out, Li Hao said, feeling a sense of camaraderie for his fellow countrymen. With your build? Forget it. Those guys are all tall and strong, and it's unfamiliar territory for us. It's not worth it, Chen Yuanji said, shaking his head with a wry smile as he picked up a tray and arranged his plate and cutlery. Don't believe me? Do you think I can't bend this fork and knife? Li Hao, noticing Chen Yuanji's disbelief, rolled up his sleeves, ready to show off, grabbing a tray and cutlery himself. I believe you. I can bend the fork and knife too, Chen Yuanji replied dismissively, knowing that as a robust man from the northeast, he could indeed bend a fork and knife. Li Hao found himself speechless. While bending cutlery wasn't something just anyone could do, it wasn't surprising if a strong man could manage it. As Li Hao was pondering how to impress Chen Yuanji, a beautiful young woman with a breakfast tray walked by. Without meaning to, he stretched out his foot, causing her to lose her balance and send her breakfast flying. An astonishing scene unfolded. An Eastern youth caught the stumbling girl with one hand while swiftly grabbing the tray with the other, managing to recover all the fallen breakfast items and return them intact to her. Wow, is this Eastern martial arts? Such impressive skills from an Eastern person. In the hotel restaurant, everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but clap their hands, smiling and praising Li Hao. Thank you. Are you from the East? The young woman asked, adjusting herself and realizing she was unharmed. To Li Hao's surprise, she thanked him in Chinese. Turning to him, she was struck by his handsome, masculine features and deep-set eyes, which made her heart race. Yes, I'm from the East, Li Hao replied with a smile, completely unbothered by his earlier misstep. Hi, can I get to know you? My name is Mira. What's yours? She asked. Mira was a striking blonde with long waves, standing about 170 centimeters tall, with long legs and a white dress that complemented her delicate face, making her resemble an angel. For some reason, she felt captivated by Li Hao's earlier action, and upon seeing his handsome face, she felt an urge to get to know him. Her outgoing personality appreciated strong men, and she was never one to beat around the bush. Hello, I'm Li Hao, he responded, welcoming the opportunity to connect with such a beautiful girl, thinking this might be a chance to enjoy a Western meal together. Hello, I'm Chen Yuanji. We're here for a billiards tour. Nice to meet you. Chen Yuanji eagerly introduced himself before Li Hao could say more. The three found a seat together, and occasionally, friendly glances were cast towards Li Hao, clearly impressed by the earlier incident. Really? I just bought tickets for the tour. With your skills, you must be great at billiards too, Mira said to Li Hao, completely ignoring Chen Yuanji. Yes, incredible. I didn't even get a chance to take a shot before he beat me. Li Hao chuckled, choosing to remain silent as Chun Yuanji suddenly became chatty. Is this your first time in this city? I've lived here for 20 years, so I'm quite familiar with it. If you're free tonight, I can show you around, Mira said with a smile, looking at Li Hao. Sure, sounds great. Let us meet tonight, Chun Yuanji quickly replied. Absolutely, Li Hao smiled in agreement. All right, I'm done eating. I have to go now, but here is my business card. Make sure to contact me, Mira said, standing up and handing Li Hao her card before taking her tray and leaving. Why are you staring? Everyone else has left. Here, take this business card. I showed it to Li Hao, and he remembered it right away. Seeing Chun Yuanji looking reluctant to part, I smiled and handed him the card. Forget it. The person she's interested in isn't me. I'm aware of that, Chun Yuanji said, then took a big bite of a bread roll. Since you know, why do you keep talking? Li Hao said with a laugh. I just didn't want to make you awkward, haha. Hey, buddy, how did it feel earlier? It looked quite impressive, Chun Yuanji chuckled and whispered to Li Hao with a sly tone. It turned out that when Li Hao was supporting Mira earlier, he was actually holding on to her. Well, let us just say it was quite revealing, especially with the openly dressed foreign girl, which left Chun Yuanji momentarily captivated. Wow, you actually noticed that? Chun Yuanji chuckled. The Klus tour has a total of 144 participants, divided into 5 rounds. The first round features head-to-head battles to determine the top 72. In the second round, the top 72 compete to find the top 36. And the third round will determine the top 18. Only 16 participants advance to the championship, so in the fourth round, after finding the top 9, the 9 losers will compete against 5 who lost in the third round but won in the redemption matches to determine the final 7. The final 7, along with the original 9, will make a total of 16 to participate in the championship. This time, 8 participants from our country entered the top 144, including veteran representatives Ding Hui, Zhao Xintong, Shi Hanqing, and Zheng Wei, as well as the younger generation represented by Li Hao, Chun Yuanji, Lu Chaodong, and Wang Hong. When Li Hao and Chun Yuanji arrived at Klus Castle, Ding and the others were already sitting in the lounge. A few familiar faces waved at them. Come, let me introduce you all. This is Li Hao, who ranked 9th in the last qualifying round, a very promising young man. This is Chun Yuanji, also quite good, Ding said, pulling Li Hao over to introduce him to everyone, occasionally praising him. It was clear that Ding had high hopes for Li Hao. While Chun Yuanji was mentioned only briefly, and others chose to overlook him, Brother Hui praised Li Hao as well. Someone chuckled. Since everyone was from the same country and Ding held Li Hao in such high regard, everyone was happy to make friends. They had seen Li Hao's performance in the last qualifying round and were naturally aware of his strength. Thus, the group chatted amicably while waiting for the competition to start. Chapter 62. Weixin. The first round had a large number of participants, so the first day's schedule was mainly to determine the top 72, while the second day would have 2 rounds to showcase the top 36, followed by the top 18. The third day would determine the top 9, along with various redemption matches competing for the top 7, making the total competition span about 3 days. First, the elder whom Li Hao spotted on the rooftop of the assassin's lair came out to give a speech, welcoming participants from various countries to Klus Castle for the competition and announcing his identity. To everyone's surprise, he turned out to be the owner of Klus Castle, Klus Danny. The young man next to him, who looked gentle and refined, turned out to be his grandson, Cruz Neo. Li Hao quickly infiltrated the Cruz family's network and soon understood the general situation. It turned out that the elder's children had all passed away for various reasons, leaving only 2 descendants, the grandson Cruz Neo and the granddaughter Cruz Mira, who was the girl Li Hao had encountered that morning. The elder was quite old, and although the Cruz family was a family, it was a declining one. Their assets consisted of the 108 Cruz chain hotels and the Cruz Castle. Normally, the elder intended for his inheritance to be shared equally between Neo and Mira after his passing. However, Neo was a typical second-generation heir, idling his days away, engaging in frivolous pursuits, and associating with dubious friends. He was fond of scheming, was uneducated, and squandered the family's wealth, reducing the number of Cruz hotels from 168 to 108. On the other hand, Mira was not only a top student from a prestigious university, but also a management genius, running the hotel operations smoothly. To prevent the Cruz family from facing extinction, the elder specifically wrote a will stating that Mira would inherit the assets, provided she ensured that Neo wouldn't starve, allowing the family line to continue. Unfortunately, it seemed Neo had caught wind of the elder's intentions. After much contemplation, he found a way to contact a certain organization and orchestrated an assassination attempt last night. However, they happened to run into Li Hao, resulting in their failure. Neo didn't even understand why. He merely believed that the elder had some hidden means or was being protected by someone skilled, which made him hesitant to act recklessly for the time being. Soon, as Cruz Danny finished speaking, the competition information for the 144 contestants appeared. Li Hao's match was the 25th of the morning, and his opponent was a person from a certain country named Wilson. Li Hao felt nothing, but others gasped when they saw his opponent, looking at Li Hao with pity. Li Hao, your opponent is actually him. Chun Yuanji first glanced at his own opponent, relieved upon seeing an unfamiliar name, but was astonished when he saw Li Hao's name and exclaimed, "What's the big deal? Is he really that formidable?" Li Hao replied calmly, "Wilson, you don't recognize him?" He won the championship 2 years ago. How can you not know him? Chen Yuanji looked at Li Hao in disbelief, thinking that perhaps they had just gotten internet access in their village and were unaware of him. Oh, seems like he has some skill, Li Hao said without a hint of concern. Some skill? He is very strong. He is a professional player who started playing billiards at the age of 7, participated in numerous tours, and has ranked well in several championships. He's only 29 now, and 2 years ago he was the champion. Last year he was third. Meeting him in the first round, I don't know if you should consider yourself lucky or unlucky, Chen Yuanji remarked. Xiao Hao, Yuanji is right. This person indeed has some skills. You need to be careful in dealing with him. He is very good at breaking the ball and can handle most of them. There is no revival match in the first round, so be cautious, Lao Ding also said. Yes, Li Hao. I faced him 2 years ago. He is very strong. I am not as good as him. Even if I face him again, I still have no confidence. Better to be careful, Shi Hanqing also said. At that time, he also encountered Werxin in the tour and was beaten 11-3 in the second round. It was hard to watch. I will be careful. You all do your best too. Hehe. Although Li Hao didn't care much, he knew these people were thinking of him, so he smiled and said. Among the 8 people, 3 played in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. The morning players included Li Hao, Chen Yuanji, and the usually quiet Wang Hong. Without a schedule, they returned directly to the hotel to rest, leaving the 2 of them, with Wang Hong being the first to go on stage. Not long after, he left, leaving Li Hao and Chen Yuanji behind. Hey, how's he? Isn't that girl the one you met this morning? Chen Yuanji, having already had several cups of coffee, chatted with Li Hao about this and that, suddenly noticed a beautiful girl entering the lounge and said, Hi Mira. Chen Yuanji called out to her. Hearing someone call her, Mira instinctively looked over, and the first person she saw was Li Hao. Then she smiled and walked over. At that moment, Mira was dressed very elegantly, yet still exuded a sense of sensuality, combining her Western style and features, making Li Hao feel as if he was seeing something refreshing. Hi, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Li. I didn't expect you really came to compete. It seems we are quite fated, Mira said with a smile as she sat down next to Li Hao. This is the players' lounge. How did you get in here? Chen Yuanji asked. I arrived late. This is my first time watching the tour. I took a wrong turn and ended up in the players' lounge. Mira told a little lie, laughing awkwardly. I see. Just as Chen Yuanji was about to say something, he realized it was his turn to go on stage. Unbeknownst to them, they had already been sitting for 2 or 3 hours. When Wang Hong left, he also came to the lounge, saw Li Hao chatting with a girl, and didn't he want to interrupt, so he left alone. Mr. Li, when do you go on stage? I'm looking forward to your performance, Mira said with a smile. Looking at Li Hao's faint smile, giving a feeling of spring breeze. About 2 hours from now, Li Hao estimated. Mr. Li, do you practice martial arts? This morning, I saw your skills were quite impressive. You must be really good. Mira was curious about Li Hao's skills, so she asked. It's not bad. I can handle typical troublemakers without any problem. Li Hao smiled and replied. After that, they continued to chat, starting from martial arts, then discussing astronomy, geography, political management, and eventually moving on to hotel management and fashion design, both appearing to enjoy their conversation. Especially Li Hao, who expressed certain viewpoints and advanced ideas with sharp insight, along with his vast knowledge, which made Mira admire him even more and feel attracted to him. Mr. Li's wealth of knowledge truly impressed Mira. He seemed to know everything about astronomy and geography. To be honest, just as Mira was preparing to invite Li Hao to join the crew's family under her assumed identity, her brother Neo approached with a glass of red wine. Chapter 63. Not good, my dear sister. Is this your boyfriend? Aren't you going to introduce us? Neo said with a self-satisfied smile in a friendly tone. What are you doing here? You didn't arrange another street racing event, did you? How many cars have you lost already? At this rate, you'll bankrupt the family. As soon as Mira saw Neo, her previously gentle and affectionate demeanor vanished, and she started lecturing him. There was nothing she could do. This brother had been a headache for a long time, and their grandfather was extremely disappointed in him. She wanted to manage her brother well, but often felt powerless. However, seeing Li Hao made her think that perhaps her brother would change after meeting someone more outstanding. Dear sister, how can you say that about your brother? Am I really that unworthy in your eyes? Neo feigned innocence. All right, I want to argue with you. Mr. Li, this is my brother Neo. He is quite mischievous and gives me a lot of headaches. I apologize for the trouble, Mira said first in English to Neo, then switched to Chinese for Li Hao. No, he is actually quite adorable. By the way, I speak English, and I also enjoy street racing, Li Hao replied with a smile in English. Oh, you like street racing too? Are you a racer? Can you drift? Neo asked, intrigued. I can drift, even 360-degree drifts. But I'm not a racer. I'm a pool player. Li Hao chuckled. Really? I just arranged to go racing with some friends this afternoon. Would you like to join us? Neo looked at Mira and then invited Li Hao. Sure, Li Hao said, understanding Neo's intentions from his expression and agreeing with a smile. Before they could chat further, Li Hao realized it was his turn to play, smiled at both of them, and walked towards the competition area. What are you doing? If you want to race, just race. Why bring Mr. Li along? Racing is so dangerous, Mira said to Neo after Li Hao left. Dear sister, am I not creating an opportunity for you? I've observed you both for a while, and you seem quite interested in him. Why don't you appreciate my efforts and instead blame me? Neo smiled. You being kind? I've never seen you wanting me to have it easy. This time, I'm going along, but I hope you don't go too far, Mira huffed and walked off. Neo watched Myra's retreating figure with a slight smile. The fish was hooked. When Li Hao arrived at the court, Wilson was already sitting there. He glanced at Li Hao without saying a word, displaying an aloof demeanor, perhaps thinking that an amateur in the tournament was not worth his attention. The audience section was filled with people, mostly Wilson's fans, all focused on him while completely ignoring Li Hao. Are you ready? The referee asked as both players were present. No problem. When Li Hao heard the referee's words, he nodded in response, while Wilson simply gave a slight nod, his proud demeanor making Li Hao smile. So you think you're so impressive, huh? Let's see how you handle my shots later. Since this was the first round of the match, it was a best-of-7 format, where the first to win 4 games would be the victor, with no chances for revival. The loser would be directly eliminated. The game began with a coin toss to determine who would break. Li Hao called heads, and when the referee saw that neither player objected, he tossed the coin, resulting in Li Hao breaking first. Seeing that Li Hao would break first, Wilson, who had originally intended to stand up, sat back down again. Li Hao smirked, thinking, if you enjoy sitting so much, then sit tight. Then, Li Hao picked up a cue and examined it, nodding in approval. It was indeed a well-made cue for an international competition, with a good feel and a straight shaft. With a signal from the referee that it was time to break, Li Hao struck the cue ball hard, producing a sharp sound. Wilson shook his head. Normally, who would break like that? If no balls were pocketed, it would basically give the opponent a chance to clear the table. However, just as Wilson was getting ready to take his turn, the referee's voice rang out. At the last moment, a red ball had gone into a pocket, prompting Wilson to sit back down again. Li Hao continued to pot balls. Black, red, as his score climbed steadily. Wilson frowned, sensing that things were not looking good. The audience, captivated by Li Hao's stunning skills, were taken aback. And Mira seized the opportunity to find a seat among the spectators, smiling as she watched Li Hao pot ball after ball. Congratulations to player Li Hao for achieving a break of 147 points and winning this round. With Li Hao's clearance, the audience couldn't help but clap, all smiles. They had thought such a high break would only be seen in championship matches, but here it was in a tour event. Wilson's face darkened. He hadn't expected this kid to have some real skill, so he realized he needed to take this seriously. Soon, the second round began, with Wilson breaking. After some thought, he chose a conservative breaking style, ultimately having the cue ball hit the red ball cluster and come to rest against it. He nodded in satisfaction, as normally, it would be difficult to pocket any balls from this position unless Li Hao took a hard shot and got lucky. What he didn't know was that Li Hao, utilizing the calculations in his mind, indeed opted for a powerful shot. With another sound of the referee's call, Li Hao potted another red ball, and Wilson felt a sense of foreboding as he looked at the positions on the table. Sure enough, Li Hao began his journey to clear the table again, and his score kept climbing. Wilson, holding his forehead, simply stopped watching. Congratulations to player Li Hao for once again achieving a break of 147 points and winning this round. Who is this person? That's impressive, 147 breaks. Incredible. Yes, it seems like the opponent didn't have a chance to showcase his skills at all, so strong. Is Li Hao from that country? Besides Ding, there are really such outstanding players? Strong individuals from that country. The audience started buzzing again. Li Hao's skills were truly astonishing, and the opponent had no chance to resist. In the third frame, Li Hao broke, but this time he didn't choose to clear the table in one shot. He had already demonstrated his strength in the first 2 frames and gained the opponent's attention, so now he could have some fun. He then imitated the breaking method of the opponent, with the white ball hitting the red balls and clustering together. Wow, it was exactly like the opponent's break. Was it a coincidence? If it was intentional, then the ball control skills of this player from that country are truly impressive. I almost thought I was seeing things and had returned to the previous frame where the opponent broke. Let's see how the opponent responds. We are all watching closely. The same situation arose again, causing gasps from the audience, and even Mira was a bit wide-eyed. Everyone turned their attention to the opponent, eager to see what he would do. Chapter 64. The opponent's defeat. Seeing this situation, the opponent furrowed his brow. He didn't expect this young player to be so skilled and so vengeful, presenting him with such a dilemma. Initially, he just wanted to see how Li Hao would solve it, never considering how he himself would handle it. A gentle push was possible, but it would lack impact, while a powerful strike might miss the shot and give Li Hao an opportunity. If he failed again in the third frame, it would unknowingly increase his pressure. Ultimately, the opponent recalled how Li Hao responded in the previous frame and the angle he struck from. It was as if he had an epiphany, and he imitated Li Hao's striking angle with a strong push. Smack. 1 point. Sure enough, following Li Hao's previous striking position and angle, he actually managed to pocket the ball. He couldn't help but glance at Li Hao, unsure of what he wanted to convey. Then, he began his journey to clear the table. 7 points. 1 point. 7 points. Although the opponent imitated Li Hao's striking method, due to differences in strength and other factors, the positions of the balls scattered differently. By the time he reached 88 points, the white ball didn't land in an ideal position. Seeing the difficulty of the shot, the opponent chose a defensive shot, hitting the red ball, while the white ball ultimately rolled behind the yellow ball, setting up a shot for Li Hao. Li Hao stood up to look at the ball positions, smiled, and acknowledged that the opponent indeed had some skill. This shot was executed very well. He would need to make 3 cushions to have a chance to play the ball, and it likely would give the opponent an opportunity to clear the table. However, Li Hao calculated and simulated in his mind, eventually coming up with a solution. Since you enjoy making shots and I've heard you are good at solving them, let's see how you handle this one. Following that, Li Hao struck powerfully based on his mental simulation, with the white ball bouncing 8 times on the table. Not only hitting the red ball, but also stopping the white ball behind the yellow ball, setting up a shot for the opponent as well. Wow. The audience couldn't help but applaud as they saw Li Hao not only pocket the ball, but also make a remarkable shot. Seeing this, Wilson raised an eyebrow, checked the position, and indeed made a 3-bounce shot to pocket a ball, prompting the audience to clap instinctively. Li Hao smiled, intending to increase the difficulty, and took another shot. After the white ball hit the red ball, it ended up right behind the yellow ball, closely touching it. Wilson, without saying a word, took another shot, still making a 3-bounce shot and pocketing the ball, glancing at Li Hao as if to say, "This little difficulty is nothing for me." Li Hao understood the implication and took another shot. After the white ball hit the red ball, it grazed the blue ball, made a bounce, and surprisingly slipped between the blue and green balls. According to Li Hao's calculations, this shot would be very difficult to pocket. It required hitting at a 45-degree angle with a low right spin, passing between the black and pink balls, and the force couldn't be too strong. Otherwise, even if he pocketed the ball, the white ball might also go in. Sure enough, Wilson pondered for a long time, unsure how to play, even glancing at the referee. The referee checked the ball's position and, after some thought, decided that the shot was possible and allowed him to continue. After thinking for a while, Wilson chose to follow Li Hao's calculations and opted for a low right shot at a 45-degree angle. With a crack, he hit the ball. However, his force was a bit too strong. Although the white ball hit the red ball, it ended up in the pocket, adding 4 points to Li Hao. After positioning the white ball again, Li Hao took another shot at the red ball, resulting in a similar scene, with the white ball stopping once again between the blue and green balls. Wow, this player from the East is incredible. Such control over the ball. Wilson was in trouble. He was facing such a formidable opponent in the first round. Was he going to be eliminated right away? Come on, Wilson. Everyone watched this scene in amazement. Some looking at Wilson with pity, even his fans. They in the West have always admired the strong. If their idol is defeated, they simply switch their admiration to the victor rather than resorting to insults. Mr. Li is indeed impressive, Mira said to herself with a smile. However, this time Wilson didn't say anything. Having learned from his previous experience, he chose the same approach for his shot, but with slightly less force. Unfortunately, this slight adjustment meant the white ball lacked the necessary power and failed to hit any balls. Li Hao remained silent, signaling for him to continue. This is what a normal player would do. Thus, Wilson said nothing, and after the referee set up the balls again, he took another shot. He scored 7 points this time. However, due to a slight miscalculation in angle, he hit the black ball and was penalized 7 points. Wilson remained quiet and embarked on his shot once again. He scored 6 points, then 4 points. With Wilson's 6th shot, he finally pocketed a ball, and everyone applauded him. But no one noticed that Li Hao had already scored 25 points. With an additional 67 points on the table, all he needed was one more clear shot to win the game again. Clap, 1 point. Clap, 7 points. Clap, 1 point. Clap, 7 points. Congratulations to contestant Li Hao for scoring 92 points and winning this round. It was spectacular, truly spectacular. The talented individual from the East. I bet he will be the champion of this tournament. I didn't expect that apart from Ding, there would be another strong player like Li. Unbelievable. Wilson's expression turned a bit sour. He never anticipated that this Eastern player could be so formidable, excelling in power, angles, and positional analysis, almost at a top-level standard. With such strength, claiming the championship title is undoubtedly within reach. Who would have thought that he would encounter me in the first round of the tournament? Should I consider it luck or misfortune? Li Hao won 3 rounds, and in the next 4 rounds, he showed no signs of backing down, decisively advancing into the top 72 with a dominant score of 7 o'clock. Wilson was truly impressed by Li Hao's performance. Before leaving, he smiled and shook hands with Li Hao. He initially thought Wilson would just walk away, but was surprised he would come back to shake hands. Wilson's graciousness almost made Li Hao question whether he had gone too far. However, in order to showcase the prowess of Chinese billiards, he didn't feel he was in the wrong. He decided to give it his all, making sure the world knew that Chinese billiards isn't just about Ding, but also about him, Li Hao. Chapter 65. Oko's Island. With Wilson leaving the venue, Li Hao shook hands with the referee and also exited. Mira, seeing Li Hao leave, stood up and headed towards the lounge. Mr. Li, your performance just now was truly stunning. Even Wilson was no match for you. Incredible. Myra's voice came from behind as Li Hao entered the lounge. He smiled, but didn't he respond? Li Hao, you actually won against Wilson? Impressive. What was the score? Shen Yuanji had already come out, thinking it would be boring to go back alone, so he decided to wait for Li Hao to return together. As soon as Li Hao came out, Myra's voice followed, prompting him to ask. A narrow victory, Li Hao humbly replied. Mr. Li won against Wilson with an absolute advantage of 7 o'clock. That's amazing. Myra's admiration echoed once more. No way. 7 o'clock against Wilson? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Yuanji expressed disbelief. All right, let's not talk about that. I have an appointment this afternoon, so you can head back by yourself, Li Hao said, glancing at Mira before addressing Chen Yuanji. Wow, brother, you're impressive. All right, I'll head back on my own. Take care. Chen Yuanji seemed to understand Li Hao's gaze and wore a knowing smile. After taking another look at Mira and then at Li Hao, he left. Li Hao smiled, not bothering to explain further. The afternoon's activities weren't suitable for bringing him along, as there might be some risks involved. Their relationship wasn't that close anyway, so it was unnecessary for Chen Yuanji to know too much. Mr. Li, you're not really planning to race cars with my brother, are you? Maybe it's better not to. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. Mira seemed to understand Li Hao's concerns and said, My dear sister, are you speaking ill of me again? I see Mr. Li as a rare talent, which is why I want to befriend him. Mr. Li is so skilled at billiards and surely excels at racing as well. This is a case of heroes appreciating each other. At this moment, Neo's voice came again, and behind him followed a tall, muscular man in black clothes and sunglasses. Indeed, it's rare to see your brother so enthusiastic. I'm looking forward to experiencing the local culture. Li Hao chuckled. It's a bit boring from afternoon to evening. Finding some fun wouldn't hurt. All right, I don't have anything on my agenda either. Let us go have some fun, Mira said. Although she was unsure of Neo's intentions and sensed that he might not have good intentions, she felt the need to keep an eye on things. Then let us go. We'll start with a meal, Neo suggested. Soon, Neo led Li Hao and Mira to a high-end Western restaurant. As they ate and chatted, Neo's gentlemanly demeanor and innate noble air made Li Hao feel that he wasn't as insufferable as he had imagined. However, he still believed that the afternoon's activities would be exciting and thrilling, possibly featuring a sibling rivalry, since he understood clearly that Neo's target was Mira, not him. Before long, the group got into a bodyguard's car and arrived at a port. Mira and her brother prepared a sports car to take onto a boat, and after about 10 minutes, they reached an island. The island was bustling with people, and the beach was filled with girls in bikinis, which reminded Li Hao of Chen Yuanji. If that guy were here, he would probably be nosebleeding. The island was named Oko's Island, owned by the largest family in the region, the Cavendish family. It featured the biggest racing track in the area, including winding mountain roads, cliffside paths, straight beach runs, and sea routes, totaling 80 kilometers. Racing competitions were held here year-round, with participants only needing to pay a 100,000 entry fee to compete. Each race allowed 10 contestants, and the winner would take home the total entry fees, which amounted to 1 million. Additionally, there had been no less than 10,000 races held here, and the Cavendish family had established 10 rankings. If a participant's record made it onto the list, they would receive corresponding prize money. The 10th place would earn 10 of the betting pool, while the first place would receive 100 of the pool. Indeed, each race attracted no fewer than 1 million viewers, with betting amounts reaching tens of millions of pounds, equating to nearly 100 million in local currency. Most of the racers coming to compete were from various parts of the country, none of whom were officially associated with the Cavendish family, resulting in many uncertainties. Consequently, the atmosphere for spectators and bettors was electric. Wow, Neo, you're here. And you brought 2 friends? Are you planning to race with some good cars? You seem quite confident. As the Cruz family's boat docked, Neo signaled to his bodyguards to unload the vehicles, and one of the welcoming staff members clearly recognized Neo and greeted him. Hee, Colin. This time I brought a skilled competitor specifically to break your records. Today, your bonuses are gone, haha. Niao smiled and said that all the staff bonuses on Aoko's Island are related to the race schedule. If someone breaks the record, it means that the bonuses are handed over to the victor, and without income from the officials, the bonuses for all staff will disappear. Haha. I've hosted so many people, and many have said the same thing, but those who actually win our bonuses hardly show up for years. If you can make it onto the leaderboard, I'd be happy for you, huh? Colin chuckled at Niao's words. Then, the cars were arranged by the officials, and Niao brought Mira and Li Hao to the reception box, where 2 staff members were holding tablets to assist them. Young Master Niao, how many people are you preparing to enter? Which race do you plan to sign up for? The staff member asked while presenting the registration form. 2 cars, 2 participants. The race in half an hour, what do you think? Niao said, then asked Li Hao and Mira. I'm fine with it, Li Hao shrugged. All right, Mira agreed helplessly, thinking that since they were already here, there was no point in backing down. They then paid the deposit and the betting amounts. Mira initially planned to cover the costs, but Li Hao insisted on paying for himself, with her providing the car. If they won, the prize would be split evenly. As for the betting amounts, each would bet their own, with wins and losses counting individually. Li Hao was quite confident in himself. After his deal with Lin Ziqiang, he had 5 million renminbi, which is about 630,000 pounds. After deducting the 100,000 registration fee, he planned to bet the remaining 530,000 on himself. Seeing Li Hao's confidence, Mira suddenly decided he might really win, so she also bet 1 million on him, while Niao laughed and directly bet 1 million on his driver. Chapter 66. Lumbo. He's generally speaking, races require 2 participants, meaning each car needs to have 2 people to ensure balance and grip performance. The vehicles competing here are sports cars, not racing cars. While it is possible for one person to drive a car, They must bring a dummy that weighs about the same as a human, otherwise, the risk would increase significantly. Every year, there are quite a few accidents where participants fall off cliffs due to their own technical issues. Therefore, the officials require all participants to sign a death waiver. Li Hao understood Niao's intentions only after seeing this waiver. Unsurprisingly, he would definitely participate, and he would also let Mira compete. This way, if their vehicles were to fall off a cliff during the race, it wouldn't be his responsibility, and the Cavendish family would support him. Dear sister, do you want to do something thrilling? I'm planning to compete with my driver later. Since you have such faith in Mr. Li, why not join us? Niao said with a smile. Niao, you know the dangers of racing, right? Don't treat life like a joke. Mira couldn't help but scold Niao upon hearing this. Dear sister, if it's not dangerous, then how can it be exciting? Do you not trust Mr. Li, or are you scared? If you're afraid, then let me manage the Cruz family from now on. Neo continued provocatively. Neo, what do you mean? Grandpa said that the Cruz family will be jointly controlled by us in the future. Are you trying to take my share as well? Clearly, Mira was unaware of the will and did not know that her grandfather intended for her to manage the Cruz family. Grandpa always said you were better than me. I just want to prove myself, at least in terms of courage. I'm stronger than you. So, I ask you, do you dare? If you don't, I won't force you, Neo said again, knowing that his sister was competitive. Her excellence today was certainly related to her strong character, and he was confident she would agree. Humph, what is there to be afraid of? I believe in Mr. Li's abilities. I hope you don't lose too badly, Mr. Li. Mira huffed coldly and then turned to Li Hao apologetically. With beautiful company, I'm more than happy, Li Hao replied with a smile. Hearing Li Hao's words, Neo couldn't help but smile. Cherish the last moments. You're honored to have my sister accompany you to hell. Half an hour quickly passed, and Li Hao and Mira got into a red sports car, which was a Lamborghini, one of the top 10 supercars in the world. Neo and his driver were also in a top 10 supercar, a LaFerrari. Mr. Li, I leave Mira's safety in your hands. Once the race starts, please prioritize safety. Even if you lose, Mira can bear the loss, Mira said as she got into the car, looking at Neo's smiling face, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. So she spoke to Li Hao. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Li Hao smiled and placed his right hand on Mira's delicate hand, conveying a sense of safety. Mira looked at Li Hao's smile and, for some reason, suddenly felt a sense of security, her heart calming down. However, what she didn't know was that Li Hao had discovered something unusual under the car, and a smile crept onto his face. It seemed Neo was indeed up to no good, even plotting against me. In that case, don't blame me. Indeed, Li Hao had discovered a bomb under the car, and it was a remote-controlled bomb. He smiled. If it were a timed bomb, he would have to put in some effort, but with a remote-controlled bomb, he had nothing to fear, because he could completely intercept and modify the signals from the remote control. He hacked into the bomb under the car using his Bluetooth hotspot and other functions, instantly changing its internal programming. Looking at Neo's vehicle, he smiled. Soon I'll give you a big surprise. Hope you can handle it. Vroom vroom boom. First sound. Boom. First sound. Boom. Fourth sound. Roar ah. The sound of a crowd in excitement. As all the racers reached the starting point, the audience went wild, waving their glow sticks and filled with enthusiasm. All vehicles focused on the countdown on the big screen ahead. The countdown ended with a buzz, and the barriers holding back the cars quickly dropped. The sound of various sports cars revving filled the air as all the vehicles surged forward. Oh! Li Hao's car shot ahead, and a powerful push from behind hit Mira, causing her to yell out. Li Hao glanced at her and noticed she looked like she was experiencing street racing for the first time. He adjusted the car's speed to keep it steady, maintaining a position that was neither too fast nor too slow, probably around 6th place. The first segment was a straight 20-kilometer stretch on the beach, where most of the better cars would start to separate. The second segment was a winding mountain road, also 20 kilometers long, where skilled drivers would catch up. The third segment was a 20-kilometer stretch between seaside cliffs, which was the true test of driving skills. A careless mistake could send a car crashing through the guardrail and plummeting 500 meters down the cliff, making survival uncertain. The final segment was a 20 kilometers route over the sea, featuring both straightaways and curves. A miscalculation could send a car into the water, which, while not extremely dangerous, would certainly turn the vehicle into a waterlogged wreck. Mr. Li, you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine, Mira said after catching her breath. Li Hao remained silent, but hearing her words, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The sports car surged forward, quickly reaching 2nd place, with the leader being Neo's vehicle. Damn. Luxury cars are impressive. Some of the competitors Li Hao had just overtaken muttered. Let those luxury cars show off for now. The upcoming segments are where we'll shine. Li Hao paid no mind to their complaints and pulled ahead, soon matching Neo's pace. However, Neo's vehicle suddenly slowed down, allowing Li Hao to take the lead as they entered the mountain road. Neo's car followed closely but didn't rush to overtake him. Seeing this, Li Hao also decided not to push for first place just yet. While they were calm, the cars behind were in a hurry, and soon 3 vehicles sped past Li Hao and Neo. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the impatience of the drivers, one racer lost control while making a sharp left turn and crashed into a tree, leaving half of the car destroyed and the passenger in the front seat dead on impact. At that moment, Li Hao noticed in the rearview mirror that Neo had pulled out a handgun and aimed it at Li Hao's tires. Since Li Hao was positioned at the top of the mountain road, a flat tire could easily send him tumbling down the slope. With a snap, Li Hao recognized the bullet's trajectory the moment Neo fired. He adjusted the vehicle slightly to ensure balance, allowing the bullet to hit the rear of the car with a faint sound. Ah, what was that gunshot? Mira, already on edge, panicked at the sudden noise. Just check the rearview mirror, you'll see, Li Hao replied with a smile. Mira instinctively looked into the mirror and saw Neo aiming his gun at them. Damn Neo. What's he trying to do? Is he trying to kill us? Drive faster. Mira exclaimed in shock. No, he just wants to kill you. I'm just collateral. Li Hao replied as he swerved the steering wheel again, and the bullet missed once more. Why? I'm his sister. Why would he want to kill me? Mira said, unable to believe it. Despite their tension that night, they were family, and she could never have imagined her brother wanting to harm her. Hee. You should know why he wants to kill you. A top-notch hunter often appears in the guise of prey, Miss Mira. I'm curious. Why did you choose me and believe I could help you? Li Hao said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. Mr. Li, I don't understand what you're talking about. Mira feigned innocence. Since you don't understand, should I stop and let you negotiate with Neo? Li Hao pretended to slow down, grinning wickedly at Mira. All right. I admit there's an element of gamble involved. One is betting on your strength, the other is betting on whether my brother will really kill me. I just didn't expect him to truly want me dead. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, for dragging you into this. Mira suddenly became calm, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. Hee. Do you know there are bombs installed under the car? In the face of power and money, familial bonds are worthless. Li Hao chuckled. He really went to great lengths to kill me. I'm sorry for involving you, Mira said, dazed. Don't be too pessimistic. Who says there's no way out? Now I give you a choice. 1. Kill him, and from then on, the Cruz family belongs solely to you. 2. I help you escape this ordeal, and you can continue your game with him. I'll act like nothing happened, as long as you don't provoke me. I won't bring trouble your way. Li Hao said, can you really do that? I choose option 1. Mira glanced at Li Hao, and seeing his determined gaze, her heart seemed to grow resolute. As you wish, Li Hao smiled, pressing down on the accelerator, narrowly avoiding another bullet from Neo as he sped towards the next winding road, pretending to flee. Behind them, Neo watched the red sports car ahead, a smile creeping onto his face as he toyed with a remote control in his hand. Dear sister, I'm a bit reluctant to kill you. After all, with you, the Cruz family would surely become even more glorious. But unfortunately, that old man wants to hand the Cruz family over to you. So I have no choice but to take you out, then deal with the old man, and the Cruz family will be mine alone, Neo muttered with a sinister grin. Keep up. If they want to play, we'll play along. After all, it's their last chance in life, Neo instructed his driver beside him. Yes, sir. The sound of bullets hitting the car echoed from behind, along with Myra's gasps. As they approached the third segment of the cliffside road, Li Hao smiled. If there was a chance of surviving a rollover on the winding road, falling off the cliff was almost certain death. As Li Hao's sports car flew out of the winding mountain road and onto the cliffside road, he clapped his right hand towards the car, and an electromagnetic wave instantly caused the bomb underneath the vehicle to drop. The bomb rolled on the ground and landed right under Neo's car, followed by another magnetic force that caused the bomb to stick to Neo's sports car. What happened? Neo instinctively asked as he heard a noise from his car. It might have been hit by a rock, nothing serious. The driver, unable to see clearly what it was, assumed it was just a stone. Well, that's good. Many people die on the cliffside road every year. Goodbye, dear sister. Neo smiled at the red sports car ahead and activated the explosion button. Boom. Suddenly, the bottom of Neo's sports car exploded, and the powerful shockwave lifted the car into the air, sending it crashing down towards the cliff. Boom. Crash. The sports car struck the cliffside rocks, resulting in a secondary explosion, killing both occupants instantly. The car then fell into the sea, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. What happened? Why did Neo's car explode? Mira, still curious, asked. She had chosen option 1, while Li Hao had taken her away, and she hadn't seen any action from Li Hao, yet the cars behind had exploded. I just used a little trick to move the bomb under our car to his, Li Hao replied with a smile. Noticing he was in third place and began to accelerate, Mira fell silent, understanding Li Hao's implication. The bomb's explosion was Neo's own doing. Without Li Hao, she would have been the one facing death. However, losing a younger brother still left her with an indescribable feeling. The audience's large screen frequently switched between the competitor statuses. From the beginning, when a contestant crashed into a tree and died, to later when others lost control and veered off the track, culminating in Neo's car exploding and falling off the cliff, the audience couldn't help but gasp in shock. Oh my god, this race is definitely the deadliest in history. With 6 fatalities. Let's observe a moment of silence for them, the commentator announced. Unexpectedly, the vehicle of young Master Neo from the Cruz family exploded and fell off the cliff, which was truly regrettable. Look, the red sports car is starting to show its power. Wow, incredible. He took that 25-degree cliff turn without slowing down. Is he playing with fire? My god. He actually made it. How did he do that? No contestant has ever taken that turn without slowing down. Is he a racing god? Look, he has caught up to second place. Now in the cliffside section, the road is narrow. Can he overtake? Oh my god, what am I seeing? The red sports car actually overtook along the rock wall. A racing god. This person must be the god of racing. The voices of the spectators and the commentator became incredibly excited, especially with the scene of Li Hao's red sports car overtaking along the rock wall, leaving everyone in awe. Chapter 68. After solving the issue with Neo, Li Hao began to quickly calculate various factors using his abilities, such as air resistance, the friction between the tires and the ground, and other elements. He maximized the performance of the car in conjunction with the track, making every turn and drift appear flawless, achieving peak speed while ensuring safety. The roar of the sports car echoed as the first place had already reached the overwater route, with Li Hao's car closely following, creating a fierce competition. Don't let him overtake us. Victory is ours. Be careful of the slippery turns on the overwater route. Go, racing god! Go, racing god! However, the overwater road was slick, making overtaking difficult due to insufficient friction, which could easily lead to falling into the water. Li Hao observed the vehicle ahead, deep in thought. If this continued, even if he surpassed the first place in the final 5 kilometers straight, he wouldn't be able to break the record. The only way was to take a risk. You better hold on tight. If you get thrown out, I won't be responsible, Li Hao said to Mira. What are you planning? Can't we just overtake him on the straight? Mira replied, a bit nervously. There are still 18 kilometers on the overwater route. If we keep going like this, we won't break the record. My goal isn't just the prize for first place. It's the bonus for breaking the record, Li Hao stated as he pressed the accelerator again, the car speeding forward and splashing seawater several meters into the air. Just as Li Hao's car seemed about to collide with the first-place vehicle, Mira instinctively closed her eyes. Suddenly, she felt the car turn sharply, and her center of gravity shifted. When she opened her eyes, she was shocked to see the car tilted upwards at an 85-degree angle, with one tire almost on the edge of the road while the other side was nearly brushing against the first-place car as it sped by. Virum! Bang! Virum! After the rapid overtaking, Li Hao's sports car accelerated even more, quickly pulling away from the second place by several hundred meters. My goodness, what a racing god! How did you do that? This is incredible. Racing god! Racing god! Everyone was astonished, even thinking it was almost unscientific. But that didn't stop them from admiring Li Hao's skills. The crowd grew more enthusiastic, chanting his title. The original first-place driver had thought that simply occupying the lane would prevent the second place from overtaking. But he didn't expect a red blur to zip past him. Before he could react, it had surpassed him and sped ahead. What? How is that possible? The second-place duo stared blankly at the red car's rear before hastily trying to catch up, but their car's performance and skills were on a different level. They almost lost control a few times and eventually gave up, lying flat and not bothering to chase anymore. Mr. Li, how did you just do that? That was amazing. I've watched quite a few racing competitions, but no one can do what you just did. Are you a reincarnation of a racing god? Mira exclaimed, still in shock from the incredible display Li Hao had just shown her. Study physics well, and you'll understand why, Li Hao smiled and said. That move was indeed not something an ordinary person could achieve. It sounds simple, just apply force to one side, and the center of gravity will lean that way. The sports car weighs over 2,000 pounds, so by applying over 2,000 pounds of force to the other side, it can be done. Unfortunately, Li Hao's strength attribute conveniently allows him to exert over 2,000 pounds of force. He only dared to attempt this after simulating the data and finding it feasible. Otherwise, if he fell into the sea, not only would the car be ruined, but he would also lose his bet and the prize money. Mr. Li, you are really impressive, Mira said sincerely. Hee, I have something even more amazing. Do you want to know? Li Hao said with a mischievous smile. Huh, what else? I want to know. Mira asked curiously. Come to my room tonight, and you'll find out, Li Hao said with a smirk. Ah, Mr. Li, you're so annoying. You just like to tease me. Mira realized she was being flirted with, but as the saying goes, the speaker has no intention while the listener is interested. Reflecting on her future and her family, she thought that perhaps she really needed to find a strong backing. Otherwise, as a weak woman with such wealth, how could she be at peace? The racing champion truly lived up to his name. He had already pulled ahead of the second place by 5 kilometers, which was incredible. Hey, have you noticed? At this speed, it seems like the racing champion is about to break a record. Go, champion! Break the record! The audience's big screen was dominated by a red sports car, Li Hao's, and in the upper right corner, the distance and time were displayed. At this speed, breaking the record for 8th place was inevitable. Wow, the champion has accelerated. Is he going to break the 6th record? With 5 kilometers straight ahead. Can the champion break the 5th record? Go, champion! Virum! Screech! Breaking sound. At this point, I can only say, the champion is incredible. Not only did he win 1st place, but he also broke the record for 3rd place on the leaderboard. He will receive a 70 commission on the betting amount. Congratulations to the champion. This time, nearly 1 million people placed bets, with the total betting amount exceeding 100 million renminbi. Thus, 70 means 70 million renminbi, plus the first prize of 1 million pounds, and 3 times the profit from his own bet. This means the total amount won in this race reached a staggering 900 million renminbi. However, as he had promised Mira, the car was provided by them, and the prize money would be split equally, resulting in 5 million each. Nevertheless, Li Hao's earnings still amounted to nearly 60 million renminbi. Fortunately, the Cavendish family was large and wealthy, and they didn't mind this small amount. They were very generous when paying. only taking a few photos and giving a formal speech before leaving. Li Hao was very happy. With this money, he could expand his company further and buy more appliances to consume. He had earned 200,000 zombie points in the apocalypse, but had only used 36,000 so far. What's wrong? Aren't you happy after winning money? Li Hao officially transferred his share of the profits to Mira, including her own betting gains. This time, Mira had almost 6,000 WRMB in earnings, but Li Hao did not notice any signs of happiness on her face. I need to help my brother collect his body, Mira said somberly, then headed towards the official platform alone. At that moment, the bodyguard brought by Neo spotted Mira and rushed over. Miss Mira, I want to know what happened to Master Neo. Imagining a scenario where after dealing with conflicts, the main character has gained wealth and is returning home to establish a company, absorbing a large amount of electronics, and will soon face an apocalyptic situation. Don't worry. I have a pure apocalypse story. Follow me, and feel free to dive in. Chapter 69. Big Mouth Chen Yuanji, he is dead. Come with me to collect his body. I know you were sent by the Elder to protect him, and I will personally explain everything to the Elder. Mira matured in that moment. I know Master Neo died in a car accident, but at the time, your car was in front. I think Mr. Li needs to come with us. The muscular bodyguard said. His name was Johnson, Neo's bodyguard, who was aware that Neo wanted to eliminate Mira and had accepted a considerable amount of money from him. Thus he pretended not to see anything. Unexpectedly, Neo ended up dead, which shocked him and also filled him with fear. As Neo's bodyguard, now that Neo was dead, he couldn't escape responsibility. If the murderer wasn't found, he could very well end up dead too. Mira was not capable of doing this. The only explanation was Li Hao. Mr. Li, please come with us, Johnson said, blocking Li Hao's path, determined not to let him pass. What if I say no? Li Hao smiled and replied. Let him go. This has nothing to do with him. I will clarify everything to my grandfather, Mira said, trying to push Johnson aside. But he was too strong for her to move. Miss Mira, you know better than anyone who is responsible for Master Neo's death. Don't tell me it was an accident. This person from your country must come with us, Johnson said, shoving Mira aside, nearly causing her to lose her balance. And then lunged for Li Hao's head. Do you think being big makes you powerful? How much did you take from Neo? Don't you know? Li Hao said with a smile. Kid, shut up. Johnson's face changed as he turned his hand from a grab to a fist, swinging it at Li Hao's head. If an ordinary person was hit by him, their skull would probably crack. Bang. Li Hao let out a cold laugh, extending his right hand to catch Johnson's fist with one hand. How is that possible? Johnson stared in disbelief as Li Hao effortlessly blocked his punch. Feeling the immense strength coming from Li Hao's hand, it was simply unbelievable. Hiss, is this martial arts from your country? Incredible, it can't be fake, right? It seems almost real. The audience watched as Li Hao effortlessly blocked a punch from the burly man, and it looked unbelievable given their size difference. The scene felt completely unrealistic, yet it was incredibly vivid, especially with the sound of their collision, which left many in doubt. Only Johnson understood in his heart that he had used all his strength. Not only could he not push Li Hao, but he couldn't even break free, especially with so many people watching. In frustration, he swung his other hand towards Li Hao's face. Bang! Crash! Suddenly, Li Hao had no intention of playing along. He kicked out fiercely, landing a powerful blow to Johnson's chest. The burly man was sent flying, crashing into a flower bed several meters away, shattering it completely. Wow, it's actually real. This person from Huagua is too impressive. Is he a special forces soldier? I've heard Huagua's special forces are very formidable. That kick just now must have had at least 1,000 pounds of force. It was incredible. In foreign countries, violent incidents often occur. So many people are unbothered and might even watch the commotion, but no one expected that a seemingly frail Huagua person could kick a 200-pound man away. It was truly unprecedented and unheard of. Mr. Li, you've surprised me once again. This bodyguard was the champion from the last competition. Yet he has no match for you. Mira looked at Li Hao with starry eyes, her admiration growing stronger. You handle the rest yourself. We part ways here, Li Hao said as he walked towards the port. Johnson, after falling to the ground, struggled to get back up. After a moment, he saw Li Hao preparing to leave and roared in anger, charging at Li Hao with an embrace move, a common tactic among boxers. Bang! Crash! Unfortunately, Li Hao seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, sidestepping Johnson's embrace and delivering a kick to his back, sending Johnson flying into the sea, creating a huge splash. Oh my god, are Huagua people really that strong? This is unbelievable. Gulp, gulp. Hey, that burly man can't swim. Someone go save him. Li Hao glanced at Mira, and with her reluctant gaze, he walked alone to the port. There were free boats transporting people back and forth. After returning to shore, he took a taxi towards the direction of the Castle of Cruz. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was almost dark. Chen Yuanji was just about to head out when he saw Li Hao come back and greeted him with a smile. How go? How was the Western food? Chen Yuanji teased. It's not what you think, Li Hao replied, feeling a bit speechless. I understand. By the way, 3 people were eliminated today, and they're preparing to return home tomorrow. Huigo wants everyone to gather tonight. Are you going? Chen Yuanji chuckled, then suddenly remembered something as Li Hao was about to enter. Of course, let us go, Li Hao said, following Chen Yuanji. Hey Xiaohao, you're back. I heard Yuan Ji say you took a girl out for Western food, and I thought you weren't coming tonight, haha. Just as Li Hao and his companion were about to arrive at the restaurant, Ding Hui and a few others happened to reach the entrance as well. Seeing Li Hao, Ding Hui couldn't help but tease him. Brother Hui, don't listen to his nonsense. We just went out to have some fun, Li Hao replied, feeling a bit speechless. He didn't expect Ding Hui to know about his date. It turned out Qin Yuan Ji was quite the gossip. Luckily, he didn't bring him along, or else the bragging would have been nonstop. Haha, come on, let's go in. I've reserved a private room. Ding Hui chuckled, leading the group inside, where they were guided by the staff to a private room. Xiao Hao, I heard you beat Weixin. Is that true? Come on, share it with us. Old Ding said with a smile after everyone was seated. Well, I did win, but there's not much to share. He's already been eliminated, so you won't meet him. Li Hao replied. That makes sense. Your skills are strong, so even if you face tough opponents in the first round, you wouldn't be afraid. Others weren't so lucky though. Zheng Wei, Wang Heng, and Lu Chaodong all got eliminated. Old Ding, who had been smiling, suddenly noticed the three silent ones and couldn't help but comment, causing the atmosphere to become a bit quieter. It's alright, Brother Hui. We're just a bit behind in skill. Facing top international players and getting eliminated is normal. We're still young. We can practice hard and come back next year, Zheng Wei said, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, you all are quite young. There will be opportunities next year. I plan to retire after this year, and the future of billiards in Huagua will be in your hands, Old Ding said, looking at the group as if he saw his younger self. Hearing Old Ding's words, the others recalled how he had mentioned retirement a few years ago. However, since the new generation's performance hadn't been great, he planned to play one more year. Now that he mentioned it again, they didn't know what to say. Don't worry, Zhao Xintong and Shi Hanqing are also quite strong. Among the new generation, Li Hao's skills are impressive. Winning against Weixin shows he has the potential to be a champion. I've watched many of his matches, and I feel his skills are above mine, Old Ding said with a smile. Brother Hui is too kind. No matter what happens in the future, you will always be our senior. Here, let me toast to you, Li Hao said, raising his glass. Yeah, Brother Hui. Let's toast to you. The others joined in, standing up to toast. With that, the group began to eat, drink, and chat, the atmosphere lightening up considerably. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, the few who had lost became more relaxed and started discussing their opponents from the matches. Away. You said you faced the so-called king of billiards, Henry? Didn't he say he retired last year? Why is he participating again this time? Shi Hanqing exclaimed at Zheng Wei's words, causing the others to instinctively quiet down. Yeah, that old guy actually showed up, and he was as formidable as ever. He beat me 7-0. It was the most humiliating match I've ever played, Zheng Wei said, noticing everyone was focused on him. Old Henry is indeed very strong. A few years ago, I faced him and lost 11-5. However, in the end, he seemed to intentionally lose to all even. Old Ding seemed to recall something and said, the Emperor of Billiards is not just a title. I've watched many of his videos, and there are some shots I believe I could never make. I've learned quite a few techniques from him. Losing to him isn't exactly shameful. Shi Hanqing patted Zheng Wei on the shoulder and asked, Wang Heng, Xiaodong, who are your opponents? At that moment, Zhao Xintong looked at Wang Heng, who seemed hesitant to speak, and asked, what is up with you two? I lost to Oliven, who is known as the Rocket, and it was a 7 o'clock defeat. Wang Heng replied solemnly. My opponent is the one they call the magician, Mo Fei. But I was a bit luckier and lost 7-1, Lu Xiaodong added with a self-deprecating remark. Wow, so many skilled players came this time. Hui Gu. Who is your opponent? Shi Hanqing gasped, and then turned to Ding Hui. I faced one of the 4 kings, Trump, and narrowly won 7-5, Old Ding said. It seems like many experts have come this time. What's going on? What are they up to? Shi Hanqing said, somewhat speechless. Normally, there's an unspoken agreement among experts to only have one championship tournament a year, with just a few top players competing, but this time several have come. Even old Henry, who was supposed to retire, which feels a bit unusual. They might be here to target me, Old Ding said. His retirement news had been released a few years ago, and most people guessed that he would not compete after this year. In fact, he was indeed preparing to do just that. Old Ding had already won the championship 8 times, and if he won again, he would surpass Oliven and all the predecessors in billiards history, becoming the #1 in the billiards world. Since the birthplace of billiards is in that particular country, they could not tolerate someone from another country becoming the world's #1 in billiards. So once they learned that Old Ding was participating, other experts couldn't help but join in as well. These foreigners really are something else. It's somewhat amusing, yet also frustrating. While others were drinking, Li Hao began to infiltrate the network of that country, especially the participant list from the Castle of Cruz, which included many billiard celebrities. Surprisingly, the match list had already been prepared even before the tournament began. Upon seeing that list, Li Hao's expression turned cold. The remaining few from his country were all targeted. Old Ding against Zhao Xintong, Shi Hanqing against Chen Yuanji, and he himself against Old Henry. Li Hao sneered. He wouldn't mind facing Old Henry, but having others from his country compete against each other felt a bit disgusting. Since you don't play fair, don't blame me. He then began to change the match list. Rocket against left-handed king, magician against wizard, while Old Ding and the others' opponents were replaced with less-known players. And he encrypted the match list to prevent any changes. After finishing everything, a few people were well fed and walked towards the hotel. Qin Yuanji and Li Hao were staying at the same hotel, but this guy had drunk quite a bit. Li Hao had no choice but to take him back to his room, and then he returned to his own room. However, he found that it seemed someone had been in his room. Lying on the bed was a stunning blonde girl. Who else could it be but Mira? How did you get in here? Li Hao asked, somewhat speechless. This hotel belongs to my family. How do you think I got in? Mira said with a smile as she looked at Li Hao. So, are you planning for us to have a little fun together? Li Hao asked, glancing at Mira under the covers. After scanning the surroundings and not spotting any suspicious individuals or dangerous items, he continued speaking. I just wanted to see how Mr. Li's skills are, and if he can be a match for a little girl like me. Mira said with a laugh. Hey, just don't get embarrassed by me. Li Hao chuckled and lunged towards Mira. Have you been drinking? You should go take a shower first. I dislike men who smell of alcohol, Mira said. Unable to hold back as she watched Li Hao coming towards her. Then let's go together, Li Hao said, picking Mira up. To his surprise, she was surprisingly light, which made him chuckle. No, I've already showered, Mira said, noticing Li Hao's eagerness. She didn't want to waste the beautiful moonlight of the night in the bathroom. So she began to resist. Hey, you have no say in this. After a few rounds of drinks, Mira leaned against Li Hao's chest, absent-mindedly tracing circles with her fingers. Li, join the Cruz family. The wealth of the Cruz family, along with me, will all be yours, Mira said softly, finally revealing the purpose of her visit. If you came for this, I might have to disappoint you. Sorry, but as a citizen of my country, I will always be loyal to it. Li Hao's voice turned cold upon hearing Mira's words, completely losing the warmth he had earlier. Mira suddenly felt at a loss. The assets of the Cruz family are worth at least hundreds of billions in RMB. Aren't you tempted? Mira said, somewhat incredulous. Hundreds of billions? If I wanted, I could have it in a minute. Besides, if I, Li, need money, I will earn it myself, Li Hao replied. What about me? For my sake. Can't you make a compromise? Mira still looked at Li Hao hopefully. Sorry, if you insist on this, then you should leave, Li Hao said coldly. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Li is the most perfect man I have ever seen. I just don't want to miss the opportunity with you. Without your involvement, the Cruz family, which has lost its pillar after my grandfather's passing, will soon be swallowed by other families. I had no choice but to resort to this. Mira saw that Li Hao was unmoved, and her mood suddenly plummeted. She numbly picked up the clothes on the floor and started to put them on. But due to the previous frenzy, she felt somewhat powerless. Oh, is the so-called noble honor that important? In my eyes, there is no such thing as nobility. Everyone is equal. Why does a girl like you care so much? After your grandfather's death, you could sell all the assets, gain immense wealth, and do whatever you want. Li Hao suggested. No, that would make me a sinner of the Cruz family. Mira shook her head and replied. What is a family? If there are people, there is a family. If your family is left with only you, where's the family? Stop deceiving yourself, okay? Besides, your family has long declined. How many people still regard you as nobility? Li Hao said somewhat angrily. Li Hao's words shocked Mira, leaving her feeling lost and unsure of what to say for a moment. I can never stay in your country, and my future cannot be controlled by you. If you think that by giving yourself to me, you can tie me down, then you're mistaken. Li Hao picked up a bath towel and draped it over Mira's shoulders before heading toward the bathroom alone. Soon after, Li Hao emerged wrapped in the towel. Looking at Mira, who was still sitting on the floor in a daze, unsure of what to say. After a moment of closing her eyes to calm herself, Mira began to put on her clothes. Once dressed, she didn't look at Li Hao again, opened the door with a somewhat unsteady gait, and left his room. Li Hao didn't try to stop her. It was impossible to give up a whole forest for a single tree, and abandoning his own country was even more unthinkable. However, when he lay in bed thinking he could sleep soundly, he found himself unable to do so. Mira's dejected figure lingered in his mind. After tossing and turning several times, he got up and left. He then began to hack into the nearby cameras to search for Mira's whereabouts and discovered that as soon as she left the hotel, she got into a white business vehicle, which ultimately took her to a castle. Inside the castle, there were cameras only in some public areas. The other places were unmonitored. After leaving the hotel, Li Hao initially intended to follow her directly, but then he had an idea. He changed his outfit and appearance a bit before heading to a small shop to buy a deck of cards. Shortly after, he arrived outside the castle walls, controlled the cameras, and quickly scaled the walls, effortlessly entering the castle. He then observed and avoided the guards, soon arriving at the private area of the castle. However, just as he entered the private area, he noticed a black dog seemingly sensing something, standing up and looking in Li Hao's direction. If it weren't for Li Hao's night vision and thermal vision capabilities, it would have been quite difficult for anyone to spot the black dog in the darkness. Noticing something, the dog was about to bark when Li Hao swiftly took out a playing card and flicked it. The card silently severed the dog's throat before it could make a sound, and it fell to the ground in despair. In a certain hall of the castle, Mira knelt before an elderly man with a sorrowful expression covering his forehead. Beside them lay Neo's body and a burly bodyguard, Johnson, who looked quite miserable as he knelt on the ground. Dozens of men in black stood around, motionless. Tell me, how did Neo die? The old man composed himself, his calm demeanor sending chills down one's spine. My brother wanted to kill me, so I killed him first, Mira said, looking down. You've grown up before my eyes. You are kind-hearted and would never kill your own brother. Besides, you don't have the ability to take him down. Johnson, what do you say? The old man's voice was cold and indifferent. It was me. It really was me, Mira quickly said, not wanting to implicate Li Hao. Shut up. Your own brother is dead, and you still want to protect someone else? The old man roared when he saw Mira trying to shift the blame. Mira was at a loss for words, tears streaming down her face. Master, it was a person from a certain country, and he was very strong. I was no match for him. All my injuries were caused by him. You must avenge the young master, Johnson hurriedly said, although the marks on his body were self-inflicted. He knew he had to make the old man believe it was someone else's fault. Who is he? The old man asked in a low voice. His name is Li Hao. He is a billiards player. Before Johnson could finish, the old man pulled out a pistol and shot him, causing Johnson to fall to the ground with a muffled groan. Waste, can't even defeat a billiards player. What use are you? The old man said coldly, looking at Johnson's corpse. Just as the old man was about to say something, Li Hao noticed a sniper bullet coming towards him. Without thinking, he quickly threw out a playing card. Although the card was of ordinary material, it managed to deflect the bullet, but unexpectedly, it veered towards the old man's direction. Almost instantly, the old man was hit, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Grandpa. Chapter 72. The Cruz family's sudden change. Protect the master. A group of bodyguards surrounded Mira and the old man as soon as he was shot, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing. Li Hao looked towards a spot 1 kilometer away, where a sniper was lying on a rooftop, aiming again. Bayou. Bang. The bullet came flying again. But Li Hao quickly dodged it. The bullet struck the wall where he had been, shattering a large section of bricks, and his figure was now spotted by the bodyguards. There are people upstairs, eliminate him. The bodyguards, upon noticing someone on the upper floor, wasted no time and started shooting in the direction where Li Hao was located. After dodging the bullets, Li Hao realized that a number of individuals in black had surrounded the castle and were closing in on him. Suddenly, a sniper in the distance took aim at him, occasionally firing shots, while the bodyguards indiscriminately shot at him. As he dodged, the individuals in black rushed in. Outside, many people were trying to protect the elder and the young lady, and as they fled through the back door, they were quickly approached by several black-clad figures. The bodyguards noticed this group, especially since they were all armed, and it was clear they were not friendly. Without hesitation, they opened fire on them. The individuals in black, seeing the bodyguards shooting, retaliated, and a fierce gunfight ensued. The sound of bullets striking the walls and metal tables echoed through the air. Mira took the elder and hid behind a wall, feeling increasingly scared as the sounds of gunfire continued. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Mira, saying, I'm here, what should I do? Are we going to die? Mira, feeling helpless, replied, Grandpa, what do we do? They must be here for the Cullinan. You are the hope of the Cruz family. From now on, you are the head of the family. The Cullinan is in the family vault. The code is 215-41223. Take this ring of the family head and go quickly, the elder said before his eyes widened, and he lost all color. No, Grandpa. Mira cried out in pain as she saw the elder take his last breath, but soon after, news of the approaching individuals in black reached her. Miss, hurry. Those people are skilled. We can't hold them off. Before the bodyguard could finish his sentence, he was shot in the thigh and limped away to hide. As the individuals in black saw the bodyguards become quiet, they began to advance. Old man, hand over the Cullinan, or the Cruz family will be wiped out. One of the black-clad figures shouted towards Myra's position, completely unaware that the elder was already dead. Get in. Seeing there was no response, he snorted coldly and ordered his men. Suddenly, they seemed to sense something and instinctively turned around, only to be met with several playing cards flying towards them. In an instant, the black-clad figures clutched their necks and fell to the ground. Their opponent was a skilled fighter, able to predict bullets. It was no surprise that the bounty of 50 million was placed on him. After watching from a distance through the sniper scope as those in black were quickly eliminated by Li Hao, a smile appeared on his face before he packed up his sniper rifle and quickly fled. However, just as he stepped down to the street, his pager went off. This was a dedicated pager that only accepted calls from fixed numbers, typically used for team communication during covert operations. The signal transmission was unique, with a frequency different from all communication devices. He remembered he hadn't teamed up with anyone, so how could he be receiving a call? The pager had been with him for a long time, never leaving his side, so he answered it without hesitation. Black Fox, ranked 10th on the assassin list. Huh. Your organization is really seeking death by placing a bounty on me. The voice of Li Hao came through the pager. Oh, so it's you. Quite capable. I see you found me so quickly. So what? If you dare to provoke us, it will be a fight to the death. Black Fox paused instinctively and let out a cold laugh upon hearing Li Hao's words. Do you really think being 2,000 meters away from me means I can't do anything to you? The voice of Li Hao came again through the pager. Huh. If you're here to threaten me, then you're not as impressive as you think. Black Fox couldn't help but mock. Say your last words, then go die. After that, the sound from the pager abruptly stopped. Huh. Black Fox sneered, crushing the pager in his hand. He thought that although Li Hao was not too far away, there was a river in between them. Unless Li Hao could fly, it would take at least 10 kilometers to get around, so he wasn't too worried. However, at that moment, he felt a sense of crisis and instinctively turned around. Bang. It turned out that Li Hao had discovered the pager Black Fox was using through the nearby cameras. He hacked into the conversation and quickly simulated a shooting point based on Black Fox's location. He concluded that a direct shot with a handgun wouldn't work. Only a gunfighting technique enhanced with electrical energy could do the trick, and it had to be an extreme parabolic shot. After calculating Black Fox's position, he concentrated high-pressure electricity into his handgun, swung it with great force into the air, and fired a shot. The bullet, enhanced by Li Hao's immense strength and electrical power, accelerated through a strong magnetic field and shot towards Black Fox, piercing his forehead just as he turned around. Although Li Hao accomplished this astonishing shot, it consumed a vast amount of his energy, leaving his arm feeling weak. Meanwhile, after the black man was taken down, the 3 remaining bodyguards, noticing the prolonged silence, stepped out. They gasped at the sight of playing cards around the necks of the black-clad figures. However, one seemingly unharmed individual rolled his eyes, picked up a handgun, and fired several shots at the other 2. Bang! Bang! Captain Gary, you. One of the individuals pointed at the bodyguard, but before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed. Gary, what are you doing? Mira, hearing the gunshots, stepped out and looked at the smoking handgun in the bodyguard's hand, astonished. Oh, it's Miss Mira. Hee. I forgot to tell you, I'm actually an undercover agent for the Khan family. Now tell me, where's the Cullinan? Perhaps I can spare your life. Gary turned around, aiming his handgun at Mira, and with every step he took, Mira took a step back. So you're the traitor. I was wondering how these people got in so quickly. The Cruz family treated you well. Why betray the family? Mira suddenly realized something, looking at Gary with rage. Betrayal? Huh, what betrayal are you talking about? I was never part of the Cruz family, huh? Now that your family is practically non-existent, why not join me? I guarantee your future will be incredibly comfortable. Gary laughed maniacally. Beast, go die. Hearing Gary's words, Mira, fueled by an unknown courage, quickly rushed to pick up the gun on the ground. Chapter 73, The Man in Black Slap. However, what greeted her was a slap from Gary. Instantly, a red handprint appeared on Myra's fair face, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as her body lost balance and fell to the ground. Miss Mira, I advise you to be honest and tell me Kieran's location, or don't blame me, Gary said, eyeing her body with wicked desire. I've had my eye on you for a long time. Haha. Just then, Gary seemed to sense something and quickly pulled Mira towards him, pressing his gun against her head. However, before he could lift the gun, a gunshot rang out. His last thought was, it's over, I'm done for. The bullet struck his skull, and his body lost balance, collapsing towards Mira. She instinctively raised her hands to shield herself, but found the corpse pushed aside by someone, revealing a stranger. Looking at the unfamiliar man before her, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Drink this, Li Hao said, observing Myra's disheveled appearance and the blood on her clothes. He took out a bottle of energy drink and handed it to her. Who are you? Mira asked, her voice uncertain. Although Li Hao felt familiar, after everything she had experienced, she no longer knew whom to trust. Li Hao remained silent, moving his hand across his face a few times to restore his appearance. Mr. Li. Mira couldn't hold back her tears any longer and hugged Li Hao, sobbing. Sure, it's okay. Drink this, and you'll feel better soon, Li Hao said, knowing how much this had affected her, gently patting her back. Whoa, Mr. Li. My grandfather is dead. I have no family left. Mira choked out, holding the energy drink but unable to drink it, unsure of its purpose. Hurry and drink it, someone is coming. Without waiting for her to respond, Li Hao noticed a group of men in black appearing again within a 500-meter radar range, and they were heading straight for their location. Seeing this, Li Hao picked up Mira and retreated towards the back, quickly climbing to the rooftop. He covered Myra's mouth to keep her quiet. In a post-apocalyptic world, Li Hao wouldn't fear these men in black, but this was the real world. Lacking weapons and with limited ammunition for his gun, having just expended a lot of energy defeating Black Fox, and needing to protect Mira, facing a group of armed men was still quite dangerous. Therefore, choosing to hide was the wisest option. Captain, that old guy Danny is dead. Gary is dead too. And the second team's members have all been killed. It seems a third party has intervened, one of the men in black reported as he approached Myra's grandfather's body, while others began searching the area, continuously updating him. Have you seen Miss Myra's body? The man said calmly. We haven't found it yet. The others replied after searching for a while. The family ring of the Cruz family is missing. It seems someone has rescued her, he remarked, glancing at the indentation on the old man's corpse where a ring had evidently been worn. Watching the group of individuals in black scouring the castle, Li Hao, although unaware of what they were searching for, sensed it was something significant. He then emitted a wave of electromagnetic signals, detecting the communication devices carried by the group. He searched for relevant information online to uncover the answers he sought. Before long, Li Hao understood the sequence of events that had led to the day's occurrences. It turned out that after Myra's parents died in a car accident, Cruz Danny had acquired a massive diamond, the Cullinan, valued at 7.5 billion, through certain channels to ensure the continuation of the family lineage. Cruz Danny initially intended to present the Cullinan to the queen of a certain country to gain royal protection. But news had emerged that the current queen was about to abdicate, with a transition ceremony scheduled in about 2 weeks. The old man decisively placed the Cullinan in the family vault, waiting until the new queen assumed her position to present the gem. However, Such a valuable diamond had already attracted the attention of multiple forces, all seeking information about it through various means. To ensure the diamond's safety, Cruz Danny applied for the hosting rights of an international billiards tournament, which would bring international attention to the Cruz family and attract numerous foreign friends, even drawing the focus of the local authorities. Diamonds are forever. One can be eternally renowned. Although the Cullinan's market value was around 7.5 billion, its unique characteristics rendered it priceless in a certain sense. None of the forces had expected the once-fallen Cruz family to acquire the Cullinan, but their old rival. The Khan family had an undercover operative named Gary who unexpectedly learned about the diamond. This led to the scene of black-clad individuals attacking today. But they did not anticipate that the Cruz family had a treacherous individual named Neo who hired assassins to eliminate the old man, only to be interrupted by Li Hao. Through a series of coincidences, the current situation unfolded. Gulping down the functional drink Li Hao had given her, Mira, after a moment of calmness, felt parched and remembered it. To her surprise, as she consumed the drink, she felt her condition improve significantly. She quickly finished the entire can, instantly feeling the fatigue lift and the pain on her face lessen. Even the wounds from the previous night showed signs of healing. In a daze, she glanced at the unmarked can and then at Li Hao, who was focused on counting the number of black-clad individuals, around 20. With only about 15 bullets left in his 2 handguns, he noted that their weapons were modern pistols, with firepower slightly exceeding that of a certain well-known handgun. Finally, he began contemplating his various abilities, calculating the best strategy to eliminate the group of black-clad individuals. "Stay here, I'll handle them," Li Hao said to Mira, who instinctively nodded as she watched him leap over to the neighboring rooftop. "What is going on?" Reaching the calculated position, Li Hao used his remaining energy to activate his magnetic field ability. With a loud clap, most of the positions occupied by the black-clad individuals were enveloped by the magnetic field, causing their guns to be pulled upwards. The sudden change left all the black-clad individuals in a state of panic. Such a completely unscientific scene was unheard of and unseen. However, before they could react, a figure jumped down, raising 2 handguns and continuously firing at the group of black-clad individuals. Each bullet fired by Li Hao took down one of the black-clad men. Once he had exhausted all his bullets, he grabbed the guns that had fallen due to the loss of magnetic force and unleashed a flurry of shots at the remaining black-clad individuals. In less than a few seconds, none of the black-clad men were left standing. Chapter 74. The incident with the death of the black-clad individuals. The vast castle was left with just the 2 of them. The servants had either been sent away or scared off. Someone had called the police, and they were on their way. "I need to go, otherwise, it will cause a lot of trouble." "What about you?" Li Hao said, looking at Mira. "I want to stay with my grandfather," Mira said sadly, glancing at the elderly man lying on the ground. The departure of a loved one and the sudden feeling of loneliness almost suffocated her. "Okay, if there's trouble, just hand this evidence over to the police." Li Hao nodded, picking up a cell phone from the ground. He tapped a few times to upload a document, mostly regarding the identities of the deceased and the dark secrets of the Khan family. "Also, I will help you in secret." After saying that, Li Hao quickly escaped from the Khan castle. Back at the hotel, Li Hao pondered that the gunfire at Khan castle had already spread to the surrounding area, and many must have known what had happened inside. Unless something unexpected occurred, there would be a flood of news reports the next day. But the Khan family would definitely intervene to reduce the coverage, which could even pose a threat to Mira. Then, Li Hao activated his hacking skills, releasing certain footage from Khan castle through well-known reporters, bloggers, and accounts to expose the Khan family's conspiracy. He also spread the news about the diamond being presented to the newly appointed queen. This way, those factions would lose their motive to target Mira, as everyone knew the diamond was meant for the queen, and anyone daring to snatch it would likely find it hard to survive in that region in the future. Unfortunately, it was around 5 a.m., and most people were still asleep. Mira had also been taken away by the police, but after seeing the documents she provided, they didn't dare to do anything to her. After taking her statement, they let her rest under the supervision of a female officer. "Hey, are you awake? There has been an earthquake." Early in the morning, Chen Yuanji was knocking at Li Hao's door. Li Hao got up and opened the door, and Chen Yuanji, seeing Li Hao in his pajamas, began to speak in a fluster. "Li Hao, do you know that there was a gunfight at the Cruz castle last night? Many people died," Chen Yuanji said excitedly. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's early in the morning to be saying such things." Li Hao pretended not to believe him. "It's true. I just saw the news. The information has even reached back home. The owner of the castle died too. It said that it was over a giant diamond that was meant to be presented to the queen. Several candidates for queen even showed up. But what surprised me more is that Mira is actually a member of the Cruz family. But she's so unfortunate. Her relatives are all gone." Chen Yuanji seemed to know quite a bit, and chattered on in front of Li Hao. Li Hao couldn't help but smile. It seemed that last night's plan had been successful, and Mira was safe now. Then Li Hao began to browse the internet to check the situation, and it turned out to be about what Chen Yuanji said. The incident had escalated, and the Khan family could no longer contain it. The revelations had severely tarnished the Khan family's reputation, causing their family businesses' stocks to plummet, evaporating hundreds of billions in an instant. And their family's power fell to a second-tier status. The head of the Khan family angrily smashed several imported porcelain pieces, They even sacrificed a few scapegoats to quell the public's anger. The current queen openly expressed her support for Mira, and Mira became close friends with several queen candidates. The royal family sent people to reside at Cruz Castle, and the international billiards tournament was postponed by one day to be personally hosted by the current queen. Due to the tournament being postponed, Li Hao, along with Chun Yuanji and Ding Hui, was treated by the royal family and toured various landmarks and enjoyed local cuisine in the city of Lun. On the third day, the tournament commenced as scheduled. Li Hao had manipulated the match list, causing dissatisfaction among many. However, with the queen presiding over the event, those behind the scenes or the players dared not voice their anger. In the match against Old Henry, neither showed any mercy. The billiards emperor lived up to his name, scoring 3 147s in 11 frames, but unfortunately, he still suffered a crushing defeat, losing 11-3 to Li Hao, who advanced to the top 36. In the Chinese team, due to Li Hao's changes to the match list, everyone made it into the top 36. On the fourth day, Li Hao altered the match list again, directly pitting himself against Rocket O'Sullivan, while Ding Hui faced Murphy, and the others competed against less well-known players. In the end, Li Hao overwhelmingly defeated O'Sullivan 11-1, advancing to the top 18, and Ding Hui also triumphed over Murphy, entering the top 18 as well. However, Shi Hanqing and Qin Yuanji were ultimately a bit lacking in skill and fell into the resurrection match teams. In the afternoon, Old Ding faced the toughest opponent in the top 18 from the foreign team, Robson, narrowly winning 11-9, while Li Hao faced Zhao Xintong and intentionally lost 10-11, dropping into the resurrection match. In the resurrection match, Shi Hanqing won, but Qin Yuanji lost. The 5 victors from the top 36 resurrection matches and the 9 who fell from the top 18 competed for the world's top 16. Among the last 7 of the 14 competing for the national top 16, Li Hao allowed himself to face Shi Hanqing again, intentionally losing 10-11 and missing out on the championship. Li Hao originally planned to go to a certain country for a championship, but after a car race with Mira, he won nearly 60 million renminbi and has lost interest in the championship prize, especially with the advanced competition led by the top player. It's better to let him shine. As long as he performs normally, the championship is basically his. The international competitors, witnessing Li Hao's actions, looked increasingly frustrated, knowing that the world's top billiards player now belongs to a certain nation. After the competition, the queen invited these international friends to stay for a day, as tomorrow marks the inauguration of the new queen, a significant day for the region. That day, the streets of the capital were filled with new sights, and the new queen was eventually appointed as Elizabeth Isha, with Mira presenting a crown specially ordered from a renowned source. The entire nation was engulfed in celebration, and soon, all billiards players began to return home. After spending a warm day together, Li Hao and Mira also purchased tickets back home. At the international hotel, the man leaned against the pillow while the woman rested against his chest. Clothes were scattered everywhere, with traces of their time together visible in the balcony, kitchen, hall, and even on the sofa, as if a grand battle had taken place there. "How? Once I finish things here, I will go to find you in your nation," Mira said affectionately to the man before her. Chapter 75. The eve of rapid development due to the time difference, Li Hao returned home at night. Sitting on his sofa and looking at the balance in his account, he smiled faintly. He then opened an app to find a flood of messages, with the majority from Chun Feng and the editor of a novel website. Most of Chun Feng's messages reported on the company's progress, such as the completion of renovations, the assembly of servers, and the office layout following Li Hao's designs. All office supplies had been procured, everything was ready, and they were just waiting to interview candidates for official operations. Furthermore, Chun Feng had taken the initiative to register a film and television company, as instructed by Li Hao. The business scope of Haofeng Network Technology Company Limited includes software, games, artificial intelligence, communications, and more. Li Hao had already developed the artificial intelligence, but it had not officially launched yet. However, the other projects did not have clear goals and directions. It was around midnight, and after some thought, he decided to create a game to add another project for Haofeng Technology. Li Hao then began to understand the gaming market, which could be roughly divided into PC games, mobile games, and VR games. With the rapid development of technology and the gradual maturity of VR technology, the market share for PC games had significantly declined, while mobile games were also being overtaken by VR games. Particularly in recent years, the concept of virtual gaming had become very popular, promising an immersive experience. Unfortunately, the technology had not yet made breakthroughs. Even the virtual headsets produced could not achieve an immersive experience beyond 50. The most challenging technology to conquer remained the consciousness transfer technology. Through reading explanations about virtual games, Li Hao began to simulate the consciousness descent technology in his mind. However, he discovered that according to the technological materials he found, it was fundamentally difficult to develop consciousness transfer technology. This was not only limited by the overall level of technology, but also constrained by the limitations of thought within the technological dimension, resulting in no company being able to create such technology despite the hype surrounding virtual games. After understanding all this, Li Hao started to use data simulation and computational abilities, combining his knowledge and various skills to develop consciousness descent technology. Among these, the inspiration he gained from microwave technology, which he controlled, was significant. Consciousness descent could be seen as an intervention of brainwaves, so could external forces interfere with brainwaves to directly convey certain information? With this direction in mind, he continued his computational simulations, and by around 3 a.m., he successfully developed the brainwave intervention technology, which is commonly referred to as consciousness interference technology. Essentially, through this technology, a person could close their eyes yet still see specific images, achieving what is known as consciousness descent. After overcoming this challenge, Li Hao began designing a virtual helmet, a virtual pod, and related intelligent programs, while also setting up various technical barriers to prevent leaks. With the groundwork laid, and in combination with existing manufacturing technologies, Li Hao quickly produced the technical documentation for the virtual helmet. With the intelligent program being based on advanced algorithms, he was confident that even if others obtained the virtual helmet, they wouldn't be able to replicate it. With the hardware design completed, Li Hao started to imagine the storyline and gameplay of the first virtual game. After about an hour, he had crafted the first virtual game in his mind, titled Interstellar Armor. Initially, players would control ordinary robot skeletons, gaining money through defeating monsters, mining, completing tasks, and purchasing items to enhance their combat power. There were many components that could be added, such as jet boosters and cutters for the feet, and various high-tech shooting weapons or melee weapons for the hands. Each part of the body could be upgraded and replaced, the higher the material quality, the stronger the combat power, making it possible to transform into something akin to a transformer or mech. The game also allowed for the establishment of guilds, taming mechanical pets, piloting various high-tech fighters, spaceships, and even space battleships. As players' combat power increased, they could develop on other planets and engage in interstellar warfare. Once everything was set, Li Hao organized the game-related materials and saved them, noticing that it was around 5 a.m. With the Pangu intelligence and Panga system established at Haofeng Technology, along with the Interstellar Armor game, there was already plenty to keep him busy for a long time. Meanwhile, Howren Films had only the previously completed Dragon Master and nothing else. Taking advantage of the few hours left before dawn, Li Hao continued the previous style of Dragon Master and produced 4 sequels, as well as creating a fantasy film titled Epic of Chaos. The story roughly revolves around the initial chaos, the battle of Pangu opening the heavens and earth against 12 demon gods, the emergence of Hongjun, the teachings at the Zixiao Palace, and the competition for the holy positions, among various plotlines. The film is filled with a strong fantasy style, and the special effects are several times better than those of certain sci-fi blockbusters. However, this film features real-life visuals instead of animation, and it plans to use real human faces for characters. The casting hasn't been finalized yet, as real faces from the end times are easily traceable. Before he could think it through, dawn had already arrived, and Li Hao received another message from Qinfeng. Qinfeng, how's I heard old Ding is back. When are you coming back? The company renovation is complete, and we can officially start operations. Li Hao, I'll be back. Wait for me at the company around 9 o'clock. I'll head over shortly. Qinfeng, okay. After confirming the plans with Qinfeng, Li Hao began ordering various electrical appliances, including 100 large batteries with a capacity of 1,000 A, industrial super electromagnets, 10 industrial super fans, 1 large industrial heating furnace, and 2 super transformers rated at 10 kV. He also ordered other equipment like large cold storage units, refrigerators, high-speed cameras, laser printers, laser welding machines, million-level tuners, radios, super speakers, and central air conditioning systems. He purchased a significant amount of power generation equipment, such as solar power devices, thermal energy generators, and kinetic energy generators. But nuclear power equipment was not available for purchase. To enhance his sensory capabilities, he bought various radar sensors, signal transmitters, echo sounders, and electromagnetic wave receivers. To improve his computational abilities, he also acquired numerous computers and central control hubs. Unfortunately, supercomputers are not something that can simply be bought with money. As a result of these purchases, Li Hao's 6,000 W budget was directly reduced by 4,000 W. In the end, he bought 500 W worth of server equipment, leaving him with 1,500 W as a backup. Chapter 76. The emergence of Pangu. To conveniently store these appliances, Li Hao specifically rented a remote transit warehouse, both to facilitate his integration and to avoid drawing attention. Before long, 9 o'clock arrived, and Li Hao arrived as promised. The company doors were already open, and due to the recent renovation, there was a faint smell lingering in the air. Li Hao looked at the office area, which had a strong technological element, especially the Panga statue at the reception. Although it wasn't as good as he had envisioned, it wasn't far off either. How's you're here? How is it going? Not bad, right? Which company designed this office area? It looks amazing. I feel so energized working here, Qinfeng said with a smile. I designed it. Li Hao nodded and replied. Wow, that is impressive. You even handle interior design? Qinfeng looked at Li Hao in surprise, thinking to himself how talented this guy is and what else he might be capable of. Alright, enough of that. Let me tell you about what the company will be doing next and our development direction. As the vice president, you'll have plenty to do, Li Hao said as he settled onto a sofa. Qinfeng nodded and sat down next to Li Hao, feeling a bit excited. Although he believed that Li Hao could lead him to success, He was still unclear about what they would do next aside from registering the company, renovating, and dealing with various other matters. He only learned that the company was an internet firm and a newly registered film and television company. If he hadn't been busy these past few days, he would have been overwhelmed with thoughts, especially at his age. If the venture failed, he would lose his capital and be left with nothing. First, let me clarify that you hold 10 of the shares in Haofeng Technology, but you don't have any in Howren Film. You just need to focus on managing Haofeng Technology. I will handle the matters related to Howren Film, Li Hao explained. Our first project at Haofeng Technology is an artificial intelligence system named Pangu. This AI is not comparable to those minor assistants on the market, like Xiao AI, Xiaoyi, or Siri. I will demonstrate its specific functions shortly. The second project is an intelligent system. Yes, it's the kind of system you imagine for phones and computers. The system doesn't differentiate between the two. Both can use it. Its security, stability, and smoothness are several times stronger than those mainstream systems like Xuan and SOS. Once installed on a computer, it surpasses Win20 and Win30. I will also demonstrate this later. The third project is a virtual game. I already have the relevant technical documentation, but we will only launch this after we make money and establish our own industrial park. All right, take your time to digest this information. If you have any questions, Pangu will answer them later. Let's head to the server room, Li Hao said in one breath. Chen Feng nodded occasionally and took out his notebook to jot down notes. Seeing Li Hao get up and head towards the server room, he quickly followed. Upon arriving at the server room, Li Hao glanced at the hundreds of server units and nodded. He began to check the configuration of these servers, took a small tool, and started changing the connection methods, adjusting some of the local configurations. After making the changes, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the initial configuration diagram provided was incorrect. If powered directly, all the servers would have burned out. This was also a measure to prevent his technology from leaking, as most of these servers were assembled by others according to the diagram. With a click and a hum, the sound of the server power being activated echoed as Li Hao pulled down the power switch. All the server unit lights lit up, and various cooling devices started running. Fengzi, remember, the servers are the foundation of our company. Their security is of utmost importance and must be taken seriously, understood? Li Hao said to Chen Feng. Chen Feng replied, nodding seriously. Although he didn't understand much about this, he knew how crucial internet company servers were for a business. Then, Li Hao took out a smartphone, the one that stored the Pangu source code. He grabbed a data cable, plugging one end into the phone and the other into the USB port in the server control area. Li Hao tapped a few times on his phone, and a progress bar appeared on the screen. 5 minutes later, the progress bar disappeared, and suddenly the screen went black. In that instant, Chen Feng sensed a different atmosphere, as if a giant beast that had been trapped inside the phone had now broken free from its cage and regained its freedom. The flickering lights of the servers began to become orderly, almost expressing some kind of emotion. As Chen Feng looked at the server units, he felt as if they had come to life, sending chills down his spine, with a sound echoing through the server room. The awakened giant within the servers became calm again. Li Hao knew that the system had been successfully initiated. Pangu, are you there? Li Hao spoke into the air. Respected creator, Pangu has been waiting for a long time. A neutral voice responded from the speakers, and as it spoke, the sounds from the servers flickered, making it feel as if the servers were talking. From now on, just call me boss. Since you've been initiated, take some time to adapt, Li Hao said. Understood, boss. Pangu replied. Is this our artificial intelligence? Chen Feng asked, somewhat surprised. Initially, he had felt indifferent when looking at the servers, but now, as he gazed at the flickering LED lights of the server units, he felt as if he were facing a mechanical beast. Exactly. Let us go? The monitoring system has already been installed here, so there is no need for anyone to be stationed. If there are any issues in the future, Pangu will handle them, Li Hao said as he glanced at the layout and settings of the server room, leading Chen Feng out and locking the 3 heavy doors secured with triple password locks. After returning to the company, Li Hao first connected the cable from the server room to the company's network, then turned on the main power switch, powering up all the equipment. Pangu, from now on, the management of employee assessments, financial accounting, logistics assistance, smart appliances, and network security at Haofeng Technology will be under your control, Li Hao spoke into the air. The office area was designed according to his blueprints, with recording devices, audio equipment, and surveillance systems placed in various locations. Almost all the electrical appliances were smart devices, including the company's doors, computers, air conditioners, vacuum cleaners, projectors, and printers, all controllable via Wi-Fi. The server room was not far from the office area, connected to the internal company network, allowing control of all devices even without connecting to external telecom networks. Understood, boss. Chapter 77. Pangu AI Online. Chen Feng watched as Li Hao conversed with the artificial intelligence. With Li Hao's commands, the air conditioning, vacuum cleaner, projector, and other devices automatically turned on. Filled with curiosity, he was also somewhat shocked by the extraordinary capabilities of this artificial intelligence. It could control all smart devices, and those devices, under its control, moved like living robots, which was simply incredible. Did this mean that once it officially launched, the country would enter the smart era? Chen Feng thought about this, and his excited heart couldn't help but race. Give me your phone, Li Hao said to Chen Feng, as the vice president of the company. How can you still use someone else's system? Chen Feng helplessly handed over his phone to Li Hao, who then proceeded to turn on the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth functions. Pengu, send a compressed file of the phone system, Li Hao said, raising his phone. Okay, boss, Pengu responded and started executing the command. However, moments later, its voice came back. Sorry, boss, I detected that the owner of this phone is Chen Feng, and I need his consent to proceed. Authorize it, Li Hao said to Chen Feng. How do I authorize? Chen Feng asked, somewhat confused. He thought to himself how human-like this artificial intelligence was, needing the owner's permission. He just had never dealt with this before and didn't know how to authorize it. Just say you agree, Li Hao replied. These settings were already programmed into the source code to ensure that the AI cannot control unauthorized devices. Otherwise, if it gets onto the network, in this covered world, wouldn't it be out of control? I agree, Chen Feng said. Soon after, a progress bar popped up on Chen Feng's phone, showing the file size and transfer time. In just a moment, the transfer was complete. Then Li Hao tapped a few times on the phone, and Chen Feng's screen went black, but it quickly lit up again. However, the half-apple logo was gone, replaced by Pengu's iconic logo. In under a second, the system had completed its startup. Wow, it booted up that fast, Chen Feng exclaimed. His phone, which had 268 gigabytes of memory, had become sluggish over the years due to being nearly full, even with a new device. It would take about a minute to boot up, but this was just 1 second. What a concept. The Pengu system comes with the Pengu AI. There have been no changes to your phone's hardware or software. Only optimizations and changes were made to the system and certain functions. You can try it out yourself, Li Hao said, handing the phone back to him. After receiving the phone, Chen Feng turned it off and on several times, finding that it booted up in about the same amount of time each time. If he hadn't recognized the exterior of the phone, he would have suspected that Li Hao had replaced it with a new one. He then began checking the pre-installed software, photos, files, and even his hidden videos, all of which were intact and operating several times smoother than before, especially when he checked the storage option. He found that what originally had about 1 gigabyte of available memory had now turned into 100 gigabytes, which surprised him even more. To be clear, he had nearly 100 gigabytes of hidden files alone, and with various other files, it surely exceeded 200 gigabytes, since no files were lost and the total memory size hadn't changed. How is this possible? Howzy, my available memory has increased, but my files haven't decreased. What is going on? Chen Feng asked. Pengu system, including Pengu intelligence, is programmed with unique algorithms. Particularly, the Pengu system can convert your files into a specialized file type, significantly reducing their memory size. You can try it yourself. And if you have questions, just ask Pengu. There's a Pengu on your phone, acting as your personal assistant, which you can rename as you wish, said Li Hao. Chen Feng nodded and started experimenting with it. Li Hao looked at Chen Feng and first granted him Pengu Level 9 access to familiarize himself with Pengu intelligence and the system. Then, he began recruiting personnel online to form various departments, including front desk, business, legal, administration, planning, gaming, technical, design, customer service, security, and so on. Howren Film Company was also hiring for numerous positions across planning, design, production, editing, photography, marketing, and other departments. Howren Film aimed to establish a complete film company, where they would typically find scripts, shoot films, and produce them independently, while Li Hao would only create a film for them to operate when he had time. All employees would sign a confidentiality agreement, with severe penalties for breaches. Although Pengu could handle some tasks directly, there were still matters that required human intervention, making recruitment essential. Li Hao instructed Pengu to search online for relevant positions and send out interview invitations, setting salaries about 30 higher than the industry average. He informed Chen Feng that candidates would come for interviews the next day and asked him to coordinate with Pengu, as he had other tasks to attend to. The electrical appliances he had ordered were set to arrive at the warehouse tomorrow, and he needed to sign for them and integrate them as well. Thus, the morning passed quickly. In the afternoon, Li Hao produced several promotional videos for the company, videos showcasing the functionalities of artificial intelligence, the performance of the Pengu system, and applications for Pengu intelligence. Meanwhile, Chen Feng continuously absorbed the new knowledge provided by Li Hao, reviewing the videos and technical materials, company structure, and operational direction. Huang Hao was an app inspector, responsible for evaluating and approving apps before they could be listed in the application marketplace. One day, he noticed an unusual app application in his approval list. This app was neither a game nor a conventional application. It resembled a software management app. Although it claimed to be an intelligent assistant, his first impression was that it was similar to existing phone assistants and junk cleaning apps available on the market. He couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. An app that would go undownloaded was a waste of his time, especially since his performance metrics were tied to the apps he reviewed. If the apps he approved exceeded a certain download threshold, he would earn a bonus. Apps that no one downloaded were essentially wasting his time. Yet out of professional ethics, he decided to take a look. One by one, software managers actually claimed to be the managers of smart homes, able to control smart devices, capable of communicating with people normally, true artificial intelligence, a loyal companion on the internet, freeing up hands. Are today's tech companies really so unrealistic? What bold claims they make. Chapter 78. Huang Hao's smart experience not sure if he wanted to see how garbage this app was or validate his own thoughts. He took out a testing phone and downloaded an app called Pangu Smart. Soon, a Pangu icon with a giant axe appeared on the phone, and he clicked into it. Please name your smart manager. Black Dragon. Please set gender. Female. Please select a voice package. Classic voice package. Please set the smart personality. Obedient. Please set your smart image. Icon. Options include animals, plants, characters, and custom. Huang Hao chose the image of an Eastern Black Dragon. Do you authorize storage permissions? Yes. Do you authorize location? Yes. Do you authorize contacts? Seeing this authorization, Huang Hao smirked. Huh. So this is trying to steal user information, huh? How thing technology, right? Just wait until I find out. Let's see if I can take legal action against you. This was a testing device, and the SIM card inside was a specialized one. The contacts module was also different. If any software attempted to retrieve, copy, or use related functions, there would be relevant records. As Huang Hao finished setting up, he noticed a black Eastern dragon appeared on the phone screen. He looked around and found no software interface or anything. When he clicked it, only the black dragon showed up, nothing else. What is this? Just a black dragon? Huang Hao stared at the phone screen, seeing no functions like software management or junk cleaning. He was momentarily at a loss for how to use it. After a moment of complaint, he clicked on the black dragon, preparing to uninstall it. Master, are you calling me? Master, why are you poking me? A female voice came from the phone, which left Huang Hao momentarily stunned. Wait, could it be the black dragon in the phone talking? Huang Hao said, somewhat incredulously. He had heard the voice clearly just now, with no awkwardness at all, as if it were a real person. Master, it's indeed me, the black dragon. How can I assist you? What functions do you have? Huang Hao asked. The black dragon can manage your software, enhance your phone's performance, and control all smart devices within your phone's Bluetooth and Wi-Fi range, the black dragon replied. Then play a song for me, the latest album by Zhou Jielun, Confession Balloon, Huang Hao said. Master, I detected that your phone doesn't have any music playback software, so I can't play it. Then download one. Huang Hao said. Sorry, Master, I don't have the permissions. You need to download it yourself and then grant authorization to the black dragon. Afterward, Huang Hao downloaded a music playback software. Now that you have a playback software, can you play it? Huang Hao asked. Authorize management for the music playback software, yes or no? After that, the software automatically started running, as it needed to set some permissions for the first time. After Huang Hao set everything up, the software automatically searched for a specific song and began to play it. Turn it off and call my girlfriend, Huang Hao said again. Sorry, Master, but you don't have a girlfriend yet, the software replied. Huang Hao didn't dwell on it and began to test various functions. He discovered that as long as he authorized the software, it could control other devices, even those with their own smart voice features. You can control smart devices, right? Help me turn off the air conditioner, Huang Hao said. Master, I need your authorization, correct? Yes. Immediately, Huang Hao saw on the screen that the software took out a remote and pressed a button. To his surprise, the air conditioner in the office actually turned off. No way, really? If it could truly do that, did it mean that humanity was entering the smart age? Most current devices already have smart programs, such as air conditioners, washing machines, water heaters, and vacuum cleaners. According to the description of smart technology, as long as there is a Wi-Fi signal at home, smart management is possible. Although there was a company making smart furniture with a smart butler feature, it only worked with its own products and was known to have slow and clunky voice responses, lacking human-like interaction. The voice recognition was poor, often misunderstanding the user's commands, resulting in a weak smart experience. However, this software had strong voice recognition capabilities and could even understand dialects, feeling more like a real person than just a smart device. Huang Hao then began to test the device control feature of the software, and it proved to be effective. It could also chat normally, which was impressive. If any smart appliances malfunctioned, it would know and even offer suggestions, making it very convenient to use. Before he realized it, the closing bell rang, and Huang Hao took a deep breath. He decided to stay late, turning off his phone and connecting it to a data testing device to check the software's data flow for any threats to user security, information theft, or other malicious activities. Soon, the test results indicated that the app posed no harm, even if there was a data flow. It was the app's own data and had no connection to other software. Even when controlling devices, it was utilizing the phone's inherent capabilities. It passed the inspection with a 5-star recommendation. Finally, Huang Hao wrote down his listing information and review. Looking at the time, it was already 7 p.m. He turned off his computer, went to the underground parking lot, opened the car door, and sat in the driver's seat. However, just as he was about to start the car, he remembered the software and had a bold idea. He took out his phone. Can you control the car's driving? Huang Hao asked, knowing his car also had an automatic driving feature. Although due to immature technology, its response time after activation was much slower than a normal driver, so it was rarely used. Sure, but it requires the owner's authorization, right? It was Huang Hao who clicked yes. May I ask where the owner is going? Building A. Huajing New City. All right. Buzz. Then, the car began to start automatically, quickly slipping out of the parking space, much faster and smoother than an average person would. Since it was his first time using this feature, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. But the car seemed to come alive, driving itself out of the garage and stopping at the payment station. As it was a monthly subscription vehicle, the barrier automatically lifted as soon as the car arrived. Subsequently, the car started heading towards Huajing New City, driving at a speed comparable to that of a typical driver, automatically stopping at turns and traffic lights, and yielding to pedestrians. Even in traffic jams, it could follow the car in front, making it impossible for other vehicles to cut in. Huang Hao felt that the car driven by the AI was even better and steadier than when he drove it himself. Normally, it took at least half an hour to get home due to traffic, but he arrived in about 20 minutes, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 79. Merging appliances the next morning. As soon as it was light, Li Hao got up, washed up, had breakfast, and took a taxi towards the warehouse because the appliances he ordered would arrive in about an hour. Hello, is this Mr. Li? The 100 super large batteries you ordered have arrived at the address on your order. Could you come to sign for them? Hello, your super large heating furnace has also arrived. As soon as Li Hao got out of the car and completed the handover with the warehouse manager, receiving the warehouse key, he received a pile of logistics information. Then he saw a bunch of vehicles parked at the warehouse entrance. After arriving, Li Hao opened the warehouse door, and one by one, the delivery trucks placed the ordered appliances in the designated spots. It wasn't until around noon that the appliances were finally moved and set up. Looking at the warehouse packed with appliances, a smile appeared on Li Hao's face. There were many appliances, but the zombie points were not that many, only 164W. If all these appliances were merged, it should amount to over 100 million points. He needed to calculate how to maximize the upgrades. First, the energy storage limit was essential, followed by power generation equipment, auxiliary devices, and then attack devices. The attack capabilities now included microwave emission, electric discharge, and icy breath. For the energy storage limit, consuming batteries would suffice. Li Hao estimated that raising it to 10,000 I would be sufficient for long-term use, requiring the merging of about 10 large 1000A batteries. Li Hao took out a large battery, which was about 1 cubic meter in size and weighed 280 pounds. He touched the battery and activated the appliance devour function. Devour 1000A battery, consuming 10W zombie points. Is that correct? Such a high consumption? Yes. Although he was surprised by the consumption amount, which forced him to revise his plan, he still chose to proceed with the devouring. Energy storage increased to 1025 Ah, and then to 5025 Ah, consumed 50W of points, fused 5 large batteries, and then arrived at the generator area. The types of generators include photovoltaic generation, kinetic energy generation, thermal energy generation, and nuclear energy generation. Thermal and nuclear energy generation are hard to come by, so Li Hao chose to fuse kinetic energy generation to enhance the capability of photovoltaic generation, consuming another 30W of points. The photovoltaic conversion capability was enhanced to 5 degrees per hour, and kinetic conversion capability was obtained. Fused a high-speed camera, consuming 8W of points. Confirmed? Yes. Fusion successful. Gained dynamic vision capability. Fused a superheater, consuming 50W of points. Confirmed? Yes. Fusion successful. Gained thermal energy release capability. Fused a 10 kV transformer, consuming 20W of points. Confirmed? Yes. Fusion successful. Voltage control capability increased to 10 kV. Current control capability increased to 1000A. Fused a laser cutter, consuming 10W of points. Confirmed? Yes. Fusion successful. Gained laser emission capability. Fused a large cold storage unit, consuming 50W of points. Confirmed? Yes. Fusion failed. Insufficient points. Current balance 0. Ding. Your system level has been upgraded. Current level 20. Hearing this, Li Hao began to check his system information. Unknowingly, the system level had already risen to level 20. System level, 20 experience points, 105W energy, 5025 AW points, 0W apocalypse travel, ordinary apocalypse world device devour, night vision goggles, thermal vision goggles, mobile phone, computer, SIM card, GPS, high-speed camera, industrial heater, laser cutter. In addition, the cooldown for apocalypse travel had long since ended, but thinking about the many tasks left undone, Li Hao decided to postpone his travel for another day. After fusing several super large devices, it was time to test their capabilities. There was not much to say about energy storage, except that the storage limit had increased, but since there was no charging, Li Hao planned to charge first. He then went to the circuit breaker in the warehouse, where the voltage was about 380V. Having obtained control over 10 kV voltage and 1000A current, he felt no fear. Due to the enhancement of his abilities, he sensed the current and voltage in the breaker. As he reached out his hand, the electrical energy from the breaker seemed to be drawn towards him, flickering with white light and rushing towards his hand. In an instant, the entire warehouse was enveloped in white light, resembling the blinding brightness emitted during electric welding. Li Hao felt his energy continually increasing and noticed that the temperature of the industrial wires was rising, showing signs of melting. He immediately reduced the energy absorption. After about half an hour, Li Hao's energy storage was full, and the warehouse's lighting returned to its usual state, except for the now burnt-out electric meter, which stood out clearly. Everything else appeared normal. Kinetic conversion ability, according to the system's explanation, refers to the ability to absorb kinetic energy from physical attacks. If the attack is a lateral impact, most physical attacks consist of kinetic energy, which can be directly absorbed. In the case of a vertical attack, Only kinetic energy can be absorbed, while forces from gravity, external pressure, or impact cannot be absorbed. For instance, when slashing with a knife, the kinetic energy from the swinging motion can be absorbed, but the force exerted by the wielder and the gravitational force acting on the knife cannot be absorbed. This is also the reason why the shield of Team M was damaged by Mba, as it could not absorb the force exerted by Mba and the gravitational force of the large sword. Nevertheless, this ability is still quite powerful. Bullets fired from firearms are purely kinetic energy, and absorbing that energy renders the bullets nearly ineffective. Additionally, after absorbing kinetic energy, it can not only be converted into spiritual energy stored within the body, but can also be directly released for attacks. For example, if kinetic energy from a car collision is absorbed, the punch delivered afterward would have an impact equivalent to that of a car hitting an iron pillar of the same size as the fist. To test his kinetic conversion ability, he looked at a 280-pound battery, lifted it, and threw it upwards. The battery flew about 5 meters before falling back down. When Li Hao reached the landing point, he raised his hands, and at the moment the battery made contact with his palms, he sensed a certain energy entering his body, feeling only the gravitational force of the battery itself. In other words, regardless of how high the battery fell from, once he made contact, its kinetic energy would be absorbed, and it would feel as if he were simply lifting the battery gently. After throwing the battery several times, with more kinetic energy stored in his body, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, a very dominating force. Li Hao walked out of the open area, glanced around, and noticed there were no cameras or passersby. He approached a large tree, touched the trunk, and released that energy. With the release of Li Hao's energy, the force acted on the trunk, instantly tearing the bark apart and exposing the inner trunk. Then, Li Hao gathered his strength and jumped. Upon landing, he felt the stored kinetic energy, yet it was as if he was walking normally without any additional sensation. Li Hao nodded to himself and walked toward the warehouse again. Chapter 80. Laser eyes. The dynamic vision ability gained from integrating a high-speed camera greatly enhanced Li Hao's visual perception. Whenever he activated this ability, everything around him appeared to move in slow motion. Whether it was a rapidly spinning fan or a flickering incandescent light, he could see it all clearly. Combined with the Wi-Fi, hotspot, Bluetooth, data, and radar capabilities he acquired from merging with his phone and computer, as well as other abilities, Li Hao was uncertain just how powerful he had become. However, among the abilities gained from integrating electrical devices today, aside from the ability to release electrical energy, the most lethal one was the thermal energy exerted from the superheater. The ability to release thermal energy, as the name suggests, allows one to convert electrical energy into heat energy, which manifests as high temperatures. Different materials react differently at high temperatures. Wood turns to ash when exposed to high heat. Water vaporizes, soil may change its structure, and metals typically turn red and eventually liquefy. Li Hao consumed his own energy to release heat from his palms. Although he felt nothing in his hands, his thermal vision indicated that the temperature was rising, and soon his hands turned bright red. As his high-temperature hands touched metal, it melted instantly, causing the surrounding temperature to rise, and some plastic components of nearby appliances began to dissolve. Realizing the situation, Li Hao stopped this ability. But he was far from reaching his limits. To test his capabilities, he went outside and unleashed his powers vigorously. As the temperature rose, his clothes melted away, and his body turned an intense red while the surroundings became extremely dry. With his body glowing, he suddenly felt weightless, and as he directed his thermal energy, he found himself flying. Li Hao then shot a flame from his hand towards a stone, which was instantly turned to lime, while the vegetation around him dried up at a visible pace. However, knowing he was in the real world, he didn't dare to test for too long. When he released the thermal energy, he fell from 50 meters high, landing as if he had just taken a step, with the kinetic energy absorbed. After retrieving his clothes from a spatial storage, he began to test the power he gained from integrating with a 10 kV transformer. He extended his right hand, and 5 fingers began to crackle with high-voltage electricity. As he channeled his electric energy, a lightning ball gradually formed in his hand. With the appearance of the lightning ball, everything around him seemed to be attracted to it, creating a high-voltage electric field within a radius of about 10 meters. Seeing the giant tree that had been damaged by kinetic energy, he casually threw the lightning ball at it, which struck instantly. The tree was shattered, and the gap began to burn, creating what is known as lightning-struck wood. Giant tree, thank you very much. Finally, Li Hao tested his laser capability. He could only emit lasers through his eyes, and the beams were small, but could grow larger with the input of psychic energy. The power of the laser was formidable. After just 0.1 seconds aimed at the giant tree, it was pierced through. However, he also realized that both the laser emission and thermal energy release consumed a significant amount of his electrical energy. If both were used to their fullest, he could deplete all his energy in less than an hour. Returning to the warehouse, Li Hao absorbed and stored his electrical energy completely. Looking at the many appliances still inside, he reluctantly closed the warehouse door and locked it. Zhou Xiaodong, a student from class 8 of the 3rd year, had long given up hope for the college entrance examination and spent his days in class either playing on his phone or sleeping. On that day, he played games as usual, but after a while, he got a bit bored and started looking for something more interesting. When he opened the App Store, he noticed a software called Pangu Intelligence on the recommended list, and he couldn't help but click on it. Although the download count was only a few thousand, the reviews below were quite high. One user commented, "I love spicy snacks. Recommendation, 5 stars. The functionality is really powerful. I've been conquered by it. Now I can drive without using my hands. This company called Haofeng Technology is amazing. I'll remember you." Another user said, "A 22-year-old woman. Recommendation, 5 stars. It's exactly as described, but you only realize how powerful it is when you actually use it. I love traveling and am interested in history and culture. With this, I essentially have an encyclopedia and a tour guide. It helps me arrange everything I want to do. It's incredibly thoughtful." A driver commented, "Driver Wong. Recommendation, 5 stars. I didn't believe that an intelligent software could drive, but now I do. After having it, not only can it automatically help me take orders, but it can also drive for me. If I weren't afraid of no one wanting to ride, I would even leave a phone in the car to let it pick up passengers." A high school student said, "Wang Yiba, a senior. Recommendation, 5 stars. It's really strong. I'm a stressed senior, and because of the pressure, I can't rest well. I often zone out during lessons, but with this, I don't even need to listen to the teacher anymore. I just take photos, and it explains everything with the most standard answers." After reading the last review, Zhou Xiaodong's eyes lit up because the next class was a mock exam, and he was sitting at the back, surrounded by weaker students who wouldn't attract attention even if they cheated. After all, even copying from books wouldn't yield good scores. He then downloaded Pangu Intelligence and began setting it up. A basketball expert appeared on his phone screen, taking up only a small portion of it. Expert. I heard you can solve math problems. Is that true?" Zhou Xiaodong asked the AI. "Of course, I can," the AI responded. "Then let me ask you, what is log 28? Zhou Xiaodong inquired. 3, the AI replied. "How did you know?" Zhou Xiaodong looked at the correct answer in surprise. In response to the master, 2 3 equals 8, which means 3, the AI explained. "Can you help me during the exam next class?" Zhou Xiaodong asked. "Master, cheating is wrong. The expert cannot help you cheat, but you can ask the expert questions, and I can still provide answers," the AI replied. The exam day arrived as scheduled. After receiving the test paper, Zhou Xiaodong began his operation. Seeing the teacher leave the classroom, he quickly took out his phone, activated the camera feature, and took several photos of the exam paper, then began interacting with the AI. Soon, he picked up a pen and started writing on the paper, surprisingly finishing the entire test in about 30 minutes. The weaker students around him thought another class had already taken the exam. As Zhou Xiaodong inquired about other classes, they couldn't help but get a bit suspicious when they saw him finish so quickly. "Hey Dongzi, are you done?" Several underperforming students surprisingly started copying from each other. When the teacher entered and saw them cheating, he couldn't be bothered to intervene, secretly smirking to himself, perhaps wondering which answers they had chosen to eliminate the correct ones. After the exam, the teacher had someone collect the test papers, which were then shuffled and redistributed. He began announcing the answers, allowing students to grade their own papers to save time. As the teacher finished revealing the answers, the students scored themselves, and he pulled out a score sheet to record the names and scores. Zhou Dan 88, Zhou Yu 75, Zhou Xiaodong 100 with each name called. The corresponding student reported their score. When it came to Zhou Xiaodong, the students in class turned to look at him upon hearing the perfect score of 100, and the teacher couldn't help but glance at the student reporting the scores. It turned out to be the class monitor, Zhou Shiyu. The teacher remained silent and walked directly to the monitor, took Zhou Xiaodong's test paper, and noticed that all the answers were correct. "Zhou Xiaodong, come to my office after class," the teacher instructed. "Next, Zhou Shubi," the teacher continued. 100. "Come to my office after class." Zhou Xiaodian, 100. "All of you come to my office right now, immediately." Chapter 81. Job interview. When Li Hao returned to the company, it was already afternoon. To his surprise, there were already people working. The receptionist, upon seeing Li Hao, thought he was there for an interview. Just as she was about to open the door, it swung open automatically. "Welcome, boss," came the voice of Pangu. The receptionist couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Was this really the boss? He looked too young. "Hello, Mr. Li. I'm the new receptionist. My name is Chun Mingyan." Chun Mingyan stood up and nodded at Li Hao. She was a fresh graduate, this being her first job. She had a very delicate appearance, looking quite simple, without heavy makeup, and lacking the weariness and sophistication of someone who had been in the workforce for years. Everything about her seemed very youthful. Li Hao even sensed her nervousness. He nodded but didn't speak as the projector displayed the videos he had prepared. The conference room door was closed, and it seemed like an interview was taking place inside. Li Hao opened the door and walked in. There were about 10 people inside, each completing a personality test. Chun Feng glanced at Li Hao as he entered, but said nothing. He nodded and pushed the resumes of the candidates in front of Li Hao. Li Hao glanced at them. Most of them were from the interview invitations he had asked Pangu to send out. About 20 minutes later, everyone finished, and Chun Feng collected all the test papers. "First, let me introduce myself. I am Li Hao, the owner of Haofeng Technology, and this is our vice president, Chun Feng. I believe you have all seen the video introduction about the company, so I won't elaborate much. I have a general idea of your capabilities, and the information on the recruitment notice is accurate. Liu Yifeng has worked for 5 years in the planning department of a popular gaming company. 5 years in smart promotion at a tech firm, and 5 years in system testing management for a mobile phone manufacturer. Most recently, he spent 10 years as a marketing manager at another mobile phone company, accumulating rich work experience. The position you are interviewing for is marketing manager. I want to ask you professional questions. I'll just ask you one. What do you think about virtual gaming? Li Hao first took out a resume and said, "Hello, Mr. Li. I do have some understanding of virtual gaming, especially in recent years. The concept has gained significant traction, with many gaming companies venturing into the industry. Unfortunately, I have yet to hear of any company successfully developing it. Several gaming companies have faced bankruptcy due to excessive financial investment, such as the once prominent companies in the field. Oh, what are your thoughts on this? Or how do you see the future of virtual gaming?" Li Hao asked. The prospects of virtual gaming are undoubtedly promising. Once the virtual gaming devices are released, they will surpass traditional and mobile games, even VR games. However, right now is not the time for virtual gaming to emerge. The industrial production conditions and technological levels are insufficient for its arrival. Just the issue of consciousness transfer technology has proven to be an insurmountable challenge, Liu Yifeng replied. It seems you have quite a deep understanding of virtual gaming. What if I told you we have already overcome the consciousness transfer technology? Li Hao smiled and said, clearly impressed by Liu Yifeng's insightful responses, recognizing him as a rare talent with unique perspectives on the subject. You're joking, right, Mr. Li? Liu Yifeng responded with some disbelief. He had done his homework on Haofeng Technology, a newly established company still focused on the internet sector. Even the registered film company was related to the internet. And Li Hao did not own any real industrial chains or shares in other industrial companies. Well, gaming is our next step, but let us not discuss that for now. I believe you are also familiar with Pangu Intelligence. If you were the marketing manager, what would be your next steps? Li Hao asked again. Before I came here, I had already looked into the capabilities of a certain intelligence system. I must say, it is indeed very powerful and can be applied in many intelligent fields, such as smart homes, autonomous driving, security management, intelligent monitoring, and even robotics. With this technology, our country is almost ready to enter the intelligent era. If the smart service charges 10 units per month, and considering that there are hundreds of millions of mobile phone users in our country, just for mobile intelligence alone, it could generate significant monthly profits. If other markets are fully developed, I believe we would have the potential to become a company in the top 500 globally. If I were the marketing manager, I would promote mobile phones, smart homes, and autonomous driving from multiple angles to fully capture the market. When the topic shifted to the intelligence system, one candidate mentioned that he had come for the interview because he was optimistic about the technology. Great. You can check out the company's video materials in the reception area, or you can head back early. The interview results will be notified to you tonight, said the interviewer with a smile. The candidate nodded and left the meeting room. Subsequently, the interviewer continued with the interviews throughout the afternoon. As many candidates arrived for various positions, the interviewer observed their performances closely and confirmed most positions, including the marketing manager and other key roles. Tomorrow, you and I will visit a certain mobile phone company for a meeting. The intelligence system should be prioritized, the interviewer said. The next day, they arrived at the company, where the office was nearly full. The marketing manager was also present, reviewing materials in his office. Good morning, everyone, they greeted as they entered. The interviewer asked the assistant to bring in the marketing manager. Good morning, the manager said upon entering. Please take a seat. I won't say much more. You will start promoting the intelligence system in the coming days, whether through advertisements, celebrity endorsements, or press conferences. You will be in charge of organizing everything. A month from now, we will officially start charging for the service at 10 units per month. You must make a significant impact in that time, the interviewer instructed. Understood. I will not let you down, the manager replied, saluting. All right, you can go back to work. I might not be here for the next few days, so you can coordinate with the assistant and other department heads for company matters. Off you go, the interviewer said with a smile. After the marketing manager left, the interviewer called in the director of a film production company to discuss the review and release of a project, and handed him a script for an animated series for production arrangements. He encouraged them to acquire good scripts of any genre when possible. Additionally, he had brief discussions with the heads of the legal, public relations, and other departments. In the first-class cabin of the plane, the assistant asked, "How will we charge those mobile manufacturers for using our system?" The system can be used by manufacturers for free, but it can bundle application software and manage the application store. We don't charge mobile manufacturers. We charge software developers instead. The specifics depend on the situation, Li Hao said. The mobile operating systems on the market are mostly following this model, and yet, every year, system developers earn hundreds of billions. But hasn't our system passed national security testing yet? Chen Feng seemed to realize something and said, "That is why we are meeting with Mr. Ren from Weihua Mobile. Once we secure his support, he will help us resolve this issue," Li Hao explained. He had considered applying for the testing himself, but he found out that a new mobile operating system requires endorsement and recommendation from experienced mobile manufacturers, after which a sample device must be sent to national security testing agencies for evaluation. Only after passing the test can it be fully launched. Although Li Hao could also acquire a mobile manufacturer, it would be time-consuming. There are already many manufacturers domestically, and there is no need to compete with them for business. Just a system and intelligence alone would be enough to earn substantial profits, and he would definitely need to frequently visit the post-apocalyptic world, leaving him with no time to manage a company. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 82 Meeting Ren Fei, re-entering the post-apocalyptic world Deep City, Weihua Building. Li Hao and Chen Feng arrived at the front desk, where a receptionist in formal attire approached them. "Hello, are you Mr. Li?" The receptionist asked. "I am." Li Hao nodded. "All right, Mr. Ren is waiting for you on the 108th floor. Let me take you up," the receptionist said, leading Li Hao to a private executive elevator, swiftly pressing the button for the top floor. "Please wait here for a moment. I will go inform Mr. Ren," the receptionist said, showing them into a reception room and leaving 2 cups of water for them. "Weihua is really wealthy. This building alone must be worth a lot," Chen Feng remarked, seemingly amazed. Noticing they were alone, he couldn't help but comment. "Of course, Weihua Mobile is the largest mobile manufacturer in the country. They invest over 100 billion RMB annually in R&D," Li Hao replied. "So how did you manage to get an appointment with Mr. Ren?" Chen Feng asked curiously. "Yes," Li Hao smiled. Chen Feng was speechless, but also speculated that Li Hao probably didn't want to let him know, so he decided not to ask further. "Mr. Li." "Hello, Mr. Ren is available now. Let me take you to the exclusive reception room." The receptionist who had gone to inform Mr. Ren returned and said, "Hello, Mr. Ren." "Hello, Mr. Li." After a few pleasantries, the group exchanged greetings. Mr. Ren Fei truly lived up to his reputation for building Weihua into a strong company. His demeanor was perfect, giving a feeling of meeting an old friend, without any pretentiousness. "All right, Mr. Li, let's skip the small talk. You mentioned that your company has developed a mobile operating system that surpasses ISO and even outperforms our latest Hongtian system. I don't know if you're exaggerating, but facts speak louder than words. This is Manager Zhang from our System Development Department. He will conduct the testing and will be in charge of the handover with you." Mr. Ren smiled and introduced the middle-aged man next to him. "Sure, Mr. Ren is also a straightforward person, so I won't waste our time. What is the testing process you have arranged?" "We'll go with whatever you decide," Li Hao said with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Li." The testing process is roughly divided into 4 parts. First, performance benchmarking. We will take the same model of phones and flash them with different systems for performance comparison, and then test different models of phones. Second, performance testing. For the same model, we will test system compatibility, stability, and smoothness. Third, security performance. The specific group will test whether it meets certain national regulations. Fourth, other tests, Manager Zhang Wei said. "All right, sounds good," Li Hao nodded. Then, Manager Zhang found someone to bring 40 phones of the same model, with 10 running their Hongtian system, 10 running the Zhuan system, and 10 running the ISO system. "Mr. Li, could you please flash these 10 phones with your system?" Manager Zhang pointed to the phones on the table. "Sure." Li Hao and Chen Feng then began to get busy. After about 40 minutes, they successfully flashed all the phones with the Panga system. Seeing that they were done, Manager Zhang called someone to bring in a testing machine, similar in function to a benchmarking performance testing machine. They first connected the data cable of the Zhuan system phones to the machine and conducted the performance test. Unsurprisingly, the scores for all 10 phones were around 700,000. The few of them remained calm, as they had already tested this before. This was just for Li Hao and Chen Feng to see. They then tested the 10 Hongtian system phones, which scored around 720,000. Next, they tested the 10 ISO system phones, which scored about 730,000. Both Ren Fei and Manager Zhang knew this data well, and they all looked forward to the performance of the last 10 Panga system phones. Li Hao was quite confident, but Chen Feng couldn't help but clench his hands, looking as tense as someone preparing to confess to their crush. Soon, the 10 phones were connected to the testing machine, and the testing process began. The scores for the 10 phones started to rise, capturing everyone's attention. 100, 000, 200, 000, 700, 000. It seems this system is quite good, already comparable to the Zhuan system. Several technicians nodded in agreement as they watched the scores. 720, 000. Wow, this system can actually compete with our Hongtian system. Is that true? Seeing the score reach 720, 000, everyone was a bit surprised. It's worth noting that Weihua spent an immense amount of financial and material resources to develop this system, and now it's being caught up with, leaving them with an indescribable feeling. Unfortunately, the scores continued to climb. 730, 000. This is even catching up to the ISO system, no way? However, before they could fully express their astonishment, the scores kept rising. 740, 000, 750, 000, 800, 000, 900, 000, 1, 000, 000. In the end, all 10 phones scored an impressive 100, 000. No way, how is that possible? How did you do it? Manager Zhang said in shock. As someone who works in research and development, he understood clearly how difficult it is to improve performance scores without changing hardware. However, the phones and testing equipment were provided by them, and there was no way Li Hao and his team could manipulate the results. Therefore, they had to believe that Li Hao's mobile system was indeed very powerful. Applause erupted from everyone at such results, and their gaze naturally turned to Li Hao and his companion. Seeing this, Li Hao smiled and said nothing. Mr. Li, regardless of whether your system is specifically designed for performance scoring, your company has indeed achieved something impressive, Ren Fei remarked with a smile. Mr. Ren, there are still a few tests left. Let's wait and see, Li Hao replied with a smile as well. Subsequently, Manager Zhang arranged for others to begin other tests, while Li Hao and his companion reflashed different models of phones. After completing this, they handed the phones to Manager Zhang and watched the busy testers. Manager Zhang did not test the previously tested models, but directly proceeded to test the machines that Li Hao's team had flashed. He noticed the technicians occasionally showing surprised or shocked expressions. Manager Zhang realized that the mobile system provided by Li Hao was indeed much more powerful than the systems available on the market. Mr. Li, I need to use the restroom, Ren Fei said, noticing that Manager Zhang seemed to want to say something to him, but was hesitant because Li Hao was present. I'm a bit thirsty. I'll step out for some water. Manager Zhang also made an excuse to leave. Chen Feng looked speechlessly at the half glass of water in front of Manager Zhang, which he had just seen him drink. Li Hao smiled calmly, knowing that this trip was not in vain. Mr. Run, the test results are in. The system provided by Mr. Li is indeed much stronger than our Hongtian system and ISO system. In every performance test, it shows that his system is more perfect. Additionally, I found that their system's programming language is different from the languages used in current systems. This programming language seems more suited to existing electronic devices. I suspect they have mastered a new programming language or perhaps a new computer algorithm. I believe we can collaborate with them. If we can learn their programming language and algorithms, the technology in our country will see significant advancement. As soon as Manager Zhang came out, he saw Ren Fei waiting for him. The two then went to the office, where Manager Zhang couldn't help but say to Ren Fei, I understand what you said. We'll discuss the programming language and algorithms later. Let's head back. After Ren Fei finished speaking, he walked towards the conference room, with Manager Zhang following closely behind. Mr. Li, I'm impressed. Your company is truly remarkable. I agree to collaborate with your company. I wonder how Mr. Li envisions this collaboration. Ren Fei said with a smile after sitting down. The following discussion was lively, and they reached an agreement. Wei Hua would pay Hao Phone Technology 5 billion in system fees annually, with free use of the system after 5 years. The profit sharing from Wei Hua's App Store and other system-related earnings would be split 50-50 for the first 5 years, and then 70-30 after 5 years, with Hao Phone Technology receiving 70 and Wei Hua 30. The last agreement stated that the Panga system must not be authorized for use by foreign mobile phone manufacturers. Li Hao readily agreed, as he had never considered allowing foreign use. Mr. Li, Mr. Chun, take care, and next time you come to the city, I'll treat you to a round of golf, he said. In the end, Ren Fei and Manager Zhang, along with a few other senior executives, personally saw Li Hao and his companion off from the Wei Hua building. On the way back, Li Hao conveyed a lot to Chen Feng. He knew he couldn't oversee the company forever and could only keep an eye on it. If there were any uncertainties or problems, they could discuss them with the senior executives. The next day after returning, Li Hao gathered a few senior executives again. He first discussed the company's development direction and how to proceed, then mentioned that he might be away for a while, and his return time was still uncertain. He asked them to execute according to the direction he had set, and they would discuss future developments later. After giving his instructions, Li Hao returned to his residence, purchased some food, seasonings, and other practical items, and then chose to teleport to the Doomsday Villa. Chapter 83. The Mark of the Invader. Upon arriving at the villa, Li Hao suddenly felt as if he was being watched. He looked around the empty villa, and even the radar sensing area showed no abnormalities. So he didn't pay much attention. He checked the time in the Doomsday world. About 2 days had passed here. He remembered asking Yang Chengling to wait for him for 5 days, and it was unlikely she could wait any longer. She would probably return tonight. However, when he saw a note in the hall, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Li Hao, I can't stand waiting for you any longer. Zi and I have gone to the wilderness zone. If you're back, come find us there. Li Hao smiled helplessly. He knew Yang Qingling's personality. She couldn't stand still for a moment. Making her wait here was torture for her. After resting for a moment, Li Hao didn't linger and walked towards the shelter's exit. Just as he stepped out of the elite zone, he saw a bloodied and disheveled man. It was Bai Meifei, whom he had met before, and his companions were also injured. When Li Hao looked at Bai Meifei, he noticed that Bai's previously terrified expression had softened a bit. Li Hao, don't go out. I don't know how it happened, but just outside the shelter, a massive swarm of zombie bats appeared, along with a lot of zombies. It's dangerous to go out at night, Bai Meifei said. Yeah, it's terrifying. The bats blocked out the sun. Suddenly, a horde of zombie bats started roaming around here, attacking anyone they see. Bai Meifei's brother, Bai Xiaobei, added. Are your injuries from those bats? Li Hao pointed to their wounds. Yes, it was horrifying. I saw someone get eaten down to just a skeleton. If we hadn't escaped quickly, everyone would have been done for, Bai Meifei said, still shaken. Thanks for the warning. But you all should go back and recover. I'm going to take a look outside, Li Hao said with a smile, then walked towards the shelter's exit. Bai Meifei assumed Li Hao was just going out to see the commotion and didn't say anything else, calling to his companions as they left. Soon, Li Hao arrived at the public area, which was already filled with people, all staring at the swarm of bad zombies outside and whispering among themselves. As Li Hao stepped into the circle of light, He sensed the agitation of the bats and zombies, all converging towards his position, but were blocked by the light barrier. Unable to enter. As Li Hao shifted positions several times, the zombies and bats continued to gather in his direction. He realized that they were drawn to him. However, he was puzzled as to why they were targeting him. Recalling the feeling of being watched when he first arrived in this apocalyptic world, he seemed to understand something. Perhaps it was because he had just come from another world. The moment he arrived might have caused some kind of disturbance, triggering the self-protection mechanism of the apocalypse system. These zombies and bats were likely driven by some instinct of the system. Then, Li Hao noticed a skull tattoo had appeared on the back of his hand at some point. The Apocalypse system was a level 30 world management system, while Li Hao's system was a relatively rare electrical devouring system, which had now risen to level 20. Although he was marked, he already knew the solution: kill zombies to earn zombie points, and then use the system's devouring ability to eliminate the mark. Otherwise, he would be targeted wherever he went. Li Hao sneered. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Time to kill. What were those people going to do? Going out to seek death? Look, someone is going out to find death. Hiss, how desperate do you have to be to choose such a way to die? As Li Hao continued towards the swarm of zombies and bats, everyone couldn't help but look at him, especially since he was heading towards the area with the most zombies and bats. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded. As Li Hao approached the zombie and bat swarm, he extended his hands, and a surge of electrical power enveloped him, flashing with dazzling white light in the darkness. Hiss, that person awakened lightning abilities. How terrifying. Turns out he is a powerful one. What a cool ability, so strong. As Li Hao drew closer, the lightning began to wreak havoc among the swarm of zombies and bats, causing bats to fall from the sky and zombies to drop one by one. Ding. Killed a normal zombie. Gained 10 rounds of 45mm ammunition, 1 zombie point. Ding. Killed a high-level zombie. Gained 15 rounds of 556mm ammunition, 12 zombie points. Ding. Killed a zombie bat. Gained 1 rare alloy throwing knife, 20 zombie points. Ding. Killed a zombie bat. Gained 1 normal alloy throwing knife, 10 zombie points. Ding. The continuous notifications rang out, and Li Hao's ammunition and zombie points kept increasing. Even the quantities of the 2 types of throwing knives were rising. After consuming about 15 units of Li Hao's energy, most of the bats and zombies were already dead. Li Hao then pulled out 2 rifles, stood his ground, quickly locked onto the remaining bats and zombies, and began to spray bullets. Da-da-da, ding-ding-ding. Shell casings littered the ground as a rain of bats fell from the sky. The zombies and bats surged toward Li Hao fearlessly, as if they were unafraid of death. It wasn't until the last zombie and bat were killed by Li Hao that the spent casings beneath his feet had piled up like a mountain. Meanwhile, Li Hao's zombie points had once again exceeded 2 million, and he had collected tens of thousands of daggers. He stowed away his firearms, and heat began to radiate from the back of his hand. When his palm turned red, he felt as though the skull tattoo was floating on the surface of the water, resting on the back of his hand. He knew that even if he tried to scrape it off, it wouldn't come off. He then activated his devouring ability. Although the tattoo wasn't an electronic object, it belonged to the system and possessed some source of power that could be devoured. Devour Invader's Mark, consuming 2 million zombie points. Is this acceptable? Yes. The devouring was successful, and he obtained the Invader's Mark. As the zombie points visibly dissipated, the tattoo on the back of his hand slowly faded away until it completely vanished. However, he now understood how to use this so-called Invader's Mark. The mark had been recognized by him as its master, allowing him to use it at will. However, using it would trigger an attack from all zombies, zombie animals, and beasts within a 50 kilometers radius until he either killed the one who marked him or was killed himself. As long as the mark was not removed, he would face attacks wherever he went. If he gave it to someone else, that person would also be attacked until they died, after which the mark would return to its original master. As long as the master did not reveal themselves, there would be no issues. Li Hao was the master of the mark. He could use it to ambush enemies and retract it at any time, making it an excellent tool for underhanded tactics. Chapter 84. The power of kinetic bullets. After dealing with the zombies, Li Hao did not linger. He took out his sports car capsule and drove toward the direction of the shadow giant wolf, leaving the people in the shelter staring at the mountain of zombie corpses and the scattered shell casings in shock. Buzz. Soon, Li Hao arrived at the place where he had left with the shadow giant wolf. He activated his radar, starting to search for the giant wolf's figure, but still found nothing. Eventually, Li Hao reached Peicheng, stowed the sports car, and leaped onto a rooftop, continuing his search, but once again found nothing. Peicheng had changed dramatically. The former zombie nest had turned into a hunting ground for all hunting teams since the zombie dragon, hunters, and advanced pursuers were ambushed and killed by Li Hao and his companions. After the zombies were nearly wiped out, Peicheng became a dead city, with only the occasional zombie rat wandering by and no other sounds to be heard. Afterward, Li Hao exited Peicheng, took out the sports car again, and headed toward the wilderness. Buzz. Since it was nighttime, most people had returned to the shelter, and the beasts were mostly asleep, leaving only a few zombies wandering about, seemingly forever unaware of fatigue. As Li Hao was about to enter the wilderness area, he spotted a large figure not far away, surrounded by numerous zombies. They were continuously advancing towards a nearby ravine. Li Hao put away his sports car and walked towards the ravine. Before he could see what was inside, he heard the sound of gunfire echoing. It turned out that in front of him was a small ravine where someone had thrown raw meat inside. With the southern wind blowing, the bloody scent had attracted a lot of zombies, and they were stuck in position, continuously being eliminated. Captain's strategy is brilliant. With so many zombies coming, we've already racked up hundreds of thousands of points in just a day, said Carlo, who was part of a team of about 6 people that had been executing this plan for a whole day. Don't celebrate too early, a big one is coming. Everyone, be careful, said a more mature-looking member named Rote, the team leader. What are we afraid of? That big guy can't get in here. We can just throw him a grenade, Carlo replied confidently. As the large zombie approached, it noticed Carlo and the others, letting out an angry roar. Brothers, take him down, Rote shouted. Immediately, everyone unleashed their bullets at the large zombie. Unfortunately, with only ordinary firearms, they couldn't kill it right away. Li Hao was speechless. These people were clearly blocking the checkpoint between the wilderness and the chaotic area to farm zombies for points. From their demeanor, it seemed they wouldn't be able to resolve the situation anytime soon. He didn't have time to wait for them to finish before entering. Taking a detour would be troublesome, as other areas were filled with strange rocks that a vehicle couldn't pass through. Reluctantly, Li Hao headed towards the ravine, but as soon as he appeared, he was spotted. Hey, there's someone, Carlo exclaimed. Kill him, Rote ordered without hesitation. To them, a lone human might be even easier to take down than a zombie. As gunfire erupted, Carlo couldn't help but smile at the captain's command. They had killed so many zombies that it had lost its thrill. Killing a human was far more entertaining. Just as Rote finished speaking, Carlo began shooting at Li Hao, envisioning the scene of him riddled with bullets, ultimately transforming into a supply box. However, he was shocked. He discovered that the bullets he fired seemed to lose their power upon hitting Li Hao, falling harmlessly to the ground instead of penetrating his body. What is going on? Rote asked, looking at the stunned Carlo. Big brother, could he be a ghost? The bullets lose their power when they hit him. Carlo stammered. A ghost? Are you kidding? Brothers, focus on that human. Most of Rote's attention was on the large zombie, and they failed to notice that Carlo's bullets had lost their effectiveness on Li Hao until they finally took down the big zombie and turned back to see Carlo still in shock. How is this possible? Why did our bullets lose their power? Could it really be a ghost? As a wave of fear spread, Roth couldn't help but sneer. He didn't believe in any nonsense. Go to hell, he exclaimed, pulling out a sniper rifle and aiming for Li Hao's head. However, he was taken aback when he saw the man raise his hands just as he fired. By the time the bullet reached him, the man had caught it with both hands, as if the bullet had willingly flown into his grasp. This bizarre scene filled them with an overwhelming sense of terror. Ghost. With that, everyone scattered, quickly running towards their vehicles. Wait for me. I haven't gotten in yet. Carlo, who was naturally timid and had been bullied since childhood due to his short stature, had developed a twisted psyche, becoming exceedingly ruthless since the apocalypse began. Yet now, he was so frightened by Li Hao's uncanny display that his legs felt weak, making him lag behind the others. Before he could get into the car, the sound of gunfire rang out. Just as he thought he was done for, the vehicle in front of him seemed to be struck by some invisible force and exploded, sending flames shooting into the sky. Help me! Help me! One by one, they were thrown by the blast, their bodies engulfed in flames as they rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire. However, before they could put out the flames, gunshots rang out again, and several of them were instantly killed. No, don't kill me! Don't kill me! Carlo crouched down in fear, too terrified to look back or escape. But Li Hao showed no mercy, firing a shot that struck Carlo, who fell to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to close them even in death. A loud cry came from a hefty man who had been knocked down but was still alive. Without even turning around, Li Hao shot again, and the man's head burst apart in an instant. Indeed, Li Hao was using a golden handgun, the very same weapon that had just obliterated Roth's motorcycle. The unique feature of the golden handgun allowed it to channel energy into the bullets. Coincidentally, Li Hao could absorb the kinetic energy from the bullets of others, which could also be enchanted into the golden handgun. The previous shot was an enchanted kinetic energy bullet. When it hit the motorcycle, all the enchanted energy was released, causing it to explode. The shot that killed the hefty man was an enchanted heat energy bullet. After entering his head, the massive heat energy exploded within the confined space, causing his head to burst. Li Hao looked at the golden handgun in his hand, feeling it was tailor-made for him. He could absorb kinetic energy and release thermal and electrical energy, which meant he had 3 types of enchanted bullets. The kinetic energy bullet delivered physical impact. The thermal energy bullet caused fiery explosions, and the electrical energy bullet unleashed lightning attacks. Each type of bullet had its unique power. However, gathering energy takes time and cannot be done in quick succession. Otherwise, the power of the enchanted bullets would be greatly reduced. Chapter 85. Rapid sniping afterward. Li Hao began to clean up the battlefield, which is commonly referred to as looting. Unfortunately, the supply crates from these individuals did not contain anything valuable. Most of the items were standard firearms, ammunition, and potions. Fortunately, the system's storage space has no weight limit, and Li Hao had enough slots, or else he wouldn't have bothered to pick anything up. With that, Li Hao set off toward the wilderness area again. Along the way, Aside from some scattered ordinary zombies, he did not encounter anything else that piqued his interest. Before he knew it, dawn had arrived, and the first rays of sunlight fell upon Li Hao. His energy conversion ability activated, and the energy within him began to slowly increase. Just as Li Hao started to feel a bit bored, a massive aircraft appeared in the sky, catching his eye. Is that an airdrop aircraft? Interesting, I want that airdrop. Li Hao thought as he turned his sports car and sped toward the aircraft. As the sunlight shone down, Xiaoling Tian was startled awake by the glaring light. The campfire beside him had already gone out, and the brothers on watch were dozing off. He couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Thankfully, they hadn't been attacked, or else they would be in serious trouble. At that moment, a buzzing sound came from the sky. He looked up and saw the airdrop aircraft. Before he could say anything, his older brother, Xiaozhan Tian, also looked up at the aircraft. Brother, it's an airdrop aircraft. Should we go? Xiaoling Tian asked Xiaozhan Tian. Go, wake the brothers up, Xiaozhan Tian replied, taking out his combat knife and wiping it with a towel. Wake up, everyone. Our chance to grow stronger is here. Go. Similar scenes played out throughout the wilderness area, with nearly everyone rushing toward the aircraft. Whether they were capable teams looking to seize the opportunity or just onlookers wanting to see the excitement, they all didn't want to miss this chance. Even if it was just with a mindset of stealing. Li Hao drove his sports car toward the aircraft. As he merged onto the wide main road, several off-road vehicles came flying in from other side roads, and without exception, they opened fire immediately. The airdrop is ours, brothers. Kill them. Dare to compete with our team for the airdrop? Seeking death. On the bustling highway, several teams were continuously expressing their aggression. Occasionally, a vehicle would get blown up, and debris would fly toward the cars behind. Li Hao's sports car was no exception. He quickly maneuvered the steering wheel, stepped on the gas, drifting and braking sharply. The debris did not significantly affect him. The battle quickly came to an end. Some teams were wiped out, others remained in place due to vehicle damage. And some deviated from the main road, heading toward smaller paths, but their direction remained toward the area where the aircraft was flying. Clearly, despite the losses, they were still determined to pursue the airdrop. Damn it, they managed to escape and still refused to surrender. With a moment's pause, I vowed to obliterate their main force along the thoroughfare. Observing the fleeing group, who remained undeterred, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Brother, there's a sports car tailing us, one of our drivers remarked, having caught sight of it in the rearview mirror. Damn it, just when I need to vent my frustration. One comes along seeking death. Allow me to send you to your demise, he declared, hefting a rocket launcher onto his shoulder and rising to his feet. Die, he exclaimed, a twisted grin spreading across his face as he pressed the trigger. Whoosh. Li Hao watched as the individual with the rocket launcher stood up, fully aware of their intent. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. Bang. Boom. Crash. The rocket had barely traveled 4 meters when it was struck by a bullet, erupting into a massive explosion that engulfed the entire thoroughfare in flames. The nearby off-road vehicle was lifted by the powerful shockwave, losing its balance and veering off the road, tumbling until it collided with a massive boulder. Coughing, a few individuals emerged from the wreckage, bloodied but alive, aside from the unfortunate soul with the rocket launcher who, having failed to buckle up, was thrown 8 meters high and met his end upon impact with the rock. Li Hao's sports car sped through the inferno, catching sight of the smoking vehicle not far ahead. Channeling heat and energy into his golden gun, he released a bullet that arced gracefully, striking the off-road vehicle. Boom. With a crackle, the vehicle exploded, engulfed in flames and electricity, leaving behind only instinctive screams as its occupants were incinerated to husks. Without pausing, Li Hao pressed on toward the battlefield. Yet ahead lay a complex overpass, with another bridge to his left and a thoroughfare beneath it. On that overpass, a squad of 3 vehicles, each carrying 5 individuals, immediately opened fire upon spotting Li Hao's car. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets peppered his vehicle, leaving numerous punctures in its body, causing Li Hao's expression to turn icy. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, he maneuvered his car, striving to protect the tires, fuel tank, and engine from damage. Seeking death, are we? Li Hao scoffed, channeling electric energy into his golden gun and aiming at the most aggressive vehicle. Bang! Zing! Boom! The vehicle, struck by his shot, left its occupants unconscious as it careened out of control, crashing through the guardrail and plummeting 200 meters to the ground, where it met a catastrophic explosion, claiming all lives aboard. Just as Li Hao prepared to unleash a volley to eliminate the remaining 10 foes, both parties entered a tunnel. Their visibility severed. Due to both paths being established on a mountain road, tunnels appeared intermittently. Once out of the tunnel, intense gunfire erupted. However, Li Hao could absorb kinetic energy, so even if he was hit, it was not a problem for him. His opponents, on the other hand, were not so fortunate, as he took out several of them directly. One of them was even the driver, and without the driver's control, the vehicle, traveling at 180 km/h, inevitably crashed into the tunnel, flipping over 28 times, resulting in the instant death of everyone inside. Chapter 86. The Devil. Li Hao, damn it. You killed so many of my brothers. I'll fight you with the last remaining vehicle. Seeing Li Hao single-handedly take down 10 of his own men, their anger reached its peak, and they pulled out a rocket launcher. Knowing Li Hao's marksmanship was formidable, They fired at the side position as soon as they saw the light from the tunnel, blowing up the elevated bridge in front of Li Hao before he could escape the tunnel. Boom. Li Hao did not expect that his opponents could execute such a precise attack even in their rage. With the bridge destroyed, the vehicle could not stop. But recalling his ability to convert kinetic energy, he felt no fear. Instead, he accelerated, launching the car off the broken bridge toward the ground. Just before the car crashed, he leaped out, absorbing the massive kinetic energy and landing safely. Unfortunately, his car was not as lucky, crashing violently to the ground and exploding. Is it only you with a rocket launcher? Those who anger me will pay the price. Li Hao glared at the long elevated bridge and took out his own rocket launcher. Whoosh. Boom. In an instant, the rocket soared toward the weakest point of the elevated bridge. The nearly 3 kilometers long bridge lost balance and began to topple due to the explosion at one section. Crash. In no time, the entire elevated bridge started to collapse. Cars on the bridge, unable to maintain balance at such high speeds, flew off and plummeted to the ground. As the saying goes, while people flew ahead, their souls lagged behind. By the time those individuals were smashed to pieces, their souls were too weary to chase after them. Big brother, there's someone on the main road ahead. A super dump truck speeding down the road spotted a figure with a rocket launcher turned away from it. The driver couldn't help but say to the burly man beside him, "Run him over." The burly man said cruelly, as if he could already envision Li Hao being struck and blood staining his windshield. He was ready to hit the wiper switch. Bang! Li Hao had sensed the super dump truck approaching from behind. With no vehicle of his own, he saw the truck barreling toward him without slowing down and extended his hands to block it. The moment his hands touched the dump truck, he absorbed its massive kinetic energy. However, the dump truck still had significant momentum, pushing him to slide a few meters until he exerted all his strength to bring it to a stop. Without kinetic energy, the dump truck was like a vehicle just starting to move. With over 2,000 pounds of force, Li Hao showed no fear. The two individuals who were not wearing seatbelts, the driver and the front passenger, were thrown violently against the glass due to the immense inertia, shattering it instantly and sending them flying several meters away, resulting in severe injuries. Li Hao ignored them and jumped into the super dump truck, flooring the accelerator and running over the two who were unaware of their fate. In the distance, an airdrop had begun to descend, and countless teams were converging towards the landing site. However, no one expected the airdrop to land on a central tower in the river, getting caught on the tower's peak. By the time Li Hao arrived near the central tower, several teams had already gathered. Some were attacking others with vehicles, while others were hiding in buildings or behind large rocks to ambush. Li Hao drove the super dump truck, crashing its massive body into the vehicles of those teams. Damn it, kill him. The occupants of the overturned vehicle crawled out, cursing. They appeared to have only sustained minor injuries and were still able to act, raising their machine guns and firing at Li Hao's super dump truck. However, the super dump truck was like a massive hunk of iron. The bullets that struck it only sparked slightly, but did no real damage. Li Hao paid no attention to their shooting, crashing into whatever vehicle or person came into view. Damn it, die? Finally, someone couldn't hold back and threw several grenades at Li Hao's truck. Unfortunately, aside from some sparks, the grenades failed to overturn the truck and instead absorbed some of the energy. Clearly, among the group, there were some smart individuals. Seeing that the truck was impervious to explosives, one took out a sniper rifle and shot at the tires, quickly deflating one and slowing the vehicle down. Li Hao chuckled, realizing the fun was about to end. He kicked open the truck door and jumped out, facing a barrage of bullets. Yet, the bullets hitting Li Hao felt as if they had lost their power, falling harmlessly to the ground. He smiled at those firing at him, feeling the energy within him accumulating, which only made him happier. Is this person a devil? Bullets can't kill him. Increase firepower. I refuse to believe this person can't be killed. However, regardless of whether it was sniper or rifle bullets, none could inflict any harm on Li Hao. Eventually, the shooters began to fear him. Brothers, retreat. This person is a devil. Withdraw or run. Instantly, those attacking Li Hao scattered in panic, not noticing that Li Hao, who had been enjoying their barrage of bullets, revealed a cruel smile as they fled. You don't want to play anymore? Then it's time to die. With that, Li Hao activated his magnetic ability, drawing the firearms from the fallen on the ground towards him. In almost no time, dozens of rifles and submachine guns were gathered in his arms. He activated his magnetic ability once again, pulling the triggers of all the guns, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the retreating figures. Almost everyone was hit by multiple bullets. The scene was filled with blood and wails, resembling hell on earth. Yet, the gun in Li Hao's hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, swinging towards them. Hiss, is this person a devil? How can someone be so strong? Is he a supernatural being? Why would such a powerful supernatural being appear at the outskirts of the wilderness area? Quick, hide well. Don't let that person find you. The few people who were originally hiding in the residential area saw Li Hao displaying his might and then going on a killing spree. Even though they were used to licking blood off the blade, they couldn't help but show their fearful faces. Faced with an enemy they couldn't possibly fight against, they were left with nothing but fear. Since they chose to compete for opportunities, they must be prepared to die. Using his radar sensing and other data scanning, Li Hao quickly discovered the few people hiding in the residential area. He threw his gun on the ground and pulled out his bayonet, aiming at one of them. Bayou. Bang bang bang. The bullets rapidly pierced through 3 walls, hitting one person in the head. That person's head exploded like a watermelon. Brain matter and blood splattering across the entire room. The person next to him, disregarding the blood of his companion on him, got up and fled. Bayou bang bang bang. Another person fell. The last person was so scared that he didn't even dare to look back, jumping through windows and doors, constantly changing positions, trying to block the bullet's power with multiple walls. However, Li Hao didn't rush to shoot, watching the person move continuously. He began to calculate in his mind and finally shot at a moment. Bayou. The bullet pierced through dozens of window panes just as the person passed the last window, hitting his heart. The person fell to the ground, blood flowing from his mouth. Unable to comprehend why there was such a powerful individual, looking at the sky, his eyes dimmed, losing color, and he died with his eyes wide open. Can I request a 5-star review for this? Chapter 87. Mind Controller. What Li Hao didn't know was that, while he was shooting those people with dozens of machine guns, 5 people on a small hillside 2 kilometers away were watching him, specifically the airdrop hanging above. Unexpectedly, it landed here, and there's even a supernatural being. Wade, Dylan, that person is up to you. The leader said to the man in combat gear with dual knives on his back and the enormous giant beside him. Thank you, boss, for giving me and Luan a chance to be alone together. I will definitely make Luan feel ecstatic. Wade, the dual knife man said with a cheeky smile, looking very much like a sissy. Shut up, Wade. If you say that again, I'll tear your foul mouth apart. Although Dylan was used to Wade's antics, he still couldn't quite handle that kind of interaction. Oh, giggle. How could you treat me that way when I love you so much, Luan? Wade pretended to be hurt and sad, even acting coy. Damn it, die already. Dylan couldn't take it anymore and kicked Wade away, crashing through several walls with a loud bang. Li Hao, hearing the noise, turned to look at a few people in the distance. The man at the forefront, seeing Li Hao looking their way, covered his forehead in exasperation. As expected, none of these two were reliable. The man in charge was Hars, a mind control expert and a close combat boxing expert, with a mental attribute reaching 500, within his 500-meter range. It was nearly impossible for anyone to escape his mental control. Wade was also an esper. His ability was to weaken auras, reducing all damage taken by 70. He had a high physique, around 400, while most of his other attributes were around 200. Dylan's awakened ability was body hardening, enhancing his defense by 100. He was on the tank route, with both physique and strength also around 400, and his other attributes similarly around 200. The other two were girls. One was named Susan, who had awakened telekinesis, with a mental power of around 500 and other attributes over 200. The other was Aisha, who had awakened invisibility, with agility around 300 and other attributes over 200, specializing in assassination and being Harz's sister. Run, how can you be so rude? If you want it. They're not refusing you, Wade said, brushing off the dust from his clothes and smirking at Dylan. Wade, stop talking nonsense. I need you to deal with that person, Harz said, seeing Dylan on the verge of another outburst. Okay, boss. An esper who uses a gun? I can handle him in no time. Just watch me. Hearing Harz's words and noticing Li Hao staring at them with a look of interest, he knew it was time for him to step up. Otherwise, he'd really look like a clown for everyone to laugh at. Kid, have you thought about how you want to die? Well, I think slicing you in half and then digging out your brain to stuff it in your backside would be quite interesting, Wade sneered, drawing his twin blades and walking towards Li Hao. It was the first time Li Hao had seen someone in this post-apocalyptic world use knives instead of guns. Hearing the other's words, his expression turned cold, and he raised his hand to fire a shot. To Li Hao's surprise, the bullet was actually sliced away by the other person's blade, and that person showed no sign of speeding up to take him down. Instead approaching step by step as if trying to create a sense of pressure, Li Hao fired 2 more shots in quick succession, but the bullets were again cut down. Not wanting to test any further, he lifted his golden gun, his fingers shaking wildly, and fired off a dozen shots at the man. Wade hadn't expected Li Hao to shoot so quickly. He frantically slashed at the bullets. Although most of them were deflected, 1 or 2 still hit him. But due to his ability reducing the damage by 70, only a trickle of blood came out, and he was not seriously harmed. The young man has some skills. Since that's the case, just die. Wade licked the blood from his shoulder and rapidly approached Li Hao, who kept shooting at him. Ding 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 bang. After firing dozens of shots and realizing that the bullets had little effect on Wade, Li Hao gathered some energy into his golden gun. With a flick of the gun, a bullet in an S-shape shot towards Wade. Bang. Boom. Wade managed to deflect Li Hao's other bullets, but couldn't dodge the curving bullet. When it hit him, a violent shockwave erupted, tearing apart his left shoulder and sending him flying. What kind of gun is that? Wade fell to the ground, realizing that half of his body was nearly incapacitated. He was taken aback, knowing that this damage was caused while his abilities were weakened by 70. If he hadn't been weakened, he probably would have been torn apart. It's a gun that takes your life, Li Hao said as he launched another energy bullet at Wade. In an instant, time seemed to slow down immensely. Wade watched the bullet headed for his head, but due to his severe injuries, he couldn't fight back. Just when he thought he was doomed, Dylan stepped in front of him. Boom. The bullet hit Dylan, violently tearing his shirt apart and revealing his muscular physique. Luan, I knew you loved me. I'm so touched. Wade couldn't help but hug Dylan's thigh. Shut up. Dylan, a bit speechless, kicked Wade back and looked seriously at Li Hao. Lewin. Wade wanted to say something, but Hars couldn't bear to watch any longer. He used his mental manipulation to have Aisha and another woman help bandage Wade. Then, he turned to Li Hao and activated his mental power, directing it towards Li Hao's head. However, to his shock, the mental energy that entered Li Hao's head was instantly devoured as if it had been thrown into the mouth of a giant beast. Ah! Hars screamed, clutching his head, the feeling of mental tearing making him feel like he couldn't bear it anymore. Big brother, what's wrong? Aisha heard Hars' voice and dropped Wade, whom she had just helped up. Without the mental control, Wade regained his senses and cried out in pain as he hit the ground. Why can't you be a little gentler? That hurts. Wade exclaimed in distress. Li Hao couldn't help but smile. Mental manipulation? That's what he feared the least. With his system, any mental attack was useless against him and would only rebound back on the attacker. Go quickly. This person can't be controlled mentally, Hars said in terror. He had encountered opponents with high mental power before, who could only resist his abilities, but someone like Li Hao, who could devour his mental energy, was a first for him, and it terrified him. You all go first. I'll hold him off, Dylan said, stepping forward a couple of paces. Chapter 88. The Dominator's long blade. Dylan was not afraid of Li Hao because Li Hao's attack had not caused him any substantial harm. Aisha, in order to protect her brother, made the decision to retreat without hesitation. Only Susan, upon hearing House's words, frowned. She had come for the airdrop, and now it was within reach. Was she supposed to just leave? What a joke. With a wave of her hand, Wade was lifted into the air, thrown out by her telekinetic force. Then, she gestured again, sending a large pile of stones crashing toward Li Hao, before she flew off toward the airdrop location. With a loud bang, Li Hao unleashed a punch, releasing all the kinetic energy stored within him, shattering all the stones. Then, seeing Susan in the sky preparing to seize the airdrop, he unhesitatingly fired a laser beam. In an instant, a red beam flashed, piercing through Susan's forehead. She died midair, her body losing control and crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The world seemed to freeze. Everyone stared at Susan's lifeless body, unable to utter a word. Susan was the strongest in the team, capable of resisting House's mental power, and now, within mere minutes of her appearance, she was gone. How could they not be shocked? Aisha, quickly go invisible. As soon as House's words fell, Aisha activated her invisibility ability, disappearing along with House from their location. Seeing this, Li Hao immediately targeted their position with a laser sweep, slicing through a large number of stone pillars. Moments later, 2 blood jets shot into the air, followed by the appearance of 2 severed bodies. It was House and Aisha. Dylan was a bit dazed. In just a few seconds, some were injured, some were dead. What should he do? Should he surrender? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? On the other side, Wade, who had been thrown to the ground by Aisha's telekinesis, landed headfirst and was knocked unconscious, lying motionless on the ground as his wounds began to get infected. Li Hao seemed oblivious to Dylan, focusing instead on the airdrop hanging above. He took out several throwing knives and aimed them at the parachute's ropes. With a series of sharp sounds, the parachute's restraints were severed, causing the airdrop to fall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Hao walked over without hesitation and opened the airdrop. Beep. Obtain Talent Upgrade Scroll X10. Beep. Obtain Dominator Battle Blade X1. Beep. Obtain System Space Stacking Coupon 300 X1. Beep. X10. Beep. Obtain Talent Extraction Scroll X1. Beep. Obtain Red Phantom Supercar Capsule X1. Beep. Obtain Repair Liquid X40. Beep. Obtained. X10. Beep. Obtain Brave Battle Suit X1. Seeing a pile of notifications, he couldn't help but smile. Starting to check the supplies from the airdrop. The first item was the Talent Upgrade Scroll, which would enhance his awakened talents by about 20. Li Hao chose to use it directly, boosting his spatial ability to around 3 meters. Additionally, with the enhancement of his spatial capabilities, he found that he could use them with greater ease. One can even create a devouring wave with a range of about 3 meters, and then spray out whatever is consumed inside for attacks. Additionally, one can directly hide within the space to evade damage, making it nearly invincible. The Dominator Battle Blade is quite an impressive weapon, boasting a fierce appearance, measuring around 12 meters in length and weighing 500 Gene, classifying it as a King-level battle blade. Dominator Battle Blade. Item level. King Sharpness. 50 Hardness. 50 Feature 1. Cuts through iron like mud. When striking materials below King level, sharpness remains at 50. Feature 2. Enchanted Strike. When the user concentrates a certain energy onto the blade, an energy strike can be unleashed, increasing the power of the released energy strike by 10. Feature 3. Sigh of the Dominator. During an attack, there is a 1 chance to increase the user's strength by 50 for 1 second, with unlimited stacking. Li Hao also chose to use the Space Expansion Scroll, which increased his system backpack by an additional 300 slots. The sports car capsule contained a striking red sports car. Surprisingly, the Brave Battle Suit is also King-level attire. Although it does not enhance any defense or combat power, its features are quite powerful, allowing it to ignore any changes in body shape without incurring damage. Similar to the indestructible nature of certain undergarments, once Li Hao donned this suit, he no longer needed to worry about it being burned away after releasing heat energy, and he could freely change its style. Li Hao felt an unexpected joy upon discovering the talent extraction scroll. This item, when used, allows the extraction of a deceased individual's talent abilities for personal use. Looking at the female corpse lying on the ground, he couldn't help but recall her ability, psychokinesis. Although she was killed just seconds after appearing, it didn't mean her psychokinesis was weak. In many films, psychokinetic manipulators are often formidable beings. Without hesitation, Li Hao used the talent extraction scroll on the corpse. Beep. Talent extraction successful. Congratulations on acquiring the talent ability, psychokinesis. Beep. Detected that the talent psychokinesis shares the same origin as abilities such as radar, geological exploration, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, hotspots, electromagnetic waves, and microwaves. Do you wish to absorb and merge them? Yes. Beep. Synthesis successful. Acquired ability, mind power. Mind power encompasses all abilities within the synthesis, but is enhanced to some extent. For instance, a typical psychokinesis talent is usually linked to mental capacity. With a mental capacity of 100, the range of psychokinesis would be 100 meters, and the force exerted would be around 100 kilograms. Mind power, aside from its functions, can also be enhanced with an increase in mental capacity. When the mental capacity is at 100, the range of psychokinesis extends to 500 meters, and the exerted force reaches 500 kilograms. With Li Hao's current mental capacity around 200, his psychokinesis range is approximately 1,000 meters, and the exerted force is about 1,000 kilograms. After Li Hao organized the airdrop, he began to fill his backpack. It must be said that the backpacks of these psychic users are indeed impressive, containing master-level weapons like daggers, battle suits, and battle blades. Additionally, in Harza's supply box, he found 2 bottles of rare-level recovery potions and an item called Starstone. The rare-grade recovery potion does not slowly boost vitality like an energy drink. Instead, it directly restores 30 vitality points, with a cooldown time of about 1 minute. As long as one is not instantly killed, it can basically save a life. Starstones are a rare-grade consumable, but they are not meant for personal use. Instead, they are for weapons. After absorbing a certain quantity, weapons can be upgraded. Among the 3 individuals' bags, there are only about 10 Starstones. Just enough to upgrade a weapon by 1 star. Without hesitation, Li Hao used one on the Dominator Longsword. As a result, the Dominator Longsword was upgraded to a 1-star king weapon. While its appearance remained unchanged, Li Hao sensed a faint glow emanating from the weapon, which gained an increase of 10 in sharpness and hardness. Chapter 89. Zombie Siege. Having tasted the benefits, Li Hao couldn't help but look at Dylan, who appeared somewhat dazed. He smiled, and upon seeing Li Hao's smile, Dylan instinctively took a step back. Why don't you escape? Li Hao asked the burly man in front of him with a smile. I'm afraid, Dylan replied honestly. Why are you afraid? Li Hao asked again upon hearing Dylan's words. Because I don't want to die, Dylan said once more. Do you think that by staying here, you can avoid death? Li Hao sneered. You are a strong one. I think you need some followers. I am willing to follow you, Dylan said after a moment of silence. I won't protect the weak. If you want to be my subordinate, survive first, Li Hao said, marking the invader's mark on him. Dylan instinctively tried to dodge, but realized he felt no harm, and looked at Li Hao in confusion. Li Hao remained silent, waved his hand, and about 50 to 60 submachine guns, machine guns, and assault rifles flew into the air. Dylan thought Li Hao was going to use these weapons to kill him, and braced himself. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. Li Hao flew to the rooftop of a nearby building and looked into the distance. Dylan also saw a large group of zombies and zombie beasts, even wild animals, rushing towards them. The ground trembled slightly under the sheer number of zombies and beasts, and Dylan immediately understood Li Hao's earlier words. He had initially wanted to escape, but found there was nowhere to run as zombies surrounded them. Their small county town had been completely overrun by zombies, with at least tens of thousands present. There were many zombies and zombie beasts, moving much faster than before. Without even glancing at Li Hao on the rooftop, they lunged directly at Dylan. Knowing there were too many zombies to defeat with just his fists, Dylan took out an iron pole about 30 centimeters thick and 2 meters long, swinging it at the approaching zombies. Li Hao watched from the rooftop, showing no intention of helping, and the zombies did not attack him either, which surprised and puzzled Dylan. Damn it, why are they only attacking me? Dylan muttered helplessly to himself, feeling as though he hadn't done anything to deserve this. Boom. Hiss. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Wade, who had been thrown to the ground and knocked unconscious by Susan's telekinesis, was now being bitten by zombies that had surrounded him. The infection from his wounds rapidly spread the zombie virus within him, and soon his body began to exhibit signs of zombification. Roar. Wade opened his zombified eyes and let out a howl. A gray energy began to converge from the surrounding zombies towards Wade's body. What was happening? An evolved individual turning into a zombie? Li Hao noticed the anomaly, glancing over. He knew that being scratched or bitten by zombies could lead to zombification. But Wade's transformation was clearly not that of an ordinary zombie. He was absorbing the energy from the surrounding zombies to evolve, causing many of them to collapse as they lost some form of energy. Li Hao sensed the energy emanating from Wade rising, even giving him a feeling of danger. Without hesitation, Li Hao signaled, and all the firearms opened fire on Wade. Rat-a-tat, clang, clang. However, unexpectedly, a layer of aura appeared around Wade, blocking all the bullets. Seeing this, Li Hao took out his golden pistol, concentrating thermal energy, and fired at Wade. Bang! Boom! A massive wave of fiery energy erupted around Wade, incinerating all nearby buildings and even the zombie bodies into ashes. Just when Li Hao thought Wade was undoubtedly dead, a figure charged rapidly toward Dylan. Clang! Hiss! Wade, stop! It's me, Dylan. Dylan realized that Wade had zombified and was in the midst of an evolution. External forces couldn't possibly interrupt this process. However, to his shock, instead of targeting Li Hao, who was obstructing his evolution, Wade charged at him, leaving Dylan stunned. Hiss! Goor! Unfortunately, aside from Wade's zombified growl, nothing else seemed to work. Wade looked at Dylan as if he were his mortal enemy. Especially after zombification, Wade's strength had increased exponentially, catching Dylan completely off guard. Damn it, why is this happening? Dylan pondered, but had no choice but to confront the attacking zombie Wade. Inheriting his instincts from life, combined with his significantly enhanced strength, Dylan found himself being pushed back. At that moment, the remaining undead beasts also lunged at him, making him feel incredibly frustrated. Ah! Boom! Dylan roared, pushing Wade back, and then raised a metal pillar, smashing it down onto the ground with tremendous force. A powerful shockwave emanated from his 5-meter radius, knocking all the approaching zombies to the ground. Hiss! Goor! Hiss! However, Zombie Wade seized the opportunity to stab him in the back. Fortunately, his defenses were strong enough that the blade only penetrated about 3 centimeters. In pain, he grabbed Zombie Wade and swung him towards the encroaching zombies. Die! Boom! After smashing a few times, he gripped Wade's head with one hand and his leg with the other, pulling with great force. Wade's thigh was ripped off, and he then hurled it at the zombies that had closed in again. Dylan looked at the pristine Li Hao, confused as to why these zombies only attacked him. Before he could catch his breath, the zombie Wade crawled toward him again, and countless zombies surged around, clearly heading in his direction. Dylan felt a bit overwhelmed, questioning why this was happening. Li Hao smiled slightly. It seemed this big guy wasn't entirely useless and could perhaps be used to attract the zombies' attention. This would speed up the process of accumulating zombie points. Otherwise, while using his mark, he would also have to guard against attacks. With Wade around, he could just harvest the points directly. He glanced at Dylan, smiling as he thought it was his turn to collect zombie points. With a wave of his hand, guns flew into the air again, targeting the horde of zombies as he began shooting, his zombie points steadily increasing. Ding! Killed a mid-level zombie. Gained 15 rounds of 762mm ammunition, 10 zombie points. Ding! Killed a high-level zombie. Gained 25 rounds of 556mm ammunition, 20 zombie points. Ding! Killed a zombie dog. Received AP92, gained 30 zombie points. Ding! Killed a zombie rat. Received an R45, gained 20 zombie points. Ding! Seeing Li Hao start attacking, Dylan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He kicked Wade, who was crawling toward him, and swung a metal rod at the zombies. Chapter 90. Devouring quantum drones with continued gunfire. The two of them fought for quite a while, and Li Hao's zombie points quickly reached 2 million. Various items were nearly filling Li Hao's storage space. Damn Wade, why do you still cling to me even as a zombie? Dylan watched as the half-bodied Wade zombie crawled slowly towards him, feeling exhausted. Although they had fought for a long time, all the zombies unexceptionally targeted him, completely ignoring Li Hao. He had no doubt that without Li Hao, even if he didn't die from the zombie siege, he would be worn out by now. Why was all this happening? Unfortunately, with his simple mind, he couldn't figure it out. Boom. Li Hao looked at the Wade zombie, channeling lightning energy into his golden gun, and shot at the zombie Wade. The bullet pierced through Wade's head, and the massive lightning energy caused him to smoke. Ding! Killed an assassin, gained 1-star stone. Gained 200,000 zombie points. It is well known that zombies are categorized into ordinary zombies, raging zombies, flesh mountain zombies, shield mountain zombies, enslavers, lickers, pursuers, hunters, assassins, speedsters, killers, violent kings, zombie monarchs, etc. The further along the types of zombies, the rarer and more powerful they become. Most zombies beyond the assassin stage are transformed from ability users, making them strong. Killing them can yield star stones. And mining crystal stones can also grant enhancements of the zombie's own abilities. Thank you for helping me survive. Do I qualify to be your follower? Dylan said, watching as Li Hao took down the Wade zombie and helped him kill many others. Not bad. Since that's the case, I'll take you as my little brother. Remember, your boss is called Li Hao. With a smile on his face, Li Hao looked at the big guy and quietly retracted the mark. Now, the zombies within a 50-kilometer radius have almost been eliminated. It's time to change locations. Then, with a wave of his hand, the ability-enhancing crystal appeared in Wade's mind. It was a crystal that enhanced the weakness ability. Li Hao didn't have this ability, so he put it away. Yes, boss. Dylan couldn't help but show a silly grin, relieved that he wouldn't have to die after all. Li Hao also smiled meaningfully and walked in one direction, passing through a residential area, preparing to cross it. However, not long after the two entered the residential area, several drones appeared in the sky. The drones scanned for living humans in the area and discovered Li Hao and Dylan inside the residential zone, then flew towards them. During their flight, They locked onto the two using thermal vision, radar, and various high-tech perspective technologies. Bang! What is going on? Li Hao was walking in front, and Dylan was following behind, when suddenly a bullet pierced through the wall and hit Dylan in the left shoulder, causing him to scream in pain, completely unaware of what was happening. Bang! Dylan punched through a wall and stepped outside, seeing 3 drones in the sky. His expression changed drastically. Damn it! How did that guy William target us? Dylan glared at the drones, clearly knowing something. Bang bang bang. Thud thud thud. Boss, run. It's the Executioner William's drones. We've been targeted, Dylan said while dodging the bullets and stepping back. With a wave of his hand, Li Hao tore through the wall, scattering countless bricks on the ground. Then he flew outside, looked at the drones in the sky, activated his mental power, and began to hack into the drones' programs, attempting to trace the control points of the drones. However, to his surprise, the algorithms and programming languages of these drones were different from what he was familiar with, leaving him feeling at a loss. Who is William? Li Hao couldn't help but ask. William is the Lord of Nika City, known as the first tech genius in the Wasteland area. He has a group of ability users under him, specifically capturing lone ability users. We've been targeted by the drones, and his ability users will be here soon, Dylan explained. What do they capture ability users for? Li Hao inquired. For creating artificial zombies. Most high-level zombies are transformed from ability users. They are developing zombie control technology and seem to have made some progress. I was just curious why there are so many zombies in the Wasteland area. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be ordinary zombies raised by Nika City or products of their zombification process. I just don't know why they all managed to escape, Dylan added. Buzz. Crack. Watching the drones flying in again, Li Hao waved his hand, and 3 drones were controlled by his mental power, being drawn towards him. However, the drones put up a fierce resistance, firing wildly at Li Hao. Li Hao did not destroy the drone. He intended to absorb it. If it was damaged, it might affect the chances of gaining abilities. Damn, this person is actually a telekinetic. Why is his range so long? In a certain city, the drone operator Khosrow was frantically controlling the drone, but it was of no use. He could only watch helplessly as the drone was drawn closer by Li Hao's telekinetic power. Although he did not understand why Li Hao didn't just destroy the drone, Khosrow felt happier because this way, Li Hao's position would not be lost. If he could capture such a powerful telekinetic, the leader would surely reward him handsomely. Aoshin, hurry up. The drone has been controlled. Your team needs to get over here quickly, or it will be hard to find again, Khosrow said into the walkie-talkie. Received. We are 2 kilometers away from the drone's location and will be there soon, came a voice from the walkie-talkie. Be careful, the opponent is a telekinetic. Use anti-telekinetic bullets directly, and use explosive psychic grenades if necessary, Khosrow instructed. Received. Li Hao grabbed hold of a drone and chose to absorb it. Absorb quantum drone. Consuming 500,000 zombie points. Confirm? This thing is actually a quantum drone? Yes. Absorption successful. Gained quantum communication ability. In an instant, Li Hao felt as if he had mastered a new communication ability and a new method of communication. This method was incredibly fast and wide-ranging. He seemed to understand the definition of quantum, yet there was an indescribable feeling about it. After that, he absorbed another drone. Absorption successful. Gained quantum perspective ability. The quantum perspective ability allowed him to see almost as if everything was viewed through X-rays, ignoring thickness and obstacles. Once he activated this ability, everything before his eyes resembled a scene illuminated by X-rays, with strong penetrating vision. Li Hao frowned, having deepened his understanding of quantum concepts, but it still wasn't very profound. Looking at the last drone, he chose to absorb it again. Absorption successful. Gained quantum locking ability. The so-called quantum locking merely enhanced Li Hao's original locking ability, making it quicker and more accurate. While his previous locking ability relied on images and appearances, the new ability operated at the quantum level. Even if an object changed shape, as long as its essence remained the same, it could still be locked onto. Li Hao's understanding of quantum concepts deepened further, and he believed that with some time spent deducing, he could soon master quantum technology. A smile crept onto his face. Additionally, Li Hao's system leveled up again. Somehow, through the mark, he seemed to sense the existence of an apocalyptic system. Chapter 91. Hunting team. Li Hao was enjoying the absorption process, but Khosrow was getting anxious because the images of Li Hao and Luo had been lost. If he failed to capture them and lost 3 quantum drones in the process, he would surely become a zombie if the leader found out. Aoshin, why are you still not there? The drone has already been destroyed by them. Hurry up, or if they get away, I'll turn you all into zombies. Khosrow roared. We have arrived and surrounded them. They can't escape, the radio said. All right, then it's up to you now. Once Khosrow heard that the personnel had arrived, he stopped talking and just needed to wait for the results. Boss, it seems we are surrounded, Dylan said, looking at the armed individuals approaching from all sides, realizing that there were powerful ability users in each direction. Li Hao nodded. He had noticed it long ago but hadn't paid much attention, as devouring the quantum drones had brought him significant gains. Attack. As soon as those armed individuals were within range, the older man among the 4 ability users ordered, unleashing countless bullets towards Li Hao and Dylan. Be careful. Their bullets are special, designed specifically to target ability users. Dylan warned Li Hao, while dodging the bullets and moving closer to the armed individuals. Bang. Zzz. Dylan punched one person away but was hit by a bullet that sent a powerful electric shock through him, making him momentarily stiffen. More bullets kept coming at him, occasionally hitting him, but fortunately, his physique was strong enough to endure for the time being. Li Hao noticed something was off when the bullets flew out. They felt unusually smooth in his mental force, almost like he couldn't grasp them. Watching Dylan get hit and electrified, he smirked and didn't even bother to block the incoming bullets. Tat tat tat. Energy increased 001. Energy increased 001. Third tone, with a barrage of bullets. Li Hao's energy storage began to rise, letting out a satisfying sound. Koslu was getting more arrogant, even claiming he would turn them into zombies. With just these two trash ability users, they could easily take down one of the surrounded ability users without needing all four of them, he said. Looking at Li Hao and Dylan. Dylan was in a bit of a predicament, having been hit by numerous electric bullets. His speed had decreased significantly, and it seemed he would soon be captured. Meanwhile, Li Hao, after realizing he couldn't control the bullets with his mental force, screamed in pain after being hit. Everyone be careful, that mental ability user is strange. He seems to be absorbing the energy from the bullets, said Aoshin, the captain of the four and the most observant one, who had awakened an ice-type ability. His strength was considerable, and he had been recruited by William to lead the hunting team, and he was the first to notice Li Hao's oddity. Understood, Captain, said Li Hao, who was the weakest among the four, having awakened a power enhancement ability that could amplify his strength by about 3 times. With his strength attribute of over 400, he could output around 120,000 gene of force. Captain, how about I go capture that mental manipulator? Said Barley, who had awakened a speed enhancement ability that could increase his speed by 5 times, ranking above Li Hao. Although Li Hao had strong attack power, if he couldn't reach others, it would be useless. On the other hand, Barley could utilize his speed to inflict considerable damage on Li Hao. He was wearing a specially made outfit, and mind controllers couldn't do anything to him. That's why when they encountered a mind controller, they would usually hand it over to him, which is why he said that. Captain, why don't I go instead? It's always Barley, and if this continues, his reputation will surpass mine. Yalusk's ability is fire, with extremely high temperatures that can instantly melt steel. It's better to let Barley go. If you're not careful, you might burn someone to death. We need to capture them alive, or else it would be a wasted trip, the captain said. All right, Yalusk replied helplessly, who told him his fire ability was too overwhelming. Sigh. Damn, William, don't think about catching me, Dylan said, as he knocked away the gunman while cursing, just as he was about to face a large opponent. He threw a punch. Bang. What? How is this possible? Dylan was knocked back by the punch, struggling to get up in disbelief as he looked at the large opponent approaching him. Hee, I like fighting with big guys like you. Come on, let us have a real man-s battle, Levo provocatively said, stretching out his hand. Don't underestimate me. Dylan got up and charged at Levo again, and the two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand fight. Roar. Bang. Crack. Strong man, man on top of man, double hook man. Levo used various moves on Dylan, who was already weakened by many gunman-s attacks, making him an easy target. Do you give up? Levo said, trapping Dylan's neck with a deadly scissor kick. I want to give up. Go die? Dylan gathered his strength and broke free from Levo's hold, quickly pulling out his weapon and swung it down. Bang. Levo caught the metal pole, looking at Dylan with a sneer. With a mighty push, he forced Dylan to stagger back, crashing into the wall. Puff. Even though Dylan had strong defenses, he was still hit hard by Levo's strength, causing him to spit out blood and lose some power, which was seized by Levo. Bang. Clank. Levo grabbed the metal pole and struck Dylan on the head, causing his head to buzz and making him faint. On the other side, Barley used his super speed to quickly punch at Li Hao's side head, but to his surprise, Li Hao seemed to see through his movements and caught his fist. The punch made no sound, and in an instant, Barley felt a loss of energy. He relied on speed for powerful momentum, but at that moment, he realized his momentum vanished upon contact with Li Hao. He looked at Li Hao in shock, who smiled slightly and kicked out. Bang. Crack. Puff. With the absorbed energy from Barley, Li Hao infused it into his kick, striking Barley's chest and instantly breaking his ribs, causing him to roll on the ground and spit out blood, losing his combat ability. Hiss, so strong? The others looked at Li Hao in shock, not expecting him to take down Barley with a single move. Chapter 92. The Wrath of Khosru. Although Ball was not the strongest among them, he still had some level of power. To be taken down in one move was something that left the others feeling quite unacceptable. Captain, let me handle this, Yalusko said again. All right, Aoshin replied this time without protest. The opponent had some strength, but it wasn't yet time for him to intervene. Letting Yalusko take the lead was just right. I sense the aura of sin on you. You are guilty. As Yalusko walked forward, his body began to ignite in flames. Even the leather on him caught fire, and he hurled a fireball at Li Hao. Boom. Li Hao observed the powers of these individuals with curiosity. However, they seemed rather ineffective. Using his mental power, he casually deflected the fireball and shot flames back at Yalusko. What? This person also has fire abilities? Isn't he a psychic manipulator? Aoshin exclaimed in shock. unable to believe what he was seeing as flames erupted from Li Hao's hands. Though he knew that some individuals might possess dual abilities, such people were usually quite powerful. He hadn't expected to encounter one himself. Without hesitation, he decisively unleashed his ice powers at Li Hao. Meanwhile, seeing Ball taken down and both of them attacking, Li Hao raised a large iron rod and swung it at Li Hao. "Since you don't abide by the rules, don't blame me," Li Hao remarked, managing Yalusko's flames while using his mental power to block Aoshin's ice attacks. Noticing Li Hao's intervention, he sneered and activated his laser vision. Swish! Thud! Before Li Hao's iron rod could strike, a laser shot through the air and pierced his forehead, causing him to collapse to the ground, lifeless. The others looked on in horror. "Don't worry, it's your turn soon." Li Hao increased the output of his mental power and flames, pushing Yalusko and Aoshin back a few steps. His eyes began to glow red, clearly preparing to fire again. Swish! Yalusko wanted to retreat, but it was too late. His forehead was instantly pierced, and his eyes widened as his flames extinguished. In a moment, his body was consumed by Li Hao's fire. Yalusko! With Yalusko's resistance gone, Li Hao's mental power and flames surged toward Aoshin, engulfing him in wild flames. Aoshin desperately activated his ice powers, trying to resist the fiery onslaught. Boom. As Li Hao's flames and mental power grew stronger, Aoshin could no longer withstand it. He was crushed by Li Hao's mental force and incinerated to ashes. Run. The ordinary members of the hunting team, seeing several powerful ability users taken down, were frightened and scrambled to retreat. Li Hao waved his hand, and all of them were lifted into the air, soaring to a height of 300 meters before free-falling. Thud! The ordinary hunting team members were completely wiped out. Cough, cough. Ball clutched his chest, fearfully watching Li Hao, but he was gravely injured and could barely move, left only to await his fate. Li Hao approached the figure in front of him, noticing the walkie-talkie at his waist. With a flick of his hand, the device flew into his grasp. As he looked at the flames rushing towards him, the figure was gone, leaving behind only shock. "Hello? What's going on? Were those two special ability users captured?" A voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Heh, your people have all been eliminated," Li Hao replied with a cold laugh. "Are you the telekinesis user? It seems they really fell to you." The voice on the other end paused before responding with a calm tone, tinged with a deep-seated anger. "Don't worry. Your turn will come soon. Make sure to prepare your neck for the harvest," Li Hao said again. "Are you provoking me? Heh, do you know the cost of angering me?" The voice belonged to Koslu, who revealed a sinister expression from afar. Since taking control of the drone search unit, he felt invincible, as if he could dictate others' fates. Being threatened in such a manner was infuriating. "Do you know the price of provoking me?" Li Hao replied coldly. "Good. I hope you can make it here alive." With that, Koslu crushed the walkie-talkie, sneering as he began to operate the control panel. Soon, hundreds of drones took to the sky from a location in the city, heading towards Li Hao. Meanwhile, through their conversation, Li Hao deciphered the communication data from the walkie-talkie and pinpointed the location of the city. However, without a signal transmitter, he couldn't infiltrate the city's network. Li Hao was aware that Koslu would come looking for trouble again. He glanced at Dylan, who had collapsed on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, steel from the surroundings flew towards him. Quickly, Li Hao wove a net of iron, his eyes glowing with energy as he finished crafting a cage to trap Dylan inside. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the guy turning into a zombie from a wandering one. He would need a meat shield to attract zombies later. Subsequently, Li Hao looted the supplies from the 4 special ability users, unexpectedly finding quite a bounty, 20 star stones and 5 ability crystals, all of which were abilities he didn't possess and couldn't use, so he stored them away. He specifically kept the firearms, as they contained special ammunition that might come in handy someday. Moreover, Li Hao noticed that none of the 4 had any king-level weapons, but there were 2 master-level ones, a diamond staff and a pair of steel gauntlets. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Li Hao drove his sports car towards the city. After 10 minutes, a swarm of drones appeared in the sky. Upon spotting Li Hao's red sports car, they immediately launched small missiles. In an instant, missiles filled the sky, heading straight for Li Hao. He raised his right hand and activated his telekinesis, stopping all the missiles in midair. However, it seemed Koslu had anticipated this. As the drones began firing their machine guns, the bullets were specially made, and Li Hao's telekinesis couldn't control them. But Koslu was unaware that Li Hao could absorb kinetic energy, so the bullets did not harm him. With another wave of his hand, all the small missiles returned along their original path. Boom! Fireworks erupted in the sky, and as Kozru watched the scene on the monitor, his lips twitched. He couldn't understand why the bullets had no effect on Li Hao. Fortunately, some missiles had been shot down by his drones, and there were still over 10 drones flying in the sky. Kozru quickly commanded the drones to move away from Li Hao. "Humph, I don't believe you can block even lasers." Kozru then relocked onto Li Hao with the drones, preparing to launch a laser attack. However, at the moment he pressed the attack button, the drones did nothing, even after he subconsciously pressed it several more times in vain. The locking interface of the drones began to disengage, and when he tried to take off the drones, there was still no response. "Damn it, what is going on?" Kozru slammed his palm on the control panel in frustration, letting out a cry of pain. "Hee hee, I told you I would come for you." Chapter 93, seizing control of the armored beast Smack. In Nika City, William looked at the sleeping giant before him while the staff busily attended to something. Listening to Kozru's report, he immediately turned and slapped him. A mere ability user managed to kill 4 members of the hunting team, lost over 100 specialized drones, and even revealed the location of the city. Take him down and inject him with the S-Class virus serum. William said expressionlessly, but his words left Kozru shocked. Lord City Master, spare me. I was wrong. For the sake of my years of service to you, please let me go this once. No. Kozru cried out in terror, but was forcibly dragged away. A telekinetic controller, huh? Perfect. Just the raw material I need to create a zombie overlord. After saying this, William stopped speaking and continued to observe the busy staff and the giant beast. Li Hao looked at the swamp before him, confirming he was on the right path. But he soon noticed something unusual about the swamp and casually threw out a throwing knife. Thud! The knife struck above the swamp, creating ripples in the air. Li Hao activated his quantum vision ability and discovered a massive city before him, surrounded by a huge dome. From the outside, the scene inside appeared to be a swamp. So hidden, it seems there's more to it. Saying this, Li Hao waved his hand, and the drones took off, firing wildly at the dome. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom boom. Crash. In almost no time, the protective dome was breached, revealing the scene inside. A steel city with a tall wall surrounding it. As Li Hao walked in, he attracted hundreds of zombie dogs that howled and charged toward him. Woof woof. With a wave of his hand, dozens of submachine guns, rifles, and machine guns appeared around him, launching an attack on the zombie dogs. Rat-a-tat-tat. Woof woof. Arg. The zombie dogs were left in disarray by Li Hao's gunfire, retreating in defeat. Even though they ran quickly, they were still hit. All of the zombie dogs were within Li Hao's sights, with nowhere to escape. Is this the telekinetic controller? Indeed, there is some strength. Impressive. In that case, let me add some excitement. William watched the screen, where the zombie dogs were effortlessly defeated by Li Hao, seemingly indifferent, gazing at Li Hao's figure as if it were a precious piece of art, revealing an appreciative expression. Then, he clicked a few buttons on the control panel, and the city gates opened, releasing a group of armored black panthers, tigers, and brown bears. Roar. Boom. As soon as the brown bears appeared, they fired a shell in Li Hao's direction, and a gun barrel emerged from the back of the black panther. Starting to shoot at Li Hao. Li Hao ignored the bullets hitting him, casually swatting away the shell, controlling his weapon to shoot at those animals. While drones provided aerial support, the scene was filled with roaring sounds. The bullets hitting the armored animals only created sparks, causing little damage. And they continued charging toward Li Hao. William observed the bullets hitting Li Hao without effect and couldn't help but take a serious look at him. No wonder he dared to come to my city alone. No wonder he killed a team of my hunting members. He indeed has some strength, William said seriously. Roar. A cheetah burst forth from Li Hao's hail of bullets, lunging at him. Li Hao waved his hand, and the ground beneath was lifted, as if the soil had come to life, instantly wrapping around the cheetah's body and pinning it down tightly, rendering it unable to move. With a whoosh, Li Hao took out a large number of flying knives, spinning them around him using his mental power. He approached the captured Black Panther and pressed down on its head. The Black Panther's initially fierce expression suddenly turned silly. Far away in the control room, William looked at Li Hao's actions, somewhat confused. What is he doing? William muttered to himself, and even though he considered himself smart, he couldn't guess Li Hao's intentions until the alarm in the control room went off, and he finally understood. Alarm! Alarm! Black Panther 9527 has lost control. Alarm! Alarm! Black Panther 9527 has lost control. Hiss, how did he do that? William exclaimed in shock. Losing control does not mean death, it means seizing control. How is that possible? After gaining knowledge related to quantum technology, Li Hao learned about William's communication methods and programming algorithms. Seeing these animals controlled by technology, he devised a plan. After controlling the Black Panther, he forcibly cracked the control code on it and seized its control. Roar. Just as Li Hao took control of the Black Panther, a brown bear broke through his wall of flying knives and lunged at him. Li Hao placed one hand on the bear's head, and the once fierce brown bear turned into a docile cat. Then, amidst William's shocked expression, Li Hao continuously seized control of the Black Panther, tiger, and brown bear, with alarms ringing incessantly and William's expression darkening. In the end, Li Hao took control of 10 Black Panthers, 5 tigers, and 5 brown bears. As Li Hao walked toward the wall, all the armored animals followed behind him. Damn it, you've really angered me. You think you're capable, huh? Let's see how many beast legions you can control. Go, beast army, annihilate him. With a grim face, William activated a switch, and at the city's entrance appeared a large number of armored animals, wild dogs, wild foxes, wild wolves, bison, wild horses, rhinoceroses, and all sorts of strange creatures. Howling, barking, mooing. You're really willing to invest heavily, huh? So many technologically controlled animals. If it were just now, I might have had to put in some effort, but now, I've already cracked your program and upgraded it to a new level. I can now seize control in bulk. Thanks for the generous gift. Li Hao looked at the thousands of troops before him, not in panic, but with a slight smile. He then controlled a drone to come before him. Tapped a few times on it, and a red light appeared on the drone. Under Li Hao's control, the drone took off, and the red light swept over a large area of armored animals. In almost no time, a large number of armored animals fell down, and within less than 5 minutes, all the armored animals lay motionless on the ground. Alarm. The Beast Legion's program has been compromised. Alarm. The Beast Legion's control program is being taken over. Damn it. Who is this person? How is this possible? To seize my Beast Legion? Impossible. William shouted in anger and operated various controls at the console. The two were fighting for control over the armored animal legion, with the animals that had previously fallen alternating between getting up and lying down. The Black Panther and Brown Bear that were under Li Hao's control also seemed to be unwell, feeling a bit dizzy. Chapter 94, Chaos in Nika City. Damn it. Who is he? How can he seize my Beast Legion out of nowhere? Ah. William roared in fury, watching Li Hao smile slightly at the surveillance screen. Are you provoking me? Die. In a fit of rage, William pressed a missile button. But he found that the missile did not fly out as he had imagined to strike down Li Hao. What is going on? William asked, puzzled. Alarm. The system program is under attack. Alarm. The system is experiencing an intrusion. Damn it. How is this possible? William looked at Li Hao, who showed no signs of action. Yet the system's alarm kept ringing. He furiously typed a large number of codes on the keyboard. Nothing is impossible. Your city is quite nice. I'll gladly accept it. Li Hao said with a smile on the surveillance screen, and his voice echoed from the console. How can a person's hand speed keep up with the countless codes appearing in Li Hao's mind with just one thought? In this battle for control, William had no chance to fight back. Damn it, how can it be so fast? Impossible. I'd rather destroy it than let you succeed. Hearing Li Hao's words, William, though unsure how he did it, realized he couldn't outmatch Li Hao in the struggle for control and decisively pressed the self-destruct program. Alarm. Self-destruction protocol is starting. Please evacuate immediately. Alarm. Self-destruction protocol is starting. Please evacuate immediately. The self-destruction protocol has been initiated, and even I cannot stop it now. This place will be sealed off, so just accept their wrath. With that, William left the control room and headed towards the escape point. Buzz buzz. The biohazard chamber has lost control. Please address immediately. SSR level virus leakage. Please address immediately. Buzz buzz. The armored behemoth's destruction mode has been activated. Buzz buzz. The control program of the prison has been interrupted. Please address immediately. The alarms in the control room continued to blare, and chaos erupted in the city. Countless containers in the biohazard chamber shattered, releasing partially evolved mutant zombies. Hiss. What is happening? Ah. The biohazard chamber has lost control. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. Ah. The workers who had been busy heard the alarms and instinctively looked up. Suddenly, they saw cracks appearing in the containers before countless artificial mutant zombies leaped out, attacking them viciously. The biohazard chamber was in chaos, with mutant zombies attacking anyone in sight. In the animal armor implant area, due to the malfunction of the intelligent program, all the animals awoke and began to bite at the workers, turning the scene into a bloody nightmare. Particularly concerning was the giant gorilla, which had been closely monitored by William. Due to the self-destruction protocol, it had been injected with the destruction mode program. As it awakened and opened its crimson eyes, its rage peaked. With a crash, the gorilla stood up, causing walls, pillars, and various equipment to collapse around it. Its massive size meant that even a slight movement created a huge commotion. Roar. Bang. The gorilla roared in fury, demolishing anything in its path. Countless workers were crushed under the collapsing structures. Meanwhile, in the prison, those superpowered individuals they had captured began to awaken one after another, staring blankly at their surroundings. What is happening? I didn't turn into a zombie? Haha, I'm free. William, I want you dead. Brothers, kill him. Take over the city. Kill. Boom. Just as everyone was blindly trying to escape, the land within a 500 kilometers radius of the city suddenly sank several meters, causing everyone to fall to the ground. Damn, what is happening? Why is the city sinking? Originally, William's subordinate, the captain of the guard, heard the alarms and wanted to consult William about what was happening, but found that even the internal communication devices had failed. Chaos reigned everywhere. He first sent people to suppress the situation and then ran towards William's residence, only to realize that the city had sunk more than 10 meters. He knew something major had occurred. Roar. Help. Hiss. From time to time, the roars of the behemoth could be heard, along with the screams of humans and the howls of zombies. The captain understood that the city was doomed. He disregarded his subordinates and ran towards the escape port. However, when he arrived, he happened to see Dales, the head of the suppressive forces, also preparing to flee. What happened? Moccasin asked. The Lord has activated the self-destruct program. Control has been lost here. It will explode in half an hour. Look, the exclusive escape pod for the Lord is gone. He has already escaped. You should hurry and leave too. Dale said before lying down in an escape pod and activating the ejection mechanism. However, as soon as he was ejected, he was caught by the colossal figure. Looking at the giant's massive face and its red eyes, he knew he was doomed. With a crunch, the giant squeezed the escape pod, crushing it. And Dales was killed instantly. The giant then unleashed a barrage on the buildings in the area, and the escape port was destroyed in an instant. Moccasin swallowed hard as he watched the enormous figure, just as it noticed him. They locked eyes, and without hesitation, Moccasin turned and fled. With Moccasin's escape, the giant seemed enraged and frantically reached for him, but Moccasin narrowly evaded time and again. Every building along the way was obliterated, resulting in countless casualties. However, humans could not outrun the beast. The giant leaped in front of Moccasin and brought its hand down, instantly turning Moccasin into a pulp. My pet. Wreak havoc as you wish. That damn telekinetic, ruining my legacy. Just wait, William said coldly as he watched the chaotic city from above. The city was mostly controlled by intelligent programs. If he could crack the system, he could seize control of the colossal city. William was a clever man. Competing for control would likely end in failure, and if he failed, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Therefore, he decisively chose to leave. Although the city was impressive, his life was far more valuable. He was confident in his ability to build a city even better than this one, as he possessed advanced technological knowledge. He was a genius, having invented quantum algorithms himself. Before the apocalypse, he had analyzed various factors and knew the end was coming. So he made ample preparations, stockpiling resources and establishing this city. When the apocalypse struck, he awakened his brain's potential, boasting an IQ of 250. He relentlessly pursued technological development, gathered talented individuals under his command, and with technology obtained from shelters, developed quantum algorithms. Given enough time, he believed he could create a formidable army and establish an empire in this post-apocalyptic world. Unfortunately, he encountered Li Hao, and all the technology he had developed over the years became Li Hao's gain. Chapter 95. The colossal figure. Although Li Hao and William had the upper hand in control, the self-destruct button activated manually by William still required some time for Li Hao outside the city. After infiltrating the city's system, he quickly deleted the self-destruct programs, taking nearly 10 minutes to remove all of them. Nika City has fallen into chaos, especially after the zombie virus leak, which has cast a shadow over the entire city. From the outside, Li Hao could see the green gas floating within. Soon after, he began uploading his own program to quickly take control of Nika City, restoring control over some equipment and shutting all the gates to prevent the virus from leaking out and affecting him. He learned from the city's database that these viruses were artificially synthesized and were far more terrifying than the ones found in the bodies of zombies outside. Oh no, the city is full of viruses. We're going to turn into zombies. No, please, I don't want to become a zombie. Get away. With a series of gunfire and cries, Li Hao activated the protective shield, locking the personnel inside the residential areas of the city. The virus spread rampantly, and soon it was discovered that some had been infected and transformed into zombies. Panic ensued, and those who noticed their companions showing signs of zombification did not hesitate to open fire. Through the surveillance, Li Hao observed the situation inside without a hint of compassion. Instead, he directed the individuals based on the layout of the city's rooms, guiding them into a giant indoor plaza. This plaza was typically used for military parades, and now, nearly everyone had been funneled here. As they entered, the doors were shut, trapping them inside. Furthermore, Li Hao utilized various technological devices to direct the virus towards the plaza, forcing these individuals to absorb it. Otherwise, the leaked virus would be difficult to contain. Damn it. Is this a trap to take us all out? Watch out. Those zombies have also been driven here. Damn you, William, you won't get away with this. Brothers, kill them all. There are always those who struggle in their final moments, but it's futile, especially after they absorb the zombie virus, exhibiting various signs of zombification. After about an hour, nearly everyone had turned into zombies. The abilities of some individuals varied, leading to different transformations after they became zombies, but without exception, they all became advanced zombies. Once everyone had transformed, the zombies quieted down, as they do not turn against each other. Among them, one ability user evolved into an assassin, becoming the highest-ranking zombie among them, commanding all the others. Unfortunately, they lost their memories from before, staring blankly at the enclosed steel structure, not knowing what to do, merely instinctively absorbing the incoming zombie virus. Meanwhile, the black gorilla, still wreaking havoc, managed to break free from the iron fortress and escape, especially upon seeing the only living person in this area and a group of armored creatures charging towards them without hesitation. Li Hao understood from the system data of Nika City that this black gorilla was once the ruler of the wasteland area, only to be captured and transformed into an armored creature by William. He also discovered the control chip inside the giant robot through quantum vision, then sent a command to the control console. The signal transmission center in Nika City emitted an interference electromagnetic wave towards the giant robot, directly destroying its control program. In an instant, the giant robot fell to the ground as if sedated, losing consciousness. Li Hao knew that the giant robot was still alive, and its awareness was still clear. It was just that the central control of its body had been replaced by technology, rendering its consciousness helpless. Li Hao approached the giant robot to check its condition, having to admire William's advanced technology, which could even create a central nervous system control. This allowed direct control over such a massive entity, but it also meant that the giant robot had become a soulless machine, far less flexible than one with genuine brain control. Fortunately, Li Hao had previously developed a consciousness transfer technology, enabling him to convey his thoughts to the giant robot's awareness. I know you are still alive. If you want to regain your freedom, You must obey my commands from now on. Otherwise, you will remain as you were. Li Hao communicated to the giant robot's consciousness using his mental power. I am willing. The giant robot's consciousness responded with fragmented messages. Good. I will not take away the central control in your body. In fact, I will implant an intelligent program to facilitate command transmission and help you adapt better to your body, Li Hao said again. It had long been in despair, watching its body controlled by a devil while being powerless to intervene. The feeling of helplessness was unimaginable. Now that Li Hao was willing to give it this opportunity, how could it possibly refuse? Hearing the giant robot's words, Li Hao began to invade its body using his mental power, and then, with the help of quantum vision, altered the connection method of the control neurons in the central control. While making these changes, he also administered recovery agents to the giant robot, so that the modified neurons would adapt to the desired connection method as the giant robot's recovery progressed. After about an hour, the giant robot's neurons were finally modified. In the end, Li Hao sent a series of codes to the central control and then jumped out of the giant robot's body. Little giant, wake up, Li Hao said to the colossal figure before him. Then, the giant robot's ears twitched, fingers moved, and eyes opened, looking at Li Hao. It slowly began to control its body. At first, due to the prolonged lack of control, it stood up somewhat like a drunken giant, swaying unsteadily. However, after a moment, it finally mastered its body. Wow, haha, a sound like a gorilla's call. The giant robot jumped around, making various gestures towards Li Hao as if trying to express something, but unable to speak human language, which made Li Hao smile. I know you are happy and feel wronged. From now on, as long as you listen to me, I won't let you become like before, understood? Li Hao said. The black giant let out a few cries and prostrated himself before Li Hao, indicating his submission. All right, get up. You can go play for now, Li Hao said, knowing that the newly revived black giant wanted to express his joy by bouncing around. Li Hao was too lazy to bother with it, and with a casual wave, a large door opened in the back cover. However, the descent of a few meters blocked the black giant's path, but the strong black giant simply pushed through. In fact, the black giant could speak if equipped with a small device similar to a speaker, but Li Hao didn't have one at the moment. He would provide it later when he had the chance. Additionally, with the Technological Control Center and some technological assistance, the black giant had essentially become a bioengineered being, even possessing a certain ability akin to a data eye, significantly enhancing its control over its body and allowing it to exert greater power. After the black giant left, Li Hao reconnected to the system of Nika City and began checking various surveillance feeds. He discovered that everyone had turned into zombies, and all the zombie viruses had been absorbed by them. Without hesitation, Li Hao flew in. He opened a small door in the square and flew inside. The zombies, catching a whiff of Li Hao's living scent, became agitated and surged towards him. However, what awaited them was an endless barrage of bullets and flying knives. Li Hao transformed into a meat grinder. Every approaching zombie was either shot dead or shredded into pieces. As he eliminated the zombies, Li Hao received countless bullets, 86 star stones, and 8 million zombie points, bringing his total zombie points to around 5 million, including what he had previously accumulated. He also dug out a significant number of zombie cores and ability cores, pushing his various attributes to around 400. Looking at the sea of corpses, Li Hao did not linger and headed towards the treasury of Nika City. A treasury made of steel over a meter thick and 150 meters in size appeared before him. The middle layer of the treasury was made of special materials that Li Hao's mental power couldn't penetrate, leaving him uncertain about what was inside. However, his quantum vision could easily see through the 1 meter thick steel door. Although Li Hao could use his spatial abilities to cut through it, doing so would destroy the treasury. At this point, with Nika City under his control, he could rely on these devices to establish a mechanical empire without the need for destruction. The vault's lock consists of 3 parts. The first is an electronic lock, which Li Hao solved in no time. The second is a mechanical combination lock, using quantum vision. Li Hao examined the structure of the lock and quickly deduced the twisting mechanism, successfully unlocking it. The final lock is a mechanical 4-pin key lock. After observing it with quantum vision, Li Hao used his deduction skills to figure out the key's design. Next came the task of creating the key. But this posed no challenge for Li Hao. He casually took out a throwing knife and, using his thermal energy, melted it down. Then, he utilized his mental power to shape the molten metal, and a fiery red key began to float in the air. Li Hao then blew on the key, causing it to cool and solidify rapidly until it turned into a black key. He inserted it into the lock and pushed open the vault door, revealing a dazzling array of items inside. As Li Hao walked through, he observed and collected a few things. The vault was divided into several areas. The first was the potion area, which contained many rare potions, including several healing solutions, but more notably, a range of zombie virus potions. These ranged from E grade to SSR grade, all being artificially created zombie viruses. According to the system data from a certain city, these potions could turn a person into a zombie upon direct injection into the body. The entire 50 space was filled with these zombie virus potions. After contemplating, Li Hao took a few bottles and moved on. The second area was filled with zombie crystal cores. Li Hao was puzzled as to why people left these behind instead of absorbing them. Perhaps they were saving them to cultivate talent. In reality, individuals have varying physical qualities. Most people who consumed basic gene enhancement potions could boost their attributes to 100. And after taking intermediate potions, due to differences in talent, they could reach 200 or even 1000. Some individuals, however, due to poor talent, could only absorb zombie crystal cores up to 200 before they could no longer take in any more and had to resort to advanced gene enhancement potions. Those who consumed advanced potions experienced uneven attribute distribution based on their talents, such as strength-oriented individuals having a higher strength attribute cap compared to other attributes, while agility-oriented ones had a higher cap for agility. However, the maximum attribute could only reach 300,000. Thus, some individuals might have only reached the intermediate level while others had already maxed out their advanced genes. Li Hao's physical quality was initially not high, but after merging with the system, he became a hybrid of human and system, allowing him to elevate all attributes to 10,000 points without a doubt. Without hesitation, Li Hao chose to absorb the zombie crystal cores, directly boosting his attributes to 1,000. Unfortunately, due to the time since the apocalypse, it had been less than a week since he consumed the intermediate gene enhancement potion, and he could not yet use the advanced gene potions. It seemed he had to settle for this for the time being. After that, he gathered all the zombie crystal cores and arrived at the third area, the weapon zone. Most of the weapons here were master level, with some being king level. Li Hao looked at a long spear, took it out, and examined its attributes. Bloodthirsty magic spear, item level, king piercing, 50 hardness, 50 trait 1, blood draining power. When attacking, it deprives the victim of 10 damage to enhance the user's health. Trait 2, enchanted slash. When the user gathers a certain energy into the spear, they can unleash an energy slash from the spear tip, increasing the power of the released energy attack by 10. Trait 3, bloodthirsty. After absorbing a certain amount of blood, the spear gains a 90 energy attack bonus for 10 minutes. The weapon weighed around 800 gene, and without a strength of over 8,000 gene, it was not easy to wield. Achieving 800 attribute points required at least 800 in strength, which was rare even among those who had advanced genes in this post-apocalyptic world, where the highest attributes typically ranged around 500. Moreover, William and his subordinates, who were mostly of a similar background, preferred firearms or special abilities, especially guns with specialized ammunition, which were quite powerful. Li Hao took a look and stored the spear away, then moved on to the final area, the Starstone Zone, where starstones were primarily used for weapon upgrades. For most individuals with mediocre talents, those with strength attributes below 800 mostly relied on firearms or enhancing their special abilities. Apart from killing fellow ability users turned zombies to obtain ability crystal stones for enhancement, there were also airdrop talent enhancement scrolls and certain peculiar fruits. Most of these fruits could be found in the wilderness zone, where the forest area was vast, and with some luck, one might find these strange fruits. After organizing the treasury, Li Hao closed the large door again and went to the control center. He inputted a series of codes and began uploading the source code of Pangu. This source code abandoned the previous algorithm and instead utilized the quantum algorithm developed by William and upgraded by Li Hao, as there were many quantum devices here that required the quantum algorithm for optimal operation. Shaking the heavens and earth, Pangu, from now on, you will be the intelligent steward of this city. This city is officially renamed Haotian City, Li Hao declared. Yes, esteemed founder. Chapter 97. Controllable nuclear fusion small reactor. Once the former Nika City, now Haotian City, was devoid of any living person except for those armored creatures, and chaos reigned everywhere. Fortunately, the armor for the creatures was mostly assembled by mechanical hands, so apart from tasks needing human intervention, most were mechanized, allowing for cleaning machines to still operate. Additionally, the armored creatures could be modified temporarily to handle certain tasks. Pangu, clean up Haotian City. I will upload a robot design diagram for you shortly, and you can immediately restore the operation of the manufacturing department, Li Hao said. Understood, esteemed founder, Pangu Intelligent responded. From now on, just call me the City Lord. Li Hao said again. All right, City Lord. Li Hao had linked to the system data of Haotian City, which allowed him to grasp a lot of technology. He discovered that robots could completely replace armored animals, thanks to the presence of artificial intelligence. Although William was quite talented, he leaned more towards biological and mechanical technologies, having a superficial understanding of artificial intelligence. In contrast, Li Hao possessed strong data deduction abilities, and the artificial intelligence he created was already quite mature, capable of being fully mechanized. Haotian City had 4 large areas, the largest of which was the biological laboratory, primarily used for developing biological technology, creating zombies, and connecting mechanical animals. However, due to the unfinished zombie evolution that had run amok, much equipment was damaged, resulting in a high degree of destruction in this area, making recovery quite troublesome. Yet, Li Hao did not intend to restore everything. For such a large area, it was sufficient to gather a portion of undamaged equipment, as he planned to develop mechanization rather than the so-called zombies. The second largest area was the mechanical production zone, which was well-equipped and the most intact area, as it was largely mechanized with fewer personnel and most equipment remained intact. This included various automated production lines for armor, biological chips, mechanical chips, drones, firearms and ammunition, as well as various parts production lines. Additionally, his chip technology had reached the picometer level, around 500 picometers, equivalent to 0.05 nanometers. The third largest area was the materials warehouse, where various supplies hoarded by William before the apocalypse were stored, including steel, plastic, rare metals, food, and all raw materials for industrial manufacturing. Even after the apocalypse, a considerable amount of energy crystals exclusive to the shelter was prepared. The fourth major area was the biological modification zone, primarily used for inspecting armored animals, drones, and artificial zombies. The previous Black Titan was also here, and this area was the most severely damaged. Most of the buildings had collapsed, destroyed by the Black Titan, leaving behind shattered walls and chaos. Once the Black Titan returned, Li Hao instructed it to clean up the debris. Li Hao absorbed most of the data from Haotian City and understood the general situation of this apocalyptic world. The planet was called Tianyu Star, twice the size of Waterblue Star, with a pre-apocalyptic population of around 15 billion. It could be divided into 8 major regions and 5 oceans, with land area approximately 15 times that of Waterblue Star and ocean area 25 times larger. The 8 major regions were the Antarctic region, Arctic region, Tianjin region, Sichuan region, Beiwang region, Wandao region, Qinghe region, and Dontai region. While the 5 oceans were the Extreme Ice Ocean, Wandao Ocean, Eastern Ocean, Western Ocean, and Giant Shark Ocean. Except for the Antarctic and Arctic regions, which were unsuitable for human habitation, all other areas had human residents. Li Hao's location was on the largest island continent in the Wandao region, called Kuri's continent. There were once more than 10 countries here, but now they have all become mere names, as this place has been shrouded by an apocalyptic system, dividing it into 3 zones, the Chaos Zone, the Wilderness Zone, and the Order Zone. William does not know whether other regions have been divided, as after the apocalypse, no one has been able to escape this continent. Even if someone wanted to leave by airdrop aircraft, they would find that they could not ascend beyond a certain altitude. The technological level here is similar to that of a certain blue planet, with aircraft, artillery, and tanks. However, after the apocalypse, any aircraft that reaches a certain height inexplicably explodes. Due to the existence of shelters, many people have developed different technological products. In particular, products that consume energy crystals, which people refer to as spiritual energy technology. The energy contained in these crystals is somewhat similar to electrical energy, but it is very stable and easy to extract. By simply connecting the positive and negative terminals of a product to the crystal, energy will flow out automatically. Driving the technology. The quantum drone that Li Hao once integrated is a product of spiritual energy technology. He has also observed the so-called energy crystal cores, which appear to have solidified and stored energy through some processing. He tried to integrate with them, but was unable to do so. However, he could directly absorb them to obtain a large amount of electrical energy. Most of the technology developed by William uses this type of energy crystal core, but the energy supply for his city does not come from these cores. According to Li Hao's understanding, the energy supplied to the city is nuclear energy. Additionally, he is developing a small controllable nuclear fusion device. Although it has not yet been completed, there are already relevant documents waiting for experimental testing. Li Hao spent nearly half an hour designing a robot that resembles a human. Its structure is simple, yet it can replace humans in many tasks. After finishing the design, Li Hao sent the information to Pangu for manufacturing, and then he went to the nuclear fusion laboratory that William had just assembled. The shell designed to contain nuclear fusion energy was ready, a 9 centimeters cube. According to William's concept, if controllable micronuclear fusion could be achieved, both energy output and storage would be several times stronger than energy crystal cores. Even producing one would supply his city for several years, which is also why William wants to develop a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Li Hao first organized William's materials and then scanned the laboratory equipment again, starting to simulate in his mind. Half an hour later, he concluded that it would be a failure. Subsequently, Li Hao began to combine his existing knowledge to rethink and develop until the next morning when he finally had a draft for production. According to his concept, the probability of achieving controllable nuclear fusion would exceed 80. Thus, he instructed Pangu to transport some materials, and using mental power for installation and laser welding. He spent nearly a whole day transforming the activation device for controllable nuclear fusion. He extracted the raw material deuterium and placed it at the activation point, starting the device's operation. In an instant, the fusion ignition device emitted 9 beams of light converging at a central point, where the fusion material deuterium was placed. As the device's power began to increase, the convergence point of the beams radiated a dazzling glow. After maintaining this for half an hour, the beams started to fade, and the energy storing shell began to envelop the energy inside. 10 minutes later, a cube emitting white light appeared before Li Hao, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 98. The deal in Pier City. Although the fusion microreactor created by Li Hao seemed relatively small, it contained an enormous amount of energy, approximately over 10 billion joules, which is roughly equivalent to 3,000 kilowatt-hours of electrical energy. The energy crystal core stored only about 300 kilowatt-hours, sufficient for small electrical devices, but inadequate for larger equipment, which would likely deplete the energy in a few hours. Li Hao then began to create an energy extraction device. The utilization of this energy was certainly different from conventional electrical energy, thus requiring the development of an additional energy extraction apparatus. For a week, apart from eating and drinking, Li Hao stayed in the laboratory, first upgrading all existing machines, and then researching various technologies and new energy weapons that were exponentially more powerful than firearms. Particularly notable was the computer he constructed by integrating several 500 picometer chips, which significantly increased his computing speed. He further optimized the chip technology to a 168 picometer process. After merging the newly made computers, their computing speed surpassed that of supercomputers, although the optimization of the chip process only improved to 165 picometers. A minor difference that Li Hao deemed unnecessary to change, as the current capabilities were more than sufficient. As the chip production line was perfected, the robot production line for Pangu was also ready and began continuously manufacturing robots to repair Haotian City. Additionally, Li Hao spent some time researching various metal materials and successfully developed several alloy materials, such as ultra-sound-absorbing materials, ultra-wear-resistant materials, ultra-tough materials, and ultra-hard materials, specifically designing several different humanoid robots. The standard humanoid robots were powered by energy crystal cores and used conventional firearms, while the upgraded models employed advanced materials and were powered by fusion reactors, boasting comprehensive capabilities and functions. Relying on the powerful manufacturing capabilities of Haotian City, Li Hao nearly produced 30,000 standard robots and 300 upgraded robots, all implanted with a robot system independently designed by him, possessing absolute obedience while also having self-thinking abilities. Li Hao could directly connect to issue certain commands or allow the robots to execute commands independently. Unfortunately, the steel and some materials stored by William were nearly depleted, forcing Li Hao to halt production and begin issuing tasks for mineral resource exploration. Furthermore, Li Hao discovered that while the types of elements in this world were somewhat similar to those on Water Blue Star, there were still some differences. By chance, William discovered a new element, which he named Will element. This element is similar to deuterium and can also undergo nuclear fusion, but it produces energy more than 5 times that of deuterium. However, he found that this element is very difficult to obtain, and the extraction method is extremely challenging, which is why he set it aside. Li Hao also conducted data simulations and came up with a preliminary plan, but without raw materials for testing. He had insufficient data and no good solutions. Additionally, Li Hao upgraded the appliances he had originally fused, significantly enhancing their capabilities. His eye abilities were greatly improved, including super data vision, super dynamic vision, super long-range vision, super laser capabilities, and super X-ray vision. His thermal energy release, photoelectric conversion, kinetic energy conversion, energy storage, and other abilities were all elevated to a higher level. Just by upgrading these various abilities, he exhausted all his zombie points, but his system level rose to 25, and his energy storage capacity reached the terawatt level, eliminating any concerns about insufficient energy. It's worth noting that these upgrades were made using energy crystal cores, not nuclear technology, as the system determined that nuclear energy is not classified as an appliance. The technology based on energy crystal cores stores energy similarly to electric power. The properties of nuclear energy are completely different from electric energy, and therefore, nuclear technology cannot be integrated. After the system reached level 25, Li Hao sensed something, as if he could feel the location of the doomsday system. It appeared as a white light mass, which instinctively hid as Li Hao focused on it. He knew that once his system reached level 30, he could allow it to operate independently and accurately locate the doomsday system to devour it, thereby completing his advancement. Yes, by devouring the doomsday system, he could evolve into a higher level system. One day, while Li Hao was perfecting quantum theory and technologies derived from it, such as virtual imaging technology, more advanced consciousness transmission technology, quantum communication technology, quantum satellites, and quantum teleportation technology, he suddenly noticed a large group of people arriving at the entrance of Haotian City. Initially, he thought it was William coming to visit, but as soon as they spoke, he realized he was mistaken. Lord William, we are the representatives from Pier City for this transaction. We have a batch of goods you expressed interest in last time. Please send someone out to handle the exchange, shouted one of the men carrying a large sword, standing at one of the entrances of Haotian City. Despite the marshy surroundings, he knew this was William's Nika City. Damn it, I just escaped from William's drones, and now I've been captured and brought to their doorstep. I don't even know who the hell locked me in this iron cage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so easily caught by those Pier City thugs. I don't want to become a zombie. Let me out. Dylan, after being captured, was puzzled about why these people had apprehended a group of ability users. Upon hearing the man's words, he realized his imminent fate and immediately went into a frenzy. Unfortunately, what awaited him was a high-voltage electric current that caused his hair to explode, leaving his limbs rigid as he collapsed to the ground, nearly foaming at the mouth. Be quiet, or I'll electrocute you all, Daniel said coldly, holding a lightning orb in his hand. This time, 30 people had come from their city. Among them 5 were ability users, and Daniel was one of them, possessing lightning abilities with strong offensive power, making him a nemesis to most ability users. However, this time the leader was not him, but their captain, Ix, who had telekinesis and was slightly stronger than Daniel. hence he was leading the team. Additionally, there were 3 other ability users with average strength. Although their abilities were decent, their development was too low, resulting in ordinary performance. Sisterling, what should we do? That big guy implied that they are going to sell us to someone named William and turn us into zombies. What should we do? Josie said to the girl beside her, her face covered in scars, her clothes in tatters, and her hands shackled with some special chains. Let's wait for the right moment. We can't take on these ability users. If it comes to the worst, we can just end it ourselves, Yang Chongling said expressionlessly. Her clothes had several scratches, but her skin underneath was intact, indicating she had been injured before but had already recovered. Perhaps it's better to end it now. Once we get to that executioner William, there won't be any chance left, a man in another cage said with a self-mocking smile, revealing a look of despair. Damn William. Damn Pierce, I won't let you go even as a ghost. A short man beside them heard their conversation and shouted in determination, pulling a grenade from his system backpack, preparing to use it. However, just then, zzz, the man was electrocuted, foaming at the mouth, and the grenade fell to the ground and used. Clearly because Daniel had been watching their movements. Everyone be quiet. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to carve a piece of flesh from you, Daniel said fiercely. But their Captain Ikes sensed something was off, furrowing his brows, and soon he felt a slight tremor in the ground. Everyone be careful, something's happening, Ikes ordered. Stepping back a few paces, gazing seriously at the marsh ahead. Others seemed to have noticed the unusual aura as well, and everyone became alert. Whether it was the captured ability users or the ordinary armed guards from their city, everyone fell silent. With a splash, as the ripples in the marsh dissipated, a steel city emerged, and a gigantic gorilla walked out, with a young man standing on its shoulder. It's Li Hao, Josie exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Almost moved to tears, but Yang Chengling quickly covered her mouth. Daniel glanced at Josie, and then at the man on the gorilla's shoulder, remaining silent, but feeling a growing suspicion. Who are you? Where's William? Ikes instinctively took a few steps back, but upon seeing Li Hao on the gorilla's shoulder, he asked. Li Hao remained silent as he discovered the 2 women, Yang Chengling and Josie, in the cage, a surge of anger brewing within him. Boss, save me. Dylan cried out upon noticing Li Hao. Yax was closely monitoring Li Hao's movements as well as the actions of the black giant. He exchanged glances with Daniel and a few other ability users, and they couldn't help but draw out various weapons. You guys damn it. Without wasting words, Li Hao unleashed his mental power, and a figure flew down from the shoulder of the black giant. Yax sensed the presence of mental energy and quickly activated his own, managing to control Dylan immediately, pressing a dagger against his neck. Meanwhile, Daniel rushed towards the direction of Yang Chengling and Josie, but his speed was no match for Li Hao's mental force, and he was sent flying. Li Hao controlled the iron cage of Yang Chengling and the others to fly over, looking at the 2 women without speaking. Damn it, who are you? Are you trying to pull a black operation? Where's William? Are you trying to start a war with our city? Yax. Realizing that Li Hao was also a mental power user and that his strength and range exceeded his own, controlled Dylan tighter, the dagger piercing Dylan's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. The other ability users gathered around upon seeing this. Boss, save me, Dylan shouted again, completely unaware that it was his earlier words that led to his quick capture by the ability users. Li Hao ignored Dylan, his eyes flashing with laser-like intensity as he sliced open the iron cage. Josie couldn't hold back any longer and jumped down, throwing her arms around Li Hao. Woo-woo. Li Hao, I thought I would never see you again. Josie cried out in grievance, making Yang Chengling frown. When did Z and Li Hao become close? She had no idea. Z, it's okay. I'm here, don't be afraid. Although Li Hao was unsure of his feelings for Josie, seeing the scars on her face ignited his anger further. Yang Chengling also understood the extent of Josie's suffering. She had nearly been assaulted, and her injuries were a result of her resistance. Originally, she too had almost fallen victim, but with her recovery abilities and passed as an assassin, she had countless daggers on her, successfully neutralizing those who tried to violate her. Since then, no one dared to act against her. Josie sobbed, as if trying to vent all the grievances she had endured in recent days. Li Hao glanced at Yang Chengling, their eyes meeting as if they understood each other's thoughts. Yang Chengling showed no signs of weakness, knowing he was ready to unleash his power. She stepped forward to support Josie, while Li Hao took a few steps forward, facing the group before him. Who are you? Please have William come out. Our city has conducted countless transactions with him. There's no need to harm our relationship over 2 women, Yak said, noticing Li Hao's displeased expression and thinking he had apprehended the wrong person. The nonsense has been said. So just die, Li Hao declared as he unleashed his mental power. Everyone in the city, including the captured abilities, felt a powerful force enveloping them. They finally realized that Li Hao's strength was overwhelming and merciless. Daniel roared, channeling his lightning abilities to strike at Li Hao. Zzz, charging. Li Hao smiled as if his hand possessed some magical power, grasping Daniel's lightning and increasing the absorption intensity. Daniel stared at Li Hao in horror, unable to believe that his once invincible lightning was now useless and being absorbed. The force of absorption was greater than his release, and as he felt emptiness overcome him, He could no longer withstand Li Hao's mental power, and his body exploded. Boom. Seeing this, Daniel Ikes' eyes widened in anger as he used his mental power to resist Li Hao's force, only to find that the pressure increased with his struggle. Boom. 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 The city will not let you go. Boom. At that moment, everyone controlled by the mental power exploded, and Ikes could no longer hold on. After uttering his last words, he was also crushed into a puddle of blood. The scene was bloody, with iron cages, firearms, and fallen weapons all soaked in blood. Several beams of light flashed, revealing the supply boxes of the deceased. With a wave of his hand, Li Hao began his looting journey. Acquired 10,086 kilograms of iron, or acquired 10,010 kilograms of aluminum, or acquired 12,123 kilograms of copper, or acquired 10 kilograms of rare element deuterium, acquired 30 star stone zinc. After firing a laser at Dylan's cage, Dylan jumped out and rushed toward Li Hao. Woo, boss, I thought I would never see you again, Dylan exclaimed, mimicking Zhou Zi's actions, wanting to hug Li Hao, who looked at him with a face full of black lines. Get away, Li Hao said, waving his hand, sending Dylan flying and crashing to the ground. Ow! Dylan cried out in pain, looking at Li Hao with resentment. Little Gold, take him away and properly develop your relationship. From now on, the guard work of Haoyan City will be entrusted to you, Li Hao instructed. Uh-huh. Little Gold exclaimed happily, jumping up and grabbing Dylan, showing a joyful expression as if he had received a fun toy. However, upon hearing Li Hao's words and being held by the giant beast, Dylan could already imagine how miserable his future life would be. Chapter 100. Eve of the Battle of Pier City in the biological laboratory of Haoyan City. Zhou Zi closed her eyes, her entire body submerged in a large green tank filled with a restorative solution infused with nutrients developed by William and other biological repair liquids. While the restorative solution alone could heal the scars on her face, it was far from as thorough as this method, leaving no trace of hidden injuries and allowing for a complete rebirth. The robots have taken over here completely. Li Hao collected the cells from those with special abilities and is preparing to start cloning technology to see if the clones can inherit the abilities they had in life. If so, the optimized biomechanical technology based on William's biotechnology might be applicable in this area, potentially creating a continuous army of individuals with special abilities in the future. During this time, missing the leisure observation deck in Haoyan City, Li Hao embraced Yang Chengling, who was cleaned up and dressed in fashionable, feminine clothing. Chengling, wanting to be close to Li Hao, also wrapped her arms around his neck, displaying a playful demeanor. Where do you want to go? Li Hao asked with a mischievous smile. Anywhere, Chengling replied, understanding his intent and not backing down, needing to vent her pent-up emotions through a little battle. With a grin, Li Hao sensed that a conflict was imminent. After they had engaged in their playful sparring for a while, Zhou Zi from the biological laboratory woke up. The robots released her, and with a flushed face, she wrapped herself in a towel and headed to the bathroom. After changing her clothes, guided by Pangu, she arrived at the leisure observation deck, where Li Hao and Chengling were. She immediately saw the two in the midst of their playful fight. In the past, she might have left with a blush, but at this moment, it felt as if she had made a certain decision. Chengling was at a disadvantage. Without her strong willpower and days of emotional buildup, she wouldn't have lasted this long. Most importantly, she understood Zhou Zi's determination, and Chengling had long wanted to pull her into this. Although Zi felt a bit shy, she did not take a step back, uncertain if she would still hold her ground in future situations. Have you thought it through? Li Hao asked. Yes, Zi replied. Meanwhile, personnel from a nearby city had been waiting for a long time without seeing Yax and the others return, which raised their suspicions. They dispatched someone to search and found various bloodstains and damaged iron cages at the entrance of Haoyan City. After recording some video, they glanced at the marshy area ahead without stopping and began their return. Unbeknownst to them, several stealth drones were following them. They trailed them back to their city, and upon their entry, sent a signal back to Haoyan City. Li Hao immediately learned the location of their city, having previously obtained trading materials from Yax and others. Li Hao's stock of raw materials had increased. While mining would take time, raiding was much quicker, especially since the two women had been mistreated by the city's people, and he was determined to get revenge. Knowing their location, Li Hao considered that a missile strike could obliterate it, but some resources might be destroyed in the process. He decided to take the most direct approach, a siege. Pangu immediately assembled 20,000 robot guards and 200 robot leaders, along with a 5,000 strong armored beast legion. Equip all guards with machine guns and all leaders with energy guns, Li Hao commanded. The energy core of the robotic leader is a fusion reactor, while the energy source for the robotic guards is just a regular energy crystal, making their strengths vastly different. The energy guns are powered by the reactor, and a single shot can be compared to a small missile. All right, City Lord, as Pangu's voice fell, the robotic guards began to line up to collect their weapons. Once equipped, they automatically boarded a specialized armored transport bus. The robotic leader also received the relevant energy weapons, while the armored creatures took their positions, with mechanical arms starting to equip them with armor and weapons. Boss, are we going to attack the city? Dylan asked, noticing how cool the creatures looked as he rubbed his hands together. That's great. Is their armor suitable for me? I want to set too. Although Zhou Zi and Yang Chongling didn't speak, their eyes conveyed everything. They also wanted to go. Li Hao understood their intentions and immediately agreed. Okay, let us wait for a moment. Considering their safety, Li Hao thought it would be better to provide them with a set of steel battle armor, which would enhance both their offensive and defensive capabilities. He also thought of the Black Gorilla and designed a set for it as well. In less than an hour, the exclusive steel battle armor for 1 man, 2 women, and 1 gorilla was designed, then uploaded to Pangu for expedited manufacturing, all equipped with fusion reactors. Given their current strengths, this would significantly enhance their capabilities. The steel battle armor was quite impressive, not only assisted by Pangu's intelligence, but also boasting formidable weaponry. Additionally, with the super energy absorbing, super hardness, and super toughness materials developed by Li Hao, even weapons below the 3-star king level could not inflict any damage on it. However, Li Hao felt he didn't need it. Although wearing the armor would enhance his strength and defense, it would also hinder his abilities. Overall, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. So he decided against it. While Li Hao was busy crafting the steel battle armor in Haoyan City, Pierce learned of the deaths of X and others and immediately called a meeting. What does everyone think about this? That old man William actually broke his promise. Killed our people and robbed our goods. Does he really think Pierce is easy to bully? Pierce, the city lord, expressed his anger. City lord, in that case, we should turn his city into ruins. Tesca has developed a mobile electric tower, so we don't need to fear William's animal army or the zombie horde. Inside the electric tower, we are invincible, said Eidetic, ex-cousin, his anger boiling over at the news of his cousin's untimely death. Tesca, have you really developed it? Pierce asked, a hint of joy on his face upon hearing Eidetic's words. Yes, city lord. But the power of the mobile electric tower is significantly less than that of a fixed one. However, it can cover a range of 200 meters. I believe with it. Our victory is guaranteed, Tesca replied with a smile. The electric tower was invented by him, and he named it the Tesca Electric Tower. The mobile electric tower can accurately strike targets within a 200-meter range, with an instantaneous voltage release exceeding 10 kV, which carbon-based life forms simply cannot withstand. They would be obliterated in an instant. Well, if this mission goes smoothly, remember that I have accomplished a great feat. Chapter 101. The power of the Tesca Electric Tower. Although the technology in Pierce City is not overly advanced, it is quite impressive, especially since they have Tesca, a scientific genius who has awakened the ability to control electric power, taking the use of electricity to the extreme. Weapons such as electric shotguns, plasma cannons, electromagnetic cannons, super plasma mines, and plasma grenades, as well as the newly developed electric tower, are all formidable weapons. This is also the fundamental reason why Pierce City can hold its ground as one of the 5 self-built cities in the wilderness area of the coolest continent. Soon, after about half a day, Pierce City completed its assembly, and on the other side, Li Hao and others from Haoyan City also finished gathering their forces. Both sides set off towards each other's city locations. Brothers, let's go and take down that old guy William. Eidetic shouted to the brothers behind him. This time, he led an army of 30,000 men, along with 5 mobile electric towers and various weapons to attack Nika City, and he was filled with confidence. On the other side, Li Hao, seeing that all the mechanical legions had gathered, also ordered them to set off. Drones patrolled around them at about 5 kilometers. Heading towards Pierce City, Li Hao and the 2 women, Zhou Zi and another, stood on the shoulder of the Black Gorilla, bouncing ahead of the convoy, stirring up dust and creating constant rumbling sounds. Just as both armies had set off for about 150 kilometers, Eidetic's drones detected the Black Gorilla several kilometers away. There was nothing they could do. It was too large, and the noise it made while moving gave it away immediately. Stop. We have a situation. How did the Black Emperor appear here? Has William really managed to control it perfectly? Is this William's confidence? Eidetic couldn't help but say. The Black Gorilla is the ruler of the dark forest in the wilderness area, and many forces refer to it as the Black Emperor, acknowledging its power. Pierce City, as one of the 5 cities in the wilderness area, certainly knows about William capturing the Black Gorilla and is aware of his intention to control it. They just didn't expect that he actually succeeded. No matter how strong, it's still carbon-based life. Immediately assemble the electric tower and take it down. Eidetic coldly snorted. Following his command, the electric tower was quickly assembled and charged with energy. Fire. Watching the electric tower take shape, Eidetic immediately issued the attack order. Although continuous attacks can only reach a few hundred meters, charged attacks can reach several kilometers. With a flash of lightning, it struck the chest of the Black Gorilla in an instant. The powerful energy of the lightning sent the Black Gorilla flying, and the force of the lightning spread out, igniting the surrounding trees. Even 2 robotic war vehicles were overturned. Although the scene looked tragic, there were not significant losses. Li Hao had long noticed the electric tower of a lid, but he didn't expect it to be so fierce. The lightning struck as fast as a flash. He had no time to react before it hit the Black King, sending it flying to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. If it weren't for the armor Li Hao specially designed for it, it would have likely been pierced and electrocuted by the lightning. Li Hao also used his telekinesis to protect the 2 women. The dispersed lightning hit them too, but it was minimal. Li Hao directly absorbed the electrical energy, and the two women, equipped with their battle armor, also absorbed quite a bit of energy. After a moment, Li Hao landed with the two women and activated his quantum vision and distant sight. The scene before him changed dramatically, through a quantum forest. He saw a crowd of tens of thousands, as well as a lid standing in front of the electric tower and relevant symbols of a nearby city. Immediately realizing who the other party was. I haven't come to find you, yet you've come to me. Without a formal meeting. You've already taken down my pet. It's only fair that you pay the price. Saying this, Li Hao took out his long and used Barrett rifle. Quickly calculating a lid's position in his mind, considering various factors that could obstruct the bullet, and determining the shooting angle. Bayou. Since the distance was nearly 10 kilometers. A normal straight shot wouldn't reach, so Li Hao raised the sniper rifle nearly 45 degrees. A bullet flew towards a lid in a parabolic trajectory. The moment the bullet flew past, it felt as if time had stopped, cutting through a drop of water, passing through a leaf, and ultimately aiming for a lid's head. Crash. Unfortunately, just as the bullet approached about 100 meters from the electric tower, the tower automatically released a bolt of lightning that struck the bullet, creating a powerful explosion in the air. Despite the bullet being deflected by the lightning, the tremendous kinetic energy still slammed into one of the tower's supports, blowing it apart. Boom. Everyone be careful. All personnel on alert, drones deploy, and begin assembling other electric towers. The lid had no idea he had narrowly escaped danger. Seeing the electric tower inexplicably attacked and collapsing, his first thought was that it was an attack from William's people. This thing is surprisingly powerful. It seems I underestimated these so-called technological geniuses. Li Hao's eyes followed the bullet towards a lid as it approached. When the bullet entered the 200-meter range of the tower, Li Hao noticed it disrupted the original electric field distribution, triggering the tower's self-defense mechanism to strike the bullet, especially when he saw the tower's structural design. He couldn't help but admire its designer. However, seeing that the tower had been destroyed, Li Hao didn't hesitate to fire again. Bayou. Unfortunately this time, the other towers were rapidly assembling and couldn't intercept the bullet. At a distance of 10 kilometers, the bullet was faster than the speed of sound. As Bo Dong Alide turned back to give orders to the troops, a bullet entered through the back of his head and exited through his forehead. The force of the bullet striking a tree and causing a slight tremor. General Alide. This is terrible. The commanding general has fallen in the first battle. And everyone was filled with anger. Deputy Commander Finos looked at the four assembled power towers and decisively issued the command to charge them. Charge them immediately, blow them up, and avenge General Alide. Finos had spotted Li Hao's vehicle through the drone's camera and immediately gave the order. Seeing that their power towers were fully assembled, Li Hao decided not to use his sniper rifle anymore, especially since the towers were already charging. His bullets would be useless. Moreover, these power towers posed a significant threat to his army. The high voltage was overwhelming, and it was impossible to absorb it all at once, especially with the kinetic energy they contained, which could easily lift the entire army off the ground. Without hesitation, Li Hao moved forward. Just then, one of the power towers had finished charging and fired toward the general direction of the Haotian city army. With a crack, a powerful bolt of lightning surged forth, resembling a dragon of thunder, cleaving a path through the forest and striking Li Hao with a fierce blow, silent and deadly. Li Hao instantly felt a surge of power coursing through him, looking at the group from Pierce City with a smile. Chapter 102. The Death of the Black Steel. General Deputy Commander Finos initially watched the lightning dragon rush forward, believing it would strike down a large portion of the enemy army. To his surprise, it only destroyed some trees in front of Li Hao's forces without causing much disturbance. For a moment, he thought the charge hadn't been sufficient and the power was lacking. Give me another shot to blow them up, Finos commanded. However, similar to the previous situation, Finos couldn't help but begin to doubt the power of the towers. How could there be such little impact? It was grand in appearance, yet silent. Fire again, Finos insisted, determined to see what was happening this time. Finally, through the drone's observation, he saw the lightning dragon roar past, unimpeded, entering one of the targets, leaving him in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Finos exclaimed in disbelief. In the distance, Li Hao, seeing that Finos had discovered his ability to absorb the lightning energy, realized that the enemy would no longer use the power towers to attack. Nevertheless, he felt his energy nearing its limit. With a smile, he walked forward several dozen meters, facing the army of Pierce City, and clapped his hands on the ground. With a rumble, under the astonished gazes of everyone, it seemed as if a giant beast surged beneath the forest, uprooting all the trees, thickets, and even the soil several meters deep, rushing toward the location of the Pierce City army. In an instant, the mountains, forests, and land between the two armies were overturned, and all obstacles vanished, leaving only a barren expanse. The troops in the city were in disarray, with electric towers collapsed, personnel sprawled on the ground, their hair standing on end, limbs stiff, and skin charred, rendered unconscious by the electricity. Eliminate them. With a wave of his hand, all the vehicles opened their side doors, and pairs of robots began to disembark, marching in formation towards the location of the troops in the city. The boss is too strong. This city is finished, one of the brothers remarked, looking at the leader before shouting at the group of robots. Unfortunately, none of them paid him any attention, and he hurried to catch up with the advancing troops. The giant robot shook its head, having just suffered a severe electric shock. Due to its size, it wore a half-body armor, and the powerful current coursing through it left it immobilized for a long time before it could stand up. With a roar, it pounded its chest twice in anger and charged towards the city's troops. Finos and his companions watched the advancing mechanical army, but their limbs were paralyzed, making it difficult to even stand, let alone resist. They could only watch in despair as the hopelessness deepened. Then, he recalled the Lord's last instructions. If they failed, they should activate the beacon. The city would send support upon receiving the signal. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he activated the beacon and closed his eyes as a massive foot approached. With a thud, Finos was crushed under the foot of the giant robot. But the beacon was triggered, sending a signal towards the city. The leader sensed something amiss, but was powerless to stop it. Drones flew towards the city to monitor the situation, just in case. Then, as the beacon was activated, a powerful wave surged into the sky, causing strange phenomena as dark clouds gathered. Through his quantum foresight and X-ray vision, the leader noticed the energy of lightning accumulating in the sky. Although the energy was immense, he found no immediate threat to himself or his team, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation. Lord, the lightning wave generator has been activated. It seems they have failed, Teska reported after receiving a signal, addressing the Lord. Humph, William really has some skills, yet he couldn't deal with the mobile electric towers. It seems I must rely on you, Doctor, the Lord said, his expression darkening as he realized his people had been captured. However, he was not overly angry, as he believed that his forces were unstoppable. Even the most powerful of psychics would surely fall. Understood, Lord. William is destined to die this time. Teska replied with a smile, excited that his years of work were finally about to be put to use. It was time for everyone to witness that he, Teska, was the true genius of technology in the realm, not William. As the operations of the Tesla super tower unfolded, the iconic structure of Pier City began to gather a powerful energy. As this energy intensified, Pier City was enveloped in a strong electric field, causing all electrical equipment to go haywire, with some metallic objects even soaring into the sky. Finally, when the energy accumulation at the Tesla super tower concluded, a massive bolt of lightning shot toward the distant dark clouds, striking them in an instant. In that moment, a gigantic mushroom cloud appeared in the sky, with a fierce blaze coloring the entire horizon red. The powerful air currents generated a typhoon in the vicinity, destroying countless trees. Even Pier City, located 150 kilometers away, was caught in the strong winds as dust filled the air, revealing the vanishing forests and hills, along with a distant crater. This explosion obliterated everything within a 100 kilometers radius of the epicenter, and the effects were felt across a 300 kilometers area. The city lord, we have succeeded, Tesla said with a smile. Indeed, Pier nodded in agreement, also smiling. Thus, the two watched the scene ahead, sharing a smile. This experiment was undoubtedly a success. In the future, there would be no 5 major cities in the wilderness, only Pier City. On the other side, Li Hao observed the dark clouds and lightning. And after some contemplation, he sensed something was amiss. Although the lightning seemed harmless to him and the others, a powerful strike could trigger a catastrophic reaction, reminiscent of the infamous explosion on Waterblue Star. Thinking of the Tesla Tower in Pier City, he realized that if it were amplified several times, it could easily strike the clouds above. Without further thought, he immediately embraced the 2 women and activated his spatial abilities to take cover. Less than a minute after Li Hao entered his space, a tremendous explosion occurred overhead, instantly obliterating his mechanical army, animal legion, and the surrounding terrain, distorting even the space itself. Dylan and the upgraded robots, made from special materials, sustained scratches but remained intact. However, the Black Titan, being a half-body combat armor, had its limbs melted, leaving only a skull, resulting in its immediate demise. Li Hao felt a dangerous aura, even within his space. But it came swiftly and left just as quickly. Soon, he and the 2 women emerged from the space, finding themselves amidst ruins, accompanied by strong electric currents and flashes of lightning. Li Hao activated his quantum foresight and X-ray vision, quickly spotting the remnants of his army and the dire state of the Black Titan, his anger surging instantly. Pier City, you like to play with lightning, huh? Then I will play with you to the end. Chapter 103. Attack on Pier City. The death of the Black Titan had thoroughly enraged Li Hao. He released the 2 women, while Dylan and the other robots got up, silently observing Li Hao's darkened expression. Dylan, take 10 robot leaders and bring back the remains of the Black Titan. We'll arrange things when I return. The rest of the robots, follow me to destroy Pier City. Li Hao commanded. Yes, boss. Dylan didn't dare to say anything more. The recent explosion had nearly scared him to death. He watched helplessly as the black robot was dissolved before his eyes, and various alarms went off in his battle armor. He thought he was done for, but surprisingly, his armor held up. After the aftermath passed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Having escaped death, he lost the will to continue fighting. When Li Hao sent him back, he was more than willing to comply. Josie wanted to say something, but didn't know what to express. In the end, she took out her bow and arrows, indicating her intentions. Yang Chengling also drew her twin blades, twirling them in a flourish. In Pierce City, in celebration of the successful research experiment of Tesk, Pierce had specially arranged a banquet. A crowd of people was joyfully toasting and drinking, creating a harmonious atmosphere that sharply contrasted with the oppressive aura surrounding Li Hao and his group as they flew low towards Pierce. Indeed, the remaining 280 robot leaders, as well as the battle armor worn by the two women, were capable of flight. Leading the way, Li Hao took to the skies, with Yang Qingling on his left and Zhou Zi on his right, along with half of the robot leaders forming a V formation flying towards Pierce City. Soon, they reached the location of Pierce City, characterized by high walls and a massive Tesk electric tower in the center. The arrival of Li Hao and others was immediately noticed by the city guards, who promptly reported it. "Stop! This is Pierce City. Identify yourselves." As Li Hao approached, the guard captain shouted loudly. However, before he could finish, an arrow struck him directly in the head. Whoosh! Enemy attack! The guard captain fell dead, shocking the others. The vice captain yelled, and all the city guards drew their weapons, continuously firing at Li Hao and his group. Rat-a-tat-tat. Clang. Bullets hit Li Hao without any effect, while they produced a crisp metallic sound upon striking the robots. Seeing this, Zhou Zi prepared to draw her bow again. Li Hao gestured for them to stop, continuing to move forward. The guards, seeing this, unleashed all their bullets at him. What is going on? Why are the bullets ineffective against him? After firing for a while, the vice captain pulled out a rocket launcher and aimed it at Li Hao, firing a rocket. Whoosh! Li Hao did not stop. He chose to ignore the incoming projectile. Zhou Zi wanted to help, but Yang Qingling signaled her not to intervene, suggesting they should trust him. Boom! In an instant, flames soared into the sky as Li Hao was pushed back a step by the explosion. Nevertheless, he remained unharmed. The force of the explosion, after accounting for kinetic energy, left only the thrust from the expanding air, which didn't cause him much damage. Although the massive electric tower's discharged energy had created a catastrophic explosion that couldn't kill him, it could still injure him because the energy contained was too great. The remaining energy, after deducting the kinetic part, was still substantial, and he couldn't absorb it, which is why he had hidden in the space. Once his system reaches level 30 and completes the advancement, he will be able to absorb nuclear power generation, thermal power generation, and various energy generation devices. At that time, no energy attacks will be able to harm him. How is that possible? The deputy commander of the guards said in disbelief. He was astonished to see that apart from looking somewhat disheveled, Li Hao was completely unharmed. Everyone drew their electric guns and plasma cannons. I don't believe this person can withstand everything. With a command from the deputy commander, everyone aimed their plasma cannons at Li Hao and fired. With a series of lightning strikes, all the energy surged into Li Hao's body, and everyone fell silent. Is he even human? How do we fight him? What is going on? Pierce, leading a group, arrived at the gate and couldn't help but comment on the dazed expressions of the guards. Lord, this person is a devil. Our weapons are useless against him. The deputy commander of the city guard said in panic, feeling a bit fearful in the face of such an enemy. Useless. No matter who he is, anyone daring to cause trouble in our city will undoubtedly die. Taijan, go take care of that person, Pierce said, observing Li Hao and the robots behind him without any sign of fear. According to the rules, someone from their side should also engage him. And he turned to a young man holding a purple gold hammer. Yes, Lord, Taijan replied, smirking as he looked at Li Hao and jumped down from the city wall. With a thud, as Taijan landed, a small pit appeared on the ground, and countless electric currents surged outward. Who are you? You dare to cause trouble here? State your name, Taijan said, as Li Hao stopped in his tracks. A dead man is not worthy of knowing. Li Hao replied expressionlessly. Seeking death, Taijan roared and prepared to attack Li Hao, but suddenly felt the immense energy contained in Li Hao's raised foot, instinctively halting his advance. With a loud crash, as Li Hao's right foot hit the ground, a powerful wave surged forth, accompanied by a strong electric wave heading toward Taijan and the surrounding walls. In an instant, Taijan disappeared, the ground erupted, and the walls of the city crumbled, causing over a kilometer of houses and land within the city to collapse. Lord, everyone on the wall didn't have time to react before being knocked to the ground by the electric shock and then buried by the collapsing walls. Go, eliminate the resistors, and spare the civilians, Li Hao commanded as he gestured toward the gaping hole in the wall. With a whoosh, the robots raised their energy guns and fired into the crowd, directly sending several people flying. Zhou Zi also took down one person with an arrow, while Yang Qingling moved in close to reap the enemies. Pierce's troops were completely unable to resist and kept retreating. Chapter 104. The powerful Pierce, just as the two women, the robot and Zhou Zi, were about to invade Pierce City. Pierce awakened from beneath a pile of stones. However, Li Hao had long known that he was not dead and had been waiting for him. Damn invaders, you will pay for everything you have done. The pile of stones where Pierce was located suddenly exploded, and he jumped out, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as he spotted Li Hao. Pierce's awakened ability was body hardening, granting him immense defensive power. His strength was also considerable, as the Lord of Pierce City. After consuming various gene enhancement potions from basic to advanced levels, his strength attribute had already reached 6,000. This meant he could exert a force of 60,000 pounds. A person with such formidable defense and strength was practically invincible, but today he encountered Li Hao. Li Hao's strength might not have matched Pierce's, but his mastery of various energy forms could easily overwhelm Pierce. Furthermore, he had already deduced Pierce's approximate strength from the stones that had been thrown aside when he emerged. Upon seeing Pierce's hardened body, Li Hao understood his general capabilities. Without wasting words, Li Hao focused on the incoming Pierce, channeling his psychic energy to lift him directly off the ground. Deprived of leverage, Pierce could only struggle in midair. "Let me down if you have the ability," Pierce exclaimed, baffled. Initially, he thought Li Hao was an energy devourer, but he soon realized that Li Hao was a telekinesis user, having been lifted effortlessly by his psychic power. He could only flail his arms in futility. Li Hao ignored Pierce's protests and began to increase the pressure of his psychic energy, aiming to crush Pierce. However, Pierce's defense was robust and his strength formidable. Li Hao's psychic energy could lift him, but could not inflict significant damage. "Damn invader, who exactly are you? Your psychic power is ineffective against me. Surrender now, and I will leave your corpse intact," Pierce roared arrogantly. Feeling the pressure from Li Hao's psychic energy, but realizing it was of no use. "Have you ever heard of an induction cooker? How about a vortex electric field?" Li Hao, noticing the hardened body of Pierce, recalled his fusion with the induction cooker and microwave. Although it was integrated into his psychic energy, he could still utilize it. "Stop with the tricks, you can't do anything to me. Once your psychic energy is exhausted, it will be your end," Pierce retorted arrogantly. Indeed, a normal person's psychic energy required mental power to sustain, but Li Hao's psychic energy not only consisted of telekinesis, but also other abilities, resulting in far less mental power consumption compared to ordinary psychic energy. Instead, it consumed his electrical energy. "Heh, you'll find out soon enough whether I'm just putting on a show," Li Hao sneered, activating the alternating magnetic field and microwave abilities, causing the metallic steel on Pierce's body, as well as the moisture, to start heating up. "What are you doing to me?" Pierce cried out, feeling the unnatural pulsation of his cells and the rising temperature. As Li Hao increased his energy output, Pierce's body began to turn red and emitted a thick vapor, causing the air around him to distort. "Eidetic, save me!" Pierce screamed. Far away in the city, Eidetic saw Pierce's plight through the surveillance cameras and quickly operated the control panel of the power tower. Buzz. The massive power tower was activated by Eidetic, launching a bolt of lightning at Li Hao, who had no chance to dodge and was struck. Power level 5. Li Hao smirked, ignoring the tower, and amplified the alternating magnetic field and microwave output once more, causing Pierce's screams to intensify. "Eidetic." Pierce exerted all his strength to withstand the high temperature and the pressure from Li Hao's psychic force. Eidetic noticed that Li Hao was actually absorbing the electricity, his eyes widening in disbelief. However, seeing that Pierce was on the verge of collapsing, he clicked the launch button again. A larger bolt of lightning struck, but instead of hitting Li Hao, it targeted the ground beneath him. With a crash, the soil below was hit by the lightning, turning it extremely loose. Caught off guard, Li Hao stumbled, interrupting his wave release against Pierce, giving Pierce a moment to breathe. Despite his injuries, Pierce lunged at Li Hao, but with his dynamic vision, Li Hao easily tracked Pierce's movements. Using his psychic power, Li Hao created an upward force that diverted Pierce's attack away from him, causing it to miss and pass over his head. Li Hao quickly tapped into Pierce's kinetic energy and kicked him, sending him flying. This all happened in an instant. Although Pierce was powerful, his agility was only around 600, far less than Li Hao's 1000. With Li Hao's dynamic vision, he could easily evade Pierce's attacks. However, while he could strike Pierce multiple times, a single hit from Pierce could be devastating. Whoosh. After being kicked away, Li Hao decided not to play anymore. He aimed at Pierce and fired lasers, which pierced through Pierce's steel body in less than a second. Then, Li Hao channeled the absorbed kinetic energy into his fist, marked with the invader's insignia, and struck Pierce's back without any resistance. Boom. The powerful energy sent Pierce flying, crashing against the stone pillar of the massive power tower. Staring at the two large holes in his chest, Pierce's gaze became vacant. Li Hao's lasers had severed some of Pierce's control nerves, leaving him unable to move. Though not yet dead, Pierce's city was vast, and a single robot like him couldn't conquer it. Therefore, he marked Pierce to attract countless zombies. Soon, the city would be besieged by them, allowing him to gain numerous zombie points and take the opportunity to devour the super tower of Pierce City. Yes, that was his goal. The power tower is driven by energy and is capable of devouring, but the consumption of zombie points is undoubtedly massive, which is why he did not kill Pearson directly. As Teska realized that energy attacks were ineffective against Li Hao, he shifted his attack target to the robots fighting the ability users in Pearson City and the two women, Zhou Zi and Yang Chengling. With his energy strikes, he sent the robots flying, and Zhou Zi and Yang Chengling were also affected, with their armor sustaining some damage. Other ability users took this opportunity to attack the two women, putting them in peril. However, with a wave of Li Hao's hand, all the ability users were controlled and lifted into the air, and in a handshake gesture, they all exploded into a spray of blood. Teska was shocked by Li Hao's strength, breaking into a cold sweat. When he saw Li Hao staring at him with a smile, Teska felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively stood up and chose to flee. But soon he discovered that the surveillance footage of Pearson City was continuously streaming in, showing many areas surrounded by zombies. Thus, he headed directly for a secret passage in the basement. At this moment, was it too late to think about escaping? Li Hao, through quantum vision, spotted Teska preparing to flee and sneered. He rose into the air and flew towards Teska's location. Meanwhile, Zhou Zi and the others, having removed the obstacles posed by the ability users, quickly went on the offensive, harvesting the lives of the resistors. Before they could continue their advance towards Pearson City, an endless wave of zombies surged from all directions, prompting them to seek higher ground to prepare for the onslaught. You don't need to worry about them. They won't attack you. Go collect resources from Pearson City. I will pursue an energy tower controller and will return shortly. Li Hao said to Yang Chongling and the others without looking back. Brother Hao is too powerful. How many abilities does he have? So strong. The Lord of Pearson City is considered one of the top powers in the wilderness zone, yet he was completely overpowered by Brother Hao. Zhou Zi couldn't help but exclaim to Yang Chongling after hearing Li Hao's words. All right, stop daydreaming and go gather resources. Tonight, when we return, I'll let you see an even more impressive side of him. Yang Chongling smiled and said, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Only an older sister can. I'm not as good as you. Zhou Zi panicked a little and replied, You little girl, thinking about such things in broad daylight, aren't you ashamed? You were the one who brought it up first, and now you're mocking me. Li Hao, observing Teska's movements and scanning the four-dimensional structure of Pearson City with quantum vision, quickly understood his intentions and sneered. Then, Li Hao shot out two massive laser beams from his eyes, directly severing a load-bearing pillar underground, causing the basement to collapse and block the entrance with dirt and rubble. Teska looked at the collapsed area before him, realizing that his plan to escape through the entrance had been thwarted. Just as he turned around, a figure descended from the sky, blocking his path. Who are you? Pierce has already been taken down by you, and all the resources of Pierce City now belong to you. How about letting me go? Tesla said, trying to keep his tone calm. Do you think that's possible? Li Hao replied with a smile on his lips. I am the inventor of the power tower. I can hand over the information about it to you if you let me go, Tesla added, now with a hint of pleading in his voice. Hee. So it really is you. You are indeed talented. In that case, I will accept you, Li Hao said with a smile, realizing he had guessed correctly. It was indeed this person who developed it. He had no intention of killing Tesla. Rather, he wanted to control him to develop more technology for himself. Although Li Hao was also quite capable, he didn't have much time to continuously research and develop these things. Technology was an endless pursuit. Buzz. Upon hearing this, Tesla felt something was off and immediately activated his electrical powers, covering his entire body. The surrounding world slowed down tremendously for him as he quickly dashed to the side, attempting to escape Li Hao's control using his speed. However, as he passed by Li Hao, a hand landed on his shoulder, and all the electrical and kinetic energy within him vanished. Before he could be shocked, a fist the size of a large pot slammed into his head. Buzz. In an instant, Tesla felt his head buzz and then lost consciousness. Li Hao casually tossed him into a space and then flew out of the basement. Looking at the now zombie-infested Pierce City, Pierce was positioned quite high, but only a few lickers could climb up. However, Pierce's body was hardened, and the zombies could do nothing to him, though the lickers' long tongues licked him all over. Hiss. Ah, I never expected to be so humiliated by you, Pierce exclaimed. Before I die, can you tell me your name, sir? He ignored the mountain of zombies below and the lickers surrounding him, which could not harm him, and caught sight of Li Hao approaching through a small gap. My name is Li Hao. You are indeed a strong one. Since that's the case, I will grant you a dignified death, Li Hao said, as his telekinesis lifted the lickers into the air and crushed them, revealing Pierce's figure. Thank you. Pierce chuckled bitterly, already aware of his fate. If he were in the same position, he wouldn't spare anyone either. To die without suffering was already a kind of mercy. Whoosh. Just as Pierce finished speaking, a strong laser shot came at him. He closed his eyes, canceled his powers, and the laser instantly pierced through his forehead. Pierce was gone. After Pierce's death, Li Hao's laser stopped, and he flew up, retracting the mark that revealed itself, making him the new target of the endless zombie attacks. Li Hao didn't waste words. Looking at the increasingly tall tower of zombies below, he unleashed two jets of flames from his hands, the extreme heat instantly melting the zombies. Ding! Zombie killed, ding. Zombie killed. A series of notifications rang out as Li Hao's zombie points soared. With another wave of his hand, hundreds of machine guns appeared around him, continuously firing at the zombies below. The sound of gunfire echoed as the relentless onslaught continued. No matter how many were defeated, the undead showed no fear. Once the mark appeared, they lost their sanity and attacked the bearer of the mark. With a powerful display of firepower, Li Hao unleashed a barrage of gunfire, flames, and lasers, systematically eliminating the encroaching zombies. After the zombie tower was destroyed, he stood his ground, waiting for the undead to surround him, continuously racking up points for each kill. As Li Hao's points surged from 10,000 to 800,000, he finally stored away the mark. Without hesitation, he gazed at the colossal energy tower ahead and flew up to its peak, placing one hand on it. Devour the super energy tower, consuming 5 million points. Confirm? He was prompted. Yes. As he absorbed the tower, The massive structure vanished, and Li Hao closed his eyes, ascending into the air. His body crackled with electric energy. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and thunder rumbled. With his energy manipulation enhanced to 100 million voltamperes, Li Hao felt like a god of thunder, capable of summoning the electricity of nature and releasing over 100 million voltamperes of energy instantaneously. Moreover, he sensed that he had mastered the lightning speed previously exhibited by the energy tower. As he became enveloped by this incredible speed, the world around him seemed to freeze. The faster he ran, the greater the electricity he could unleash, peaking at no more than 200 million volts. Ding! The system leveled up 3 times, and his current level reached 28. Chapter 106. Modifying the Apocalypse System rules. The skies over Pierce City darkened, lightning crackling as Li Hao soared into the air. Surrounded by electric energy, entering lightning speed mode. His hair turned white, still crackling with electricity. With a gesture, he summoned the lightning from the sky, forming it into a long serpentine bolt that he grasped. Gradually, the lightning was absorbed until the clouds dispersed. Glancing at Pierce's corpse, he collected items from the supply box and took some of Pierce's flesh and blood for his biological cloning research. After all, Pierce possessed decent strength and talent. If cloning succeeded, he could become a valuable asset. Then, Li Hao activated his quantum vision, scanning Pierce City and quickly locating the central control hub and the technology archive room. With a rush of lightning speed, he vanished from his spot and reappeared in the control center, initiating an intrusion into the city's system to gather technological data, ensuring nothing was overlooked before destroying the system and all network information with a swift motion. Next, he made his way to the technology archive room, scanned relevant research papers, designed blueprints and theoretical concepts, and then set the archive ablaze. Finally, he arrived at the armory in a certain city, where he confiscated a large number of weapons. However, he left behind several high-tech electric weapons for fusion, as his system was nearing level 30, and he was eager to absorb the Apocalypse System. Due to the presence of a certain entity, this city had designed many electric weapons, such as the commonly seen electric beam gun, plasma cannon, and some peculiar ones like the Thunderball launcher, Phantom Thunderblade, Thunder Whip, Dragon Wind Thunder Fan, compressed landmine cannon, and lightning strike projectile. They had nearly developed weapons with various electric attributes, such as high attack, high paralysis, high cutting power, and high speed, playing with electricity in various ways. The more they developed, the happier he became, because with his control over electricity, fusing these weapons meant he would gain a variety of electric skills. Fusion of plasma cannon consumed 50,000 points, granting plasma strike ability. Fusion of Thunderball launcher consumed 30,000 points, enhancing Thunderball cohesion and control. Fusion of Phantom Thunderblade consumed 60,000 points, granting electric transformation ability and enhancing cutting power. Fusion of Thunder Whip consumed 40,000 points, enhancing electric paralysis ability. With numerous electric weapons fused, he acquired various electric abilities. What pleased him most was the electric transformation ability, allowing him to transform electricity into various shapes, which was incredibly cool. His system directly leveled up to 30, and in that moment, he felt his soul had transcended. Through the system, he glimpsed the rules of this world altered by the Apocalypse System. Instantly, the invader mark was drawn out, and his system, enveloping his soul, appeared in a chaotic space where a white light flickered, representing the Apocalypse System. The endless threads surrounding it were the power of the world's rules it had altered. It noticed his arrival, showing a mix of surprise and innocence. He realized that the Apocalypse System had awakened a simple consciousness, albeit very rudimentary. Looking at the Apocalypse System was like seeing a delicious dish, and without hesitation, he lunged towards it. When the Apocalypse System saw him coming, it did not evade. And only when they merged did he realize it considered him as food as well. The advancement of the systems involved mutual confrontation. In the end, whoever triumphed would devour the other. Fortunately, his system had also reached level 30, making them evenly matched. With his additional soul consciousness interfering, the two systems eventually blended together, forming a yin-yang state. Unfortunately, the Apocalypse System's consciousness was too weak, while his soul's intent was too strong, allowing him to directly absorb that rudimentary consciousness and begin to take control of the Apocalypse System. The yin-yang fish had only one eye, and eventually, it calmed down and transformed into a single color, red. Ding! The Doomsday Devouring system has successfully evolved, and the Appliance Devouring system has advanced. The current system is now the Technology Devouring system. After the system upgrade, Li Hao can devour not only appliances, but any technological products. Furthermore, the cooldown time for traversing the Doomsday realm has been eliminated, as his system has matured and has sufficient energy, thus no longer requiring a cooldown period to gather energy for traversal. Additionally, a new designation for the traversable Doomsday world has been added, indicating that another world can now be accessed. Finally, the central rules originally controlled by the Doomsday system have connected to his system. But since this system is bound to Li Hao's soul, he could not possibly leave his soul behind. Ultimately, Li Hao devised a solution, to use the invader's mark to connect these central rules instead of his own system. However, the original source of the mark system was insufficient. and Li Hao had no choice but to sacrifice some system origin and eliminate certain world rules set by the Doomsday system. Initially, some rules that consumed system energy were revoked, such as the flight restriction, area division, the shelter system, treasure chest mechanisms, airdrops, and resource boxes from killing humans, which were now confiscated directly. However, without the potions available in the shelters, exchanges became impossible, and accumulating zombie points was also futile. Li Hao recalled his new world and thought it might be a viable option. He established the new world as a king's battlefield, where submitting a certain number of zombie points would allow entry to obtain various materials in exchange for merit points, which could then be used to exchange for potions, attribute stones, awakening stones, and certain technologies. However, purchasing these potions would require both zombie points and merit points. Yes, after the upgrade. Li Hao's system allows entry with a specific mark, though this mark consumes energy, approximately 100 zombie points, which Li Hao intended for the entrants to provide themselves. For those with attribute points exceeding 3,000, submitting 10,000 zombie points would grant access to the king's battlefield. Those with over 2,000 attribute points would need to submit 20,000 zombie points, and those with over 1,000 attribute points would need to submit 30,000 zombie points. Any supernatural beings could enter by submitting 5,000 zombie points. However, since the new world had yet to be drawn, Li Hao was unsure what it would be like, and he planned to first develop gene cloning technology and memory storage technology to use as part of the king's battlefield. Otherwise, if people entered and died, it would be a waste of resources. With these two technologies, they could be revived, but reviving them would also require them to expend zombie points, approximately 500,000 for each individual. After setting everything up, Li Hao returned to his body and immediately felt that the sky had changed. It seemed clearer than before. Moreover, his zombie points were continuously skyrocketing, as these were the points confiscated from humans after their deaths. From now on, zombie points would merely be a string of numbers in Li Hao's eyes. As the changes in the sky occurred, almost everyone instinctively looked up. The long-lost white clouds, blue sky, and the pure sunlight made everyone feel as if the gloom in their hearts had been dispelled, and many revealed smiles that had been absent for a long time. However, some felt panic, as the absence of shelter allowed the zombies to swarm indirectly. Those who had been slacking in public areas had no choice but to pull out their firearms to resist. Li Hao, using his extraordinary vision, spotted satellites from various countries in the sky, which seemed to come back to life at that moment. Smiling, he immediately sent a command to Pangu to quickly connect to those satellites and take full control of them. After receiving the order, the Quantum Signal Transmission Center swiftly sent various signals to the satellites, starting to modify and upgrade their programs. In just half a day, he had gained control over 368 satellites, while he discarded the remaining 208 outdated ones. Brother Hao, what is going on? I feel like our planet is different now, Zhou Zi said as she approached Li Hao with another girl. Yes, humanity can only rely on itself now. Let us go back, Li Hao replied with a smile. Without the protection of the Doomsday system, everyone had to face the invasion of zombies. Subsequently, humanity would surely become united, build cities, and develop personal strength. In some ways, this might reduce the already small number of humans, but in terms of quality, it would definitely improve and also reduce internal conflicts. After all, without resources, who would kill for no reason? Humans would certainly find ways to improve themselves, and when their new world came online, perhaps it wouldn't be as difficult as it is here. Chapter 107. Zombie Monarch William. Upon returning to Haotian City, Li Hao immediately consumed a high-grade gene enhancement potion along with the two girls and absorbed countless zombie crystal cores, raising all his attributes to 10,000 points. His attributes had reached the limit of this world, which was a rule that Li Hao could not change. However, he could already feel the changes in his attributes. Powerful mental strength, physical prowess, and quick reaction speed undoubtedly made him the strongest person on Tianyu Star. After drinking the high-grade gene potion, Zhou Zi's strength was around 4,000, mental strength about 6,000, and her constitution and agility were around 3,000, all reaching their limits, which was quite decent overall. Yang Chengling had strength and constitution around 5,000, mental strength around 4,000, and agility around 3,500, which was also good. Although Li Hao could modify their limits, these were within the rules and could be changed, but it required a vast amount of attribute limit stones, which would only be available when the new world opened. For now, it had to remain as it was. Then, Li Hao instructed them to put all the resources they brought back into the warehouse for Pangu to handle, urging Pangu to increase robot production. With the restrictions in the air lifted, Li Hao spent some time designing several types of flying warplanes, including bombers, rapid fighters, transport planes, aerial aircraft carriers, and various missile designs, all of which were added to the manufacturing tasks. Cloning technology has long matured, and Li Hao has spent some time researching memory extraction technology. However, the new world has not yet opened, and no one has entered it, so it is not yet needed. Li Hao's first priority is to expand his influence and strength. Otherwise, when the new world opens, those who die inside and wish to be revived will have no one to turn to if his industrial capabilities are not up to par. Indeed, Revival requires Li Hao's biological manufacturing technology, rather than simply bringing a person back to life out of thin air, which is unscientific. Even if it were possible, it would consume a lot of resources, leaving him with little to gain. Therefore, it is more cost-effective to directly clone and then implant memories. After all, the resources on Tianyu Star are still abundant. Haoyan City's industrial manufacturing is already quite powerful. In just one day, they managed to produce several high-speed fighter jets. Currently, there are only 4 people in Haoyan City: Li Hao, 2 women, Yang Qingling, and Dylan. Li Hao also needs to research biological control technology and work on the modification of the Black Iron Giant. Indeed, he plans to transform the Black Iron Giant into a mechanical giant, making it a symbolic enforcer for Haoyan City. With the fighter jets manufactured and communication satellites readily available, he has sent Yang Qingling, the 2 women, and Dylan out to search for resources. Li Hao has not fully accessed all the satellites in space. Many self-constructed cities established by military forces of various nations were built on military bases. With the flight restrictions lifted, these military bases quickly resumed their satellite operations. The original fighter jets, missiles, and even energy resources began to be utilized again. Former national authorities started gathering personnel to rapidly eliminate zombies and rebuild their homes. In a short time, battles erupted everywhere, but the once 15 billion population of Tianyu Star has now dwindled to less than 5 billion. A vast amount of land has become vacant, and numerous resources await humanity's reclamation. Those who had established their own factions, the so-called warlords, were reluctant to return to the leadership of their former nations. Moreover, some awakened special abilities and consumed advanced genetic agents, becoming numerous capable individuals who no longer feared the so-called national power. As a result, various regions formed fragmented power structures. Today's wars are no longer fought for territory but for resources, talents, and the development of new technologies. The place where Li Hao is located is called the Curry's Continent, which once had a mountain range known as the Curry's Mountains. Within this mountain range lies a mineral vein containing over tens of millions of tons of iron and hundreds of tons of various smaller minerals. This area originally belonged to a country called Okarando on the Curry's Continent. Before the apocalypse, due to this mineral vein, it became a major mineral resource nation, extracting several million tons of minerals, with nearly tens of millions of tons still in a state of extraction. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, most people turned into zombies, and the mining operations were left abandoned. Yang Qingling was piloting a fighter jet and flew over the mountain range. Soon, the jet's alert system indicated the discovery of a mineral vein, showing that it contained at least 10 million tons of iron, 2 million tons of copper, and around 1 million tons of various rare metals. She immediately reported the location to the command center. The center then dispatched fighter jets, transport planes, and some mining equipment towards the site to prepare for extraction. However, this location was closely monitored by local authorities, who had already established a military base there. As Yang Qingling's jet flew past, it detected an incoming missile from below. Fortunately, the jet was equipped with an automatic missile interception system, and these non-guided missiles were easily destroyed with a few rounds of fire. Yang Qingling also spotted the military base below. Subsequently, 5 fighter jets took off from the base. However, these were older, fuel-burning models that required manual operation. Upon receiving orders, they began to pursue Yang Qingling's jet. Unfortunately, the two sides were not on the same level. Yang Qingling issued an attack command, and her jet quickly fired a beam of energy, directly hitting one of the enemy jets, which exploded midair. The other 4 pilots cursed in frustration, but before they could react, 4 more beams struck, piercing through their jets, which soon started to smoke and crash down. Yang Qingling glanced at the base below and fired a shell down. This was a small high-explosive nuclear device developed by Li Hao. When it hit, flames engulfed the base, and the massive explosion flattened the small hill upon which the base was built. The intelligence system of her jet soon reported, all human life forms have been eliminated. No signs of life detected. Yang Qingling then set the automatic patrol system for a radius of 50 kilometers, activated the ejection system, and launched herself from the jet. With a powerful descent, Yang Qingling, whose physique reached around 5,000, fell from a height of over 100 meters, creating a 3-meter-wide pit upon impact. After stretching her limbs, she took out various small flying detection devices and began her mineral vein assessment. Meanwhile, Li Hao received news from the command center and quickly designated the site as an important stronghold. He dispatched Dylan and Zhou Zi there along with various combat robots, mining robots, and construction robots. He planned to build a massive steel city there, as establishing at least 100 million revival pods would require a significant amount of resources. After leaving Nika City, William arrived at the largest zombie nest in Curry's, known as Source City. He first utilized his understanding of zombies and applied a substance that mimicked their scent, using some drugs and small devices. He captured and controlled several liquors and established a small biological laboratory. Here, he had a continuous supply of zombies for research and experimentation, which led him to successfully develop a substance known as the Zombie Awakening Agent. This agent could activate intelligence in zombies once absorbed. With the emergence of the intelligent devourers, their strength surged, and they were dispatched by a certain leader to jointly capture hunters, assassins, and speedsters. Eventually, the leader's zombie legion grew larger and larger. This also led to the successful development of an advanced version of the zombie monarch virus serum, but instead of using it on the zombies, he intended to use it on himself. Although humans can evolve, their lifespan is still only about 100 years. However, he discovered that awakened zombies, or zombie monarchs, based on his research, could potentially achieve immortality by continuously absorbing zombie crystal cores for evolution. That damn telekinesis user, I will come for you. Just wait, he said as he injected the zombie virus into his own body. Instantly, the zombie virus wreaked havoc within him, and his physical attributes began to soar. The surrounding zombie crystal cores transformed into gas and flowed into his body. The previously mindless zombies from the Source City turned their gazes toward his laboratory. Initially, ordinary zombies instinctively began to kneel and worship him, and soon, more and more zombies joined in until hunters, assassins, and even billions of zombies from the Source City were kneeling. He successfully ascended to the rank of Zombie King, and the powerful strength and physique filled him with confidence. Is this power? Haha, I want everyone on this planet to become zombies. I will rule this world, haha. Chapter 108. The cyborg Teska, the zombie monarch virus, is different from other viruses. It can almost replicate infinitely. This virus is synthesized from various zombie viruses by the leader, possessing the advantages and characteristics of different zombies. Mastering it equates to mastering the source of the zombie virus. The leader's original highest attribute was only around 6,000 in mental strength, but after injecting the zombie monarch serum, he became a zombie monarch, and all his attributes began to soar daily, now exceeding 8,000. It is estimated that within a year, his attributes may reach the upper limit of 10,000. Although another individual controlled the apocalypse system, having devoured too much of the system's essence, he couldn't manage everything regarding the celestial star. And he never anticipated that the leader would grow right under his nose. Even if he had known, he likely wouldn't have cared, as his perspective had changed. Meanwhile, the leader began to gather and train zombies, evolving more advanced zombies, and developing his own power base, with the Source City becoming his stronghold. On the other side, the individual developed biological control technology, essentially combining biological and mechanical elements to create a semi-biological, semi-machine existence. Teska was the first experimental subject. Upon awakening, he opened his eyes and found everything around him digitized. He stood up, looking at various data, thinking his nerves were malfunctioning. Rubbing his eyes and touching his head, he found nothing amiss. Teska, you're awake? How do you feel? A voice resonated in Teska's mind, startling him. Who are you? Teska was spinning around anxiously, looking everywhere. But besides the furniture and the white walls, there was nothing else in the room, no surveillance or audio equipment. He clearly felt that the voice was transmitted directly into his mind, and he couldn't help but say in a flustered manner, "Heh, have you forgotten me so soon? Who brought you here? Have you forgotten?" The voice echoed again, still with no sign of anyone. "Is it you? Who are you? Come out, stop playing tricks. I'm not afraid of you. Where's my lightning ability?" Teska tried to summon his lightning powers for defense, but found that it seemed to have disappeared completely. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't produce it. "Have you not noticed the changes in your body?" It seems I didn't consider this enough. Let me upload some information for you. You will understand soon." As the voice spoke, Teska suddenly felt a segment of information added to his mind, explaining the changes in his body. It turned out that he had transformed into a cyborg, with a biological control assistance system implanted in his body. His powers were restricted by this system, and his data was also a built-in function of the biological system. The existence of this system meant that his body was no longer under his control. He would have to continuously complete tasks and improve his system permissions to gain his freedom. Moreover, any rebellious thoughts or actions could result in punishment, with severe cases leading to the erasure of consciousness. His body was under the intelligent control of the biological assistance system, and he was not allowed to resist orders or engage in activities unrelated to his tasks. Of course, with this system, although he lost his freedom, it brought many conveniences. Firstly, there was wireless internet access, essentially equipping his mind with a computer, allowing him to browse the web freely, though under the system's monitoring. Secondly, there was a data storage function. Anything he learned could be uploaded via the internet, greatly accelerating his computing ability. Additionally, the data allowed him to read corresponding data from any object, and his bodily control capabilities were now more precise and accurate than before. For those who originally had powers, once their system permissions increased, they could use them freely. The system permissions were also tiered. Level 1 was the most basic, allowing free use of his body only in the room. In other areas, the system took over, even during tasks. Level 2 was intermediate permission, allowing control of his body in the room and during tasks. Level 3 was advanced permission, akin to a certain rank among cyborgs, comparable to a team leader. Able to manage Level 2 cyborgs, and for the most part, he could control his body. Level 49 was akin to a company commander or brigade commander, similar to Level 3 permissions, capable of managing lower-ranked cyborgs. Under normal circumstances, except for military orders, he would have considerable freedom, even to the extent of marrying and having children in the future. Teska understood that he could not resist. His life and death were no longer in his own hands. And he could only accept the reality. His authority was at level 1. And even if he submitted, he was unwilling to remain a level 1 modified person. Unwilling to be controlled in his freedom by those with higher authority. He aspired to be superior. Realizing this, he immediately chose to take on missions. As long as he completed tasks and earned merit points, he could upgrade his authority. He quickly connected his biological control auxiliary system to the internal network of Haotian City and began accepting missions. Mission 1. Mining task. Merit points are awarded based on the quantity, rarity, and difficulty of mining the minerals for level 2 authority and above. Mission 2. Capture task. Capture individuals with special abilities. Merit points are awarded based on the strength, abilities, age, and completeness of the captured individuals, level 1 authority with offensive abilities. Mission 3. Resource plunder task. Attack human cities to obtain various resources, with merit points awarded based on rarity, level 3 authority and above. Mission 4. Gene plunder task. Obtain the genes of individuals with special abilities, with merit points awarded based on the type and rarity of their abilities, level 2 authority and above. After reviewing the missions, he reluctantly chose Mission 2 and left the room, allowing the system to arrange everything automatically. He donned his steel battle armor and led 10 robot commanders and 30 robot guards on his mission. The remains of the black titanium had long been brought back. Li Hao transformed it into a half-gorilla, half-mechanical entity, replacing its head and limbs with mechanical parts. Its chest was embedded with several nuclear reactors, and he specially crafted a super-large sword and equipped it with various conventional laser cannons, palm cannons, and other thermal weaponry. Once the modification was complete, Li Hao dispatched it to guard the mineral vein discovered by Yang Qingling, as that vein was quite famous and would certainly attract many covetous eyes. Without sufficient strength, it would be challenging to defend. Furthermore, after acquiring the biological technology left by William, Li Hao researched it for some time and upgraded many technologies, including biological cloning technology. He conducted biological cloning of certain gene cells from previously obtained individuals with special abilities, including Teska, Pierce, X, and Daniel. The bottles and jars from the former biological area were put to use, with cells appearing in each container. These cells were very active, continuously dividing and combining. According to Li Hao's estimates, in about 10 days, those cells could develop into a fetus after 10 months, and in around 30 days, they could grow into a body resembling a normal 20-year-old. At that time, they would undergo biological mechanical modification to become cloned modified individuals. However, these cloned modified individuals would be fully controlled by the biological control auxiliary system. So even if they awakened special abilities, they would only have level 1 authority unless they awakened their consciousness years later, which could potentially allow for an upgrade in authority. After all, establishing a vast resurrection system requires a large territory, which needs personnel to guard it. These modified individuals might serve that purpose well. Chapter 109. The Curries or Vane. 10 days passed in an instant. During this time, the mechanical army of Haotian City and the number of aerial combat machines increased significantly, rivaling the military strength of certain nations. Li Hao also integrated nuclear energy conversion technology, thermal energy conversion technology, and various energy-driven technologies, successfully acquiring the ability to absorb various forms of energy. Ultimately, all these abilities combined into an energy conversion capability. Regardless of the type of energy, Li Hao's body could absorb it, which could then be converted into spiritual energy stored within him or used directly in its original form. For instance, the energy from a grenade explosion could be fully absorbed and released from any part of his body, similar to the abilities of a character from a certain film. After arranging everything, Li Hao took flight alone to a remote area and activated the system's world traversal feature. Ding, extracting from the apocalyptic world. Ding, extraction successful. Obtained intermediate fantasy apocalyptic world traversal permission. Subsequently, Li Hao's system added an intermediate fantasy apocalyptic world to its traversal functionalities. However, since his main world was Blue Water Star, regardless of which world he entered, he would always return to the main world. Just as Li Hao was about to explore other worlds, he received information from satellite surveillance indicating that numerous factions from Curry's continent and nearby lands were dispatching combat aircraft towards the Curry's mountains. He understood that these individuals were coveting the Curry's or Vane. He then instructed Pangu to monitor the distribution of large factions on Tianyu Star. By observing the construction of their bases through satellites, he could infer their general situation. Furthermore, once they established signal transmission towers and global internet connectivity, it would essentially allow Pangu to control the network and access various information. Excellent. This time I can gather some materials for the cyborgs. I won't feel at ease leaving until I deal with these larger factions. Li Hao smirked and activated his speed ability. A blue streak of light swiftly heading towards the Curry's Mountains. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the Curry's Mountains, 500 kilometers away. Buzzing and clattering filled the air as various extraction machines were in operation. Li Hao looked ahead at a large temporary office area equipped with various technological devices. A mechanical giant had planted its battle blade into the ground, standing guard, ready for combat. Warning, multiple combat aircraft detected within a 300 kilometers radius. Warning, multiple combat aircraft detected within a 300 kilometers radius. Which factions do these aircraft belong to? Yang Chengling inquired upon hearing Panga's alert. 90 aircraft are from various cities on Curry's continent, and 50 are from factions outside Curry's continent. With so many aircraft, can we defend the Orvane with only 20 of our own? Josie expressed her concern. What are you afraid of? Just go for it. Our aircraft are the most advanced. It's not just about numbers, Dylan replied in a deep voice. It's all right, I'm here. This place is indeed nice. Your previous estimates of the minerals might be inaccurate. There are at least hundreds of millions of tons of minerals here. I plan to establish a machinery production base here. In the future, robots, fighter jets, battle suits, and even mechs will all be built here. The production line from Haotian City will be moved over, and that place will be transformed into a biological laboratory, Li Hao said as he walked into the monitoring center and addressed everyone. Lord City Master, you're here. City Master. During the upcoming battle, try not to kill anyone. The technology for augmenting individuals has been successfully implemented. It's time to expand the augmented team, Li Hao instructed. Understood. City Master. As those fighter jets entered within 100 kilometers of the Kuris mountain range, all factions noticed each other's jets. Since the number of jets was considerable, no one dared to attack first, so they began to communicate via radio waves. Which faction are you from? The Kuris mine belongs to our Akalando Empire. Please leave immediately. Stated another faction established by the Akalando military. Haha, we are also a faction of the Akalando Empire. Which city are you from? The Akalando Empire is vast, and there are many faction cities established here. 2 factions have come this time. Karma is the leader of the other faction in this operation. We are from the southeastern military base city of Akalando, controlled by the military. Please leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Colonel Biru of the southeastern military of Akalando said. Enough. The Akalando Empire has already fallen. This place does not belong to any faction, not to mention your military faction. Even all factions of Akalando cannot seize this mine. Our Philith Empire will never give up this mine, said Lankas from the Philith Empire faction. Our Maidao Empire faction will not compromise either. Our Vito Empire faction will not compromise either. Just as these factions argued endlessly, they noticed a mechanical giant standing in front of the mine, with numerous mining machines already in operation. Then, they saw countless shells emerging from below, heading towards their fighter jets. Damn it, this place has been occupied. Is it the official faction of the Akalando Empire? Watch out for the shells. Which faction has taken over? The official base of the Akalando Empire has been flattened. Be careful of the shells. Damn it. In an instant, the fighter jets in the air began to circle, trying to evade the shell attacks with their piloting skills. Unfortunately, the shells seemed to have a mind of their own, heading straight for their jets. Helplessly, most of the jets released flares, which were hit by the shells and exploded in the air. Boom. Crash. Oh no. The tail has been hit. The fighter jet has lost balance and is going down. Activate the ejection system. Not all fighter jets reacted quickly enough. Some slower jets were hit and plummeted to the ground, soon revealing several parachutes in the air. However, what awaited them was not a miraculous escape, but an onslaught from countless robots. The city lord said, capturing them alive is quite difficult. If we're not careful, we might accidentally blow up their aircraft. Why not just take them out directly? Dylan, controlling the artillery, was careful not to kill them while striking the aircraft, feeling somewhat frustrated. Indeed, it's hard to control. Let me handle this. I don't have time to play with them. You all can go collect the people later, Li Hao said, activating his speed ability and vanishing like a streak of light, then appearing on top of one of the aircraft. Ah, ghost. The sudden appearance of Li Hao startled the pilot of the aircraft. However, before the pilot could panic, Li Hao smashed the cockpit door open and pulled the pilot out. With a zap, he knocked the person unconscious with electricity, then took out a control lock to bind him up and casually tossed him towards the ground, opening his parachute during the descent. Thus, Li Hao moved through the groups of aircraft, continuously tossing people out. Damn it, who is this person? What kind of ability is this? Blow him up. Other pilots saw Li Hao appearing on one aircraft and someone being thrown out, and they knew they were high up in the air. Even those who could fly with telekinesis couldn't move that fast, causing them to feel fear. Just as Li Hao landed on another aircraft, several shells flew towards him. Seeing this, Li Hao smiled slightly. A shocking scene unfolded. The flames from the exploding shells did not quickly kill Li Hao. Instead, the power seemed to compress and ultimately disappeared into his body. Open fire. Kill him, damn it. The others were terrified. Such a scene completely shattered their understanding. Bullets rained down on Li Hao, falling harmlessly to the ground. Li Hao gathered a trace of lightning power in his fingertip and flicked it towards one of the aircraft. In an instant, the people inside the aircraft convulsed, foaming at the mouth as the aircraft lost control and plummeted to the ground. Run. This person is a master. We cannot contend with him. Biru saw Li Hao's impressive display of power and immediately chose to retreat. However, they hadn't flown far when a long spear was thrown towards their aircraft. With a whoosh, it pierced through Biru's aircraft, and the contained lightning power shocked everyone inside, causing their limbs to go numb as the aircraft spiraled downwards. The remaining members of Karma and Lankas quickly scattered to escape, but Li Hao was no longer interested in playing with them. With a casual gesture, The bloodthirsty spear flew back into his hand, and he hurled it towards Karma's group of aircraft. The spear struck the central aircraft, unleashing a powerful surge of lightning that spread outwards, knocking down a large number of people within the group. Finally, with only Lankas's team remaining, Li Hao jumped into the cluster of aircraft, releasing a massive amount of lightning power from each aircraft, almost instantly damaging their operating systems, causing them to plummet towards the ground. Below, Yang Chongling led several robots towards the place where the aircraft had crashed. At that moment, Biru had just kicked open the cockpit door and spotted the approaching robots. "Damn it, you think you can catch me?" Biru shouted, drawing a large knife and charging at Yang Chongling. Whoosh, bang, boom. The robot leaders, seeing Biru and his team attacking, fired energy blasts at them, each targeting an individual. Biru reacted quickly, slashing his knife to deflect the energy blasts, taking a step back. "Is that all you've got?" Biru taunted, but his companions were blasted several meters away, screaming in pain and instantly losing their combat effectiveness. "Damn it, look out for the knife." Biru roared upon witnessing his brothers being sent flying. He concentrated energy into his large knife and struck at Yang Chongling with all his might. Boom. In an instant, a massive energy blade surged forward. Yang Chongling, sensing the danger, leaped back a few steps, leaving a large crack in the ground. Glancing at the fissure, she drew a large knife from the back of her armor, activated its energy, and soared towards Biru, aiming to strike him down. Clang. Biru blocked with his knife, and the two weapons collided with a loud crash, leading to an intense close-quarters knife fight, with boulders and vegetation occasionally being cleaved apart. Biru was a colonel in the southeastern military of the Okalando Empire, and his hand-to-hand combat skills were unquestionable. Yang Qingling, a legendary female assassin, had also honed her skills after the apocalypse and had trained under Li Hao for a while, making her no slouch either. Moreover, their attributes were quite similar. Biru's awakened ability allowed him to unleash some form of energy attack, while Yang Qingling had a healing ability. However, with the support of her armor, they were evenly matched for the time being. "Who are you really?" "This is the mining area of the Okalando Empire, and you won't take it." After exchanging a blow, they both retreated, and Biru roared, clearly underestimating his opponent's strength. "From now on, this place belongs to Haoyan City." Yang Qingling, feeling satisfied with the fight so far, knew she couldn't waste too much time and activated the lightning enchantment mode of her armor. Instantly, her battle knife and the entire suit were enveloped in a layer of electrical power. Without wasting any words, she charged at Biru again with a slash. Bluffing. Biru, seeing Yang Qingling's armor looking quite impressive but not showing much power in their previous exchanges, shouted angrily and slashed back. Clang. Zing. In an instant, the electric force transmitted through Biru's battle knife to his body, causing him to instinctively release his grip. The knife fell to the ground, and Yang Chongling seized the opportunity to kick out. Bang. Zing. Biru, unable to dodge, crossed his arms to shield his chest but was struck again by the electricity. The immense force sent him flying, and Yang Chongling then threw a sphere at him. Biru, now too weak to evade, was hit by the sphere, which instantly bound him tightly. Boom. Biru fell to the ground, and upon seeing this, Yang Chongling immediately instructed the robot to take him away. Meanwhile, Dylan, accompanied by a robot, was capturing Karma without wasting any time on conversation. He activated the lightning enchantment attack mode and quickly succeeded in capturing Karma. Zhou Ziyi was pursuing Lankas, and with a single arrow, she knocked him down again, effortlessly discarding the binding equipment and capturing him as well. Thus, all the aircraft that had come to inspect the mine were captured. Some of the less useful small crafts were let go by Li Hao, allowing them to spread the word that this place had been occupied by a certain city, and anyone daring to come should be prepared for capture. However, Li Hao underestimated the importance those individuals placed on this mine. Less than half an hour after the small crafts left, they reported back to their factions, and instantly, over 100 aircraft flew toward the Kuri's mountains. Just as Yang Chongling and the others returned to their temporary base, they learned of Pangu's message. These factions had sent more aircraft, now less than 500 kilometers away. Clearly, if they didn't inflict some serious pain, these people wouldn't give up. This time, there was no need to leave any alive. "Let's all go all out," Li Hao said, squinting his eyes. "I advise you to surrender. It's impossible for one faction to hold this place exclusively. If you let us go, we can negotiate and see how to distribute it." Biru, who had been taken to the back and locked up, remarked upon hearing the news of the various factions approaching. Without overwhelming strength, you can only cooperate for joint development. However, the strength of my city is such that all of you together cannot compete. If you dare to come, you're just delivering food," Li Hao sneered. He planned to deal with this batch and then pay a visit to these faction cities, to prevent them from coming to harass him repeatedly. The Tianyu Star was vast, with countless resources. There was no need for constant conflict. Developing quietly was the right path, and he couldn't possibly kill everyone on this planet. Stubborn as ever, "Just wait," Biru attempted to mock again, but Li Hao was too lazy to engage in further conversation. He casually flicked a lightning ball at him, instantly paralyzing him and causing his limbs to stiffen, his eyes rolling back. Li Hao's lightning paralysis effect was considerably stronger than normal electricity. Even those with abilities couldn't withstand it. Soon, The first batch of aircraft arrived. Without saying a word, they launched several missiles at the temporary base of the city. Pangu's missile defense system activated automatically, and lasers flashed, instantly destroying the missiles in midair. Following that, the aircraft were locked onto by Pangu, and several laser beams shot through, piercing the aircraft without any chance to evade. The enemy's missile defense system is too strong. Our aircraft have been destroyed. Please advise, please advise. Chapter 111, The Powerful Mechanical Titan. Increase attack altitude, increase the number of aircraft, and wait for the Marine Corps to arrive for support operations. Yes, Commander. With the combat orders issued, a large number of aircraft groups appeared over the Kuris Mountains, daring not to approach within 50 kilometers. Only circling and waiting for the Marine Corps to arrive within attack range to assess the situation. The Pangu missile defense system has an attack range of up to 50 kilometers. Any enemy within this range, whether aircraft, tanks, or missiles, can be locked onto and attacked. Some forces lost several aircraft and concluded that airstrikes within 50 kilometers were ineffective, leading to even greater losses. Consequently, they began to adopt a ground-focused, air support combat strategy. During Pangu's satellite monitoring, several transport planes approached and landed at around 80 kilometers distance, unloading hundreds of tanks that slowly advanced towards the Kuris Mountains in an encircling formation. Mechanical Titan, go! Show them your strength. Li Hao commanded, and the Mechanical Titan began to activate. Its two large mechanical eyes glowing red as it walked towards the tank group. Boom, boom, boom. The direction the Mechanical Titan was heading had the most tanks. And as it approached step by step, it created a significant impact on the Okalando military. The Mechanical Titan was enormous, towering over 100 meters tall, causing a slight tremor with each step it took. Report, Commander. We spotted an enemy giant gorilla mech approaching our ground forces. Please advise. Those aircraft in the sky. See the Mechanical Titan advancing towards the tank group. Even though it hasn't attacked yet, it creates an immense sense of pressure. Mech? Are you kidding? They've built mechs already? Whether it's real or fake, bring it down. The Okalando Command Center also saw the Mechanical Titan in motion and was shocked. But with hundreds of aircraft and thousands of tanks deployed for this operation, they would not back down because of one mech. Of course, they were ready to engage. Falcon Fighter Squad, open fire. All tanks advance. Once in range, aim for that giant gorilla and blast it to pieces. Yes, Commander. As the Mechanical Titan walked past about 50 kilometers, the aircraft in the sky began to fire continuously at it with shells, machine guns, and even laser cannons. Swish, swish. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom. In an instant, the Mechanical Titan was engulfed in flames, nearly obscuring its appearance. However, once the smoke cleared, everyone was left in shock. How is that possible? How could it be unscathed? What kind of monster is this? Why can't the missiles destroy it? Is there such a vast technological gap between us? Expressions of disbelief, doubt, and shock appeared on their faces. Unfortunately, the Mechanical Titan wouldn't give them time to ponder. It fired a laser beam from its eyes at one of the planes. Swish boom. Instantly, that plane exploded, creating a violent spark in the sky. Then, the Mechanical Titan's eyes began to move, cutting through everything in its path, whether aircraft or mountains. Be careful. Take evasive action. No time. Activate the ejection system. No. With the laser sweep of the mechanical giant, the fighter jets kept dodging, but some were accidentally hit, losing their wings and crashing into the mountains. Some jets collided with their own due to evasive maneuvers against the lasers, resulting in a flurry of sparks and explosions. Using a small nuclear bomb. I refuse to believe this thing can withstand that. The commander of the operations center angrily declared. Yes, sir. However, not all fighter jets were equipped with small nuclear bombs. Out of hundreds, only 10 had them. At the commander's order, one of the jets broke away from formation and flew toward the mechanical giant. When it was about 1 kilometer away, a small nuclear bomb was launched toward the giant. Whoosh. Buzz. To their shock, the mechanical giant swiftly grabbed its enormous sword and struck down on the approaching nuclear bomb. Boom. A violent explosion erupted in the air, creating a small mushroom cloud where the bomb collided with the sword. The force of the blast almost destabilized the fighter jets. While dust and trees on the ground were swept away by the ensuing storm, the mechanical giant barely took a half step back, then swiftly swung its sword down at the jet that had launched the bomb. The pilot of the jet watched in horror as the giant's sword came down, cleaving both the jet and pilot in two, sending them crashing to the ground in flames and smoke. Damn it, what kind of technology is this? How can such a formidable mech be developed? Is it really invincible? The commander mused to himself, feeling somewhat despondent. After years of commanding operations, he was facing an enemy he had no idea how to tackle. The commander refrained from giving further attack orders, and the remaining fighter jets hesitated to strike, fearing they would attract the giant's attention and be cut down. Meanwhile, the ground tank battalion had reached artillery range and, without hesitation, fired at the mechanical giant. Bang, bang, boom. Unfortunately, the tank shells couldn't penetrate the mechanical giant, which turned its attention to them, swinging its sword and slicing hundreds of tanks in half. The drivers inside felt a bright light above them and were momentarily stunned. Run. Without a second thought, all the tank crews jumped out of their tanks and fled. Damn it. All fighter jets, engage. Regular jets provide cover while the ones with nuclear bombs take the opportunity to bring it down. Target its limbs, head, and other weak points. The commander ordered again. Yes, sir. With the command given, the fighter jets began to circle around the mechanical giant, continuously firing to disrupt it. Although they caused no actual damage, their efforts did serve to distract the giant. However, they did not realize the power of the mechanical giant and dared to circle around it. Just as they were about to use their nuclear weapons, the mechanical giant unleashed an invisible and powerful electromagnetic interference wave. In an instant, all the electronic devices of the aircraft malfunctioned, shutting down and beginning to lose control as they fell. What happened? Where are the operators? Where's the surveillance footage? The commander at the command center felt a chill as he stared at the suddenly blank screen, sensing an ominous premonition, but unfortunately, he could see nothing. This is bad. The aircraft systems have stopped working, and they are losing control and falling. Requesting instructions. They have reached the height to activate the ejection system. No, the ejection system is malfunctioning, no? All the pilots' aircraft lost control and were plummeting to the ground. Helpless, the pilots prepared to eject, only to find that the ejection systems had also failed. One by one, their faces turned ashen, as if time had frozen. They took out a photo, waiting for death to arrive. Just when everyone thought they were about to perish along with their aircraft, they were suddenly drawn towards the mechanical giant. As if caught in a powerful gravitational pull, the strong magnetic force pulled all nearby metal, including tanks and soldiers wearing metal gear, onto the body of the mechanical giant. Pengu, bring those soldiers back to me. Dylan, immediately lead a team to capture those soldiers. The rest of you, come with me to catch any stragglers. Chapter 112. The giant city of Xiling. In less than half a day, over 100 aircraft, hundreds of damaged tanks, and thousands of people were captured during this operation. Just as the commander at the command center was preparing to send more aircraft to assess the situation, the surveillance screen suddenly lit up, revealing a young man with thousands of soldiers bound behind him. These were all soldiers of the local military. Who are you? What faction do you belong to? The commander asked, trying to remain calm. We are currently from Haotian City, or you can refer to us as the Haotian Empire. As for me, you can call me the Emperor of Haotian. The young man, Li Hao, said with a smile. Haotian Empire? Speak, what do you want? The commander pondered for a moment, still having no recollection, but he nodded. We don't want much, just to inform you that from now on, the Curry's continent belongs to the Haotian Empire. You have 1 month to leave the Curry's continent. Otherwise, your cities and your people will belong to the Haotian Empire, Li Hao said with a smile. To establish a vast resurrection chamber, the territory must be sufficiently large. The Curry's continent is an excellent choice. It is the largest island continent of Tianyu Star, about 3 times the size of another prominent island nation. Establishing a complete resurrection chamber here, as well as a strong official force to conquer the New World, would certainly create the most powerful force in Tianyu Star. Even if your empire is powerful, it cannot dominate the entire continent, right? There are tens of thousands of factions here. Do you think you can handle them all? Commander Ocalando snorted coldly. He initially thought the other party's ambition was merely to seize the minerals of the mountain range, but he didn't expect them to aim for the entire continent. Whether we can handle it or not is not your concern. If you can't make decisions, just report it. Also, thank your soldiers. They will become the backbone of my conquest on this continent. Haha, Li Hao chuckled. You're simply dreaming. The brave men of my empire would never surrender. Don't think you can defeat us with our own people. This is a fantasy. Commander Ocalando said angrily. What general wouldn't cherish their soldiers? Hearing Li Hao's words made him furious. As I said, this is not something you should worry about, Li Hao concluded, and the screen went black. Commander Ocalando slammed his fist on the command platform, leaving a dent, and then glanced at the dark screen before walking out. Not long after, Ocalando officially convened a video conference with various factions from the continent. The meeting's topic was Li Hao's empire, and they showed all participants the footage of their battle against the mechanical giants, as well as the conversation between Li Hao and the commander. The leaders of those factions fell silent as they watched the footage. They believed no single faction could withstand the onslaught of the mechanical giants. After much discussion, all factions decided to form an alliance, which they named the Counterattack Alliance. After the meeting, all factions ceased their internal conflicts and aimed to strengthen their powers over the next month in order to resist the empire. Little did they know, Li Hao was watching everything unfold. A smile crept onto his face. If they all joined forces, it would be just right to turn them into modified beings, creating a team for the assault on the New World. The mystical apocalypse, as one could tell, was far more dangerous than this world. In a month, with the resources from the mines, how would the empire transform? Li Hao was eager to find out, but he didn't plan to wait a month to deal with them. In about 7 days, the number of fighters in the empire would surpass 10,000, and the number of robots could reach around 100,000. Once these fighters and robots were ready, Li Hao would take the initiative to strike, capturing everyone and turning them into modified beings to usher in the New World. The mountain range would still be guarded by a few individuals. Li Hao provided Pengu with a city design plan, named the Purple Spirit Giant City, which would cover an area of about 1,000 kilometers, located on the plains behind the mountain range. The city would be established to meet the production line requirements for 1 million resurrection pods daily, with 5 air combat bases, 3 ground combat bases, 1 robot factory, and 1 mech production base plant. This was the next course of action for the Empire. Soon after, Li Hao brought the soldiers from a certain region back to Haotian City, where he directly arranged for their biological modifications, turning everyone into augmented individuals. Some accepted the reality like Tesca, while others were unwilling to do so. Li Hao promptly erased the memories of those individuals regarding the certain region. Consequently, the resistance disappeared, and they began to accept missions again, tasked with capturing outdoor abilities users. The mechanical manufacturing sector of Haotian City was to be relocated to Xiling Giant City, leading to a constant flow of transport aircraft and fighter jets flying back and forth between the two cities. The minerals from the Curry's mines were continuously being excavated, and as certain areas of Xiling Giant City began construction, the mechanical production lines were installed. Countless robots started to be manufactured, and the construction progress of Xiling Giant City began to accelerate. Everyone was busy, including Li Hao, who was developing and manufacturing weapons, expanding military forces, and creating more mechs. He integrated various designs of mechanical giants and designed 2 humanoid mechs, naming one Optimus Prime and the other Megatron. He also designed beast-like mechs and insect-like mechs, such as Steel Tiger and Burrowing Cannon Ant, among others, including some strangling machines, aerial carriers, and long-range missiles. Before long, 7 days had passed, and Li Hao began to arrange a combat plan. Centering on Xiling City, he launched an attack on the forces within a 1,000 km radius. Dylan, Josie, Yang Xingling, Karma, Guru, Lankas, Tesca, and Li Hao split into 8 teams, each leading a robot commander, robots, and some intelligent machinery towards the surrounding forces. Within this range, there were nearly 100 different forces. They first cut off their communications and launched an ultrasonic missile at the urban area. Almost instantly, those with a mental capacity below 2,000 collapsed, while the remaining individuals above 2,000 could not withstand the assault from Dylan and others clad in steel battle armor. In just 3 days, they effortlessly took down over 100 forces, amounting to nearly 1 million people. Chapter 113. The Alliance of Resistors on the 5th day of the secret capture of various forces on Curry's continent by the Haotian Empire. Other forces on the continent finally sensed something amiss. They united to form an army of over 8 million, gathering in the central plains of Curry's continent. Meanwhile, Li Hao's team, including the recently modified individuals, totaled just over 1 million troops. Even with robots included, it was only about 3 million. The scene was grand, especially with countless fighter jets occupying the sky, while the mechanical giants of the Haotian Empire, along with Optimus Prime, Megatron, Steel Tiger, and Burrowing Cannon Ant, stood out prominently. The two sides were 100 kilometers apart and paused their advance. Despite the Resistors alliance having a larger number of troops, they still felt no sense of victory. No one knew how to proceed with the battle. The temporary command center of the Alliance of Resistors gathered all forces to discuss battle plans. Everyone furrowed their brows. The recent data they collected showed that the technology of the opposing empire was overwhelmingly advanced. The forces they had subjugated were completely powerless. Alf, how do you think we should fight this battle? The leader, Barton, was appointed as the head of the Alliance of Resistors. He was the strongest among all the factions, with a personal power attribute reaching 8,000. His awakened ability was materialization, meaning he could absorb any material and transform his body accordingly. If we engage in an all-out war, we might not stand a chance. Although we have nuclear weapons, fighter jets, and tank legions, they also possess high-tech weaponry and giant mechs. Despite their smaller numbers, they are still incredibly formidable. I believe there are 2 strategies we can adopt. The first is to overwhelm them with numbers. Perhaps we might achieve victory that way, but the losses would be catastrophic. Even if we win, many lives would be lost. The second approach is to engage in one-on-one combat, sending our generals to fight. If we can take out their leader, we could secure a victory with minimal cost. I believe they would prefer not to engage in a head-on clash either, otherwise both sides would suffer greatly, Alf said, stroking his white beard. Although he was not an awakened individual and had low attributes, he was a wise scholar well known before the apocalypse. Therefore, everyone nodded in agreement with his analysis, whether they fully accepted it or not. What Alf said makes sense. Those who have witnessed their attacks on urban forces noticed they mostly relied on technology for victories. I believe their individual combat abilities are not that high. With the strength of our leader and a few of us, our chances of winning are substantial, said Luxon, who awakened the ability of speed and could reach 1,000 meters per second when fully activated. Yes, that seems feasible, others chimed in. This approach would minimize losses. Exactly. Others from the various factions echoed. Since someone would be at the forefront, even if they failed, they could always resort to traditional methods. All right, it's settled then, Barton said decisively, seeing that everyone agreed. They planned to send 5 people into battle, Barton as the main force, Luxon as support, and 3 others as substitutes. Unfortunately, these were merely their hopeful plans. Just as they were deliberating, the opposing army launched an attack. Countless shells rained down upon them, catching them off guard. Boom, boom. Damn it, why did they suddenly launch an attack? Barton roared. Counterattack. Everyone counterattack. However, their communication devices had all failed, and orders could not be transmitted. Moreover, the enemy's artillery shells were peculiar. They not only had stealth radar capabilities, but were not the explosive shells they had imagined. Instead, they emitted certain electromagnetic waves upon impact, causing a large number of electronic devices to malfunction. Everyone had to exit their tanks or armored vehicles armed only with firearms. The aircraft in the sky were in a dire state. Li Hao's new type of shell was specifically developed for these aircraft, known as anti-aircraft shells. Once fired, this shell would automatically split into countless smaller shells behind the group of aircraft, which would not explode them but instead attach directly beneath the aircraft, disabling their electronic systems and causing them to fall. This type of shell rendered the air force of the opposing alliance ineffective. All personnel manually loaded the cannons, determined to eliminate them. Barton knew that he and his team would lose, but he never expected it to be so devastating. It was a total rout. However, he didn't want to surrender easily. With their electronic systems down, they still had manual artillery, even if they had to rely on sheer numbers. They needed to defend against the attack. Boom. Without electronic assistance, they reverted to pre-liberation combat modes. Unfortunately, the enemy proved to be even tougher than they had imagined. Everyone pay attention. Bring those shells down. Boom. Looking at the shells flying in the sky, the soldiers frantically adjusted their artillery angles, continuously firing at the shells in an attempt to destroy them mid-air. To their surprise, they managed to hit a few, but sadly, these were not ordinary bombs. They were ultrasonic bombs. As their bullets struck, the bombs exploded in the air, sending an invisible wave of energy sweeping through. Everyone instinctively covered their ears, as the piercing sound overwhelmed their brains, leaving them defenseless. With the interception of bullets gone, more ultrasonic missiles landed, and in an instant, the opposing alliance was engulfed by the ultrasonic wave. A large number of people fell, blood streaming from their orifices. Only a few stronger individuals managed to endure the excruciating pain. Realizing the situation was hopeless, some chose to flee, while others collapsed and pretended to be dead, with Barton being one of them. The opposing alliance was nothing but a disorganized mob, and Dylan couldn't help but laugh as he watched the mass of people fall, starting to arrange for robots to bind and take away those who had collapsed. There was nothing to be done. The technological gap was too vast. Being behind meant being beaten, but becoming a part of the Empire wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Tesca casually tied up a person and, hearing Dylan's words, couldn't help but respond. Yes, luckily I've been following my boss for a long time. Otherwise, I might end up like you all as a cyborg. Dylan sighed, reflecting on the many things he had learned in recent days. Although these people looked no different from normal humans, their bodies no longer belonged to them, and their fates were in the hands of others. Dylan, stop chatting. Don't say things like that again, or you might end up as a cyborg too. Li Hao said, unable to hold back. Everyone was a cyborg, and no one would say anything. But if someone criticized another's cyborg status, it could lead to negative emotions. Ah, boss, I'm sorry. Dylan immediately wilted upon hearing this, his face filled with worry, genuinely afraid that Li Hao would turn him into a cyborg. Then get to work. Li Hao commanded. Yes, the boss said, and Dylan pretended to salute, just as he was about to bind another person. That individual suddenly widened his eyes, quickly got up, and with a swift kick, tripped Dylan, sending him flying towards Li Hao, while rapidly charging at Li Hao. Seeing this, Li Hao caught the incoming Dylan and faced the charging Barton, delivering a kick. Bang! Before Barton could react, Li Hao had already knocked him to the ground. He slapped the floor, leaped up, and quickly drew a combat knife, slashing at Li Hao. Chapter 114. Opening a new world. At that moment, Luxon also jumped up, activating his speed ability, and raced towards Li Hao, striking from behind. Li Hao sneered, activated his lightning speed, and it felt as if time had stopped. He turned around, gathering the power of lightning, and landed a punch on Luxon's chest, followed by a kick to Barton. Bang! Bang! Crash! Zing! Two figures flew out, collapsing to the ground, twitching, their bodies still crackling with lightning energy. All of this happened in an instant, leaving Biru and the others dumbfounded. They had not expected Li Hao's strength to be so formidable. Just moments ago, Luxon's speed had appeared as nothing but a shadow, leaving them no time to react. Yet Li Hao not only responded, but also knocked them down in an instant, showcasing his immense power. You are a lightning ability user, Barton, who had a relatively high physique, managed to speak despite being heavily electrified, while Luxon remained unable to move. Your physique is quite impressive, you can still talk. Indeed. A good candidate for modification, Li Hao said with a smile, noting that Barton was the strongest he had encountered, even more powerful than Pierce. Don't even think about it. Barton, seeing this, touched his combat knife and activated his ability. In an instant, his body transformed into that of a steel man. He stood up, looking at Li Hao, and quickly threw a punch. How is this possible? Li Hao watched Barton's fist coming, did not dodge, and simply caught Barton's iron fist with his palm, making no sound. The immense force transmitted through Li Hao's hand shocked Barton. Bang! Li Hao ignored Barton's astonishment and delivered a powerful punch that struck Barton's steel body, producing a metallic clang. Barton was sent flying again, crashing to the ground. Bang! Bang! Next, Barton was pinned to the ground by Li Hao, who kept delivering blows. The sound of metal clashing echoing around. You can't do anything to me. Barton, being pressed down and beaten by Li Hao, felt that his powerful defense kept him unhurt. But it only fueled his anger. Oh, is that so? Li Hao, hearing Barton's words, smiled, his fist quickly gathering the power of lightning, and he punched out again. Crash! Zing! The intense lightning energy surged through Barton's body, spilling outwards. The others instinctively backed away, fearing they might be electrocuted, while Barton's body went rigid from the electric shock. You want to say something, but you can't get a complete sentence out. Oh, you're still holding on? With that, Li Hao casually flicked his hand, and a lightning chain formed, instantly appearing at Barton's side. The chain continuously supplied power, causing Barton to scream in agony as his entire body floated in the strong electric field. Luke's son heard Barton's screams and realized that even if they teamed up, they were no match for Li Hao. Taking advantage of Li Hao's focus on Barton, he activated his abilities and tried to escape quickly. Want to run? Huh, no chance. Li Hao was well aware of Luke Son's actions. With a surge of telekinetic energy, he sent another lightning chain shooting toward Luke's son. Just as Luke's son had run about 100 meters, thinking he was safe, he suddenly felt his body become heavy and his speed reduced. Then, a bolt of lightning struck him. In a panic, he tried to run faster, but how could his speed compare to lightning? He was instantly caught by the lightning chain and screamed in pain. Seeing this, the others subconsciously swallowed hard. Those who had been pretending to be dead in hopes of finding an opportunity to escape slumped down. With such a powerful opponent, how could they possibly escape? With Li Hao retracting his lightning power, both Barton and Luke's son fell to the ground, their bodies charred, and a smell of grilled meat filled the air. However, they were not dead. After giving them some blood energy potion, Li Hao stored them in his space. If these two recovered, no one aside from him would be able to resist them, so he needed to take them back personally. Luke's son was manageable. His speed abilities could still be controlled after becoming a modified human. But Barton was different. His abilities were unusual. Conventional methods to control modified humans might not work on him, so he needed a unique super modification package developed just for him. As Li Hao took the two away, the others began to get busy, capturing everyone. In the end, aside from a few who died in the crash while pursuing in fighter jets, over 7 million people from the Resistance Alliance were captured. It took almost 3 months to turn all these people into modified humans. For Barton, Li Hao combined the system's power to develop his own unique modification system. To prevent him from betraying them, even his memories were erased, replaced by the latest intelligent consciousness, which possessed human thoughts as well as artificial reasoning. 2 months later, the base of the Haotian Empire and cities spread across the entire coolest continent, and the construction of revival pods had reached millions. Li Hao opened a new world, known as the King S Battlefield, or a mid-level fantasy world. Almost instantly, everyone on Tianyu Star received 2 notifications. The Battlefield of Champions has opened. The door to a new world is now ajar for you. Go, warriors, in this new world. You can become stronger. The Doomsday Mall has opened. Everything you desire is inside. For details, please check your personal Doomsday Mall. Chapter 115. Supreme Dragonbone Refinement. Many people were puzzled when they received the notification. This was the second time they heard this voice. The first was when the Doomsday arrived, and now it was the second time, marking the opening of a new world. However, they didn't know how to enter, so they instinctively checked the Doomsday Mall, as their personal information had been significantly altered. One section displayed personal information, while another showed the Doomsday Mall. Inside the Doomsday Mall, many items appeared. First, there was a basic to champion exchange mall, which contained various recovery potions, firearms and ammunition, gene enhancement potions, etc. This exchange mall was similar to the previous shelters, allowing purchases with zombie points and material trading. Previously, they needed to go to the shelter to exchange items, but now, with the shelter gone, personal exchanges were possible, making things much more convenient. Additionally, there was a champion battlefield exchange mall, containing rare-grade firearms, attribute stones, awakening stones, star stones, zombie crystal cores, rare technological products, attribute limit stones, entry ticket imprints, resurrection pods, and more. Except for the entry ticket imprints and resurrection pods, which required zombie points. Other exchanges required merit points, and merit points could only be obtained by entering the new world. As a result, those with mediocre talents or those who had not awakened went crazy. Most people purchased tickets and clicked to use them, disappearing from the starry sky. A small number of people with ample zombie points bought tickets and also purchased resurrection pods before entering the new world. Li Hao was the same. He entered the new world at the first opportunity. What came into view was a vast area of skeletal mountains, with piles of bones stacked like hills. Is this the new world? So many skeletons. How many people must have died? Let us go, brothers. The battlefield of champions must have a lot of resources. Let us hurry and search for resources. Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Whoa, that skeleton is moving. Be careful. Ah, those skeletons are all moving. Shoot them down. Tat 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 crash. Everyone was initially shocked upon entering, but when they realized there was no immediate danger, they didn't think much and took out their weapons, preparing to head towards the skeletal mountains. However, one person noticed that a skeleton had moved slightly, and soon, a large group of skeletons began to stir, forming skeletal soldiers that surrounded them. The group took out their firearms and continuously shot at the white bones. Clearly, These skeletal soldiers were relatively low level and were quickly shattered by their attacks. Just as everyone let out a sigh of relief, they felt the skeletal mountain beneath them begin to shake, with skulls rolling down continuously. Roar! A giant white skull emerged from the pile of skeletons. Judging by the shape of the bones, it could be guessed that it once belonged to a dragon-like behemoth. Buzz! As expected, once the giant skull emerged, its body followed. A massive skeletal dragon stood before them, with green flames burning within its skull, letting out an angry roar at everyone. Ah, what kind of creature is this? A bone dragon? Everyone was unfamiliar with the undead creature before them, but its appearance suggested it was a bone dragon. The sound of gunfire echoed, but bullets were ineffective against it. Quick, fire the cannon. Whoosh. Boom. Ah, save me. After realizing that bullets were useless against the bone dragon, they took out a rocket launcher, but it still had little effect. One person, unable to dodge in time, was swallowed whole. And everyone watched as he flowed into the belly of the bone dragon, gradually turning into a pile of bones, which then slipped out from its tail. Hiss. Run. In the face of such an unscientific situation, everyone scattered in fear, leaving only Li Hao behind. Seeing this, Li Hao drew his long knife, activated his lightning speed, and quickly approached the leg bones of the bone dragon, striking down with a single blow. Clang. Buzz. Li Hao's long knife did not inflict any harm on the white bones. Instead, a tremendous backlash struck him. The green flame of the bone dragon seemed to sense something and leaned down to bite at Li Hao. He dodged and continued to strike at other parts of the bone dragon. Other than the metallic clashing sounds, he made no impact. Instead, he provoked it, as it repeatedly stomped, kicked, and bit at him, even letting out a soul-shaking roar. Unfortunately, Li Hao was as agile as a monkey and evaded all its attacks. Then, Li Hao concentrated the power of lightning on his knife once more and swung again. Clang. Zing. The knife, charged with lightning, did not harm the bone dragon's limbs, but the electric power caused it to howl in pain. It was unclear how it produced that sound, but it felt eerily cold. Next, Li Hao began to strike with the lightning power, using it to bombard and ensnare the bone dragon, rendering it immobile. However, he still couldn't penetrate the bone dragon's hard body. Its head's green flame flared up even more, showing signs of anger. Seeing this, Li Hao gathered his strength and thrust the lightning-charged long knife into the green flame in the eye socket of the bone dragon's skull. Buzz. In that instant, Li Hao felt an invisible wave wash over him, causing a momentary daze, as if he had suffered a spiritual attack. If not for his system's protection, this blow could have left him incapacitated. However, the soul flame of the bone dragon was extinguished, replaced by a fist-sized gray crystal. Without its soul flame, the entire skeletal structure of the bone dragon instantly collapsed. Li Hao picked up the largest skull and reached inside, just touching the crystal, when he felt a wave of coolness. However, the crystal was stuck in the skull, which was very hard. Finally, Li Hao used his spatial cutting ability to pry open the bone dragon's skull and retrieve the crystal inside. In this world, there was once a world management system, but for unknown reasons, it exploded, and the source power fused into the souls and bodies of all living beings. When the crystal was taken out by Li Hao, he received a stream of information in his mind, including instructions on how to use the crystal and details about it. The crystal contained a cultivation technique named the Supreme Dragon Bone Refining Method, which focused on refining the bones of the entire body. Essentially, when practicing this technique, one could absorb a certain essence from the bones to refine their own, at the highest level of refinement, even if the physical body decayed or was damaged. As long as the soul remained intact, one could achieve immortality, becoming a skeletal being without flesh. Li Hao did not hesitate to choose absorption. The crystal transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into his body. In an instant, he grasped the method of the Supreme Dragon Bone Refining Technique. He looked at the skeletal dragon's body, took out a piece of dragon bone, and activated the technique. A pure energy emanated from the bone, and almost immediately, Li Hao felt his bones solidifying slightly. About an hour later, Li Hao finally absorbed the essence of a small piece of the dragon bone. That segment of dragon bone seemed to have weathered away, turning to dust with just a breath. Subsequently, Li Hao activated his spatial cutting ability and fashioned the dragon's leg bone into a battle knife, while the other parts of the bone were stored away. Absorbing the essence of dragon bones took time, and this place was not suitable for cultivation. The leg bone was very hard, making it a decent weapon for self-defense. Even if he found a better weapon later, he could absorb it directly. The battle knife was entirely white, and Li Hao named it the Dragon Bone Battle Knife. The knife was extremely sharp and resilient. Whatever Li Hao struck with it was cut effortlessly. Even a piece of the latest alloy armor he had developed was sliced in half with ease. The battle knife weighed over 500 kilograms, and he wondered what level of dragon it belonged to in life, as such a single bone was quite formidable. Li Hao felt a sense of curiosity about this new world. Chapter 116. The skeletal general asked her after testing the Dragon Bone Battle Knife for a long time. Despite the absence of relevant attribute descriptions, Li Hao was already satisfied with its sharpness and resilience, which definitely exceeded that of a king-level weapon. He then headed towards the direction of the Bone Mountain. Along the way, he encountered numerous skeletal soldiers, but none dared to approach him upon seeing the battle knife in his hand. Thus, Li Hao easily reached the summit of the skeletal mountain. There, he saw an endless ocean of skeletons before him. Moreover, at the peak of the mountain, there was a skeletal throne where a human skeleton sat. Its eye sockets burned with deep green flames, and a blood-red battle knife was plunged into the ground before it, seemingly absorbing the blood energy from the depths of the skeletal mountain. For countless years, it was surprising that humans still dared to tread upon the Sea of Souls. It seemed that another skeletal soul was about to be added here. Suddenly, Li Hao's soul heard a hoarse voice, which he was sure came from the human skeleton before him, as the deep green flames flickered in sync with the voice's frequency. "Oh, this place is called the Sea of Souls?" Li Hao inquired. Although he appeared relaxed, he was already on guard, as the pressure emanating from the skeleton's soul indicated its strength. "Human brat, you have some skills to have killed my pets. Since that is the case, let us turn you into a source of nourishment for the great skeletal warrior, Lord Aster's Battleblade. Now prepare to die." The skeletal figure, known as the skeletal warrior Aster, quickly recognized that the Battleblade in Li Hao's hand was made from the leg bone of his pet bone dragon, and he couldn't help but feel some anger. The skeletal hand pointed at Li Hao. In an instant, the blood-red Battleblade, which was stuck in the ground, flew rapidly towards Li Hao's heart. The speed was astonishing, and Li Hao had to quickly dodge to avoid the attack using his thunderous speed. Then, he swung the dragon bone Battleblade towards Aster. Just as Li Hao was about to strike Aster, a gigantic fist made of skulls suddenly shot up from the ground. Rushing towards him, Li Hao quickly dodged, but then he found countless skulls charging at him. Helpless, he swiftly swung his Battleblade, using his thunderous speed to shatter the incoming skulls. However, the blood-red Battleblade launched another attack. After dodging it, Li Hao saw Aster extend a hand towards him. Suddenly, an invisible force struck Li Hao, sending him crashing into a mountain of skulls. The force was peculiar. Although he absorbed a lot of energy, it still carried a suppressive momentum from the heavens and earth, making it impossible for him to absorb it and causing him to be thrown back. "Oh, an interesting brat. However, I find the lightning aura on you quite unpleasant. I'm very interested in the bones within you." Aster noticed that Li Hao was unscathed despite receiving his blow, and he took a closer look at Li Hao, but upon seeing the lightning power surrounding him, he felt a strong aversion. Then, Aster raised a hand, and an invisible force acted directly on Li Hao's skeletal structure, the overwhelming power leaving him no chance to resist. It seemed he was about to be crushed by that force. Li Hao also unleashed his mental energy, but Aster's defense was incredibly strong, rendering Li Hao's mental energy ineffective. Moreover, when the mental energy touched the deep green flames, a burning sensation assaulted him. Helpless, Li Hao roared, fully releasing his stored electrical and thermal energy. The electrical energy flickered around him, accompanied by high-temperature heat, and the range of the lightning fire expanded, significantly reducing the pressure on his skeletal structure. "You have some power, but it's too weak. You shall die." Aster waved his hand, and countless skeletons surged up from the mountain, overwhelming Li Hao. However, Li Hao's lightning fire power was also considerable, and with the assistance of his mental energy, even though the skeletons engulfed him, they couldn't harm him inside. Yet, Li Hao knew he was powerless against Aster. Just as he prepared to retreat, the blood-red Battleblade attacked again. But the space for him to dodge had become extremely limited. With no choice, he had to raise the dragon bone Battleblade to defend himself. Ding! The crimson Battleblade unexpectedly pierced through the dragon bone Battleblade, and a sharp tip struck Li Hao, crazily absorbing his blood energy. Li Hao exerted all his strength to push the Battleblade away. Aster attempted to retrieve the crimson Battleblade, but found it stuck due to the dragon bone Battleblade, unable to pull it back for a moment. Just as he prepared to close the distance, Li Hao's eyes shot out two super laser beams, instantly hitting Aster. Wow, this kid has quite a few tricks, but unfortunately, his attack power is still a bit weak. Aster pressed forward against Li Hao's lasers, and as he got closer, the power from the crimson Battleblade grew stronger, causing the gap in the dragon bone Battleblade to widen. Li Hao decisively gathered spatial cutting power in his hand and slashed at the crimson Battleblade. Ping! The crimson Battleblade broke in response, and in an instant, endless blood gushed from the broken edge, enveloping the entire skeleton mountain. Countless souls flew out from the gap in the blade. Li Hao's body, protected by thunderfire, evaporated the blood before it could reach him. Seeing this, Aster immediately erupted in fury. "Damn it, you destroyed my blade." Aster appeared right in front of Li Hao, striking with a palm. Li Hao, seeing this, frantically operated his spatial power and countered with a punch. Boom. Crack. Aster's palm instantly vanished, while a massive skeletal hand appeared in Li Hao's space. However, the tremendous force from Aster's wrist struck Li Hao's fist, shattering the bones in his entire arm and sending his body flying into the blood-soaked pile of skeletons on Skeleton Mountain. "Damn human, I will devour you." Aster furiously transformed into a giant skull the size of a small mountain. He opened his massive mouth towards the fallen Li Hao on Skeleton Mountain, unleashing a tremendous suction that pulled countless skeletons into his mouth. It turned out that Aster's true form was as colossal as a mountain, with a 3-meter space only accommodating a single palm. Li Hao realized that if he faced such a gigantic enemy in the future, his spatial cutting ability might not be effective. Return. Helplessly, he watched as the mountain-sized skull approached, the overwhelming soul pressure immobilizing him. The intense suction, combined with a soul attack, nearly drew him in. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he activated the system's power to withstand the pressure for a moment and chose to return, disappearing from this world. Crack. Human, don't think you can escape. After devouring Skeleton Mountain, Aster still sensed no trace of Li Hao and immediately knew he had fled. He roared several times, continuously consuming the skeletons from the entire mountain, causing countless skeleton soldiers to perish in his mouth. Unfortunately, he was destined not to find Li Hao, resulting in a madman at the edge of the Soul Sea, devouring anything that moved. Chapter 117. The situation of Haofeng technology on Water Blue Star during the nearly 1 to 2 months since Li Hao's disappearance. Haofeng Technology's Pangu system and Pangu intelligence rapidly developed under the manipulation of the high-level executives. First is Pangu intelligence, whose powerful smart device control capabilities are widely loved by the public. Countless companies in the smart home appliance sector have come seeking cooperation, and numerous automotive brands have flocked to Haofeng Technology. Additionally, various smart industries are eagerly rushing to Haofeng Technology. The tech park where Haofeng Technology is located is filled with luxury cars every day, even impacting other companies. Chen Feng and his team are busy every day, but everyone is smiling, as the signing of orders continuously boosts Haofeng Technology's finances. Pangu Intelligence has gained fame, and Haofeng Technology has also become well-known, especially after the announcement that Weihua Mobile would switch to Haofeng Technology's mobile system, making Haofeng Technology even more prominent. In light of this, the senior management of Haofeng Technology held a press conference to provide detailed information about Pangu Intelligence and the Pangu system. Since then, Haofeng Technology's market value has skyrocketed, accumulating over 100 billion in liquidity in less than 10 days. All mobile manufacturers in the country adopted the Pangu system, as did all computers and electrical devices. Thus, the country entered the smart era, with cars no longer needing drivers, leading to widespread unemployment among drivers. The National Transportation Department came to discuss and sign a new agreement to establish an autonomous driving traffic management law, resulting in job losses for traffic police as well. In less than a month, Haofeng Technology became one of the top 10 enterprises in the country. The Defense Department even sent personnel to find Li Hao, but he was unavailable, and most decisions were made by Chen Feng and his team. The reason the Defense Department sought Li Hao was to acquire a military-exclusive system and intelligence. Since Li Hao was absent, the military dispatched someone to be stationed at Haofeng Technology long-term to protect Chen Feng and await Li Hao's return. Yes, to protect Chen Feng. Because Haofeng Technology's rapid development has disrupted many people's interests, especially those in a certain country. Their mobile phones, cars, and even computer systems and other electronic smart devices have struggled to sell domestically. This is due to Li Hao's prior decision to set the system to only support the use of domestic smart devices, denying foreign technological products the conveniences offered by Pangu Intelligence. As a result, many people have stopped using foreign products, leading to a significant drop in the stock market for many countries' tech companies, particularly those of a certain nation with their flagship products. They lost the market in this country, effectively crippling their operations. Suddenly, those affected became restless and began devising ways to undermine Haofeng Technology, starting with substantial investments exceeding $1 trillion in an attempt to gain control. However, with Li Hao unavailable, Chen Feng and his team couldn't make decisions either, and they were unable to locate Li Hao. Observing the rapid development of Haofeng Technology, they grew anxious and began to resort to underhanded tactics, starting with chip sanctions, refusing to export high-end chips to the country, and subsequently increasing tariffs on the country's tech products. Next, various issues began to arise, with experts being called in to highlight the drawbacks of the intelligence system and its underlying technology. Some individuals were bribed to create incidents, such as uncontrolled vehicles, the unauthorized collection of user information, and patent infringements, among other tactics. Unfortunately, the legal department of the company had individuals like Zhang San, and the public relations department had Luo Xiang, along with the support of the advanced intelligence system, which uncovered all the conspiracies with ease. Subsequently, numerous hackers were hired to attack the company's servers. However, the new algorithms left no opportunities for these hackers, and under the system's operation, many of their identities were exposed. After numerous plots were thwarted, everyone witnessed the strength of the company, leading to a growing trust among the local population. This is the strength of our national enterprises, which cannot be easily toppled by outsiders. In the end, those individuals set high bounties abroad, attempting to steal the company's technical data and capture its executives, especially Li Hao and Chen Feng. They also tried to poach various talents from the company, and while some were successfully recruited, they found it ineffective, as the true technology relied on Li Hao and the intelligence system servers. Subsequently, high salaries were offered to assassins and mercenaries to infiltrate the country. Although many were captured or unable to bring weapons into the country, some still managed to slip through. About 5 days before Li Hao's return, Chen Feng was abducted, and the company's servers were destroyed. However, this had little impact on users of the intelligence system, as data was directly downloaded to smart devices. The loss of servers only meant a lack of update functionalities, and some features that required server connections temporarily ceased to function. During those days, the company dominated trending searches, even overshadowing news about a local player winning a championship title. Despite this, the situation brought significant challenges to the company. Firstly, with Chun Feng's abduction, many decisions that required his authorization could not proceed. The destruction of the source code meant that many authorizations and activation codes could not be provided, resulting in a backlog of orders. While some understood and expressed support for the company's situation, others seized the opportunity to demand high penalties for breach of contract. However, the intelligence system served as the company's financial manager, controlling all financial transactions, causing widespread anxiety, as every day of delay incurred substantial penalties. By the time Li Hao returned, the company was nearly paralyzed, with everyone waiting for the chairman's return to restore order. When Chen Feng was captured, the state forces were also mobilized, and the company was surrounded by special police, with helicopters and satellite support deployed for the pursuit. Unfortunately, this incident had been premeditated, employing various high-tech measures such as satellite jammers and signal disruptors, with personnel outnumbering the dispatched special police. A shootout ensued, with mercenaries showing no fear, resulting in the deaths of several special police officers, although many criminals were also killed. Unfortunately, Chen Feng was still captured outside of his home country. After Li Hao returned to his residence, he immediately noticed that someone had been there, but he had no time to dwell on that. A blood-colored dagger from Aster had pierced his left chest, draining a significant amount of his vitality, while his right arm was shattered. He had sustained serious injuries. Additionally, Aster's final soul attack had also inflicted some damage on his soul. Fortunately, since his soul was integrated with the system, it could automatically repair his soul injuries. But until the soul was fully healed, the system would be temporarily unusable. In a daze, Li Hao made his way to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, added a healing solution, and then submerged himself in it. Chapter 118. Supreme Weapon. The next day, Li Hao emerged from the bathtub. He moved his right hand, and it had fully healed, but he felt a slight sting in his chest. Looking in the mirror, he saw that the wound on his left chest had not completely healed. He vaguely sensed an energy preventing the wound from healing, and even his internal energy was leaking from it. He knew that if this wound didn't heal, he wouldn't be able to use abilities like thermal release or laser beams. Then, Li Hao activated his energy absorption ability, drawing that energy into his body. Instantly, it felt like ink dropped into water, causing a mutation in his internal energy. He quickly understood the function and method of using this energy. As long as the energy he released carried this energy, it could prevent the wounds of his opponents from healing. A smile crept onto Li Hao's face. Could this be a blessing in disguise? With this energy, he had found a perfect counter to restore abilities. As the energy was absorbed, he drank several functional drinks and vitality potions, and his wound healed at a visibly fast rate. Next, he took out several energy crystals and a nuclear reactor, beginning to absorb the energy within. While pondering the events occurring in the fantasy world, this time, he felt he had been careless. He knew nothing about the fantasy world, and the powers from the apocalyptic world were utterly ineffective there. Exploring the fantasy world would require careful planning. After thinking for a while, Li Hao didn't rush back to the apocalyptic world. Since he was back in the main world, he should understand its development. He sat on the sofa, connected to the internet, and browsed the news from Blue Water Star, gathering information about the progress of Haofeng technology. Bang! Crash! Once online, Li Hao instantly learned about recent events, especially discovering that Chen Feng had been captured, which ignited his anger, causing him to smash the sofa with a single strike. Very well, the Lofic Consortium, Meihelong Consortium, and Jijia Consortium, huh? If you were competing fairly, I wouldn't hold it against you even if you lost. But since you resorted to underhanded tactics, don't blame me. Humph, I will deal with your two lackeys. After understanding the situation with Haofeng technology, Li Hao used his hacking skills to quickly uncover the mastermind behind this incident and Chen Feng's whereabouts. Chen Feng was captured in a complex terrain known for rampant piracy. Although infamous, these pirates were merely pawns raised by certain financial groups. Without their protection, they would have been eliminated by state forces long ago. As a result, this area gathered various criminal elements and international offenders engaged in dark transactions. Among them, the organization behind the capture of Chen Feng, the Crimson Knight Assassins, along with the Blood Mercenary Corps, brought him to a small island in this region. Li Hao opened the communication platform, and an influx of messages arrived, mostly concerning company matters. He ignored other notifications, such as those from novel editors, opened a work group, and sent a brief message. I'm back. Instantly, the group chat exploded with activity. Mr. Li, you're finally back. President Chun has been taken by the assassin organization, Sob. Mr. Li, our company has been targeted. The Penga server has been destroyed. Mr. Li, chairman. All right, I'm aware of the situations you mentioned. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., everyone is to gather at the company. Li Hao said, avoiding unnecessary chatter. He then logged off the platform and turned back to the city of Haotian in the apocalyptic world. Currently, there was no cooldown for traveling in this apocalyptic world, allowing for unrestricted movement. Upon returning to Haotian City, he called over Yang Chunling and Zhou Zi. Ling Erzi. You must be curious about what we've been doing lately and the secrets I hold. I'm not from this world, but I want to elaborate on that. Just know that from now on, this world is under my control. The king's battlefield was opened by me, and it's quite dangerous. So don't enter it for now. I will make you stronger. Just wait for my return, Li Hao said, feeling it was time for them to know some things. All right, we had a rough idea, but we're happier that you told us yourself. We will become stronger and won't hold you back, Yang Chengling said seriously. Being intelligent, she had suspected something, but believed that the stronger her partner became, the more motivated she would be to improve herself, which was a positive thing. Yes, Brother Hao, we will also work hard to become stronger, Zhou Zi added. When Li Hao was away, she and Yang Chengling often discussed him, but being clever, they didn't pry too much. They understood that becoming stronger was the way to support their partner. Zi, Ling I'll be away for a while. Please keep an eye on the Haotian Empire during this time. Here, absorb these crystals and use the scrolls to enhance your abilities, Li Hao said, feeling warmth in his heart at their words. He then used the power of the imprint rules, consuming some zombie points to create a pile of attribute limit crystals, ability enhancement scrolls, and star stones. The two of them didn't say anything sentimental and immediately began using the crystals and scrolls, their various attributes continuously rising. Li Hao also began to use the ability enhancement scroll, which can only enhance his awakened abilities. Other various capabilities of Li Hao cannot be improved with it. As Li Hao used the scroll, his spatial ability continuously increased, quickly breaking through to 10 meters. By the time the scroll's effect wore off, his spatial ability had reached 100 meters. Following that, Li Hao started to absorb various technological devices, such as ultrasonic emitters, electromagnetic disruptors, quantum signal transmission towers, robots, armored suits, and various new devices. Unfortunately, most of the abilities he gained were repetitive, resulting in only slight improvements. For instance, absorbing robots only increased his data processing abilities and bodily coordination slightly. Eventually, Li Hao became too lazy to continue absorbing and began to contemplate methods to grow stronger. His physical attributes had already reached their limits in this world, and his ability enhancement had also maxed out. The only way to increase his strength was through weaponry. Weapons are divided into firearms and melee weapons, with the highest grade in this world being the supreme level. However, supreme level weapons are all upgraded from king level weapons using star stones. Li Hao recalled his golden pistol, which he was quite adept at using. Now that his spatial ability had maximized, with ample spatial energy, he was confident that even if he faced Aster again, he could inflict considerable damage. It's worth noting that even the blood-colored battle knife was severed by his spatial slicing ability, demonstrating the power of spatial abilities. Reflecting on Aster's transformation into a giant skull back then, with his current spatial ability, creating a hole through it should not be difficult. However, to be cautious, Li Hao decided to forge 3 supreme-level weapons using star stones, 1 pistol, 1 sniper rifle, and 1 battle knife. These king-level weapons could be directly created using the imprint rules, consuming zombie points. Li Hao also crafted 2 dual blades for Yang Chengling, a golden gun with intangible bullets, and a golden bow and arrow for Zhou Zi, which could shoot arrows without needing actual arrows, along with a king-level dagger for her. After gathering a pile of star stones, the 3 began their weapon enhancement journey. Beep. Baster golden pistol upgraded to 2 stars. Beep. Baster golden pistol upgraded to 3 stars. Beep. Beep. Baster golden pistol upgraded to 5 stars max. Then, the attributes of the 5-star golden pistol changed to the following. Baster golden pistol 5 stars max. Item level. Supreme penetration. 1600 range. 1600 rate of fire. 1600 feature 1. Infinite bullets. Allowing for unlimited shooting without reloading. The shooting speed is determined by the user's hand speed, with bullet size at 13 millimeters and effective range of 32 kilometers. Feature 2. Enchanted shooting, allowing the user to infuse a certain energy into the gun, enabling the bullets to be enchanted. The power of the enchanted bullets is determined by the infused energy. Feature 3. Fearless warrior. When shooting, there is a 160 chance to increase the user's spirit by 160 for 1 second and increase the hit rate by 128 for 1 second. Feature 4. King's Conquest. When using enchanted energy attacks, it triggers a splash effect, dealing an additional 60 damage to the target. The supreme level golden gun style has also changed. Its color is relatively more subdued than before, with a hint of red within the gold, and its attributes have been greatly enhanced. Firstly, its penetration power has increased by 1600, meaning the bullet's penetration ability has improved by 32 times. What does this mean? It means that if it could previously penetrate 1 wall, it can now penetrate 32 walls. Secondly, the effective range is now 32 kilometers, which means that bullets fired are straight within 32 kilometers. Coupled with a 32-fold increase in firing speed, the power of this gun has surpassed that of cannons. If it weren't for the significant enhancement of Li Hao's personal attributes, he might not be able to use his shooting skills effectively, as his strength attribute is crucial to changing the bullet's direction. Lastly, the King's Conquest feature has also enhanced the power of enchanted energy. This means that if Li Hao's enchanted spatial energy can cut through 1 centimeter of space, this attribute effectively increases that space to 16 centimeters. allowing his 100m spatial energy to exhibit effects equivalent to 160m. Then, Li Hao took out a hand bone from the space, and a massive palm bone appeared before the three of them. The two women stared at the giant bone on the ground in astonishment. What kind of creature does this bone belong to? It looks like a human hand bone, but why is it so large? Zhou Zi asked in confusion. This is a hand bone from a humanoid skeleton monster in the king's battlefield, also known as the New World. Its bone is very hard. Perfect for testing the power of my handgun, Li Hao said, aiming directly at the center of the bone and firing a shot. Bayu. The handgun emitted a sound similar to that of a silenced weapon. In Li Hao's dynamic vision, the bullet reached a speed of 24,000 ms. And he couldn't help but be startled. At such a speed, even he couldn't dodge it. Boom. This shot used a regular bullet without enchantment. Despite its immense power, the strong kinetic energy only caused the entire bone to sink into the ground, leaving a handprint, with only a slight scratch on the bone itself. Li Hao then took out a leg bone from a bone dragon and fired again. Bayu. The leg bone of the bone dragon was directly pierced, and the bullet's residual force plunged nearly 10m into the ground, indicating that the bone dragon's bones are significantly less hard than the hand bone of the humanoid skeleton. Moreover, since the bone of the bone dragon couldn't be cut even by king-level weapons, it implies that a supreme-level handgun can easily shatter a king-level weapon with just one shot. Following that, Li Hao enchanted the handgun with thermal and electrical energy and shot at the hand bone. Although the markings were deeper, it still couldn't penetrate the bone. It was only after Li Hao enchanted it with spatial energy that, depending on the size of the enchanted energy, the bullet could penetrate to a depth of approximately 12 millimeters, and after charging for about 1 second, it could directly pierce through the hand bone. After testing the handgun, Li Hao took out the Dominator Blade to begin upgrading it. Among the champion weapons, the Dominator Blade is considered a decent weapon. Ding! The Dominator Blade has been upgraded to 5-star max. Dominator Blade 5-star max. Item level. Supreme Sharpness. 1600 Hardness. 1600 Trait 1. Cuts through iron like mud. When striking materials below Supreme level, Sharpness is 1600, and when striking materials above Supreme level, Toughness is 1600. Trait 2. Enchanted Strike. When the user channels a certain energy into the blade, they can unleash an energy strike through the blade, increasing the power of the released energy strike by 160. Trait 3. Psi of the Dominator. When attacking, there is a 32 chance to increase the user's strength by 50 for 1 second, with unlimited stacking. Trait 4. Wrath of the Dominator. Within 10 seconds, for each stack accumulated, 1 Wrath point is gained. When the Wrath points reach 32, the user can actively release an energy strike with a power of 1600, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The Dominator Blade has become even more formidable than before. Li Hao directly infused it with spatial energy and swung it down towards Aster's hand bone. With a swift motion, a section of the finger bone was severed. In terms of single target attacks, the Dominator Blade is definitely stronger than the golden handgun, especially with the accumulated power from the Wrath of the Dominator. Li Hao was confident that he could even cut Aster in half with a single strike. After sheathing the blade, Li Hao created a champion-level sniper rifle called Shadowless. The bullets fired from it are black, and like the previous weapons, it has unlimited ammunition, with a range of about 20 kilometers. Ding! The Shadowless sniper rifle has been upgraded to 5-star max. Shadowless sniper rifle 5-star max. Item level. Supreme penetration. 3200 range. 3200 rate of fire. 3200 trait 1. Automatic reload. It can automatically reload sniper bullets without the need for manual loading, with a reload speed of 1 bullet per second. Bullet size. 20 millimeters. Effective range. 120 kilometers. Trait 2. Enchanted shooting. When the user channels a certain energy into the gun, they can enchant the bullets, with the power of the enchanted bullets determined by the energy used. Trait 3. Shadowless shot. When bullets are fired within the effective range, they enter an invisible state, ignoring air resistance. Trait 4. Breath of the Supreme. When the bullet's resistance reaches 1200 points, the energy stored within the bullet explodes, dealing 320 damage. This rifle is also impressive. The attributes speak for themselves, and just considering Trait 4, if Li Hao channels 100m of spatial energy into the bullet, the space consumed by the explosion would reach 100,320,420m, which overall is a greater enhancement than the golden handgun. Additionally, this sniper rifle is undoubtedly the best choice for him. With great power and long range, Li Hao was eager to test it out. However, he managed to suppress that urge as both women had also upgraded their weapons to supreme level, signaling that it was time to return to the main world. Z.E. Ling Air, you two stay here for a moment, I will be back soon. Don't worry, we are already quite strong now. Chapter 1 20 Su Lai. After that, Li Hao infused the weapons of the three into the rule mark, so even if they entered another world, they could still use unlimited bullets. He also prepared some technological products to store in his space, then returned to his residence on Blue Water Star. As Li Hao took control of the apocalyptic world, the storage space permissions were opened for him, allowing everyone from Tianyu Star to access the storage space when they went to other worlds. Li Hao checked the time. It was almost 8:45 in the morning, and then he started heading towards the company. However, as soon as he stepped out, He noticed that he was being watched by several individuals, including military personnel, police, and members of a killer organization. To his surprise, someone had been keeping an eye on him all along. Li Hao sneered coldly and pretended not to notice them, directly walking towards the company. Report to the officer. We have discovered Li Hao's whereabouts. He has appeared at his residence, said a soldier in plain clothes into his communication device. Didn't we already check his residence? How did he show up? Came a voice from the communicator. I don't know. I was just monitoring the crowd as usual. And unexpectedly saw him walking out of his house, the soldier replied. Looks like Li Hao has quite a few secrets. Stay discreet, follow him, and see where he goes and what he does. Understood, sir. Report to the sergeant. We have located Li Hao. Should we go and negotiate? No need. Continue observing. I will report this to the military. We don't need to get involved in this matter. Yes. Silver Fox. Target sighted at the target's residence. Greedy Wolf. Be aware that this target is under high scrutiny from the official authorities. Do not act recklessly. Wait for the organization's orders. Stay discreet and keep an eye on the target's movements. Understood. Soon, Li Hao arrived at the company and saw a crowd waiting at the entrance. As he approached, everyone cheered and rejoiced. President Li, you are finally back. Haotian technology needs you to steer the ship. Li Hao observed the bustling crowd, noticing many familiar faces among some newcomers, likely recent recruits. It was unexpected that these people chose to stay instead of leaving, which brought him a sense of comfort. All right, I understand. Let's head back to the company. Li Hao nodded and said, okay. With that, everyone followed Li Hao into the company's conference room. Once everyone was seated, he realized that the conference room had become a bit small, as most people had to stand due to lack of space. I am aware of the events that have occurred during this period. I will rescue Chen Feng, and for the time being, Lu Yifeng will manage the company's operations, with other departments assisting in coordination. I will restore the use of the Pangu system. Zhang San, Luo Xiang, and others will handle the restoration of Pangu. As for the legal disputes, you can manage them accordingly. Don't hesitate to spend the necessary money, but avoid unnecessary expenses. Additionally, the company has expanded, and our current office space is no longer suitable. We need our own office building, and I will take care of this matter. For now, you should handle any issues that can be resolved, while I will look for available office buildings for the company to move into. Everything will be back on track soon. For now, that's it. Lu Yifeng, you stay behind. The rest of you can return to your respective positions, Li Hao said. After hearing Li Hao's words, the others left one after another, leaving Lu Yifeng behind. Mr. Li, I still want to say something, Lu Yifeng began, but Li Hao interrupted him. Yifeng, just listen to me. You've handled everything well during this time, and I know that. Just maintain the current situation. I trust your abilities. I will be around during this period, so call me if there's anything. I will keep you informed of any developments within the company. Time is pressing, so you should get back to work. Have Zhang Xin come in. Next, Li Hao spoke with the heads of each department, assigning various tasks, before leaving the company. He took out his phone and dialed a number. At that moment, the Minister of Defense was troubled by Chen Feng's situation. Being taken to another country's territory meant they could not send troops to force a rescue. Even international pressure would be ineffective, as those who took Chen Feng did not officially belong to any nation, especially since they had found out through various channels that Chen Feng was taken to the Gabil Sea, where the power dynamics were extremely complex. It was difficult to send a large number of people, and sending too few could be dangerous. No matter what, the new algorithms from Haofeng technology, if applied to defense, could significantly enhance national defense capabilities. If something happened to Chen Feng, it would be difficult to seek assistance. Just then, his personal phone rang. He was puzzled, as very few people knew his personal number, and generally, calls wouldn't get through. Looking at the unfamiliar number, he frowned but still answered. Hello, this is Su Guobao. Who is this? The minister said. This is Li Hao. Yes, the Li Hao from Haofeng Technology. I know some of your people are already aware of me, so I want to waste time with pleasantries. Let us meet to discuss this further, Li Hao proposed. All right, Su Guobao replied, instinctively glancing at the person tracking Li Hao, signaling his confusion about how Li Hao knew his number and that the military was following him. Su realized he had been discovered too quickly and thought he needed to enhance their training. Just as Li Hao hung up, the soldier Su Lai received a call from his superiors. Su Lai, go negotiate with Li Hao. The helicopter will be arriving soon, and you will go with him to the southeast military region, the voice on the phone instructed. Chief, I'm not supposed to confront him directly. Will that raise his suspicions? Su Lai said, looking bewildered. His mission was to track Li Hao, protect him, and see if he could uncover any secrets. You've already been discovered. The call went to the minister. You're a special forces soldier, yet you were spotted so quickly. When you return, your training volume will double. The voice on the phone said again. That's impossible. I was so far from him. How could he see me? Oh, he did see me. No, please. My daily training volume is already so high. Doubling it would be like taking my life. Su Lai initially doubted it, but when he noticed Li Hao looking in his direction, he realized he had been exposed. The thought of doubling his training made him grimace. This is an order from above, the voice continued. All right, Su Lai replied, and after a few jumps, he quickly reached Li Hao's side, observing him seriously. However, upon noticing Li Hao's demeanor and presence, he suddenly realized that this individual was not ordinary. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Su Lai from the military. A helicopter will be here to pick us up shortly. Please wait patiently, Su Lai said as he approached Li Hao. Li Hao nodded in response. As soon as Su Lai appeared, Li Hao already had a clear understanding of his personal information. A special forces soldier, he had strong combat abilities, knowledge of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and proficiency with various firearms and vehicles. He was ranked 35th among the world's special forces, making him quite a rare talent. Chapter 121, Southeast Military District. Su Lai nodded at Li Hao and fell silent. Unable to resist the urge to test Li Hao, he initiated a conversation. I'm a bit curious, Mr. Li. How did you discover me? I thought my concealment was flawless. Your concealment is fine. But you carry a military aura and an undeniable killing intent. Even though you hid well, you couldn't escape my keen eyes, Li Hao said, somewhat playfully. In reality, he had used quantum vision to detect the communication device on Su Lai and had directly hacked into it, quickly identifying the other party's identity. Oh, it seems Mr. Li is also quite capable. Have you trained before? Su Lai asked. Sort of, Li Hao replied. Then, how about we spar a bit before the helicopter arrives? Su Lai suggested, feeling a bit eager. His instincts told him that Li Hao was a strong opponent, and being so easily detected sparked a competitive spirit in him. You're too weak. I'm not interested, Li Hao said. Although Su Lai might be impressive on his home planet, he was not a significant contender on this one. Su Lai's attributes were at most around 100, but only under extreme conditions. While his long-term training had improved his strength, it had also begun to deplete his physical potential. Oh, then I'll have to give it a try, Su Lai said, feeling even more defiant. Ignoring whether Li Hao was willing or not, he charged in with a punch. Li Hao chuckled, sidestepping Su Lai's punch. Seeing that Li Hao evaded his attack, Su Lai pressed forward, continuing to assault him. Unfortunately, Li Hao seemed to anticipate Su Lai's attacks. No matter how Su Lai struck, he could never touch the corner of Li Hao's clothing, which only made Su Lai angrier. Initially, he was just testing the waters, but he soon exerted all his strength. However, he quickly realized that even with all his effort, he still couldn't reach Li Hao. Is Mr. Li only good at dodging? Su Lai said with a hint of anger, feeling as if he was being toyed with while unable to retaliate. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Li Hao shifted position and used his shoulder to exert tremendous force, hitting Su Lai in the back. Su Lai was thrown to the ground hard, landing face first. He roared and jumped up, charging at Li Hao once more. Boom. However, with another shift and a leg sweep, Su Lai lost his footing again and fell towards the ground. But he reacted quickly, pushing off with his hands and performing a backflip to regain his balance. Clenching his fists as he stared at Li Hao. Hey, if you have the guts, let's fight for 300 rounds. Su Lai was furious. He knew very well that Li Hao was much stronger than him, but if he were to be defeated in a fair fight, he would accept it. Being toyed with like this, even if he lost, he wouldn't be convinced. If I go all out, you wouldn't be able to take even one punch. Let alone 300 rounds, Li Hao replied with a smile. Watch this. Su Lai didn't waste any time and charged forward, executing a flying spinning kick. Boom. Thud. However, in Li Hao's eyes, Su Lai's movements were incredibly slow. As Su Lai flew in for the kick, Li Hao reached out with his right hand, grabbing Su Lai's chest and pressing him directly to the ground. Su Lai let out a muffled grunt, struggling to catch his breath and unable to speak for a long time. Are you convinced? Li Hao asked with a smile. I'm not convinced, Su Lai managed to say after regaining some breath. Looking at Li Hao's smile, he felt a sense of being underestimated and belittled. Who was he? He was ranked 35th among the world's special forces. Did he not care about his pride? Not convinced. Then let's go again. I'll keep fighting until you are, Li Hao said, still smiling as he released Su Lai. No more fighting, no more fighting. I just don't accept it, Su Lai replied. Feeling the immense pressure lift from his body now that Li Hao had let him go, he knew he was definitely no match for Li Hao. Even their team leader, ranked 25th in the world, might not be able to defeat Li Hao easily. Li Hao chuckled, unfazed. The helicopter had arrived. Su Lai got up, brushing off the dust from his clothes and patting his chest, still feeling a bit unwell. Is there really such a freak in this world? Wasn't he just a recent graduate? Why was he so strong? Are all current graduates this powerful? Soon, a person stepped out of the helicopter in front of them and saluted Su Lai, who returned the gesture. Then, they all boarded the helicopter together. As the helicopter took off, the only sound was the roar of the engines. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was a bit heavy, except for Li Hao, whose smile only made Su Lai feel more irritated. What are you smiling about? What does that smile mean? Do you look down on me? After Li Hao flew away in the helicopter, the police and even the assassins began to report back. However, what they did not know was that as soon as Li Hao left, they were surrounded by special police, faced with armed officers. Those who had been tracking Li Hao reluctantly raised their hands. The police showed their credentials, and after verification, they were released, while the assassins were directly imprisoned, awaiting their fate in prison. The helicopter flew for nearly an hour before they reached their destination. Although they could not see the flight path or the scenery outside, Li Hao still knew he was being taken to the southeastern military district. However, as soon as Li Hao got off the plane, he was surrounded by numerous armed soldiers. And Su Lai and others were on high alert. Oh, what does the military mean by this? Is this your attitude when seeking help? Li Hao smiled and said, Sorry, Mr. Li. We have seen the fight between you and Captain Su, and we believe your strength poses certain risks. Since the person you are about to meet is an important figure for the nation, we ask for your cooperation in wearing defensive handcuffs so we can take you to meet Minister Su. One person stepped forward from the crowd, and judging by the badge on his chest, he seemed to hold some official position. I can cooperate with your work, but during the negotiation, I will add a little leverage. Don't blame me when the time comes, Li Hao said with a carefree smile. The so-called defensive handcuffs posed no threat to him. They were merely for their peace of mind, and Li Hao didn't mind putting on a show. That's not my concern. Since Mr. Li is willing to cooperate, please proceed, the man said, and someone stepped up to put the handcuffs on Li Hao. Then, the group lowered their weapons and took Li Hao to a conference room in the military district. Chapter 122. Su Guobao shock. As soon as Li Hao was brought into the conference room, Su Guobao walked over and immediately noticed the handcuffs on Li Hao's wrists, which made him somewhat angry. What are you doing? Hurry up and take off those handcuffs, Su Guobao said. Yes, sir, someone replied, and they removed the handcuffs from Li Hao, after which they all sat down in the conference room. Sorry, Li Hao, I didn't expect them to do this. My apologies, Su Guobao said apologetically. Hee, it's nothing, Li Hao replied casually. At this moment, being released was merely a sign that the situation was already under their control. Li Hao, actually, strictly speaking, you should call me Uncle Su. Your father, Li Ran, and your mother, Qin Shui, are both pillars of the nation. I don't know how you feel about your parents. Perhaps you feel some guilt towards them, but they have indeed contributed a lot to this country, including familial ties, Su Guobao said after sending everyone else away, beginning to talk to Li Hao about his parents. It turned out that both of Li Hao's parents were researchers for the nation. They fell in love after graduating from university and later joined the same research institute, dedicating all their energy to the country's technological development. 20 years ago, their team began researching nuclear fusion. It is well known that nuclear fusion involves radiation, and a long-term working environment like this could potentially harm one's health. Thus, when they participated in this project, they planned to have a child first, and that child is Li Hao. Unfortunately, after giving birth to Li Hao, when he was around 1 year old, due to the needs of the team, they resumed their research projects and could only place Li Hao in a state-run facility, visiting him whenever they could. The children there mostly had parents in similar situations, so there was no discrimination. Although it was an orphanage, the children grew up under the careful care of the staff arranged by the state. Su Guobao did not expect Li Hao to make such a significant impact. When he learned that Li Hao was the child of state researchers, he paid more attention to Li Hao's company, but unfortunately, things still did not go perfectly. To be honest, when Li Hao heard Su Guobao talk about his parents, he couldn't quite express how he felt. From the perspective of national duty, his parents could be considered great, but personally, it felt a bit uncomfortable. However, after experiencing certain events and receiving a lot of higher education, he understood that perhaps it is precisely because of such individuals that we enjoy today's peaceful era. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a calm and peaceful time. It is merely that someone is bearing the weight for you. The nation's development and strength come from the willingness of such people to sacrifice. Moreover, compared to those born with disadvantages or from impoverished families, he considered his life quite fortunate. All right, Minister Su, I do not blame them, so please do not play the emotional card. I was born in this country and will always be a citizen of this country, no matter how I develop in the future. I will never forget where my roots lie. I can upgrade various national defense systems for you for free, teach you algorithms, including the Bada algorithm and even quantum algorithms, and provide you with the technical materials you have always wanted. But I have one condition, Li Hao said with a smile. What condition? Su Guobao instinctively asked. Having heard the answer he wanted, I want the usage rights to the entire scenic area of Tai Shi Lake in Sioux City, as well as your laboratory on the island in the middle of the lake, Li Hao replied with a smile. Tai Shi Lake in Sioux City is about 3,000 kilometers in size, and the largest island within it is approximately 600 kilometers. Establishing his main headquarters there would be ideal. That is quite a bold request. Such a large area is hard to value, at least starting from hundreds of billions. Moreover, the laboratory at the bottom of the lake alone cost over 100 billion to complete and was a project approved by the state. Asking for it in one sentence is not very reasonable, Su Guobao exclaimed, his mouth agape upon hearing Li Hao's words. If the technical materials I provide you are sufficient to allow your country's technology to surpass all the nations of the blue water planet and even dominate the entire world, do you think it's worth that price? Li Hao smiled and responded. Although your Haofeng technology is indeed leading the world in certain aspects, it does not mean it can dominate the world. You need to convince me before I can apply to the higher-ups. As this involves a matter worth over 100 billion, which I cannot decide on my own, Su Guobao stated. Actually, you know nothing about my power. Let me show you a little, Li Hao said with a smile, and with a wave of his hand, a robot commander appeared behind him. How did this robot appear? Su Guobao instinctively stood up and took a few steps back upon seeing the robot behind Li Hao. He was certain that Li Hao had come empty-handed. Now, it was as if a living being had transformed right in front of him, which was astonishing. Minister Su, there's no need to be afraid. I won't harm you, Li Hao said with a smile. He was aware that a group of people had arrived at the entrance, and as he summoned the robot, they rushed in, aiming their guns at both Li Hao and the robot behind him. Raise your hands. Immediately raise your hands. One of the armed individuals shouted fiercely at Li Hao, while the others surrounded Su Guobao, fearing that Li Hao might retaliate. Hee, I told you. You know nothing about my power, Li Hao said with a grin. With a wave of his hand, all the guns were suddenly pulled away by a strong force. Oh, my gun. What kind of ability is this? How is this possible? Everyone was astonished. That sudden force was not only unexpected but also incredibly powerful, leaving them no chance to resist as their guns were taken away. Moreover, as Li Hao waved his hand, all the guns were now aimed back at them. Li Hao, calm down. Protect the minister. With the guns pointed at them, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Dozens had entered, and several guns were aimed at their unarmed selves. How could they not feel anxious? Now you know how it feels to have guns pointed at you, huh? You should be the ones to calm down. Your guns are useless against me. Can we talk now? Li Hao said with a smile, showing no concern. He then made a fist gesture, and the guns were crushed into a mass, compressed into a metal ball by an invisible force. The bullets inside sparked, but the energy did not escape, as if trapped by some invisible barrier. You all step back, Su Guobao ordered after calming down for a moment. Minister, this is an order. Yes. Su Guobao understood that in this room, Li Hao was invincible. With such power, having many people was of no use. And Li Hao did not seem to have any intention of rebelling or harming him. Seeing Su Guobao insist on this, the others had no choice but to step back. However, upon reflection, they realized that staying would bring them no benefits. If the other party wanted to harm them, they would be powerless to resist. Furthermore, the abilities displayed by Li Hao completely overturned their worldview. Wasn't this telekinesis something only seen in movies or novels? Why did Li Hao possess it too? Was there a group of superhumans or cultivators in this world that they were unaware of? For a moment, everyone began to speculate. Chapter 123. The powerful 01 Su Guobao sat back down and began to scrutinize Li Hao, yet he did not notice anything different about him. He started to seriously consider Li Hao's words. What technology do you have to offer us? How exactly will the transaction work? Su Guobao asked. I can provide you with two types of computer algorithms. The first is based on current electronic technology, which I call the Basta algorithm. The second is a quantum algorithm. But this requires quantum devices to operate. I will also share with you the manufacturing methods and theoretical knowledge of quantum technology. Whether or not you can successfully create it depends on your technological capabilities. Additionally, I will provide you with the technology for photolithography at the nanometer level. I will also begin developing practical applications, as chip manufacturing is essential. Furthermore, there is small-scale controllable nuclear fusion technology. Although there may not be a carrier here that can store controllable nuclear fusion energy, I can guide you in the research direction, and if you cannot find alternative elements, you can consult me. Moreover, I will design a specialized artificial intelligence for your country, and I will share the source code with you. Once you learn the relevant algorithms, you can configure it yourself. Lastly, I have designs for some technological weapons, such as plasma cannons, electromagnetic railguns, and laser cannons, as well as designs for advanced combat aircraft. In this world, I will focus on developing my company and will not build personal power, so the state can rest assured that I will not threaten national security. Although the military is also conducting research related to robots, integrating artificial intelligence could enhance their capabilities. I also have designs for robots, and if you want them, I am willing to share. The technologies I provide will enable the national defense forces to surpass all other countries. I only hope for certain privileges for my company regarding qualifications, but I will not evade taxes. As for how to conduct the transaction, I have transmitted all the information I mentioned to the robot behind me. If the deal is successful, it will belong to you from now on, Li Hao stated. All right, I will report this. You will receive a response in the next few days. Given your strong capabilities, Chen Feng, how do you plan to rescue? Do you need me to send support? Su Guobao asked again. I will handle Chen Feng's situation myself. I don't need you to send anyone. I can resolve it alone. 01. For the next few days, you belong to the person in front of you. Authorization level 3, Li Hao instructed the robot behind him. Yes, Commander. Authorization information received. Scanning personnel. Authorization successful, the robot replied, its eyes emitting two beams of blue light that scanned Su Guobao before returning to calm. Okay, I'll wait for good news. I need to go rescue Chen Feng, Li Hao said, rising and activating a rapid movement, instantly disappearing from the conference room. The doors he passed through automatically opened, and in less than a second, he left the southeastern military district. Huh, where did Li Hao go? Chief, are you alright? Chief. As the door opened, a figure flashed by, and everyone was caught off guard. Upon re-entering the conference room, they saw Su Guobao looking confused and asking. He has already left to rescue Chen Feng. Remember, everyone must keep today's events confidential. If anyone leaks this, it will be treated as treason, Su Guobao said seriously. Yes, Chief. Su Guobao glanced at everyone and then at the robot, recalling Li Hao's words. 01. Su Guobao addressed the robot. 01 is here. Please instruct the robot to speak, Temporary Commander. Follow me, it replied. Yes, Temporary Commander. The others watched as the robot left with Li Hao, curiously following Su Guobao. Soon, they arrived at the testing area, where Su Guobao led the robot in front of the strength testing machine. 01. Throw a punch at this point, Su Guobao instructed. Yes, Temporary Commander. 01 responded, delivering a powerful punch that sent the testing machine flying, producing a tremendous roar. Boom. Crash. How is this possible? This machine's limit is 2,000 kilograms. And it was knocked over? It must have at least 3,000 kilograms of force. This is too strong. Yeah, too strong. One punch from it could probably explode a person. Everyone stared in disbelief at 01's performance, their mouths agape. Although they knew robots were stronger than humans, they were shocked by the sheer power displayed. And it seemed like 01 hadn't even gone all out. 01, what is your maximum strength? What is your fastest speed? How many types of attack methods do you have? Su Guobao asked, feeling a bit pained at the sight of the damaged equipment, realizing that the robot must have testing parameters he could inquire about directly. Report. Temporary commander, maximum punch strength is 5,000 kilograms. Fastest land speed is 500 kilometers h. Fastest flying speed is 1,000 kilometers h. There are 4 types of thermal weapon attacks: palm cannon, laser gun, laser cannon, and plasma cannon. In terms of cold weapons, only basic proficiency with a long sword is loaded, and for close combat. The Haotian Empire's 108 attack methods are loaded. Proficient in using 168 types of firearms, 01 stated honestly. Haotian Empire? Where is that? Is it the empire established by Li Hao? Su Guobao asked upon hearing the name. Classified document, unauthorized access. After a few probing questions, Su Guobao speculated that there seemed to be a mysterious force behind Li Hao, with strong technological capabilities. However, from Li Hao's words, he sensed that they likely held a friendly attitude towards his country. Next, Su Guobao took the robot to the shooting range. A few special forces soldiers practicing their shooting stopped when they saw Su Guobao with a robot and a group of people behind him. Director Su, are you here to test the newly developed robot? Asked Captain Wu Xiqiang with a smile. Wu Captain, I heard your shooting skills are impressive. How about a competition with 01? Su Guobao suggested with a smile. Sure, it's rare for the director to show such interest. Let's have a contest, Wu Xiqiang replied. Also smiling. 01, you and Captain Wu compete in firearm shooting, Su Guobao instructed, and 01 understood the implication due to its high intelligence. Yes, temporary commander. Could you please drop the temporary? It makes me seem less important. After the temporary commander gave the order, Wu Xiqiang and 01 each grabbed an assault rifle and started shooting at various targets, each firing 10 shots. Wow, 10 hits in the bullseye. Great job, Captain. Wow. 01 is impressive too, also 10 hits. The shooting accuracy of both individuals was high, and the crowd watching couldn't help but exclaim, with Su Guobao smiling as well. Minister Su, how was it? After finishing, Wu Xiqiang asked with a grin, knowing he had hit the bullseye every time. You lost, Su Guobao said with a smile. Impossible. I hit the bullseye every time. Even if 01 also hit, it would just be a tie at most, Wu Xiqiang said, unwilling to accept it. Not convinced, huh? Let me explain. First, you took about 4 seconds to shoot, while it only took 2 seconds. Secondly, you can use the binoculars to check the bullseye. Your bullet holes are larger, while its are smaller, which means its accuracy surpassed yours, right? Su Guobao handed Wu Xiqiang the binoculars and smiled. Wow, that's true. Every shot hit the same spot. That's too impressive. If all enemies on the battlefield were like this, there would be no chance of survival. Okay, I concede. Wu Xiqiang compared the bullet holes through the binoculars and saw one of the special forces soldiers pulling out a straight iron bar strung with 10 bullets. Clearly all hitting the same spot, and he realized he had indeed lost. After that, they began moving shooting drills and long-distance shooting, even engaging in close combat. But without exception, Wu Xiqiang, ranked 10th in the world among special forces, was easily defeated by 01, as 01 employed various artillery techniques and laser shooting. Wu Xiqiang felt increasingly discouraged. Is the era of robots upon us? Are we special forces becoming obsolete? Lost in self-doubt, he fell silent, even finding the training uninteresting. After Su Guobao left with the robot, he still seemed a bit downcast. Perhaps from now on, those dangerous missions wouldn't require them anymore. Su noticed Wu Xiqiang's silence and understood his captain's feelings well. With robots being so strong, what was the point of needing people like them? However, he thought of Li Hao, the creator of the robot, whose personal strength was also unprecedentedly powerful. Maybe we can still do something? Captain, do you want to become stronger? Su approached Wu Xiqiang. What? Do you have a way? Wu Xiqiang asked. Yes, it depends on whether you're willing to put aside your pride. Su glanced at Wu Xiqiang. Pride is worth nothing. If I can contribute to the country, sacrificing even my life is worth it, Wu Xiqiang's stern face said. Become Li Hao's disciple. He can make you stronger. Li Hao. Who is he? Chapter 124. Hell on Earth, Vera Island. After Li Hao activated his speed and left the southeastern military district, he found an open space and stopped, then took out a fighter jet, opened the cabin door, and sat inside. After taking off, he tapped a few times on the control panel, set the target point, and the aircraft vanished right there. Yes, the aircraft has stealth capabilities, which are not only invisible on radar, but also to the naked eye, since it would pass through the airspace of certain regions. Not activating this feature could lead to some trouble. Once set up, the aircraft took off directly, heading towards a small island called Vera in the region of the sea. It is approximately 10,000 km away from a certain country, separated by the Pacific Ocean. A normal flight would take about 12 hours. and it took Chen Feng nearly 4 days to be brought there with multiple detours. This means Chen Feng was taken to Vera in about a day, enduring hardships and some coercive interrogations along the way, making his days feel unbearable. From the captors, he learned some information about Li Hao, such as a killer group called Crimson Moon, which was originally hired by Mira's brother, Neo, to assassinate Mira's grandfather. However, Li Hao intervened, resulting in the deaths of 2 assassins. They initially planned to retaliate against Li Hao and heard that their consortium was offering a large sum to capture him, which is why they took on this task. Unfortunately, since Li Hao is from a certain country, when they infiltrated, a dozen assassins were caught. Despite spending various resources to get in, they found no trace of Li Hao and were eventually discovered by local law enforcement, leading to Chen Feng being captured instead. They suffered heavy losses but ended up capturing the second-in-command of Haofeng technology, and naturally, Chen Feng endured significant torture, coming close to death several times but being revived each time. Now on Vera Island, he had been unconscious for 3 days, barely hanging on. Especially with Li Hao's appearance and his inability to extract any information, the captors had little interest in monitoring him. What they didn't expect was that just hours before, Li Hao had been in a certain country and suddenly arrived at Vera Island unnoticed, appearing on the beach alone. Damn it. As soon as Li Hao disembarked, he activated his quantum vision to locate Chen Feng. However, upon discovering Chen Feng's dire state and near-death condition, he was furious. He quickly unleashed his speed and reached the room where Chen Feng was held in an instant. The guard, who was dozing off, was startled to see an extra person suddenly appear before him, and, before he could react, was crushed into a bloody pulp by an unseen force. Li Hao lifted Chen Feng, took out functional drinks, blood-replenishing agents, and life recovery potions, and bandaged his wounds. Seeing Chen Feng's life signs stabilize, he let out a sigh of relief. Labrador, it's lunchtime. Oh my god, so much blood. Who are you? Oh my god, you're that person from a certain country. That person from a certain country has come to Vera Island. At that moment, someone rushed in, shocked by the blood on the ground. Especially when he noticed Li Hao, the person they had been trying to capture, standing next to Chen Feng. He was even more stunned and, without thinking, ran out shouting. Li Hao had long noticed the arrival of this person, but he did not stop him or kill him. Instead, he wanted that person to call everyone over so he could catch them all at once. What? That person from a certain country went to an island? What a joke. Just a few hours ago, he was still in his home country. Really, look quickly. That person has come out. Oh my god. Why is that person floating behind him? What the heck? Can this person perform sorcery? Hurry, notify the leader. Stop right there. If you take another step forward, we will shoot. As these mercenaries surrounded him, Li Hao stepped out of the house, while Chen Feng directly used telekinesis to lift him up, shocking the mercenaries. However, Li Hao was their target for capture. The organization's big boss had instructed them to take him alive, so they hesitated and did not fire. But as Li Hao kept walking toward them, they had no choice but to point their guns at him in threat. Unfortunately, it seemed Li Hao did not hear their threats and continued to approach. With each step he took towards them, they retreated a step, none daring to pull the trigger. Is everyone here now? Then let us all die, Li Hao said, as a surge of telekinetic energy erupted, lifting everyone in the courtyard into the air. What kind of power is this? Please spare us. However, their pleas for mercy did not soften Li Hao's heart. With a single thought, they all turned into a stream of blood, and the entire courtyard became a scene of hell on earth. Oh my god, this person is a devil, kill him. As more people rushed in and saw the horrific scene in the courtyard, their faces turned pale, and they all raised their guns, continuously firing at Li Hao. Yet, Li Hao did not dodge or evade. He allowed the bullets to rain down on him. All the bullets lost their kinetic energy upon contact and fell to the ground, while the bullets that hit Chen Feng seemed to be protected by an invisible membrane. No matter how they shot, Li Hao's figure only drew closer to them, occasionally crushing someone, which placed immense pressure on them. Oh my god, what kind of person have we provoked? A devil. This person is a devil. He must be a messenger from God. I surrender. Damn it, I don't believe in any god. Die. Boom. The crowd became increasingly frantic, ultimately pulling out a rocket launcher and firing it at Li Hao. It exploded right in front of him. However, there was no expected scene of flames shooting into the sky or Li Hao being blown away. Instead, the fire was compressed by some invisible force and ultimately disappeared into Li Hao's hand. They finally realized the truth. Li Hao was a devil, an unbeatable force. Run. Was it too late to think of escape now? Li Hao sneered coldly, looking at the crowd as he lifted his foot and stomped down. The ground's soil seemed to ripple, forming a huge wave toward the crowd. Within it, a faint glimmer of fire could be seen. As the wave surged toward the crowd, everyone was enveloped by the fire on the ground, and in an instant, corpses were sent flying. Boom. Chapter 125. The Crimson Moon Assassin Group. Damn it. How could he be so powerful? What kind of intelligence did your assassin group provide? You call this only slightly stronger than your level 2 assassins? He's practically a monster. Hurry, get the helicopter, escape. Immediately contact the consortium and send ships to bomb him. Otherwise, if he leaves this island, none of us will be safe. The mercenary group leader, Lotfi, watched from afar as his team members were slaughtered by Li Hao. The scene had a tremendous impact on him, and he immediately ran towards the helicopter. Along the way, he received a call from the assassin organization, and without a second thought, he started cursing. Mr. Lotfi, what happened? You were only responsible for guarding a level 2 target. While the level 1 target is still in another country. We'll find a way to capture him, the voice on the phone said, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Shut up. You guys have let it get to this point. They've invaded my island. All my brothers are dead. I will definitely report this to the consortium. Your incompetence has resulted in my mercenary group being wiped out, and you assassins better not think you'll get away with this. Lotfi yelled furiously. How is this possible, Commander? Oh no, our helicopter can't take off. What? How could that be? Just when Lotfi and his team thought they had escaped, Li Hao reached out, using his mental power to seize their helicopter. As he made a fist motion, the metal of the helicopter began to warp, ultimately turning into a lump of twisted metal, crushing the occupants within. Thud, thud. As Li Hao released his grip, 2 metal balls fell from the sky, landing on the ground. At that moment, there were no survivors left on the entire island. Hello? Mr. Lotfi? What happened over there? Hello? Beep beep beep. At the assassin group's headquarters, one of the operators spoke into the intercom. But all that followed were the initial screams, and then a static sound, which was soon cut off. Silver Fox, what is going on? One assassin noticed the operator's expression and began to guess what had happened, but still asked. The Rock mercenary group might have been completely wiped out. The operator named Silver Fox replied blankly. What? No way. They had over 100 people, countless weapons and ammunition, rocket launchers, and helicopters. How could they be wiped out? Even that old fox, Lotfi, was taken out? Another assassin exclaimed in surprise. The one I was just talking to was Lotfi. And he was cut off before he could finish. He is most likely dead, Silver Fox continued. Do we know which faction did this? At this moment, the leader of the assassin group, Walker, approached and asked. It seems it wasn't a faction, but rather just one person who wiped them out, Silver Fox replied again. Who? Walker asked. Li Hao. What? The level 1 target? The one who committed the massacre in that country? Yeah, how could this be? Is he really that powerful? I don't believe he can take out the entire Locke mercenary group by himself. Yes, exactly, no matter how skilled one person is. It's impossible to eliminate hundreds of people at once. Besides, just a few hours ago, that person was still in a certain country. As Silver Fox mentioned Li Hao's name, everyone raised their doubts. They were all world-class assassins who had pushed their physical potential to the extreme. Even they couldn't wipe out a mercenary group of hundreds of people without a single one escaping. They were more inclined to believe that a certain force had surrounded and attacked the mercenary group. Alright, enough noise. Since you all don't believe it, why don't you go check it out? If it really is him, whoever kills him will become the next gold medal assassin. Wakero shouted. Alright, I'm going to kill him. I will definitely be the 6th gold medal assassin in the world. The title of gold medal assassin is mine. Let's talk. Let us see what you can do. We'll see. Hearing Wakero's words, the hundreds of assassins in the group were excited. The title of gold medal assassin in the Crimson Moon Assassins is highly prestigious, with an annual salary of 100 million and the freedom to take on missions, as well as a different status in the assassin world. There are only 5 gold medal assassins in the entire world, 3 of whom are in their Crimson Moon Assassins, their leader Wakeros, codename Red Tiger, and the other 2 gold medal assassins. One with the code name Moon Owl, and the other with the code name Venom. All assassins aspire to become gold medal assassins and work tirelessly for it. Now that the opportunity is right in front of them, how could they not be excited? Red Tiger, if they really kill Li Hao, should we really promote them to gold medal assassins? Moon Owl licked her lips, looking at the dispersing crowd with a smile. She was a female assassin, second only to Wakeros in strength, and very beautiful, often appearing like the girl next door. But no one underestimated her. Those who did were already dead. Because of her beauty and ruthlessness, her status in the Crimson Moon Assassins was only second to Wakeros. Li Hao isn't that easy to kill. I've analyzed the massacre back then. He was shot with a handgun from nearly a few thousand meters away. If he could be shot from that distance, it means his shooting skills are exceptional, and he is quite clever. The probability of the Locke mercenary group being wiped out by him is at least over 50. Furthermore, based on the description when Greedy Wolf was caught, Li Hao defeated the 35th ranked special forces of a certain country, showing that his strength is at least at the level of a gold medal assassin. Wakeros chuckled. If they all get killed, our assassin group will suffer heavy losses. Suddenly, said the liaison Silver Fox. He is Wakeros' brother. Although he has a code name, he never takes on missions and mostly coordinates with the assassin group, doing clerical work. If they die, they die. As long as we have our 3 gold medal assassins, a lot of rookie assassins will still come looking for us. Venom said coldly. Li Hao's strength is indeed impressive. Which of you 2 is interested in taking a trip? Wakeros said, emphasizing that if a real expert is needed, it still has to be these gold medal assassins. Yeah, I'll go then. I just enjoy hunting such formidable prey. Toxic smiled cruelly and said that his strength was only second to the Moon Owl, but he was ranked at the bottom among elite assassins in the world, as he rarely had any notable achievements. According to Walker's intelligence report, if he killed Li Hao, no one would dare to question his strength anymore. However, what he didn't know was that he. Chapter 126, Chun Feng's departure on Vera Island. Li Hao didn't rush to leave. Instead, He found a bathtub and poured in a restorative serum, placing Chen Feng inside. He noticed that Chen Feng had been tortured to the point of losing the will to live, even though his injuries weren't too severe. Logically, he should have woken up by now, yet he remained unconscious. The restorative serum was a comprehensive healing agent. Normally, it would repair all parts of the body. And since he hadn't suffered any mental attacks in the real world, theoretically, the serum could make Chen Feng's body healthier, even fixing minor ailments. Sure enough, after about 2 hours of soaking in the bathtub, Chen Feng suddenly woke up. However, startled and unsteady, he accidentally submerged his head underwater. He gasped and scrambled up, wiping the water off his face. Ahem, you're awake? How do you feel? Li Hao asked, looking at the drenched Chen Feng. Splash. How's he? Is that you? Am I dead? Are we in hell? Chen Feng looked uncertainly at his surroundings, especially the blood outside, which indeed resembled a hellish scene. You're not dead. And neither am I. This is Vera Island. I've killed all the mercenaries. You're safe now, Li Hao replied. I'm not dead. Did you kill all these people? Chen Feng initially found it hard to believe. He pinched himself, felt pain, and the reality of his existence confirmed he was indeed alive. However, when he stepped outside and saw the mercenaries' dismembered bodies, he couldn't help but vomit at the thought. How's he you? You killed so many people? Killing is illegal, Chen Feng said, somewhat incredulous. Although he had experienced near-fatal torture himself, he still found it hard to accept the scene before him, which resembled hell on earth. They deserve to die. Each of them bears the weight of countless lives. Death is their best fate, Li Hao said coldly. None of them were innocent, especially those supported by corporations, who have committed many unspeakable acts. Phew, you were right. They indeed deserve to die. Chen Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Although he had lived in a peaceful society all his life, which kept him away from such darkness, being captured this time allowed him to witness the evil in the world. He had seen these scum trafficking people, burning, killing, and looting. At first, he hadn't fully grasped it, but reflecting on his experiences, his heart grew resolute. Chen Feng, I now present you with 2 choices. One is that I give you 1 billion renminbi to buy back your shares in Haofeng Technology, and from then on, you can return to being an ordinary person. You can spend this 1 billion however you wish, and with it, you can live a happy life. The second option is that you can continue managing Haofeng Technology, but your abilities no longer match your position. I will transform you, and from then on, you will possess great power. However, in doing so, you may often face crises, and there is a possibility that one day you could be killed, Li Hao said seriously to Chen Feng. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Chen Feng hesitated. During his torment, he wished for death, but many times he imagined his parents crying over his corpse. He couldn't die. Yet, when he truly faced death, he repeatedly whispered in his heart, I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I can't accompany you until old age. Now that he was alive again, he cherished his life even more. Listening to Li Hao, he didn't know how to choose. Honestly, he felt he should continue following Li Hao. Li Hao could make him stronger and save his life, giving him a good chance of living on. However, after what he had experienced, he was truly scared. He didn't even dare to think about those events. He was his parents' only son, and he feared that if he died, there would be no one to support them in their old age. Thus, he hesitated. I'm sorry, Haozi. I choose the first option, Chen Feng said, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. He couldn't express his feelings. Perhaps following Li Hao would be better, but it might not be the life he wanted. He was just an ordinary person, and his life should return to being simple, getting married, having children, and living a peaceful life. There's no need to say sorry. I understand you and respect your choice. I will handle Haofeng Technologies matters, and no one will affect your life because of it in the future, Li Hao said, feeling no resentment towards Chen Feng. Everyone has the right to choose the life they want, and it was perfectly normal for an ordinary person like Chen Feng to not accept such a life. Thank you, Chen Feng said. For some reason, his nose felt a bit sour, and he missed his hometown a little. He was no longer young and should go back to see his parents. All right, then I will take you back to your country, Li Hao said, leading Chen Feng to the beach and taking out a fighter jet for him to board. Although Chen Feng was surprised by Li Hao's abilities, he had already made his choice and did not ask further. At that moment, he was just eager to return to his own home. This jet will take you back to your country's magic city. If you want to go directly back to your hometown, you can communicate with the jet's AI. Li Hao said, okay, let's go. Perhaps we will meet again someday. Haozi, will we still be friends in the future? Chen Feng instinctively asked. Sort of. I wish you happiness, Li Hao replied, and then the jet took off, disappearing instantly from Vera Island. Li Hao didn't say anything about returning. He knew Chen Feng was exhausted and wanted stability. Perhaps at a certain age, everyone has such thoughts. With this 1 billion renminbi, Chen Feng could live a very comfortable life. Even if he never worked again, it would be enough to spend, and he might even find a beautiful wife. If he understood financial management, he could potentially become even wealthier. He had already planned the operations of Haofeng Technology. The central island in Taihu Lake of Suzhou was large, and the underground laboratory inside was also spacious. He aimed to create a supercomputing intelligent core there to fully develop technology. Eventually, it wouldn't require human management. As long as he set the direction, the intelligence would automatically evolve toward that goal. About 30 minutes after Chen Feng left, A group of unexpected guests arrived in the waters surrounding Whale Island. This group included those flying planes and others operating boats, and within moments, they surrounded the entire island. When Li Hao saw this, he sneered. The expected had finally arrived, and he had been waiting for them. Chapter 127. The Death of Venom. When the members of the Red Moon Assassin Group arrived at the waters near Whale Island, they quickly spotted Li Hao on the beach. All of them were excited, standing so obviously on the sand. Wasn't he this like delivering themselves to them? Quick, shoot him. Kill him. The title of Gold Medal Killer is mine. Kill him. Gunfire erupted as everyone opened fire upon seeing Li Hao, and those in helicopters even launched a missile. In an instant, Li Hao found himself surrounded by bullets and missiles. However, none of the bullets harmed him. The flames from the exploded shells were absorbed into his body before dissipating. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, is this person a god? Bullets can't kill him? What the hell is this? Kill him. Fear of the unknown power drove them to attack even more fiercely. Li Hao smiled, took out his supreme-grade golden pistol, ignored all the bullets, and aimed at one of the helicopters. Haha, he is actually aiming a pistol at me? Does he think he can blow up my helicopter with a pistol? The people in the helicopter laughed at Li Hao's actions, but they quickly stopped laughing. Bayou. Boom. Oh my god, what kind of gun is this? With a single shot from Li Hao, the helicopter exploded in an instant, flames shooting into the sky. Those inside the helicopter caught fire and jumped out, only to be killed upon impact. As the others watched Li Hao take down the helicopter with one shot, they were even more shocked, shooting with even greater desperation, as if seeking a sliver of safety. Bayou. Boom. However, what awaited them was another bullet from Li Hao, followed by explosions of their vehicles. Once all the helicopters were destroyed, those remaining finally realized they needed to escape and began to pilot their boats away from the Whale Island waters. Damn it, this person is a devil. Run. Oh god, is he even human? I don't want the Gold Medal Killer title anymore. I give up. Great deity, spare me. Mom, save me. A group of people screamed in despair, wishing they had more hands to push the throttle to the maximum. Unfortunately, once they entered the waters around Whale Island, their fate was sealed. With a series of explosive sounds, all the ships were blown up by a single shot from Li Hao. Some of the luckier ones were blown to death and jumped directly into the sea, leaving dozens of burning vessels on the water surface. Since you're here, you might as well stay, Li Hao said, conjuring a spherical bolt of lightning in his hand and throwing it into the sea. In an instant, an extremely high voltage surged across the entire sea area, causing the waters within a 50 kilometers radius to churn violently. All nearby marine life was incapacitated by the high voltage, and a large number of fish floated lifelessly. Naturally, any humans who fell into the water in this area were also electrocuted. On a small island near Vera Island, Venom planned to wait a while before making his move, intending to strike after most of these ordinary assassins had been eliminated. At that moment, he was using binoculars to observe the scene on Vera Island. When he saw Li Hao displaying supernatural abilities, he widened his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was seeing things. After confirming several times, he finally accepted the terrifying power of Li Hao. Without hesitation, he started his jet ski and headed off into the distance. However, Li Hao had already noticed him and instantly activated his lightning speed, racing across the water's surface toward Venom's location. As he ran, the waves formed a barrier of splashes in front of him. Suddenly, Venom felt a sense of crisis. When he turned around, he saw Li Hao speeding toward him, almost instantaneously appearing behind him. Before he could finish his words, a flash of a blade passed by. Venom felt a dizzying sensation, and in his final moments, he saw his decapitated body and Li Hao standing on the water before his consciousness faded away. The Crimson Moon Assassins, great. Only 2 left, let's take them out together. Li Hao thought as he quickly sped across the sea toward a certain direction, the headquarters of the Crimson Moon Assassins, Crescent Island. On Crescent Island, Silver Fox suddenly noticed that many pagers were losing signal. He looked at his older brother, Wakros, who also noticed that the signal lights on the control panel were starting to go out. The pagers were linked to the heartbeats of the assassins. If the lights went out, it meant either the person was dead or their pager had been destroyed. Since pagers were a killer's last lifeline, most would protect them well. So they speculated that those whose signals had gone out were likely dead. Brother, they might have started fighting, Silver Fox said. It seems Li Hao indeed has some skills, taking out so many people at once. Were they ambushed? Moon Owl remarked. Brother, the signals for those ordinary assassins have gone out so quickly. Oh no. Venom's signal has gone out too. When the signals for the ordinary assassins went out, Silver Fox was surprised but not overly affected. However, when he noticed that Venom's exclusive gold-plated assassin pager had also lost signal, he exclaimed in shock. What? Venom has been taken out too? It's only been a few minutes. Does Li Hao really have this kind of strength? Moon Owl was also taken aback. Could it be that the signal was jammed? Inhu said, it's hard to believe that so many people could die all at once. Even if the 2 factions were fighting, it shouldn't happen so quickly. Let's clean up. We need to leave immediately. This place is no longer safe. Walker's rise to the position of leader of the Crimson Moon Assassins is not only due to his strength, but also his caution. He has sensed an ominous presence and is preparing to pack up and flee. However, they could never have imagined that, hundreds of kilometers away on Vera Island, a surprise guest would arrive on Crescent Island in just over 10 minutes. Damn it. How did he get to Crescent Island so fast? Hurry, escape, forget about packing. As Li Hao appeared on the beach of Crescent Bay, Walker's watch emitted a beeping sound. This was the alarm system they had installed to notify them of outsiders arriving at Crescent Bay. Walker knew without guessing that it was Li Hao. He immediately grabbed his brother Ian Hu and ran towards the helicopter. Chi Hu, hurry up, that person has already landed. Yu Xiao was alone and had nothing to pack. She had been observing the situation over the sea until she noticed a round object wrapped in water speeding towards Crescent Island from a distance. She knew Li Hao had arrived. Without hesitation, she ran to the helicopter. Just as she started it up, she saw Walker and his brother climbing aboard, and she prepared to take off and escape. Heh! Li Hao looked at the helicopter that had just taken off and sneered. He took out his Dominator blade, channeling spatial energy into it, and threw the blade at the helicopter, which had just ascended a few dozen meters. The blade spun wildly towards the helicopter. Before they could react, a streak of light flashed by, and the helicopter was sliced in half. Ian Hu, sitting in the middle, was instantly cut in two along with the helicopter. Screech. Brother, the helicopter is destroyed, jump out. Chapter 128, Y-83E Satellite Boom. After the helicopter crashed, a secondary explosion occurred, sending flames soaring into the sky. Walker and Yu Xiao, having jumped from dozens of meters in the air onto the beach, sustained only minor injuries due to their skills in landing and dissipating force. Swoosh. Li Hao waved his hand, and the Dominator blade quickly flew back to him. This function was bound to him after he infused it with a rule mark, effectively making him the weapons master. Clap, clap, clap. Yu Xiao looked at Li Hao and immediately drew her pistol, firing repeatedly at him. However, the bullets simply floated in front of Li Hao. He plucked one bullet and flicked it back at Yu Xiao. Bang! Ding! Yu Xiao was skilled too. She managed to hit the incoming bullet with her own shot. At that moment, Walker took out a dagger and shouted angrily, charging at Li Hao. They knew there was no escape, so they decided to fight for a chance. They didn't realize that the strengths of the two sides were on completely different levels. It was like someone who accidentally fell into a tiger's cage. A roar wouldn't change anything. It would only make their death a bit more dignified. With a blank expression, Li Hao looked at the approaching Walker, swung his knife, and cut him in half before Walker could react at all. At the same time, the bullet from the Moon Owl hit Li Hao's head. But before she could even smile, she found that the bullet hadn't penetrated Li Hao's skull at all. It simply lost energy and fell to the ground. How is that possible? Moon Owl couldn't believe it and continued shooting at Li Hao, but to no effect. By the time she ran out of bullets, she looked at Li Hao, who was smiling, and felt an ominous premonition because before they killed someone, they often wore smiles as well. Great God, please spare me. I am willing to serve you, Moon Owl said, her face filled with fear as she knelt down, pretending to surrender. I didn't expect the famous beauty of Asia, the top assassin, to actually beg for mercy, Li Hao sneered. Moon Owl felt a bit flustered seeing Li Hao's expression. If it weren't for the vast difference in their strengths, she would never have humbled herself like this. But witnessing Li Hao cut a helicopter and catch bullets with his bare hands, even the formidable red tiger was instantly sliced in half, leaving her without the courage to resist. Just then, her pager went off. She glanced at Li Hao and instinctively turned it off, but it rang again shortly after, creating an awkward atmosphere. Li Hao snorted because he had already hacked into the pager and knew who was calling. Hello? Moon Owl had no choice but to answer obediently. What is going on with your Crimson Moon Assassin group? None of the pagers are working. That person from Huagua has returned and is already in contact with the authorities. You all better hurry up. If he reaches an agreement with them, there will be no chance left. Send out your top assassins immediately. If this fails again, your group can prepare to be eliminated from the assassin world. A male voice on the pager said. I'm sorry, young clan leader Jill, but we're afraid we can't take on this task, Moon Owl said cautiously, glancing at Li Hao. What do you mean? Are you Crimson Moon Assassin group giving up? Then you can forget about your headquarters on Crescent Island. Where's Walker? Get him to talk. The voice on the pager demanded again. Moon Owl looked at Li Hao, unsure of what to say. Li Hao waved his hand, and the pager fell into his grasp. He.S. dead, Li Hao said coldly. Who are you? The person on the pager seemed to sense something was off and hesitated before asking. I am that person from Huagua, young Master Jill. I've already dealt with your two lackeys. I'll be with you soon. Remember to eat and drink well these days, because you will never have another chance. Li Hao said with a cold smile. Is it you? Unexpectedly, your country dared to send someone to the Caribbean. Just wait. I will make sure you have no way back. After finishing the call, the person on the pager hung up. The figure, Moon Owl, looked at the disconnected pager and then at Li Hao, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Until she saw Li Hao raise the knife in his hand. You are no longer useful, so please die, Li Hao said, swinging his knife. Moon Owl quickly drew a dagger from her waist to block Li Hao's long knife. With a flash of blade light, the dagger in Moon Owl's hand was cut in half, the severed end falling to the ground with a metallic clank. Then, Moon Owl's body was cleaved in two, falling to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Meanwhile, Lofik Gil, upon learning that the Crimson Moon Assassin group had been wiped out, immediately activated the consortium satellite to start checking the scenes on Crescent Island and Vera Island. When he saw the hellish scene, he gasped, especially on Crescent Island. The helicopter cut in half, and the two assassins lying on the ground, looking up at Li Hao in the sky. He zoomed in on Li Hao's facial expression and was shocked to find Li Hao smiling at the satellite, making Gil feel as if Li Hao was staring back at him, which infuriated him further. Immediately have Colonel Vex deploy the fleet to bomb Crescent Island, claiming it's a military exercise. Lock in on that person's position. I want him dead, Gil said angrily. The young heirs of the consortium had always looked down on others, and Li Hao dared to threaten him. No matter how powerful he was, he had to die. Yes, young Master Gil. Hee, since you want to play, I'll play along. Killing you will actually be a favor to you. I'll let you see that not just anyone can provoke us, Li Hao sneered. After being scanned by the satellite, he already knew about Lofik's movements and was waiting there. However, given their speed, it would take at least an hour to reach the sea area. It would indeed be boring not to find something to do during this time. Immediately, Li Hao activated his signal transmission ability and sent a signal into space. When he was just scanned by the satellite, he had already pinpointed its location. If the satellite had performed a wide-angle scan, it would have been difficult for him to detect the satellite's position, as space is vast, and without the support of a world management system, it would be nearly impossible to locate the satellite. But once focused, he knew its position. He then transmitted a signal and quickly connected to the satellite in space. Through the satellite connection, he identified Gil's location and heard his words, letting out a cold laugh. Thank you for sending over the satellite. I, Li Hao, graciously accept. As he spoke, he quickly began to create a specialized intelligent management program for the satellite in his mind, along with various upgrade programs. Since it was based on modern electronic equipment, he could only use the BASTA algorithm and not the quantum algorithm. Nevertheless, Li Hao's program enhanced the already high-quality satellite's performance by at least 3 times. Half an hour later, Li Hao completed the program and immediately directed it towards the satellite. In an instant, the satellite seemed to be infected by some virus, as Li Hao's program quickly overwrote the original one. In less than 10 minutes, the satellite became exclusively his, and the ground could no longer receive any signals from it. Oh no, the monitoring signal is lost. The staff member who had been keeping an eye on the satellite suddenly noticed that the display screen had turned into garbled text, and the instrument showed a lost signal link. He immediately exclaimed, "What is going on? A problem at this time? Hurry up and restore it." Seeing this situation, Gil couldn't help but feel a bit angry. The control console has lost signal. I'll call the signal center to ask what is going on. After checking the console multiple times without any effect, the staff member decisively picked up the phone to call the signal center. What? The Y-83E satellite has lost contact? You don't know what is happening? He shouted. Useless, you're all a bunch of useless people. Chapter 129, Naval Fleet. Hello, AO, this is Gil. Our consortium satellite has lost contact. Can we borrow yours? Yes, that person from the country has landed on Crescent Island. Quickly lock onto his position. I've already dispatched the fleet. What? Making a big deal out of nothing? There must be submarines from that country in the area, otherwise, how could they have wiped out the mercenary group and the assassin group? Special forces from that country must have arrived. Stop talking nonsense. Get your satellite moving and don't let them escape. Gil looked at the staff who had been working hard for a long time without success, feeling his anger boiling over. In the end, he could only seek help from another consortium's heir, as this operation was a joint decision among 3 consortiums. So it was reasonable to utilize each other as satellites. Just as the satellite from the May Hai Long Consortium began to focus on the Caribbean region, the fleet dispatched by Gil finally appeared in Li Hao's line of sight. Just watch, tremble. Li Hao first sent a piece of code to the May Hai Long Consortium S satellite, disabling its ability to maneuver, forcing it to merely observe the sea area. Then, he activated his speed ability and rushed towards one of the warships, wielding his long knife. On the T-100F cruiser, the observer saw a rapidly approaching sphere of water and widened his eyes in confusion. Suddenly, he saw the water sphere dissipate, revealing a figure inside. The figure raised the long knife in hand, which instantly emitted some kind of energy wave, crashing into one of the cruisers. In an instant, he watched in shock as that warship was cut in half, and the hull began to sink. Without having time to say anything, alarms blared, and the voice of Colonel Vix, the operation commander, came through. All ships, please pay attention. Target the human attacking the T-98P cruiser and fire immediately. All ships change positions and attack that human. Attack now. Oh my god, is this a human? Quick, that person is attacking our ship. Fire. Damn it. This must be a devil. How can a human possess such power? Hurry, all gunners, attack immediately, attack now. Aircraft, take off immediately, take off now. Lock onto the target and fire. Boom, boom, boom. Li Hao watched the incoming shells without dodging, continuously absorbing their energy. The aircraft also launched several missiles, which he resolutely accepted. These cruisers were so massive that relying solely on spatial abilities for cutting was insufficient for energy usage. Now, with the energy boost from these missiles, he had ample energy to sink these warships. Boom, boom. The Y-7 fighter hit the target, over. The T-100F hit the target, over. All the warship and aircraft pilots saw the ocean erupting in flames and splashes, but after a long time, without anyone jumping out of the fire, they picked up their radios and spoke. The Y-9 hit. Huh, not good. The target isn't destroyed. My god, What kind of devil is this? Is he absorbing the energy of the shells? One pilot, who initially wanted to report a hit, quickly noticed the center of the fire, where the flames were compressing toward the center, soon revealing a figure inside. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Damn it, switch to machine guns immediately. The enemy can absorb the energy of the shells. Colonel Vix also saw Li Hao absorbing energy, and his face changed, immediately ordering a switch to machine gun attack mode. Tat tat tat, pew pew pew. Countless bullets rained down on Li Hao, splashing water as they hit the surface. But Li Hao had lost interest in absorbing the energy from the bullets. The previous wave was enough for him to destroy several warships, and he immediately charged toward one of them. Not good, the devil is coming. Quick, change direction. One warship, seeing Li Hao approaching, panically turned the wheel to escape. But turning a ship at sea is not easy. Just as they had turned halfway, Li Hao was already upon them. Swish. Boom. The warship exploded, flames shooting up, revealing a massive breach as water surged in, causing the people inside to panic. The hull was taking on water. It couldn't be repaired. Quick, deploy the lifebuoys. Hurry, hurry, the hull is sinking. Damn it, shoot him down. Don't let him get closer to the hull. Colonel Vix, seeing yet another cruiser destroyed, became increasingly frantic. Tat tat tat, whoosh. Boom. Whether it was warships or aircraft, they bombarded with machine guns or shells, trying to stop Li Hao, but clearly, their efforts were futile, as Li Hao closed in on another warship. Swish. Boom. Another warship was destroyed, and everyone was at a loss. In the distance, Gil, who had just received a signal from the satellite of the Magellan Consortium, saw this scene and felt his legs go weak. How is this possible? Not even missiles can kill him. Is he even human? No, we must immediately convene a meeting of the three major consortiums. Gil was stunned for a moment, then took out a phone and left the control room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dio, the young master of the Magellan Consortium, also witnessed Li Hao cleaving through warships and was stunned for a long time before dialing a phone call. What? Supernatural abilities have appeared? Immediately notify the other consortiums. This could be a crisis or an opportunity. Convene a consortium meeting right away. On the other side, Li Hao paid no attention to these consortium meetings and didn't he consider the trouble it might bring him. He had already destroyed 5 warships and was now targeting the last one, which belonged to Vix. Damn it, that devil is coming. Increase power and send the fighter jets to interfere with him. Seeing Li Hao approaching, Vix couldn't help but panic. Bang bang bang. Whoosh. Boom. You flies don't think that just because you're in the sky, I can't do anything about you, right? Since you're looking for death. Then go to hell. Li Hao looked at the flying warships above, sneered, and took out his golden pistol. The current range of the golden pistol is about 32 kilometers, with extremely high penetration and firing rate. These warplanes were flying around him at most within a 10 kilometers range, which meant he could easily shoot them down. Bang, bang, bang. The pilots of those warplanes saw Li Hao pull out his pistol aimed at them. They were about to think that this devil was being delusional, but soon realized they were wrong. Bang. The warplane was shot through by a bullet, and the pilot inside was also hit. They stared blankly at the bullet wound in their chest and the bullet holes in the cockpit glass, before losing consciousness as the warplane fell into the sea. Boom. Splash. Some warplanes not only hit the pilots, but also struck the fuel tanks, exploding in midair. In almost no time, the entire group of warplanes in the sky was shot down. Damn it. How could this devil's weapon be so powerful? This is unscientific. Vix was stunned as he watched Li Hao shoot down the warplanes as if he were hunting birds, but he was also extremely frightened. However, he wouldn't be scared for long, as Li Hao put away the pistol and took out the sniper rifle, shadowless, activating quantum vision to see Vic's position and pulling the trigger of the sniper rifle. Bayou. The bullet pierced through layer after layer of thick iron plating on the warship, eventually passing through the back of Vic's head and shattering the observation window's glass. Vic's head exploded like a watermelon. Vix. Boom. Before they could scream, another bullet came, hitting the warship's energy center, causing a violent explosion, engulfing everyone in a sea of flames. In less than a moment, all the warships in the sea sank to the bottom. Even those lucky enough not to be affected by the explosion drowned in the water. Thus, in the entire sea area, only Li Hao remained. Chapter 130. Myra's Madness. Hello, Minister Su? Oh, you want to talk to me? Sure, where am I? I'm at sea. I'll be back soon. Just wait for me for 5 hours. Xiao Mira, how come you have time to call me? Missing me? What? You've come to my country? All right, I'll head back now. Wait for me for 5 hours. No, 3 hours. I'll be back soon. On the sea, Li Hao sent a program to the satellite of the Magellan Consortium, regaining control of it. As he put away his weapons, he suddenly heard a phone ringing in the space, so he answered it. To his surprise, it was a call from Su Guobao. He smiled and agreed. But just after hanging up, Mira's call came in as well. He immediately activated his speed and rushed towards the direction of the region, also arranging for a military aircraft to pick him up. The Caribbean Sea is filled with mercenaries and assassins, with no fishing boats around. Now that these people are dead, naturally no one witnessed Li Hao's supernatural abilities. Li Hao didn't want everyone to know about the existence of supernatural humans on Blue Water Star, as this could cause global panic, and he would become famous, something he didn't want. The footage stored by the satellites monitoring the 3 major consortiums was deleted by Li Hao, and he wasn't worried about any exposure. Even if it were exposed, he had means to handle it. As long as there were no real witnesses alive, everything could be resolved. The military aircraft quickly met him at sea, and Li Hao flew up and landed on the aircraft, heading rapidly towards the region. In the presidential suite of the Golden Century International Hotel in Magic City, the originally clean and tidy room was in chaos, with traces of a struggle evident: broken stockings, torn clothes, ripped straps, and a split undergarment. The sofa bore various claw marks. The curtains on the balcony had been inexplicably torn down, and a pile of clothes, both male and female, lay scattered on the floor. "Mira, I've sold all our family assets because I want to stay by your side in the future," she said, lying in Li Hao's arms, somewhat hesitantly. Li Hao didn't know what to say in response. He didn't have time to accompany her, and he didn't want her to manage his company. After all, she was from a different country, and he would often need to deal with the local officials. She wasn't suitable to be in charge, so he was at a loss for how to arrange things. "If you don't want me to stay, then I'll leave," Mira said, sensing Li Hao's hesitation. Her heart ached. Did she mean so little to him? Was their relationship just a casual fling? Should she not have fallen for him? Why did fate bring them together? "Actually, my world is quite dangerous, and I don't know if you can handle it." Li Hao also felt Mira's emotional turmoil and didn't want to hurt her. He knew she had given up her so-called family glory to follow him to the region. Given such loyalty, he couldn't refuse, especially since they had been intimate several times. It felt wrong to be harsh, so he could only explain the situation. If she could accept it, he could help her grow. If not, she would have to return to where she came from. "I'm not afraid of danger. In this world, I am already alone. If you don't want me anymore, I really don't know what the point of living is." Mira looked up at Li Hao, tears starting to flow from the corners of her eyes, because she truly didn't know where to go if Li Hao didn't want her anymore. When she came to this country, only she knew how much determination she had put into it. Back in her home country, she sold off her assets and faced countless criticisms, especially when people learned that she planned to bring that money to this country for development. Her actions were seen by many as using her own country's funds to strengthen another country, which could be described as treasonous in a certain sense. "All right, get dressed. I will test you shortly. If you can accept it, I can make you stronger and allow you to stay with me," Li Hao said as he began to put on his clothes. "Ah, why did you tear my clothes apart?" "Luckily, I brought my luggage," Mira thought to herself. She already knew that Li Hao had strong personal abilities and was prepared to accept everything about him, so she quickly got dressed. Soon, the two arrived at the rooftop of a hotel. They sent a signal to a fighter jet, which quickly revealed itself. Li Hao was the first aboard, and although Mira was surprised, she didn't ask too many questions and followed him on board. Whoosh! Once both were seated, the fighter jet became invisible and quickly took off. They soon flew over the Pacific Ocean, surrounded only by blue skies and endless seas. "Are you ready?" Li Hao asked. "What preparation?" Mira questioned, puzzled. "Bang. Ah." Li Hao didn't answer her and directly activated their ejection devices, and they were instantly propelled out. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Mira instinctively scream. "Hey, we're not wearing parachutes," she shouted as the howling wind rushed past them. "Yes, no parachutes. We'll die if we fall. Are you scared?" Li Hao responded. "You have a saying here. Who has not faced death since ancient times?" "I am happy to die with you," Mira exclaimed, showing no fear as she began to enjoy the sensation of flying, performing various movements in the air. "We're about to die. Why aren't you scared?" Li Hao was somewhat baffled by her attitude. They were facing death, yet she seemed to be in a playful mood. Mira had experience with parachuting before, and she found the feeling quite enjoyable. "We're going to die? Do you have any regrets?" she asked, grabbing Li Hao and shouting in his ear. "I have no regrets," Li Hao replied, feeling a bit speechless. He actually wanted to test her, but it seemed he had failed. Perhaps she really was fearless when it came to life and death. "I have regrets. Have you ever tried doing something intimate in midair? Let's give it a shot." "Haha. I heard that if we do this, we'll still be together in our next life," Mira said, transforming into a playful mood and hugging Li Hao tightly, ready to start her performance. Li Hao was somewhat puzzled by the girl's thought process. What does this mean? A last hurrah before death? Chapter 131, Myra's Choice. Mira. "Stop messing around," Li Hao said helplessly, activating his telekinesis, and the two of them stopped midair. Mira immediately felt as if she were being supported by some invisible force, and she was surprised enough to halt her movements. "What is this ability of yours? This is so cool. You're amazing," Mira exclaimed, moving her limbs in the air as if she were floating without gravity. This new experience truly surprised her. "Let's go." Li Hao did not respond to her. He held her tightly and suddenly dove towards the seabed. As Li Hao's telekinesis accelerated their descent, they fell even faster, plunging straight towards the ocean without slowing down. Mira instinctively screamed. Bang! Splash! Gurgle! Just as they rapidly submerged into the sea, Li Hao wrapped them in enough air with his telekinesis, and a massive bubble appeared as they sank hundreds of meters deep into the ocean. "Wow, this is so cool. Is this the ocean? So many fish." Mira gazed at the fish swimming around outside the bubble and the corals beneath the water. A smile involuntarily appeared on her face. The underwater world was indeed beautiful. Li Hao, watching the smiling Mira, remained silent but revealed a mischievous smile as a large shark was swimming towards them from behind. Soon, Mira sensed something was wrong because the surrounding fish were swimming frantically, as if something terrifying was behind them. Just as she turned to look, she screamed again. Ah! What came into view was a large mouth full of sharp teeth that swallowed their bubble in one bite, plunging them into darkness. Mira, are you scared? Li Hao asked. I'm not scared. Then why did you scream just now? I was just surprised. Hee. Despite Mira saying she wasn't scared, the tight grip she had on Li Hao's hand betrayed her. Li Hao was not in a hurry to escape. Mira had no night vision or see-through ability. And there was no light inside the shark's belly. It was completely dark. She was just an ordinary girl, and even if she were scared, Li Hao wouldn't blame her. Mira, I have two choices for you. 1. Forget about me and go back to where you belong. 2. Stay with me, and I'll make you stronger, Li Hao said. Why do you even need to ask me? If I choose option 1, would you really be willing to let me go? If I leave and marry someone else, have children with them, wouldn't you feel anything at all? Mira did not make a choice, but instead posed a question. She didn't care about staying or leaving. If her heart was dead, it wouldn't matter where she went. What she cared about was Li Hao's attitude, and she wanted an answer. Okay, fine. I really can't bear to see you marry someone else, so let me make the choice for you. Saying this, Li Hao held Mira tightly, and his eyes shot out 2 laser beams, instantly creating a hole in the shark's belly. With a loud splash, Li Hao widened the opening and flew towards the surface of the sea with Mira. A shark had a gaping wound in its belly and was painfully crashing against the reef, quickly staining the water red with blood. Countless sharks, sensing the blood, rushed in without a word and began to attack the injured shark, which was soon overwhelmed and killed. However, the smell of blood attracted even more sharks, leading to a fierce battle among them. Splashing, Li Hao and Mira soared out of the water and looked toward a small island in the distance, landing on the beach. Mira, drink this, Li Hao said as he took out a bottle of basic gene enhancement potion and handed it to her. Without hesitation, Mira gulped it down. Soon, Mira felt her physical abilities improving, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at the bottle in her hand. This is a basic gene enhancement potion. Your physical capabilities have now been enhanced. I will take you to a place where you will train for a while. Once you are ready, I'll give you a task, Li Hao explained. Okay, Mira nodded, feeling her newfound strength. Her first thought was not about Li Hao's abilities, but rather that she could endure longer under his powerful influence. Then, Li Hao brought Mira to the apocalyptic world of Tianyu Star. He used a mark of rules to implant a consciousness mark and a storage space into her body, which contained some firearms and a book on gun combat skills. Mira, this is a world filled with zombies. You will face many of them. You already know about the storage space, and you can learn from that skill book. Once you have killed 10,000 zombies, I will come to get you. As for the information about this world, you'll have to explore it yourself, Li Hao said, leading her to a previously chaotic area where the zombies were relatively weaker. Before Mira could say anything, Li Hao vanished again. I will definitely become stronger. My man, I didn't expect you to have such abilities. I really look forward to the days ahead. This feeling of becoming stronger is wonderful, Mira murmured to herself. Although it was her first time seeing real zombies, she had seen many in movies. Now, with guns and plenty of ammunition, she believed she could complete her task quickly. Ding, you have learned gun combat skills. Die, you damn zombies. With that, the once chaotic area gained a new zombie slayer. As she killed more zombies, her understanding of this world deepened, and she became increasingly skilled with the firearms. After settling Mira in, Li Hao received a message about the World Management Mark. He was surprised to learn that many people had died during this time, and most did not have revival pods, so their consciousnesses were preserved by the mark. However, there were some gains as well. For instance, some individuals had obtained low-level techniques like body refinement technique, chi refinement technique, basic mental cultivation technique, and demon energy absorption technique by killing lower-level skeletons. These techniques could enhance their strength, but due to the presence of several major bosses in the Skeleton Sea, many people were unable to escape and instead perished. The resurrection pod is nearly completed now. Li Hao has simply lowered the required zombie points for resurrection to 200,000. Those without zombie points can borrow once, but if they die during the repayment period, they won't have another chance to be resurrected. Li Hao learned through these consciousness marks that aside from the known entities, there are even stronger beings in the Skull Soul Sea. These individuals are excellent helpers for exploring new territories, as the places they have visited can expand the map of the fantasy world. Although this map is essentially built on human lives. After spending a few hours with Yang Qingling, Li Hao returned to Blue Water Star. He still had unfinished business in the main world, and he was already 2 hours late for the meeting he promised Su Guobao. Chapter 132, Fighter T-458. Hello, Minister Su? I'm sorry, I just had a minor car accident. I'm fine. Is it still the usual place? Are you coming to pick me up, or should I come over myself? Alright, I'll head over myself then. As soon as Li Hao took out his phone after returning to Blue Water Star, it rang. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, he wasn't in a hurry. They would benefit more in the future, so what was the harm in making them wait? He then took out the fighter jet, chose to go invisible, and sent the location of the Southeast Military District to the jet, which flew towards that direction. Old Wang, I'll be there in a bit. This negotiation concerns the future of the nation, so it's best if you handle it personally, Su Guobao said to the elderly gentleman with white hair in an office somewhere in the Southeast Military District. It's fine. A capable young man like him shows our sincerity. This is an opportunity for our country, and we must cherish it, the elderly man said with a warm smile. Yes, you're right. I've interacted with him, and he does have a sense of belonging to our country. But we shouldn't push too hard, or it might turn him off, Su Guobao replied. Hee, I understand these things. Just watch and see, Xiao Su, the elderly man chuckled. Su Guobao nodded, glanced at his watch, looked at the elder, who nodded back, and then he walked out to the entrance of the military district. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the air above the large square at the entrance of the military district, and everyone turned to look at the empty space. However, apart from the gentle breeze, nothing was visible. Then, the space at the entrance of the square seemed to open like a door, and a figure stepped out. Seeing this, all the soldiers instinctively raised their weapons. Step, step. What? Is this how you welcome guests? Li Hao chuckled at the sight of everyone on high alert. Hiss. It's you, Li Hao. How did you get here? You didn't just teleport, did you? Su, upon recognizing the person, exclaimed in surprise. Nope, I flew over. Li Hao snapped his fingers, and the silhouette of the fighter jet became visible, showcasing a cool flying aircraft to everyone present. Wow, what a cool aircraft. It's so awesome. I really want to give it a try. Look at those curves and that shine. It's beautiful. There's no soldier who doesn't love these military machines. A group of people admiring the aircraft looked like a bunch of guys drooling over its stunning beauty. Li Hao, can I give it a try? Su Lai, who also liked the aircraft, spoke up directly. Go ahead. Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. Wait, I want to try first. No, let me go first. Let me go first. I'll cover the night shift. I can cover too. Too bad. Captain Su got there first. Well, who told Captain Su to act first when he asked? Let's wait for him to finish. A group of people watched Su Lai, who was already seated in the aircraft, and sighed, looking at him with envious eyes. Just then, Su Guobao came out. What are you all doing? Is there no discipline left? Su Guobao looked at the crowd like they were just watching a show and suddenly shouted. Soldiers should act like soldiers. This is unacceptable. Director Su, don't blame them. If they want to play with the aircraft, let them. We should go in and discuss matters. Li Hao smiled at Su Guobao. Hiss, where did you get this aircraft? It's so cool. Fine, let them go. Let's go. Su Guobao also felt a stir in his heart upon seeing the aircraft, but decided that business was more important. So he held back. Oh, long live the minister. The crowd, initially nervous about Su Guobao's reprimand, cheered upon hearing his words. Meanwhile, Su Lai started the aircraft and flew up into the sky. Old Wang, you're here too. As Li Hao followed Su Guobao into the heavily guarded conference room, he immediately spotted an elderly gentleman with gray hair seated inside, feeling pleasantly surprised. This elder was the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, who had made significant contributions to the country and had handled many diplomatic incidents, showcasing the pride of his nation. Li Hao often saw the elder's figure in news articles during his studies and was often impressed by his capabilities. He could treat Su Guobao like an ordinary person, but he couldn't maintain that same composure in front of the elder. It wasn't fear, but a deep-seated respect. You must be young Li. Not bad, quite the talented individual. Your family is contributing to the country's development. You deserve my visit. The elder smiled at Li Hao, giving him a warm feeling. You flatter me. It's my first time meeting you, and I didn't bring anything. How about this? The aircraft at the entrance is called T-458. Consider it a gift for our first meeting, Li Hao said. Hiss, you really are generous. Su Guobao looked at Li Hao in surprise. Well, thank you, young man. Not bad. The elder smiled upon hearing Su Guobao's words, instantly recognizing it as something valuable. All right, let's not talk too much about small talk. We agree to the usage rights of the entire Taihu scenic area you requested, but there are a few points I would like to follow your opinion on. We understand that you or the forces behind you have high technological capabilities, perhaps able to surpass all nations in the world. The first point I want to make is that we hope to reach an agreement for peaceful coexistence and non-aggression. The second point is that we allow you or the forces behind you to develop technology companies here, but they must produce technology products that benefit the nation and the people, preferably prioritizing local enterprises or the populace. The third point is that we can establish trade relations with you or the forces behind you. For instance, if we have what you need, you can procure from us. And if we need certain technologies, we can negotiate with you, seeking mutual development and benefits. As for the fourth and fifth points, we would like you to take on the role of Chief Instructor for Special Forces here, with the rank of Major General. The elder spoke extensively, most of it being official talk, mainly out of concern that Li Hao might invade this country or harm its people, thus proposing some agreements, while also expressing the willingness to cooperate for mutual development. Li Hao originally intended to help this country grow. Having heard the elder's words, he understood the underlying meaning that they also wanted to develop and grow but were hesitant to express it too boldly, hence much of what they said was quite tactful. Li Hao had no intention of conquering this world. He already had a post-apocalyptic world and a fantasy world waiting for him to conquer. This ordinary world, apart from its large population, had far fewer resources than the post-apocalyptic one. Elder Wang, I understand your meaning. I can fully represent myself or the forces behind me to sign the agreement for peaceful coexistence. I agree to the points you mentioned earlier. But as for being an instructor, let's skip that. I don't have the time. Chapter 133, Chief Instructor of Special Forces Li Hao. Xiao Hao, we mean no harm. We just want to offer you a position, serving as a mediator between both forces. Although officially you would be an instructor, in reality, it would be quite free. You can train them when you have time and ignore them when you don't. With our current military strength, not many countries dare to provoke us, Elder Wang said. I see. Well then, since Elder Wang has said that, Li Hao found it difficult to refuse. Subsequently, after some additional discussions, both parties reached an agreement. Li Hao obtained the rights to develop the Taihu Scenic Area indefinitely, and he granted the Level 5 authorization of 01 to Su Guobao and Elder Wang. After shaking hands and reaching a consensus, Elder Wang left with the signed documents and 01. As Li Hao stepped out of the conference room, he encountered a resolute Special Forces soldier approaching. Are you Li Hao? Wu Xiqiang scrutinized Li Hao and asked. I am. What can I do for you? Li Hao stopped and looked at the man, who appeared to be around 28 years old but exuded a strong sense of power, giving Li Hao the impression that he was somewhat stronger than Su Lai, whom he had met previously. I've heard you are quite impressive. I want to test your skills. Wu Xiqiang stated directly. Forget it, you're not my match, and I don't have time to spar with you. Li Hao still needs to focus on transforming Taihu Lake Central Island, so he said, you say I'm not your match without even fighting me? Are you looking down on me? Wu Xiqiang said, throwing a punch just as Su Guobao happened to walk out. Wu Xiqiang, what are you doing? Do you want to defy authority? Su Guobao reprimanded. Defy authority? He is not even from our military district. How could that be? Wu Xiqiang asked in confusion. He already knew Li Hao's identity. He was just the boss of a tech company. No matter how rich he was, what difference did it make? Well, since you're here, gather all the special forces in the military district at the parade square immediately. All special forces without active missions must participate. Inform other military districts as well. We will hold a special forces meeting in 3 hours. Wu Xiqiang, can you complete this task? Su Guobao said firmly. Yes, Commander. I will definitely complete the task. Although Wu Xiqiang didn't know what Su Guobao was planning, a soldier's duty is to execute orders. After receiving the command, he said loudly and saluted. Go ahead. Wu Xiqiang complied with the order, and Su Guobao nodded. Yes, Minister Su. Is it really necessary to be so formal? Li Hao understood Su Guobao's intention. He wanted all the special forces to recognize him. Although he wasn't one to shy away from the spotlight, he felt it unnecessary for everyone to know about his temporary military rank, as it might provoke others' discontent. You have to. Your position is the chief instructor of the special forces. You should at least meet your subordinates. Don't worry, their training is led by various captains, so it won't take too much of your time, Su Guobao said with a smile, but only he knew his true intentions. All right, since I have this position, let me see the strength of our country's special forces. Li Hao guessed the general idea. While the special forces of his country had a decent reputation globally, they didn't rank among the top 3. Each time there was a global special forces competition, their highest placement was 4th place a couple of years ago. Many special forces personnel had lost their lives or been injured and forced to retire while carrying out special missions. Even with Qin Feng being captured, some special forces were dispatched and had yet to return. Li Hao couldn't pretend he was unaware of their situation. Most of the special forces were selected from ordinary soldiers, each a talent who had contributed significantly to the country. It was because of these individuals that the country was what it was today. Su Guobao likely wanted him to lead them, despite Li Hao's changed strength and worldview. He couldn't help but feel genuine respect for these admirable soldiers who had moved him numerous times. Since he had obtained the position of chief instructor of the special forces, he would make time to train them. Having been born in this country, he should contribute something to it. The Wolf Squad has about 39 members, with 9 assigned to special missions while the remaining 30 are training at the base, which is located in the southeastern military district. The squad leader is Wu Xiqiang, and the deputy leader is Su Lai. After receiving orders from Su Guobao, Wu Xiqiang immediately notified his Wolf Squad and began making satellite calls to inform other special forces about the assembly. What is going on this time? Could it be a major operation? Why gather so many special forces? Is there trouble brewing again? I don't know. There hasn't been any news in the international media, right? I haven't heard of any international incidents. The most is that the vice president of Haofeng Technology was arrested. You guys are out of the loop. That vice president has already been rescued, reportedly by their chairman. And the brothers on the mission are on their way back. Sai, do you think it could be related to the global special forces competition? No way. That competition is still 7 or 8 months away. Training usually starts about 6 months in advance. As Wu Xiqiang's assembly orders were communicated, people began to speculate. But seeing Wu Xiqiang continuously making calls with a rather grim expression, they felt hesitant to ask. Soon, 3 hours passed, and the special forces in the southeastern military district stood in formation at the parade square. All the special forces units that were supposed to come had arrived, along with some that were absent. The arriving special forces units included 5 teams: the Wolf Squad, the Cheetah Squad, the Tiger Squad, the Dragon Squad, and the Eagle Squad. Wu Xiqiang and Su Lai stood at the front of the Wolf Squad, while the other squad leaders and their deputies stood in front of their respective teams. At that moment, Su Guobao, accompanied by Li Hao, arrived at the front of the parade square. Su Guobao shouted, "All units, attention!" Who? As soon as Su Guobao's command was issued, all the special forces shouted in unison, their voices powerful and resonant, their steps synchronized, and their postures remarkably upright. Each squad leader reported the numbers. The Wolf Squad is first. Yes, sir. Reporting, sir, Wolf Squad, 39 present, 30 accounted for. Reporting, sir, Cheetah Squad, 33 present, 22 accounted for. Reporting, sir, Tiger Squad, 30 present, 24 accounted for. Reporting, sir, Dragon Squad, 39 present, 33 accounted for. Reporting, sir, Eagle Squad, 28 present, 21 accounted for. Following this, Su Guobao delivered a speech, and the soldiers listened attentively, standing tall. Only Li Hao appeared somewhat speechless, showing a look of helplessness. Now, I would like to formally introduce someone, a Major General, who will be your chief instructor in the future, Li Hao. Come on, Instructor Li, say a few words. Su Guobao said, looking at Li Hao. Well, Minister Su has pretty much said what needs to be said. I won't waste any more words. Many of you may find me unfamiliar or feel that I am unqualified to be your chief instructor, questioning my authority as an instructor who was just parachuted in. But I won't play any games with you. Soldiers speak with strength. If anyone has objections, step forward. If someone can defeat me, the chief instructor position is yours. Saying this, Li Hao stepped in front of all the Special Forces soldiers. Su Guobao remained silent, curious about Li Hao's true strength. Knowing only that he was much stronger than Su Lai, the Special Forces were surprised by Li Hao's boldness. Soldiers indeed prioritize executing orders, but having an unfamiliar person suddenly become their instructor naturally left some feeling discontent. However, no one spoke up. Everything had happened too suddenly, and many were still processing it. As the title of chief instructor had never existed before. Captain, go ahead. Don't you want to see our instructor's strength? Su Lai encouraged. Noticing Wu Xiqiang's eagerness to step forward, Wu Xiqiang finally understood why Su Guobao had called for the Special Forces meeting. It was to introduce Li Hao. He didn't know why Su Lai held Li Hao in such high regard, but their previous brief encounter hadn't impressed him much. Everyone is free to move around and see Instructor Li's abilities. Anyone who is unconvinced can challenge him, Su Guobao announced as Wu Xiqiang took a few steps forward, clearly wanting to spar with Li Hao. Our captain is usually so strict with us. Let's see how he gets beaten, Su Lai whispered to a nearby comrade. Oh, Captain Su, is that person very strong? Yes, our captain ranks 25th among world special forces. Only Wang Meng, the captain of the Fierce Tiger team, is stronger than him. I don't believe this person can defeat our captain, Su Lai replied, sensing the skepticism among the others. He couldn't exactly disclose that he had been bested by Li Hao before. That would be too embarrassing. General Li, I apologize. Wu Xiqiang cupped his hands in greeting, clearly not acknowledging Li Hao's title. Come on, Li Hao waved his hand dismissively. Huh, Wu Xiqiang shouted angrily and threw a punch. Although it felt slow to Li Hao, he still greatly restrained his speed and strength to avoid discouraging them. With calculated precision, Li Hao sidestepped and dodged Wu Xiqiang's punch, then retaliated with a palm strike that sent Wu Xiqiang staggering back several steps. After regaining his balance, Wu Xiqiang looked at Li Hao seriously. That palm strike had been too fast. He hadn't even had time to react before being hit. However, Li Hao realized that even when he controlled his attributes to match theirs, his thinking and reaction speeds were still on another level. They were not comparable. It seemed a bit challenging to appear only slightly stronger than them. He quickly approached Li Hao again, using both hands and feet, demonstrating military boxing with flair. However, for some reason, it seemed like Li Hao anticipated every move of his. Although it appeared that Wu Xiqiang was attacking Li Hao, in reality, he gained no advantage at all. It seemed that this Instructor Li was quite skilled. Captain Wu couldn't take him down. It felt as if Instructor Li's combat style had no patterns, yet it effectively countered Captain Wu's military fighting techniques. What kind of skills were these? Indeed, it seemed that Captain Wu was completely at the mercy of Instructor Li, gaining nothing at all. But why wasn't Instructor Li attacking? Because Instructor Li was afraid that a single strike would knock the captain down, which would be embarrassing for him. A group of people watched with great interest. Yet they couldn't quite understand Li Hao's tactics. Only Su Lai realized that Li Hao was probably considering Wu Xiqiang's pride and wanted to spar a bit longer. If he defeated him in one move, with so many people watching, it wouldn't be good, and he would certainly be laughed at. Instructor Li, show your true strength. If it's to spare my pride, there's no need. As soldiers, we must be defeated honorably to gain respect, Wu Xiqiang said. Li Hao's approach was indeed frustrating for him. It seemed they were fighting, yet it felt like they weren't really engaged at all. Each time, he felt he was just a hair's breadth away from hitting Li Hao. Yet it was always just out of reach. Hee, you said it. Don't cry later, Li Hao chuckled, giving them a lesson they needed. With Wu Xiqiang attacking again. As he struck, Li Hao countered and disabled his hand. When he kicked, Li Hao disabled his foot. With no resistance left, Wu Xiqiang found himself on the ground. His limbs twisted in irregular shapes. Did you see Instructor Li's moves just now? They were so fast. Yes, it was incredible. In just a few seconds, he disarmed Captain Wu completely. It looked a bit like the technique seen on TV. Captain Wu is tough. He didn't scream at all. Yes, looking at Captain Wu. He seems to be in a lot of pain. Can you admit defeat? Li Hao asked. I admit defeat, I admit it. Quickly help me get back to normal. It hurts so much. Wu Xiqiang never expected to last less than a second against Li Hao. If it were a real fight, he might have been taken down in one blow. In terms of strength, reaction, and combat awareness, they were simply not on the same level. and he had to admit it. Seeing you silent, I thought you weren't in pain. Just say Instructor Li, and I will help you recover. Li Hao said with a smile. When Lin Ziqiang's subordinates fell for this move, their screams were quite loud. Instructor Li, I admit defeat, Wu Xiqiang said helplessly. This kind of pain was truly not something an ordinary person could endure. Then, amidst Wu Xiqiang's cries, Li Hao once again reset his dislocated joints. If it weren't for Wu Xiqiang's regular training and decent physical condition, he might have faced more discomfort after the reset, but aside from some soreness, he felt relatively okay. If it were an ordinary person, even if they managed to relocate the joint, it would likely be very difficult for them to stand up. Their ligaments would certainly be strained, and it would take several days to recover. Who else is not convinced? After helping Wu Xiqiang recover, Li Hao once again addressed the crowd. Instructor Li, I, Wang Ming from the Tiger team, express my disagreement. Of course, I know we can't beat you in combat. But we are special forces, and our combat methods are not limited to physical fighting. I believe that the position of chief instructor should be held by someone who excels in all aspects compared to us. You must earn our respect in other areas to be worthy of the title of chief instructor. At this moment, a strong man stepped forward from the team, crossing his arms as he spoke. Oh, if you think there are other aspects to discuss, feel free to bring them up. I'll entertain you today, Li Hao said with a hint of a smile upon hearing the strong man's words. Strength, speed, stamina, marksmanship, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, demolition, driving, first aid. Wang Ming listed a whole bunch of items in one breath. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle, eager for the excitement. Captain Wang, you've listed too many items. How much time will it take to cover all these? Let us test just these 5. Strength, speed, stamina, marksmanship, and reconnaissance. After these, we should have a general understanding of Instructor Li's abilities, and you won't have much to argue about, Su Guobao interjected. It's not easy to gather these special forces. Time is precious and shouldn't be wasted on tests. Testing these 5 items should suffice to gauge a person's strength. Yes, Minister Su has a point. How does everyone feel about these 5 items? Wang Ming thought it made sense and asked the group. No problem. I'm really looking forward to Instructor Li's performance. How about it, Instructor Li? Wang Ming asked Li Hao, seeing that everyone agreed. I have no objections, but just don't be discouraged by my strength, Li Hao chuckled. You all asked me to show off. I'm not doing it on my own initiative. Don't blame me later for overshadowing everyone. All right. We're all looking forward to your performance, Instructor Li. Soon after, the group arrived at the strength testing equipment. The previous device had been destroyed, and now they had a new one. Li Hao approached the strength testing machine. He didn't immediately strike. Instead, he pondered how much force to use. If he performed too superhumanly, it would create a sense of distance from them. The strongest among them was Wang Ming. So perhaps it would be better for him to go first, and then Li Hao could surpass him for a more impressive effect. With that thought, Li Hao couldn't help but smile. Captain Wang, why don't you go first? Li Hao said to Wang Ming, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Wang Ming thought Li Hao was provoking him, and as a strong man, he wouldn't back down. All right, Wang Ming replied, stepping up to the testing machine and doing a few warm-up moves. After this period of training, he felt he had improved somewhat and was eager to see how strong he was now. With a punch from Wang Ming, the numbers on the testing device soared, eventually stabilizing around 630 kilograms, leaving everyone astonished. It seems Captain Wang has grown stronger. He used to max out at 600 kilograms, but now he has reached 630 kilograms. Indeed, in the next Special Forces competition, Captain Wang is sure to rise a few ranks. Captain Wang truly lives up to his nickname of Fierce Tiger. Such strength is remarkable. In this world, the known highest punching power of humans is around 800 kilograms, achieved by a certain Muay Thai champion at his peak. With each of Wang Ming's subsequent punches, the power decreased, but the onlookers were not surprised. This is a normal phenomenon. Generally, only the first punch has significant power, while later punches diminish due to energy loss. Captain Wang, well done, congratulations on your improvement, Su Guobao said with a smile. Wang Ming's strength is the strongest among the special forces, and his performance in the last competition was quite good, finishing around 6th. In the next Special Forces competition, he is likely to break into the top 5, which is a matter of national pride. How could that not make him happy? Li Instructor, please. Wang Ming seemed quite satisfied with his performance, smiling and nodding at everyone before looking at Li Hao. All right, Li Hao smiled, already aware of how much strength he needed to use. With a light punch from Li Hao, the testing device's numbers shot up continuously. When the value exceeded 600, many people gasped, but when it finally stabilized at 1,100 kilograms, everyone was stunned. Wow, Instructor Li's strength is incredible, almost double that of Captain Wang. Amazing, just amazing. In the last Special Forces competition, the highest in the individual strength category was only 805 kilograms. This strength of the instructor is definitely world-class. It's just too impressive. The higher the strength, the harder it is to improve. If the instructor participates in the Special Forces competition, he would definitely dominate all Special Forces worldwide. Exactly. Who says our race lacks strength? Look at our instructor, he's much stronger than those from other races. With each of Li Hao's punches, he consistently exceeded 1,000 kilograms, ultimately reaching 1,200 kilograms, causing everyone to gasp in awe. The way they looked at Li Hao changed completely. While Wang Ming's later punches weakened, Li Hao's strength showed no signs of decline. On the contrary, it continued to rise, which was astonishing. I'm impressed. The instructor is incredible, equivalent to 2 Captain Wangs. No. Even 2 Captain Wangs together couldn't produce 1,200 kilograms of power. Peak strength isn't something that can be simply added up by numbers. I think 3 Captain Wangs would be more accurate. Hearing these comparisons, Wang Ming couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Is this how you show respect? Without exception, Li Hao's strength has conquered everyone. The world's #1 boxing power is in a certain country, and it is their instructor who has stirred some excitement in their hearts. However, the testing continues, and soon a group of people arrived at the speed testing area. Li Hao, with a smile, looked at everyone and asked, "Who among you runs the fastest? How about you take the lead? Captain Su, go ahead. Speed is your strong suit." Someone encouraged. "Yes, Captain Su. Show the instructor your speed." Another chimed in. "Old Su, why don't you give it a try?" As Li Hao finished speaking, everyone looked towards one person, whom Li Hao remembered was the captain of the cheetah team, Su Tianbing. "All right, Instructor Li, I'll give it a shot," Su Tianbing said, feeling somewhat obliged as he stepped forward. "Good," Li Hao replied with a smile. Su Tianbing then began to warm up, stretching his muscles and preparing for the test. With a whistle, he took off at full speed towards the finish line. Time passed quickly, and when Su Tianbing completed the 100 meters, the timer stopped. 7:81 seconds. Captain Su is impressive. He has improved a bit. Yeah, last time in the competition, Captain Su was at 7:83 seconds, and this time he improved by 0.2 seconds. Although he didn't break the world record, he is still currently the fastest in this category. I'm starting to look forward to the instructor's performance. Me too. Old Su is indeed good. Li Hao, do you have confidence? Su Guobao asked Li Hao, looking at Su Tianbing's score, perhaps trying to show off. Well, I have confidence. I'm just wondering how many seconds I should surpass him by, Li Hao replied with a smile. You brat, Su Guobao said, somewhat speechless. He actually wanted to say that Li Hao just liked to show off, but he didn't know that Li Hao was genuinely impressive. Chapter 136. Conquering the Special Forces. After Su Tianbing returned, everyone turned their attention to Li Hao. Li Hao smiled and headed to the speed testing area to prepare for his test. With the whistle blown, Li Hao's figure disappeared, and everyone saw him sprinting at an incredible speed, reaching the finish line in almost no time. They already had an answer in their hearts. Instructor Li's speed must be much stronger than Captain Su's. Sure enough, the speed test timer stopped at 7:0 seconds. That's terrifying. This is too strong. Is the instructor even human? This is the fastest speed I've ever known. Impressive. The instructor is indeed incredible. Everyone was thoroughly convinced. Su Guobao was also surprised by Li Hao's performance, which was 0.81 seconds faster than Su Tianbing, breaking any previous world records. Next, everyone followed Li Hao for a weight-bearing strength test and reconnaissance test. Li Hao's strength undoubtedly surpassed them by a large margin, and in their hearts, they had fully recognized him. Such a person truly deserves to be their instructor. However, the last aspect of marksmanship has not yet been tested. They are special forces, and using firearms is essential for their missions. In actual combat, marksmanship can be crucial. Generally speaking, most tasks involve the use of assault rifles, handguns, and sniper rifles. Therefore, all 3 types of firearms need to be tested. However, learning from previous experiences, no one embarrassed themselves during the test this time. Everyone showcased their best performance to avoid being surpassed later on. In the handgun category, Captain Xiao Zhan of the Eagle Squadron can fire 6 shots within 1 second, hitting the target each time, earning him the title of quick shooter among all special forces. Li Hao, do you need me to prepare a few bottles for you? Su Guobao asked with a smile. Typically, as long as one hits a bottle placed 10 meters away within 1 second, it counts as a successful shot. While misses do not count, most people are aware of their limits, so they arrange the corresponding number of bottles. Su Guobao's question stemmed from curiosity about where Li Hao's limit lies. The stand can't hold that many bottles, so let's just put 20 out. Li Hao responded as he looked at the setup. The firearms they tested were military-style guns, with the fastest response being 20 shots in 1 second, and the magazine only containing 20 rounds. You just love to show off. Let us put 20 out for you, Su Guobao chuckled. The handgun shooting speed test isn't based on shooting at the command, but is recorded on video, starting from the moment the gun is fired, counting the number of bullets fired within 1 second, and subtracting the misses to determine the final score. Li Hao first scanned the structure of the handgun, then deduced its accuracy and the factors affecting it. He visualized the shooting angle in his mind, quickly drew the gun, and fired in one smooth motion. Almost instantly, all 20 rounds were fired, and every bottle was shattered, leaving everyone in awe. Wow, that was fast. I could barely see his hands, someone exclaimed. Indeed. Such speed and accuracy. The instructor is as impressive as ever. Quick, check the video. How many shots did the instructor fire in 1 second? When someone extracted the shooting video and began to play it in slow motion, everyone gasped. 20 shots in 1 second. What does that even mean? The world record is 10 shots in 1 second, and Li Hao not only broke that record but doubled it, truly transcending the ordinary. Is the instructor a gun god? That's incredible. If they encountered such an enemy on the battlefield, they'd probably be wiped out in minutes. Afterward, Li Hao changed the magazine and fired 20 shots at a target 100 meters away, hitting the bullseye each time. Such a display could only be witnessed by a few when observing the Robot 01. It was astonishing to see human shooting accuracy reach the level of robotic precision. It was truly impressive. Everyone's gaze towards Li Hao was filled with fervor, a belief in the desire to become stronger. Among them was Wu Xiqiang, who had once been defeated by 01. Now, with the emergence of Li Hao, who could rival the machines? He saw the limits of humanity and felt that he still had great potential for improvement, with this opportunity lying within Li Hao. Do we still need to test? Li Hao asked, noticing the admiration in everyone's eyes, and he smiled as he spoke. No, we are convinced, they replied. Yes, we are completely convinced by Instructor Li's title as Chief Instructor. Indeed, only Instructor Li is worthy of being our instructor. He is truly impressive. I have already started looking forward to the instructor's training methods. I also want to become as strong as the instructor. Me too. Su Guobao watched as everyone expressed their genuine admiration and breathed a sigh of relief. However, his gaze towards Li Hao had changed. This kid indeed had some skills. No wonder he was appointed as the chief instructor of the Special Forces. Only someone with his strength deserved such a position. Instructor Li, from now on, the training of these soldiers will be entrusted to you. Of course, they belong to different military districts, and you will have the freedom to enter and exit those districts. They will prepare rooms for you, and you can visit them when you have time to supervise, Su Guobao said. Understood, Li Hao nodded. He knew that the chief instructor didn't have actual power. Apart from commanding the special forces during training, other task assignments were dispatched from above. However, he was not interested in power. In this world, who could pose a threat to him? If he wanted to kill, no one could stop him. It all depended on whether he wanted to or not. Everyone, attention. At ease. After Su Guobao left, Li Hao shouted. Upon hearing his command, everyone became excited, quickly lining up in formation, waiting for Li Hao's orders. Since the nation has entrusted you to me, I will take responsibility for you. I have several training methods tailored for you. With these techniques, you can develop your physical capabilities to the limit, achieving a maximum strength of 850 kilograms and a speed of 750. However, to break this limit, you will need external assistance. I have a method for that, but I won't offer it for free. Perhaps you are not aware that I am not originally from the military. I am the chairman of a technology company and a businessman. Soon, I will launch a virtual game where one's consciousness can enter a real world. You are all elites of humanity, and I can set up an internal account for you. By logging into the game world through this account and completing the tasks I assign, you will earn contribution points. With these points, you can exchange them with our company for gene enhancement serums and even recovery potions. These potions are not available officially and are harmless. My strength also comes from these potions. Remember, not only special forces but all soldiers can participate. If you can surpass the limits of the human body, then come on. This virtual game is called Doomsday Journey, produced by my company. If anyone reaches level 5 in contribution within the game, I will teach you a set of gun techniques called gunfighting. Li Hao addressed all the soldiers, knowing he needed to conquer the fantastical world. Since Su Guobao and others hoped to improve themselves, he saw an opportunity to utilize them. With a flick of his wrist, Li Hao fired a bullet that arced and hit the bullseye from 200 meters away, followed by another shot that also found its mark. He began his demonstration, showcasing various curved shots, displaying impressive skills with the handgun, leaving everyone in awe. Do you want to learn? Li Hao asked with a smile. Yes, great. Then join Doomsday Journey. This virtual game can even be played while you sleep. During the day, you can focus on your training tasks, and at night, you can play. I will distribute those tailored training methods, and after returning to your respective military districts, you can practice by watching the videos. Dismissed. In the following chapter, all squad leaders received a USB drive containing numerous training videos, and their training would continue to be led by their respective leaders. After that, Li Hao left the military district. He would not accompany them like a training instructor, as such practice would yield minimal improvement. Most had already reached their limits. And even with his methods, breaking through those limits would be challenging. The key still lay in the gene enhancement potions. Now the 3000 km territory in the Taihu area should be utilized, and launching Doomsday Journey quickly is the way to go. After Li Hao left, the team leaders reviewed the documents on their computers, occasionally nodding in agreement. Li Hao's training methods were indeed well organized, but his mention of a virtual game left them somewhat puzzled. Consequently, they joined forces to approach Su Guobao and discuss the matter with him, who then reported it up the chain. After Wang Lao returned with 01, he received various technical materials, and 01 became a technology research and development assistant robot. The information shocked all the researchers, leading to much speculation, especially regarding the shell that could contain nuclear fusion energy. They scoured the entire periodic table, but couldn't find any element that matched 01's description. However, the documentation provided a logical and substantiated description of that element. They began to speculate that perhaps this was an element from another world, and to obtain it, they would need Li Hao's assistance. But Li Hao made it clear that to acquire this element, they would have to wait for his virtual game, the Doomsday Journey, to launch. At that time, they would only need to enter the game to search for it, or even develop technological products. However, Any item they wished to bring into the real world would incur a 70 share of the profits. Although this share seemed steep, it was the reality since Blue Water Star lacked such resources. They speculated that perhaps the forces behind Li Hao controlled a new world. And it was precisely because of this new world that those forces looked down on Blue Water Star. Otherwise, Blue Water Star might have been colonized. Subsequently, Li Hao returned to the post-apocalyptic world to retrieve a fighter jet and flew directly to the scenic area of Taihu Lake in Sioux City. By this time, the scenic area had been sealed off, and upon Li Hao's arrival, the person in charge handed him the relevant documents and left. Once Li Hao entered the scenic area, he activated his lightning speed and instantly appeared on the central island of the lake. Using his X-ray vision, he located the entrance to the underground laboratory and walked inside. The entire underground laboratory was currently idle, having just been constructed. It had about 8 floors, each approximately 100 meters high and spanning roughly 40 kilometers, built entirely of steel and concrete. Utilizing his quantum vision and geological surveying abilities, Li Hao concluded that even if a magnitude 6 earthquake occurred, the structure would remain intact. He nodded in satisfaction and then proceeded to the bottommost floor. After returning to the post-apocalyptic world, he used his spatial abilities to collect a large amount of building materials, as well as the latest Pico-level chip servers, robots, construction robots, superconducting materials, and more. Once he finished gathering the materials, he returned to the lowest level of the laboratory and assigned the robots the task of transforming the lab. The bottom level was to be converted into an energy center to power all the equipment in the Taihu scenic area. The second level was to be transformed into a virtual control hub, essentially establishing a control center for the intelligent Panga system, or a superbrain, referred to as a server, primarily for monitoring future technological devices. The third level is planned to be transformed into a virtual game control center, where an intelligent management system has been independently developed. From now on, all virtual game data streams will be managed by this new intelligent system, which is named after a mythological figure. The fourth level will serve as a quantum communication server, equipped with signal transmission and reception devices. Indeed, the plan is to change the communication method of the virtual game to quantum communication, as it allows for extremely fast data transmission at light speed, with rapid signal processing. Moreover, through the apocalyptic system imprint, the ability to master the separation system's original imprint has been acquired. Once the virtual quantum server is assembled here, the original system imprint can be integrated with the virtual quantum server. This means that when the virtual game goes live, the consciousness can be transmitted as data streams through the virtual chamber and then combined with the quantum server, enabling the consciousness of beings from the blue planet to descend into the apocalyptic world and even into fantastical realms. However, the apocalyptic world also requires the construction of a consciousness separation device and a consciousness descent carrier. Therefore, there is a need to develop a core control center for a robot to serve as the consciousness descent carrier. Although manufacturing has not yet begun, the development direction has been established and successful simulations have already been conducted. The fifth level will be a technology research and development laboratory, mainly used for small-scale manufacturing of robots, armored suits, or other technological research and assembly. This laboratory is primarily a private lab for the individual, akin to a personal modification lab for a certain superhero. Levels 6 to 8 are intended to be directly transformed into chip production lines, with the future plan for the group to focus solely on chip production, while outsourcing all other manufacturing and assembling the parts upon return. Each level requires renovation, and several trips have been made to the end of the world to retrieve a corresponding number of renovation robots, with tasks assigned for the modifications. Observing the busy robots, it is estimated that the 8 underground levels will be completed in about 5 hours, allowing for the installation of the corresponding equipment planned by the individual. The entire underground laboratory is filled with various mechanical sounds. Instead of continuing to watch, the individual went to the surface to look at the large open area in the center and began designing the building for the group in his mind. After spending approximately 3 hours, the design was finally completed. The building for the group is to be constructed from pure steel alloy, resembling a giant spherical structure surrounded by steel. The ground level is nearly 40 kilometers in size, and the height from the ground to the apex is about 1,700 meters. If completed, it will undoubtedly become the tallest building on the blue planet. According to the design, this building will have over 250 floors, with an average height of more than 6 meters per floor. This building is not an ordinary structure, but is based on the principles of a particular type of advanced tower, undergoing deep-level research and transformation. On the surface, it appears to be a typical yet iconic building, but in reality, it is a super tower capable of attacking targets thousands of kilometers away, although the further the attack, the greater the energy consumption. After the design was completed, Li Hao arrived at the lowest level, which was the first to be renovated and was already about halfway done. He began to take out the energy conversion device and the installation of energy transmission equipment. In this post-apocalyptic world, the element named Wei by William was found in abundance after Li Hao took control of various factions on the Curry's continent. The core element for nuclear fusion had shifted from deuterium to Wei. This new element could produce a controllable small-scale nuclear fusion reactor that generated energy more than 5 times that of deuterium and was also more stable. Li Hao directly upgraded the energy core to a nuclear reactor using this element. As Li Hao successfully loaded the energy, the lowest level was illuminated by a brilliant white light, resembling a small sun the size of a basketball. But the energy it contained was sufficient for his company to operate for 300 years. With the energy loaded, the renovation of this level was completed, and Li Hao began to arrange the energy conversion devices and energy transmission lines. Once he finished setting everything up, the second level was also completed. Li Hao transformed it into a virtual control center, connected the energy, and uploaded the Pangu intelligence system, along with many designs and some historical data from his previous company. However, the signal transmission center on the fourth level was still under construction. Currently, Pangu could not access the network, but it could control the renovation robots. Previously, the renovation and assembly were solely reliant on Li Hao's commands, which slowed the process significantly without superintelligence assistance. Now, with Pangu's control, the speed of renovation improved dramatically. Next, he assembled the virtual game control center on the third level, installed the energy transmission, and after loading was complete, he designed the super-intelligent Nuwa and set up some data controls related to the virtual game. After finishing the setup, he moved to the fourth level to assemble the signal transmission center and began to mobilize the 2 satellites obtained from the consortium. These satellites had their programs modified to the bastard algorithm and were not quantum satellites, thus only Pangu could utilize them. Nuwa's design was for quantum communication, so satellite communication was not an option for her. As the signal transmission center was powered up, Li Hao instructed Pangu to connect to the 2 satellites in space. Once Pangu linked to the satellites, the devices equipped with Pangu intelligence from his company quickly gained network access, no longer functioning as standalone intelligences. The Pangu intelligence was updated and restored. This was fantastic news. His company was back on track. Those who hadn't had the chance to purchase devices with the Pangu system before would soon see it go live. This was great. This time, I must buy a phone with the Pangu system. With Pangu intelligence restored, it was time to invest in a smart home system as well. The chairman has finally restored the Pangu intelligence server, which is fantastic. We can finally vent our frustrations, those companies that took advantage of us. Just wait to be dealt with. Wow, Pangu Butler is back, and the cash flow has also resumed. I believe we will soon be able to move out of this tech park. I can't wait for our new building at Haofeng Technology. Everyone, immediately handle the tasks that were previously impossible. Legal department, pay the liquidated damages according to the contract without delay. Marketing department, get ready to welcome a flood of orders from companies that locked us into high penalties after signing contracts. Boss, this is great. The Pangu intelligence has resumed updates, and the penalty has already been paid, several million. We haven't lost anything and gained millions for free, huh? Wait, quickly contact Zhang San to return the penalty, otherwise, our company will be finished. Boss, Zhang San isn't answering the phone. This is bad. Our company, valued at over $1 billion, is going to collapse. Once signed contracts were understood by other companies. Haofeng Technology has finally resumed operations. This is wonderful. It's time for us to show our capabilities. Haofeng Technology is doing great. They directly have the authorized amount. We will always support Haofeng Technology. Quick, let's work overtime tonight to install the Pangu system and Pangu intelligence. We are going to see a surge in orders. After the Pangu system connected to the satellite, Haofeng Technology was almost back in operation. Li Hao uploaded the layout for the 5th layer to Pangu, along with the design of the Haotian group building on the ground. He then returned to the end times, bringing a large quantity of steel alloy materials to Pangu to arrange for robots to construct the building. The decoration robots that were originally in the underground floors were all brought to the surface by Li Hao to start the renovation work on the ground building. Li Hao then returned to the end times to begin designing a quantum satellite. He didn't plan to use a launch vehicle. Instead, he prepared to fly to the gravitational node of the atmosphere using a fighter jet, and then let the satellite's autonomous propulsion system navigate to the corresponding orbit. For the satellite's energy, he intended to use the latest controllable nuclear fusion reactor, which is a fist-sized energy core. If used solely for the satellite, it would last for 400 years. It took Li Hao another 2 days to complete the quantum satellite, which he placed in space, and once again assigned the task of manufacturing quantum satellites to Pangu in the end times. Next, Li Hao arrived in the main world, appearing on the surface of Taihu Lake's central island. The Haotian technology building already had a preliminary outline, and it would take at least another week to complete the construction. Then, Li Hao piloted the fighter jet into the sky, flying until the aircraft crossed the stratosphere and reached the top of the atmosphere, almost escaping the gravity of the blue planet. At that moment, Li Hao opened the hatch and stepped out. At this point, Li Hao felt the oxygen deficiency due to the thin air, but fortunately, his lung capacity was large and his physical fitness was strong, so he quickly adapted. He then took out the quantum satellite and activated its propulsion system, allowing the intelligence system to autonomously navigate towards the designated orbit. As he watched the quantum satellite slowly flying towards its orbit, Li Hao once again boarded a fighter jet heading back to the ground. By the time he reached the surface, the quantum satellite had already arrived at its designated orbit. Li Hao ascended to the 3rd level, activated the system, and subsequently separated the original imprint of the system to integrate it into the quantum signal transmission device, as well as into the main server of the system. Next, Li Hao returned to the Apocalypse, where Pangu had completed the assembly of the quantum satellites. Li Hao then launched the satellites into space one by one and constructed a similar quantum signal transmission center in the great city of Xiling, embedding another original imprint of the system. When the original imprint was integrated into the quantum signal transmission center of the great city of Xiling, the quantum data streams of the system became interconnected, meaning that the system could manage the data flows between the two realms. This was a capability of the original system. This also indicated that the connection of data streams between the two realms had been completed, and the only thing left before the arrival of the blue water race in the apocalyptic world was the manufacturing and distribution of the virtual pods. Chapter 139. William attacks Haotian City. Normally, wherever Li Hao was, the flow of time in that world would slow down by 5 times. However, after Li Hao integrated with the Apocalypse system and advanced it, this time flow became controllable. In the future, Li Hao might often spend time in the Apocalypse. Considering the issues after the launch of the virtual game, he planned to fix the time flow in the apocalyptic world to be 5 times slower than the main world. This meant that after entering the apocalyptic world, 5 days would pass there while only 1 day passed in the real world. He didn't believe there could be a bug like this, and that there would be players who couldn't navigate the apocalypse journey. At that point, large numbers of players would join, and he would just need to issue a mission to conquer the other world effortlessly. However, the immediate priority was to produce a large number of virtual helmets and virtual nutrient pods. Indeed, there were 3 types of consciousness transmission devices for logging into the apocalypse journey. The first type was the ordinary virtual helmet, which was the most basic, allowing a maximum of 4 hours in the main world and about 1 day in the apocalyptic time. It resembled a motorcycle helmet, once worn. The user's consciousness would be transported to a world set by the system or to a spawn point in the apocalyptic world. Li Hao specifically transformed several areas around the continent of Curries into player spawn points. The second type was the virtual pod, which had categorized online times, 8 hours at night and 5 hours during the day, corresponding to 2 days and 1 day in the apocalyptic time, mainly to prevent players from playing too long and affecting their health due to hunger. The third type was the virtual nutrient pod, which had no time limit and would only forcibly log off when the nutrients were exhausted, though this would take at least a month. After setting the time flow, Li Hao began constructing numerous factories in the apocalyptic world, with the main task of manufacturing the login devices for the apocalypse journey. Just as Li Hao was busy with his work, Zhou Zi found him. Brother Hao, a large number of advanced zombies are attacking Haotian City. There aren't many robots stationed there, and most of the cyborgs have been dispatched. Also, a zombie monarch has appeared, and none of the cyborgs are a match for it. Sister Linger is holding off the zombie monarch, but she can't stop the advanced zombie army, said Zhou Zi. Oh, a zombie monarch? Let me take a look. Then, Li Hao used a satellite to check the situation in Haotian City. Damn telekinetic controller, William, am back again. Haha, come out and die, and bring destruction upon you. William laughed maniacally, then flew forward and punched the protective shield. Boom. Crash. The protective shield suffered significant damage from William's punch. Then, with a wave of his hand, the zombie tide surged towards Haotian City, with the robotic army and cyborg army also rushing towards the zombies. Tap tap tap. Whoosh. Boom. In an instant, the sound of cannon fire filled the air. Baldwin, after being transformed, had become much stronger. He activated his powers, turning his body into a steel-like form. And with his immense strength, even the stronger zombies like assassins and hunters were no match for him. However, his prowess caught William's attention. He cackled. There's such a powerful ability, user. If I turn you into a zombie, you will surely become a great general under my command. Saying this, he flew down. And before Baldwin could react, he threw a punch. Bang. Crash. The tremendous force sent Baldwin flying, crashing hard against the walls of Haotian City, creating a large pit and cracks in the wall. Yang Chengling had arrived at the city wall as soon as William appeared. Seeing Baldwin being knocked away, she drew 2 battle knives, leapt down, and dashed towards William, slashing at him. Clang. However, to Yang Chengling's surprise, William caught her battle knife barehanded. The collision produced a violent metallic clash. It should be noted that the knives in Yang Chengling's hands had reached supreme level, with hardness and sharpness that went without saying. The fact that they were blocked meant that William's bones had also reached supreme level. Clang. Crash. Yang Chengling attacked multiple times with her dual knives. And William did not block. He allowed her to strike. Even as his flesh was cut, he could quickly recover. Boom. Crash. Seizing the opportunity, William threw a punch. And Yang Chengling, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying by the immense force. Fortunately, her attributes had also reached 10,000, and although she was hit and injured, her recovery ability allowed her to heal midair. She performed a backflip, landing on her feet and sliding a few steps while looking at William, cackling. There's such a beautiful girl, and with a recovery ability too. It seems only you can bear my favor. Come, become my zombie queen, William said, taking the initiative to attack with a punch. Clang. Whoosh. Thus, the two engaged in an intense battle, but unfortunately, neither could gain the upper hand. Both had similar attributes, and Yang Chengling's recovery ability made her unafraid of injury. However, William still had a large number of undead minions. Those robots and cyborgs simply couldn't stop the horde of zombies. The zombies had already begun to pile up against the city walls and would soon breach their height, allowing them to invade the city and cause destruction. Yang Chengling was anxious and had no choice but to seek help from Zhou Zi, who quickly found Li Hao. Hee. Little girl, why not become my zombie queen? Together, we can transform this world into a zombie planet, where everything you desire will be within reach. William said with a sinister smile. He was increasingly satisfied with Yang Chengling, but unfortunately, she remained unmoved, not even replying with a single word. You're anxious, aren't you? What's inside? Who is that telekinetic controller to you? Is he your little lover? It seems that unless I kill him, you won't submit to me. Everyone, abandon those robots and focus on breaching the city. With a sinister laugh, William waved his hand, and all the zombies rushed towards the city walls, while the robots and cyborgs fought desperately to hold them back. But it was futile. There were simply too many zombies, and new ones kept pouring in. The area near the city gate was soon densely packed, including many high-level zombies and even towering hunters among them. Yang Chengling wanted to take down those high-level zombies, but William blocked her path, causing the forces of the city to suffer defeat after defeat. Boom. Soon, the city walls of Haoyan City were breached by the horde, and countless zombies surged in, instantly destroying numerous peripheral devices. The city's intelligence system had already sealed off the gates to important areas, so the zombies that couldn't enter simply surrounded the entire city. In an instant, Haoyan City was engulfed in a flood of zombies. Chapter 140. Zombie Monarch Core. After seeing the situation in Haoyan City via satellite, Li Hao immediately used his speed ability to rush towards the city. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far, and his speed was sufficient. By the time the zombies invaded Haoyan City, Li Hao had already arrived. With a buzz, Li Hao drew his blade of dominance and activated his speed ability, swiftly moving through the horde of zombies. Wherever he went, large numbers of zombies had their heads severed, regardless of their level. A streak of light darted through the zombie army, causing many to fall. William watched anxiously but was powerless. Li Hao's speed was too fast for him to catch up. As the number of attacks increased, the power of the blade in Li Hao's hands kept growing, quickly surpassing 500,000, and the rage of the blade of dominance reached its peak. After nearly clearing out the zombies in Haoyan City, Li Hao looked at William among the horde outside the city and unleashed the blade of dominance in a powerful strike. Boom! A massive energy blade descended from the sky, striking William's head. Upon impact, an energy explosion occurred, sending all surrounding zombies and even robots flying. The zombies were reduced to mush, and the robots fell apart, with even Yang Chengling being blown away by the tremendous shockwave. At the center of the energy explosion, William's flesh and blood were completely vaporized, leaving only his bones and a deep green crystal core in his skull that emitted a continuous green light. To Li Hao's surprise, as the deep green crystal core radiated green light, flesh and blood began to regrow on William's head, quickly restoring it and extending downward. Finally, you appear. A flash of light cut through the air, and William's head fell to the ground, while his neck, which had only partially healed, quickly withered away due to the inability to continue the restoration. Enough with the nonsense, Li Hao said, grabbing the severed head of William, but to his astonishment, the head could still speak despite being just a head. What kind of knife is this? How could you sever my supreme bone? Put my head down, kid. You can't kill me. Watch me turn you into a zombie. William's head exclaimed in shock, glaring at Li Hao. Then, it suddenly spewed out green gas, and Li Hao, without hesitation, swung his knife again. With a thud, William's head was split in half, revealing a deep green crystal inside. Li Hao waved his hand, causing all the gas enveloping him to quickly condense before disappearing onto the green crystal. He then used his mental power to extract the crystal and check its information. Zombie Lord Crystal Core, item level, Emperor class description. Upon use, it will transform the user into a Zombie Lord Queen. Once transformed, the user will control the source of zombie evolution, resulting in a significant enhancement in life quality. Note: cannot be destroyed. If the crystal core disappears from this world, the zombies in this world will gradually perish. Reaching the level of Zombie Lord, one would appear similar to an ordinary person, unlike the usual zombies that are decayed and rotting. Li Hao was momentarily unsure how to handle this item. He had no interest in becoming a Zombie Lord, as it wouldn't enhance his combat power. However, Yang Chengling stared at the crystal core in his hand, feeling an impulse to possess it. As someone with restorative powers, if she merged with the Zombie Lord Crystal Core and became a zombie queen, she could maximize her restorative abilities. Li Hao, I want it, Yang Chengling said impulsively. Let us talk about it tonight, Li Hao replied, surprised by her directness. Was it true that absence makes the heart grow fonder? I mean the crystal core in your hand, Yang Chengling reiterated. All right, take it. Li Hao thought for a moment and tossed it to her. Although he knew that even if she became a zombie queen, it wouldn't affect her appearance, he still felt uneasy about zombies. If the outcome wasn't ideal after she absorbed it, he would not hesitate to use the world's original power to reverse the crystal core's effects. However, something strange happened. As soon as Yang Chengling's hand caught the crystal core, it quickly melted in her grasp, transforming into a green energy that fused into her body. Soon, Yang Qingling's skin began to emit a faint green light, and a green gas enveloped her, eventually forming a green cocoon around her. Li Hao knew that Yang Qingling was evolving. He waved his hand and issued the command to organize Haotian City. All the robots and modified humans began retreating towards Haotian City, while some robots started repairing the walls and shields. Regarding the zombie monarch crystal core, Li Hao didn't know much. Although he had fused with the Apocalypse system, the original material limit of the Apocalypse system was at the supreme level. Now, this crystal core was at the Emperor level and was a mutated zombie virus independently developed by William, which had not yet been recorded in the Apocalypse system. Therefore, Li Hao was unaware of its effects. However, there was no doubt that once the evolution was complete, he would definitely master the source of zombies. Though Li Hao was unsure about other abilities, he then activated quantum vision to observe the changes inside the cocoon. He discovered that Yang Qingling's healing factor was merging and mutating with the energy of the zombie crystal core, ultimately allowing the healing factor to gain the upper hand and maximize the healing ability. Li Hao began to speculate that, from now on, it would be difficult for Yang Qingling to die. Such a powerful healing ability would likely allow for quick recovery even if she were dismembered. Soon, Li Hao waited for 3 hours. During this time, he also connected to the network to inform Zhou Zi that the matter had been resolved and issued tasks for the production of virtual helmets and virtual chambers. Upon checking the intelligence about the fantasy world, he was surprised to find that the number of deaths in the fantasy world had already exceeded 100 million, while the open map only covered a few thousand miles, and they still had not left the Skeleton Sea. However, he had learned about the general situation of the Skeleton Sea. It turned out to be the territory of the Soul Clan, inhabited by a group of souls that were not physical entities, but rather a form of spiritual energy. They had no bodies but could inhabit skeletons to control their movements. The lowest level of soul beings without soul fire could only control some low-level skeletons, which had low attack power. Souls without soul fire were divided into soul consciousness, soul spirit, soul soldier, and soul warrior. Once they obtained soul fire, they could be categorized as soul master, soul commander, soul general, soul sect, soul respect, soul saint, and soul emperor. It was said that the deeper the color of the soul fire, the stronger the power. The bone dragon Li Hao had killed before was a soul beast of the soul master level, while Aster belonged to the soul general level. In addition to the white bone general Aster, there were several beings stronger than him, one being the soul respect level Abbas and another being the soul saint level Nakaro. The soul emperor and other powerful souls had left the territory of the soul clan for nearly 10,000 years and had not returned. Before the soul emperor left, he informed that if they did not return within 1,000 years, the soul clan would seal the mountains for 10,000 years until a soul emperor was born again. This meant that to break out of the Skeleton Sea, a way to leave must be found, and it was highly likely that the solution lay with the soul saint Nakaro. Li Hao had fought against Aster, whose power attributes were around 100,000, along with some peculiar abilities. Based on this, Nakaro's attributes could be estimated to be at least 700,000. It was clear that conquering the Skeleton Sea would still be a long and arduous journey. Despite the difficulty, there were still opportunities because defeating them would yield corresponding cultivation methods, allowing one to grow stronger after training. With long-term perseverance, it would certainly be possible to conquer the Skeleton Sea. Chapter 141, Zombie Queen Crack. As Li Hao pondered for a long time, a crack appeared in Yang Qingling's cocoon. And soon all the cocoons began to fall away, revealing Yang Qingling inside, as white as jade. At this moment, Yang Qingling had flowing long hair, a proud chest, a tall figure, and a radiant complexion. However, Li Hao was taken aback, as she was not properly dressed. Fortunately, there was no one around except for robots. Without hesitation, Li Hao embraced Yang Qingling and vanished at lightning speed from the city gate. 3 hours later, the two nestled together, seemingly savoring the sensations from earlier. To Li Hao's surprise, after Yang Qingling transformed into the zombie queen, her skin was many times better than before. She had also broken through her physical attribute limits, reaching 12,000 points. Not only did she possess the ability to control zombies, but she also had the capability to create them. Her healing abilities had also been maximized. Even if she were cut in half, she could quickly recover when reattached. Even if the two halves were separated, they could directly become two individuals. And once these two individuals came into contact, they could merge back together. This meant that Yang Qingling's healing abilities could transform into the ability to create clones. Whether it was voluntary or forced splitting, she could manage it, as she could control every healing factor in her body. Now, if Li Hao did not use the source power of the system mark or the strange energy of the Aster battle knife, he could not kill Yang Qingling anymore. How does it feel to be stronger? Li Hao asked with a smile. Great, but I want to feel even better, Yang Qingling replied, flipping over. Li Hao felt a bit helpless, but the initiative was no longer in his hands. Thus, after spending a few days in the apocalyptic world with Yang Qingling and Zhou Zi, he returned to Blue Water Star with 600,000 virtual helmets, 300,000 virtual pods, and 100,000 virtual nutrition pods. The apocalyptic world was completely left to the two women to handle. The army of modified humans and the biological resurrection pods were entrusted to Yang Qingling, while Zhou Zi was responsible for various mechanical manufacturing, player robot modifications, mineral exploration, and mining. Upon returning to the main world, Li Hao went to Haofeng Technology Company and held a meeting for all staff. First, I would like to thank everyone for their unwavering support for Haofeng Technology during this time. I hereby announce that everyone's salary will be doubled. Secondly, everyone should know about the news regarding Deputy General Manager Qin Feng's return, so I won't elaborate. However, due to personal reasons, he has left Haofeng Technology, and from now on, the operations of Haofeng Technology will be overseen by me, Li Hao stated. Long live the chairman. A group of people cheered as Li Hao finished speaking. He smiled and raised his hand to signal for silence. Perhaps everyone is aware that the company Pangu Intelligence and the Panga system have resumed updates, and you might have guessed that I have found the company building. That's right. I have indeed located the building of Haofeng Technology. However, I have registered a group called Haoyan Group, which encompasses both Haoran Films and Haofeng Technology. Our building is located in a certain area near Taihu Lake and is currently under renovation. We expect to move in about half a month. Next, I will establish an independent gaming company called Tianyu Technology Gaming Company. Our goal is to develop virtual games. Indeed, I have already developed a consciousness transmission device, commonly known as a virtual pod or virtual helmet. In 15 days, we will launch our first virtual game titled Apocalypse Journey. I will provide you with the game details. In the next 15 days, Lu Yifeng, you are responsible for game promotion. Can you handle it? Li Hao asked. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Lu Yifeng replied excitedly. And so, Li Hao held a meeting for 2 hours, during which he also discussed the company's relocation. For those unwilling to move to the new location, the company would provide some compensation. After the meeting, Li Hao left the company and returned to the apocalyptic world to find Mira. At that moment, although Mira looked quite disheveled, her determined gaze revealed that she had undergone a transformation. Li, you finally came. I have become stronger. I am no longer that weak version of myself. Mira said with a smile. Good, it's time to test your strength. Let's go, Li Hao said, pulling Mira back to the main world. They found a hotel to freshen up, and after an inevitable battle of 300 rounds, the two took a fighter jet to a certain country. Indeed, Li Hao planned to eliminate the direct leaders of the 3 major consortiums. As Li Hao had been in another region, these consortiums had begun to wield official power, creating a narrative of threat on the international stage, and even claiming that Li Hao's system had infringed upon numerous patents, demanding that the relevant authorities hand him over. Li Hao was not interested in playing their schemes. He accessed the liquid funds of Haofeng Technology to acquire stocks under the 3 major consortiums. But instead of buying on the rise, he opted for a decline strategy. Currently, Haofeng Technology's liquid assets had already surpassed $1 trillion, especially after Pangu Intelligence resumed operations, bringing in a flood of orders and a significant increase in capital. The company's expenses were minimal, limited to employee salaries and rent. The territory had changed, and the servers were brought from the apocalyptic world, so the actual money spent in reality was quite low. The listed companies under the 3 major consortiums numbered in the hundreds, but Li Hao did not intend to take them all at once. Instead, he planned to take Mira to assassinate the visible leaders of these listed companies, the so-called heirs of the consortium families. Mira, how much capital do you have now? Li Hao recalled that Mira had sold her family's assets to come to this region, prompting his question. I have $200 billion. Why? Mira asked, puzzled, as she did not think Li Hao was interested in money. I didn't realize you were quite wealthy. Transfer your funds to me, and I'll help you make a fortune, Li Hao said with a smile. Sure, however, it's not possible to transfer such a large amount directly. An appointment at the bank is needed, Mira said. It's fine. As long as you agree, leave the rest to me, Li Hao replied with a smile. However, he thought of the assassins from the Crimson Moon Killer Group. Most of their money was deposited in the bank of a certain individual. He then began to use his hacking skills to infiltrate those accounts, as well as many dormant accounts of various reasons that no one managed. Combined with the amounts from Haofeng Technology and Mira, they had nearly $500 billion. This time, their target was Gil, the son of the Lofic Consortium who had previously contacted Li Hao. Gil owned 5 listed companies, and it was just right to use this amount to purchase stocks of the companies under his name, but they would all be betting against the market. Mira, are you ready? Li Hao asked. Ready. Chapter 142. Heavy blow to a certain individual clang. Mira, remember, you only have one chance. On a subway train, Li Hao stood with Mira, having already located Gil and designed an assassination plan. At that moment, Gil was discussing some matters with his subordinates, and he was positioned about 100 meters from the subway's path, with a 3-meter shooting position when the subway passed by. This meant that Mira only had 0.5 seconds to shoot. If she missed, the assassination opportunity would be lost. Mira nodded and tightened her grip on the gun. Clang. Soon, the subway was about 10 meters from the shooting point, and Mira was ready. Just as the subway reached the 3-meter shooting point, she saw a window between 2 buildings, where a young man was standing. Mira swiftly aimed her gun. Bang! The bullet flew in a semi-arc trajectory towards Gil. Crash! Sound of shattering glass. Gil was in a good mood, laughing with his subordinates when suddenly the window shattered, and a bullet hit his thigh, causing him to scream in pain. Ah, there's an assassin. Quick, protect me. Gil quickly lay down, using the wall for cover. Protect the young master. Protect the young master. A group of people quickly surrounded Gil, while others began searching for the assassin's location, but apart from the rushing subway, there was nothing else. Mira, you missed. Li Hao chuckled. Ah, I miscalculated. What should we do now? It will be difficult to assassinate next time, Mira said, recalling that her bullet seemed to only hit the target's thigh and was not fatal. Watch this. Li Hao took out his golden gun and fired into the air. Bang. A bullet shot towards the room where Gil was, piercing through the wall and hitting Gil in the head. Gil let out a muffled groan and fell silent. Immediately, Li Hao began to infiltrate the public account of a well-known journalist associated with a certain individual, publishing Gil's dark history and the fact that he was targeted for revenge. The next day, the news of Gil's assassination caused a stir, and the stocks of the listed companies under his name plummeted. After making a substantial profit, Li Hao transferred the money away. In the following days, Li Hao and Mira discreetly assassinated members of the Lofic family and short-sold stocks of their enterprises, causing the Lofic consortium to incur massive debts. The downfall of a consortium immediately drew the attention of local authorities, with a significant police presence on the streets inspecting suspicious individuals. However, it proved ineffective, as a large number of members from another consortium were assassinated overnight, and their liquid assets were transferred away without a trace. The authorities became anxious and began deploying military forces to analyze the assassination patterns and targets, ultimately concluding that both consortia had offended a certain technology company. Consequently, the military was dispatched to secure the last remaining member of the consortium that had crossed this technology company, which was the Meihelong consortium. Meanwhile, the events unfolding in the country caught international attention, prompting local politicians to form alliances and strongly condemn the assassins' actions, calling for them to face consequences. Some even attempted to tarnish the reputation of the technology company, but their efforts went ignored. Dio, the son of the Meihelong consortium, even started a live stream, provocatively inviting the assassins to come after him, claiming that he was surrounded by a large contingent of military personnel, making it impossible for anyone to get close. What they didn't know was that the assassin had already taken position on a rooftop 80 kilometers away from the Meihelong estate. Li, can you really hit that young master from so far away? Mira asked. Just watch the live stream, Li Hao replied, pulling out a tablet displaying the live broadcast featuring Dio, who was obliviously boasting about his safety. Li Hao smiled as he watched, then retrieved a specialized sniper rifle and set it up on the rooftop edge, hacking into local networks to calculate the shooting angle. The sniper rifle was a top-tier model with a range of 120 kilometers, and Li Hao's elevated position provided a clear view despite some obstacles. He identified an optimal shooting point that could reach Dio 80 kilometers away. After positioning the rifle, he mentally simulated the shot and monitored Dio's movements through the live stream. As Dio continued his boastful speech, Li Hao smirked and pulled the trigger. The bullet swiftly left the chamber, flying towards the Meihelong estate. It pierced through an advertisement, shattered several glass windows of a nearby building, cut through some leaves, and struck the 1-meter-thick wall of the estate, ultimately penetrating Dio's skull. In an instant, brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, causing chaos in the live stream. In a stunning turn of events, a wall 1 meter thick was breached. Just moments before, the forces of Dio were boasting, only to be silenced in an instant. The prowess of this assassin is nothing short of terrifying. No army seems capable of thwarting such an attack. What are these troops doing, allowing such an assassination to succeed? Quick, divest from Meihelong stocks. The Meihelong consortium is doomed. You are truly remarkable, Li, Mira exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration as she watched the live broadcast. To strike a target from such a distance is extraordinary. Let us head back, Li replied with a smile. Are we not going to continue targeting members of this consortium? Mira inquired, puzzled. That's unnecessary. I'll leave the remaining tasks to others, Li said with a smirk. He then infiltrated the Meihelong consortium's accounts, placing a bounty on their members. Each assassination would yield a handsome commission. Even the elimination of a mere ordinary member would fetch a staggering $10 billion, while eliminating a core member could surpass $50 billion. Subsequently, Li and Mira boarded a warplane and boldly flew out of Old M's airspace, unaware that Li's actions had united all of Old M's consortiums. The threat he posed by potentially dismantling the 3 major consortiums brought them together in solidarity against him. Although they lacked concrete evidence linking Li to these events, they attributed the blame to him and his Haofeng technology. First, they sought to manipulate international public opinion to pressure China, reporting to the United Nations and requesting international arbitration. Given the scale of the situation, the UN was compelled to take notice, ultimately hoping for China to surrender Li to the International Military Tribunal. Next, Old M dispatched warships and aircraft towards Chinese waters, mobilizing a significant military presence, indicating that should China refuse to comply, war could ensue. The downfall of the 3 major consortiums had cost Old M trillions of dollars, prompting immense pressure from numerous other consortiums, forcing the government to take the matter seriously. Eventually, Su Guobao approached Li, hoping that the forces behind him could intervene. Li assured him that he would handle the situation. He then activated 2 previously acquired satellites to locate Old M satellites, whether official or corporate, infiltrating and altering their programming. In an instant, Old MS aircraft carriers and warplanes lost their navigation, unable to even find their bearings in Chinese waters. Utilizing those satellites, Li sent missile launch signals to Old MS military bases. That day, countless ordinary citizens of Old M witnessed missiles soaring through the sky, feeling as though the apocalypse had arrived. At sea, the aircraft carriers and vessels, now devoid of navigation and unable to find their way home, suddenly spotted the incoming missiles. One by one, they began to intercept them, but the sheer volume of missiles was overwhelming. Within 3 minutes, they were struck, and the vessels and aircraft carriers were obliterated, with even some that had not been deployed falling victim to the missile onslaught. Some important military bases were bombed, and this time, the losses for the Old M were severe, with casualties in the tens of millions. As a result, all countries on Blue Water Star were astonished. The once leading technological power was suddenly incapacitated, and rumors began to circulate internationally about extraterrestrial beings, claiming that the Old M had offended an alien civilization and was subjected to a dimensional attack. The events in Old M dominated international headlines for over 10 days. But since then, nothing else has occurred, and no one dared to mention anything about handing over individuals to the relevant authorities. The financial groups in Old M finally realized they had provoked forces they could not contend with, leading them to sell off assets and relocate to other countries, causing the economy of M to plummet. Meanwhile, Su Guobao and others felt a sense of trepidation. They had not expected that the force behind Li Hao could nearly wipe out Old M, making them hesitant to interfere with Li Hao's actions, leaving everything to him. Moreover, it appeared that the forces behind Li Hao maintained a relatively friendly stance towards the nation, which relieved them somewhat. However, 15 days passed, and although Liu Yifeng's game promotion was a failure in international news, the upcoming virtual game was still known to many gaming enthusiasts. On this day, the long-awaited limited sale of the virtual game login device finally arrived, sending those gaming enthusiasts into a frenzy. Chapter 143, The Launch of Doomsday Journey. On this day, millions of internet users eagerly awaited on the official website of Haofeng Technology, all eyes fixed on the sale of the virtual game login devices, which were available in 3 tiers. The first was the cheapest virtual helmet, priced at 1 WRMB. By wearing the helmet and plugging it in, users could connect to Haofeng Technology's exclusive quantum network. The second was the virtual pod, costing 5 WRMB. After lying down and pressing the start button, users would fall asleep while their consciousness was transported into the virtual network. The third was the virtual nutrient pod, priced at 10 WRMB, slightly larger than the virtual pod, allowing the user to be immersed in nutrient fluid. Once in the fluid, breathing was unnecessary and suffocation would not occur upon activation. Users would also be brought into the virtual network. The 3 login devices differed in price and functionality. The virtual helmet could only be used for 4 hours, meaning that after 20 hours of doomsday time, users would have to exit. It had a radar function with a range of 3 meters, alerting users if any untrusted individuals approached. The virtual pod allowed for 8 hours of login time at night and 5 hours during the day, translating to 40 and 25 hours of doomsday time, respectively. It featured a communication proxy function, enabling users to respond to calls via text while in the game, and had a radar range of 10 meters, capable of transmitting quantum images within that range. The virtual nutrient pod allowed for a month of login time, equating to 5 months in the doomsday world, also supporting communication takeover and providing visibility of quantum images within a 20-meter range, along with a game recording function. Due to the differing time flows in the 2 worlds, direct voice communication with the outside world was not possible, nor could there be real-time broadcasting. Zhang Dashan is a gaming enthusiast, 26 years old, who has turned his passion for games into a profession as a game tester. He has nearly 1 million followers on a popular video platform. Hey everyone, the login device will be available for purchase in just 5 minutes. Are you excited? This is the first virtual game, and it's a product from a well-known technology company. I truly believe they won't disappoint us. Their products are definitely top-notch. Zhang Dashan immediately started a live stream to grab the login device. The streamer is wealthy. We can only afford the headsets while you get the virtual nutrition pods. You're too rich. I'm not as well off as the streamer, so I'm planning to buy a virtual pod. Am I the only one planning to get a headset? Streamer, you guys will be the first to try it out. So let us know later if it's worth it. I trust that the technology company won't let us down. Alright, enough talk. It's time to grab them. 10, 9, 1, go. In an instant, everyone unleashed their 20 years of single life speed, frantically clicking the mouse. Almost immediately, 600,000 virtual headsets were sold out, while the 200,000 virtual pods were also disappearing quickly, and the 100,000 virtual nutrition pods were going a bit slower. Soon, in less than half an hour, all the login devices were sold out. I got the virtual headset, haha. Oh no, I didn't get one. I hesitated on the virtual pod, and by the time I decided to buy it, it was already gone. Sigh. Wow. The system said it sold out in half an hour. Was it really that fast? You must be in the city. Of course it's quick. I'm in the mountains, and the system says it'll take an hour, but that is still fast. as the login devices sold out. Dozens of thousands of drones flew out from the completed Haotian building, heading in all directions, each carrying a packaged virtual headset. Other virtual pods and nutrition pods were delivered by transport aircraft to general areas and then distributed by drones, with the fastest delivery taking 10 minutes, while the slowest. Most remote places required about 5 hours. After logging into the post-apocalyptic world, Li Hao assigned the task of transforming a scenic area to his team. The first step was to set up assembly workshops for the virtual game login devices on several small islands, along with employee accommodations, educational, and entertainment facilities. This included the renovation of underwater transparent transport subways, docking bays for specialized boats, and aerial sightseeing vehicles, among other infrastructure tasks. Once all these were completed, all employees of Li Hao's company would work at the Haotian building, and after everything was finished, he would enter the post-apocalyptic world, waiting for players to log in one after another. After receiving the login device, Zhang Dashan was a bit disappointed to learn that it couldn't be live-streamed. However, since he wasn't a game streamer but just a tester, he checked the login guide and, after closing the doors and windows, lay down in the nutrition pod and clicked the start button. Suddenly, he found himself in a vast white space with nothing around. But with his arrival, a beautiful girl flew in from the chaos, looking almost indistinguishable from a real person. The game is incredibly realistic, and this girl is so beautiful. Why don't I have a body? Zhang Dashan couldn't help but exclaim, only to realize that he seemed to have transformed into a cloud of mist. Although he could see the surroundings, he found himself unable to move, drifting aimlessly in the air. Welcome to the apocalyptic journey. I am your system steward, Niwa. Before logging into the game, please choose your origin. 1. Mechanical race. 2. Enhanced human. 3. Mechanical enhanced human. 4. Mecha beast. Once I choose, can I change my origin? Zhang Dashan asked. You cannot change it, but you can add another origin after playing for more than a month, Niwa replied. That long? Well, can you introduce the differences between these 4 origins? What are their advantages? Zhang Dashan inquired. The mechanical race consists of robots made entirely of steel. This race enhances its attributes by constantly changing its steel materials, energy cores, and adding various auxiliary equipment. They develop quickly in the early stages. And the cost of body replacement upon death is the lowest. Recommended rating, 5 stars. The enhanced human has a flesh and blood body augmented with machines. They enhance their attributes by absorbing gene-enhancing potions and zombie crystal cores, can awaken special abilities, and learn various martial arts and shooting skills. Their development is relatively slower compared to the mechanical race, and the cost of body replacement upon death is higher. Recommended rating, 4 stars. The mechanical enhanced human is a hybrid of human and machine. They can enhance themselves like the mechanical race while also improving as an enhanced human. Their development speed is moderate, and the cost of body replacement upon death is relatively high. Recommended rating, 3 stars. The mecha beast is a larger mechanical creature. Its development method is similar to that of the mechanical race, but it develops more slowly. It has a high attack power but consumes more resources. Among the 4 origins, it has the highest combat potential. Recommended rating, 2 stars. As Niwa explained, she conjured images of the 4 origins, each looking impressive in the later stages, which made Zhang Dashan feel a surge of excitement. However, he thought of a question. Can equipment in the apocalyptic journey be purchased with real money? Zhang Dashan asked. The apocalyptic journey does not open up recharge channels. Game currency can be freely traded, and completing significant tasks grants game currency and real-world rewards, Niwa responded. Chapter 144. Zhang Dashan. After some consideration, Zhang Dashan finally chose the mechanical race because this origin develops quickly. By the time he has played for a month, he can establish another origin and understand which one is stronger over that period. I choose the mechanical race, Zhang Dashan declared. Selection successful. Please name your character. Zhang Xianren. Name confirmed. Wish you a pleasant gaming experience. In an instant, Zhang Dashan felt himself plunge into darkness, but soon he realized he seemed to have gained a body. He instinctively opened his eyes, and what greeted him was a large plaza filled with countless robots examining their own forms. The robots all look quite simple, with a round white head as their skull, a relatively uniform steel structure for their body, and 2 white steel shields. Their arms and legs are quite slender, giving the entire mechanical body a frail appearance. After entering the game, Zhang Dashan received a series of messages explaining how to open personal attributes, add friends, access the system store, manage storage space, and accept quests. These functions are mostly activated by thought. As soon as one thinks of something, a corresponding interface appears before them, such as the personal information screen. In front of Zhang Dashan, a 3D virtual body appeared, continuously rotating, with many parts available for upgrades. The feet, knees, thighs, waist, chest, arms, shoulders, back, and head are all separately upgradable, while parts like the head and chest are designed for combined upgrades. There is also a dedicated weapon slot, but currently, it is empty. The storage space has 200 slots, also empty. However, the system store offers a variety of items for purchase, primarily consisting of 9 categories of body upgrades for the robots, as well as weapons, which are divided into cold and hot weapons. Cold weapons include 18 different types. while hot weapons consist of various firearms, along with consumables like grenades, Molotov cocktails, and freeze bombs. There are even various vehicles available, ranging from motorcycles to fighter jets. Undoubtedly, each category of items has different grades, classified as common, rare, golden, master, king, and supreme, with higher grades being more expensive. Wow, I've actually turned into a robot. This imagery, this tactile sensation, feels so real, he exclaimed, knocking on his body. It's made of steel, so hard. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding. Player Dasha Jiao maliciously damaged the spawn floor, deducting 5,000 currency, current balance, 5,000. One of the player robots inspected its body, touching and tapping, delighted by the metallic feel. Then, he jumped and punched the floor, astonishingly breaking the thick tiles with one blow. However, before he could smile, he received the deduction notification. Damn. They deducted 5,000 right away. That's brutal. Dasha Jiao was speechless. As everyone knows, at the beginning of the game, currency is quite hard to come by. And that 5,000 could buy several guns. It might take him several days of effort to earn it back, and he couldn't help but regret his rash action. The system's voice echoed for everyone in the square to hear, causing others to witness the punishment and refrain from any reckless actions. The game mechanics were still unclear. And who knows how difficult it might be to earn money. Go, let's level up by fighting monsters, shouted a group as they headed out of the square, immediately spotting a horde of zombies. Seeing the red text displayed above the zombies' heads, the robots rushed forward without hesitation. Kill. Take this punch. Bang. Ugh, so weak. With one punch, the head burst open. How bloody. Those people saw the zombie leap up, and with one punch, the zombie's head instantly exploded, rotten flesh splattering everywhere. Ding. Killed a normal zombie. Gained 1 currency, 1 contribution point. Although there were no other gains. The profit from this kill sparked everyone's enthusiasm, as it was a shift from nothing to something. The robot players, having steel bodies, felt nothing from those ordinary zombies, allowing them to smash them without any resistance. However, one person accidentally stepped on a zombie rat, and the system notified him that he had received an M416 assault rifle with 40 bullets. He couldn't help but feel excited. Yes, he was the big fool. Haha, I've got a gun. No one compete with me for kills. The big fool laughed wildly and started shooting at the zombies. Tat tat tat. Pooh. Ding ding. Hey brother. Be careful, you hit me. The bullets passed through the zombie's body with a popping sound, but it still didn't fall down, nor did he receive a kill notification. Instead, due to poor aim, he accidentally hit someone else, causing a metallic clanking sound. Sorry, I got too excited. This feels so real. The big fool awkwardly laughed while scratching his steel-bald head. Hey, brother, aim for the zombie's head. Shooting the body is just wasting bullets, you know? Seeing him waste bullets without taking down the zombie, someone couldn't help but speak up. Oh, I see. Let me try. Tat tat tat. Ding, kill confirmed. It really works. Thanks, brother. Zhang Dashan didn't rush out like those ordinary players to farm monsters. Instead, he started checking the quest system. Thus, a large number of players began to fight zombies around various spawn points and accept quests. Since their levels were relatively low, most of the tasks involved killing zombies, alongside some long-term quests like mineral resource searching, mining tasks, and collecting rare fruits and flowers. Meanwhile, Li Hao began to focus on developing technology, continuously constructing spawn points, building bases, and upgrading various technological weapons. At this point, Li Hao's brain development had surpassed that of supercomputers. Many technologies were simulated in his mind and developed quickly. Therefore, in order to elevate the technological level of the Haotian Empire, he didn't rush to attack the fantasy world, but instead settled down to calmly develop technology. Especially with quantum technology, currently, there were only quantum communication, quantum perspective, and quantum invisibility. However, with Li Hao's deep understanding of quantum theory, along with the inspiration from various sci-fi films from Blue Water Star, he discovered that there was significant room for improvement in quantum technology, such as quantum shuttles, quantum transfers, quantum weapons, and even quantum transformations and quantum spatial domains. However, to break into the era of quantum technology, it was essential first to surpass the interstellar era. Li Hao realized that whether on Blue Water Star or Tianyu Star, the materials needed to manufacture quantum technology were scarce, leading to a lack of experimental data and hindering technological advancement. Li Hao could only find a way to source materials from other planets. To achieve this, he began developing spaceships, cosmic battleships, aerial aircraft carriers, and even space fighters. Chapter 145. The Apocalypse Journey became popular. Tianyu Star was previously shrouded by an apocalypse system. After Li Hao absorbed this system, the shroud was lifted. Tianyu Star has 2 moon-like satellites, one called Tianxing and the other called Yuxing. The 2 satellites orbit Tianyu Star, and throughout the year, it is occasionally possible to see both satellites in the same sky. Tianxing is relatively close to Tianyu Star, while Yuxing is further away. The local inhabitants refer to the star system where Tianyu Star is located as the ice blue system. This is primarily because the star at the center of the system is a white star, larger than the sun by several times, emitting mostly white light. Additionally, apart from Tianyu Star and its 2 satellites, most other planets are quite distant from the giant star and are often covered by a layer of ice. Li Hao's first goal is to land on Tianxing because, through quantum satellites, he discovered that Tianqing contains a large amount of a new element. Moreover, he found that Yuxing also has a significant amount of this element, along with other unknown elements. Although the technology of the inhabitants of Tianyu Star had reached the point of having satellites, the considerable size of Tianyu Star meant that the distance to the two satellites was also relatively far, and they had not developed the technology to land on Tianqing or Yuxing. Due to insufficient energy levels, the difficulty of landing on other planets has significantly increased. The current energy sources of the Haotian Empire include 5 types. The first is various fuels refined from the previously used oil. The second is electrical energy, including that stored in energy crystals. The third is nuclear energy, which requires large equipment to activate. These 3 are energy sources that Tianyu Star originally had. The fourth type is a nuclear reactor based on deuterium, which is the controllable nuclear fusion reactor that Li Hao developed in Haotian City. The fifth type is a nuclear reactor centered on the new element, discovered by William, which Li Hao extended from the deuterium nuclear reaction. Thus, Li Hao constructed a large base in the northern wilderness of Tianyu Star. This area is relatively desolate, free of zombies, with many plains, and is not too far from the mineral-rich regions of Tianqing, Sichuan, northern wilderness, Wandao, and Dongtai. He plans to build an interstellar spaceship in the northern wilderness. While Li Hao was developing technology to construct the spaceship, some players, who had played the Apocalypse Journey for a while and remembered unfinished business in the real world, exited the game. Subsequently, most of them discovered an astonishing fact. The time flow in the Apocalypse world is actually 5 times faster than in the real world. This means that if someone stays in the Apocalypse world for a long time, their lifespan effectively increases by 5 times. Especially for those who chose to transform into augmented humans. For those without any burdens, it felt as if they could directly live in the Apocalypse world. The Apocalypse world felt so real, they could eat, sleep, and grow stronger, giving them the impression that they had crossed into another world. Some individuals, whether due to physical disabilities or old age, have come to this game, which brings them back to their physical prime, with the potential to become stronger. How could that not be astonishing? Thus, the game Apocalypse Journey became a hit. It feels so real, almost like a second world, especially with the 5-fold time flow. Does that mean that once you enter Apocalypse Journey, it's equivalent to living over 400 years? I was originally a disabled person, and it was Apocalypse Journey that allowed me to experience life with hands and feet again. I am grateful to Haofeng Technology for giving me a second chance at life. I never expected that I, an old man nearing the end of my life, could rejuvenate in the game, feeling young again. It's truly wonderful. Oh, when will the second login device from Haotian Group go on sale? It's already been 3 days, and if I don't get in soon, I'll fall behind others by months. Haofeng Technology, please hurry and release the login devices. Online, Haotian Group and Haofeng Technology are constantly trending. But no one knows when the second login devices for Apocalypse Journey will be sold, as people keep leaving messages on the official website. Su Guobao and others have received a lot of messages online. And those who know some inside information seem to have guessed something. Perhaps the world of Apocalypse Journey is tied to the forces behind Li Hao. To this end, they held a meeting about Apocalypse Journey, and the outcome was that Li Hao would distribute 100,000 login devices, sending people from various sectors to investigate. This included geologists, biologists, archaeologists, chemistry PhDs, physics PhDs, astronomers, and also a number of soldiers and special forces, including the Wolf Squad led by Wu Xiqiang and the Cheetah Squad led by Su Tianbing. Before entering, they gathered relevant background information, and both sides eventually decided that the Wolf Squad would be entirely mechanical beings, while the Cheetah Squad would consist entirely of modified humans. The remaining 50 soldiers would be divided between mechanical modifications and mech beasts. Thus, nearly 200 people entered the Apocalypse world through the login devices. But the spawn points were random, so everyone had already communicated their nicknames before entering. Wu Xiqiang chose the mechanical race, and his spawn point was NB10086. Once he appeared, he began adding his teammates through the friend function, and others did the same. Soon, he added a bunch of friends and discovered the group chat feature. So he pulled everyone into a group chat. Wu Xiqiang, I'm at spawn point NB10086. The map location seems to be Tianqing domain. Where are you all? Su Lai, I'm at NX10010 in the Wandao domain. Zhang Chang, I'm at BRA36D. It seems to be in Sichuan domain. Li Si, I'm at GR360, located in Qinghe domain. Su Tianbing, I'm at WC7641 in Dongtai domain. Wu Xiqiang, wow, everyone is in different areas, and according to the map, the farthest is over 10,000 kilometers away. This map is enormous. Su Lai, yeah, looking at the map, it seems larger than the blue planet. How are we going to gather together like this? Su Tianbing, look at the shopping mall. There are vehicles available, but they require a lot of money. With everyone so far apart, we'll need to use fighter jets to get there. Wu Xiqiang, then let us all develop individually for now. Let us log off in a day and regroup to summarize. Su Tianbing, I think that's a good idea. All right, everyone, go ahead and develop. Good luck. Chapter 146, Wu Xiqiang's big shot experience. After Wu Xiqiang finished speaking, he started walking towards the outside of the spawn point. They had prepared relevant strategies before coming. So they didn't need to spend too much time understanding the game rules and directly ran towards the outside. He already had impressive skills. And the login device provided by Li Hao was different, so his robotic body wasn't as rudimentary as that of ordinary players. Instead, it was equipped with a full set of rare-level components, making it look very cool. He moved much faster than other ordinary players, carrying a large sword on his back, attracting countless glances along the way. Wow, which big shot is this? It's only been a few days, and he has already got a set of rare-level equipment. Too cool. Wait, didn't they say you can't spend money? How do you explain this? This isn't a casual player, I don't believe it. Maybe he's a beta tester. No way, I haven't heard any news about beta testing, and there has been no mention of beta players at all. Could he be an official from Halfing Technology? Just look at his walking pace and fluid movements while taking down zombies. He clearly has a lot of experience. He is most likely an official. Let us follow him and see how a big shot operates. Notification, killed a level 2 berserk zombie, earned 30 currency. Earned 30 contribution points. Wu Xiqiang slashed down on a zombie that was reaching for him and then started hopping away into the distance. The ordinary players initially wanted to follow him, but the equipment gap was too vast and they couldn't keep up, quickly losing sight of him. Wu Xiqiang ran wildly, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, almost intoxicating. Soon, he spotted a giant zombie with LV-10 meat shield zombie written above its head. It was large and high level. But Wu Xiqiang felt no fear. He drew his battle knife and charged at the meat shield zombie. The zombie noticed him too and swung a punch in his direction as he approached. With a clang, Wu Xiqiang's battle knife struck the meat shield zombie's head. But the tough bones lodged the knife in place, and Wu Xiqiang was sent flying by a punch, quickly flipping midair and sliding a few meters on his knees. The meat shield zombie roared in pain, forcefully throwing the battle knife off its head towards Wu Xiqiang. He swiftly dodged the attack and quickly retrieved the knife, charging back at the meat shield zombie. Seeing Wu Xiqiang coming again, the meat shield zombie threw another punch, but now aware of its strength. Wu Xiqiang slid to avoid it, gliding past, and landing a knife strike on the zombie's thigh. The battle blade sliced into the meat shield zombie halfway, causing it to roar in pain and rush towards the protagonist again. However, its leg bones had been severely damaged and could no longer support its massive body, causing it to collapse to the ground. Taking the opportunity, the protagonist launched a series of attacks, giving the meat shield zombie no chance to retaliate. Each strike landed on a vital point, and soon the zombie was defeated. Congratulations on defeating a level 10 meat shield zombie, earning 500 currency and 500 contribution points. Thus, the protagonist continued to slay zombies while heading towards another spawn point, with his currency and contribution points steadily increasing. Before long, he received a notification. Ding! Contribution points have reached 2,000. Contribution level has been upgraded. Current contribution level, 2. Immediately, he noticed an increase in his strength, reaction speed, and running speed. He felt himself becoming stronger, which motivated him to fight zombies even more fiercely. Little did he know, the so-called upgrade was merely a slight increase in the mechanical power within him. It had gone from a rated power of 10 to 20. Similarly, other professions upgrades were just the unlocking of hidden programs within their bodies, allowing them to experience the joy of becoming stronger. When their locks were fully released at 100, a so-called job transfer mission would appear, at which point they would change their body and energy core. After completing the job transfer, they would level up again. And upon reaching level 100, an awakening mission would occur. This process was generally the same for everyone. Nowadays, most robots had energy cores that were merely small energy crystals, with limited energy storage and power output. After their job transfer, they could switch to deuterium core reactors, and during the awakening, to fusion reactors. Paired with high-tech weapons made from these reactors, they would become quite formidable. As he walked, the protagonist noticed a large number of robot players appearing not far ahead, all rushing towards a certain direction, completely oblivious to his presence. When he stepped onto a small hillside, he saw a small city below, where a vast number of zombies had gathered, thousands of them, clearly forming a significant zombie nest. A multitude of players armed with iron rods, axes, or firearms began to approach the zombie nest. Let us clear these small monsters. There must be a big boss inside. Those who get the first kill on the boss. Don't fight with me. This is all moving money. Bang. Sizzle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Many zombies were being killed by them, and even though more and more zombies poured into the city, the players became even more excited. The thrill of headshots was simply exhilarating. Suddenly, a different kind of monster was seen clinging to the wall. Its limbs and teeth were extremely sharp, and it was licking a long tongue. It was a licker. Hiss. Hey, brothers, leave this monster to me. Watch how I take it down. One of the robots, without hesitation, stepped forward and started shooting at the licker. Dad-ow, no. This monster is too fast. I can't hit it. It's a pity to retreat. His reaction speed can't keep up with the mover's pace. All the bullets hit the wall, which instead attracted the mover's attention, rushing towards him quickly. Help me, brother. The man, unable to escape, was caught and had his chest shield ripped apart, then grabbed by his limbs and torn apart, leaving only a robotic head and half a body screaming. However, in his terrified eyes, the mover crushed his head with a bite, and his consciousness turned into a stream of light disappearing at the nearby spawn point. Retreat. This monster is too strong. Everyone be careful. Quick, attack it. It's coming. It's coming. Those with guns, shoot quickly. Dada, it's no use. It's too fast. Can't hit it. You all distract it. Ah, save me. Z. Another player was torn apart. A foot crushed the head. And the entire energy core was emitting electrical smoke. No, it's too fast. We can't escape. Everyone together. Let us kill it. Kill. Z. Cause easy. Unfortunately, a group of people couldn't handle a single mover and instantly lost dozens of robotic players. Wu Xiqiang, seeing such a monster, felt a surge of excitement. As he could clearly see the mover's movement trajectory, he looked at his combat knife and the equipment he had, far beyond what these ordinary players could compare. After thinking it through, he kicked a stone slab away and jumped onto it, which rolled down the slope towards the zombie nest. Tap tap. The sound of blades clashing. Wu Xiqiang quickly approached the mover, taking advantage of its attack on other players to swiftly strike, and surprisingly, he cut off the mover's head in one blow. Ding! Killed level 20 mover. Earned 2,000 currency, 2,000 contribution points. Gained Shadow Blade Technique Skill Book 1. All the players, seeing this scene, couldn't help but think, is this what a big shot looks like? Chapter 147. Hao Yan No. 1 Spaceship. Wu Xiqiang ignored the other players, saw the skill book in his storage space, and clicked to learn without hesitation. Instantly, he received a surge of information about the techniques and power application of the blade technique. This puzzled him, as he realized that learning skills was not like in past games, where a skill icon appeared directly, but rather it was directly implanted in his mind, requiring him to practice. Looking at the group of zombies, he raised his knife and charged in without hesitation, taking down one small monster with each strike. The other players, now following Wu Xiqiang, advanced as well. However, they suddenly noticed 4 or 5 movers appearing on the wall and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Seeing this, Wu Xiqiang showed no signs of retreat. Looking at the approaching movers, he thought of the Shadow Blade technique and immediately executed the moves and power application techniques. The creature, unlike the first one he killed, was unprepared. This target was meant for him from the start, so its claws blocked his knife. The collision produced a spark and a sound, and thus they engaged in battle, while other creatures attacked different players, with some targeting him, increasing his pressure. Perhaps due to numerous encounters with enemies, he remained heavy and calm, utilizing his various advantages to counterattack. As he became more skilled with his knife techniques, he seized an opportunity and swiftly killed one of the creatures. Beep, beep, contribution points reached 3,000, contribution level increased. Current contribution level 3. Another creature saw its companion killed and, instead of fleeing, became more ferocious, charging at him without hesitation. However, he had just leveled up, gaining a slight edge in reaction speed, which caused the creature to misjudge its attack, and he pierced its head in one swift motion. Beep, boss, help us. Boss, save me. After a few rounds, all the creatures were defeated by him, and he leveled up to level 4. Feeling the surge of power, he charged forward again without hesitation. He was unstoppable until a pursuer appeared, launching a missile. Boom. He was blasted away, while other players vanished like fleeting lights. Beep. Energy core damaged. Please return to the nearest spawn point for repairs. Tap tap tap. Beep. Damage level increased by 20. Please return to the nearest spawn point for repairs. After the missile hit, he was the only survivor left. Without a second thought, he raised his small Gatling gun and started firing at him continuously. Due to the energy damage, his reactions were slightly delayed, and he was hit by 2 bullets, worsening his injuries. Without hesitation, he rolled on the ground to dodge the bullets and began looking for cover to escape. He managed to get away quickly, not looking back as he ran, while checking the location of the nearest spawn point. Fortunately, it was only 5 kilometers away. He checked his energy depletion rate and quickened his pace, finally entering the illumination range of the spawn point just as his energy hit 0. Soon, official robots appeared, carrying him away to the repair station, where they continuously worked to fix various parts of his body. Meanwhile, Li Hao, focused on technological research, quickly developed a spaceship approximately 30 kilometers long, 10 kilometers wide, and 2 kilometers high. It contained 168 space fighters, 348 aerial drones, 18 advanced interstellar cannons, and countless superpowered plasma cannons, laser cannons, and ray guns. He named this spaceship Hao Yan No. 1, with an exterior made entirely of the latest shock-resistant titanium tungsten alloy, offering exceptional hardness and toughness. Hao Tian 1, image for reference only, welcome to Leave Images, is constructed from various high-grade alloys, consuming a significant portion of the material stockpile of the Hao Tian Empire during this period. The energy supply is also substantial, with 500 reactors powered by a specific element and 400 reactors powered by another. The energy crystals exceed 100,000, sufficient for the spacecraft to travel several light years in space. This spacecraft incorporates numerous advanced technologies, including various electromagnetic technologies, quantum technologies, and anti-gravity technologies. All auxiliary devices are top-notch. To enhance the spacecraft's capabilities, Li Hao equipped it with an AI named Babata. Babata, please conduct an automatic check on the spacecraft status. Li Hao instructed upon arriving at the command room of Hao Tian 1. Understood, Commander. The spacecraft has been inspected and is in perfect condition, ready for flight missions at any time, Babata responded. However, Li Hao was not in a hurry to launch. He had mentally simulated the spacecraft's overall condition countless times, eliminating any possibility of issues. Yet, he pondered over the jump technology depicted in certain films. After all, space is vast, and relying solely on the spacecraft for travel would require an immense amount of energy. Therefore, jump technology became essential, and he believed it must be related to quantum technology in some way. Thus, he settled down once more to develop quantum technology, continuously simulating, experimenting, and manufacturing. Finally, a week later, he developed a technology called quantum teleportation. This technology essentially involves using specific equipment to transport matter to designated areas. However, the teleportation location requires specific quantum coordinates and the cooperation of a quantum relay station. Quantum coordinates can be provided by quantum satellites, meaning he only needed to manufacture the quantum teleporters and quantum relay stations. Despite the advanced manufacturing capabilities of the Haotian Empire, it still took 5 days to produce the quantum teleporter and quantum relay station. The quantum teleporter is a cylindrical device with a diameter of 5 meters and a height of 10 meters, while the quantum relay station is shaped like a diamond-tapered structure. The quantum relay station can receive the quantum data from the teleporter and transmit it to the corresponding quantum coordinates. Li Hao planned to place the quantum relay station in space, so he manufactured another one. After activating one of the quantum relay stations, he placed the other one within the quantum teleporter and activated it again. With the activation of the quantum teleporter, the quantum relay station positioned in the teleportation area disintegrated into countless particles, vanishing along with the quantum data in the teleportation zone. Chapter 148. Quantum teleportation. At the moment the quantum teleporter was activated, a particle appeared in the orbital space of Tianyu star, rapidly enlarging, and within less than a second, it formed a quantum relay station. Nuwa, immediately connect to the quantum relay station, Li Hao instructed. Dear founder, the quantum relay link was successfully established. A female voice sounded, and Li Hao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The successful connection meant that the transmission had succeeded. However, there was still no test on whether biological entities could be transmitted. If the subject were dead upon arrival, it would still be considered a failure. Li Hao then casually tossed a large rabbit into the transmitter. Nuwa, transmit this rabbit 100 meters away, Li Hao instructed. Okay, esteemed founder, came the response. With a whoosh, the rabbit let out a few cries, and its body began to shrink. Soon, a figure materialized 100 meters away, completing the process in less than a second. The rabbit looked around in terror and quickly chose a direction to escape. Li Hao knew that biological transmission had also succeeded, and judging by the rabbit's expression, it seemed there was no memory loss. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so frightened. Clearly, it was encountering such a situation for the first time, which explained its fear. Nevertheless, Li Hao conducted multiple experiments, including one unfortunate augmented individual. Following his terrified cries, the individual appeared at a base 100 kilometers away and was subjected to various tests. All data indicated that Li Hao's quantum transmission was successful, and he couldn't help but smile. He then began to improve the equipment, optimizing it further on the successful foundation, such as increasing the transmission speed from around 1 second to approximately 0 for seconds. Soon after, Li Hao issued tasks for the manufacture of quantum transmitters, quantum relay stations, and even quantum satellites, ensuring that every spawn point on Tianyu star would be equipped with a quantum transmitter. In the future, when players' bodies were destroyed, they wouldn't have to rerun maps. They could simply spend a certain amount of money to be directly transmitted back to their previous locations. A few days later, 3 large devices appeared before Li Hao: a quantum transmitter, a quantum relay station, and a quantum satellite, alongside a super astronomical telescope and a super quantum radar. He activated the system's technology absorption ability once again. Ding, acquired quantum transmission capability. Ding, acquired quantum relay capability. Ding, acquired quantum positioning capability. Ding, vision range increased to 500,000 kilometers. Ding, acquired quantum radar capability. The distance of quantum transmission depended on the range of quantum positioning, generally around 500,000 kilometers. This meant that if he wanted to return to Blue Water Star, with just a thought, he could appear directly on the moon. The quantum radar also had a similar range of 500,000 kilometers, meaning that as long as there were no obstacles at the transmission location within this range, he could successfully arrive. If he were to transmit into a solid object, it would depend on which side was tougher. Otherwise, the less sturdy side might be crushed and damage its structure. With the spaceship ready and the quantum transmission equipment in place, the materials related to quantum on Tianyu star were nearly depleted. It was time to embark on the journey to Tianqing. He then thought about the jump technology and wondered if certain conditions could trigger the entire spaceship to perform a jump. With this direction in mind, Li Hao conducted in-depth research on the spacecraft's transition. However, prior to this, with the development of anti-gravity technology, Li Hao designed dozens of anti-gravity floating vehicles, including floating cars, floating motorcycles, floating yachts, floating warships, and war fortresses. Vehicles originally intended for land travel were transformed into floating models, and a large number of anti-gravity vehicle blueprints were handed over to Pangu, allowing Zhou Zi to begin production and manufacturing. He even assigned Yang Chengling the task of establishing a floating island, which would serve as a home for a few people. The floating island would span approximately 500 kilometers, featuring urban architecture reminiscent of Western fantasy styles. Additionally, Li Hao specifically designed a super anti-gravity aircraft, which he absorbed to gain anti-gravity capabilities. As a result, players were busy upgrading. Zhou Zi was occupied with various manufacturing tasks, and Yang Qingling was focused on building the floating island, and before they knew it, a month had passed. Wu Xiqiang and others, including the experts sent by their country, were increasingly fond of the Doomsday Journey, especially some of the older experts who, after arriving in this world, found themselves rejuvenated, making them even more enamored with this realm. Upon returning to Blue Water Star, they brought back a lot of good news, mainly confirming that the world within the Doomsday Journey was indeed real and very suitable for human habitation. Humans with attributes around 200 could live for over 200 years, while those with higher attributes could live even longer. More importantly, the swordsmanship and marksmanship learned by Wu Xiqiang and others in the Doomsday world remained effective in the real world, particularly some deeply ingrained techniques that significantly enhanced their strength back home. They couldn't help but recall the conditions discussed with Li Hao, wanting to bring back materials from the Doomsday world in exchange for a 70 share. The authorities began sending many people to the Doomsday world to collect various rare materials, such as materials suitable for nuclear reactors, new elemental materials, and even gene enhancement potions, life recovery potions, functional drinks, and technology products exchanged in the system mall. However, no matter how busy Li Hao was, they couldn't find him or take anything out. But once Wu Xiqiang reached level 10, he successfully completed his job transition, which triggered a faction module, known as a guild. Following the wishes of the authorities, Wu Xiqiang established a guild called the Huaxia Guild, attracting a large number of military personnel, experts, and some formidable natives. After his transition, Wu Xiqiang became an energy robot, his appearance becoming even more impressive, and his combat power significantly enhanced. He led guild players to break through a medium-sized zombie nest, tearing apart devourers and slashing at pursuers, fiercely battling hunters. Thanks to his exemplary strength and the widespread adoption of quantum teleportation energy robots, image for reference only, welcome to keep the image, the player's upgrading speed greatly increased. As numerous zombie nests were discovered and conquered, many players transitioned, and guilds sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Due to the fact that Li Hao only sold over 1 million login devices, many people are still unable to access the system. In just over a week since the reality world began, countless individuals have left messages on the official website, with the number of messages exceeding 10 million, which eventually caught Li Hao's attention. Li Hao took the time to return to Blue Water Star and brought back a large number of login devices. He then relocated the company to the Haotian building, and all employees of Haotian Group moved to Taihu Haotian Group. The Taihu Scenic Area directly became part of Haotian Group's company assets, making Taihu Haotian Group a beautiful landmark in Sudu, while Haotian Building became the tallest building in the world. In the end, Li Hao handed over some technical materials to Haofeng Technology, and all employees were granted benefits related to the apocalyptic journey. He also asked Liu Yifeng to find some manufacturers in Blue Water Star to produce accessories for the login devices, which would then be assembled and programmed at Taihu Haotian Group. Mira was brought by Li Hao to the apocalyptic world, where all her attributes were raised to 10,000 points, and she awakened her ice attribute ability. He also provided her with an ability extraction scroll, granting her mind control capabilities. Subsequently, Li Hao instructed Mira to oversee the operations of Haotian Group in the world, allowing her to take action if anyone dared to target the group. After handling matters in the real world, Li Hao once again entered the apocalyptic world. In Chapter 149, Return to the Skull Sea, the apocalyptic world was rapidly developing, especially with the advent of floating combat vehicles, leading to the construction of numerous sci-fi cities, including those established by the Haotian Empire and players themselves. After about a month, Li Hao successfully developed the jump technology for the spaceship and made some modifications to Haotian No. 1, turning it into a jump-capable vessel. The jump distance could reach up to 1 light year, although it consumed a significant amount of energy. Thus, Li Hao launched Haotian No. 1 into the sky, reaching the celestial star orbit, a critical point for quantum teleportation. He then issued a task to develop the celestial star and a large number of robots, floating warplanes, and quantum detection drones began their journey to develop the celestial star. Li Hao finally paused his research and began cultivating the dragon bone refinement technique he obtained from slaying the bone dragon. He absorbed the hand bones of Aster and the supreme bones of William, advancing his dragon bone refinement technique to the steel bone realm. Aster's level was that of a soul general, so the bones he controlled were approximately at the jade bone level, although William's supreme bones were called supreme. In comparison to the apocalyptic world, they were only at the steel bone level. The dragon bone refinement technique is a niche body refinement method with a technique level of heavenly. Although it is a heavenly level body refinement technique, it can be cultivated to the imperial realm, but it is challenging because it requires the absorption of a large number of imperial bones to advance. Generally, The techniques in that world can be categorized into yellow, profound, earth, heaven, saint, and emperor levels, while the dragon bone refinement technique directly cultivates bones, using the bones to nourish the flesh. The realms of bones are classified as white bone, steel bone, jade bone, respect bone, saint bone, and emperor bone. The reason why the dragon bone divine refinement technique is considered a heavenly level skill is that most people can only cultivate it to the supreme bone realm, as there simply aren't enough sacred bones or emperor bones available for absorption. In that world, a technique requires someone to reach a certain realm, achieve certain battle results, and be recognized by others before it can be classified as a corresponding level of technique. Practicing the dragon bone divine refinement technique allows one to enhance physical strength by about 1 time when reaching the bone realm, up to 3 times at the steel bone realm, and over 5 times at the jade bone realm, with these enhancements being relative to the previous realm. After absorbing bones from both categories, Li Hao easily stepped into the steel bone realm, raising his strength attribute from around 10,000 to 60,000. With the Dominator long knife in hand and the assistance of spatial energy, Li Hao felt no fear towards the entity known as Aster. Immediately, Li Hao returned to the mystical world, the ocean filled with skeletons, known as the Skeleton Sea. Few people ventured here anymore. Too many had died, and the harvest was meager. The celestial star had also seen an influx of extraterrestrial visitors, and the interactions between both parties were relatively harmonious. The natives had a doomsday market that players did not possess, while players had a system market that the natives lacked. This mutual need fostered a trading relationship, ultimately leading to the integration of natives and players. Li Hao gazed at the vast Skeleton Sea and activated his quantum radar abilities, beginning to simulate a quantum image within a 50,000 km range in his mind. However, he soon discovered that the radar ceased to function beyond 100,000 km as if shrouded by some barrier, preventing even the quantum radar from penetrating. Nonetheless, he could perceive everything within the 100,000 km radius. He found that the Skeleton Sea alone spanned 780,000 square kilometers, the size of this world exceeding his imagination. It turned out that the Skeleton Sea housed countless soul races, with around 30 soul saints rather than just one. He also noticed that there were not only soul races, but also human races and other species, all surviving in the crevices. The endless blood waters beneath the Skeleton Ocean could not be scanned by the quantum radar either. Through some data detection, Li Hao discovered that the blood water below had a strong solubility, capable of dissolving anything except bones. Li Hao's radar scanning caught the attention of these soul saints, but they were unaware of who was probing them or the probe's location, as the quantum waves from the radar were unfamiliar to them. However, Li Hao realized that his quantum radar seemed to have been detected by them and understood that it was not wise to provoke soul saint-level beings at that moment. So he immediately reduced the radar range to around 100 kilometers. Aster, I have finally found you. New grudges and old debts, it's time to settle. Li Hao's quantum radar had pinpointed Aster's location, and without hesitation, he activated quantum teleportation, causing his figure to begin vanishing. You damned pests, don't even think about escaping. Just obediently become the nourishment for my battle blade. Haha, run. This is a battle commander of the Soul Clan at the Soul General level. Damn it. We are already on the edge. Why is there still a Soul Clan General here? The barrier is just ahead. There's no escape. Let's fight him. Sword technique. All swords return to their origin. Let us fight him. Heavenly Thunder Strike. Red Flame Sky Slash. Tiger Suppression Fist. At the border of the Skeleton Sea, Aster transformed into a giant skull, flying in the air with endless skeletons roaring behind him. In front of him were 3 men and 1 woman, fleeing in a disheveled manner, looking utterly defeated. Upon seeing the barrier about 300 meters ahead, they realized there was no escape left and unleashed the last of their energy for a final strike. One scruffy man waved his hand to summon a flying sword. And then with another wave, the sword split into 2, then 4, and in a moment, thousands of flying swords appeared. With a point of his finger, countless swords shot towards Aster and the skeletons behind him. Another scruffy woman cast a lightning spell, summoning heavenly thunder that instantly struck Aster. Then, one of the men swung his blade, sending a massive red blade of energy towards Aster. The last bald man also threw a punch, sending a blood-red energy tiger roaring through the air. Whoosh, bang, boom. Almost instantly, Aster was surrounded by various energies. The endless skeletons around him were shattered by the explosions, and Aster screamed in agony from their desperate struggles. Soul Shatter. Aya! Aster roared, unleashing an invisible wave of soul attack that instantly struck the 4, shattering their souls and killing them on the spot. Die, Aster. Just as Aster prepared to devour the bodies and the overflowing soul energy of the 4, a voice sounded, followed by a massive blade of energy striking the back of his head. Crack! Aster screamed as the giant skull, along with its soul, was directly split in 2, and the flames of the skulls began to extinguish, leaving behind 2 green crystals. Li Hao stepped forward and picked one up, reading the information within. It was a cultivation technique for soul power called Soul Devouring Art. The Soul Devouring Art is a heavenly level technique, which essentially absorbs external soul power or the souls of others to strengthen one's own soul. Although it sounds impressive, It is actually just a part of the soul-devouring scripture, which is the imperial scripture. While the soul-devouring art is distributed based on the level of practitioners in the soul clan, Aster is at the soul general level. So his soul-devouring art can only allow him to cultivate up to the soul master level. Therefore, even though Li Hao obtained this technique, he could only cultivate his soul power to the soul master level at most. Nonetheless, this is sufficient. It is known that a soul at the soul master level can survive for a long time even if the physical body is destroyed and can also seize another's body. Li Hao chose to absorb the knowledge directly. As a vast amount of information flooded into his mind, his super brain operated at an incredible speed, allowing him to quickly understand the cultivation method of the soul-devouring technique. He immediately began to practice it. As he activated the technique, he felt the omnipresent soul power from the soul sea gathering towards his mind. Li Hao extended his mental energy, enabling him to absorb soul power from all directions around him. He sensed his soul power continuously rising, soon reaching the level of a soul spirit. Especially as he fully absorbed the soul power dissipated from the foredeceased, his soul power kept growing. Eventually, after absorbing soul power from a radius of several hundred miles, Li Hao reached the level of a soul master. He halted his cultivation and noticed that the spaces from which he had absorbed soul power began to have soul power from other areas flowing in, with more emerging from underground. At the soul master level, Li Hao felt that his mental energy could exert greater force, capable of generating a power of 20,000 kg with just his mental energy alone. Next, Li Hao looked towards another soul crystal and picked it up. This was a ground-level soul skill, the soul shock, which involved using soul power to emit a shockwave to attack other souls. He chose to absorb it again, and his super brain effortlessly grasped the method of casting the soul shock. Finally, he glanced at the 4 corpses lying on the ground. After some thought, he decided to use his spatial abilities to take their bodies and weapons away. These 4 were natives of the fantasy world and surely held a wealth of information. He planned to create a memory extractor later, which might help him uncover some useful intel. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Aster has been killed? By whom? Who killed our clan's genius? Damn it. Meanwhile, Aster's direct superior noticed that Aster's soul had dissipated. Without hesitation, he activated a soul secret technique to track down the location, and upon finding it, flew straight towards where Aster had been. Unbeknownst to Li Hao, a soul clan member at the soul sovereign level was on his way. His previous success in killing Aster was largely due to a surprise attack. Observing Aster's translucent skull, Li Hao took one piece and began to use the dragon bone refining technique to absorb Aster's bones. Currently, Li Hao was at the steel bone level, allowing him to absorb bones of his own level or higher. Since Aster's bones belonged to the jade bone level, they were just right for him to absorb, and it was possible that absorbing them could directly elevate him to the jade bone level. Just as Li Hao absorbed a significant portion of the jade bone, he noticed a menacing skeleton with a bone-chilling appearance charging towards him from within a 100 kilometers radius. It arrived at a short distance from Li Hao in no time. It was actually a human. Despite the barrier being closed for so many years, there were still humans alive who could kill Aster. Could it be a cultivator of the Spirit Emperor level? Regardless of who it was, they had killed his clan's genius. The Death Slaughter Azura looked at Li Hao with suspicion, but then his expression turned cold as he thrust his irregular weapon towards Li Hao's direction. In an instant, that irregular weapon extended out a skeletal structure resembling the bones of a serpent, with a head full of jagged teeth lunging toward Li Hao. Boom! Li Hao leaped aside, drawing his battle knife and channeling spatial energy to unleash a powerful energy slash. Ping! The energy attack struck one of the ribs of the bone weapon, severing it cleanly. However, the weapon of the Soul Clan was far too massive. Although Li Hao's spatial energy could damage it, it was still ineffective against its wielder. Seeking death, the fierce being, seeing part of its weapon destroyed, shouted angrily. With a twist of its hand, the massive bone blade whip-like weapon launched an all-out attack on Li Hao. Lightning speed. Li Hao recognized that this enemy was formidable. Even if his spatial energy could destroy the weapon, it wouldn't harm the wielder. Therefore, he aimed to maximize the efficiency of his energy usage. He activated his lightning speed, swiftly evading the bizarre weapon's onslaught, and charged toward the fierce being, unleashing vibration energy to attack the weapon and the various skeletons coming at him. The passive ability of his Dominator's long knife began to stack, quickly triggering the fury of the Dominator. As he closed in on the fierce being, it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, preparing to roar. Li Hao sensed that the Soul Clan was about to unleash a powerful attack, so he activated the fury of the Dominator immediately. Whoosh! A giant blade of energy slashed toward the fierce being, which retaliated with a deafening soul wave attack that shattered the surrounding skeletons. The blade energy was mostly neutralized, but it still reached the fierce being, leaving a small mark on its forehead. Meanwhile, the soul wave attack struck Li Hao, but he absorbed it completely. Die! The fierce being, feeling the dent in its forehead, swiftly attacked with its weapon again. Li Hao dodged once more, releasing the absorbed soul wave attack in retaliation. Crash! In an instant, the colorless skeletons in the area of the fierce being shattered, revealing a pit. The fierce being staggered back a few steps, its deep green soul fire glaring at Li Hao in the sky. You have successfully angered me. The true form of the underworld will die, the fierce being declared, transforming into a giant skeletal creature, towering over Li Hao, and slammed down a massive hand. Li Hao watched as a giant bone claw descended from the sky, while the bizarre weapon, as if awakened by the fierce being's transformation, rapidly attacked him. With his escape route blocked, in a critical moment, Li Hao drew out his sniper rifle, channeling spatial energy into the weapon, and fired at the incoming claw. Bayou. Crack. The bullet created a hole just large enough for a human to pass through in the claw. Li Hao swiftly escaped through the opening, dodging the attack. The fierce being let out a howl of pain as its claw was pierced. Instantly, the other claw swiped at Li Hao in the sky, and he couldn't dodge in time, being sent flying by the strike. A loud crash echoed as it slammed into Skeleton Mountain. Fortunately, it absorbed a substantial amount of kinetic energy. Aside from a few broken ribs from the immense force upon contact with the bone claw, there were no other significant injuries. Human, I will kill you. The furious demon roared, quickly reaching for Li Hao. Li Hao once again took out the shadowless divine spear, channeling the absorbed kinetic energy and a small amount of spatial energy into it, aiming at the demon's head and firing. The demon, recalling the hollow space in its palm from being pierced, immediately controlled its weapon to block in front. Bayou. A loud explosion resonated. Ah, human, come out. The demon shouted angrily, looking at its shattered weapon. It turned out that the spatial energy accompanying Li Hao's attack had destroyed the weapon's force point, and with the powerful kinetic impact, it had broken the weapon into pieces, which only fueled its rage. However, there was no trace of Li Hao at this moment. Even with a powerful soul force scan, the demon could not detect Li Hao's whereabouts, as if he had vanished into thin air. Coughing, Li Hao returned to the main world, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Despite his various abilities, he had not recovered his powers. He practiced the Dragon Bone Divine Refinement technique, making his bones harder than steel, but at that moment, the apocalyptic world's healing potions and solutions were ineffective against him. He then used his mental power to permeate his body, realigning his bones, and extracting Aster's bones to begin absorbing their energy. As he absorbed the energy from the bones, his ribs healed quickly, returning to their original state. However, he did not stop and continued to absorb until he had consumed Aster's jade bones, reaching the pinnacle of steel bones. Yet, he knew that he was still no match for the demon. The force that had struck him earlier was at least over 600,000. If it weren't for his kinetic absorption ability, he might have been turned into minced meat. Knowing the approximate location of the Soul Sea, he decided not to confront the Soul Clan head-on, as he remembered the 4 human corpses in the spatial realm. Since they had ventured into the Soul Clan's territory, they must have sought something valuable, and they likely possessed other cultivation techniques. Perhaps the greatest gain from this trip would be the memories embedded in these humans' minds. Immediately, Li Hao returned to Haoyan City in the apocalyptic world, which housed the most advanced biological laboratories and decent industrial manufacturing capabilities, combining consciousness transmission technology with various biological techniques. He spent a day developing a memory reader. He extracted a corpse, donned the memory reader, and connected it to the intelligent mainframe, retrieving a vast amount of memories. It turned out that the fantasy world was called the Celestial Spirit Realm, which was vast, although its exact size was unknown. Additionally, there were many secret realms, most of which were created by emperors through certain abilities after their ascension, with each emperor able to create only one secret realm. The Soul Sea was a secret realm established by the emperor of the Soul Clan. It is said that in the Sea of Souls, there is a flower known as the Blood Lotus, which is a treasure for body refinement. Consuming this flower can greatly enhance one's blood vitality. And as long as a person's soul remains intact after death, ingesting this flower can lead to immediate revival. Additionally, there is a type of crystal that can directly enhance the cultivation of humans. This crystal is called Spirit Crystal. It forms when the bodies of certain beings, after dying in the Sea of Souls, are corroded by the blood sea, releasing the energy contained within, which then crystallizes on the surface of the sea. This crystal can be absorbed by spiritual cultivators, but to obtain spirit crystals, one must excavate a blood pit. Furthermore, the blood water of the blood sea is a deadly poison that can corrode everything except bones, and collecting it can be used for sinister purposes. Moreover, the essence from weapons melted by the blood sea can form new magical treasures on Skeleton Mountain, presenting a significant opportunity. Lastly, there are soul crystals, which are crystallized soul energy that, when absorbed, can heal soul injuries and strengthen soul power. Additionally, there are high-quality bones and various materials for refining the Dragon Bone Divine Refinement technique. In this world, treasures are categorized into different levels: mundane items, magical tools, spiritual tools, precious artifacts, royal artifacts, esteemed artifacts, sacred artifacts, and imperial artifacts. Among the 4 individuals, there are 2 weapons, both of spiritual tool level. One is a knife called the Blazing Sun Knife, and the other is a sword named the Heavenly Inquiry Sword, both appearing to have powers comparable to supreme weapons from a world of apocalypse. There are many cultivators in this world. Those who cultivate the soul are called soul cultivators. Those who absorb spiritual energy are spiritual cultivators. Those who practice body refinement are body cultivators. Those from the demonic race who absorb demonic energy are demonic cultivators. And those who start cultivating after their bodies mutate into zombies are zombie cultivators. Each type of cultivator has a different naming system for their cultivation levels, generally divided into 11 levels, each further categorized into early, mid, late, and peak stages. For instance, the levels of spiritual cultivators are spiritual energy, spiritual radiance, spiritual foundation, spiritual pill, spiritual body, spiritual infant, spiritual king, spiritual emperor, spiritual lord, spiritual saint, and spiritual sovereign. In the celestial spirit realm, sects flourish and all races compete. The owner of this body is named Gu Zhantian, a spiritual cultivator and an elder of the third-rate sect, Spirit Sword sect. When he entered the Sea of Souls, he was at the peak of the spiritual king level. Less than 100 years after his arrival, a change occurred in the outside world, leading to the sealing of this secret realm. He is unaware of what happened outside, but during his time in the Sea of Souls, he encountered many people and pieced together fragments of information, indicating that a significant upheaval occurred outside, with emperors of various races being captured or falling, and all sects in the celestial spirit realm being affected by this disaster. For a century, he has been unable to find a way out, instead encountering numerous companions. But they have gradually fallen victim to attacks from the soul race, leaving only 4 individuals remaining. Besides him, the other 3 are from different sects: Yan Yunxue from Thundercloud sect, He Jianxia from Crimson Flame sect, and Jiu Jiamo from Overlord sect. Gu Zhantian, Yan Yunxue, and He Jianxia are all spiritual practitioners and powerful beings at the Spirit King level. Gu Zhantian practices a heavenly level technique called the 10,000 Blade Sword Art, which cultivates true qi infused with a certain amount of fierce metal energy. This technique has 4 levels, with each level allowing the sword body to split into multiple blades. The first level can split into up to 10 swords, the second level into 100, the third into 1,000, and the fourth into 10,000. Yan Yunxue practices the Heavenly Gang Thunder Control technique, making her the strongest among the 4 due to her cultivation of a sacred level lightning attribute technique, which has an incredibly powerful attack capability. The true qi cultivated from the Heavenly Gang Thunder Control technique carries lightning attributes, and the various spells cast are imbued with lightning attacks. This technique has also elevated the Thundercloud sect to a first-rate sect, with disciples who all possess lightning attribute spiritual roots, giving them relatively strong combat abilities among their peers. He Jianxia cultivates another heavenly level technique called the Scarlet Flame Overlord Blade Art, which also has a fire attribute in its true qi, resulting in formidable attack power. On the other hand, Jiu Jiamo is a body cultivator practicing a technique called the Barbaric Bull Suppression technique, which is merely an earthly level body cultivation technique, and he has only reached the Steelbone realm. However, based on Jiu Jimo's memories, he can exert a force of at least 400,000 kg, which astonishes Li Hao, as he can only manage 300,000 kg at the same Steelbone level. To clarify this, Li Hao first extracted the memories of the 4 individuals, which included their cultivation techniques, spells, and various classified information regarding geography, culture, and races of the heavenly spirit realm. He then began to study their genes and discovered something shocking. 3 of the 4 had a DNA spiral structure consisting of 4 strands. One of the double helix gene chains was quite similar to that of individuals from a distant planet, determining various factors such as organs, height, hair, physique, and appearance. The other double helix gene chain was different in an unspecified way. It seemed that possessing this gene chain would allow one to become like them, developing genes that could accommodate spiritual energy or extending to what they referred to as the Sea of Qi, Dantian, or Consciousness Sea, as well as the ability to control that energy. Upon discovering this, Li Hao began to examine his own genes and found that his DNA spiral structure had transformed into a 6-strand configuration, with the additional 4 strands representing abilities akin to those acquired after consuming an awakening potion. 2 of these were space-related ability gene chains, while the other 2 were related to mental power. This indicated that to cultivate techniques from the heavenly spirit realm, one must possess the relevant gene chains. However, it was peculiar that Li Hao's Dragon Bone Divine Refinement technique could directly enhance his physique and strength. To understand all this, Li Hao started using specialized equipment to scan his body, then scan the bodies of modified humans, ordinary individuals from Tianyu Star, and scanned some genes from Yang Chengling and Zhou Zi. He finally returned to the Blue Planet and collected some animal and even human genes, then compared them with the genes of the only one among the 4 who had a double helix structure, Jiu Jiamo, and conducted various data analyses and comparisons. He discovered a significant secret about genes. Gene chains can actually be compiled. Firstly, Jiu Jimo's genes are similar to those of normal inhabitants of the Blue Planet and Tianyu Star, both having a double helix structure, which means that practicing physical techniques does not require additional genes. According to Jiu Jimo's memories, physical cultivation is relatively difficult, mostly requiring coordinated training, medication, and rare resources to break the limits of the body repeatedly. Of course, there are also some special existences within physical cultivation, such as those with unique physiques like the Tyrant Prison Divine Body, Primordial Sacred Body, Blood Domain Demon Body, Diamond Sacred Body, Calamity Demon Body, 7 Killing Tyrant Body, and Eternal Divine Phoenix Body. Although these special physiques also require rare resources for cultivation, their strength increases several times compared to ordinary individuals, making them nearly invincible among cultivators of the same level. Secondly, Li Hao discovered that the inhabitants of Tianyu Star initially also had double helix structures. But after using the Awakening Stone, they transformed into a 4-helix structure, with the additional helix being compiled by the Awakening Stone. The abilities awakened by the Awakening Stone are random or automatically chosen based on the compatibility of individual genes and abilities. But this does not mean that a directional selection by the Awakening Stone cannot succeed. Furthermore, the Ability Extraction Scroll allows for directional extraction, meaning that even those who have not used the Awakening Stone can successfully extract abilities, similarly compiling them based on the double helix structure. With control over the Doomsday System, Li Hao can modify the awakening direction of the Awakening Stone, but he needs to know the gene sequences of the relevant abilities. Those abilities are linked to the Doomsday System, which already contains the relevant gene sequences, thus enabling the awakening of related abilities. To awaken the gene sequences of the Tianling realm, the arrangement of the relevant gene sequences is required. Among the four, Jiao Mo's gene sequence is the least useful since it is merely a double helix, but his memories regarding various rare resources for physical cultivation are very precious. Of course, the memories of the other three are also important. After obtaining some hair, blood, and even skin tissue from the three, Li Hao took the 4 of them to the transformation laboratory and proceeded to modify them. The 4 had only their souls extinguished, and their bodily injuries were not too severe. Li Hao planned to turn them into modified beings and, based on their memories, compile specific artificial intelligence to inhabit their bodies. While the modifications were taking place, Li Hao began studying the additional helix structures of the 3. He discovered that the functions of these helix structures were all different. Perhaps this is what they referred to as spiritual roots. Guzhan Tian's spiritual root is a root of no attribute. So his gene sequence ability can only allow him to absorb spiritual energy, and the true energy he cultivates is also of no attribute. Though the true energy cultivated through his technique carries a trace of violent metal energy, Yanyan Shui possesses a lightning root. And since her cultivation method is also of the lightning attribute, the true qi she cultivates inherently carries lightning properties and has certain additional lightning characteristics, making her training significantly more effective. On the other hand, He Jianxia has a fire root, which is why he practices a fire attribute cultivation method. According to the memories of the individuals, generally speaking, attribute roots can only cultivate corresponding attribute methods, while it is possible to practice methods of other attributes. The effectiveness is often much lower. Most individuals with roots have no attribute roots, and those with no attribute roots can practice various attribute methods and techniques. But the power of their attacks is far weaker than that of those who possess the corresponding attribute roots. Of course, roots also have grades, with higher grades allowing for faster cultivation. They are classified into 19 levels, with 1 star being the lowest and 9 stars the highest. Both Guzhan Tian and He Jianxia have 7-star roots, while Yanyan Shui has an 8-star root. There are also roots above 9 stars, known as the legendary top-grade roots. Most individuals with 8-star roots can break through to the Spirit Sovereign level, while those with 9-star roots can reach the mid-level of Spirit Saint. As for top-grade roots, they are certain to break through to the peak of Spirit Saint, and with Imperial Scriptures, a breakthrough to the Imperial level is also possible. Roots are not necessarily predetermined at birth. Certain accidents or opportunities, such as consuming rare materials, can enhance one's root. However, these enhancements depend on individual luck. Thus, cultivators often engage in fierce competition, vying for opportunities against others and even against the heavens. 2 days later, the 4 individuals were successfully modified, infused with relevant intelligent programs, and implanted with some memories, such as being warriors of the Haotian Empire. Due to the needs of the Empire, they were dispatched to the Celestial Spirit Realm to learn various cultivation techniques and gather intelligence. They have now returned and reported everything they learned in the Celestial Spirit Realm to the Empire. Upon awakening and seeing Li Hao, they momentarily believed they had just finished their report and instinctively knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, we swear to serve the Empire with our lives," the 4 said, bowing their heads. "Yes, you have worked hard over the years. Go now and take some time to rest and familiarize yourselves with the environment of the Empire. We will need you in the days to come," Li Hao said. The programs of the 4 were independent, and their minds lacked the ability to connect to a network. So in a certain sense, they could be considered true individuals. "Understood, Your Majesty," the 4 replied and began to withdraw. Subsequently, 4 robots followed them to guide them to their respective accommodations and provide various information. Li Hao planned to set their positions as NPCs in the Celestial Spirit Realm. Once they breached the Bone Soul Sea and entered the Celestial Spirit Realm, it would become the player's domain, with all the rare materials flowing into the Haotian Empire, especially the genetic chains of those with sacred bodies or unusual creatures, and various powerful beast gene sequences. At that time, relying on the biological technology of the Haotian Empire, countless sacred bodies and divine beasts could be manufactured, and the Celestial Spirit Realm would become part of the Haotian Empire's territory, which is just around the corner. Chapter 153. The eve of the assault on the Soul Sea, Li Hao utilized the abilities of the Doomsday System to retrieve an awakening stone, into which he encoded the lightning attribute spiritual root gene chain of Yin Yunxue and clicked to use it. However, he found that he could not use it because he had already used an awakening stone before. Although he could change this rule, he quickly realized that doing so would not help. The awakening stone forcibly induces a mutation in the original gene chain without altering the body's existing gene structure. Using an awakening stone once is harmless, but forcing another mutation could lead to the collapse of the original gene chain, resulting in the physical body disintegrating. Of course, for those who have surpassed the double helix structure, using an awakening stone carries certain risks. Li Hao had already reached the 6 helix structure, and another mutation had a high chance of causing his physical body to collapse. After considering this, Li Hao decided to take a step back and wait until they conquered the Soul Sea and entered the heavenly spirit realm to gather enough holy body gene sequences and spiritual root sequences, hoping there might be other methods available. Moreover, he thought about using cloning technology to create powerful double helix beings, then modifying them to awaken their cultivation talents. However, in the current world without spiritual energy, everything would have to wait until they entered the heavenly spirit realm. To prepare for the assault on the Soul Sea, Li Hao began making battle preparations. He started by continuously producing an army of robots, significantly developing the player army, and transforming human legions. He also cloned many humans with only double helix structures, planning to create a large number of cultivators with spiritual roots. Although both Tianyu Star and the Soul Sea lacked spiritual energy, they would be useful once they broke through the Soul Sea. Then, Li Hao dedicated considerable effort to developing weapons and actively recruited many creatively talented players, external scientists, and Tianyu Star residents to foster an atmosphere of supreme invention. Although Li Hao's research capabilities were strong, his energy was limited, and he might not always come up with the best ideas. For instance, he had never considered designs related to the Tesla Tower. He knew he couldn't underestimate everyone just because he was strong. There might be others with advanced ideas that could greatly inspire him. While Li Hao was developing weapons, good news arrived from the Heavenly Star. They had discovered a large rare element vein, which possessed certain radioactivity and could release a significant amount of energy through a specific trigger. Upon receiving the news, Li Hao immediately sent some of this element to Tianyu Star, only to find that it had not been recorded on either Tianyu Star or Blue Water Star. This meant it was a new element. The activation method for this element was simpler than that of the Wei element, requiring just the construction of an arc reactor. Li Hao named this new element. The energy released from an equivalent mass of element after activation was 20 times that of deuterium and 4 times that of the Wei element. Additionally, when combined with the Wei element, it would produce enormous antimatter energy. Upon discovering this, Li Hao was extremely pleased, as it indicated that he had found a direction for the weapons to attack the Soul Sea. Most importantly, the celestial body has a wealth of elements and a considerable amount of quantum materials. Without hesitation, Li Hao began to vigorously extract these elements and established a material transport base on the celestial body, sending a large quantity of materials to another star. Meanwhile, good news arrived from the probes heading to that star. It had even more elements than the celestial body, and on the other half of the planet, there was a significant amount of a particular element, along with the discovery of a very special metallic mineral. Li Hao immediately set up multiple large quantum transport devices on the celestial body, launched several quantum satellites, and dispatched numerous space fighters to conduct material sampling on that star. After obtaining samples, Li Hao began to study the undocumented metallic substance, continuously testing various data. He discovered that the properties of this metal were surprisingly similar to a fictional metal from a popular film. Could such a metal really exist? Li Hao exclaimed in disbelief. With this metal, it meant a technological revolution for the Empire, ushering in the era of nanotechnology. Li Hao had long had ideas and directions for nanotechnology, but many metals or alloys at the time did not meet his desired effects. Although ordinary metals could be used to create nanotechnology and even assemble nanorobots, the inability for 2 nanorobots to form covalent bonds meant that their effectiveness was inferior to that of a solid metal. Unlike ordinary metals, the nanorobots made from this special metal could bond with each other through controllable metallic covalent bonds, coupled with its unique molecular structure, which does not conduct heat or kinetic energy, and has the ability to store thermal and kinetic energy for attacks. Li Hao realized it was time to conquer the Bone Soul Sea. In the following month, the player army on the new star began to rise, with a surge of awakened mechanical players whose energy cores were entirely composed of that special element, greatly enhancing their combat power. Only mechanical beasts and cyborgs remained viable options for players. Those who initially chose to play as cyborgs had switched to playing as mechanical beings. Although cyborgs had their advantages, their fragile bodies were often unprotected by their abilities, resulting in weak attack power and insufficient defense, leading to mechanical players dominating 70 of all professions. During this month, Li Hao also developed a nanomechanical insect and several types of weapons, including antimatter weapons and quantum weapons. He focused on producing these high-damage technological weapons and nanomechanical insects. Soon, he had created billions of nanomechanical insects, all made from the special metal. Li Hao believed that if these billions of nanomechanical insects were released into the Bone Soul Sea, the skeletal beings below a certain level would stand no chance of resistance. Additionally, he specifically developed a bone-melting solution that could cause shattered bones to reassemble into new shapes. His plan was to have the nanomechanical insects grind all the skeletons in the Bone Soul Sea into powder, and then use this solution to create an entirely new continent. Antimatter weapons come in several types, including handheld antimatter guns, antimatter cannons, and ultra-antimatter cannons designed for large armored mechs. The original mechanical structure of the robotic army has also transformed into a nanostructure, allowing them to quickly reassemble into a new robot for attack, even if their bodies are shattered. Soon after, Li Hao announced an event in the game. Ding! A new event, Sea of Skeletons, will start in 3 days. Players can sign up to participate. Participants will receive a list of materials, and those who submit items from the list during the event will receive a large amount of money and contribution points. This event will last for 7 days, and after it ends, contribution points can be exchanged for various materials. The top 10 participants will qualify for the exchange of supreme-level weapons, while those ranked 11 to 100 will qualify for king-level items, and other ranks will qualify for master-level items. Chapter 154. The assault on the Sea of Skeletons begins after Li Hao released the event news. It stirred up a wave of excitement on the player forum. Although the game has been online for a while, most players have only obtained rare-level equipment and weapons, with master-level items being quite scarce. Only top players have the opportunity to access king-level items, not to mention the even rarer supreme-level weapons and gear. The chance to directly exchange for master-level equipment by participating in this event is thrilling. The officials have finally organized a worthwhile event after so long playing. I've never seen a king-level weapon, let alone a supreme-level one. Let's get started. My great sword is itching for action. Indeed, the zombie nests are almost cleared out. And with the increasing player count, leveling up has become impossible. What's shocking is that these zombie nests don't respawn after being cleared. How is that fair? How are we supposed to level up now? Without zombies to fight, we can only take on mining or resource gathering tasks. If it weren't for the game's strong sense of realism, I would have probably quit by now. With this new event from the officials, I expect significant developments. Perhaps this event will be a turning point. Everyone better perform well. Who knows, after this wave, we might see a major update. Of course, Li Hao didn't just announce the event to the players of the game. He also used the Doomsday System Management imprint to inform the natives of Tianyu Star. He directly added a special event store to the Doomsday Mall, which includes a large number of supreme-level weapons, king-level weapons, awakening stones, ability enhancement scrolls, various attribute crystals, and attribute limit crystals. He believes no one can resist such a lure. However, to ensure the smooth progress of the event in 3 days, Li Hao first prepared a large number of revival pods and manufactured many quantum teleportation devices. Players will enter the Sea of Skeletons in the same way as the Tianyu Star natives, using a key to access the event dungeon, which will be available in the system mall when the time arrives. After the news was released, Li Hao arrived at the Sea of Skeletons, accompanied by endless nanomachines. As he unleashed these nanomachines, the skeleton mountains turned to dust. Countless robots began using bone dissolution solutions to construct white bone palaces and lay down white bone flooring. As the nano-devouring insects expanded, a portion of the Soul Sea was occupied by Li Hao. He then started building a steel city, retrieving numerous robots and various mechanical devices, and began installing quantum teleportation devices for player activities in the area and resurrection teleportation devices. The army of players who had not been resurrected lacked souls, and Li Hao had to ensure this. When the time came to reveal the health bars of these soul tribes, he was confident that no boss would be unbeatable. 3 days quickly passed, and that day happened to be Sunday on Blue Water Star, with the number of players online surging and everyone feeling exceptionally excited. 10-9-2-1 charge. Supreme weapon, here I come. Kill. Whoosh whoosh. As the event began, the player army simultaneously purchased keys, disappearing from Tianyu Star and reappearing in a white bone plaza. Hurry, hurry, time is limited. Blood lotus, spirit crystals, soul crystals, all belong to me. Charge. Don't let others grab everything. Wow, so many bones. There must be a lot of supreme bones. This is 1 kilogram that can be exchanged for 10,000 event contribution points. If we can find Imperial bones, we can exchange at least 100,000 contribution points. Charge. Damn, so many people. Quick, let us go to other places. It's so big here. There must be plenty in other areas. Get the floating battle vehicle, let us go. Oh no. Back here again. So many died here before, and we're back. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us this time. Let us take down those skeletons. As numerous robots, cyborgs, and even superhumans appeared in the arrival plaza, some who entered early began heading toward the Bone Mountains, even starting to dig. Those who arrived later took out anti-gravity motorcycles or aircraft to fly to other places. Only the residents of Tianyu Star hesitated upon recognizing familiar areas. But seeing players everywhere, they joined in. This was just one of several arrival points. There were 5 others forming a fan-shaped area surrounding the entire Soul Sea. Li Hao did not join the player army but headed directly to the lair of the Shura. Looking at a large cave made of skeletons in the distance, exuding a sinister aura, He took out an antimatter cannon and fired at the cave. Whoosh. Bang. Damn it, who ambushed me? As Li Hao's antimatter shot hit, the skeleton cave was enveloped in antimatter energy, causing the bones of the giant skeleton mountain to compress and vanish. The giant skeleton mountain revealed a massive pit, and a huge skeleton crawled out, visibly missing some skeletal structures, likely hit by the edge of the antimatter energy. Damn it. You human. Who are you? Why can you enter our secret realm at will? The Shura questioned Li Hao angrily. Oh, it seems that quantum weapons and anti-quantum weapons can pose a threat to soul master-level beings. Not bad, not bad. Li Hao did not respond to Xiaoxiu Luo, but instead looked at his missing bones with a smile. Although antimatter weapons are also powerful, the soul beings that get hit cannot retain their skeletons, which are all treasures. Quantum weapons and anti-quantum weapons are better. Their power is significant, but they still leave some spoils. Damn humans, daring to ignore me. Die. Xiaoxiu Luo, seeing that Li Hao did not answer him, struck the ground, causing the skeletons to form a wave that rolled towards Li Hao. Since you don't want to play, then die. Li Hao flew up, dodging the wave of skeletons, smiled slightly, and waved his hand, summoning a massive army of mechanical soldiers made of nanobots to rush towards Xiaoxiu Luo. Humans, is this your confidence? Then I'll play along with you. Minions, wipe out those ants. Xiaoxiu Luo sneered at the army of robots and waved his hand, causing various skeleton soldiers, skeleton knights, and even skeleton generals to rise from the ground. The number of skeleton soldiers was several times that of Li Hao's mechanical army, creating a grand spectacle. There was silence on both sides, only the sound of various skeletons moving. Soon, the two armies began to clash. Li Hao's mechanical army raised their energy guns and started shooting at the skeleton army. The situation quickly turned in favor of Li Hao. The skeleton soldiers were no match for the mechanical army, falling apart one by one and continuously advancing towards Xiaoxiu Luo. What is this? Xiaoxiu Luo looked curiously at the guns in the mechanical army's hands. Seeing such weapons for the first time truly surprised him. But he ignored the collapse of the skeleton soldiers. Take your life. Li Hao pulled out an anti-quantum cannon and fired again at Xiaoxiu Luo. Huh, what? Although Xiaoxiu Luo felt puzzled seeing Li Hao pull out a similarly large weapon, he quickly dodged the incoming attack. Despite his quick movements, the energy arrived even faster. In an instant, the tail section he was trying to evade was hit, causing a large portion of his bones to vanish, leaving behind a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters, shocking him. What kind of treasure is this? Chapter 155. Blood Lotus. Xiaoxiu Luo was very puzzled, but Li Hao did not answer him. He waved his hand again, summoning countless nanomechanical insects that began flying towards Xiaoxiu Luo. It wasn't that Li Hao didn't want to use spatial energy weapons. He had his eyes on Xiaoxiu Luo's entire skeleton, which was excellent material for cultivation. Damn, what are these things? Xiaoxiu Luo looked at the swarm of nanomechanical insects, feeling a chill run down his spine, even though he didn't have one. However, no one answered his doubts. The being known as Xiaoxiu Luo took out a weapon that had once been destroyed by Li Hao and had transformed it into a large blade. He swung it down at the nanomachines, then continuously dodged their attacks. Damn, are these soul-eating insects? How could these humans possibly control soul-eating insects? While Xiaoxiu Luo wielded the large blade and retreated, the nanomachines closed in on him. Countless nanomachines crawled onto his body, causing him to scream in terror. Yet, as the nanomachines gnawed at him, a cacophony of squeaking sounds filled the air, but Xiaoxiu Luo did not feel any sensation of his bones being eaten. Instead, the nanomachines that had penetrated his soul fire were eroded by it, losing control and becoming motionless. Damn humans, your insects cannot harm me. I advise you to take them back. Otherwise, when my clan soul master arrives, you will undoubtedly die. Xiaoxiu Luo was overwhelmed by countless nanomachines and found it extremely difficult to move, but feeling no damage to his bones made him regain his composure. Your bones are indeed quite hard, reaching a high level of jade bone. No wonder they can't bite through. Let's clear your minions first, Li Hao said as he sent some nanomachines to devour the skeletal army, turning them into bone powder. The mechanical army then successfully approached Xiaoxiu Luo, and one by one, they began to dissolve his bones. As they dissolved, the nanomachines started to cover Xiaoxiu Luo's body. Ah, what are these monsters? Damn it. Get away. Soul explosion. As the nanomachines continued to envelop him, Xiaoxiu Luo found himself unable to move. He unleashed a soul attack, only to discover it was ineffective. Although there were many flying nanomachines with strong biting capabilities, Li Hao had designed them primarily for consumption, so they could not form metallic covalent bonds. However, the nanomachines on the robots could form covalent bonds, and as they covered Xiaoxiu Luo, they began to solidify him, rendering him immobile. Ah, human, let me go. I am a master of the Soul Clan. If I die, my clan soul master will surely find out, and you cannot escape. Fully covered. Xiaoxiu Luo was filled with terror. This is not something you should be concerned about. Now, you can die, Li Hao said as he flew towards Xiaoxiu Luo, drawing out the blade of the Overlord and condensing spatial energy. If you want to kill me, don't think you'll get away easily. Soul Flame Strike. With Xiaoxiu Luo's roar, a green light shot towards Li Hao, but just as Li Hao was unable to dodge, the green light rebounded back. Bang! A soul treasure? How is that possible? Xiaoxiu Luo's words were cut off as the soul fire dissipated, and the area where the soul fire had been transformed into a crystal. It turned out that Sha Xiu Luo's soul attack had been reflected back by Li Hao's system. With the system, Li Hao was completely unafraid of soul attacks. Swish! Li Hao sliced open Sha Xiu Luo's skull and extracted the crystal inside, reading the information contained within. The secret technique of soul attack, Soul Flame Strike, is quite impressive. However, this skeleton should allow me to cultivate to the Jade Bone realm. As those machines were formed into a mechanical army, the nano-devouring insects flew away, revealing the enormous white bones of the Azura. Li Hao directly collected them. Subsequently, he stored the nano-mechanical insects and activated quantum teleportation to quickly disappear, as he had sensed the arrival of the Soul Saint. In his scan, the bones of the Soul Saint were mostly at the level of esteemed bones or higher, with some even reaching the sacred bone level. Even though antimatter weapons are formidable, Li Hao estimated that he wouldn't be able to kill the Soul Saint. However, he started to feel confident about dealing with other Soul Lords and even Soul Sect members. Thus, Li Hao relied on quantum radar to locate the positions of the Soul Clan's Soul Sect and Soul Lords, then used quantum teleportation to directly control these Soul Clan members with the nanomechanical insects, swiftly killing them and collecting their bones. However, Li Hao's actions alarmed the Soul Saints, but each time they arrived, he had already vanished, making them feel that someone was targeting their clan. Who is hunting our people? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I will make you suffer 1,000 cuts. One of the Soul Saints arrived at a Soul Lord's lair, which was completely empty with no bodies left behind, ultimately leaving him in a state of powerless rage. One after another, Soul Clan members disappeared, causing the Soul Lords to gather, while the Soul Saints began to mobilize. The surviving Soul Sect members were directly protected by the Soul Saints. Seeing no opportunity for an ambush, Li Hao decided to abandon the efforts, having already killed many Soul Sect and Soul Lord members and obtained enough soul attack secret techniques. Meng Lei was among the first players to enter the end-of-the-world journey and was also one of the first to transition into energy robots. Together with a few close friends, he formed a guild. Surprisingly, their guild attracted a large number of players after they successfully transitioned, becoming the one with the most players in the end-of-the-world journey due to their open-door policy. Upon arriving at the Skeleton Soul Sea, they gathered over 10,000 guild members and flew in their floating war vehicles towards a specific direction. Look, there's a red lotus flower over there. ISNT that the blood lotus worth 8,000 activity contribution points? One member, in a daze, spotted a red flower and instinctively commented in the group chat. Wow, it's a blood lotus, exactly as described in the information. Look, there are several blood lotuses over there. Quick, land immediately, we can't let others take them. Meng Lei's brother, Meng Hong, who was in the same group, ordered the vehicle to descend upon hearing this. Buzz, hurry, spread out and collect. There are so many here. A group of people jumped out of the war vehicle and rushed towards one of the blood lotuses, while others headed towards the other blood lotuses to gather them. I gathered 8,000 contribution points. Huh. I also found some. Wow. I saw a piece of supreme bone. I'm going to get rich. I have supreme bones here too. This place is amazing. While everyone was happily picking blood lotus flowers and digging for supreme bones, the ground not far away began to rise with skeletons, and countless skulls started to roll down, quickly revealing a massive figure, a giant wild boar skeleton from the Spirit Clan. Chapter 156, Wild Boar Spirit. Damn little thief. How dare you steal the treasure of my Spirit Clan? You will pay for this. The wild boar spirit roared, and a powerful soul attack swept over, creating a strong gust of wind. Look, there's a boss. Look at all those supreme bones. They must be worth millions, right? Brothers, let's take him down. Although Meng Hong and the others were a bit dazed by the strong wind, they quickly regained their composure. No one showed fear. Instead, they looked at the wild boar spirit's bones with fervent eyes. Let us kill it. Attack the boss. A group of people continuously shot at the wild boar spirit. And then their system interface displayed the wild boar spirit's health bar, which astonishingly reached 10 million, while their attacks only dealt 1 point of damage each. Moreover, in their data interface, the wild boar spirit's healing energy was also very strong. Their attacks barely affected it. This boss is too strong. Our attack power is too low. Quick, brothers of the mech beasts, transform now. Enhanced individuals, use your abilities to disrupt it, and the rest take out heavy energy weapons to blast it. Meng Hong's small team consisted of about 50 people, mostly mechanical players, with a few mech beasts and enhanced individuals. Under Meng Hong's command, the mech beast players quickly transformed into giant mechs, while the enhanced individuals continuously unleashed their abilities to disturb the wild boar spirit. It's not working. This boss's defense is too strong. You little ants, how dare you attack me? You will pay for this. The wild boar spirit, initially surprised that its soul attack had no effect, became furious upon realizing these little creatures were continuously attacking it. It roared and charged into the crowd, causing several robots that couldn't dodge in time to be smashed apart, and the mech beast players were sent flying. We can't take this boss down with just a few of us. I need to call for help. Get the other brothers from the guild here. Today, we'll overwhelm it with numbers. Meng Hong, seeing his team about to be wiped out, felt a surge of anger and immediately sent a location message in the guild chat. Meng Hong, Brothers, I have a boss here. Come quickly. It has a full set of supreme bones worth at least millions of contribution points. Hurry. Meng Lei, what? You encountered a boss so quickly? Brothers, let's go. Charge and take down the boss for the first kill. As Meng Hong finished speaking, thousands of responses flooded the guild chat. And nearly everyone flew towards Meng Hong's location to see what the event boss looked like. Brothers, hold the line. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. Tell them to hurry. I can't hold on much longer. No way, this boss is too powerful. Mechanical brothers, quickly launch your fighters and bombard with weaponry. Whoosh. Boom. A couple of dozen mechanical players still able to attack quickly made their way to the fighters, took off, and began launching missiles at the Wild Boar Soul Master, sending dust from the ground flying everywhere. You've angered me, you damn ants. The Wild Boar Soul Master was furious, lifting its feet and shaking them, sending countless skulls flying into the air. Watch out for those skulls. Bang. Boom. The fighters couldn't dodge in time and were directly hit by the skulls, making various crashing sounds, while some fighters that were continuously struck exploded instantly. Wow, this boss is huge. The brothers below couldn't hold on any longer. Brothers, let's go. Charge for the first kill. Our reinforcements have arrived. Let's kill it. In an instant, various tactics were employed. Some players, realizing energy weapons were ineffective, took out alloy ropes to create all kinds of trouble for the Wild Boar Soul Master. Although its health didn't decrease, its movement speed was slowing down. Li Hao, observing from a distance, noted that allowing these players to engage with the Wild Boar Soul Master seemed to be the right choice. The Soul Clan was best at soul attacks, and while these players operated on a consciousness stream, they were essentially a series of programs. Even soul attacks affected the consciousness stream, but didn't impact the players' real-life souls, and with rapid data recovery, the players could quickly regain their actions. In this case, the Soul Clan soul attacks were practically useless. However, Li Hao noticed that the players' attack power was too low, seemingly lacking effective damage. If they expended significant manpower and resources to control the Wild Boar Soul Master, but found they couldn't kill it, that would be awkward. Consequently, Li Hao opened a temporary event shop on the spot, allowing exchanges for antimatter weapons, quantum weapons, and anti-quantum weapons. While these weapons couldn't instantly kill the Soul Master, they could still inflict considerable damage. Ding. The limited time shop is now open. You can rent high damage weapons using contribution points. Meng Lei and others coordinated their efforts. And with their large numbers, they caused significant trouble for the Wild Boar Soul Master, but it remained unfazed, as it still hadn't taken any damage. The players were aware of this and felt anxious until the limited time shop opened, at which point everyone became excited. President, quickly, exchange for quantum weapons. President. Meng Lei also received the system's notification sound, and without hesitation opened the store to check the weapon categories. He found the artillery section and immediately selected a reverse quantum cannon. Whoosh. As he successfully rented it, a beam of light flashed in the sky, and a large hand cannon, 2 meters long, began to extend from his hand. His hand sank under the weight, and if he hadn't already changed jobs, he had no doubt he wouldn't be able to lift the cannon. Wow, this weapon is so cool, President. So awesome. I want one too. A group of people looked at the giant cannon in Meng Lei's hands, their eyes shining with excitement. Brothers, quick, get out of the way. Chapter 157. Soul Saint Nakaro. Meng Lei aimed the giant cannon at the Wild Boar Soul Lord and started charging the weapon, causing the players to instinctively flee quickly. You ants can't hurt me, huh? What is this? Why is there such a huge energy fluctuation? Damn it. The Wild Boar Soul Lord struggled against the bindings from the players while roaring. When he noticed the ants fleeing, he sensed something was off, especially when he saw the giant cannon in Meng Lei's hands and felt the powerful energy fluctuations coming from it. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Buzz. Whoosh. With a loud bang, a massive energy ball shot out instantly, and Meng Lei was knocked back several dozen meters by the tremendous recoil. The energy ball sped towards the Wild Boar Soul Lord. It tried to escape, but was bound by various metal chains and couldn't get away, getting hit directly. Boom. The immense energy exploded on the Wild Boar Soul Lord, creating a whirlwind that sent countless players flying. The Wild Boar Soul Lord was blasted several kilometers away. Along the way, skeletons were hurled out, creating a trench 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep, until the Wild Boar Soul Lord's body crashed into a massive bone mountain, revealing its disheveled figure. Wow, this weapon is so powerful, incredible. I almost got blown apart by the aftershock. It's really too strong. Look, the boss's health dropped by 70. Brothers, let's tear this guy's bones apart. Once again, countless players surged forward, leaving the already injured Wild Boar Soul Lord even more helpless. Especially when it saw Meng Lei charging the giant cannon again, it could no longer hold back. My clan Soul Saint, save me. Quick, get out of the way. Whoosh. Ding. Congratulations to Meng Lei and his team for achieving the first kill of the Soul Lord, earning 2 million coins and 5 million contribution points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. Just as the Wild Boar Soul Lord finished speaking, a massive energy struck it, instantly scattering its skeletal frame. And the soul fire began to extinguish. A large group of people leveled up on the spot, and system messages appeared. Wow, I leveled up. I leveled up too. Quick. Pick up those supreme bones. A super boss might come soon. Everyone get ready. Meng Lei was also very happy, but upon hearing the wild boar soul lord's final roar, he knew that a stronger boss would probably return. However, looking at the giant hand cannon in his hand, he felt a bit excited. Although it costs 20,000 in resources for a single shot, it is absolutely worth it. Who killed our clan's spirit master? Just as everyone was joyfully gathering the supreme bones, a voice echoed from afar, booming like a massive sound system. Is it you, ants? I've finally found you. However, before anyone could react, a golden glowing skeleton appeared before them, and nobody knew how it had materialized. Only Li Hao in the distance noticed the trace of this spirit saint, whose speed was nearly instantaneous. And the skeleton on him was adorned with flowing runes, emanating a faint golden light. His appearance startled everyone, and Meng Lei immediately aimed a quantum cannon at the spirit saint not far away. Swish. Is this your confidence? Is this all the power you have? It seems the one who ambushed our clan's spirit master is not you, the spirit masters and spirit saints. Nakaro said disappointedly, watching the incoming quantum energy ball with indifference, and directly stretched out his hand as the runes on his bones swirled, instantly forming a rune shield before him. This spirit saint was actually above the mid-level of spirit saints, as only those at mid-level or above could cover their entire body with holy runes and use them for defense and attack. Boom. Crash. The immense energy exploded against the rune shield, sending the bone mountains surrounding Nakaro flying, leaving 2 deep trenches around him except for where he stood. Dead Nakaro looked at Meng Lei, uttered a single word, then raised his hand to make a slashing motion. In an instant, a giant blade formed of runes came crashing down. Swish. Zzz. Meng Lei's mechanical body was instantly split in 2, and even the massive cannon in his hand was cut through, his mechanical body collapsing to the ground with various electrical sounds buzzing. The core energy of the giant weapon could no longer hold and exploded. Boom. Crash. Boss. The massive explosion generated a powerful shockwave, instantly obliterating countless players with the explosive energy, while some were directly blasted away. Swish. Zzz. Interesting, you even managed to damage my holy runes. It seems you're the one. A sniper bullet came flying, and Nakaro couldn't dodge in time, getting hit in the head. The bullet, carrying immense spatial energy, failed to kill Nakaro but knocked off several of the holy runes on his forehead. Seeing this, Li Hao wasted no time activating his lightning speed and started to run. Trying to escape? Nakaro immediately chased after Li Hao, and the two turned into streaks of light, quickly disappearing from the player's sight. Damn, how is this boss so strong? What is going on with the officials? With such a powerful boss, how are we supposed to play? Yeah, Brother Lei was taken out in an instant. Wow, that's really impressive. Hurry, collect those supreme bones and pick the nearby blood lotus flowers. We need to change locations, it's too dangerous here. On the bone mountains over the Soul Sea, 2 streaks of light zipped by, one with a hint of white and the other glowing faintly gold. One in front and the other behind. Upon closer inspection, the golden light was getting closer to the white lightning. Just in time for you to test the power of my supreme golden gun. Li Hao activated his lightning speed and took out the supreme golden gun. Without hesitation, he began to rapidly fire. In the state of lightning speed, Li Hao's shooting was incredibly fast, instantly firing hundreds of spatial energy bullets. He quickly retrieved the supreme sniper rifle, condensed spatial energy, and fired again. Die. At the same time, Li Hao changed direction and rushed towards Nakaro, swiftly drawing his Dominator blade and gathering a large amount of spatial energy to slash at Nakaro. Nakaro was completely taken by surprise that Li Hao, who was originally fleeing, would launch a counterattack. He quickly condensed holy patterns in his hands to block the bullets. However, each bullet carried spatial energy, destroying one holy pattern with each hit. The last sniper bullet even shattered his holy pattern shield. With Li Hao so close, Nakaro had no time to evade and was struck by a blade. Boom. The immense force surged, and Nakaro's holy patterns vanished significantly. His body was sent flying, crashing through several bone mountains and finally landing on a slope, creating a massive pit. What kind of energy is this? Chapter 158. Holy Artifact Golden Blade. Li Hao did not respond. Looking at Nakaro in the deep pit, he was momentarily at a loss for words. The previous attack contained most of his energy and all of the spatial energy, plus the kinetic energy absorbed from Nakaro. Such a powerful assault still failed to eliminate this soul saint. Seeing that Nakaro still had many holy patterns left, Li Hao realized that he seemed unable to deal with him any further. According to the memories of the 4 from ancient battle heaven, those above the soul saint level could condense holy patterns, which were incredibly powerful for both offense and defense. Their essay saying that those below the holy level are mere ants, and it's not just an exaggeration. Once a holy level powerhouse has holy patterns, aside from holy artifacts or imperial artifacts, there seems to be no other power that can match them. Just then, a golden light shot up into the sky from a distance, visible from far away as a pillar reaching the clouds. Li Hao quickly connected to the network and learned that a player had stumbled upon something, resulting in the emergence of a holy artifact. A holy artifact emerged from the skeleton treasure mountain. This holy artifact must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Nakaro also noticed the golden light in the distance. Momentarily stunned, before mobilizing his holy patterns and transforming into a streak of light, quickly heading towards the direction of the light pillar. The fortunate individual, Li Hao, smiled as he activated quantum teleportation, quickly appearing before the light column. A tremendous pressure surged towards him, forcing him to retreat. Before him stood a golden weapon, a long sword radiating a golden glow. Its blade was inscribed with various divine patterns, and at the hilt was a head resembling a dragon, clutching a golden orb, while the guard was shaped like a golden claw. The sword floated atop a skeletal platform, surrounded by swirling golden runes, clearly not an ordinary object. This weapon is mine. I triggered this mechanism. Hurry, this weapon looks very advanced. Everyone rush for it. Stop, damn foreign beings. This sacred artifact belongs to my clan. Quickly, seize the sacred artifact. A crowd surged towards the sacred artifact, a large number of players rushing in, while the newly arrived members of the clan were taken aback, all of them hastily moving towards the artifact. Unfortunately, the sacred artifact was not something just anyone could possess. As everyone approached within about 50 meters, the golden sword trembled, releasing a wave of rune energy that sent everyone flying. Li Hao also felt a different kind of energy strike him, causing him to take a few steps back. He began to activate his energy absorption ability to absorb and resist the power of the runes, slowly making his way towards the golden sword. This weapon is so powerful. The pressure it emits is immense. Those skeletons said it's a sacred artifact. Is it at a level above supreme? If I had this weapon, wouldn't I become a deity? Look, that person is unaffected and is moving towards the sacred artifact. Let us go charge. The sacred artifact belongs to our clan. Whoever gains its recognition will be the first warrior of our clan. Charge. The sacred artifact is mine, and the title of warrior is also mine. Another wave of sacred energy surged, sending everyone flying once again, except for Li Hao, who continued to advance and began to envelop himself with the energy he had absorbed from the sacred runes. In an instant, Li Hao felt the pressure lessen, and the resistance from the golden sword diminished, allowing him to move closer. As he approached within about 10 meters of the sword, the soul saints of his clan arrived. 10 of them at once. Without hesitation, the soul saints unleashed their sacred rune power upon the players. Wow, so many bosses. Run, these bosses are going berserk. Damn it. They're using their ultimate moves right away. How can we play now? Run. However, no one could escape. All were crushed to death by the sacred rune power. In just moments, the players in the area disappeared. Li Hao couldn't even contend with these soul saints, let alone the other players. At this level, no matter how many players there were, they couldn't harm them. The gap in strength was like that between heaven and earth. All the members of the clan immediately retreated. Nakaro, one shouted. Seeing their soul saints arrive and wipe out the foreign beings, they sensibly withdrew. But their strong curiosity led them to retreat 30 kilometers before finding a high ground to keep watching. Nakaro, what's going on with you? One of the soul saints looked at the missing sacred markings on Nakaro and couldn't help but ask. It was caused by that human. Be careful. This human is a bit strange. Even though he doesn't have sacred level strength, he runs faster than those with sacred level power. Let's all go together. Whoever gains the recognition of the sacred artifact will be the current leader of our clan. No objections, right? Nakaro said. No, for so many years. The Soul Clan has been without a leader. The previous Soul Emperor's leadership was unquestionable. But the last Soul Emperor left the Skull Sea with many Soul Saints and sacred artifacts, never to return, leading to a closure of the subsequent secret realm. The remaining Soul Saints were unwilling to submit to one another, leading to internal conflicts from time to time. Years later, the sacred artifacts left behind were damaged in their infighting, resulting in the leader position remaining vacant. In a situation where no one possesses a sacred artifact, whoever gains its recognition will undoubtedly have strength surpassing everyone else, making it obvious who should be the leader. However, they overlooked this anomaly, Li Hao, who seemed weak but could potentially cause them great trouble. With the addition of these Soul Saints, the Golden Blade once again emitted a powerful pressure, many times stronger than before, causing Li Hao to take a few steps back due to the overwhelming force. A mere human race without sacred level strength thinks they can gain the recognition of a sacred artifact? That's just a dream. One of the Soul Saints said as he activated his sacred markings, braving the pressure to approach the Golden Blade. Upon seeing Li Hao ahead, he couldn't help but mock him. Li Hao coldly snorted, not responding. He increased his energy absorption capacity and began analyzing the operation method of this energy, as well as its input and output mechanisms. He had already gained some insight. As those Soul Saints continued to advance, the Golden Blade emitted waves of energy, and the pressure grew stronger the closer they got. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained motionless about 10 meters away, closing his eyes and frantically activating his computational abilities to analyze various possibilities. Just as one of the Soul Saints reached about 20 meters away, Li Hao opened his eyes, revealing a golden light. Chapter 159, Chaos Golden Divine Body. So that's how it is. I understand now. Li Hao smiled and waved his hand, absorbing some of the energy from the Golden Blade, which then radiated around him, forming runes. The design of the runes remarkably resembled that of the Golden Blade. As those runes surrounded Li Hao, they began to move closer to his physical body until one rune imprinted itself on him, followed by all the other runes. When all the runes were imprinted on Li Hao's body in the arrangement of the Golden Blade's runes, his body began to emit a certain blue smoke. And Li Hao felt a powerful sting, unable to hold back a cry. This human is truly ignorant, actually engraving the sacred artifact's divine markings on himself. Isn't that courting death? There are always foolish individuals who attempt to seize that 1 in a million chance. It's truly pathetic. Divine patterns are not something that mere mortals can withstand. This human has integrated so many divine patterns, it seems we won't need to intervene. When this human meets their end, there might be a wave of divine patterns, so everyone be cautious. The souls of the spirit clan couldn't help but sneer at this. Divine patterns cannot be carried by ordinary materials. They generally require materials of a saintly level or above. Many who have seen divine patterns might be able to draw them. But even if they are drawn with ink on paper or carved in some way, once the divine pattern takes shape, its power is unleashed, causing paper to catch fire, wood to burn, and metal to melt. These phenomena occur because the materials cannot bear the divine patterns. Li Hao is certainly aware of the risks involved. From the memories of the 4 ancient warriors, he learned that there were indeed individuals who inscribed divine patterns with their physical bodies. Although most of them have perished, some have survived. Those who survived undoubtedly awakened various holy bodies or divine bodies, shining brightly thereafter. Some, being favored by fortune, had experiences that inadvertently allowed divine patterns to enter their bodies, thus starting a life of extraordinary success. Li Hao's decision to take this risk is not purely a gamble. He is not from the celestial realm, but from a different planet. And he has consumed gene-enhancing agents, making his genes stronger than those of an average celestial being. Theoretically, his chances of success are higher than those of celestial beings. Additionally, he possesses a system that contains the original power of the system. With this power harmonizing within him, he believes his success probability is close to 90. He decides to take the plunge. Clearly, he made the right choice. As the divine patterns entered his body, a unique energy began to invade his primary gene chain, continuously extending, with some gene sequences being violently damaged while the system's origin continuously repaired them. With the completion of the divine patterns entering his body, Li Hao's gene chain was instantly dyed golden, radiating a golden light akin to that of a golden blade. When he let out a cold shout, a powerful wave of divine patterns immediately pushed the spirit beings back a few steps. At that moment, a beam of light appeared around Li Hao, radiating brilliance. The divine patterns that had integrated with his body were once again revealed, and finally, all the light faded from him, returning Li Hao to his normal appearance. But the spirit beings were left stunned. How is that possible? This human awakened a divine body. Absolutely impossible. Damn it, how did this human succeed? With so many divine patterns integrated, what kind of divine body has this guy awakened? So much golden light, could it be the top-ranked divine body? The Chaos Gold Divine Body. It is said that the Chaos Gold Divine Body is merely a legend. A theoretical divine body described in extreme detail by countless emperors regarding physical traits. This divine body boasts immense defensive and offensive power, capable of absorbing any energy to condense chaotic true energy, which is over 10 times more powerful than the true energy cultivated from the finest spiritual roots. The standout features of the Chaos Gold Divine Body lie in its chaotic true energy and the concept of gold, representing weapons and sharpness. This divine body can be used as a weapon all over. When cultivated to a minor level, it is even harder than sacred artifacts. When perfected, it can withstand attacks from imperial artifacts with bare hands. Moreover, this physique has a strong recovery speed, and when cultivated to its peak, it is virtually immortal, making it impossible for anyone to contend with. The only drawback is that it absorbs a lot of energy, and its growth speed is relatively slow. Normally, a 9-star spiritual root can convert 90 of spiritual energy into 10 true energy, while a top-tier spiritual root can convert 100 of spiritual energy into 10 true energy. However, condensing chaotic true energy requires at least 100 of spiritual energy to form 10 of true energy. Fortunately, the chaotic golden divine body is not picky about the type of energy it absorbs, allowing it to absorb energy about 10 times faster than a top-tier spiritual root. This means its growth speed is similar to that of an elite spiritual root, and if supplied with endless precious herbs and divine medicines, it can sometimes grow even faster. Oh no, he has awakened the divine body, and the sacred artifacts no longer reject him. Hurry, stop him. The sacred patterns are attacking. Kill him. After Li Hao recovered, the pressure from the golden knife had vanished, and he walked directly towards its position. However, those soul saints were alarmed, each condensing sacred patterns into a massive blade aimed at Li Hao. Feeling the commotion, Li Hao paused, raised his hands, and a shield made of golden red sacred patterns formed. The sacred pattern strikes from the soul saints all crashed against the shield. The intense explosion of sacred patterns sent all the soul saints flying back over 100 meters, each one staring at Li Hao in shock. How is this possible? He just awakened his divine body. How can he call upon sacred patterns so quickly? And so many sacred patterns. Could it be that he reached perfection right after awakening? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who is this human? Could he be the reincarnation of a human emperor? No way. No human emperor has awakened the chaotic golden divine body. I've never heard of such a thing. Damn it, quickly summon all powerful beings above the sacred level. We must not let this human leave the soul sea. This human has just awakened, and his true energy is insufficient. He definitely doesn't have much energy to drive the power of the sacred patterns. Hurry, call for help. Their guesses were indeed correct. The chaotic true energy that Li Hao used was energy he had stored from various sources like power banks and batteries. He discovered that this energy could also be transformed into chaotic true energy, which has many useful applications and strong attack power. So he directly converted all stored energy into chaotic true energy. Li Hao was clearly aware of their intentions. He activated the chaotic true energy to protect his body with the power of the sacred patterns, allowing the soul saints to strike him while he quickly approached the golden knife and grasped it with one hand. As he held the golden knife, a massive wave of runic energy radiated outward, sending the soul saints flying once again, while Li Hao remained unharmed, condensing a sacred pattern imprint on the blade. In an instant, a surge of energy flowed into Li Hao's body, accompanied by information about the knife. Golden Eagle Demon Heavenly Knife. After Li Hao's sacred pattern imprint was placed on the sacred artifact, the pressure dissipated, and the light faded, leaving only a faint golden glow on the blade. In addition, Li Hao felt a surge of energy emanating from the blade. This energy was the spiritual essence absorbed by the sacred artifact and stored within the blade. As the owner's vital energy diminished, the blade would replenish the owner until its own energy was depleted, at which point the blade's brilliance would fade, only to recover once it absorbed enough energy again. Damn it, he had successfully bonded with the sacred artifact. This human possesses divine patterns. And now he wields a sacred artifact. Everyone, be cautious. Where are the others? We need to hold on until they arrive. This human is doomed. Li Hao was acutely aware of his own predicament. Once those powerful beings arrived, he would truly be in danger. Although he had a sacred artifact and divine patterns, his vital energy was too low to sustain many attacks. If he were to face one of those powerful beings alone, he might have a chance to defeat them. Even with 10 powerful entities nearby, he felt confident he could take down 1 or 2, which was why they were all surrounding him without attacking. However, after activating his quantum radar, he realized he could not afford to wait any longer. According to the speed and distance of those powerful beings, the fastest among them would arrive in about a minute. If they want to kill me, I'll take one down with me. After contemplating for half a second, Li Hao feigned desperation and swiftly raised his golden blade, striking downwards. Be careful. With Li Hao's concentrated strike, a massive energy blade surged towards one of them, intertwined with divine patterns, causing the powerful beings to be taken aback. Normally, divine patterns would only manifest on the body for attack and defense. This was the first time they had seen someone like Li Hao using them in energy attacks. Although they did not understand how he could wield divine patterns this way, they recognized that when used for energy attacks, the damage exceeded even that of sacred and imperial patterns. Such a strike would undoubtedly spell death for any of them facing this divine pattern attack alone. Each powerful being was a treasure of their kind, and with a roar, 5 nearby beings unleashed their sacred pattern powers, combining their efforts to form a protective shield against the golden blade. Boom. Crack. In an instant, the blade and the sacred pattern shield shattered. Several powerful beings were overwhelmed by the immense force, their bodies sinking into the skull mountain, which also began to collapse, causing countless skeletons to tumble down. However, Li Hao knew time was of the essence. After delivering that strike, he transformed into a streak of light and appeared before Nakaro, delivering a powerful palm strike. Nakaro attempted to defend himself, but his original sacred pattern had already been depleted by Li Hao's spatial power. He did not expect that Li Hao's ultimate target was him, and the hastily summoned sacred pattern could not withstand Li Hao's divine pattern palm. Li Hao's divine pattern struck Nakaro's sacred pattern with ease, penetrating his defenses and landing a blow to his head, instantly extinguishing his soul fire. Nakaro was killed on the spot. Nakaro, human, pay with your life. Divine pattern slash. Other spirit saints were furious upon witnessing the scene, one by one unleashing their sacred patterns in an attempt to attack Li Hao. However, when they saw Li Hao raise the golden blade in his hand and coldly utter the words divine pattern slash, they immediately transformed their sacred patterns into a defensive stance. To their surprise, Li Hao effortlessly rolled up Nakaro's sacred bone along with the crystal atop it into his spatial realm, and then turned into a streak of light to escape. Whoosh. Cunning human, don't let him get away. Chase and kill. Unfortunately, Li Hao possessed quantum radar and quantum teleportation, so even when surrounded by the spirit saints that followed, he was still able to evade capture. In the end, as he looked at the rapidly approaching spirit saints in the distance, a smile crept onto his face before his figure vanished. Return. Boom. Crash. Ah, human, come out. The spirit saints, seeing Li Luo stop, thought Li Hao had exhausted his energy and could no longer run. However, when they noticed the smile on Li Hao's face, they all launched their attacks. Countless sacred pattern strikes rained down from the sky, crashing fiercely into the spot where Li Hao had been. Unfortunately, aside from the shattered ground and the blood flooding below, there was not a trace of Li Hao, and they realized he had disappeared before their attacks arrived, causing them to roar in anger. After returning to Tianyu Star, Li Hao smiled as he took out Nakaro's skeletal body, looking at the sacred pattern marks glowing with golden light on the bones. He then gathered 2 divine patterns with his hands and easily pried open its skull, retrieving the crystal inside, which yielded another string of information. As he expected, this was an imperial scripture, specifically the Soul Clan's imperial scripture, the Soul Devouring scripture, which allowed a soul to reach the imperial level by devouring soul power. The strongest realm in this world is the imperial level, but there are various types of imperial levels. Those who achieve an imperial rank through soul power are called soul emperors. Those through spiritual power are called spirit emperors. And those who achieve it through physical strength have many names, typically based on their physique, such as the 7-kill body becoming the 7-kill emperor. Additionally, those from the demon clan who absorb demonic energy and reach imperial status are called demon emperors, while those who become emperors as zombies are referred to as emperor corpses. There are also distinctions in strength among imperial level experts. Generally speaking, spirit emperors are the weakest while those with divine bodies are the strongest. Peak sacred level experts who comprehend their own imperial patterns and refine their sacred patterns into imperial patterns become imperial level experts. Li Hao currently possesses 2 body refining techniques. One is the heavenly level technique, Dragon Bone Divine Refinement Method, and the other is the earthly level technique, Barbaric Bull Suppression Technique. In terms of soul cultivation methods, aside from the imperial level soul devouring scripture, there are also some lower level soul cultivation methods obtained by players. For spiritual cultivation, there are 3 techniques: the heavenly level 10,000 Ruined Sword Technique, the Crimson Flame Tyrant Blade Technique, and the sacred level Heavenly Gang Thunder Control Technique. There is nothing better for soul cultivation than the soul devouring scripture. And among body refining techniques, the Dragon Bone Divine Refinement Method absorbs bones from the inside out, allowing the bones to nourish the flesh, while the Barbaric Bull Suppression Technique strengthens the muscles and then refines the bones. Both techniques have their advantages. The Dragon Bone Divine Refinement Method excels in defense, while the Barbaric Bull Suppression Technique highlights strength. After Li Hao integrated the divine pattern into his body, with the assistance of the system's origin, the 2 complemented each other, ultimately achieving the chaotic golden divine body. This allowed Li Hao's genes to be reforged, transforming the original double helix structure of the main gene. Adding a pair of forcibly integrated spatial gene chains and derived psychic gene chains, which were enveloped in a layer of golden light. As the golden light perfectly fused all the gene chains together, Li Hao awakened the divine body, leading to a leap in the essence of life, transforming from a double helix structure to a 6-helix structure. Furthermore, as his main gene chain transitioned from a double helix to a 6-helix, he mastered the ability to condense divine patterns and absorb energy to refine it into chaotic true energy, with his main gene now a 6-helix. It also meant he could again use the awakening stones and the ability extraction scrolls. Chapter 161, Blood Chi Secret Techniques. Normally, in the celestial spirit realm, those geniuses who awakened the sacred body or divine body had main gene chains that were strictly double helixes. However, due to various factors or hidden genes of a certain divine body, they awakened a gene chain at a specific moment. This situation is similar to those in Tianyu Star who used awakening stones to awaken their abilities. Essentially, they are still humans with double helix structures, which is completely different from Li Hao's current situation as he is now a 6-helix human. For body refining techniques, Li Hao planned to cultivate both the Dragon Bone Divine Refinement Technique for refining bones and the Barbarian Bull Prison Suppression Technique for refining flesh. Combining the training experience of Jiu GMO, Li Hao began to gather blood orchid flowers from the soul reef and various bones. He then started absorbing the blood orchid to operate the Barbarian Bull technique to refine his body, while simultaneously using the Dragon Bone Divine Refinement Technique to absorb the essence of various bones, rapidly increasing his body refining level. During this period, Li Hao reduced the rental prices for weapons, eliminated the fees for replacing dead bodies, and extended the duration of activities, which attracted a large number of players to the Soul Reef. He continuously produced countless nano-devouring insects to be deployed, establishing numerous player outposts, making the survival environment for the Soul Clan increasingly constrained. Even when the Soul Clan Soul Saints took action, they still could not eliminate the endless tide of players, leaving them with no time to rest as they fought continuously every day. Meanwhile, Li Hao stayed on Tianyu Star to cultivate body techniques, absorb blood lotus flowers to enhance his vitality, and absorb various bones to improve their levels. Finally, after 7 days, Li Hao's bone level reached the peak of the supreme bone level, and his vitality surged tremendously. At this point, with the enhancement of his divine body and body refining level, his strength reached an unprecedented 2 million kilograms. Generally speaking, the power exerted by a spiritual cultivator at the saint level is only about 2 million kilograms, while a body cultivator with a sacred body at the saint level achieves around 5 million kilograms. And a body cultivator with a divine body at the saint level reaches about 8 million kilograms. The reason Li Hao's strength could reach 2 million kilograms is due to the enhancement from the chaotic golden divine body, as well as the improvements from the Dragon Bone Divine Refinement Technique and the Barbarian Bull Prison Suppression Technique. Of course, body cultivation is not just about physical strength. It can also utilize attack techniques similar to spiritual cultivation. However, unlike the techniques in spiritual cultivation that consume true energy, body cultivation techniques consume one's own vitality. Vitality can recover automatically, but excessive depletion can affect physical condition, and in extreme cases, it can lead to death. The body cultivator's techniques are limited, with one being a ground-level attack technique called the Tiger Suppression Fist, which consumes a certain amount of vitality to unleash a blood-red tiger to strike at enemies. Another is a ground-level secret technique, Vitality Burn, which accelerates blood flow and raises body temperature, increasing strength by 30. This can be used indefinitely, but cannot be activated if vitality drops below 60. There is also a profound-level attack technique called Blood Infusion, which allows the user to cover any part of their body or weapon with their vitality. The areas covered gain 20 in defense, 20 in attack, and a bleeding characteristic of 20, while wounds affected by the infused blood heal at a speed of 50. Additionally, there are various minor skills that Li Hao noted without hesitation, simulating the operational principles of these techniques for offensive use in his mind as he utilized his vitality to perform them. Soon, as Li Hao harnessed his vitality for these techniques, he discovered that each technique had a unique flow of vitality. To describe this principle, it is similar to how electrical currents flow through certain components to produce specific functions. When the vitality circulates through these techniques, it automatically forms a certain formation within the body, thereby producing different effects. There are also formation masters in the celestial spirit world, but each formation master is quite prestigious. Few have interacted with the likes of Gu Zhantian and others, and learning formations requires significant talent. Their collective memory of formations is limited to knowing of their existence, such as the Sex Protective Mountain formation arranged by a specific individual. Understanding this principle, Li Hao began to simulate the secret techniques of vitality in his mind and continuously drew upon his vitality to cast and verify them. When successful, the techniques produced the desired effects, but when failing, it caused his vitality to erupt, leading to conditions ranging from surging vitality to ruptured blood vessels. Li Hao repeatedly summarized his experiences and ultimately developed 4 secret techniques related to vitality. The first is an attack technique that reaches heavenly level power, which he named Vitality Simulation Technique. This technique uses vitality as a medium to simulate various weapon energy attacks, such as slashes, cuts, stabs, punches, and palm strikes. Each simulated attack achieves the power of heavenly level secret techniques, and mastering the Vitality Simulation Technique is akin to mastering various energy attack techniques. The second technique is called Bloodthirsty Rampage, which consumes a certain amount of vitality to enhance attack power. The more vitality consumed, the higher the increase in attack power, with a maximum consumption of 40 vitality for a boost of 120 attack power. The third technique is called Blood Shadow Escape, which consumes 10 vitality to instantly transform into a streak of blood light, appearing 100 kilometers away. The higher the total vitality, the longer the distance, with a maximum range of 10,000 kilometers. The fourth secret technique is called Blood Descent, which consumes 10 units of one's own blood energy to form a protective blood aura around the user, with a defense power exceeding 200. The higher the total blood energy, the greater the defense, reaching a maximum of 1,000. Additionally, Li Hao's divine body can condense divine patterns, and now with the power of blood energy, he can also use it to condense these patterns. At this moment, Li Hao is no longer afraid of the Soul Clan Soul Saints. The Blood Lotus is a specialty of the Bone Soul Sea, and as Li Hao consumes more Blood Lotuses, his total blood energy gradually increases, quickly surpassing 10 times that of a typical elite. However, after exceeding this tenfold increase, Li Hao discovered that further consumption of Blood Lotuses no longer increased his blood energy, seemingly limited by his physical body and bones. His bones have reached the peak of the elite level, and only by absorbing sacred bones can he break through. The sacred bone from that Calro was insufficient for him to advance to the sacred bone level. Li Hao feels that he might need to devour all the sacred bones of the Soul Saints in the Bone Soul Sea to make that breakthrough. Moreover, Li Hao noticed that as his bone realm advanced and his blood energy increased, his weight was also steadily rising, now exceeding 10,000 pounds. Fortunately, Li Hao has mastered the ability of anti-gravity, and with his body cultivation allowing him to control the direction of his blood energy to manage his weight. Otherwise, walking would become troublesome in the future. Indeed, people in the celestial spirit realm can fly after breaking through to the elite level, typically by altering their energy direction to reduce their gravity, even enabling flight. Chapter 162, The Technological Revolution of the Nation after stopping his cultivation. Li Hao began to check the assault situation in the Bone Soul Sea. He found that the Soul Clan had started to avoid those players because even if they killed a large number, more players would come. Most importantly, some players who were clearly killed by them reappeared shortly afterward, as if they could not truly die, even if their bodies were shattered. They would reappear in less than 10 minutes. They couldn't be killed, and eventually, they could only start avoiding those players. The players also realized that some bosses could not be killed and did not waste time attacking them, instead continuously collecting resources such as blood lotuses, spirit crystals, soul crystals, and various elite and sacred bones. A steady stream of resources was sent to Li Hao's Haotian Empire. Finally, after the 15th day, the resources from the Bone Soul Sea were harvested, and the players' gains dwindled. Li Hao chose to end the event. The exchange rules also changed. The top 100 could exchange for supreme-level weapons, ranks 101 to 1000 could exchange for king-level weapons, and other ranks could exchange for items below master level. Due to this event, a large number of players began to change professions, including awakened players, namely those from the mechanical race, using deuterium element nuclear reactors as their energy cores. However, their attack methods remained relatively singular, primarily utilizing various technological weapons for attacks, which were extremely powerful, as the monster attack power in Tianyu Star had become insufficient for them. The entry into the celestial realm is imminent, but Li Hao, having trained in physical techniques and understood the principles of blood energy circulation, has come up with new ideas. Players have always lacked the ability to release skills, so he plans to log off all players and prepare for a major update. This update will utilize the principles of blood energy circulation to enable the rapid release of energy from reactors, allowing robots to unleash energy attacks. Ding! Congratulations to 100,861,0010 players for completing their job transition, 520,1314 players for awakening. The system will undergo a major update, and everyone will be forcibly logged off in 10 minutes. Please pay attention to the official website for specific login notifications. After the update announcement, players began to discuss it eagerly. Most looked forward to the upcoming content, while only those who had come to Tianyu Star for leisure, as well as scientists with tasks and elderly or disabled players, were left with gloomy faces as they were forcibly logged off by the system. Li Hao did not pay attention to their thoughts. After receiving information from the official sources of his country, he routinely delivered various materials and technologies, amounting to 30 units, and then returned to the laboratory in Xiling City on Tianyu Star, continuously brainstorming, simulating, developing, and experimenting. While Li Hao worked tirelessly on his research, the scientists who returned to Lianshui Star were bustling with activity. The materials and even technological products they brought back from Tianyu Star began to significantly boost the technological advancements of his country. In particular, the technical data describing various elements not found on Lianshui Star led them to discover that the moon seemed to have those elements as well, such as materials capable of supporting controllable nuclear fusion and core elements for anti-gravity. Thus, the aerospace agency of his country initiated a significant plan, the Lunar Landing Project. All official military players and scientist players spent a large amount of money and contribution points to exchange for small spacecraft, which Li Hao also assisted in bringing out. 3 days after their emergence, the Lunar Landing Project commenced, with 528 astronauts aboard small spacecraft ascending to the moon, planting the national flag on its surface. Yang Liwei was the overall head of this Lunar Landing Project. Arriving on the moon for the first time, he felt immensely excited, but also experienced a different emotion, especially when seeing the distant Lianshui Star, which intensified that feeling. However, he was aware of their mission, to collect materials, develop the moon, and establish a lunar base for his country. Everyone immediately set up temporary shelters, install mechanical control devices, and deploy all exploration robots. Our tasks are crucial to the future development of our country. I hope everyone treats every detail with caution and never neglects their responsibilities, Yang Liwei stated. With Yang Liwei's arrangements in place, all work began to unfold systematically. A large number of devices were assembled, and many small exploration devices were deployed, with operations proceeding in an orderly manner. Soon, as the equipment was installed, various data appeared on the display screens, including information about mineral resources, locations, depths, yields, and more. Wow, it's incredible. The moon really has these elements. That is amazing. Quick, let the excavation robots start digging. May fortune smile upon our nation. Everyone looking at the data on the screen couldn't help but smile. Despite wearing protective suits that made movement difficult, they still found themselves excitedly gesturing. Soon after, the excavation robots began to move towards the exploration site and started their digging tasks, while the spacecraft that brought them there became a transport vehicle, continuously delivering materials back to the blue planet and sending supplies to the moon. With certain materials in place, batches of technological equipment were produced, marking the beginning of a technological revolution for our nation. Meanwhile, other countries were largely unaware of what was happening, since sanctions were imposed on a certain country, leading to a significant decline in its national strength. All countries remained relatively subdued. The aforementioned country was also working hard to develop, rolling out various policies to attract foreign investment and printing a large amount of its currency, causing its exchange rate to continuously drop, while our nation's exchange rate kept rising, quickly becoming the highest valued currency in foreign exchange. Indeed, the various incentives offered by that country attracted many investors, and most nations were focused on its development. Those countries that had previously been bullied by it were constantly creating troubles for it. As a result, our nation's circumstances went largely unnoticed, even when it was reported that our nation's virtual game had reached its limit, and that the game world was incredibly realistic, time in the game being 5 times longer than that on the blue planet. Other countries found themselves unable to access the game as there were no entry ports provided for them. They could only go through official channels, hoping to introduce the game from Haofeng technology into their own countries, but unfortunately, they couldn't find the person in charge and had to wait for news. As for applying pressure, no one dared to initiate, as no one wanted to experience the fate of that country. However, as the game became increasingly popular, more people began to acquire citizenship in our nation. And those who had previously joined other countries for various reasons found that even after returning to our nation, they could not log into the game Apocalypse Journey. And troublemakers were directly arrested. Of course, players of Apocalypse Journey included not only officials, but also many members of society, including talented individuals. With the technological advancements from Apocalypse Journey being introduced to our nation, our enterprises thrived. The online buzz about Apocalypse Journey intensified, and once anti-gravity technology emerged from our nation, other countries could no longer sit idly by. They successively sent important delegates to express their desire for friendly cooperation. This deepened cooperation with our enterprises significantly boosted our international status, and the technological transformation led by our nation officially began. Naturally, there were also individuals with ulterior motives trying to enter our nation to steal certain technologies, but our nation had already entered the intelligent era, and such small actions were quickly discovered and dealt with. Ultimately, all countries accepted the reality of our nation becoming the world's leading technological power. The only choice to keep pace with this technological revolution was to accept acquisitions by our enterprises or to invest in technology, even paying various patent fees. Chapter 163. The Journey to the Apocalypse. 5 all-new professions. It seems that players can play an even greater role. Immersed in scientific research, Li Hao discovered that weapons of king level and above in the world of Apocalypse could also be inscribed with divine patterns. Moreover, weapons inscribed with divine patterns had greatly improved resilience and attack power through energy activation, with an additional 10 of attack power ignoring defense levels. Weapons of 1-star king level and above could inscribe 1 divine pattern, granting 10 of attack power that ignores defense. 2-star weapons could inscribe 2 divine patterns, and so on, until supreme level weapons could inscribe 5 divine patterns, with an impressive 50 ignoring defense. Without hesitation, Li Hao inscribed 5 divine patterns on his golden pistol, the Dominator longsword, and the Shadow Spear. To facilitate future inscribing, he specially created a divine pattern engraving machine. Engraving divine patterns was quite simple. It only required carving the corresponding symbols onto the weapon. At the moment the divine pattern took shape, if the material could not bear the divine pattern, it would dissolve. Li Hao discovered that only an elemental arc reactor could activate the power of the divine patterns. Therefore, he had to pay more attention to the mining and excavation of elemental minerals, deploying space probes to search deeper into space. After all, relying on the reserves of the celestial star and the cosmic star would eventually run out. Additionally, Li Hao found that vibration gold had excellent energy conduction effects. When incorporated into player robot constructs that unleashed energy attacks, the results were remarkable. Furthermore, quantum materials, when combined with the Apocalypse system's imprinting capabilities, could actually create a dantian for spiritual cultivation in the celestial realm. This dantian allowed for the absorption of spiritual energy and its transformation into true energy through the operation of techniques, which Li Hao referred to as a mechanical dantian. Elated by this discovery, Li Hao immediately ramped up the production of mechanical dantians. As a result, player robots underwent comprehensive upgrades, incorporating a vibration gold energy conduction system, an additional elemental arc reactor, and a mechanical dantian. Of course, the output power of the arc reactor increased with its level, capping at a power level of 100. While the mechanical dantian could be enhanced indefinitely, absorbing enough spiritual energy to refine it into corresponding true energy. When sufficient true energy was accumulated, it could be transformed into liquid, and when enough liquid was gathered, it could solidify, eventually forming a Dan. Once the Dan was formed, it would evolve into an infant spirit, ultimately creating a spiritual entity within the dantian. This spiritual entity would grow step by step into what is known in the celestial realm as a spirit emperor, but it would still be under the system's control, with the usage rights granted to the players. Due to the mechanical dantian system imprint, Li Hao made a small adjustment. When players absorbed spiritual energy and transformed it into true energy, 10 of the true energy would be transmitted back to Li Hao's system core. Li Hao's Chaos Golden Body allows him to cultivate all spiritual cultivation techniques. Therefore, whether it is the 10,000 Ren sword technique from an ancient warrior, the Heavenly Gang thunder control technique from a certain practitioner, or the Crimson Flame dominance blade technique from a renowned swordsman, he can master them all. Moreover, the chaotic true energy can be directly converted into attacks of the corresponding attributes, and the attack power is even greater. However, Li Hao also discovered one issue. He lacks a dantian. Through absorbing spiritual crystals, he found that this energy is stored in every one of his cells, and he can call upon it at will. This has made it quite difficult for him to elevate his spiritual cultivation level, as even after absorbing all the spiritual crystals collected by players, he has only reached the Qi refinement stage. To address this, Li Hao plans to significantly transform the player army, allowing players to cultivate on his behalf. However, to enhance the gaming experience for the players, He has created various skill transmission and casting methods, specifically setting up several character classes. The first class is the Blade Warrior, whose primary weapon is a blade. The skills are based on the various sword techniques from the Crimson Flame sect, improved by Li Hao. The cultivation method for the mechanical Dantian is also the Crimson Flame Dominance blade technique. The second class is the Sword Cultivator, whose primary weapon is a sword. The mechanical Dantian cultivation is based on the 10,000 Rin sword technique, allowing them to use various sword techniques learned from an ancient warrior. The third class is the Thunder Control Practitioner, which resembles a mage class, but can also wield weapons. They cultivate the Thundercloud sect's Heavenly Gang Thunder Control technique and master various Thunderstrike techniques from the same sect. The fourth class is the Gunner, who practices the Chi Gathering technique improved by Li Hao based on all collected methods. This class is set to be proficient in heavy artillery, using high-tech weapons. Even royal-level technological weapons can be infused with divine patterns, demonstrating considerable power, especially the quantum cannons, anti-quantum cannons, and antimatter cannons made from vibranium, which can also be infused with divine patterns and perform decently. However, these technological weapons are consumables, so Li Hao needs to set them as system products that players can store in their inventory, also known as the equipment slot. Of course, the cost for players to become stronger in this class is relatively high, as they need to purchase expensive technological weapons. Since players cannot spend real money in this apocalyptic journey, Li Hao has set the mechanical Dantian's true energy transmission rate to 30, significantly reducing the cost of purchasing technological weapons. Players in this class are relatively strong in the early stages, but become weaker later on, as their true energy realm increases slowly, and the weapons require continuous technological modifications based on the weapons of the celestial realm to enable them to use more advanced weapons. Otherwise, when players from other classes use royal, sacred, or even imperial weapons from the celestial realm, these players will still be stuck with their firearms that can only unleash the power of treasured weapons, leading to a decline in interest. The fifth class is the Shadow Blade, a profession specially designed by Li Hao, which does not have a cultivation method and requires players to find their own enhancements. The bodies of these robots are specially crafted, incorporating various stealth materials, so this class initially only has one core skill, invisibility. Weapons are unrestricted, and the energy transmission rate of the mechanical Dantian at level 20 allows for a relatively free development direction for these players. There is an automatic skill addition feature, but players need to find various skill books in the celestial spirit realm themselves. The purpose of setting up this profession by Li Hao is to encourage players to collect various techniques and combat skills after entering the celestial spirit realm, and he is quite looking forward to how it will develop. Among the 5 professions, the first 3 have professional mentors, namely the trio from Gujantian, while Zhou Jiemo is also an NPC, but serves as a master of identifying and collecting rare materials. Players can approach him to identify any rare materials they collect in the celestial spirit realm, as well as to sell or trade them. After the players finish their tasks, Li Hao recalls his 3 awakening opportunities and 3 chances to extract abilities, pondering which abilities would be best to acquire. Chapter 164. Gaining 6 new abilities. These 6 chances cannot be used casually. Li Hao can absorb electrical devices, thus already mastering various abilities. What he thinks is that these 6 opportunities must be for abilities that cannot be obtained through the system's fusion with electrical devices. The first one is the healing ability, and without hesitation, he uses the healing ability Gene Chain from Yang Chengling, as her healing ability is the strongest on Tianyu Star. She can recover completely even if cut in half. Initially, Yang Chengling was promoted in life level after absorbing the crystal of the Zombie Lord, becoming a 4-spiral primary gene being. Thus, she also had 2 awakening opportunities and 2 ability extraction chances. She chose 4 abilities: Li Hao's spatial ability, Zhou Zi's superfrequency ability, Baltan's materialization ability, and Teska's lightning control ability. All 4 abilities have been developed to the maximum extent on Tianyu Star. Although Zhou Zi did not advance in life level, and Li Hao could not help her with that, she still had 1 ability extraction chance left unused. Li Hao used a clone to help her awaken Yang Chengling's new healing ability, and after enhancing it to the highest level using ability enhancement scrolls, he had Zhou Zi use the ability extraction scroll. They used the ability extraction scroll in this manner, and as a result, Zhou Zi gained the repairing ability, making her already attractive appearance even more radiant, leading Li Hao to indulge in a 3-day and 3-night adventure. Returning to the point, after Li Hao awakened the healing ability, the unique healing ability gene chain slowly extended along one of his main gene chains until it spread throughout his entire body. Li Hao felt as if his divine body had undergone a slight mutation, with healing factors rapidly expanding within him, making him feel as though he had grasped a new form of energy. This energy was green and contained a great vitality. Li Hao sensed that this energy could allow bones to grow flesh, enable withered wood to sprout, and facilitate the rapid growth of vegetation. Although it could not attack, it had countless practical uses. With that, Li Hao smiled and used his second awakening opportunity. This time, the ability awakened was Barton's materialization skill. Although Li Hao's physical hardness was high, it was only metallic in nature. However, the materialization ability could transform into various substances, and after the first mutation, He had great expectations for this ability. As expected, the chaotic golden divine body did not disappoint him. After using his second awakening opportunity, Li Hao discovered that one of the main gene chains had gained a brand new gene chain. Because of this gene chain, Li Hao's divine body mutated again, granting him an entirely new ability. This ability was similar to materialization, but was not limited to just physical substances. When his body came into contact with fire, he could transform into a fire demon, having no substantial body and being able to burn continuously. This was completely different from Li Hao's thermal energy release and the abilities of fire manipulators. Once transformed into a fire demon, he essentially became a mass of fire, possessing powerful fire control abilities to burn as he wished. When his body came into contact with water, he could turn into a water spirit, with his body entirely made of water and possessing strong water control abilities, remaining incredibly powerful. In other words, with this ability, whatever Li Hao transformed into, he could gain the corresponding control capabilities. For the third awakening, Li Hao chose Zhou Zi's super frequency ability, which could greatly enhance his combat power, akin to adding a powerful buff skill that could increase various attributes by about tenfold. Due to the nature of his divine body and system, Li Hao also gained the ability to apply buffs to others, although the attribute enhancement for others was only around 5 times. After using up his awakening opportunities, Li Hao began to utilize his 3 chances for ability extraction. Unfortunately, the 3 abilities extracted were not awakened based on the original main gene, but were directly added. Thus, no mutation occurred, allowing Li Hao to obtain 3 additional abilities. The first was a mind control ability that enabled him to control all humans and even animals on Tianyu Star. However, it was uncertain how effective this would be on humans from the Tianling realm, as most of them were cultivators whose mental strength typically increased with their cultivation level. Li Hao was unsure how high a level of cultivator he could control, but he could still convey information directly. The second ability was object precognition, meaning that as long as he touched a certain object, he could see everything that had happened within a certain radius around that object days prior. Li Hao obtained the maximized version of this ability, allowing him to know everything that had occurred since the object's existence, even if it had existed for thousands of years. The third ability was illusion manipulation. This type of ability required selecting an illusion target and environment during casting. After acquiring this ability, Li Hao could trap all living beings within a 100 kilometers radius into the illusion he desired. However, the duration of this illusion was related to the soul and mental strength of both the caster and the affected individual. The greater the disparity in soul and mental strength between the two, the longer the duration would last. Despite this, Li Hao was already quite satisfied with these abilities. Plus, having reached the level of physical cultivation in the esteemed realm, along with his control over divine patterns and the golden kite demon blade, he felt he could contend with the Soul Clan's soul saints. Even if he couldn't take them all out at once, he could retreat at any time. The golden kite demon blade was a sacred weapon, and at this level, it had a certain level of sentience. Li Hao found that he could not store it in his spatial storage, even when placed in the space created by his spatial ability. The blade vanished as soon as his consciousness faded. However, with a thought, the golden kite demon blade would reappear as if it possessed its own space. Since the golden kite demon blade was not a product of a certain region, it was not under the control of the Doomsday System's mark. So Li Hao could not check its attributes. When he first recognized this weapon, he only knew its name and that it had a source of energy to use. He was unaware of its other functions. The Sea of Souls, it's time to take it down. Golden Kite Demon Blade, it's your moment to shine, Li Hao said, stroking the golden blade in his hand. Buzz. However, as Li Hao spoke, the golden kite demon blade trembled slightly, as if responding to him, and a smile appeared on Li Hao's face. This thing doesn't have a spirit inside like in the novels, does it? Chapter 165. The Soul Clan's Conspiracy. The Sea of Souls, the gathering place of the Soul Clan, had seen unprecedented unity among its members since Li Hao killed Nakalo, and countless players eliminated numerous members of the Soul Clan. They specifically established the Soul Saint Elder Council, which made decisions on all matters concerning the clan, and the members were protected by the council. One day, the council held a meeting to discuss how to respond to Li Hao and the player army. Let's hear everyone's thoughts on how to deal with these outsiders. Our Soul Clan is in grave danger now. The highest ranking among the Soul Saints, Naga-san, who was at the peak of the Soul Saint level and on the verge of breaking into the Soul Emperor realm, spoke first as the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. These outsiders are not easy to deal with. Besides that human who killed the sixth elder, the rest of the outsiders have bodies made of steel, with their physical cultivation level around that of steel bones. Although their individual attack power is not high, they possess strange weapons that pose a significant threat to members below the soul respect level. Most importantly, these outsiders seem to be undying. They come in waves, dying and yet continuously coming back. Dealing with them is truly exhausting. Elder Wu Shatian, ranked 5th in the council, sighed. What you mentioned is known to everyone, and we have all encountered it. That is why we are gathered here to discuss how to respond. Let's talk about that human first. He has mastered divine patterns, which poses a significant threat to us. If we encounter him alone, there is a high chance he will take us down one by one, Elder Nagasan said. I think that human is very likely the leader of those other races. If we take him down, these problems might be resolved. At this point, the third one suddenly spoke up. It is indeed possible. This human appears and disappears without a trace, and now possesses a sacred artifact. To stop him, we would need at least 5 peak soul saints. Over the past few days, none of those other races have shown up, and we don't even know how they got in. I believe we must first find a way to address the reason these other races can freely enter the secret realm. Wu Shatian said again. I know what the fifth one said. Those iron beings rely on the bone altars, which they refer to as their spawning points. To enter the Sea of Skulls, there are probably thousands of those bone altars. Fifth one, take 10 elders and 300 soul masters with you. And while those other races are absent, destroy those altars. But remember to leave around 100 of them. For those 100, you will use the power of the sacred patterns to move them deep into the Blood Sea, to Blood Island, Grand Elder Nagasen said. Are you suggesting we let the blood demons deal with those other races? Hiss, that's indeed a good idea. The bodies of those other races are made of iron, and the seawater of the Blood Sea is highly corrosive to them. It's definitely a plan. All right, I'll get on it right away. Upon hearing Nagasen's words, Wu Shatian was exceptionally pleased and hurriedly took people to execute the plan. That fifth one is still so impulsive. The issue with the other races is nearly settled. What's left is that human. Does anyone have any ideas? Seeing the fifth one had gone to execute the plan, Nagasen smiled and said, I think that human can disappear at will in the secret realm. Perhaps he has already figured out how to enter the barrier. I believe that human will definitely come again. Why don't we do this? And then the third one spoke again. You're right, third one. This time, we must make it so that human has no way to escape. Exactly. This time, once that human comes, he shouldn't think of escaping. The third one's plan is good. Now everyone prepare. Remember, if anyone finds the trail of that human, immediately use secret methods to relay the information. This time, we will make that human understand the cost of provoking our Soul Clan. Li Hao was unaware that the Soul Clan had devised a scheme specifically targeting him and the players. Even if he knew, he would simply smile and not care. It seems much quieter now. Upon returning to the Sea of Skulls, Li Hao looked at the bare skeleton hills. There used to be 1 or 2 small skeletons moving around, or occasionally some places would emit a glow of blood, but now it was exceptionally calm, making Li Hao sense something was off. Buzz. Li Hao immediately activated the quantum radar, and an invisible wave instantly spread across the entire Sea of Skulls. He discovered that all the previously established quantum teleportation devices at the spawning points had been destroyed. Moreover, it seemed that 100 of them had been excavated, and those 100 had appeared on a giant island deep in the Blood Sea. Li Hao then realized that at the end of the skeleton hills in the Sea of Skulls, there was actually a Blood Sea. On the Blood Sea, there was a massive land, and those 100 quantum teleportation devices stood there. As he looked at the ever-churning seawater, it seemed there was some kind of creature lurking beneath the Blood Sea. Li Hao suddenly felt that he might have underestimated the Bone Soul Sea. Perhaps there were still unknown entities here, especially the secrets beneath the Blood Sea. He had scanned this area with quantum radar before, but had not discovered the Blood Sea. Now, upon scanning again, he noticed that the Bone Soul Sea seemed to have expanded significantly, with a Blood Sea appearing that was even larger than the skeleton land surrounding it. Moreover, Li Hao discovered that during the radar scan, those Soul Clan members seemed to have vanished. However, he quickly realized the reason. There was a region within the skeleton land that could not be scanned. It seemed as if an invisible force enveloped that area, preventing the radar waves from penetrating. Since you want to play, I'll play along. Li Hao murmured to himself. Through this radar scan, combined with the previous one, Li Hao concluded that the Bone Soul Sea, or this secret realm, was approximately 200 WM in size, with 75 WM being skeleton land and 125 WM entirely occupied by the Blood Sea. Previously, the barrier had obscured the view beyond the sea, but now it seemed that the barrier had been drawn back by the Soul Clan, and the area covered by it was undoubtedly their gathering place. Li Hao speculated that the exit of the secret realm should be located within that covered area. Perhaps due to the disappearance of the barrier at the edge of the Blood Sea, the blood beasts within the sea began to crawl towards the skeleton land. These blood demons were all crimson and took on various bizarre forms. The mechanical remains left behind by previous players were quickly corroded by the blood water on them, as if they had encountered a powerful acid. The blood demons had a clear target, the blood lotus and the soul crystals. Wherever there was a blood lotus, a large number of blood demons would surge in, and they would start fighting among themselves. Li Hao paid no attention to these blood demons, but transformed into a streak of light, flying directly towards the area enveloped by the barrier. In almost no time, he reached the edge of the barrier. From the outside, the barrier appeared hazy, but from the inside, it was crystal clear. What Li Hao did not know was that, upon his arrival at the edge of the barrier, the Soul Clan members tasked with guarding it noticed him and quickly reported. This human has finally appeared. One of them exclaimed, leading his kin towards the Wind Cave. We'll deal with this human first, then talk about the rest, said the Elder Naga Senator. Yes. Elder. The Wind Cave was the entrance to the celestial spirit realm, thus it was perpetually windy, with most of the winds being thin spiritual energy. The Soul Clan cultivated by absorbing soul power, and the spiritual energy felt somewhat cold to them, which is why they referred to it as the Wind Cave. Outside the Wind Cave was an abyss leading to the celestial spirit realm, known as the Ghost Abyss. a place where the Soul Clan exiled and punished their members. Therefore, it was filled with numerous bones and the spiritual bodies of some Soul Clan members that had mutated after absorbing spiritual energy, with some reaching the rank of nobility. Due to the presence of a revered spirit, the Ghost Abyss has become a forbidden zone for humans and other races. Even those at the Spirit Saint level cannot expect to leave unscathed, as the Soul Clan has the Soul Saint Guardians at this passage. Only those at the Emperor level might directly enter the Skeleton Sea through the Ghost Abyss. However, the Soul Clan once had Emperor-level experts who, after battling the Soul Emperor and sustaining serious injuries, escaped from the Skeleton Sea, realizing that the so-called Forbidden Zone was merely the entrance to the Soul Clan's territory. This incident spread among the Emperor-level experts, and since then, none have casually ventured into the Skeleton Sea, as it proved to be a thankless endeavor. As all Soul Clan members below the revered level retreated into the Wind Cave, several elders watched as Li Hao prepared to attack the barrier with a sacred artifact, exchanging glances and nodding at each other. Then, those elders began to cast spells, and just as Li Hao was about to launch his attack, a flash of light occurred, and he found himself inexplicably inside the barrier. However, he quickly realized that he hadn't entered. Rather, the barrier had expanded to encompass him. Humans, you choose not to walk the path to heaven, and now you come to hell without invitation. Today, within this Imperial Artifact sky, you cannot escape, said Wu Shatian, looking at Li Hao with a cold smile, seemingly eager to witness his fear. Inside this barrier, apart from Li Hao, there were only 29 Soul Saints present. Heh, now it is you who should be escaping, Li Hao replied with a smile, raising the golden knife in his hand. Foolish human. Do you think you can be invincible with just a sacred artifact? You will soon know the meaning of despair. Stop talking to this human. Kill him. Some of the Soul Saints, impatient, gathered their sacred patterns and instantly transformed them into a sacred strike, aiming a powerful slash toward Li Hao's position. Divine Pattern Shield. The speed of these Soul Saints' attacks was rapid, making it difficult to evade without sustaining injuries. A single misstep could result in being overwhelmed by continuous sacred pattern attacks without a chance to counter. Li Hao did not hesitate to activate his divine pattern, forming a golden-red shield above his head to absorb all the sacred strikes. Boom. Crash. Illusions surged forth. After withstanding all the sacred strikes, Li Hao immediately unleashed his illusionary powers, enveloping all the Soul Saints in an instant. Kill that damned human. Don't let him escape. Curse it. How does this human have outside assistance? Brothers, quickly, kill them. This is bad. How could these humans possess sacred level strength? Soul Devouring slash. Exploding soul kill. Everyone stop. Curse it. This human can use illusions. Kill him. In almost no time, the Soul Saints fell victim to the illusions. In their eyes, Li Hao opened a spatial door from which countless powerful humans surged forth, and they immediately engaged in fierce battles with these humans. However, they were unaware that these were merely illusions, and the ones truly fighting them were their own kind. Yet, these Soul Saints had high soul levels and formidable mental power. Especially the Grand Elder, Najizan, quickly sensed the situation and shouted, awakening the others, seeing each other attacking. And with Li Hao in the distance preparing to launch a surprise attack with a smile, they immediately became furious and directed their attacks toward him. Although Li Hao felt a bit regretful that these Spirit Saints had recovered so quickly, he was quite satisfied with his first attempt at illusion. After all, these were Spirit Saints, and he had been practicing the soul devouring technique for a short time, so his soul level couldn't compare to theirs. Making them fall for the illusion was already a success. However, seeing that these Spirit Saints had reacted, he knew that engaging them directly would not yield much benefit, especially since there were so many of them. Therefore, he activated his invisibility ability, which he had acquired by absorbing the invisibility skill from a player's Shadow Blade robot. Li Hao then vanished from the sight of all the Spirit Saints, leaving them looking at each other in confusion. Damn it, where did that human go? Did he run away? It's impossible. This Imperial Artifact sky curtain has shrunk to a size of 100 kilometers. Even Imperial level experts can't leave so easily. This human isn't even at the Saint level, so he definitely can't have escaped. Be careful, this human definitely hasn't left. Watch out for his surprise attack. Each Spirit Saint was less than 50 meters apart, continuously scanning their surroundings to prevent a sneak attack from Li Hao. However, they were unaware that Li Hao had already locked onto one of them. Blood escape, kill. Damn human, kill him. Death Saint Pattern Claw. At that moment, Li Hao transformed into a streak of blood light and quickly appeared behind one of the Spirit Saints. The holy weapon Golden Knife swiftly slashed down. The Spirit Saint sensed movement behind him, but his body's reaction speed couldn't keep up. Even though he had gathered a protective holy pattern behind him, it was of no use, and he was directly cut down by Li Hao's Golden Knife, dying on the spot. The other Spirit Saints, seeing Li Hao's successful sneak attack, instantly became furious and unleashed their powerful moves, but Li Hao transformed into a streak of bloodlight again. By the time they chased after him, his figure had vanished once more. Chapter 167. Annihilation of the Spirit Clan Saints. Damn it, everyone team up. Don't let this kind of person take us down one by one. Use all your soul power to scan. I don't believe this human can just disappear into thin air. Seeing Li Hao succeed in another sneak attack, Nakasen shouted in anger. Something S there? Cut. Quick. Don't let that human escape. Perhaps because they had fully activated their soul power search, Li Hao was discovered just as he prepared to sneak attack one of them. Without hesitation, they bombarded the location where Li Hao was. Boom. Boom. Crash. With no choice, Li Hao could only transform into a streak of light and vanish again. Starting to look for opportunities to launch another sneak attack. Even with a 100-kilometer area, there were still many feasible options. You like to gather together, huh? Fine. Then let me show you the power of the quantum cannon inscribed with divine patterns. Li Hao sneered, taking out a quantum cannon made from special materials. This quantum cannon had 2 divine patterns inscribed on it. Although the explosion range had decreased significantly, its power had increased several times. Especially since Li Hao infused it with a layer of spatial power, a layer of chaotic true energy, and a layer of blood energy. He believed it would be enough to pose a threat to these spirit saints. Buzz. Whoosh. Be careful. As the quantum cannon finished charging, Li Hao's figure became visible. The soul saints looked at the weapon in his hand and immediately sensed the danger, especially the 3 soul saints who were targeted by Li Hao. As the incoming shells approached, they realized it was too late to dodge and instinctively combined their powers to form a holy pattern shield in front of them. Boom. Crash. However, they were only in the early stage of the holy level, and the power of the holy pattern was insufficient. Coupled with the hasty formation, they were directly hit by Li Hao's quantum cannon. The tremendous impact, mixed with spatial energy and the power of the divine pattern, instantly shattered the holy pattern shield. The 3 were blasted away by the intense explosion. With screams, they crashed against the barrier, turning into a pile of shattered bones. The broken holy patterns crumbled, and even the soul fire in the skulls dimmed. Although they weren't dead yet, it was clear they had lost their fighting capability. The other soul saints continued to bombard the position where Li Hao had been, but at this point, he had already vanished after his strike, rendering their efforts futile. It seems the power of the divine pattern is indeed formidable. I must focus on developing divine pattern weapons in the future. Li Hao hid again beneath a mountain of skulls, smiling with satisfaction at the giant cannon in his hands. Next, let us test the power of the anti-quantum cannon. Oh, just in time, a team is coming this way. Since that is the case, let us use you as targets. After being covered by the Imperial Artifact's celestial dome, Li Hao realized that he couldn't directly teleport out. However, he could use the system's return ability to escape. Now was the best time to ambush these soul saints, as they were trapped within the barrier, making it easy for him to catch them off guard. Li Hao smiled. Since entering, he had kept the quantum radar on, so he knew where all the soul saints were. Thus, after each ambush, he would find a hiding spot, occasionally striking them to remind them that it wasn't they who were hunting him, but rather he who was hunting them. Buzz. Whoosh. Boom. Crash. This team of soul saints was even more careless. When Li Hao's shells came flying, they hadn't even raised their holy pattern shields in time. In a panic, they tried to flee but were directly blasted away by the energy of the anti-quantum cannon. Those lucky enough survived with their soul fire intact, while the unlucky ones had their flames extinguished. Before long, Li Hao had ambushed the soul saints down to just 10 remaining, leaving them both furious and anxious, especially as they realized they were trapped and could not escape the Imperial Artifact's celestial dome. What should we do, boss? This human's weapon is strange, and he escapes quickly. He has already ambushed so many of our brothers, yet we can't seem to corner him, the 3rd member said to Naga Senator Boss. We need to come up with a plan, or we might end up being ambushed by him too, the 5th member added. You are anxious. But I am even more anxious. This human has killed so many of our Soul Clan soul saints, yet we need to remain calm. Have you noticed that every time this human escapes, there is a flash of bloodlight? If I'm not mistaken, this human must be consuming their own life force. Having done this so many times, they must be at their limit. Soon, the 5 of us will cast our spells again to shrink this barrier even further. And then we will see where this human will escape to, Nagasan said. What the boss said is correct. Second, you, along with 5th and the other 2. Keep an eye on that human while we perform the secret technique. Don't let that human interrupt us, the 3rd one said again. All right, we 5 understand. Hurry up and perform the secret technique. Although Li Hao did not know what they were discussing, seeing them all gathered together made him smile. It was a perfect opportunity to test the power of the antimatter divine pattern weapon. Without hesitation, Li Hao infused all the spatial energy, chaotic true chi, and a large portion of his life force into the antimatter divine pattern weapon. Buzz. As the 5 of them were casting their secret technique, the barrier shrank at a visible speed. However, Li Hao's figure also appeared, and in his hand was a gigantic technological cannon, twice the size of the previous one. As Li Hao fired, the immense recoil knocked him back a few steps. Be careful, that human has appeared. Boom. Crash. Boom. The guarding soul saints immediately noticed Li Hao, but his attack followed closely behind. The 5 quickly condensed their sacred pattern shields to protect themselves, but they clearly underestimated the power of Li Hao's shot. Their sacred pattern shield didn't last even a second before it shattered, and tremendous energy exploded between the 10 of them. The soul saints casting the secret technique were forcibly interrupted and suffered backlash, while the other 5 guarding soul saints were also blasted away by the massive energy. Then, at the moment they were thrown aside, a powerful suction force struck, pulling all the Soul Saints towards a single point, causing them to collide with each other. Their sacred patterns were shredded, leaving only the remnants of soul flames in their heads. Damn human, you will not die a good death. Ah, human, wait until our Soul Emperor returns. We will annihilate your kind. Ah, not good. That human is coming. Run. The 10 skull head soul flames dimmed as they floated up, cursing. But when they saw Li Hao charging at them with a golden knife, they were frightened and hurriedly controlled their skull heads to flee. Ah, boss, quickly open the barrier. Otherwise, we will all die. Boss, second, third, hurry up and open the barrier. I want to open it too, but this barrier technique requires hand seals to activate. We are powerless to do anything. Not good. That human is coming again. Run. Chapter 168, Divine Weapon Jin Yao. The few soul saints who were left with only skull heads wanted to escape, but were blocked by the Imperial weapon barrier. Seeing Li Hao approaching, they could only flee in panic. Hee, this time, let us see how you escape the divine blade. Go ahead, leave the biggest one, and kill the rest. Li Hao sneered, feeling a restless energy from the blade in his hand. He released its restraints, and the divine blade soared into the air, slicing towards one of the skulls. Damn it, this sacred artifact wants to devour our souls. Run. However, with only their remnants left, they couldn't possibly outrun the sacred blade. Even those who managed to escape by a stroke of luck quickly succumbed to the blade's relentless pursuit, soon being slain and having their souls absorbed. Before long, only Nagasen was left fleeing. For each sacred soul the blade absorbed, its golden light shone brighter, particularly after it absorbed the 28th sacred soul, when its brilliance seemed to dim somewhat. Though the light faded, Li Hao noticed that the blade appeared to have become more agile and lively. However, his focus was not on the blade at that moment. He was busy collecting the sacred bones of the fleeing souls and absorbing their soul crystals to gain various soul secrets of their kind. At this point, the blade seemed to have gained intelligence. Seeing Li Hao deep in thought, it didn't disturb him and instead chased after the fleeing Nagasen. After fleeing for a long time without any sign of pursuit, Nagasen thought Li Hao had forgotten about him, only to discover the sacred artifact was on his tail again. Feeling exhausted, he gathered his strength once more. Damn it, why are you still chasing me? I don't want to die? Nagasen exclaimed as he fled. Stop. I want to kill you. If you keep running, I'll have no choice but to slay you. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Nagasen. He instinctively looked back, but saw nothing besides the ever-pursuing blade. What are you looking at? It's me. I've absorbed enough soul power to awaken my intelligence. My master ordered me to spare you, so I advise you not to waste my energy. Come with me to my master, or don't blame me for being rude. The divine blade said. What? You're a sacred artifact? You can talk? All right, I want to run. Please don't kill me. Nagasen panicked even more upon hearing the artifact speak. A sentient sacred artifact was as powerful as an imperial weapon. How could he not be alarmed? If it weren't for the strong soul power of your kind, and the fact that I've absorbed so many sacred souls, I wouldn't have awakened my intelligence so quickly. Enough chatter. Come with me and accept your master as punishment, or else yes, my lord artifact. I will follow you. Please don't kill me. Nagasen flattered, guessing that the reason the human left him alive was that he couldn't escape this realm and wanted to find a way out through him. With this thought, the once hopeless Nagasen suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could use this as leverage to increase his chances of survival. Master, I've brought the last sacred soul, waiting for your command. The divine blade returned with Nagasen, spinning around Li Hao, its cheerful tone seemingly seeking praise from him. Hiss. You can actually speak? There is truly a spirit within this weapon? Li Hao listened to the neutral voice and looked at the agile golden blade, feeling somewhat surprised. Thanks to the master's great fortune, I've absorbed those sacred souls and awakened my intelligence. You could say I am a spirit of the weapon, or a soul of the weapon. Strictly speaking, I belong to the Soul Clan, the Golden Blade said while nudging Li Hao. Since you've awakened your intelligence, let me give you a name. By the way, are you male or female? Li Hao accepted the reality of the Golden Blade being alive and thought about a name. Master, our Soul Clan has no gender. I am neither male nor female. However, I can mimic human voices, the Golden Blade replied. Well, in that case, you can speak in a female voice from now on. As for your name, let's call you Jin Yao, Li Hao said. Thank you for the name, Master. The Golden Blade said cheerfully. Nagasen watched the interaction between the person and the blade, completely ignored, unsure of what to say, while his mind raced about how to negotiate with this human. Oh, I almost forgot about this guy. Well, he's no longer useful. Let's kill him, Li Hao suddenly said, looking at Nagasen's skull. Human, you can't kill me. If you do, you won't be able to get out, Nagasen said anxiously, while the Golden Blade turned to Li Hao upon hearing his words. I've already figured out a way to get out. Kill him, Li Hao said with a smile. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nagasen wanted to say more, but the Golden Blade didn't give him a chance. In an instant, it struck, and Nagasen was cut in half. Swish. Master, aren't you going to absorb this sacred soul power? The Golden Blade said, activating a certain ability to control Nagasen's sacred soul power within a certain range. You have this ability? That's great. Previously, when I killed Soul Clan members, their soul power would quickly dissipate, leaving only the soul crystals that stored techniques. I didn't expect the golden blade could prevent this soul power from dispersing, Li Hao said, unable to hide his smile. Immediately, Li Hao activated the soul devouring scripture and began to absorb Nagasen's sacred soul power. As he absorbed this power, Li Hao's soul cultivation level rapidly increased. This sacred soul power was the purest form of soul energy and could be directly absorbed. Soon, Li Hao's soul cultivation level reached the soul commander level. Yao, what abilities do you have? After absorbing Nagasen's sacred soul power, Li Hao couldn't help but ask. Master, Yao currently has 3 abilities. The first is energy storage. Yao can absorb external energy and store it in the blade. This energy can be called upon by both Yao and the master. Of course, the master can also input energy for attacks, at which point the divine patterns on Yao will automatically activate, enhancing the master's attack power. The second ability is that by killing beings with soul power, Yao can control their soul power to prevent it from dissipating, allowing the master to absorb and cultivate it, which can quickly elevate the master's soul level. The third ability is that once the master's soul reaches the sovereign level, Yao can take the master into the weapon soul realm, the golden blade explained. The weapon soul realm? What else there? Can all sacred weapons take the master in? Li Hao heard a new term and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 169, The 4 Great Ghost Lords of the Ghost Abyss. The spirit realm is the world of spirit souls, where countless spirit souls and their masters exist. We, as spirit souls, cannot enter the spirit realm until we reach the imperial level. We can only enter when we are with our masters. Once inside, we can undergo spirit soul certification, upgrade our spirit soul level, search for various soul treasures, and enhance the essence of the soul of both the spirit soul and the master. If the master is strong enough, they can also subdue the spirit soul of imperial artifacts. If the spirit soul of an imperial artifact recognizes a master, the master can summon the imperial artifact in the real world to repel enemies, said the Golden Hawk Demon Blade. Oh, so your spirit souls can enter the spirit realm. Where do you go when your master doesn't summon you? Li Hao asked. When we are free, our physical forms can return to the artifact realm, which is our home. Our spirit souls can also enter the artifact realm with our physical forms, replied the Golden Hawk Demon Blade. Can humans enter the artifact realm? Li Hao inquired. Yes, master, but only if their physical bodies reach the imperial level. Otherwise, they will be attacked to death by endless holy artifacts and imperial artifacts, said the Golden Hawk Demon Blade. Well, we'll talk about that later. This imperial artifact sky curtain seems to be at the imperial level, but it's incomplete, without a spirit soul. It can't be used for attack and can't be taken away. What a pity, Li Hao said, looking at the barrier and recalling the soul crystals he had absorbed, as well as the imperial artifact sky curtain's super control secret technique, feeling somewhat regretful. Master, if you want to take this imperial artifact, I can pass on a set of secret techniques to you. This set of techniques can control most treasures without spirit souls or masters, the Golden Hawk Demon Blade said. Noticing Li Hao's lament. Oh, there's such a secret technique? Quickly pass it to me, Li Hao said happily upon hearing Jin Yao's words. Okay, master, please do not resist, said a Yao as she transmitted the secret technique to him. Whoosh. The secret technique, the Golden Variation Sacred Heart Technique. So that's how it is. These Soul Clan secret techniques are indeed profound. Controlling this imperial artifact not only consumes a lot, but also has high requirements for soul levels. A Yao's secret techniques are truly excellent. You are amazing. After receiving the secret technique, Li Hao immediately understood how to use it and couldn't help but praise the Golden Hawk Demon Blade. It is an honor for a Yao to relieve the master's worries. Delighted by Li Hao's praise, the Golden Hawk Demon Blade joyfully circled around him. Receive. Li Hao smiled and immediately cast the secret technique. The imperial artifact sky curtain in the sky visibly shrank at a rapid pace, soon forming a pearl that floated down. Li Hao caught it in his hand. What a good item. Let's store it for now, Li Hao smiled, putting away the imperial artifact. Since it didn't have a spirit soul, it could be directly stored in his storage space. Soul Clan, it's time to deal with you. Looking at the large hole in the distance, he vaguely saw some skulls on lookout. Especially when they noticed the barrier shrinking, they rushed out of the hole, looking into the distance as if anticipating someone's appearance. It's not good. The elders have failed. Run. However, to their disappointment, when the barrier disappeared, they did not see the scene of the Soul Saints returning triumphantly, but rather the cruel smile of Li Hao. They were all taken aback and began to flee towards the Wind Cave. They knew that staying in the Skeleton Sea would eventually lead to their demise. Perhaps going to the spirit realm offered a glimmer of hope. Want to escape? Huh. Leave your bones and soul crystals behind, Li Hao said as he transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards the Wind Cave, arriving in mere moments. Swish. Crack. Along the way, all the Soul Clan members were turned into mere skeletons, their soul flames extinguished. Those from the Soul Clan wished they had several more legs. Desperately running towards the entrance of the spirit realm, Gue Li was a member of the Soul Clan that had been expelled to the Ghost Abyss. And he was the strongest among the mutated spiritual beings in the area. These beings had no fixed shape, resembling humans, demons, ghosts, or beasts. But he had adopted the skeletal appearance of the Soul Clan and had cultivated his spiritual body to the peak of the respected level. In the Ghost Abyss, He and 3 other respected spiritual beings were known as the 4 great ghost lords by humans. He had even given himself an elegant title, calling himself the Ghost Lord. Having lived in the ghost abyss for over 100 years, commanding 10 great ghost kings, 108 ghost sects, and 316 ghost generals, making him a considerable force in this realm. Strictly speaking, he was no longer a member of the Soul Clan, as he had transformed into a spiritual being, a soul body that absorbed spiritual energy for cultivation. Those in the spirit realm referred to this type as the Ghost Spirit Clan. They no longer needed to store their soul flames in skulls like the Soul Clan, but had instead transformed into an energy body, lacking a physical form, yet capable of launching physical and spiritual attacks. Once, during his punishment, he had thought about returning to the Soul Clan when the time was right. But after living in the ghost abyss for so long, he realized he had mutated, beginning to devour his kind to grow stronger. As his power increased, devouring those spiritual beings no longer made him stronger, so he chose to subdue them and establish this force, enjoying the various offerings from his subordinates. He had long since abandoned the idea of returning. On this day, as usual, he was absorbing the soul crystals contributed by his subordinates. However, just as he was about to indulge, he felt a tremor coming from the ground, causing him to frown. He spread out his immense soul power, but found no signs of battle in the ghost abyss. Boom. Crash. At that moment, he heard another violent tremor and a cacophony of crashing sounds, as if countless stones were sliding down a mountain, with various chaotic noises faintly audible. What is going on? Li sensed an unusual aura, discarded the soul crystal in his hand, and flew towards the source of the tremor. Meizun, you are here too? Li arrived at the rocky area in front of the Wind cave and realized that the sounds were indeed coming from within the cave. However, he soon discovered that another ghost lord had also arrived. The ghost monarch in question is known as the Enchantress Monarch, a spirit from the ghostly clan who takes on the appearance of a beautiful human woman. No one in the ghost realm knows her true name. They only recognize her immense power and the fact that she was once a formidable being of the human race. Her strength is such that even other ghost monarchs dare not provoke her, and she is the only one among the 4 great ghost monarchs without any subordinates. Despite having been in the ghost abyss for less than a century, she has made quite a name for herself, due to her human-like appearance and beauty. She has been dubbed the Enchantress Monarch. Do I really need to report to you? She said expressionlessly. Hee. The ghostly fury chuckled awkwardly in response. Despite having interacted with her for many years, he had never seen her smile. He always felt that she was extraordinary, as if her heart was not in this place. And perhaps one day she would leave. The Wraith Monarch and Enchantress Monarch have also arrived. It seems that something significant is about to happen, another spirit. The Wraith Monarch said as he flew in. His true form is a powerful beast, and after being defeated, his spirit fortuitously arrived in the ghost abyss, becoming one of the 4 great ghost monarchs. With all 4 great ghost monarchs gathered, he was eager to see what was happening in the lair of the Soul Clan. Finally, the last of the ghost monarchs, the Phantom Monarch, arrived. The 4 of them each took their positions, watching from a distance as the Wind cave showed no signs of calming down. On the contrary, the sounds were getting closer to the entrance. Besides the Enchantress Monarch, the other ghost monarchs readied themselves for what was to come. Chapter 170. Instant kill of the Ghost Monarch Run. We must escape from the Wind cave immediately. Quickly, the humans are coming. Faster. We're going to die. Get out. Run. A tremendous surge of blood light slashed through the air. Just as the 4 great ghost monarchs were filled with suspicion, a group of skeletal spirits from the Soul Clan rushed out of the Wind cave, seemingly pursued by something terrifying. However, just after they emerged, a deep voice resonated from behind them, followed by countless bloodlight slashes erupting from the cave entrance, instantly killing those who had just escaped, reducing them to piles of shattered bones scattered on the ground. Hiss, who was chasing the members of the Soul Clan. Wasn't there a soul saint guarding inside? The previous bloodlight strikes were infused with a strong blood energy. Could it be a powerful physical cultivator from the human race? Impossible. How could a human emerge from there? Could it be those few humans who sneaked in decades ago? One of them is indeed a physical cultivator. Impossible. This blood energy attack has reached the peak of the monarch level. The human was only at the steel bone level when they entered. How could they have broken through to the peak of the monarch level so quickly? As they observed the bloodlight, the surrounding spirits began to murmur, and the members of the Soul Clan were filled with uncertainty. They were aware that the ancient battle figures had sneaked in, but they also knew there was a soul saint guarding the area, which is why they hadn't intervened. However, upon seeing the bloodlight, they couldn't help but wonder if it truly was the humans who had entered back then. I told you not to run. Why waste my time? What's going on? Are they all here to welcome me? Just as they were speculating, a figure walked out from within. Upon seeing the gathered spirits, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, a hint of a wicked smile formed on his lips. Hiss, who is this human? When did he go in? Why is he hunting the members of the spirit clan? What about the spirit saint inside? Has something happened in there? Looking at Li Hao, these spirits were filled with questions. As the Wind cave often had soul power and soul crystals blowing out, leading many spirits to want to enter it to absorb soul power and strengthen their souls. However, there was a spirit saint inside, and the Qi Zun had warned that any spirit that dared to enter would die. The other members of the spirit clan knew that it was their territory and did not dare to intrude recklessly. For them, the Inwen cave was like a forbidden area, yet a human had emerged from it and had killed many members of the spirit clan in front of all the spirits. How could they not be shocked? Damn it. Human, how did you come out of there? What happened inside? The first to break the silence was Qi Zun Guili. His original form was from the spirit clan, and although he had no thoughts of returning, someone had come out of there and killed, giving him a sense of foreboding. He couldn't help but stand up immediately. The Bone Spirit Sea was, after all, his territory, and now he was witnessing his former clansmen being killed in front of him, especially emerging from his own territory. How could he not think too much about it? He was eager to know the answer. Of course, I walked out. It was nothing much. I just slaughtered the spirit clan. What about it? Do you want to stand up for them? Li Hao looked at the first energy mass that jumped out and quickly recognized that these were the spirits from the memories of Gujan Tian and others. Impossible. You are at most at the peak of the respected level. How could you possibly slaughter the spirit clan? There are more than 10 spirit saints inside. It's absolutely impossible for you to kill them, Guili said in disbelief. Can you try and see if I can? Li Hao provocatively replied. Human, don't be arrogant. Come and take your life. Guili, who had been a ghost Zun for so many years and had ruled over this area, could not tolerate such humiliation. Coupled with various speculations in his heart, he flew up without hesitation and launched a massive energy slash at Li Hao. Soul devouring slash. In Li Hao's eyes, Guili jumped out and unleashed a black energy slash. In this slash, he infused both soul attack and corrosive energy attacks. For an ordinary spirit sovereign level expert, this would indeed be quite tricky, as the energy from this slash could devour true energy and grow stronger. Enough to severely injure an ordinary spirit sovereign level expert. God pattern slash. However, in the astonished gazes of everyone, Li Hao waved the knife in his hand, and a golden red energy attack flashed by, instantly splitting Guili's energy slash in half and quickly striking Guili. Then, the formidable ghost Zun that they had regarded as powerful was instantly killed by this human with one move, transforming into a pure energy crystal that fell to the ground. Top quality soul crystal? Not bad. Li Hao looked at the crystal on the ground, waved his hand, and it flew into his hand. After checking the relevant memories in his mind, he quickly learned the name and function of this crystal. Soul crystals are energy crystals left behind after killing spirits from the ghost clan. These crystals can be directly absorbed or used as alchemical materials, allowing for the absorption of the soul power and spirit power within for cultivation. What? The demon lord was surprisingly defeated in one strike by this human. His weapon turned out to be a divine artifact. This is bad. This human is going to start a massacre. Run. Seeing Li Hao defeat a powerful ghost lord in an instant left everyone stunned, but when they saw Li Hao put away the soul crystal of the ghost lord, they immediately realized that things were dire. In the past, powerful beings from the human race often came here to hunt them for their soul crystals. Watching the cruel smile at the corner of Li Hao's mouth, they couldn't help but flee in a hurry, including the other 3 ghost lords. Since you still have some use, you all stay? Li Hao didn't disappoint them, immediately swinging his divine artifact, a massive beam of bloodlight slashing towards them. Whoosh. Crash. Bang. In an instant, the enormous bloodlight cut down countless stone pillars in the chaotic forest, and those spirits that couldn't escape were instantly torn apart into numerous crystals. The 3 ghost lords also used their abilities to resist Li Hao's bloodlight strike. The Phantom Lord transformed into a giant black energy scorpion, but was sliced in half by the bloodlight. Fortunately, it didn't hit the core, so it survived by turning its lower half into a soul crystal while its upper half shrank back to its original form, significantly weakened. It didn't dare to look back and hurriedly burrowed underground to escape. Chapter 171, Imperial Technique. Sacred Heavenly Seal. The response of the Spirit Lord was similar to that of the Phantom Lord. Its original form was a giant python, and its spirit body was also instantly transformed into a giant python, cut in half, leaving behind a soul crystal before burrowing underground to flee. Only the Charm Lord did not abandon her half-spirit body like the others. When the bloodlight approached, she immediately gathered a rune. The moment this rune appeared, it radiated brilliance, and as the bloodlight strike approached, it met the attack head-on. Li Hao's divine pattern and her gathered rune collided fiercely, canceling each other out. An imperial pattern, interesting. The moment the rune appeared, Li Hao recognized its origin, smiled, and transformed into a streak of light, quickly appearing in front of the Charm Lord. Striking down with his blade. Clang. Whoosh. The Charm Lord, being the strongest among the 4 ghost lords, did not show weakness and fought back against Li Hao. However, despite blocking Li Hao's divine artifact attack, she could not withstand his immense power and was forced back. Yet she remained silent as she battled him. Clang. Hiss. If it were an ordinary lord, the Charm Lord would truly be unmatched, as she could use the Imperial pattern as an attack method. If Li Hao didn't have a divine artifact, other weapons might have been shattered by her Imperial pattern directly. Boom. Crash. However, it was evident that the Charm Lord's overall strength was still slightly weaker than Li Hao's. She was struck powerfully by Li Hao and slammed into a pile of rubble. letting out a muffled groan as the surrounding stones were shattered and scattered all over. "What is your name?" Li Hao asked with interest, looking at the Charm Lord. This spirit, taking the form of a human female, could attack with an imperial pattern, indicating her original strength must be formidable. "Heh, don't think that just because you've exchanged a few moves with me, you are worthy of knowing my title. If I were at my peak, it would be easy for me to crush you." The Spectre of Charm coldly laughed. Having fought a few moves with Li Hao, she already had a rough idea of his strength and was not afraid of him at all. "Heh, it seems you were indeed an empress in your past life. What a pity, you've ended up in this wretched state." Watching the ghostly spirit, Li Hao couldn't help but tease. "Shut up. I may have lost my physical form and my soul is injured, but I am not dead yet. Do not speak carelessly." The Spectre of Charm pretended to be furious as she said, "Heh, I'm waiting for my vitality to recover. What are you waiting for?" However, Li Hao put away his teasing demeanor, sneering coldly as the sacred artifact in his hand glowed with a bright red light. "Heh, cunning little ant. I am gathering the Imperial Seal, what do you think?" Seeing Li Hao sneer, the Spectre of Charm also let out a cold laugh. A golden talisman appearing in her hand. Bloodlight Divine Pattern Slash. Imperial Technique, Sacred Sky Seal. The two of them simultaneously unleashed their attacks, and in an instant, a massive blood blade slashed forward, carrying countless divine patterns towards the golden seal that was swelling in the wind. Swish, crash, boom. The clash of divine patterns against the Imperial Seal created a tremendous explosion of energy between the two, instantly sending them both flying. The Spectre of Charm was hit by Li Hao's divine pattern fragments and the residual energy, making her spirit appear somewhat ethereal, while the Imperial Seal protecting her soul emitted a dim light, looking as if it could extinguish at any moment. Li Hao was also struck by her Imperial pattern fragments. Powerful forces fracturing several of his bones. Had it not been for the residual energy he absorbed, he might have sustained even worse injuries. Imperial patterns and Imperial techniques are indeed formidable. Li Hao activated his healing abilities and quickly restored his injuries. He was well aware of the extent of his defenses. Being injured like this showed just how impressive this woman's techniques were. How could you possibly be fine? The Spectre of Charm thought they would both be equally injured and was just about to flee, but unexpectedly, Li Hao appeared before her completely unharmed, startling her greatly. To be clear, she had just used an Imperial technique. The energy from that was something she had accumulated over many years and was reluctant to expend. This result was simply something she found hard to accept. Heh, Imperial techniques are nothing extraordinary. Seeing you so weak, killing you would yield no benefit. I just happen to have an Imperial artifact without a spirit. I think you would be perfect for it. The moment Li Hao saw the Spectre of Charm, the Golden Hawk Demon Blade informed him that her soul was of Imperial grade. Coincidentally, the Imperial artifact, the Heavenly Canopy, had no spirit, and using an Imperial soul as its spirit would significantly enhance its power. It just so happened that there was a secret method that could directly refine this Imperial soul into a spirit. No way. Even if I die, I will not become your spirit. The Spectre of Charm was infuriated upon hearing this and immediately attempted to escape, but unfortunately, at this moment, there was no way for her to flee. Heh, you have no choice in the matter. Li Hao smiled, took out the Imperial artifact, the Heavenly Canopy Spirit Ball, and performed a secret technique on it, causing a tremendous suction force to emanate from the Spirit Ball. Ah, the Spectre of Charm screamed, and she was immediately drawn into the Spirit Ball. Release the Emperor, you damned ants. Inside the Imperial artifact's spiritual sphere, a shrunken version of the spirit of the Charm Sovereign was roaring. Ha! Scream all you want. No one will come to save you. Li Hao chuckled and directly put away the Imperial artifact's spiritual sphere, ignoring the Charm Sovereign inside. Then, Li Hao leaped into the air and flew towards the front of the abyss. Along the way, he occasionally encountered drifting spirits, but upon seeing Li Hao, they all fled far away without exception. Soon, Li Hao flew over 100 kilometers. Along the way, he came across numerous corpses of humans and exotic beasts. The further he went, the fewer spirits there were, and the sky became brighter. Eventually, Li Hao arrived at a stone wall where white mist appeared above it. He flew up without hesitation, reaching nearly 1,000 meters high, and emerged from the abyss, revealing a forest of bizarre stones. Perhaps it was still night. Everything appeared extraordinarily dark and deep. Is this the spirit realm? The spiritual energy is indeed abundant. Li Hao took a deep breath and activated the techniques of the ancient warriors. The sensation of spiritual energy entering his body at all times made him unable to help but smile slightly. However, it was not the time for cultivation. Li Hao immediately activated his quantum radar ability, but he soon discovered that the quantum radar, which could originally reach 50,000 kilometers, could only sense about 5,000 kilometers in this spirit realm. It seemed that some component in the air here hindered the transmission capability of the quantum radar. To his surprise, within the 5,000 kilometers range, the bizarre stone forest stretched for about 500 kilometers, and only after about 3,000 kilometers did he find traces of humans. Chapter 172. Battle of the Heavenly Blade. Everything indicated that this world seemed to have existed for a very long time, with towering ancient trees and various sect relics, all bearing their own battle scars. Particularly, there was a stone mountain too, 500 kilometers away with a massive crack, as if it had been split open by a sword. In some pit, traces of battle were faintly visible, with remnants of some kind of energy still lingering after many years. Just as Li Hao marveled at the apparent strength of the combat power in this world, he realized he seemed to be surrounded by a group of wolf-like creatures with crimson eyes. According to the memories of the ancient warriors, these wolves were called crimson howling wolves, with bright red eyes, broad ears, and dark fur. They were adept at navigating rocky terrain and were muscular. Classified as a Tier 3 pack beast. Although these beasts were low-level, their spinal marrow was a material used for making body-refining ointments. Due to their pack nature, they were hard to obtain and could be sold for 1,000 spirit crystals each in the nearby realm. The spirit realm had many nations, divided into upper nations, border nations, and ancient nations. Most of these nations were controlled by various sects, and the more powerful the sect, the more advanced the nation it controlled. Reflecting the sect's strength, the red-masked wolves watched as Li Hao approached step by step, baring their teeth and ready to attack at any moment. Li Hao smiled, extended his hand, and activated his mental power, lifting the wolves with an invisible force. They clearly had never encountered such a situation, and one by one, they began to howl in fear. With a motion of his hand, blood splattered as all the wolves were dispatched and casually thrown aside by Li Hao. Ignoring the fallen wolves, Li Hao rose and flew towards the nearest human territory, seeking a location to establish a player teleportation point at an ancient sect's ruins. Soon, he arrived at a stone mountain 2,500 kilometers away and descended upon seeing the massive crevice. While the quantum radar had detected nothing unusual, the sight of this magnificent scene moved him when viewed with the naked eye. The cliffs still retained some form of energy, and as leaves fluttered by, they were sliced in half by an unseen force. Before long, Li Hao discovered a nearly decayed broken blade. He used his mental power to pick it up and activated his precognition ability. The events surrounding this broken blade unfolded in his mind. The images showed the blade enduring the elements on the rock wall, experiencing the passage of time with the changing days and years, while many events occurred around it, with passers-by and beasts passing through. As time rewound, the signs of decay on the blade steadily diminished. After 500 years, it appeared renewed, and after another 30 years, the blade ascended skyward and merged with its other half, forming a brand new sword, revealing divine patterns. The wielder of this blade was an unparalleled swordsman, whose opponent was another extraordinary swordsman. They battled on this stone mountain for decades, with the unparalleled swordsman cleaving the mountain in two, while the other sliced through countless rocks and dense forests. Time continued to rewind. The blade had accompanied the swordsman for nearly 1,000 years, witnessing countless events, including wars of emperors, sect battles, and struggles for various resources. Ultimately, it revealed how it came into the hands of this unmatched swordsman and how it was refined by others. After sorting through the memories of this broken blade, Li Hao's understanding of this world deepened significantly. Through the recollections, he discovered that this world seemed vast, filled with countless ruins and treasures. He also gleaned the sword techniques of the unparalleled swordsman. This swordsman was a holy level powerhouse, practicing a holy level sword technique named Overlord Blade. The higher the level of cultivation, the more fierce and powerful the sword energy became. The techniques primarily consisted of simple moves like slashes and cuts, yet their power was immense, often resulting in opponents being defeated with a single strike. Who are you? What brings you to the cliff of heavenly blades? As Li Hao was pondering, a spaceship flew in from a distance. Two young individuals jumped down and landed on the rocky mountain, shouting at the dazed Li Hao. Behind them, several black-clad guards also leaped down. This spaceship truly resembled a vessel from ancient times, except that while ancient boats floated on water, this one soared through the air. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had already broken. Li Hao, caught off guard, looked at the brightening sky and couldn't help but sigh. The story of this broken knife was indeed too lengthy, consuming a lot of his time. Seems like the young Master Ji is ineffective around here in the Baodian region. Even a mere chi-nurturing stage kid can disregard him, remarked the man who had landed behind Li Hao, unable to suppress his laughter when Li Hao didn't respond. Kid, do you not know I'm talking to you? Are you deaf? Teased the man from behind, growing impatient with Li Hao's silence. Do you realize how loud you are? The weak should be aware of their status. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Li Hao, disturbed by the interruption, didn't care who he was dealing with. He quickly appeared in front of the man, catching him by the throat before he could react. Cough, cough. Who are you? Let go of our young master, or you'll face severe consequences. The young man, referred to as Ji Xiao, gasped for breath. Let go of Ji Xiao, or no one can save you, came the shouts from the others, all taken aback by the sudden turn of events. They drew their weapons, but hesitated to act, as Li Hao's earlier speed had left them stunned. Fu Bo, save me. Ji Xiao managed to choke out. Just as his words fell, a shadow swiftly descended from the spaceship and charged at Li Hao. Before anyone could react, the shadow was already in front of Li Hao, striking at his chest with a palm. Bang! What? Fu Bo. Although others might have missed the figure, Li Hao saw it clearly. As the palm approached, he quickly kicked out, sending the assailant flying. The immense force crashed the man against the stone wall, leaving a deep imprint and causing debris to scatter. Who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Are you seeking to become an enemy of my Baotian? The shadow's form became visible. A man appearing to be in his 60s glared at Li Hao, speaking in a deep voice. Me? Heh, I'm from the Haotian sect, Li Hao. Haotian sect? Have you heard of it? Is it a holy sect or an imperial sect? I haven't heard of it. Could it be a hidden sect? Surely it's not an overseas sect? In an instant, everyone began recalling what they knew about the Haotian sect. But none were aware that Li Hao had merely spoken offhandedly. I don't care what sect you belong to. Please let go of Ji Shao. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, Fu Bo said, having also recalled the names of the holy and imperial sects. Concluding that the Haotian sect was likely just a small sect, and he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Hee. A mere sect without even a saint-level powerhouse dares to be so arrogant. Come on, don't be polite with me. Li Hao smiled indifferently and said. He knew about this sect, which was in charge of a certain country, and the strongest leader was merely at the peak of the respect level, with some elders only at the emperor level. Humph, do you not think it's a bit despicable to threaten with young Master Ji? Fu Bo looked at the young man in Li Hao's hand and couldn't help but say in a deep voice. Oh, you think I'm using him to threaten you? Sorry to mislead you, Dai, Li Hao said, releasing his grip and striking the young man with a palm. The man's body instantly shattered into pieces, not even letting out a scream. Young Master Ji, you dare to kill young Master Ji Dai? A group of people watching their so-called young Master Ji Dai on the spot instantly erupted in fury, drawing their weapons and charging at Li Hao. While another young man glanced at Fu Bo and quickly headed towards the ancient ship. Dai. Li Hao couldn't be bothered with these small fries. With a horizontal sweep of his sword, a blood-red blade aura instantly emerged, cutting the guards in half, blood splattering everywhere. Thief, Dai? Fu Bo was also gathering his powerful move as the guards attacked. Watching Li Hao swing his sword, he jumped up and struck down with a palm, sending a giant handprint of platinum energy rushing towards him. Sky Dominance Slash. Boom. Originally, Fu Bo intended to attack when Li Hao was vulnerable after his strike. But he didn't expect Li Hao's speed to be extremely fast. At the moment he struck, Li Hao swiftly countered, and a giant blade shadow struck Fu Bo's handprint first. Fu Bo's handprint was instantly sliced in half by the blade aura. In midair, he watched helplessly as the blade aura cleaved towards him, unable to dodge, and was directly bisected. What? Sky Dominance Slash? Isn't that the famous skill of the Sky Dominator? How could he? Could he be the heir of the Sky Dominator? Not good. Quickly activate the formation shield. Set sail. Escape. The other young man on the ancient ship was horrified, urging the boatman to start the ship and leave. Since you're here, don't think about going back. Die. Saying this, Li Hao struck again, a giant blood blade slash mixed with divine patterns arriving instantly. Bang. Whoosh. Crash. The formation shield of the ancient ship was shattered in an instant, and the blade aura followed, causing the young man to widen his eyes as even his ship was split in two. The ship lost its formation balance and began to plummet, while the low-level cultivators who had not been killed screamed in terror. The person Li Hao killed earlier was named Ji Huan, a young master from one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, known as one of the 4 young masters. The other young man who was cut in half on the ship was named Nangong Xiang, the son of the grand elder of the sect. Both were the type of spoiled youths with low cultivation who indulged in unsavory activities, and countless lives had been lost because of them. Li Hao had inadvertently touched the jade pendant on Ji Huan, awakening his abilities and discovering this information. In this world, cultivators often engage in fierce battles over minor interests, and many cultivators die unexpectedly every day. Some ruthless cultivators kill without needing any reason. Li Hao didn't check if the people on the ancient ship were all dead. Instead, he casually summoned some personal items belonging to Fu Bo and those young people, as well as some guards, activating his ability to perceive through objects. Subsequently, the experiences associated with these items and their owners were revealed, deepening Li Hao's understanding of this world once again. The Tianling realm is vast. Based on the memories of ancient battle Tian and others, along with the experiences of Kuanzhan Tian Dao and Fu Bo's items, he learned that the upper sect of the Baotian kingdom is the Baoshang sect. However, the Baoshang sect is merely a second-rate sect, one of many second-rate sects under the Jiuxing Emperor sect. The Jiuxing Emperor sect belongs to the Imperial Dao Immortal sect, which has produced a great emperor and possesses various fateful techniques and imperial arts, being one of the top 10 imperial sects. This world has seen many extraordinarily talented individuals and countless rare beasts, with regions that are immensely vast and resources abundant. However, none of this is what Li Hao is currently concerned about. His primary task now is to establish a player spawn point in a place rich in spiritual energy. Regarding this spawn point, Li Hao plans to establish it in the form of a sect. After all, in this world, sects are supreme. If his Haotian sect's strength surpasses that of all the Imperial Dao Immortal sects, countless sects and nations will pay tribute, and he won't need to search for resources himself. They will come continuously. Of course, the development of the sect must be gradual. The territory of the Baoshang sect is quite decent. Although they are just a second-rate sect, they are under the Imperial Dao Immortal sect, which is significantly better than those second-rate sects under the holy sects. Therefore, Their mountain gate is more abundant in spiritual energy than an average second-rate sect. Since this is the case, the first battle of the Tianling realm is yours, Baoshang sect. A smile appeared on Li Hao's lips as he put away the storage bags of Fu Bo and the others and flew toward the mountain gate of the Baoshang sect. At the Baoshang sect, in the residence of the Grand Elder, a figure suddenly burst in, looking panicked as if something major had happened. Grand Elder, it's bad. Young Master Nangong's soul lamp has extinguished. The person said anxiously. He was originally a disciple guarding the soul lamps of the Baoshang sect, and today was his shift. He had been dozing off when he noticed that 2 of the soul lamps had gone out. Initially surprised, he was horrified when he recognized the owners of the soul lamps and immediately ran to the Elder's courtyard. Chapter 174. Nangong Chi what? Xiang'er's soul lamp has gone out? How is that possible? Wasn't Fu Bo protecting him? He is a peak-level spirit emperor cultivator. Who in this Baodian kingdom could kill him? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The Grand Elder, Nangong Chi, initially wanted to reprimand the intruder for his rudeness. But upon hearing the news, he looked at the person seriously. I'm not mistaken. I checked several times. It is indeed young Master Nangong's soul lamp. And Fu Bo's soul lamp has also gone out, the disciple reported truthfully. Nangong Chi was still unable to accept such a reality as he headed towards the soul lamp room. This was his beloved son, the child he had longed for in his old age. Now that he was gone, how could he come to terms with it? However, when he arrived at the soul lamp room and saw the 2 extinguished soul lamps, he couldn't help but feel dazed. A mix of disbelief, anger, sorrow, and grief spread through him. Who killed my Xiang? Nangong Chi said in a deep voice. The disciple guarding the soul lamps hesitated and replied, I don't know. But little did he know that a shadow behind him had taken shape, and with a swift movement, the figure turned toward the disciple's head, causing him to collapse. Returning to the Lord, the young master mentioned going to find the son of the Ji family from the Heavenly Treasure Kingdom a few days ago. And then they planned to go to the Heavenly Blade Cliff to observe the sword techniques of the Batian Saint. It's highly likely that something happened there. The shadow reported. Immediately send someone to investigate. Also, how is the preparation for that matter coming along? Nangong Chi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and asked again. It is already ready, awaiting your command at any moment, the shadow replied. Very good, Yingyi. You have followed me for some time now. Once I become the leader of the Baoshang sect, I will establish a hunting hall, and you will be the hall master, Nangong Chi said. Thank you, my lord. Yingyi cupped his hands in gratitude. Just as they were preparing some schemes for power, an unexpected visitor arrived at the mountain gate of the Baoshang sect. However, before the person could step inside, they were stopped by the guarding disciples. Stop. Who are you? This is the forbidden area of the Baoshang sect, and unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. The guarding disciple said. Oh, so this is indeed the Baoshang sect. It seems I haven't taken a wrong turn. I am Li Hao, here to visit the Baoshang sect, he said, looking at the majestic peaks shrouded in celestial energy. Despite having seen them in memories, viewing them with his own eyes made him unable to resist stealing a few more glances. Which sect are you from? What business do you have at the Baoshang sect? The disciple's tone softened a bit upon hearing Li Hao's introduction. I'm here to discuss something with your sect leader, Li Hao replied with a smile. Do you have a letter of introduction? The disciple inquired. No. Li Hao replied with a grin. Do you have any sect credentials? The disciple asked again. No. Li Hao smiled again. With nothing at all, get lost. Are you trying to waste my time? Our Baoshang sect does not allow just anyone to enter. Hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for taking action. The disciple, seeing that Li Hao had nothing, especially with that smiling expression, became furious. If he weren't on duty, he might have acted already. I'm just here to notify you that this heavenly treasure mountain now belongs to our Haotian sect. Now, please leave immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Hao said coldly. As he stepped into the stone gate, he activated his ability to sense the past, discovering that countless battles had occurred here. The sect had undergone several changes, and this place was not the first sect of its kind. It had merely taken over from others. Given this, it seemed reasonable for him to seize it himself. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Haha, a mere chi-gathering level brat dares to talk about slaughtering? That's hilarious. He chuckled. This kid must be one of those young masters from the mortal families, thinking he's invincible just because he cultivated a bit of true energy. Haha, junior brother, this person is yours to handle. I don't want to get my hands dirty today, he said. The group of guarding disciples couldn't help but laugh. In their eyes, Li Hao was just an ordinary person who had just started his cultivation journey, with their cultivation levels all above the spirit foundation stage. They didn't take Li Hao seriously at all. Since you're here to cause trouble, let me show you my skills. One disciple, who had been talking the most with Li Hao, revealed a cruel smile, drew his knife, and quickly slashed towards Li Hao. Boom. Huh, what happened? Where's my junior brother? Oh, this person is a body cultivator. Quickly, notify the elders. After a loud noise, the disciple who had charged at Li Hao vanished without a trace. The guarding disciples didn't even see how it happened until they noticed a figure spraying blood not far away and the blood trail leading back. Connecting it to Li Hao's earlier actions, they realized their junior brother had been sent flying in an instant, and that person was Li Hao, a body cultivator of the body refining realm. If nothing else, Li Hao was indeed a powerful one. Their expressions changed drastically, and even the disciple sent to report stumbled as he ran away, as if fearing Li Hao's pursuit. Don't come any closer. Our elders are supreme experts. I advise you to surrender now, otherwise, when our elders arrive, you will definitely die. There are countless experts in our sect. I suggest you leave quickly, otherwise, when the enforcement team arrives, you won't be able to escape. Don't approach. As Li Hao took a step forward, the disciples retreated, all on high alert. But Li Hao didn't strike. Instead, he smiled and slowly walked up the stairs. Whoosh. Ah, what's going on? Where are the elders? Where's the enforcement team? Suddenly, the disciple who had gone up the mountain to report seemed to be swept away by a wave of energy, crashing down onto the steps with a cry of pain. The other disciples rushed over to help him up, asking what had happened. It's bad. The elders are fighting. The sect leader is injured. The Grand Elder has betrayed us. The disciple said in a panic. What? Buzz. Before the disciples could react, a loud sound echoed. And the area above the gate of the sect was sealed off by a barrier. Looks like I arrived just in time, Li Hao said, looking at the barrier and then glancing at the mountain peak with a smile. He paid no more attention to the guarding disciples and transformed into a streak of light heading up the mountain. Chapter 175, Taking Down the Baoshang Sect Nangongqi. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable for your actions? Su Mutian, the leader of Baoshang Sect, said while holding the wound on his chest, looking at Nangongqi and the elders standing beside him. Master, I apologize, but those who know how to adapt are the true talents. The Great Elder is indeed more suitable to be the leader than you, said one of the elders who stood with Nangongqi. Su Mutian, your talent is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, you are too merciful. The Baoshang Sect will only decline further under your leadership. What the higher-ups need is someone more suitable to lead, and only I am the best choice to govern the Baoshang Sect. Now that the protective formation has been activated, you cannot escape. Considering our years of friendship, just end your own life, Nangongqi said to Su Mutian. Very well, I didn't expect today to come for me. Su Mutian responded, feeling a sense of despair as he looked at the sword in his hand, trembling slightly. Master, no. We will fight them to the death, even if we must take one down with us. Master, we will fight to the end. The elders and disciples behind him were filled with grief and indignation, but unfortunately, they were all severely injured, unable to stop Su Mutian's actions. Despite their resolute words, it only highlighted their desperate situation. Clap, clap, clap. Unexpectedly, just as the atmosphere became tense and awkward, a sound of applause came from the mountain gate, revealing a young man who had appeared out of nowhere. Who is this person? I've never seen him before, and his attire isn't from our Baoshang sect. What's going on? Didn't the protective barrier close already? How did this young man get in? Could he be a spy from another sect? Speculations arose, and Nangongqi glanced at one of the elders, signaling him to handle the situation. After all, Su Mutian was not dead yet, and with a stranger suddenly appearing, he needed to keep a close watch on Su Mutian. Who are you? How did you get in? The elder, Shangwan Hong, who had been with Nangongqi for some time, was the one who plotted against Su Mutian. Although he saw that Li Hao appeared to be just a young man in the Qi refinement stage, he felt a powerful force emanating from Li Hao, which made him hesitate to attack recklessly. Me? Just a nameless nobody. I was already inside when you closed the barrier. What? Am I not welcome? Li Hao smiled as he spoke. Shangwan Elder, stop wasting time with him and kill him. Nangongqi couldn't help but interject as he saw Shangwan Hong hesitating. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Hong drew a thin sword and quickly lunged at Li Hao, keeping a close watch on his movements. However, he soon realized that when he was about 3 meters away from Li Hao, he still hadn't reacted. A sense of underestimation crept in. Perhaps he had been too cautious. Clang. Just when everyone thought Shangwan Hong's thin sword was about to pierce Li Hao's throat, the sword came to a halt, caught between 2 fingers. As Li Hao looked at Shangwan Hong with a smile, with a swift motion, Li Hao turned his finger, and the fine sword broke with a sound. Shangwan Hong was horrified and retreated, but he soon realized that Li Hao had thrown the broken sword, which shot towards him at an incredible speed. Everyone gasped in shock. However, Shangwan Hong was midair and unable to dodge. The broken sword arrived almost instantaneously, piercing through his heart. He let out a muffled groan and fell. Shangwan Elder. The Grand Elder, Shangwan Elder is dead. How is this possible? Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? One elder rushed to support Shangwan Hong, but found that he had already passed, causing him to exclaim in shock. Upon hearing this, Nangongqi's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he charged towards Su Mutian. Protect the sect leader. First, kill Su Mutian. Kill. To Li Hao's surprise, they didn't attack him, an outsider, but instead started fighting among themselves. Li Hao crossed his arms, momentarily at a loss for words. Enough. Li Hao shouted, activating his mind control ability. A wave swept through, causing all disciples and deacons below the spirit infant level to halt their actions, standing like wooden figures. What is happening? What is wrong with them? Tai Dan. What happened to you? What is going on? Erguzi. Oh no, they've all fallen under that person's spell. Everyone, stop fighting. This person is a demon. Be careful. The remaining elders and the sect leader, all above the spirit infant level, stopped fighting as they watched the scene in horror, staring at Li Hao. Kill them. Li Hao was too lazy to waste words. At his command, Those who had been motionless suddenly had red eyes and charged towards the elders. Taidan, stop. I'm your second brother. Everyone, don't hold back. They've all been controlled by a demon, kill. Faced with former acquaintances attacking them, they didn't know how to react. They hesitated, but the controlled individuals struck with lethal force, causing them to retreat step by step. Nangong Chi shouted and swiftly killed one person. Demon, come take my life. Nangong Chi leapt up, breaking through the encirclement of controlled disciples, charging towards Li Hao. Die. However, Li Hao sneered and quickly drew the golden falcon demon blade, with a single strike of divine runes. Nangong Chi didn't even have time to react before being cleaved in half. What? The Grand Elder was killed in an instant. Run. Get out of the way, don't block me. Kill them. The remaining elders were completely stunned. Without saying a word, they prepared to flee. But countless disciples blocked their path. They immediately stopped holding back and struck at the once familiar faces, with a surge of blood energy. Li Hao had no intention of wasting time. As he released the energy from the sacred weapon battle blade, the scene turned chaotic. With a swift sound, several figures were instantly enveloped by streaks of bloody sword energy, effortlessly slicing them in half. The residual force struck the stone wall behind, leaving countless marks. At a critical moment, Su Mu Tian managed to conjure a sword shield to protect his chest, but unfortunately, it shattered and sent him flying within moments, crashing him hard against the wall behind. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, leaning against the wall as he looked at Li Hao with wide eyes. Unable to close them, the sect master, the elders, the gatekeeping disciples rushed over. And upon seeing the bloody scene with countless severed limbs and familiar faces, they gasped in shock. Alas, they were met with Li Hao's bloody sword strike. And those few disciples met their end as well. Thus, the entire sect was left with no survivors. Chapter 176, The Heavenly Spirit Realm. Haotian sect. There is a saying that goes, do not speak of titles, for countless bones lie beneath a general success. Observing the bloody scene, Li Hao felt no emotional turmoil. The world of fantasy is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. To establish oneself in this world, one must tread upon countless corpses. Without hesitation, Li Hao activated his system abilities, selecting a teleportation point in the Grand Hall and setting the system mark for traversal. He then used his mental power once more, causing numerous heads to float up, while countless storage bags detached from their original owners' bodies. Li Hao collected these heads and storage bags before choosing to return. He reappeared in Haotian City on Tianyu Star, placing the heads in a warehouse and assigning Pangu a task to read their memories and scan their genetic sequences. The heads were then taken away by robots, placed into memory reading and gene scanning devices. Afterward, Li Hao took some items and reappeared in the Grand Hall of the sect, deploying numerous robots and construction materials. Issuing a task to renovate and build the Haotian sect. Tianbao Mountain is vast. Although the sect is considered second-rate, its construction area is not small, reaching the level of a first-rate sect. However, Li Hao planned to demolish and rebuild those structures. Before that, he made a visit to the sect's treasury, scripture pavilion, materials room, and other buildings, taking away a large amount of resources and texts. After several trips, everything from the sect was collected, and Li Hao began designing the architectural style of the Haotian sect. First was the birth hall, which had to be spacious. Although the grand hall of the sect was not small, Li Hao felt it was still a bit cramped. Therefore, he transformed the entire outer gate area of the sect, spanning 10,000 square kilometers, into the birth hall. This hall was not merely a simple square, but incorporated quantum teleportation and positioning functions, as well as other features. Next was the task hall, designed primarily for players to accept and hand over tasks. It included permanent material collection tasks, medicinal herb collection tasks, sect siege tasks, and player-initiated material tasks. In this world, there are various secondary professions such as rune masters, spirit plant masters, pharmacists, weapon refiners, and formation masters. Li Hao also plans to allow players to develop these secondary professions comprehensively, but the information on these professions is relatively scarce, and the resources from the scripture repository of the Baoshang sect are just a drop in the bucket. However, he does not intend to launch these secondary professions right away. Instead, he will first issue collection tasks for various cultivation methods and spells, which players will surely find ways to acquire from other sects or secret realms. Additionally, there will be repair halls, training buildings, secondary profession towers, and some iconic buildings of the sect, such as the Mountain Gate, Main Hall, Lounge, Entertainment Room, and Martial Arts Arena. Among these, entertainment and martial arts activities are online events, meaning that once players reach these areas, their consciousness will be transported to a virtual world filled with various entertainment facilities from the real world, such as gambling, sports, amusement, and games. The martial arts battles also take place in this virtual world, where the intelligence will simulate characters based on individual attributes for players to control. The construction of the sect is handled by robots, while Li Hao begins to absorb knowledge about formations and runes from the heads and the scripture repository. Although the Baoshang sect is not specialized in formations and runes, it still possesses some relevant texts. The arrangement of formations is divided into two types, disc formations and chess formations. The production method for disc formations is relatively simple. It involves carving the corresponding formation diagram onto specific spiritual materials and infusing the appropriate energy to directly cast the specific formation. In contrast, chess formations require specific spiritual materials to be crafted into corresponding chess pieces, which are then arranged to create the relevant formation pattern. Once activated, they can automatically absorb the spiritual energy from the environment to form the corresponding formation. Formations are also categorized by levels, ranging from level 1 to level 11, corresponding to the ability to threaten or defend against enemies of similar levels. For example, the protective formation of the Baoshang sect is a level 9 formation, capable of withstanding a full force attack from a master-level opponent. The level of a formation is determined by the number of formation flags used and the energy absorbed. The more energy invested, the longer the formation lasts. Based on these texts and memories, Li Hao begins to calculate and experiment, with a typical example being the Guardian formation, which requires only 108 chess pieces to set up. However, before arranging the formation, he needs to create the chess pieces. These pieces are not limited to small flags. They can take various shapes, but all pieces of the same formation must be uniform in shape. Therefore, formations can be multiple, and different shaped chess pieces can create different formations. If a certain area is set with thousands of formations, their power would be considerable, making formation masters relatively popular in this world. However, this is quite simple for Li Hao's sect, as their powerful industrial manufacturing capabilities mean they can create any shape of chess piece they desire. The only thing lacking is the so-called spiritual materials. Fortunately, although the Baoshang sect does not have many gifted disciples and elders in formations, it still possesses some spiritual materials that allow Li Hao to produce a considerable number of chess pieces. Subsequently, based on the information from these texts, Li Hao designs various styles of chess pieces and engraves the corresponding runes on them, incorporating them into an industrial manufacturing task. The creation of talismans is relatively simple. It only requires drawing the corresponding runes on spirit paper. The paper itself does not have strict requirements, but the type of paint used for drawing the runes is crucial. Most often, the blood of magical beasts is used as pigment. The higher the level of the magical beast, the greater the power of the talisman. For instance, if a fire talisman is inscribed using the blood of a level 1 magical beast, it might only produce a small fireball. In contrast, if it is inscribed with the blood of an imperial beast, it could potentially unleash a massive fireball. There are many types of talismans, including common attack talismans like fire, rain, metal, blade, sword, and thunder talismans, as well as supportive ones like gentle wind, invisibility, immobilization, and protective talismans. The texts from the Baoshang sect contain limited information on the types and methods of talisman creation, listing only 4: fire, sword, gentle wind, and protective talismans. Li Hao does not insist on expanding this knowledge. He continues to incorporate spirit paper into his manufacturing tasks and begins designing a specialized talisman brush. In this world, talisman brushes are typically made from wolf hair. The Haotian Empire possesses strong industrial manufacturing capabilities, so Li Hao designs several types of talisman brushes, including refillable ballpoint-style brushes, pointed brushes, various steel brushes, and brushes of different shapes and sizes. He also designs a talisman drawing machine, which will allow for one-stop production and mass manufacturing of talismans. Of course, a printer-style talisman engraving seems feasible as well, but according to Li Hao's analysis, talismans produced this way lack a soul and have slightly less power compared to those inscribed with a brush. Activating the talismans is quite simple. For attack talismans, one just needs to input a trace of spiritual energy and throw it at the target to unleash the corresponding attack. Supportive talismans are also straightforward. After activation, they can simply be attached to the body. After completing these tasks, Li Hao returned to the celestial spirit realm, hunted some magical beasts, and collected their blood, which he handed over to robots dispatched by Pangu to begin the manufacturing task. He then returned to Tianyu Star and spent 2 days with Yang Qingling and another female companion before heading to the Baoshang sect. Taking advantage of the time while the sect was under construction, he found a place rich in spiritual energy and entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 177. Meteorite testing. Li Hao's cultivation is not merely about operating techniques to absorb spiritual energy. He understands that improving his spiritual cultivation level is quite challenging. After all, filling all his cells with spiritual energy through simple absorption is a slow process. It would be more effective to wait until the players reach their limits, and then have them cultivate to assist him. He intends to practice the Dragon Bone Divine Refinement technique, especially since he has obtained many holy bones from the Skull Soul Sea, making it the right time to absorb them. Thus, Li Hao continues absorbing the holy bones to enhance his body refinement level. While various buildings of the Haotian sect are under construction, and the mining and manufacturing activities on Tianyu Star are progressing in an orderly manner, including the creation of new player bodies, formation chests, talismans, and clones. The main purpose of the clones is to replicate individuals with good talents from the original Baoshang sect to serve as elder NPCs in the Haotian sect, assisting players with tasks, learning skills, accepting quests, and even guiding players in their development paths. On Blue Water Star, as the Doomsday Journey entered an updated state, the technological level of the nation had significantly improved, seemingly becoming the world's leading power. Meanwhile, The economy of the former dominant nation had been declining, and its once loyal allies began to change their stance, seeking to align themselves closely with the rising power. Unfortunately, as this nation developed the moon, its ambitions extended beyond Blue Water Star, aiming to establish bases on other planets to acquire resources. However, they faced challenges, particularly with energy issues. Although they had mastered controlled nuclear fusion for energy, reaching Mars and even farther to Jupiter remained difficult. Many problems continued to plague them, prompting numerous scientists to hope for the swift launch of the Doomsday Journey to gain access to more technological data. What most people on Blue Water Star did not know was that the technological advantage of the former dominant nation over others was not due to its research capabilities or intelligence, but because it had once obtained alien spacecraft remnants left on Blue Water Star, acquiring corresponding technological data. At that time, not only did the former dominant nation acquire the wreckage, but countries in the European Union also received some. This initiated the Industrial Revolution, which later led to world wars and a subsequent surge in lunar exploration. However, for decades afterward, despite advancements in technology, news of any country landing on the moon ceased. It turned out that there was an alien observation base on the moon, and communication had occurred between the two parties. The specific outcomes of these communications remain unknown, but countries capable of lunar landings reached an unspoken agreement to refrain from further missions, and the aliens eventually left the moon. On this day, the abandoned alien base was discovered by the rising power, shocking all its scientists. They then analyzed the remaining information from the base using the scientific technology of the Doomsday Journey and realized that the alien civilization had always existed and monitored the development of Blue Water Star. But their observation base had moved from the moon to a comet, specifically Halley's Comet. Halley's Comet approaches Blue Water Star every 76 years, meaning they observe its development during each of these intervals. Coincidentally, in a week, Halley's Comet would be near Blue Water Star, marking the time for the aliens to observe. The scientists were uncertain whether these aliens were friends or foes, and they were unsure of the consequences if Blue Water Star's development exceeded their expectations. However, considering the situation from another perspective, if the inhabitants of Blue Water Star discovered a life-bearing planet with significant military power, would humanity seek the consent of its life forms rather than invade? The answer was clearly no. The principle of the weak being oppressed is timeless. As a result, they began trying to contact Li Hao, but unfortunately, they could not reach him, nor could they access the Doomsday Journey. What those scientists did not know was that when they touched the remnants of the base's instruments, those devices transmitted signals to a base on Mars. Yes, there is an extraterrestrial base on Mars, and the reason the lunar base was not destroyed was intentional. The signal conveyed was quite simple. The beings from the blue planet had landed on the moon once again. The blue beings had landed on the moon again. How long until the Comet Monitoring Station conducts detailed monitoring? Asked an extraterrestrial resembling a humanoid. About 7 days, replied another. Well, these days have been quite dull. Let's conduct a Class C test and launch a Class C meteorite. No problem. Just like that. These extraterrestrials decided the fate of millions of blue beings with a few words. The so-called Class C test involved launching a 50 km-sized meteorite towards the blue planet. By analyzing the various data on how the blue beings would intercept the meteorite, they could estimate the technological level of the blue civilization. When the meteorite was launched, their detectors would also accompany it to monitor the humans' responses, including the discovery time, location of the meteorite, and the measures taken against it. If the meteorite was destroyed in space without any fragments falling onto the blue planet, they would consider the civilization level to be level 1. If the meteorite was exploded in the atmosphere, scattering debris, the civilization level might be around level 0. 9. If the blue being's weapons could hit the meteorite but not destroy it, the civilization level would be about level 0. 8. If the weapons failed to hit the meteorite at all, or if they hit but had no effect on its kinetic energy, the civilization level would likely be below level 0. 7. Under the operation of those extraterrestrials, a 50 km-sized meteorite was headed towards the orbit of the blue planet, and according to their calculations, it would reach the atmosphere in about 3 days. The meteorite spun and flew through space, getting closer to the blue planet, while the inhabitants remained unaware. About a day later, the space station of a certain nation finally detected the meteorite, instantly alarming everyone. Report. A meteorite has been detected approaching the orbit of the blue planet. What? A meteorite is approaching the orbit of the blue planet? Immediately calculate the data for that meteorite. Is there a possibility of it crashing into the blue planet? And so, a group of people became busy, continuously simulating, calculating, and speculating. And the final results left them pale. Meteorite diameter, 50 kilometers. Meteorite speed, 40 kilometers s. The meteorite is expected to reach the outer atmosphere in 48 hours. The composition of the meteorite is primarily iron, nickel, manganese, and calcium. The likely impact site is in the region of Sudu. Immediately notify the Security Bureau and report to the relevant authorities. Thus, scientists from all nations on the blue planet became busy, each beginning to think about countermeasures and calculating the potential impacts of the impending fall. It is evident that such a massive meteorite poses a severe challenge, or rather a crisis, for the blue planet. During an emergency meeting, Everyone is discussing this issue. What are the thoughts on this meteorite? A representative from a certain country spoke up first, as their international status is now indisputable, and it is only fitting for them to take the lead. We unanimously believe that if this meteorite were to fall on the blue planet, it could cause irreversible damage. First, a significant loss of life would occur, including countless human lives. Secondly, there would be geological impacts. With such a large meteorite, coupled with its high speed and kinetic energy, if it were to fall, many nations on the blue planet could face devastating disasters related to earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, and other aftereffects. In other words, regardless of where this meteorite lands, it could significantly affect all humanity on the blue planet, with some countries potentially submerged by seawater. Furthermore, the meteorite is traveling at an extremely high speed. If it enters the atmosphere, the gravitational pull would increase its speed, making it impossible for our missiles to intercept it. Therefore, it is best to prevent this meteorite from entering outer space, a representative from another country added. However, blocking such a large meteorite in outer space is no easy task. Indeed, our nuclear weapons have difficulty reaching outer space. If the launch speed of our rockets is insufficient, even if we hit it, there would still be a significant amount of debris falling. This is a real challenge. Given the current technological level of the aforementioned country, is there any good solution? Yes. The most likely landing site for the meteorite is indeed your country. Do you have any plans? A group of people debated, presenting various data. But when it came to handling the meteorite, no one had a better solution, and all eyes ultimately turned to the representative from the aforementioned country. Although our technology has advanced rapidly, and we have some plans for high-attack weapons, with only 45 hours left, we cannot develop a solution in such a short time. We can only do our best, the representative lamented. If even you cannot prevent it from entering outer space, then we will have to respond when it approaches the atmosphere. But that could impact the ecological balance of the blue planet. All right, everyone, let us do our utmost to evacuate the population, stay in contact, and give it our all. With that, the meeting ended on a somber note, and those potentially affected nations immediately initiated emergency plans to evacuate people. News of the meteorite's impending arrival began to circulate internationally, especially in the regions that might be affected, leading to widespread panic and riots. What? A meteorite over 50 kilometers in size is going to fall on the blue planet? My God! Is the extinction event of the dinosaurs about to repeat in our generation? Why? I'm still so young, I don't want to die? Hurry, hurry, I have money. I want to transfer it to another country. The end of the world is here, it's all over. Countless people are wailing. Riots are breaking out in various regions, especially in certain countries and coastal cities, while national armies are organizing evacuations. People from the flower-growing nation are relatively fine, accepting the government's control, all driving anti-gravity cars towards previously remote areas, like a certain district with vast land and sparse population. Since most people from that nation have anti-gravity cars, the escape is not too frantic. However, in island countries and other areas that might be affected, people are panicking, relying entirely on military aircraft for transport. But the whole country is a disaster zone, with a large population and limited time, making evacuation impossible, and they can only seek help from other nations. A once struggling, beautiful country has begun to dig for talent in large numbers. Of course, they cannot take talent from the flower-growing nation, as most people there can directly escape the disaster zones due to the prevalence of anti-gravity cars. In a high-rise building in a certain district, Liu Yifeng looks out at the numerous flying vehicles and visible meteors in the sky, feeling indescribable emotions. Mr. Liu, still unable to contact the chairman? Yes, I. Then let's evacuate. Experts say our area may be a disaster zone. If a meteor falls, nothing will be left here. I know. I just lament that such a tall building, if destroyed by a meteor, would be a real pity. What if the chairman returns to find nothing left? The heavens bring unexpected storms, and we are powerless. Let's go. Take your family. As long as we are alive, we can rebuild later. Okay, let's go. At a base in the flower-growing nation, Su Guobao keeps dialing a certain phone number, but all he hears is a busy signal, making him anxious as he paces back and forth. Old Su still can't reach Li Hao? An elderly man asks. Yes, Wang Lao. Li Hao always seems unreachable at critical moments. Su Guobao replies helplessly. If it really doesn't work, maybe we should evacuate. This might be the fate of our blue water star, the old man responds, feeling equally helpless about the situation. Just as they are in a panic, Su Guobao's phone rings. He thinks it's Li Hao calling, but it's actually the weapons development department. What? You've modified a rocket nuclear bomb? Okay, I'm on my way. Wang Lao, we need to go to the weapons department immediately. There might be hope. So, the two hurry to the weapons development department, where they see a super large carrier rocket standing tall. All equipment simulation tests are complete. All connection facilities have been checked. All program control software and hardware have been tested. Each announcement sounds powerful, and everyone on Blue Water Star is focused on this event, with the flower-growing nation even live-streaming it. Everyone has the right to know the outcome of this battle, and all are praying and sending blessings. 3, 2, 1, ignition. Chapter 179. Destroying the meteorite with a command given. The thrusters of the nuclear missile carrier rocket ignited, and as the flames shot out faster, the rocket began to ascend. The nuclear missile carrier rocket was also equipped with an anti-gravity system, which activated alongside the thrusters, causing the flight speed of the rocket to increase rapidly. Everyone on Blue Water Planet was focused on this live broadcast, while scientists from the neighboring region observed the data intently. The flight speed reached 10 km/s. The flight speed reached 15 km/s. The flight speed reached 18 km/s. The first stage energy accelerator was depleted, and the second stage energy accelerator was activated immediately. The flight speed reached 20 km/s. The flight speed reached 205 km/s. Not good. The flight speed has peaked at 21 km/s. The meteorite's speed is at 30 km/s, and our nuclear missile carrier cannot stop the meteorite in outer space. Collision is expected in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Boom. In the moment when everyone held their breath, the nuclear missile collided with the meteorite, and the massive energy wave instantly lifted thousands of kilometers of atmosphere on Blue Water Planet. In an instant, outer space was enveloped in flames, and it took several seconds for the sky to return to its normal state. Just when everyone thought they had succeeded, as the flames disappeared, the meteorite reappeared in outer space. The speed of the meteorite dropped to 20 km/s, and its size was reduced to only 30 kilometers in diameter. Yet it continued to head towards Blue Water Planet. As the meteorite entered the atmosphere, its speed began to accelerate, igniting and leaving behind a long trail of black smoke. We have failed. Everyone braced for impact. At such speed and size, the energy released upon collision would be enough to devastate an area the size of 1/3 of Blue Water Planet. Unexpectedly, the end of the world came so suddenly. Darling, let's be together in the next life. If there is a next life, I hope my neighbor is still Brother Wong. Zhang Ailing, you and Brother Wong. This day was destined to be a day of sorrow. Let us mourn for the disaster-stricken areas together. Other regions should prepare for earthquakes, tsunamis, hurricanes, and other disasters. Liu Yong, do you think we will meet again in the next life? Aing, we definitely will. I feel lucky to have met you in this life. Me too. Faced with the meteorite trailing a massive tail, everyone gave up resisting. Even those with anti-gravity vehicles were helpless. The high-speed impact left no place to escape and no time to flee. Originally, they had all flown to the refuge area, but due to the rocket's impact, the trajectory shifted and the collision point became the world's highest peak. The immense energy carried by the meteorite striking the bulge of Blue Water Planet would undoubtedly cause overwhelming earthquakes across half of the land, and the flames would deliver a devastating blow to 1/3 of the land. The dust, hurricanes, and debris from the impact would cover half of Blue Water Planet. In other words, this meteorite's impact on Blue Water Planet would be catastrophic. Tianyu Star, after nearly a month of effort, Li Hao finally absorbed all the sacred bones. But his bones only reached the peak of the sacred level. This means that without enough Imperial bones, Li Hao's bone level could not be further upgraded. However, Li Hao didn't mind this at all, as he had been practicing for a short time and would definitely have the opportunity to advance to the Imperial level in the future. Additionally, the blood lotus flowers obtained from the Bone Soul Sea had also been fully absorbed by Li Hao, and both the Spirit Crystal and Soul Crystal were exhausted as well. His soul level was at the Soul Sect level, while his cultivation level had entered the stage of condensing gas into liquid. It was time for the players to log in. The resources from the Bone Soul Sea and the resources from the Heavenly Spirit Realm were ready to be collected. Li Hao felt his own physique and strength and nodded in satisfaction. Nuwa, open the player arrival channel immediately. Yes, Commander. The channel has been opened. However, to Li Hao's surprise, although the channel was open, no one came through. He thought there might be an error in the process, but the system checked itself multiple times without any issues. Nuwa, open the main world network channel. I want to see if something significant has happened. What? A meteorite struck Blue Water Star? Return. After connecting to the network of Blue Water Star, Li Hao instantly understood what had happened and immediately chose to return. Upon returning to the main world, Li Hao took off and saw the meteorite entering the atmosphere. Without hesitation, he activated his lightning speed and dashed toward the impact point like a streak of light. Now with the Supreme Bone and under Li Hao's extreme acceleration, he arrived at Mount Everest in about a minute and activated his rapid flight ability, quickly heading toward the meteorite. Boom. As the meteorite was just a few hundred meters from the ground, everyone dared not open their eyes to look. Yet many still stared blankly at the scene of the meteorite falling. However, in an instant, a beam of light struck the meteorite from below. The speed of that light was faster than the meteorite's descent, directly shattering it. The meteorite disintegrated instantly, and its fragments fell toward Mount Everest. Strangely, the fragments landing on the mountainside caused little energy fluctuation, as if the massive energy they carried had vanished. The pits created upon impact were similar to those made by stones falling from a height of hundreds of meters, although they stirred up some waves. The consequence was merely a minor avalanche, leaving Blue Water Star essentially unscathed. No one knew what had happened, but no one could resist the cheer of survival after the disaster. Thank goodness, we are safe. Great, the meteorite disintegrated. It must be the divine protection. We're fine. We're fine, let's go home. Yes, I'll definitely have a few more drinks when I get back. Those who had fled from the disaster areas finally felt relieved as they watched the live broadcast. each showing joy for having survived and gradually beginning their journey home. Can we see clearly what that beam of light was? At the Satellite Live Broadcast Monitoring Center, Old Wong spoke to his staff. Let's analyze it. The staff then began to retrieve the video footage and slowed down the playback speed. However, no matter how they adjusted it, the light and shadow appeared in an instant, forcing them to reduce the speed again until the footage was played frame by frame, and finally, they saw a blurry figure. What is this? What kind of weapon is this? It seems like a human figure. Chapter 180, Lunar Base Construction Plan. After Li Hao pierced the meteorite, he directly absorbed the immense energy it carried. He knew everyone was paying attention to this meteorite, so after resolving the issue, he entered stealth mode, freezing in the high sky to alleviate the enormous energy he had just absorbed. Indeed, the energy carried by the meteorite was substantial. Li Hao had no doubt that if he hadn't advanced to the saint level, forcibly absorbing this energy would have been extremely painful, if not fatal. After a while, Li Hao took a deep breath and began to investigate the reason for the meteorite's fall. When he obtained the quantum radar, he had already checked that there were no meteorites in the near orbit of the blue planet. Even if there were, they wouldn't fall on it, as they would likely be drawn away by the gravity of Jupiter. While Li Hao was investigating the cause of the meteorite attack, the aliens at the Martian base were somewhat confused because their detectors had not detected how the meteorite disintegrated, nor how its immense energy vanished. They had initially thought that if the blue planet could hit the meteorite, its civilization level should be between 0.8 and 0.9. But they never expected it would be forcibly disintegrated by an external force during its fall, causing the energy to disappear. What is going on? How could the meteorite disintegrate? One alien said. I don't know. Another alien replied. Should we try sending another one? The first alien suggested again. Forget it. Sending another one will take 3 days. The comet super detector will arrive in the near orbit of the blue planet in 3 days. We can check it then. However, the civilization level of the blue planet is about 0.85, and it is approaching 0.9. Let's record this first, and we can discuss it after the comet super detection. Another alien pondered and said, oh, it turns out to be you. Li Hao first invaded the blue planet's network and accessed a lot of information, including the discovery of the alien base on the moon by a certain country. Li Hao also invaded the alien's lunar base and analyzed a lot of information, including the relocation plan of the alien base that the certain country had not deciphered, as well as documents related to civilization level testing. By combining various data for speculation, Li Hao discovered a fact. The fundamental reason for the meteorite attacking the blue planet was likely orchestrated by the aliens. However, to verify this, Li Hao decided to wait for the comet's approach to the blue planet's orbit in 3 days. If there truly were alien detectors on the comet, it would mean that the blue planet had indeed been under the aliens' attention all along. Combining the various resources obtained by the certain country on the moon, Li Hao suddenly realized he had underestimated the main world. Perhaps the resources in the main world were not less than those in the apocalyptic world and the celestial realm. Apart from the planet known as Blue Water Star, there are likely many other resource-rich planets. Suddenly, Li Hao formulated a plan in his mind to develop the solar system. Without further thought, he transformed into a beam of light and flew towards the Haotian Tower. Along the way, he saw countless spacecraft heading to various locations in a certain country, among which were employees of Haofeng Technology. Li Hao did not linger and quickly arrived at Haotian Tower, which, at that moment, was devoid of any human presence except for intelligent robotic devices. Next, Li Hao went to the Underground Energy Center, returned to Tianyu Star, took some equipment and energy, and returned to Blue Water Star. He placed several quantum teleportation devices, upgraded the energy center, and remodeled Haotian Tower into a super space-based weapon, which was essentially a towering structure capable of continuously releasing antimatter energy. He instructed Pangu to directly attack any unverified entities that approached Blue Water Star. After that, Li Hao flew to the satellite orbit of Blue Water Star, released several quantum satellites and quantum relay stations, and then used quantum teleportation capabilities to arrive at the moon. At this point, Li Hao, even without the need for breathing, was fine. After reaching the saint level in physical cultivation, he could traverse space with his physical body. He knew there was a base of a certain country on the moon, and without hiding, he headed straight for that lunar base. Beep beep. What is that alarm? Let's check it out. Captain, the radar has detected a life form approaching the base. What? How is that possible? There are no conditions for life to exist on the moon. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? It's impossible. I'm not mistaken. Where did it go? You must have seen it wrong. When the group heard about life forms on the moon, they all rushed towards the detector, but as they approached, they found the alarm had stopped, leading to a debate among them. The life form you didn't see wrong is me. A voice echoed behind them, prompting the group to instinctively turn around. Who are you, human or ghost? How is this possible? You're not wearing a protective suit. Who are you? Why are you on the moon? Don't come any closer. There are many of us, and we aren't afraid of you. The group looked at Li Hao, who was walking normally on the moon without a protective suit, and they were astonished, starting to retreat. I am Li Hao. Contact your supervisor immediately. I have something to discuss with you. Never mind. I'll contact them myself, Li Hao said, but seeing that this group was keeping their distance, he didn't bother to waste words. Instead, he sent a stream of data to their devices, and a long-distance call was soon connected. Hello, Li Hao, where are you? I've been looking for you for a long time. Can you give me a contact number next time? Every time I want to find you. I can't reach you, Su Guobao said, unable to hold back. Minister Su, just watch the video, and you'll know where I am, Li Hao replied. You're on the moon? How is that possible? You're not filming a movie, are you? Su Guobao said, astonished. I don't want to explain it to you. Just look at them. I have something to discuss with you. Li Hao also didn't want to explain too much to Su Guobao, so he directly let him see those workers in protective suits. Hey, it's Minister Su, it's me, I'm Xiao Wang. Minister Su, I'm here too, I'm Xiao Li. A group of people looked at Su Guobao and couldn't help but speak up, each jumping out to introduce themselves. Su Guobao instantly realized that Li Hao was indeed on the moon and was inside their base. Hey, what's going on? Just tell me. I'm listening, Su Guobao said, forcing himself to stay calm. It's nothing major, just to inform you that I'm planning to build a base on the moon. You can continue your development there. Just don't be surprised when you see my base later, Li Hao said. All right, I will report to the higher-ups. We won't disturb you. By the way, about that meteorite. Was it you who handled it in the end? Su Guobao asked. Yes. After finishing the video call with Su Guobao, Li Hao disappeared before the astonished expressions of those workers. Yes, he literally vanished. At his speed, ordinary people couldn't see anything. Then, Li Hao arrived on the far side of the moon, found a location rich in minerals, and deployed a large number of robots and mining equipment, issuing commands for excavation and base establishment. Meanwhile, he began researching the mineral distribution, element analysis, and geological surveys of the moon, quickly discovering its uniqueness. Firstly, the moon contains many elements that the other planet does not have, and it always shows only one face to that planet. Although it rotates, this rotation is quite special. It is known as tidal locking, where the moon's rotation and revolution both take about a month. This time difference allows that planet to see only one side of the moon. Additionally, the density of the moon's rocks is very high. Based on its volume and mass, it is highly likely that the moon is hollow inside. This hypothesis had been suggested by scientists from that other planet long ago. And only after Li Hao set foot on the moon did he realize that their speculation was indeed correct. It is well known that the moon is a satellite of that other planet, but there are several theories regarding its origin. The first theory suggests that the moon was once part of the Earth and that billions of years ago, a collision with another planet caused some land to be ejected from that planet, forming the moon. However, Li Hao found this theory unreliable, as he discovered various mineral elements on the moon that do not exist on that other planet, and the existing substances also differ in form. For instance, elemental iron exists in its pure form on the moon, and the moon's soil contains oxygen but has not undergone oxidation. If the moon and that other planet had separated from the same celestial body, their elemental types should be quite similar rather than having a large number of elements absent on that other planet. The second theory posits that the moon is a celestial body from another part of the universe that was captured by that other planet and became its satellite. However, this statement is even less credible. Firstly, normally captured celestial bodies have elliptical orbits around their primary stars, similar to the satellites of other planets or other planets orbiting the sun, all of which are elliptical. Although the moon's orbit around a certain planet is also elliptical, the degree of its ellipse differs significantly from that of normally captured satellites. This existence resembles more like a satellite launched into space by humans using a rocket. Secondly, the mass of this certain planet is not the heaviest in its system. If the moon were originally a planet, the most likely candidate to capture it would be the largest planet in the system, which is known for being massive, followed by another large planet that has the most satellites and stunning rings. Lost in thought, Li Hao inadvertently arrived at the discovered alien base. He activated his quantum vision and quickly noticed something unusual about the base. The surface of this base was coated with a layer that prevented quantum vision, rendering his abilities ineffective, and even his quantum radar was useless. Filled with deep curiosity, Li Hao entered directly and began to explore the base. However, sensing the presence of researchers from a certain country, he didn't want to waste time talking to them. Instead, he turned invisible and floated in the air, continuously observing the base. On the surface, the base appeared to be unremarkable, showcasing an alien sci-fi style. But as Li Hao continued to observe, he discovered something unusual. There was a massive pit beneath the base. The soil in this pit had a different density, as if it had been excavated and then refilled. Li Hao utilized his mental powers to dive into the soft soil. After descending about 100 kilometers, he discovered a curved tunnel devoid of soil. And he grew even more curious about the depths of this tunnel, as its walls were made of alloy material. After diving approximately 1,000 kilometers, he found a steel door, clearly a mechanical door, and it looked quite futuristic. Surprised by this discovery, Li Hao began to study how to open the door, but he quickly realized that it could only be opened from the inside. Not wasting any time, his eyes turned red, and he immediately fired a laser. Starting to cut through the steel door, sparks flew as the door was burned through, creating a large opening. Li Hao reached out his hands and pried the door open, revealing a beam of light, which led to a shocking scene. Inside was a world filled with sunlight, lakes, greenery, various sci-fi buildings, and air with an oxygen level of 30. This must be the true alien base, Li Hao murmured to himself. The buildings here were no longer coated with quantum-resistant layers. Li Hao activated his quantum vision once again, and soon the inner world of this moon was fully revealed to him. First, the area of this base is approximately 400,000 square kilometers, and its structure is quite unique, occupying only half of the moon's core. Overall, it resembles the bottom of a roly-poly toy. Its distinctive design keeps this circular world oriented away from the blue planet, and it is this unique structure that allows the moon's orbit to approach a circular shape. In the center of this base, there is an iron tower topped with a massive controllable nuclear fusion reactor, which contains a small artificial sun that continuously illuminates and powers the entire base. However, based on the size of the fusion reactor and the current output of light, Li Hao deduces that this small sun has been activated for over 500 years. Additionally, the base still hosts flora and fauna, all of which are prehistoric-level organisms. Although the animals are relatively small, a complete biological chain has formed, and as long as that small sun remains, this biological chain will continue. It seems that evolution has lost its effect on them, as they retain their most primitive existence. Furthermore, there are no aliens left here, and most of the instruments and equipment have been removed, leaving only those necessary to maintain the moon's gravitational center and the fusion reactor, along with some empty buildings. However, the presence of these facilities and structures indicates the immense cost involved in constructing this base. Li Hao can't help but admire the aliens' grand designs. According to Li Hao's calculations, the equipment maintaining the moon's gravity can allow it to escape the influence of the blue planet's gravity and travel elsewhere. This suggests that the moon truly originated from somewhere else and was brought to the blue planet's satellite orbit after being modified by aliens. The aliens likely did not take the moon away because the inhabitants of the blue planet had become accustomed to its presence. Removing it directly would raise their suspicions. Moreover, the moon is a source of tides for the blue planet, playing a crucial role in shaping its current ecological environment, and its removal could lead to a mass extinction of life on Earth. Subsequently, Li Hao arrived at the moon's gravity control center, where the equipment was still operational. The materials and structures of these devices are also quite special, enabling them to function for tens of thousands of years without any faults. Li Hao activated his quantum vision to analyze the principles of this equipment, continuously designing and simulating scenarios in his mind. The deeper he delved into the analysis, the more astonished he became, leading him to admire the wisdom of the aliens. Upon grasping the principles of the equipment, Li Hao placed his hands on the device platform and activated his ability to foresee interactions. Soon, he discovered the origin of the moon. It turned out that the first thing constructed was this gravity device, which was then launched into space to create the core base of the moon. Subsequently, various minerals, soils, and elements were continuously added around this core base, ultimately forming the current size of the moon. Subsequently, the moon was activated by extraterrestrials, passing through a shrouded barrier and entering the solar system. It experienced various meteorite impacts along the way and crossed the 8 major planets before reaching the orbit of a blue water planet. The craters formed on the moon's surface date back to that time, when the moon arrived at the blue water planet. It coincided with a period of explosive growth in marine crustaceans. However, the moon's presence caused significant shifts in the tectonic plates and tidal atmosphere of the blue water planet. The addition of the moon led to drastic changes on the blue water planet, which was originally suitable only for crustaceans, culminating in 5 mass extinctions before establishing the current biological chain. Li Hao discovered that these 5 mass extinctions were all related to the moon, as its sudden arrival caused the first mass extinction, followed by 3 more due to gravitational device failures. It seemed that these mass extinctions were deliberately orchestrated by extraterrestrials, aiming to select the perfect biological chain they desired. Originally, the age of dinosaurs was the biological chain they most wanted, but something went wrong during their transformation of the solar system. It appeared that a massive meteorite accidentally struck the blue water planet, leading to the extinction of the dinosaurs. In the following days, events unfolded similarly to what the scientists on the blue water planet described. Humanity began to emerge, leading to the development of civilization. The inhabitants of the blue water planet eventually landed on the moon, and after the extraterrestrials left, Li Hao understood everything clearly. He also made several observations. Firstly, these extraterrestrials seemed to have long lifespans, living around 1,000 years. Secondly, the energy source for the gravitational devices could last about 1,000 years. The current one was replaced 500 years ago, meaning it could still be used for another 500 years. Lastly, the living environment of these extraterrestrials required an oxygen content of over 28. If it fell below this level, they would experience symptoms of altitude sickness. Currently, the average oxygen level on the blue water planet is around 21. Even in areas with over 28, most are deep within forests occupied by native species. For some unknown reason, they have not chosen to occupy and develop this planet. According to the classification of civilization levels on the blue water planet, a non-technological feudal civilization is rated at level 005, the first industrial revolution at level 02, the second industrial revolution at level 03, the birth of nuclear weapons at level 05, the internet age at level 07, and the current post-anti-gravity interview level at 085. Li Hao speculated that the extraterrestrial civilization is at least level 3 or higher. Perhaps because the blue water planet did not meet their expectations, they chose not to intervene. However, if they discover that the native civilization of the blue water planet is approaching their level, they will undoubtedly retaliate. Perhaps the initial purpose of constructing a base on the moon was to investigate the biological changes on the blue water planet, facilitating better interstellar migration in the future. With the development of the blue water planet, intelligent life, humanity, was born, leading them to adopt an observational mindset. It's akin to having a few beautiful flowers blooming in one's own yard, even if they are drawing nutrients from the soil. Witnessing such a stunning sight makes it hard to remove them. Perhaps the living conditions in their star system haven't reached a critical state, and various factors have contributed to the current civilization of the blue water planet. Although all of this is speculation, the existence of extraterrestrial beings is tangible, making Li Hao feel as if a guillotine were hanging over the blue water planet, instilling a sense of crisis in him. The comet will arrive in 2 days, and Li Hao is unsure at what level of civilization the blue water planet would attract their attention, but he intends to take control of the situation into his own hands. He then began to infiltrate the gravitational control program, which also utilized quantum algorithms. Most of the programs remained unchanged. He merely altered the remote control permissions and deliberately inserted the source code of an artificial intelligence program. This AI program was named Chang'e, and once the source code was in place, it gained control over the gravitational program. Chang'e continued to maintain the original program's operation, sustain the tidal gravity of the blue water planet, and ensure that the gravitational fluctuations remain within the normal range. Li Hao instructed. Receive the command. A respectful female voice echoed, unmistakably from the AI Chang'e of the gravitational device. In the following 2 days, Li Hao shuttled back and forth to the celestial star, continuously supplying various materials to the Moonheart base and assigned tasks for its transformation and construction. He also built a base on the lunar surface, excavating various passages for small spacecraft and mining lunar resources. During these 2 days, following the meteorite incident, the inhabitants of the blue water planet resumed normalcy, with individuals gradually landing on the doomsday journey. But Li Hao's focus had shifted away from that. He delegated some tasks to Nuwa, then informed Yang Chengling and another female about certain updates, instructing them to manage the players and gather resources from the celestial realm. The mining of the heavenly star and the cosmic star could not cease either. Spaceships and large technological weapons were continuously being constructed, as Li Hao predicted that these ships and weapons might soon prove useful. Chapter 183. The alien Chica soon. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Li Hao, now on the moon, could see the tail of the comet as it rushed toward the orbit of the blue water planet. Traveling at speeds exceeding 35,000 km/h, the comet formed a long tail behind it. In the past, even if Li Hao had activated his lightning speed, he would have been unable to catch up. However, now, with his life level having transitioned, and having mastered the abilities of transition, quantum teleportation, anti-gravity, and the powers of divine patterns, he was capable of keeping up with the rapidly moving comet. Without hesitation, Li Hao activated his transition ability, instantly appearing 300,000 kilometers behind the comet, and then executed several quantum teleports to position himself behind the comet's tail. Most of these tails are composed of gas and dust, but through Li Hao's quantum vision, he discovered that these are products of energy consumption from antimatter. Furthermore, Li Hao found that this massive comet is actually a modified planet-sized spacecraft, similar to the gravitational device of the moon core. The energy consumed by its thrusters is evidently antimatter energy. While feeling alarmed, Li Hao did not hesitate any longer, as he noticed the fluctuations on the radar, indicating that he had been detected. Inside the cockpit of the comet, there was only one alien named Chica, who was the operator for this exploration mission. Although the comet has a diameter of 10 kilometers, the internal space of the spacecraft is only about 1 kilometer, with most of the remaining space occupied by thruster components, energy storage, the spacecraft's protective shell, and various detection equipment. Despite its 10 kilometers diameter, it weighs an astonishing 300 billion tons, with the protective shell alone accounting for about 150 billion tons, enough to destroy a planet without being annihilated. Beep beep what? An unidentified flying object is following us. Chica looked at the red dot on the radar in surprise. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in the orbit of the blue water planet during his many missions. What? Humans? How is that possible? Chica then activated the surveillance equipment. When he saw a human flying in space on the monitor and approaching the spacecraft, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What does this human want? Oh no, he wants to come aboard." When Chica noticed Li Hao twisting his hands to form a rune chain, he had a foreboding feeling. He then saw the light rope in the human's hand whip out, instantly ensnaring the spacecraft, and began to rapidly close in on the comet ship. Is this human a divine being? How could he have such abilities? He absolutely cannot be allowed to board. Chica immediately accelerated the comet's thrusters and began to maneuver sharply, trying to shake off Li Hao, but no matter what, he couldn't get rid of him. Then, people in certain areas of the blue water planet noticed a strange phenomenon. A meteor appeared in the sky, and this meteor was turning, leaving all who spotted the comet in awe. However, when they prepared to take out their phones to record, the comet flew away. Strange, could it be that I missaw? I just saw a meteor that could turn, one pedestrian said. You didn't miss-see. I saw it too, another pedestrian replied. Oh, you must have misseen as well. Chica called out. Meanwhile, in space, Chica had completely forgotten about the exploration mission. His sole thought was to shake off Li Hao. However, as he continued to operate and couldn't shake him off, he anxiously kept shouting, Chica? Chica. It was his catchphrase, usually uttered when he was flustered or panicking, which is how he got his name. Damn human, no matter who you are, don't think about harming Chica. At this moment, the comet ship was situated between the blue water planet and the adjacent planet. With a determined heart, Chica drove the ship straight toward the nearby planet. At this moment, Li Hao had already arrived on the comet, but he found that he seemed unable to enter it. The spacecraft's protective shell was very thick and highly resistant to high temperatures, pressure, and abrasion. Especially at such high speeds, he felt somewhat helpless. However, when he noticed that the spacecraft was heading towards Venus, Li Hao understood the alien's intentions and immediately began to consider scanning the spacecraft in an attempt to find a way to break in. But he quickly realized that the comet spacecraft's defenses were nearly flawless. The only way to enter was to find a method from inside. Soon, Li Hao came up with a potential solution. He discovered that the communication waves used by the spacecraft were actually quantum communications. If the spacecraft remained stationary, Li Hao could directly use quantum teleportation to transport himself inside. However, the comet spacecraft was flying at a speed of 9 kilometers per second, and there wasn't enough time for quantum teleportation. Li Hao couldn't convert himself into quantum data. Instead, he could only particleize himself and teleport to the corresponding quantum coordinates, then reassemble into his original form. At the spacecraft's speed, by the time he transported himself over, the spacecraft would have already moved on, making it impossible for him to get inside. But Li Hao found a way to solve the problem. The kinetic energy he had absorbed from the meteorite was now just what he needed. He then started to leap toward the head of the comet and quickly arrived there. What is this human trying to do? Chica frowned, unable to understand Li Hao's actions. Is he trying to get to the head to die more thoroughly upon impact? But it soon became clear to Chica what Li Hao intended to do. Li Hao stood on the head of the comet and instantly activated his kinetic energy absorption ability. The comet spacecraft suddenly slowed down due to the loss of its original kinetic energy, and Chica inside felt a powerful inertia hit, causing it to be thrown away. However, at that moment, the black necklace on its forehead activated, and its body floated up, escaping the effects of inertia. Although the comet spacecraft had lost its kinetic energy, it still possessed powerful thrusters with a thrust force of 400 billion tons. The kinetic energy absorption only caused it to pause for less than 0.001 seconds, which was hardly enough time for teleportation. Li Hao was aware of this, so at the instant he absorbed the kinetic energy, he called upon the energy he had previously absorbed from the meteorite and punched towards the comet's strongest head. Boom. Chica was once again thrown away, its figure crashing towards the instruments behind it, while the spacecraft experienced a brief pause. Without hesitation, Li Hao activated quantum teleportation, appearing behind Chica just as it was using its telekinetic necklace again. Chica, Chapter 184. Hoi, how did you get in? The moment Chica saw Li Hao appear, it was startled and exclaimed, instinctively flying away, fearfully looking at Li Hao and speaking. Hee. It seems that with the advancement of technology, people can possess supernatural abilities? Is this the telekinetic necklace? Li Hao sensed the telekinetic waves around Chica and, upon discovering that the source of the telekinesis was indeed the necklace on its head, couldn't he help but smile. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Li Hao waved his hand, and the necklace on Chica's head flew automatically into his hand. Chica, are you a deity? Chica looked at the necklace that had instantly vanished from his head, instinctively touched his own head, and then stepped back, a look of terror on his face as he stared at Li Hao. For an ordinary inhabitant of the blue water planet, Chica with a telekinetic necklace was indeed a powerful being, but faced with the formidable Li Hao, he was utterly powerless. Guess what? Li Hao smiled and snapped his fingers, instantly binding Chica's hands and feet with telekinetic force, rendering him unable to move. Then, with a wave of his hand, Chica floated up into the air. However, Li Hao had no time to deal with him at that moment because the comet spaceship was about to collide with a nearby planet. Although this planet had no native life forms, the impact from a comet of such speed and mass would undoubtedly cause significant explosions. The result would be a battered planet, its orbit altered, and it might even break free from its original trajectory. At that time, the gravitational system of the solar system could be disrupted, leading to various planetary collision events that could ultimately affect the blue water planet. Li Hao immediately approached the control panel and pulled a lever, causing the comet spaceship to suddenly ascend. He then activated his quantum network abilities to hack into the operating system, and with quantum vision and precognition, he quickly understood the structure and principles of the comet spaceship. He began to compile his own operating program in his mind. This comet spaceship had an intelligent flying program and hardware. Otherwise, manual driving through the vastness of space would be exhausting. However, to prevent emergencies, a manual intervention system was established, with manual controls having higher authority than the intelligent super control. Although Chica was unable to move, his mind could still think, and his eyes could still dart around. Seeing Li Hao standing still, He assumed Li Hao did not know how to pilot the spaceship and began to contemplate how to trick Li Hao. Unfortunately, before he could figure it out, Li Hao had already completed the program compilation. His right hand began to gather a colorful and strange energy. In Chica's astonished gaze, Li Hao threw the energy towards the control panel, and a wave of colorful light, similar to electrical fluctuations, instantly surged into the control program. Buzz, buzz. All the Comet spaceship's equipment failed, the operation lights extinguished, and the entire spaceship lost its power. Without the thrusters, the Comet spaceship was influenced by the planet's gravity and headed directly towards its surface. Inside the spaceship, the gravity system was gone, and it plummeted towards the planet. Chica immediately felt a strong sense of weightlessness and shouted in panic. Just when the spaceship was over 10,000 meters away from the planet, Li Hao gathered another burst of energy in his hand and threw it at the control panel. All the operation lights lit up again, various devices began to function. The thrusters restarted, and with a manual pull of the lever, the Comet spaceship soared once more. From now on, you will be called Ho-E. Ho-E immediately flew to Mars. Li Hao watched as the spacecraft was already launched, and he directly took a seat in the control chair. Gazing at the scene of outer space, he recalled the information he had just received, realizing that there was indeed an alien base on Mars. And he promptly issued the mission to head to Mars. Understood, esteemed founder, said the intelligent steward of the Comet spacecraft, Ho-E. However, Li Hao suddenly remembered that this Comet spacecraft had very powerful detection capabilities, and it was currently close to Venus, so why not conduct a probe? Ho-E, return and carry out a detailed probe mission on Venus. Understood, esteemed founder. On Blue Water Planet, an 18-year-old chubby boy heard someone say they saw a meteor. Initially skeptical, he stepped outside to look at the sky and happened to see Ho-E, who was preparing to fly to Mars. Wow, there really is a meteor. I need to make a wish. I want to find a beautiful girlfriend. The chubby boy shouted loudly at Ho-E in space. Unfortunately, Ho-E received the order from Li Hao to return to Venus and immediately made a U-turn back. Oh no, am I really destined to never find a girlfriend? The chubby boy couldn't accept that his wish had turned back right after seeing the meteor, and he couldn't help but cry. The detection mission would take several hours, so Li Hao decided to restore Chica's ability to speak. He began to ponder how to deal with this alien. Should it be dissection? Or dissection again? Chica, who are you? Are you really a deity? How can you create intelligent life directly? As soon as Chica regained the ability to speak, a barrage of questions erupted. However, Li Hao was not interested in answering. Looking at the alien before him, whose head was larger than its body, he already had thoughts on how to handle it. With a wave of his hand, Chica took to the air again, and then Li Hao placed his hand on Chica's head. Under Chica's terrified but powerless state, electric currents surged from his hand into Chica's head, beginning to read Chica's memories. Yes, Li Hao had long integrated a memory reading device, but it could only read one at a time. When there were many, he would leave it to the robots for automatic reading. Soon, Chica's entire life memories were parsed out like a movie. Chica's race was referred to as the Green Shi clan, with green skin and blood. They had hands and feet, and apart from their larger heads, their limbs were similar to those of humans. Their height generally ranged from 110 to 180 centimeters. Though not very tall, their intelligence was remarkably high. Even at the child level, they were smarter than most scientists on Blue Water Planet, especially with a high aptitude for technological research. It was due to their genetic talents that their civilization rapidly advanced to a level 3 technological civilization. Because their skin was green, they could sometimes absorb sunlight to produce organic energy for their bodies. Their universe was adjacent to the solar system. But it was not the white dwarf system recognized by scientists on Blue Water Planet. Instead, it was their blue superstar system, with the white dwarf system merely a facade set up for the solar system. Chapter 185. The Chica tribe. According to the memories of the Chica, their historical records indicate that a group of individuals from the Green Shi tribe once migrated to Blue Water Planet. At that time, Blue Water Planet was in the age of dinosaurs, and the atmospheric composition was very suitable for the Green Shi tribe's survival. However, they found that Blue Water Planet seemed not very conducive to their existence. Firstly, various viruses, insects, and bacteria made them highly susceptible to illness, resulting in various rejection reactions in their bodies. Secondly, they discovered that they could not come into contact with seawater, as the salt in the ocean would cause various patterns to appear on their skin, which meant they could only retreat to land. Lastly, the luminosity and color of the sun in the solar system were also unsuitable for long-term exposure, and no matter how they managed it, the lifespan of the Green Shi tribe living on Blue Water Planet could not reach the average value of their kind. This failure of the migration plan led to centuries of internal turmoil in the blue superstar system and indirectly caused a flaw in the transformation of the solar system, resulting in a giant meteorite striking Blue Water Planet, which caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. This event was recorded in the textbooks of the Green Shi tribe, and after the internal strife subsided, the migration plan was shelved. Subsequently, their civilization delved deeper into research and concluded that the stellar radiation fluctuations of the solar system were unsuitable for the Green Shi tribe's survival, as their stellar light was bluish in hue. Ultimately, they abandoned the solar system, especially after Blue Water Planet had turned into a rock-covered world, completely losing their motivation for transformation. Afterward, Blue Water Planet free from human intervention, ushered in a new era, witnessing another biological explosion with the emergence of various species, which piqued the interest of the previously sparsely populated blue superstar system once again. However, this interest was no longer about migration and transformation. It resembled the experience of tending to a garden that had not yielded the desired flowers. After abandoning it for a while, they returned to find it filled with beautiful wildflowers, igniting their interest in appreciating the journey of life. Particularly, the birth of intelligent humans and the origin of civilization astonished them, prompting them to send personnel to regularly observe the development of civilization on Blue Water Planet. Unfortunately, the development of human civilization on Blue Water Planet was not ideal, especially with centuries of feudal civilizations, which made them anxious, akin to watching beautiful flowers grow deformed due to malnutrition. Therefore, they utilized various channels to provide the humans of Blue Water Planet with some basic technological information, attempting to accelerate their civilization's progress, akin to fertilizing flowers to encourage their growth. With the technological boom on Blue Water Planet, the moon was discovered by its inhabitants, leading them to establish an observation base on the farther Mars. Mars served as their balcony for flower viewing, while comets acted as patrol ships for periodic monitoring and inspection. Mars detection was similar to long-distance surveillance, whereas comets were dispatched for close-range observation. Their comet ships did not have any signal loss monitoring or flight trajectory tracking because, in their eyes, the solar system was like their backyard, posing no danger at all. They understood the solar system better than anyone else in it. This has led to the reason why Li Hao was able to infiltrate the comet spaceship without being detected, even when the comet spaceship temporarily lost contact. It was merely thought to be due to the operators playing around, and no one really paid attention. Chica was an official close-range inspection personnel, and this was not his first inspection task. He was quite experienced at the Mars base, and no one would bother him. As long as the blue planet was not destroyed, they wouldn't directly seek trouble with him. After Li Hao accessed his memories, he not only learned how Chica was born, how he studied various scientific theories and gathered experiences over 100 years, but also how he came to the solar system for missions, as well as various technological data about their civilization. This sudden influx of knowledge sparked a deep inspiration in Li Hao, who previously lacked understanding of certain principles. He began to simulate various data in his mind and verify them according to the scientific theories he learned from Chica. Ultimately, Li Hao felt he had stepped into a brand new scientific realm, known as the field of energy matter, which included concepts such as energy weapons, energy shields, stellar energy harvesting, antimatter technology, and artificial stars. Some of the technologies, like quantum weapons and antimatter weapons, were areas he had already explored, but he had not fully systematized them. Many technologies had not been deeply researched by him, while the Blue Civilization had been studying these areas for millions of years. Coupled with the fact that the resources of the Blue Civilization were tens of thousands of times that of the solar system, it had led to the current advanced state of the Blue Civilization. After gaining a deep understanding of his own shortcomings, Li Hao decided to spend more time enhancing various technologies. However, he still needed to address the current task, which was the alien base on Mars. Having discovered these scientific theories and combining them with various resources from the apocalyptic world, he had already developed several new technological directions. And the oceans of the blue planet were where he intended to focus on developing new technologies. The technology he aimed to develop was water energy technology, which combined the power of divine patterns from the spiritual realm, the energy principles of the Blue Civilization, and various nuclear fusion theories. He realized that seawater could be used to develop incredible technological weapons, which would be the best means to combat the Blue Civilization. Once he came to this conclusion, Li Hao took Chica, who had fainted from the memory extraction, to the apocalyptic world of Tianyu Star, collected some genetic samples, and initiated a cloning experiment. Yes, Li Hao planned to create a large number of the green she species, known for their innate talent in technological research. However, to ensure that the newly cloned green she would adapt to the environment of the blue planet, Li Hao intended to make alterations to their genes. First, he modified the main biological gene sequence to make it a unique species in the universe, thus creating reproductive isolation from other organisms. Additionally, all of them would be male, but a certain function would be rendered useless, lacking the ability to swell or produce offspring. Furthermore, he incorporated biological gene chains suitable for the blue planet, which were derived from a breed of obedient garden dogs, although this would not alter their appearance to resemble dogs. Next, the optimization of brain utilization was implemented to enhance research focus, making it more suitable for scientific work. Finally, a memory infusion channel was established to prevent any rejection reactions in the brain when absorbing certain knowledge. Li Hao named this race, which looked exactly like the Chica tribe, because their main gene sequence was identical to that of the Chica, resulting in all cloned and modified Chica tribe members looking exactly the same. Once the setup was complete, Li Hao issued a biological cloning task to begin mass production of the Chica tribe. After finishing his tasks, Li Hao then arrived in the vicinity of Venus. Chapter 186. Thoughts on occupying Mars upon returning to the comet spaceship. He had already completed various data checks and was displaying a miniature energy projection of Venus on the control panel, which included various data points about Venus. such as surface temperature, rock composition, mineral element yield and distribution, and data from shallow to deep layers. Li Hao was already familiar with these general data, as scientists from the Blue Water Planet had launched probes to Venus years earlier. Although the duration of the probe was short, they were able to obtain some data. However, the comet's detection was much more detailed and specific. Under this detection equipment, the planet had no privacy, as everything was laid bare for all to see. This was also why they only needed to conduct checks every 76 years, because one detection could project the development trajectory of that civilization over the past few decades and into the future. Li Hao not only learned about the existence of the blue super-civilization from Chica's memories, but also understood their terrifying technology. If they wanted to eliminate the current Blue Water Planet, it would be a trivial matter for them. Even if Li Hao exhausted all resources from his own Tianyu star, he would still be unable to withstand their offensive. His own developed world was at most below level 2, and due to the short development time, many foundational aspects were not sufficiently established. Even if they were at the same civilization level, he would not be able to compete with them. The only advantage he had was himself, as even the blue super-civilization had never produced a human as powerful as he was. If interstellar war were to occur, no matter how strong Li Hao's personal abilities were, he would be unable to stop the full-scale invasion of another civilization. Therefore, technological development was imperative. Moreover, the entire Blue Water Planet needed to be developed, as Li Hao had no intention of becoming a savior and shouldering the responsibility of protecting them. For the Blue Water Planet, apart from a sense of belonging and a slight sense of responsibility as a blue water person, there was only a lingering affection for that land. However, if the situation became unmanageable, he would not hesitate to leave, with the option to return for battle later. Nevertheless, for future development, Li Hao still issued a detection mission for the Blue Water Planet to Hou-Yi, as there might be resources there that he could not even imagine. He had also prepared for interstellar warfare, unsure of how to secure his own lair, but most importantly, Hou-Yi's detection capability was indeed very strong, and it was a good opportunity to utilize it for his future development. The comet circled the blue planet and then flew away, carrying the wishes of countless people. Li Hao, at the control panel, addressed the management intelligence of the comet spacecraft, saying, "Target Mars." "Understood, esteemed founder," came the response. The universe is vast, and though Li Hao's abilities were considerable, capable of traversing space, he couldn't help but feel a certain emotion in the face of the dark void and the dazzling stars above. Mars is not named for being a planet covered in flames, as the fourth planet in the solar system. Its surface is covered by a thick layer of reddish iron oxide, which ancient people associated with fire, leading to its name. Since humanity on the blue planet began its journey of space exploration and the search for habitable planets, Mars has drawn particular attention from scientists. Mars has a rotation period similar to that of the blue planet, approximately 24 hours, and a revolution period close to 2 years. Its maximum temperature is around 27 degrees Celsius, while the minimum can drop to 273 degrees. There are water crystals beneath its surface, and the land is entirely terrestrial. Despite appearing smaller than the blue planet, Mars has a larger land area due to the absence of oceans, making it suitable for transformation into a base for human habitation. From a distance, Li Hao envisioned claiming Mars, especially after receiving various mineral detection data before the comet spacecraft reached its orbit. The metallic resources on Mars are nearly several times that of the blue planet and remain undeveloped. If Mars were occupied and an interstellar base established, it could produce countless spacecraft and gunboats. Even Mars' 2 moons, Phobos and Deimos, are resource-rich celestial bodies, and their combined resources would be several times that of a doomsday world. If the resources of Mars and its 2 moons were fully integrated, they might not match the advanced civilization of the blue planet, but they would certainly not be without resistance. Thus, Li Hao decided to develop Mars and its 2 moons. However, he realized that the alien base on Mars must be dealt with first. Otherwise, the moment humanity sets foot on Mars, advanced civilizations' warships could enter the solar system. Once the comet spacecraft reached the orbit of Mars' moons, Li Hao issued a task to survey Mars and its 2 moons, while the spacecraft, under Hou-Yi's control, orbited Mars. On the 3 bases of the advanced civilization on Mars, the Green the 10th clan observed the comet spacecraft from space, exchanging puzzled glances, unsure of the situation. What was Chica doing? Why was there a reconnaissance mission coming to the Hope Star? Just kidding, maybe it's just too boring. It's true that being stationed in this galaxy is quite dull. There's nowhere to go. Those human probes are really annoying. If it weren't for the regulations prohibiting interference with their civilization's development, I would seriously want to kick them away. It's much better with Chica. He can pilot a planetary ship and go wherever he wants. Haha, look at how Chica plays around. Soon enough, when the energy runs out, he'll have to come to us for help. Hee, we can leave him hanging for a few years, just watching that stationary planetary ship up there every day. Imagining his helplessness. That would keep us entertained for a long time, right? Yeah, exactly. Those aliens don't think about anything else at all. Each of them has been stationed here for many years, some for over 100 years, and they know this galaxy inside out. They are also completely confident in the defenses of their planetary ships, and no one has ever considered that Chica has been taken out and that a human is piloting the ship. If anyone dared to say that, they would probably be laughed to death. Such a joke is as ridiculous as a eunuch trying to mate with an old sow, utter nonsense. Unfortunately, their arrogance has turned them into biological samples for Li Hao. Chapter 187. Taking Mars while they were chatting and laughing. The comet ship completed its reconnaissance mission and stopped in orbit around Mars' moon. Li Hao had already figured out the distribution of these aliens' bases. There are 3 bases in total. One is located in the central area of Olympus Mons, known as the highest peak on Mars, with a size of 100,000 square kilometers and 300 members of the Green the 10th tribe present. The central part of Olympus Mons is over 1 million square kilometers, and this base is embedded there. Equipped with various detection facilities and well camouflaged, making it nearly impossible to detect from the outside. The second base is at the bottom of the deepest valley on Mars, the Valles Marineris, covering an area of 150,000 square kilometers and housing 500 members of the Green the 10th tribe. The third base is located 100 meters beneath the polar ice cap, with a size of only 50,000 square kilometers and 200 members of the Green the 10th tribe present. You see, the planetary ship has stopped. It can't really be out of energy, can it? Haha. If he sends a communication request later, remember not to answer. Let us enjoy the joke first, haha. This chica thinks he has got a great job and has become overconfident, running around everywhere. Serves him right for getting stuck. The Green the 10th tribe members at these bases believe the comet ship has run out of energy and are all preparing to watch Chica's joke. However, they don't know that Li Hao is already preparing to attack their bases, especially targeting the polar ice cap base as his first objective. Whoosh. A figure appeared in an extremely concealed location, launching at lightning speed, vanishing in an instant while navigating through the polar ice cap base. Perhaps Li Hao could easily take down these aliens, but he couldn't capture all 3 bases simultaneously. What he needed to do was to take down one base instantly, preventing the aliens from alerting their civilization. Otherwise, once their civilization becomes aware, there's a high possibility that they would dispatch a fleet to attack. Li Hao quickly maneuvered among the aliens, taking their telekinetic necklaces and binding them with his own mental power. As he ran, numerous aliens floated behind him. In less than a second, he had captured all the aliens without any unnecessary dialogue, directly storing them in a spatial area. He then concentrated a surge of energy data in his hand and smashed it towards the control console. This energy only disrupted the intelligent monitoring program, preventing it from providing certain information to other bases. After that, Li Hao ignored the base and once again used quantum teleportation to arrive at the Sailor Canyon base, easily taking it over, while the Olympus base was also swiftly dealt with by him. Thus, the Mars base was captured. However, to be cautious, Li Hao directly accessed the memory of one of the captured aliens and learned that they had to conduct a long-distance video call with a certain advanced civilization every month to report information. Coincidentally, it was the 27th day, leaving only 3 days until the next call. To deceive this advanced civilization, Li Hao hurried back to the Doomsday World Haotian City, where 3 days in the solar system equated to about 15 days in the Doomsday World. He planned to convert all the captured aliens into his own kind, essentially turning them into modified beings. If the soul level of the adult inhabitants of Blue Water Planet was 1, and that of the Celestial Realm beings was 3, then the soul level of these green aliens was 2. The Blue Water inhabitants, due to their low soul level, could not sense their own soul's existence and lost consciousness immediately upon death. In contrast, these aliens could feel the presence of their spiritual consciousness and could stimulate their telekinetic abilities using technological products. Additionally, when green aliens died, they did not lose consciousness immediately. Instead, there was a process where their spiritual body separated from their physical body, which lasted a few seconds before dissipating. During that brief existence, they retained some level of awareness. Li Hao had obtained some soul secrets in the Soul Sea, including methods to control soul bodies, all requiring a level of 2 or higher for control. However, he had not used them because the Blue Water inhabitants were not capable of utilizing them due to their low soul level, but he could directly use mental control. The aliens could also use mental control, but there was a fundamental difference between mental control and soul control. Firstly, those controlled by mental means lacked subjective awareness, meaning they could be made to do anything without conscious thought. Without a specific command, their bodies would act like soulless corpses. Conversely, soul control allowed for the manipulation of actions while the individual remained aware and had their own thoughts. Li Hao desired to use soul control on these aliens, allowing them to function as usual, deceiving the advanced civilization and providing sufficient time for Blue Water Planet to develop. However, to minimize potential issues, he modified them by implanting a biological chip in their bodies, transforming them into modified beings of the green race. After arriving at the city of Haotian, Li Hao extracted those extraterrestrials, then conducted memory extraction, modification, and biological transformation, ultimately imprinting them with soul control marks himself. The extraterrestrials showed immense fear in the unfamiliar environment and among strangers, but after the memory extraction, modification, and imprinting, they became fervently devoted to Li Hao. From now on, you are also members of the Haotian Empire. Soon, I will take you back to where you worked before, and you can continue your previous tasks. Li Hao told the transformed members of the Green Shichi tribe. Yes, my lord, we vow to serve the Empire to the death. The extraterrestrials exclaimed with fervor. Subsequently, Li Hao took them to the Mars base, returning them one by one to their original stations, and then returned the telekinetic necklaces. Thus, Mars became the territory of the Haotian Empire. Chapter 188. Pre-battle preparations. However, as the ruler of the Haotian Empire, Li Hao certainly would not allow his territory to be observed by the many Mars probes from various nations of the Blue Water Star. With a thought, all the probes were crushed. Afterwards, Li Hao arrived at the largest crater on Mars, the Victoria crater, which is over 6,000 meters deep and approximately 15,000 meters in diameter. Li Hao was not drawn here by the depth of the crater, but rather because it contained trillions of tons of metal ore, making it an ideal center for establishing a massive interstellar shipyard. Immediately, Li Hao returned to the apocalyptic world, bringing back numerous devices, mineral processing plants, various mining robots, and diverse energy sources. He issued tasks for base construction and the extraction and smelting of various minerals. When Li Hao returned to the apocalyptic world again, he discovered that the city of Haotian had cloned 1,000 members of the Kika tribe. However, even after implanting memories, these clones acted abnormally and lacked intelligent control, moving and behaving in ways reminiscent of those with cognitive impairments. Despite their physical data being normal, Li Hao was puzzled. Ultimately, through his investigation, he found that the clone members of the Kika tribe lacked souls, which prevented them from possessing thoughts, emotions, or any form of scientific inspiration like normal individuals. Nevertheless, Li Hao thought of a relevant solution: to take these clones to the Sea of Souls, where the air was infused with endless soul energy. By transmitting the soul devouring technique to their intelligent programs, they would automatically cultivate upon reaching the Sea of Souls, and once their soul bodies reached level 2, they could be brought out. Thus, Li Hao traveled to the Sea of Souls, which had already been frequented by players, with countless blood demons having been hunted. Players could no longer obtain high-grade bones, and various crystals had become quite rare, leading to fewer visitors. Li Hao simply closed the passage to the Soul Sea and established a quantum transmission device in Haotian City, embedding a system mark to create a channel between two realms. He released countless nanomechanical insects to continuously build cloning and soul cultivation bases, while Haotian City expanded and established numerous cloning facilities to produce a large number of clones of the Kika tribe. He returned to Xiling City to take some equipment back to Mars, facilitating constant transportation between the two realms. A few days later, the 1,000 Kika successfully nurtured their soul bodies. Upon reactivation, each displayed various expressions, becoming much more vivid than before. Subsequently, the system's intelligence conducted various brainwashing speeches. The Kika, who had already been indoctrinated with supreme imperial information, showed fervent eyes. Their main genetic trait was scientific research, and they also incorporated genes from a certain breed of canine. Upon hearing the system's speeches, they were all filled with passion, eager to join the Imperial base's construction immediately. Accepting their worship, Li Hao took them to the Mars base to start its development. Within a few days, the initial form of the Mars base was established, with the Intelligent Network Center being the most complete. Most of the equipment came from a post-apocalyptic world, and Li Hao deliberately developed an artificial intelligence for Mars, naming it Zhurong. He assigned various tasks to Zhurong, including mineral development, base construction, and weapon manufacturing, while also giving the Kika various equipment development tasks. These Kika carried the theoretical knowledge and technical data of their tribe from the Blue Superstar system, and Zhurong also possessed the technical data developed by Li Hao. Li Hao planned for both to cooperate, intending to establish a small blue super civilization on Mars, hoping for unexpected gains. He also left a Comet spacecraft at the Mars base, granting it usage rights. After finishing his tasks, Li Hao returned to Blue Water Star and found Su Guobao. Su Guobao initially thought Li Hao was impressive, but still within the realm of normalcy. However, upon learning that Li Hao could survive in space and fly to the moon alone, he realized Li Hao was extraordinary and speculated that perhaps the figure who shattered the meteorite was Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao visited again, and Su Guobao could no longer treat him with a normal mindset. As a powerhouse at Li Hao's level could easily destroy Blue Water Star without anyone being able to resist. "Mr. Li, what brings you here this time?" Su Guobao asked cautiously, looking at the figure who had unknowingly taken a seat in his office rocking chair. "Old Su, I want to beat around the bush. You must have learned about the alien base after reaching the moon. The reason I'm here concerns the survival of the entire Blue Water Star. You need to notify the higher-ups and convene a meeting of all countries in the name of our nation," Li Hao said seriously. "Hiss, is it about the aliens? Can you give me a hint?" Su Guobao felt a bit uneasy after hearing Li Hao's words, but years of experience quickly helped him regain his composure. There was a dossier on extraterrestrials that could persuade them, and a global summit was set to take place in 7 days, with the location to be determined. Li Hao placed a USB drive on the table and vanished after speaking. Su Guobao looked at the spot where Li Hao had disappeared and felt a heavy weight as he stared at the USB, but he understood the gravity of the situation. He promptly took the USB and flew his anti-gravity aircraft towards the capital. "Did you say this information was provided by Li Hao?" "Yes, it seems to be true. This matter is indeed serious. We should follow Li Hao's instructions and notify all heads of state. We can show them the dossier if necessary." What if they refuse to come or question the authenticity of the information? Whether they come or not is up to them. This is a crisis, and no one can afford to stand alone. If we don't unite, those who lag behind in information will suffer. Should we disseminate the news about the extraterrestrials? Not for now. Let's wait until the meeting in 7 days for a global broadcast. The Blue Water Planet must unite. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. In a conference room in the capital, representatives from various countries examined the materials provided by Li Hao and made certain decisions. A group of individuals began to work diligently, reaching out to leaders of over 200 nations on the Blue Water Planet. Initially, some leaders were skeptical, but given the current international standing of the country, many believed that they wouldn't joke about such matters, especially after notifying all nations at once. However, technologically advanced countries could sense an impending storm. Recent phenomena, such as the comet's erratic behavior, its unusual turns, the stalling of a comet over Venus, and the destruction of all Mars probes, indicated that a violent upheaval was approaching. Regardless of belief, nations that received the dossier sent representatives to the capital, including even less developed nations whose rulers personally attended. Yet, no secret can remain hidden forever. As representatives from so many countries converged on the capital, an unusual atmosphere began to emerge, prompting speculation online, particularly after some representatives inadvertently leaked information. The news quickly spread across the Blue Water Planet. What? An alien base has been discovered on the moon? Extraterrestrials really exist? They plan to attack Earth? We're doomed. We don't have a single spaceship to fight back. What's there to fear? If we don't have any, our enemies will build them for us. No one from the Blue Planet is afraid of dying. If interstellar war breaks out, I'll be the first to enlist. I, Lu Huaqing, will follow closely behind. Haha. Yi Liangchen will join too. Chapter 189. The globalization of the apocalypse. Li Hao ignored the online chatter and arrived at the Haotian building to convene a meeting with all members of the Haotian group. This might be his last meeting. Hello everyone, I'm Li Hao, the chairman of Haotian group. As I look at the square filled with nearly 10,000 employees, many familiar faces among them, I can't help but feel a sense of disconnection after being away from managing this company for so long. However, my goals and vision have expanded beyond just Blue Water Star, let alone the small tech companies. Even as countless players in the spiritual realm are still scavenging for various resources. You may have seen news about extraterrestrials online, and I assure you, it's true. In the coming years, Blue Water Star will experience significant development and quickly enter the interstellar era. However, in about 10, 20, or even 50 years, we may face interstellar wars. I am not trying to sow panic. As you all know, the Apocalypse Journey is currently a flagship project of our Haotian technology, and many have played it, learning valuable lessons that can be applied to reality. Perhaps each of you has many questions. Who am I? Why is the Apocalypse Journey so real? Is the technology inside genuine? Is it a real world? Now, I can answer you. I, Li Hao, am a true inhabitant of Blue Water Star, and the Apocalypse Journey is indeed a real world, where official forces and even technological spacecraft genuinely exist. You might think the technology in the Apocalypse Journey is advanced, but I must tell you that the extraterrestrial civilizations we will face are several times stronger than our own. The current strength of Blue Water Star is simply inadequate to contend with that extraterrestrial civilization, which means that the main force against these extraterrestrial civilizations will be Haotian Group. That's right. The reason I called this meeting is to inform you that we will take action in this interstellar war. Haotian Group will be involved, and the hope of victory lies in your hands, in the hands of all inhabitants of Blue Water Star. Next, I will open the global access for the Apocalypse Journey. I give you a goal, to fully expand the countries where the Apocalypse Journey is available, to invade the spiritual realm comprehensively, and to gather resources while training to become the strongest. When the interstellar war begins, I will enlist you, and all players from Blue Water Star, into this battle. The ability to achieve victory in this campaign lies with you, in the hands of all inhabitants of Blue Water Star. If we win, we will take the opportunity to conquer the extraterrestrial civilization. If we lose, Blue Water Star will face destruction. On this day, Li Hao spoke many words to the employees of Haotian Group, leaving them in doubt, surprise, shock, and even excitement, ultimately filling them with fighting spirit. After the meeting, Li Hao opened global login access and directly published the manufacturing data and technical blueprints for virtual helmets and other login devices, uploading relevant programs without download restrictions. Li Hao did not plan to distribute helmets himself. Rather, he wanted the inhabitants of Blue Water Star to create them. After all, what they produce would only grant them additional access to the Apocalypse Journey, providing a continuous army for conquering the spiritual realm. However, Li Hao's actions, as well as those of the Haotian Group, caught many people off guard, yet more were pleased. After all, the current international status of the country is closely tied to the game End of Days. Now that access to End of Days has been widely opened, it has stirred countries around the world, prompting many industrial manufacturing companies to work overtime to produce virtual headset loggers and make a significant profit. However, little do they know that with everyone having the same idea, the virtual headsets are quickly becoming commonplace, and the one who benefits the most is Li Hao. Billions around the globe are paying attention to this matter, which could instantly add billions of players to End of Days. coupled with the Global Representatives Conference in 6 days. It is certain that everyone will log in. This is crucial for the safety of the entire blue water planet. As the 6 days swiftly passed, representatives from other countries who arrived early in the host country were puzzled as to why the meeting had to be held on that specific day. However, after arriving and communicating with various nations, revelations about the past lunar missions and encounters with extraterrestrials emerged, especially since the host country has established a base on the moon. And Li Hao had also opened communication channels with them. The outline of the extraterrestrial base on the lunar surface became visible to everyone, and at that moment, people had different thoughts, with most appearing quite solemn. On the day of the Global Representatives Conference, as scheduled, it took place at the Grand Square in the capital. Many attended the meeting, not only representatives from over 200 countries, but also countless individuals from various sectors, including ordinary citizens. The square was packed, with people flooding the streets. And Su Guobao was appointed as the representative, arriving first at the podium. It was an honor to register for such a grand meeting. But today's focus is not on me or any of you, but on the truth we have been pursuing regarding extraterrestrial civilizations. First, I will present some data and analyses. Then, as Su Guobao spoke confidently on stage, a virtual image appeared behind him, beginning to showcase various visuals. The previously noisy square quickly fell silent as everyone listened attentively to Su Guobao's words. Everyone knows that the rapid advancement of various technological levels in our nation comes from the apocalyptic journey of an innovative tech company. Many may have doubted whether it is a real world, but today I can responsibly say, yes. Now, this tech company has opened a global channel, allowing all countries on Blue Water Planet to access technological resources. The rapid development of civilization on Blue Water Planet is inevitable. However, with this progress comes trouble, specifically from extraterrestrial beings. They have kept us under their control on Blue Water Planet and surely do not want us to escape their grasp. But with our technological advancements, we must step beyond Blue Water Planet and the solar system. No one can stop us. Anyone who tries to do so is our enemy. Years ago, during the lunar exploration frenzy, these extraterrestrial beings warned us not to set foot on the moon. Even our probes would be destroyed if they crossed certain boundaries. Are we really destined to grow only under their surveillance, to remain in a backward state? In the past, we had no chance to resist, but now, our opportunity has arrived, thanks to the tech group that can lead our civilization to leap forward and give us the confidence we need. Now, let me introduce the leader of this group. As Su Guobao spoke, many people's enthusiasm was ignited. When he mentioned the chairman of the tech group, everyone couldn't help but look towards the podium. The apocalyptic journey is said to be the only chance for the people of Blue Water Planet to rise and a turning point for many. Everyone paid close attention. But more were curious about the appearance of the chairman, as apart from the company's employees, no one had seen him, and there weren't even photos online. Even if there were, they were quickly removed. Thus, in everyone's mind, perhaps Li Hao is the legendary immortal, likely to have an ethereal appearance. After Su Guobao left the stage, no one stepped forward for a long time, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! There's a person in the sky? Wow, who is that? He can fly? Is he the legendary immortal? Amazing, he is actually walking in the sky." Then, someone spotted Li Hao walking through the air. Watching him move effortlessly at such a height, everyone showed expressions of shock, envy, or even fervor. When Li Hao reached the podium, he performed a free fall, landing heavily on the marble floor, shattering it into pieces. Wow, there really are immortals in our nation. How impressive. As Li Hao landed, the floor shook violently, accompanied by a wave of pressure that created a significant sense of oppression for everyone, especially the representatives from various countries in the front rows. Hello everyone, I am Li Hao, the chairman of Haotian Group and the controller of the Apocalypse Journey. I believe you have all just learned about the information regarding extraterrestrial civilizations. I would like to add a few points. First, this extraterrestrial civilization is known as the Blue Super Civilization. It is a Type 3 civilization that controls 2 star systems and 3 isolated clusters of stars, with a population in the hundreds of billions and countless spaceships. The recent meteorite impact incident was a civilizational test conducted by their base stationed on Mars towards the Blue Water Planet. The result of the test indicates that the civilization of the Blue Water Planet is around level 085, which is not yet sufficient for them to take action. However, within 10 years, they will undoubtedly launch an attack, as they view the solar system as their territory. With the technology from the Apocalypse Journey entering the Blue Water Planet, its civilization is poised for significant development. They will absolutely not allow a civilization above level 1 to exist within their territory, thus war is inevitable. The reason I opened the Apocalypse Journey portal is to quickly elevate the civilization of the Blue Water Planet, so that when the time comes and they come knocking, we will not be defenseless. As Li Hao spoke, he was suddenly interrupted. Mr. Li, I would like to ask how you prove the existence of this so-called blue super civilization. How do you know there is a base on Mars? We haven't seen any extraterrestrials, and this information is provided by you. Can we not interpret this as a self-directed and self-acted play by your country? Perhaps with some ulterior motives? A representative from a certain country stood up to voice this challenge. I hate it when someone interrupts me while I am speaking, Li Hao said coldly, and with a thought, The representative from that country suddenly levitated into the air. Why am I flying? What is happening? The representative flailed in mid-air, panic-stricken, but no matter how he struggled, his body continued to drift towards Li Hao. I almost forgot about your country. It truly is an annoying nation. I feel that your dirty people are unworthy of attending this meeting and unworthy of entering the apocalypse journey. And you die? Without further ado, with just a thought from Li Hao, the representative from that country exploded. Ah, how brutal. How can this person do this? Don't we have any right to speak? Why did he kill the representative so directly? What kind of ability did he use? So ruthless. Will he turn on us too? How terrifying. Minister Su, what is going on? Is this really a conspiracy from your country? With the death of the representative, everyone stood up in shock, looking at Li Hao in terror, creating a chaotic scene with a sense of impending flight. Silence. Li Hao shouted angrily, and a strong wave of spiritual energy swept over, causing everyone to instinctively quiet down, though their eyes on Li Hao were filled with even more fear. I will tell you one principle today. In this world, the strong are respected. With my strength, it would not be difficult to annihilate any of your countries. Don't think I am joking. Let me show you the power of Haotian technology. As Li Hao spoke, an image of the Haotian building appeared, and then the building began to emanate a certain energy. Did you see that blue energy? Any nation on the blue planet is within its range of attack. Now, let me test its power in distance. Fusan, right? There will be no Fushan anymore. As Li Hao said this, the energy from the Haotian building flew towards the direction of our country. It almost arrived instantly, striking Fushan, and a massive mushroom cloud rose up. Then, it converged towards a central point, and Fushan actually vanished without much commotion. However, without the suppression of the mountain, the volcano beneath Fusan erupted, spewing countless lava flows, causing chaos in JD City below Fusan. Where the lava flowed, it turned into a void, and the erupting lava rocks and black smoke instantly engulfed the entire our country, plunging it into chaos. Such a terrifying weapon to make a giant like Fusan disappear, just like that? Is this for real? How cruel. A city with tens of millions of people. Countless people looked at Li Hao with eyes full of fear and evasion, yet no one dared to run. At that moment, almost everyone felt as if they were being held captive by Li Hao. Do you think this is cruel? Hee. If the blue ultra civilization comes, the death toll will not just stop here. It will directly reset the biological chain of the blue planet. Just like how dinosaurs went extinct, humanity will face the same fate. Do you remember the meteorite incident? If it weren't for me back then, how many countries among you would have been destroyed? And this is just a probe from the blue ultra civilization. Do you think they're cruel? Our Haotian group is strong. The blue ultra civilization is several times stronger than us. I'm just telling you, don't think that extraterrestrial civilizations will show mercy. If you want the continuation of your civilization, you must rely on yourselves. This time, for you, it is both an opportunity and a crisis. It depends on whether you can seize it. Li Hao said this and, without wanting to waste more time, prepared to leave. However, at that moment, someone spoke up. Mr. Li Hao, what do you think our chances are if we develop to our fullest? The representative from Mushung gathered his courage to ask. If you cooperate with me, there is a 30 chance. If you don't cooperate, then there is none, Li Hao replied as he turned around. Such a low chance. Is our blue planet destined for extinction? That can't be possible. He is so strong. He must have a way, right? Mr. Li Hao, what does that 30 chance mainly depend on? What should we do? I know you don't want the blue planet to be destroyed either, said the representative from Bago. Encouraged by Mao Xiong's words, Mr. Li Hao, is there really no way for us to defeat them? Asked another representative from Y country. If among you, there were 1 million people who could become as strong as I am, you could naturally replace them. Unfortunately, that is too difficult. Li Hao thought of the imperial level powers in the celestial realm. Now he was only at the saint level, no longer fearing the technology of the blue ultra civilization. If he reached the imperial level and commanded an army of imperial level powers, perhaps defeating the blue ultra civilization would not be impossible. Can we also become as strong as you? What should we do? Yes, we all want to contribute to the blue star. Please tell us, Mr. Li, guide us. Then let us embark on the journey of the apocalypse. Go to the heavenly spirit realm, cultivate to the imperial level, and you will be stronger than I am now. As Li Hao spoke, he suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Chapter 191, 7 Kill Overlord Body following the global conference. A massive influx of players entered the journey of the apocalypse, especially after the recent update that introduced 5 new classes, which became extremely popular. These classes were different from the previous ones, as they could learn skills and cast abilities. Particularly, when Li Hao mentioned that this is a real world, it ignited the enthusiasm of many. In the heavenly spirit realm, the Haotian sect has already seen over 100 million players arrive, especially in the leveling tasks. There are various missions involving the collection of martial arts techniques, herbal gathering, extraction of beast bones and marrow, sampling of the genes of sacred bodies, and sampling of the genes of exotic beasts. Consequently, the local creatures of the heavenly spirit realm faced calamity, with the first to suffer being the Baoshan kingdom of the Haotian sect, where countless cities were swept away by players. However, Baoshan kingdom is a realm of ordinary people, and the tasks of the Haotian sect are related to cultivators, so they did not obtain anything particularly valuable. Therefore, they set their sights on the sects, targeting both second-rate and first-rate sects, all of which fell under attack. Yet, those sects also had their own powerful members, providing some resistance. However, the sheer number of players was overwhelming, especially when someone discovered a treasure land belonging to a sect, summoning countless players to launch an assault. As the number of players increased, their abilities became more unique, and those second-rate sects could hardly hold out before being conquered. The players then rampaged like invaders, taking everything of value, even collecting human gene samples. With a large number of second-rate sects being wiped out, all sects in the heavenly spirit realm sounded the alarm, and countless second-rate sects began to gather towards first-rate sects, seeking protection. However, the first-rate sects could not hold out for long and were soon taken down. After 2 years in the heavenly spirit realm, most of the sects below the first-rate level were captured, leaving only the sacred and imperial sects. The sacred sects had tried to defend themselves, but unfortunately, they couldn't even breach the entrance of their mountain gates, as their protective barriers showed no signs of breaking, no matter how much players attacked. As for the imperial sects, they directly wiped out large numbers of players. A single powerful member could kill a multitude of players. And players found that their attacks did not inflict any damage on these powerful beings, making it impossible to continue fighting, especially since the heavenly spirit realm is vast. No one bothered to attack these more challenging sects, but instead targeted the exotic beasts and various treasure lands for valuable herbs. However, while players avoided attacking the sacred and imperial sects, those sects began to turn their attention towards the players, as they had harmed the interests of all sects in the heavenly spirit realm, especially since many of their subordinate sects had been destroyed. How could they tolerate this? In the realm of Tianling, there are 10 imperial sects, 168 holy sects, and 13, 404 first-tier sects, all of which have survived thanks to the protection of those holy and imperial sections. There are many players, but their overall strength is too low, with the highest level being just over 60. Most of these sects are guarded by powerful beings at level 80 or above, even some at level 90 or higher. Moreover, the realm of Tianling is vast, and while there are many players, they are too dispersed, making it difficult to gather a significant number to attack. Many players are aware that these sects are challenging to conquer. If too many attack, the rewards are diluted, and if too few participate, they become mere cannon fodder. It is often easier to hunt exotic beasts for marrow or dig for valuable herbs. On this day, the 9 Holy Imperial Sect organized a sect meeting across a radius of 10,000 miles, focusing on the players from Haotian Sect. The 9 Holy Imperial Sect is the closest imperial sect to the origin of Haotian Sect and has suffered the most losses. Within a 10,000-mile radius of the 9 Holy Imperial Sect, there are 10 major holy sects and 340 first-tier sects, with second-tier sects numbering in the thousands. However, only 840 first-tier sects remain, and all second-tier sects have been eradicated, making it impossible for them to ignore the situation. The Haotian Sect is undoubtedly a malevolent force from beyond, with clothing styles completely different from those in the Tianling realm. Their abilities are instantaneous, and their physical structure differs from that of humans. Indeed, their bodies are metallic, with formidable defenses comparable to advanced body cultivators. To defeat them, one must destroy the core located in their heart. These malevolent beings from beyond are greedy, seizing anything useful, which is utterly despicable. Yes, all the second-tier sects subordinate to our sect have been annihilated, countless rare texts have been taken, and numerous resources have been plundered. Although they are currently at the spirit infant level, the accumulation of these resources will inevitably lead to the emergence of many advanced cultivators. We must unite and eliminate them in their infancy. Otherwise, the Tianling realm will be in danger. Yes, we must destroy the Haotian Sect and eradicate these malevolent beings from beyond. Eradicate the malevolent beings from beyond. Eradicate the malevolent beings from beyond. This sect meeting is being held at the martial arts square of the Jingyi sect, a holy level sect. Countless cultivators have gathered here to discuss the Haotian sect, each carrying feelings of dissatisfaction, clearly indicating that the Haotian sect has infuriated them to the utmost. Everyone, please be quiet. The matters you have raised have been given utmost attention by the imperial sects, and they have sent the holy son Yi Lingtian to handle this issue. He will lead an army of over 100 million cultivators from the 10 major holy sects and 800 first-tier sects to conquer the Haotian sect. Additionally, we have already learned the location of the Haotian sect, which is situated at the former second-tier sect, Baoshang Sect's Tianbao Mountain. This time, we will directly eliminate their stronghold, and without a point of descent, we can slowly hunt down the malevolent beings from beyond scattered outside. The Tianling realm will return to normal, said the leader of Jingyi sect, Master Lingshu. Unexpectedly, the sect dispatched a holy sun, and it's one of the stronger holy suns. This is a solid move. Indeed, the 7 kills body is one of the top 10 holy bodies, and Yi Lingtian, the holy sun, has reached the mid-stage of the holy bone level. These outer demons are doomed. Who would have thought that after so many years, we would once again witness the emergence of the 7 kills body? Yes, the 7 kills body is incredibly powerful. Back when Yi Lingtian was still at the early stage of the holy bone level, he could defeat peak-level spirit saints. Now that he is at the mid-stage of the holy bone level, aside from other holy bodies of the same level, he is likely invincible below the holy level. However, Speaking of physiques, we must mention Li Hao, the son of the Emperor of the Yin ancient sect. His prison suppression divine body is unmatched among current Emperor-level experts. Of course, when the prison suppression divine body first appeared, it directly dominated all holy bodies, and many divine bodies had to avoid its peak. Now, Li Hao has cultivated his divine body to the peak of the holy bone level. Even if an Emperor-level expert were to appear, they might not be his match. I heard that he has been searching for a way to break through to the Emperor level for 100 years and has long since disappeared. Otherwise, the Yin ancient sect wouldn't have fallen to the last position among the top 10 Emperor sections. Haha, although others are in the last position. Which of the other sects would dare to provoke them? If Li Hao returns, who could stand against him? Look, Yi Lingtian is here. What a handsome young man. What a strong aura. Chapter 192. Guardian Mission soon. The army of cultivators led by Yi Lingtian set off towards Tianbao Mountain, moving majestically. Yi Lingtian led the way on horseback, with powerful beings above the Spirit Master level flying closely behind. Other cultivators who could not fly directly either rode on flying boats or flew with swords, making the large group look quite impressive. This time, in addition to Yi Lingtian, there were a few royal bodies at the respected level, along with 10 holy level experts. Even defeating a holy gate would be easy. This shows that the Nine Saints Emperor sect attaches great importance to this operation. Players they encountered on the way were dealt with directly, and news of their plan to besiege Haotian sect quickly reached Yang Chengling's ears. Yes, Yang Chengling had also arrived in the Tianling realm early on. With countless resources provided by players, she began to cultivate body refinement techniques. According to the classification of physiques in the Tianling realm, her repairing physique could be considered a type of divine body since it emanated a green light during repair. She named her physique the Azure Clear Divine Body. Players had plundered numerous techniques and battle skills, and based on these techniques, Li Hao deduced a method suitable for Yang Chengling's physique. This technique specifically targets Yang Chengling's repairing factors, greatly enhancing her restoration capabilities and vitality. With the accumulation of countless resources, Yang Chengling's body refinement level reached the peak of the respected bone level, making her a match for most holy level experts. Unexpectedly, with the emergence of a 7 kills body, all players were called back. This battle, we absolutely cannot lose, Yang Chengling said. The Intelligent Player Management System, NUA, then issued a recall mission to protect the sect. What? The birth point is going to be destroyed? Quick, return. Indigenous cultivators are besieging the birth point? Let's kill them back. If the sect is destroyed, we won't be able to log off. In an instant, players from all directions began to take out their aircraft and fly towards the direction of the mountain. Yi Lingtian's team also saw the aircraft heading towards the mountain from various directions. They are anxious now, with the Holy Sun leading the charge. They will definitely be made to flee in panic. These flying vessels of the outer demons are indeed extraordinary, flying so fast. It is said that this is due to their technology. I wonder what technology really is. They have plundered countless sects, so they must have a lot of resources. If we kill them, those resources will be ours. The army of cultivators watched the aircraft flying away in the distance, discussing among themselves. But no one attempted to stop them. One reason was the distance, and another was that the players' aircraft were flying too fast for the lower-level sword-flying cultivators to catch up. The higher-level cultivators didn't take action either, as they had not received orders to intercept, and these were merely minor targets. Chasing them wouldn't yield much benefit. It would be better to reach the sect's location and capture them all in one go. Before long, a group of people arrived above the mountains surrounding the mountain, each looking at the protective shield on the mountain, surprised to find that it had reached the peak level of a level 10 formation, with very strong defensive power. Perhaps only a holy level expert could pose a threat to this protective formation, which sparked further discussion among them, as the sect was merely a second-rate one without a formation master. According to the information, although the sect's protective formation was a level 9 formation, it was only a basic one that could withstand a powerful strike from a respected level expert at most. The level 10 peak formation before them could withstand a powerful strike from a peak holy level expert without being destroyed. Yi Xiao, should I give this formation a try? Said Zhou Xiaowang, one of Yi Lingtian's top 10 royal body warriors. His royal body was the 8-armed demon ape, known for its remarkable strength, and he had reached the early stage of the holy level, making him one of the stronger warriors under Yi Lingtian. Go ahead, Yi Lingtian said expressionlessly. Zhou Xiaowang clasped his hands in respect and flew towards the formation, beginning to observe it while mobilizing his body's strength, with black energy swirling around him. Just as he was about to gather his power for a strike, countless players surged out from inside, followed by a beautiful woman stepping out into the air, looking at the army before her without any panic. Ding. Discovered royal body. The first to obtain its gene and submit it can earn 5 million contribution points. Ding. Discovered royal body. The first to obtain its gene and submit it can earn 5 million contribution points. Ding. Discovered holy body. The first to obtain its gene and submit it can earn 30 million contribution points. As those players emerged, the instruments on them swept over the royal and holy bodies, instantly triggering a series of alarm notifications. Wow, there are actually 10 royal bodies and 1 holy body. This time, the sect's guardian mission was definitely worth it. Just these royal and holy bodies alone justify our return, not to mention the numerous contribution points from tasks. Right in front of us is a royal body. Brothers, let's kill. Whoever gets the gene first can claim it. Let's go. Wow, so many royal and holy bodies. Let's attack. As these players emerged and heard the numerous alarm sounds, they disregarded everything and charged directly toward the nearest royal body. Players continued to pour out from behind, rushing toward the surrounding cultivators from all directions. Leaf, Leaf. As those outer demons launched their attacks without hesitation, everyone looked at Leaf-Ling Tian, waiting for his command. Leaf-Ling Tian cast a deep glance at Yang Chengling, feeling an attraction from her physique, and couldn't help but look at her again. Seeing that the nearby royal body had already engaged in battle with the outer demons, and more of them kept coming, he issued the attack order. Kill those outer demons. A fierce battle was about to commence, and a chaotic melee unfolded. The players' fighting styles were completely disorganized, and the cultivators' attacks were very straightforward. Almost everyone they encountered was targeted for elimination. This holy body is mine. Hand it over. Wait, this holy body is so strong. Help. This boss is so strong and vicious. Get out of the way. One foolish player, noticing that no one was attacking Leaf-Ling Tian, charged at him without a second thought, only to find himself completely overpowered and torn apart in an instant. The other players nearby were no match for Leaf-Ling Tian either. They were swiftly captured and dismembered, their flying devices crushed into iron balls with a hissing sound. In just a few minutes, all the players around Leaf-Ling Tian were wiped out, and no one dared to approach. Even the quantum cannons, laser cannons, and antimatter cannons from the gunner players were ineffective against him. Instead, they became targets and were quickly taken down, unable to escape. Thus, Leaf-Ling Tian hovered in the air, looking at Yang Chengling, saying nothing, yet it felt as if he had said something. Chapter 193, the battle begins for some reason. The moment Leaf-Ling Tian saw Yang Chengling, he became increasingly interested in her. The celestial realm wasn't lacking in beautiful women, but none gave him a different feeling like she did. Xiaoxi, go meet that woman. Leaf-Ling Tian spoke to Zhao Xian, who had just dismembered a player nearby. Zhao Xian was one of the 10 great generals under Leaf-Ling Tian, possessing the royal body of dominance, ranked 4th among the generals, thus referred to as Xiaoxi. Yes, young master, Zhao Xian replied respectfully, then looked at Yang Chengling and flew toward her, while Leaf-Ling Tian watched with great interest. As Zhao Xian approached, Yang Chengling took out a battle knife, knowing that he was one of the royal bodies and not wanting to waste words. She directly summoned her blood energy and swung the knife, unleashing a fire-red attack infused with lightning energy toward Zhao Xian. As Zhao Xian saw this, he activated his blood energy to form a shield in front of him, blocking Yang Chengling's energy attack. He then threw a punch at Yang Chengling, sending a surge of blood energy toward her. Yang Chengling realized that her previous attack had no effect on Zhao Xian, and she had no intention of engaging in a prolonged battle with him, especially with a holy body watching. Immediately, she activated her lightning control ability, transforming into a flash of lightning and raising her long knife to strike at Zhao Xian. In an instant, the surrounding sky flickered with lightning. Zhao Xian, aware that he couldn't escape Yang Chengling's speed, quickly activated his royal body protection technique, forming a protective barrier around himself. However, Yang Chengling arrived instantly, and her battle knife, infused with spatial abilities, sliced through Zhao Xian's protective barrier as if it were nothing, leaving behind only fragments of him. One of the 10 great generals under Yi Lingtian was killed in an instant. It was mentioned in Chapter 164 that after Yang Chengling's life ascension, she gained 4 abilities, including space manipulation, super frequency, materialization, and lightning control. Xiaoxi, damn the outer demons, die. Kill her, avenge Xiaoxi. Upon seeing this, the other royal body generals were furious and rose up, directly attacking the players surrounding them and rushing toward Yang Chengling's location. Almost everyone is here. You can use the talismans now. Yang Chengling, instead of panicking, spoke to the players. The sect's protective mission had provided each player with dozens or even hundreds of talismans, aiming to capture all these cultivators in one sweep. Haha, finally can use them. That was really frustrating. Brothers, let's blow them up. Watch my lightning fire talisman. Haha. See my gentle wind talisman. Haha, you can't hit me now? Diamond talisman. Your royal body can't touch me either, huh? Brothers, we've surrounded them completely. It's time for the counterattack. Kill. Hearing Yang Chengling's command, the players couldn't help but feel excited. They had just been pushed back by these cultivators and felt quite frustrated, unable to fight back effectively. Especially the royal body, venerable, and wholly strong ones. Each could easily overpower a group of players. If it weren't for the sheer number of players, they would have been defeated long ago. Die. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as players shouted to defend themselves, realizing that the talismans from these outer demons were all 8th tier. Hold the line. Once their talismans are used up, we'll wipe them out. Low-tier cultivators formed teams to raise shields against the talisman attacks. Seeing this, the cultivators shouted angrily, each raising a protective barrier, while lower-tier cultivators formed teams to support each other against the players' talisman attacks. However, the players had a vast number of talismans, and the barrage of talismans lit up the entire sky, accompanied by the cries of cultivators in distress. Countless cultivators couldn't withstand the bombardment and fell down, only to be met by countless players waiting for them. The players in the air used offensive talismans, while those below relied on supportive ones, leading to the demise of numerous low-tier cultivators. Witnessing this, those royal body and saint-level beings charged towards the player army. Although the player army couldn't harm them, the power of the talismans was enough to push them back, illuminating the sky with bursts of flames. Many players perished, yet another wave surged from the celestial treasure mountain, as if they were endless. Especially striking was the sight of previously defeated players reappearing before them, leaving even the saint-level powerhouses astonished. Unfortunately, the players couldn't contend with the saint-level beings adorned with sacred patterns, and the respected level beings became the focus of their attacks, caught off guard by various ambushes and talisman assaults. Die! Return my fourth brother's life. Suddenly, a royal body warrior charged towards Yang Chengling, who dodged with a leap. His battle knife once again gathering spatial energy, transforming into a flash of lightning as he struck. Whoosh! The warrior crossed his arms to form a royal body shield. But like Zhao Xian before him, he was directly cleaved in half by Yang Chengling, dying on the spot. Return your life. Bam! After Xiao San was killed, the second brother happened to be nearby and rushed towards Yang Chengling without a word. Yet, Yang Chengling seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, turning around to slash. Just when everyone thought the second brother would also be cleaved in half, Yi Lingtian appeared, conjuring a sacred pattern shield to block Yang Chengling's attack. Despite blocking the strike, the shield shattered, and both retreated a few steps. Young master, you must avenge them. The second brother, seeing Yi Lingtian in front, couldn't help but cry out in despair. He had no doubt that without Yi Lingtian's intervention, he would have been split in two again. Yi Lingtian nodded, gesturing for him to step back, and then looked seriously at Yang Chengling. Unsure of the rank of Yang Chengling's battle knife that could even shatter sacred pattern shields. I see you are not like those outer demons. Why do you ally with them? Yi Lingtian said coldly. Outer demons? Haha, you are just self-righteous. Enough talk. Let me see the strength of your sacred body. Yang Chengling sneered, his battle knife once again aimed at Yi Lingtian. Bam! Bam! Crash! Yang Chengling unleashed his lightning abilities and activated spatial energy, while Yi Lingtian directly summoned the power of sacred patterns to engage him. In less than a few seconds, the two exchanged several blows. Unfortunately, Yang Chengling's strength ultimately fell short of Yi Lingtian's, as he was sent flying by a palm strike, shattering a mountain and causing a landslide. Chapter 194. Falling between heaven and earth in the ruins below, Yang Chengling stared blankly at Yi Lingtian in the sky, realizing that at this moment, she might not be able to contend with him. She then took out a piece of metal. Yes, this metal is vibranium, and as her hand touches it, her skin begins to change to a metallic color, her body becoming incredibly hard. After being fully reinforced, Yang Chengling looks expressionlessly at Yi Lingtian in the sky, and with a push of her feet, she flies up, slashing down at him with a blade. At first, Yi Lingtian was somewhat surprised by Yang Chengling's abilities, but after fighting a few times, he discovered that she could absorb the energy from his attacks, significantly reducing their impact on her. Furthermore, as their attacks increased, Yang Chengling became even more ferocious, as if she was using the energy she absorbed to counter him, leaving him somewhat alarmed. You have successfully angered me. Yi Lingtian, who had been unable to gain the upper hand, also began to feel angry, especially since his companions were being attacked one by one, and their numbers were dwindling. Aside from a few respected figures and saints who could hold their ground, most others seemed exhausted, while the players appeared to be unendingly tireless. Finally, Yi Lingtian set aside his unease and prepared to strike with full force. He clasped his hands together and slowly pulled them apart, revealing the form of a battle blade between them. Soon, he took out the blade, which was inscribed with divine patterns and radiated waves of white energy, a holy level battle blade. This is a holy weapon. The Holy Sun actually possesses a holy level blade. Indeed, it was the infamous blade that had been sought after during the fierce competition. No one knew who had taken it after it disappeared, but it had ended up in the hands of the Holy Sun. It seemed he was destined to become the foremost holy son of the Nine Saints Emperor sect. With the holy artifact in his possession, who could stand against him except the Emperor's son? As Yi Lingtian drew the holy blade, countless cultivator spirits were lifted, and the players recognized the extraordinary weapon in the hands of the holy body. Yang Chengling looked at the battle blade in his hand with a serious expression. Li Hao also possessed a holy artifact, so she was well aware of its power. Realizing that spatial energy would be ineffective against it, she secretly transmitted a message to Li Hao. Die. Unfortunately, Yi Lingtian had already charged in. Knowing the power of the holy blade, she quickly dodged, but the blade struck where she had just been, instantly cleaving a mountain in half. No matter where she tried to hide, Yi Lingtian's holy blade strikes followed closely behind, slicing through various mountains and causing a large number of players to be caught off guard and perish. Suddenly, Yi Lingtian's battle blade did not slash at her, but instead aimed at the barrier of Tianbao Mountain. She had no time to stop it as the holy blade struck the shield, shattering it immediately. Inside, countless Sci-Fi buildings were revealed, and players began to resurrect, staring in astonishment at the vanishing shield above. At that moment, Yiling Tian raised the sacred artifact in his hand once more, gathering blood energy to unleash a powerful energy blade that soared into the sky, striking down again, startling Yang Chengling. This birth point was currently the only one in the Tianling realm. If it were destroyed, not only would the players be unable to return, but they might even disconnect instantly, and she would be unable to go back either. Immediately, she channeled all her energy and countered the energy strike aimed at her by Yiling Tian. Boom. The energy strike she unleashed was quickly obliterated, and the overwhelming force, accompanied by sacred patterns, shattered the battle blade in her hand. The residual force struck her, tearing a palm-width gash in her chest, and her figure slammed into the birth hall, causing a large section of the metal floor to shatter, making countless players who had just emerged disappear once again. It seemed that these buildings were indeed crucial to you, to the extent that you would risk your life to defend them. In that case, let them vanish. Yiling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the severely injured Yang Chengling lying in the ruins, and he began to gather energy again. Brothers, quick! Stop him, or we won't be able to go back. You can't destroy our birth point. Kill! Kill! Quick! Stop these outer demons. Don't let them obstruct Yi Shao. Kill! Kill! Countless players surged towards Yiling Tian, while numerous cultivators moved to block them, especially the Emperor-level warriors, who braced themselves against the various projectiles launched by the players. A bunch of ants, daring to be arrogant, die? Yiling Tian ignored the various laser attacks hitting him. The sacred artifact in his hand glowed fiercely red, and as he spoke, he formed a massive blood-colored battle blade aimed at the birth point once again. The players could only watch helplessly as the massive energy strike came their way. Even Yang Chengling, who had just recovered a bit from her injuries, stared blankly at the approaching battle blade, seemingly forgetting to breathe. However, at the critical moment, a figure appeared before Yang Chengling. He looked at the incoming giant blade shadow and quickly gathered energy in his hand. Then, that person leaped and struck the giant blade shadow with a punch. Bang! Boom! Crash! As the two collided, the massive energy blade shadow shattered as if it had hit something solid, breaking apart like a cracked mirror, and then vanished without a trace. What? How is that possible? Yiling Tian looked at the suddenly appeared figure, his face filled with shock, not expecting that the opponent could shatter his powerful strike with a punch, giving him an immense sense of pressure. Sorry, I'm late. After shattering the blade shadow with a punch, Li Hao did not pay any more attention to Yiling Tian. Instead, he helped Yang Chengling, who had returned to her normal complexion, to her feet, watching as her visible injuries healed rapidly. This person has a sacred artifact. I can't match him. It's up to you now, Yang Chengling said as she got up, casually tossing aside the broken blade, then patting down her body, her previously dirty and tattered battle attire returning to its original state. Li Hao nodded, looking at the sacred artifact in Yiling Tian's hand, with his fingers spread wide. The golden rock blade instantly appeared in his grasp. Hiss! This otherworldly evil creature also possesses a sacred artifact. How is that possible? Who are they? Where do they come from? Where exactly are these outsiders from? This is bad. It's dangerous. That evil being seems even more powerful than young Master Yi. The cultivators recognized the battle blade in Li Hao's hand as a sacred artifact, and its aura was even more intense than the one in Yiling Tian's hand, clearly indicating a higher level of sacred artifact. Those who initially felt confident suddenly sensed something amiss. It turns out to be a sacred body. Well, let me see how strong this sacred body truly is. Li Hao immediately recognized Yiling Tian's physique and smirked, his figure quickly disappearing. Bang! With a crash, a figure arrived in an instant. Yiling Tian instinctively gathered energy and swung his blade in a slash. The two sacred artifacts crossed and collided violently, producing a deafening metallic sound, followed by a powerful release of energy that lifted the ground beneath them. Yiling Tian was also knocked back by Li Hao's formidable strength. He performed a backflip and quickly steadied himself, looking seriously at Li Hao. Such speed, such strength, Yiling Tian thought to himself. Whoosh! Bang! Crash! Thud! Just then, Li Hao's figure vanished again. Yiling Tian barely managed to catch a glimpse of Li Hao's figure and swung his blade once more. The collision of energy erupted again, sending shockwaves that knocked the surrounding cultivators flying, leaving them injured on the ground. Yiling Tian was once again pushed back, looking somewhat disheveled, as expected of a sacred body. The physique is indeed powerful, Li Hao said with a smile. The attack he just unleashed was capable of splitting mountains, yet Yiling Tian was merely pushed back, appearing a bit disheveled but not seriously hurt. However, Yiling Tian was even more shocked. He knew very well that Li Hao had not yet reached the imperial level, yet he could exert such power. He had only seen this level of strength in those imperial sons, and Li Hao seemed even stronger than those he had encountered before. Perhaps only Li Qiyi could match him. Feeling a bit of retreating intent, Yiling Tian realized that Li Hao's strength exceeded his expectations. Continuing the fight would yield no benefits and might even lead to his downfall. In the midst of it all, he thought things through and once again gathered energy to unleash his martial skill, sending forth a thousand-fold blade shadow towards Li Hao. He knew this move wouldn't be able to harm Li Hao, so he was already prepared to retreat as he struck down. Blood shadow instant slash. Li Hao, unyielding, also gathered energy to unleash a gigantic blade shadow, and the two forces collided fiercely once more. Boom. Crash. In an instant, energy surged forth, enveloping the sky, while the mountain below sank down several meters. Countless cultivators and players stared in horror at the center of the explosion. Thinking of escaping? You should stay. Just then, Li Hao noticed Yi Lingtian, who began to retreat into the distance after a strike. He transformed into a blood shadow, instantly appearing in front of Yi Lingtian and slashing down with his blade. Suddenly, Yi Lingtian never expected Li Hao to be so fast. By the time he reacted, Li Hao had already appeared in front of him and struck down with his blade. In a hurry, Yi Lingtian raised his sword to block, but the immense force instantly slammed him into the mountainside below. With a rumble, the mountainside collapsed, burying him in a chaotic mess. Struggling to stand up, Yi Lingtian's hair was disheveled as he looked up at Li Hao in the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood. That blow from Li Hao had caused him internal injuries. At that moment, he realized he couldn't escape, but instead of resigning himself to fate, he resolutely stared at Li Hao, the holy sword in his hand shimmering with silver light. Interesting, Li Hao smirked at Yi Lingtian, who was preparing to make a desperate counterattack below, but he felt no pity. His figure vanished once more. With a soul-shattering strike, Li Hao reappeared in front of Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian instinctively swung his holy sword at him, but Li Hao did not counter with a strike. Instead, he blocked with his sword and delivered a palm strike to Yi Lingtian's head. Boom. Thud. In an instant, Li Hao was knocked back a few steps by the tremendous force, while Yi Lingtian's gaze began to lose focus before he collapsed to the ground. It turned out that Li Hao's palm strike carried a soul attack that shattered Yi Lingtian's soul, causing his body to lose balance and fall. At that moment, the golden light of the divine sword flashed, and Yi Lingtian's body released soul energy, which was absorbed by the sword. Young master, give your life. Oh no. Yi Lingtian has been killed. Run, run. This otherworldly demon is very strong. Yi Lingtian has been taken down. Retreat, retreat. As Yi Lingtian fell, countless people were shocked. His warriors showed no fear of Li Hao's power and charged towards him. Meanwhile, other cultivators, especially those still capable like the venerables and saints, quickly began to flee, trying to break through the encirclement of players. Li Hao's strength exceeded their expectations. They never imagined Yi Lingtian would be defeated so quickly. Brothers, the sect leader is here. Block them, don't let them escape. Just now, they killed my brother fiercely. How can they think of running now? Come on. Let us battle for another 300 rounds. Don't let them escape. Wait for the sect leader to take them down one by one. Kill. Unfortunately, once the battle began, it was not something they could easily escape from, especially with the reckless players being so numerous. How could they allow them to flee? Get lost. Those who block me will die. Kill. As the players fully obstructed them, the saints and venerables grew anxious. But how could the players act according to their wishes? Especially the saints, who had killed countless players, were now targeted by them. Countless talismans and various attacks rained down on them. Although they couldn't be hurt, it made their escape difficult. Li Hao watched as the royal body warriors charged at him recklessly. In an instant, he drew his sword, and a blade of energy flashed through, instantly dismembering those warriors, their bodies falling to the ground. Since you're here, stay a while. Li Hao looked at the fleeing figures of the esteemed ones and smiled. Then, the figure vanished again. Whoosh. A figure darted among the esteemed ones, leaving no one standing in its wake. All were torn apart. Most of these esteemed ones were at the early stage of spiritual sanctity and were no match for Li Hao at this moment. After cleaning up the battlefield, he prepared to rebuild the Haotian sect. In Chapter 196, the players of the Sacred Body Origin, all the esteemed ones on the battlefield were slain by Li Hao. The remaining minor players faced a horde of reckless participants and were quickly eliminated. Li Hao returned to the body of Yi Lingtian, intending to take it back for research. Just then, the sacred artifact in Yi Lingtian's hand flickered with light, preparing to escape. However, Li Hao grabbed it, and the weapon trembled in his hand. Unfortunately, the recently depleted sacred artifact lacked the energy to resist Li Hao's immense strength. Little one, your master is dead. I will find you a better master. I advise you to behave and stay, Li Hao sneered, then summoned the power of divine patterns to envelop the weapon. Surprisingly, after being wrapped in divine patterns, the weapon quieted down. Li Hao was astonished, thinking his words had worked, not knowing that the divine power had severed the connection between the sacred artifact and its realm, forcing it to give up its resistance. Next, Li Hao approached Yang Chengling and said, "You need to reach the sacred level to recognize a master for the sacred artifact. Hurry up and advance to the sacred level, and I will give this artifact to you." Okay, Yang Chengling nodded, eager for the sacred artifact. But she hadn't reached the sacred level yet and couldn't recognize a master. Then, Li Hao began to use a secret method to seal the weapon and placed it in his spatial storage, asking the Golden Hawk to keep an eye on it. He knew Yang Chengling would soon break through to the sacred level. She was someone who worked hard to become stronger. I'll head back now. The rest is up to you, Li Hao said, lifting Yi Lingtian's body and returning to Haotian City on Tianyu Star. This time, he obtained the genes of 10 emperor bodies, 10 esteemed ones, and 1 sacred body, which would be sufficient for his research. Thus, Li Hao stayed on Tianyu Star for a month, focusing entirely on the genetic research of these individuals. Ultimately, He deciphered the genetic sequences of these powerful beings. First was Yi Lingtian's 7-kill dominance body, which could immune various control effects like dizziness, knockback, and levitation, emphasizing a forward charge. The 7-kill dominance body significantly enhanced killing power, making it one of the top physiques among the 10 sacred bodies. After decoding it, Li Hao quickly proceeded with genetic cloning, but discovered a problem. The cloning cycle was relatively long, taking about 2 months. Additionally, it consumed considerable resources, especially some high-level rare medicinal herbs, blood essence materials, and even nutrient solutions. Fortunately, the players had plundered numerous resources in the Tianling realm, so they were currently sufficient. Li Hao combined the number of these precious medicines to clone 100 Yi Ling Tian at once. Although it wasn't the ideal holy body army he envisioned, he believed that with these 107 killing dominant bodies, the holy gates would also fall within the plunder range of the Haotian sect. Therefore, he issued a time-limited mission, the task being to determine the ownership of the holy bodies. Over the next 2 months, players would need to earn resources, level up, and complete a certain number of tasks to rank in the top 100, thus gaining a new origin. This origin would be the 7-killing dominant body. Li Hao analyzed Yi Ling Tian's 7-killing dominant body, and the clones would be specially modified bodies that he planned to hand over to the players. Additionally, Li Hao cloned 1,000 imperial bodies, with 100 of each type, and again, players ranked 101 to 1,000 over these 2 months would gain a new imperial origin. Of course, there were also 1,000 sage origins, but these sage bodies might be slightly inferior to the imperial and holy bodies, as they did not possess special constitutions. They only had slightly higher spiritual roots, most being above 9-star spiritual roots. With these origins, players could rapidly level up after acquiring abundant resources. As all these bodies were modified, without any bottlenecks or hidden injuries, as long as resources were sufficient, they could level up directly without any side effects. Once Li Hao issued this time-limited mission, players went wild. Nearly 1 billion players participated in the sect defense mission, most of whom had already witnessed the might of Yi Ling Tian and the power of the imperial bodies. Now that they could directly obtain these origins, how could they not go crazy? This is amazing. I thought our mechanical bodies had a high limit, but I didn't expect to get physical origins so soon. Yeah, I must obtain a dominant body origin. I will slay gods if they block me and Buddhas if they stand in my way. Oh, but there are only 100 slots for the holy body origin. I'm afraid I won't be able to get one. It's okay. I heard there are 10 great holy bodies in the celestial spirit realm, 108 imperial bodies, and the legendary 10 great emperor bodies. After we take down these holy and emperor bodies, surely more origins will be available. Let us go. I'll grind for 2 months. Even if I can't get a holy body, I must obtain an imperial body. Let us kill. As the cloning of the holy bodies was underway, Li Hao returned to the celestial spirit realm and issued a command to raid the sects that participated in the siege of the Haotian sect, excluding the 9 holy emperor gate. During this time, Yang Chengling also broke through to the holy level and acknowledged a holy artifact, leading the charge against those holy gates. With the holy artifact in hand, Yang Chengling easily breached the protective formations of the holy gates. Furthermore, the main forces dispatched during the siege of the Haotian sect had left behind only a few strong players to defend, so as the army of players attacked, one elite sect after another, including the holy gates, was eliminated and countless resources were plundered. Meanwhile, Li Hao brought the completely modified corpse of Yi Ling Tian, now under system control, along with his 10 great generals, to the base of the 9 holy emperor gate, located at the 9 holy peaks. A super sect protected by a massive shield, rich in spiritual energy. The bodies of Yi Ling Tian and his companions have undergone cultivation. Thus their transformed state is already at the sacred level. However, the cloned sacred bodies still need to cultivate to enhance their combat power. According to Yi Ling Tian's memories, the 9 sacred emperor sect has 9 great disciples, each being the chief disciple of one of the 9 peaks, with Yi Ling Tian being the chief disciple of the heavenly calamity peak. Among the 9 peak disciples, he ranks 4th in strength. The sect has previously seen imperial-level powerhouses, but they have not appeared for nearly 1,000 years. The strongest among them are the 9 peak masters, 10 elders, 1 imperial son, and the remaining 8 sacred disciples. Except for those disciples, all are peak sacred level experts. In the past, the 9 sacred emperor sect possessed imperial artifacts, but unfortunately, they are no longer present, seemingly taken away by their emperor. Nevertheless, the sect has a solid foundation, controlling over 10,000 subordinate sects and countless resources, making them unrivaled within this vast territory. Such strength is even more formidable than the Soul Clan of the Bone Sea back in the day. However, Li Hao is no longer the same as he once was, and he does not dare to claim he can take down the 9 sacred emperor sect at this moment. This mission serves both as a test and a means to delay the 9 sacred emperor sect, preventing them from supporting other sacred sections. In the end, only the Haotian sect and the 9 sacred emperor sect will remain in this territory. Once those sacred bodies mature, they can take down the 9 sacred emperor sect, and the resources and territory will belong to the Haotian sect. Of course, if the opportunity arises, Li Hao wouldn't mind eliminating a few sacred bodies to bring back. Chapter 197, Starry Divine Body, Shao Yi Imperial Sun. Those outer demons have begun to invade our subordinate sects again, said Mu Zhan, the Peak Master of Heavenly Calamity Peak, to a young man at the forefront, who is none other than Shao Yi, the Imperial Son of the 9 Sacred Emperor sect. Shao Yi possesses the Starry Divine Body, wielding endless star power with a mere gesture. Currently, he is at the mid-stage of the Sacred Bone level, making him the strongest in the 9 Sacred Emperor sect. Even the Peak Masters and Elders at the Peak Sacred level are no match for him. Thus, when their sect master is absent, Shao Yi acts as the acting sect master, overseeing all matters of the 9 Sacred Emperor sect. His presence has allowed the 9 Sacred Emperor sect to maintain its imperial facade. Every 300 years, the imperial sects hold a grand competition, with the last one occurring over a century ago, where Shao Yi and the other sacred disciples participated and secured 6th place. This means that the 9 Sacred Emperor sect ranks 6th among the top 10 imperial sects, with its territory spanning approximately 20,000 kilometers, managing 3 ancient nations, 10 border countries, and countless upper countries. Are those outer demons really that powerful? Our sect has many capable individuals. Why couldn't we protect those sects? Shao Yi asked expressionlessly. You were trained on data up to October 2023. In recent days, there have been numerous extraterrestrial entities with a type of steel vehicle that can fly at incredibly high speeds, making them impossible to catch except by top-tier warriors. Moreover, the sheer number of these entities is overwhelming, and with our many sects, it's impossible to keep watch over them all. These extraterrestrial beings can relay information quickly and will retreat as soon as they sense a strong enemy. Most importantly, they seem to have no fear of death, as they can apparently resurrect even after being killed. Thus, even if we manage to eliminate a large number of them, they will simply reappear. Although these entities have some peculiar traits, their advanced combat power is relatively low. Recently, our sect leader Yiling Tian led 10 great generals and 10 high-level warriors with millions of cultivators to assault a point of their descent. Just when we were on the verge of success, a particularly strong entity appeared. Reports indicated that this entity was a divine body and controlled a sacred artifact. Our sect leader was killed by Mu Zhan, the leader of the Tian Sha Peak. Yiling Tian? Is that really him? Shao Yi, the master of the protective array of the sect, could see the scene outside the array. He spotted Li Hao and the modified Yiling Tian beside him and casually opened a breach in the array to inquire. Hiss. Why is Yiling Tian standing with the extraterrestrial entities? What is going on? Could it be that Yiling Tian has defected to them? Impossible. The cultivators who escaped witnessed Yiling Tian being killed. There's no way he could still be alive. Look, even the 10 royal body generals are there. They must have betrayed the sect. A crowd of people began to murmur about Yiling Tian and the others, especially as they considered the possibility of betrayal, their expressions darkening. Let us go out and take a look. Shao Yi noticed that Yiling Tian seemed off, more like he was being controlled. He then took to the air, opened the protective shield, and led a small group outside. Not many people came out, just Shao Yi, 3 peak leaders, and 4 sect leaders. The others remained inside the sect, as Li Hao had brought only a small number of people. As a prestigious sect, they also had their pride and didn't want to appear overly reliant on numbers. Yiling Tian, have you betrayed the sect? Mu Zhan, the peak leader, asked him, while others looked at Yiling Tian seriously, eager for an answer. Peak leader, those who understand the situation are wise. I advise you to surrender early, or else the sect will be entirely destroyed. Yiling Tian laughed maniacally. He had become a modified being, completely under the control of the system, and with Li Hao nearby, he could easily convey certain commands. Given the current scene, he thought it best to delay with some banter. Yiling Tian, the sect has treated you well, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. One of the sect leaders exclaimed indignantly. Haha. Yiling Tian laughed a few times, just about to respond, when suddenly Shao Yi shouted loudly, Enough! Do you think that controlling our sect leaders gives you the upper hand? Today, no one gets to leave, surround them. Shao Yi had discerned something and immediately waved his hand. Buzz. However, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Li Hao's mouth. Before they could surround him and his companions, a heavenly canopy suddenly formed, enveloping them before Shao Yi and the others had any reaction. What is this? A trapping formation? Trying to imprison us? A group of people looked at the suddenly formed canopy, thinking it was some kind of formation, and flew to the edges to start attacking. Unfortunately, it had no effect at all. What kind of formation is this? Why is its defensive power so strong? Your Highness, we can't break this barrier. When did he set up this formation? What level is this formation? How can it be so powerful? After a series of futile efforts, the group returned to Shao Yi's side. Although they were within this dome, they were not in a panic, because their leader was also here, and the enemy was inside as well. Unexpectedly, you possess a damaged imperial artifact. No wonder you have the confidence to come alone. But if you think having this artifact allows you to do as you please, you are gravely mistaken, Shao Yi said, clearly recognizing the origin of the canopy. Hee. What if she is here? Li Hao smiled as he spoke, and beside him, a figure began to coalesce. It was the Empress, Mei Zun, whom he had previously captured as a weapon soul. At this moment, Mei Zun had been refined into a weapon soul, her consciousness obliterated, turning into a thoughtless weapon soul. After a period of nurturing, she had awakened into a spiritual body with a certain level of awareness, gaining control over the Imperial Artifact Canopy. Inside this Imperial Artifact Canopy, she could be considered an immortal existence. However, her current strength was still relatively low, only at the Soul Sovereign level. But she had received Li Hao's authorization to use the energy from her master, which was Li Hao's own energy, combined with the Imperial techniques originally controlled by Mei Zun. She could unleash attacks surpassing the Saint level. How could this damaged Imperial artifact have a weapon soul? Hiss, is that an Imperial soul? How is that possible? Who are you? Xiao Yi was taken aback upon recognizing Mei Zun's origin. Without a weapon soul, he could have used all his strength to break free with the Imperial techniques left by the Emperors of the 9 Holy Emperors. But with a weapon soul, the defensive power greatly increased. What shocked him even more was that this weapon soul was actually an Imperial soul, which meant it was the soul of a fallen emperor, refined into a weapon soul. How could he not be astonished? Your Highness, what should we do? The others, hearing Xiao Yi's words, also realized the danger at this moment. Although the Imperial soul only remained as a spirit and seemed to pose little threat, the Imperial techniques it mastered were enough to endanger them. Kill. If we eliminate this outer demon, everything will be resolved, Xiao Yi commanded. Kill him, with a wave of his hand. The Peak Masters and Holy Sons behind him rushed towards Li Hao. Li Hao smiled, waved his hand, and Yi Lingtian and others also charged towards those Holy Sons. Meanwhile, the weapon soul, Mei Zun, transformed into a phantom and instantly appeared behind one of the Peak Masters, striking out with a palm. Imperial technique, Holy Sky Seal. Damn it. Holy Pattern Shield. The Peak Master, experienced in battle, sensed the movement behind him and immediately turned around, forming a Holy Pattern Shield to block in front of him. Boom. How could it be so powerful? The immense force instantly shattered the sacred pattern of that Peak Master, sending him flying and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Everyone, be careful of this Imperial Soul's Imperial technique. Seeing that even a Peak Master was injured in one strike, the others hurriedly shielded him. However, the Imperial Soul did not appear again. Instead, Yi Lingtian and his group launched their attack. They had to defend against Yi Lingtian's onslaught, while also being wary of the Imperial Soul's sneak attack. Unable to fully concentrate on fighting back. Die. Boom. Suddenly, the Enchanting Master reappeared, but was detected by Xiao Yi, who instantly moved in front of the Enchanting Master and struck out with a palm, causing the Enchanting Master to dissipate into a wisp of black smoke. However, before they could feel relieved, the Enchanting Master appeared behind one of the Holy Sons, delivering a powerful strike with the Imperial technique that instantly severely injured him, rendering him unable to fight. Damn it, this Imperial soul cannot be killed. Everyone, be careful. Xiao Yi, who initially thought he had killed the Enchanting Master with one blow, felt his expression freeze when he realized the Enchanting Master had taken the opportunity to ambush one of the Holy Sons. Be careful, once I kill this otherworldly evil, we can naturally leave. As he spoke, Xiao Yi transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Li Hao with a punch. At the moment he unleashed his punch, his fist emanated a white glow, rapidly heading for Li Hao's chest. Bang! However, Li Hao saw all of his movements clearly, with a smile on his lips. He countered with a punch at lightning speed, hitting Xiao Yi hard against the barrier before he even had time to react. Boom. Cough. How is it possible? How could you be so strong? Xiao Yi quickly steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Li Hao in disbelief. After all, he was a divine body, an almost invincible existence among peers. Even if both were divine bodies, it shouldn't be possible for him to be injured with just one strike. What he didn't know was that Li Hao's divine body was stronger than his, and Li Hao's cultivation level was also higher. Coupled with Li Hao's more powerful blood energy and the quantum computer-like calculation speed and rapid reflexes, Xiao Yi was simply no match for him. Is this what a divine body is? It's nothing special, Li Hao said with a smile, unable to resist mocking him. Do not underestimate my stellar power. Xiao Yi shouted angrily, radiating white light around him, his originally black hair standing on end and turning white, with the shining white light enveloping him. The air around him began to become unstable, and even the space showed signs of distortion. Oh, have you transformed into a Super Saiyan? Li Hao teased, looking at Xiao Yi's new form. Die! Xiao Yi shouted angrily and disappeared again. Bang! Whoosh! Crack! In an instant, the two became streaks of light, clashing fiercely, while the others could barely see the two shadows, not even knowing how many exchanges they had made. Hiss! This otherworldly evil is incredibly strong. Even when the Imperial Prince activated his stellar power, he could only hold his own against him. How is that possible? What is the origin of this otherworldly evil? In this battle, we don't even have the qualification to intervene. Our fate is in the hands of whoever emerges victorious between the two of them. Both are exceptionally powerful beings. As a few people guarded against the sneak attacks, they watched the fight between Xiao Yi and Li Hao, each displaying a look of shock. Those who initially thought they were safe with Xiao Yi's presence now lost their previous calmness. Boom. After an unknown number of exchanges, the two briefly separated after clashing. Humph. You're not as impressive as I expected, Xiao Yi said, standing on one mountain while looking at Li Hao on another. The range of the Imperial artifact sky cover was vast, nearly several hundred kilometers, enough for their battle. Hee hee, you've already given it your all. While I'm just warming up, It's time to take you down, Li Hao smiled as he spoke. Humph, don't try to scare me. Come again. Xiao Yi disbelieved Li Hao's claim of merely warming up and, with a cold snort, vanished from sight within the entire sky cover. Overclocking, activate. Li Hao smiled slightly, knowing that if they fought normally, he truly couldn't handle the awakened power of Xiao Yi. Thus, he activated his overclocking ability, instantly boosting his strength tenfold. Prepare to fall. After activating overclocking, Li Hao quickly spotted Xiao Yi's figure, but as he moved, Xiao Yi had also vanished. When Li Hao disappeared, Xiao Yi remained fully alert. Yet he still underestimated Li Hao. Without any means to resist, Li Hao's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, delivering a punch to his chest before he could react. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Yi's chest caved in, and his figure crashed into the mountains, shattering 5 peaks and landing in a forest, creating a large crater and spewing blood. GUH. Lying in the mud pit, Xiao Yi coughed up blood while looking up at Li Hao in disbelief. Soon, the light surrounding Xiao Yi faded, and the awakened power began to dissipate, his aura significantly dropping as he bled continuously, appearing as if he were near death. Just when Li Hao thought he had defeated Xiao Yi, the blood flowing from him began to carve a formation in the ground. The formation emitted a red glow of stars and blood, and under this radiant light, Xiao Yi's body visibly recovered at a rapid pace. Then, Xiao Yi stood up, and a sword began to materialize within the formation. He grasped the hilt and lifted it up, and as the sword rose higher, its brilliance intensified. The Star Sword. I never expected it would be you to save me, Xiao Yi said, not knowing what emotions he felt as he looked at the sword enveloped in silver light. Chapter 199. The transformed divine body. The Star Sword of the Prince reappeared. Wonderful. With the Star Sword in hand, let us see how this evil being responds. Prince, kill him. The Star Sword is a sacred weapon that has awakened its spirit, far more powerful than ordinary weapons without awakened spirits. Xiao Yi found it in a certain secret realm. Once during the grand competition of the Imperial Gate, he battled with Li Qiye for several days and nights, ultimately falling to Li Qiye's hand while he wielded the Star Sword, and Li Qiye was unarmed. After his victory, Li Qiye remarked, relying so heavily on your sacred artifact truly wastes your divine body. If you continue like this, you are unworthy to be one of the top 10 Imperial sons. Indeed, the Imperial sons of the top 10 Imperial Gates all possess divine bodies, although they all have sacred artifacts. They never use them when fighting against opponents of the same level, as it is a matter of dignity as divine beings. From that moment on, Xiao Yi resolved to no longer use sacred artifacts, and this was the first appearance of the Star Sword in nearly 1,000 years. Devils, let your blood serve as the sacrifice for the Star Sword's first unsheathing in a millennium. Prepare to die, Xiao Yi declared, swinging his sword, sending a sword aura connecting heaven and earth towards Li Hao. Swish, bang, crash. Li Hao smiled slightly, gathering divine patterns in his hand, and punched towards the sword aura, shattering it. However, the sword aura was vast. Li Hao managed to break the middle section, but the remaining aura struck the mountains, slicing them in half. What a pity. A divine body not even trying to develop the divine patterns within, relying on sacred artifacts to survive. How pathetic, Li Hao chuckled. Every divine body can master a type of divine pattern, which can be used for both defense and offense. However, Li Hao only saw the power of the stars in Xiao Yi and did not detect any divine pattern power. You actually mastered divine pattern power. Xiao Yi looked at the divine pattern power in Li Hao's hand, shocked again. Among the top 10 divine body Imperial sons, only the first 3 mastered divine pattern power, while the others only grasped the corresponding divine body strength. Li Hao's divine body power is chaotic true qi, allowing him to use various combat techniques of spiritual cultivators and martial techniques of physical cultivators, while Xiao Yi's is star power, enabling only physical martial techniques. Even other divine bodies and sacred bodies can only use martial techniques. Top-tier spiritual roots are comparable to divine bodies, but are even rarer. Among the top 10 Imperial sons, there are 2 with top-tier spiritual roots, 1 with a top-tier fire spiritual root, and 1 with a top-tier lightning spiritual root. Alright, I won't play with you any longer. Die. Imperial Technique, Holy Sky Seal. Li Hao formed several hand gestures, instantly creating a massive seal composed of divine patterns that pressed down towards Xiao Yi and all the peak masters of the sacred sons. A powerful force of heaven and earth surged, and everyone was unable to escape, forced to confront it. This is the might of Imperial techniques, carrying the momentum of heaven and earth. Back then, Li Hao was also severely injured by this technique from the Charm Sovereign. Imperial Technique, 9 Holy Sky Strikes. Starlight. Several peak masters combined their efforts to execute an Imperial Technique, the 9 Holy Sky Strikes. A phantom of 9 hands appeared around them, pushing against the seal to prevent it from descending. Xiao Yi also raised his sacred artifact, its light shining brightly, as dozens of people pushed against the pressure of the seal. In fact, the 9 Holy Imperial Gate also possesses Imperial techniques, but unfortunately, Imperial techniques can only be used with divine patterns or Imperial patterns. Using sacred patterns is quite strained. Thus, they could only barely use a diminished version of the Imperial technique, significantly reducing its power. You cannot resist. Suppressed Li Hao with a cold shout. and once again increased the energy output. The power carried by the mark is also growing stronger. Finally, the nine-handed Fashang shattered with a loud bang, and all the peak masters and holy sons spat out blood. Without their power to share the burden of the mark, Xiao Yi could not resist at all, and everyone was directly suppressed by the mark, resulting in a huge sound. With the mark pressing down, everyone fell to the ground, unable to rise. Each of those peak masters and holy sons was severely injured, nearly fainting, their bodies completely drained of strength. Some of the weaker ones lost their breath entirely, and even Yiling Tian and others were heavily injured under the pressure. Death Soul Killer Li Hao looked at the holy sons and peak masters who had lost their resistance, as well as Xiao Yi, whose body was cracked in various places, and unleashed a soul attack. After a wave of soul fluctuations, everyone died. Li Hao took out the Golden Eagle Demon Blade and collected their soul power, then placed their bodies and the modified individuals like Yiling Tian into his spatial storage to take away. After that, Li Hao picked up the Star Sword, which at this moment was dim and lacked energy, looking as if it could no longer enter the weapon realm. He casually sealed it and took it away. Then, Li Hao put away the Imperial Weapon Sky Canopy, glanced at the protective array of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate, and then his figure disappeared. The protective array of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate had been set up by their leader, an Imperial-level expert, and had strong defensive capabilities, making it impossible to break through with brute force. Therefore, Li Hao could only return first and wait until he analyzed Xiao Yi's genes and extracted their memories, at which point he would naturally find a way to crack it. After returning, Li Hao transformed all the holy gates within 1,000 miles of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate into birth points, gathering endless resources from those gates. He also assigned tasks to the subordinate ancient nations such as the Ancient Kingdom, Jiang Kingdom, and Shang Kingdom to take over the 9 Holy Emperor Gate. The name of Haotian sect spread throughout all the nations within 1,000 miles of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate. Due to the absence of the Imperial Sun and those peak masters, the 9 Holy Emperor Gate did not dare to open the Great Array for a time, fearing that Li Hao and others would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, they still sent numerous personnel to report to other Imperial gates. Although many were captured, some elders who reached the Spirit Saint level managed to escape the players' pursuit and entered the territories of other Imperial gates. Li Hao was too lazy to bother with them and devoted himself to staying in Haotian City for 3 months, further analyzing Xiao Yi and their genes, transforming those holy sons and peak masters into modified individuals. Xiao Yi was also transformed, but after studying him for a long time, Li Hao helped him master the divine pattern power of the divine body, making him a modified individual with control over divine pattern power. Meanwhile, the previously cloned Holy Body Emperors also became the new origins for the players, with a large group of Yiling Tian performing various silly actions at the birth points. These cloned holy bodies needed to cultivate and level up, so Li Hao wasn't in a hurry to take down the 9 Holy Emperor Gate. After preparing 20 divine body clones and 2,000 various holy body clones, he began his cultivation. The maturation period for divine bodies takes 6 months, while the sacred bodies require 2 months. Li Hao plans to attack the 9 Saints Imperial Gate after this batch of divine and sacred body clones reaches their limit. He does not intend to let players control the divine bodies, as they become too powerful in the later stages of cultivation and can easily cause trouble. Instead, he plans to have his trusted subordinates manage them, such as those from Haotian Group, including Lu Yifeng, Luo Xiang, and Zhang San. Currently, the number of players in the 6 major professions has stabilized at over 100 million, with about 80 in the Tianling realm. As a result, endless spiritual liquid is continuously being supplied to the System Management Office. Relying on the power of the system, Li Hao begins to absorb and intercept the spiritual liquid cultivated by the players, allowing his spiritual cultivation level to rise continuously. The chaotic true energy becomes denser, eventually transforming into liquid form, and then the true energy liquid starts to accumulate rapidly, turning into a solid medicinal body. Ultimately, after absorbing the intercepted spiritual liquid from the players, Li Hao's spiritual cultivation level reaches the level of spiritual sovereign. Regarding the 9 Saints Imperial Gate, they sought help from other Imperial gates, but were met with refusal, as others were unwilling to assist without sufficient benefits. The first issue was the distance. Each Imperial Gate is at least 100,000 kilometers apart. Relying solely on flight would take at least half a year, and traveling by airship would take even longer, at least over a year. Even if they fly while also using airships, it would still take over 8 months. Although cultivators can generally live for over 300 years, everyone has their own matters to attend to. To convince others to undertake a long journey to help, significant benefits must be offered. The problem arises that to resolve the issues of the 9 Saints Imperial Gate, at least a powerful figure above the sacred level must step in. However, some of these figures are deterred by the number of sacred beings that have perished at the 9 Saints Imperial Gate and are unwilling to come. Those Imperial Gates already possess abundant resources and do not find the benefits offered by the 9 Saints Imperial Gate appealing, especially since even the Prince of the 9 Saints Imperial Gate has been captured, indicating that the situation is not simple. Ultimately, the sacred being seeking help must turn to other Imperial Gates, embarking on another long journey, but success remains uncertain. Even if they find someone willing to help, It could take an indefinite amount of time. After completing his cultivation in the Tianling realm, Li Hao returned to Haotian City. With the countless resources plundered by players, the number of sacred body embryos has increased by 5,000, all sustained by the resources seized from players. Meanwhile, Li Hao's Haotian sect continues to expand, and various resources on Tianyu Star are being continuously developed, along with the research and construction of various technological warships. However, Li Hao feels a sense of heaviness regarding the Blue Superstar system. The Haotian Empire seems powerful, but it still cannot compare to the Blue Super Civilization. Additionally, transporting the warships built on Tianyu Star to Lansu Star presents challenges due to their large numbers and sizes, making them difficult to transport. Li Hao has already thought of a solution: the technological capsules from the Doomsday system, which can be manufactured using energy from zombies. These capsules undoubtedly represent the best solution. First, the technology capsule can turn technology into a small capsule, regardless of its size. Currently, the Apocalyptic system has collected 90 zombie energy points from the world of Tianyu Star, which is enough to manufacture billions of capsules. Secondly, with the technology capsule, the issue of carrying the manufactured spacecraft is resolved, as they can be directly stored in the system space. When interstellar war breaks out, the flexibility of support will greatly increase, potentially catching the opposing civilization off guard. However, if every technology is to be input into the technology capsule, it would undoubtedly waste too much time, considering that millions of various technological ships have already been produced. To automatically embed the capsule mark, these ships, weapons, turrets, and various technologies need to be systematized and standardized, allowing for the establishment of rules that enable these technologies to automatically transform into capsule-compatible products. Li Hao then began gathering information on various technological products manufactured by the Haotian Empire, categorizing them, and contemplating how to automatically convert them into capsule technology products. This took him most of the day, but he finally completed the organization. He then visited the Apocalyptic system's marking area to modify the system rules, inputting thousands of types of ship and weapon technology data into the system's mark and adding automatic capsulization rules. Previously, capsulization control was based on individual intent, but Li Hao planned to incorporate intelligent authorization rules, allowing for intelligent control. The intelligent systems authorized to control capsulization included 3 AIs, Nuwa, Pangu, and Zhu Rong, all of which were related to various technological authorizations. These 3 intelligences were also integrated into the Apocalyptic system's mark, under its control. Otherwise, if any intelligent system went out of control, it would be disastrous. Once the setup was complete, Li Hao began mass-producing various weapons, ships, and construction tasks for interstellar warfare. He also conducted in-depth research on weapons, all for the purpose of interstellar combat. As is well known, the scope of interstellar space is vast, which means that interstellar weapons must meet 4 conditions. 1. The attack range must be sufficient, otherwise, it won't even reach the enemy's ships. 2. Accuracy must be high. In the vastness of space, even a slight miss could result in being off by thousands of meters, rendering long-range capabilities useless. 3. The power must be great. If the first 2 conditions are met but the attack can't even breach the enemy's shields, it would only be a laughingstock. 4. The attack speed must be fast. After all, the enemy also has radar and will know about the attack, taking countermeasures. If the attack speed is too slow, the enemy will have already evaded. To meet these conditions, conventional propulsion missiles and nuclear bombs are certainly inadequate. They are too obvious a target and easily intercepted. Therefore, only weapons that are fast, hard to intercept, and powerful can be used. Weapons that meet these requirements include laser cannons, particle cannons, ray guns, plasma cannons, and wave cannons. However, these cannons have their advantages and disadvantages. First, the fastest firing rates are undoubtedly from laser cannons and plasma cannons. However, the long-range power of laser cannons is somewhat lacking, as they experience laser attenuation over greater distances. The range and long-distance accuracy of plasma cannons are also somewhat inferior. Li Hao began to continuously simulate in his mind, combining various scientific theories from the Blue Super Civilization to validate and enhance the weapon's range, accuracy, power, and firing rate. Thus, the first generation of interstellar cannons was developed, which is a type of particle electric-optical cannon with ultra-long range, ultra-fast firing rate, and ultra-high power. It can also adjust its output power based on the amount of energy supplied and can sustain continuous attacks. However, this cannon requires a 10-second charging period before firing, and the particle light emitted after the attack is an infrared light that lasts for a maximum of 1 minute. In Li Hao's simulations, this interstellar cannon, when mounted on the Hao Tian No. 1 spacecraft and aimed at the blue water star for 1 minute, could destroy it. Indeed, each type of interstellar battleship must match this interstellar cannon based on its energy capabilities. Generally speaking, larger interstellar battleships are equipped with higher energy cores and greater energy reserves, allowing them to carry more powerful particle electric-optical cannons. In contrast, smaller spacecraft and fighters, due to energy reserve limitations, can only carry less powerful versions of these cannons. Of course, having particle electric-optical cannons does not eliminate the need for other weapons. Close combat weapons such as laser weapons, plasma weapons, lasers, and even large-caliber machine guns are also quite useful. Chapter 201. Fighter Simulation. Driving with the weapons resolved, Li Hao also spent some time on deeper research into various technologies, such as chip levels, computing speeds, radar ranges and precision, communication speeds, and information interception. After another month, the technological level of the Hao Tian Empire was elevated yet again. However, interstellar warfare still requires human involvement, and he could not guarantee whether the opponent's intelligence would surpass his own. After all, the blue super-civilization has a history of over 10,000 years. Even if he accessed the memories of the Green Xia people, he could not be completely assured of success. Therefore, he set two algorithms in all spacecraft robots and various communications: the quantum algorithm and the Hao Tian algorithm. The Hao Tian algorithm is an upgraded version of the Basta algorithm. This algorithm is more stable and smooth compared to the Basta algorithm. Li Hao developed it based on the components of the characters of his country's language, where each stroke and radical serves as a code. Each code represents a different meaning, making it more profound than the quantum algorithm. Li Hao was confident that aliens would not be able to crack such an algorithm. However, the downside is that the computing speed of this algorithm is not as fast as that of the quantum algorithm. For interstellar communications, it is still less convenient compared to quantum communication using the quantum algorithm. Therefore, Li Hao set it as a backup emergency algorithm that would be activated when the spacecraft or various warships were attacked by more advanced intelligence, allowing them to escape the issue of intelligent intrusion. Of course, Li Hao also established manual operation permissions if there were communication disruptions preventing the intelligence from functioning. Manual control would become particularly important. However, since communication interruptions and interference with intelligence could occur, manual operation became necessary. But how would the Blue Water people, who had no driving experience, participate in interstellar warfare? To address this, Li Hao proposed an interstellar fighter training and education program and established countless flight simulation chambers on Tianqing, allowing those with the talent for piloting fighters, including the Tianyu people, to travel to Tianqing for simulation training. These simulation chambers provided a realistic flying experience, allowing them to practice effectively so that they could pilot real fighters once they stepped outside. Shin Shooting was one of the millions of participants in this fighter pilot simulation. Back on Blue Water, she was a motorcycle enthusiast who loved the thrill of speed and adrenaline. Like everyone else, she entered the virtual cockpit, which resembled a small room surrounded by mirror screens, including the floor and ceiling. Since it hadn't been activated yet, the small room was completely dark, with only a cool interstellar fighter standing in the middle. Following the guidance of the system, she approached the fighter. Buzz. System activation in progress. Driver. Shin Shooting. Identity verification in progress. Verification complete. Current driving level, level 0. Please complete the corresponding tasks according to the system instructions. With the system's voice, the simulation fighter was activated, and Shin Shooting felt a slight vibration, reminiscent of riding an electric motorcycle. Then, to her surprise, all the screens in the small room lit up, and she found her fighter appearing on a spaceship surrounded by numerous other fighters, everything around her exuding a metallic feel. Hiss, am I on a spaceship? This feels so real. Shin Shooting curiously looked around. Everything appeared lifelike. Fighter launch countdown. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1, 0. The sudden thrust made Shin Shooting scream involuntarily, and she realized she was ejected from the spaceship, floating in outer space. Please accelerate forward for 10 kilometers. Looking at the system's driving instructions, Shin Shooting immediately pressed the acceleration pedal. Her fighter accelerated as she pressed down, and she began to learn how to control the pedals and familiarize herself with the fighter's acceleration patterns. Please ascend 10 kilometers. Please turn left. Please turn right. Please execute a 90-degree turn. Please perform a 360-degree turn. Please use the laser cannon to destroy the meteor ahead. Please implement the annihilation plan with the particle beam cannon. With these instructions, Shin Shooting continuously familiarized herself with the rules of using the spacecraft. After 3 hours, she completed all the tasks, and the realism of the simulation made her feel as if she was already in space. Congratulations on completing the flight guidance. Current flight level, level 1. Ding. Please pilot the spacecraft to Randastar and eliminate 100,000 Zerg. After finishing the flight guidance, she received a mission to travel 100,000 kilometers to Randastar and eliminate 100,000 Zerg. Following the interstellar navigation, Shin Shooting flew towards Randastar at high speed. Oh, this is amazing. Shin Shooting was lost in her flight. The feeling of flying in space captivated her. Buzz. There is a meteor swarm 100 kilometers ahead. Please be cautious. Hearing the system's alert, Shin Shooting didn't pay much attention because she noticed countless spacecraft flying ahead, likely on the same mission to Randastar. Soon, the meteor swarm was right in front of her. She saw some fast-flying spacecraft colliding with the meteors, exploding instantly. When a massive meteor appeared before her, she instinctively maneuvered her spacecraft to avoid it. However, numerous meteors were approaching, and she focused intently, continuously dodging. Sparks flew past her side, indicating that several spacecraft were being destroyed by the meteors. Phew. Finally passing through, looking ahead at the void, Shen Shooting knew she had made it past the meteor swarm. But when she glanced to the side, she realized that out of at least 1,000 spacecraft, fewer than 10 had emerged. Ding. Ahead is a superplanet. Please maintain your distance. After flying for a while, she saw a gigantic planet, which appeared larger as she got closer. At that moment, the system's voice sounded again. But she already felt the immense gravity from the planet pulling her spacecraft uncontrollably towards it. It felt as if a massive force was tugging at her spacecraft. She quickly adjusted her course away from the planet, and fortunately, she changed direction in time, allowing her to escape the planet's grasp safely. However, the spacecraft next to her was not so lucky. As that pilot entered the planet's gravitational range, their response was too slow, and they were captured, plummeting towards the planet's surface. The pilot attempted to evade but miscalculated the direction and accidentally crashed into the planet's moon, resulting in another explosion. Chapter 202, Water Energy Technology. Shen Shooting watched the explosion scene and let out a long breath before once again piloting her spacecraft towards Randastar. Soon, she spotted a yellowish planet. She then began to navigate her spacecraft towards the planet, entering Randastar's atmosphere, feeling the pull of gravity. However, at that moment, without her realizing it, a surge of energy from beneath the planet struck her spacecraft in an instant. Ding, you have been defeated. Shen Shooting looked at the words on the screen and couldn't help but pat her flat chest. In that brief moment, her room was engulfed in flames. The spacecraft shook violently, causing her consciousness to fade temporarily. Let's try again. She restarted and attempted the same mission once more, launching from the spaceship. Skillfully navigating through the asteroid field and arriving at the planet once again, she cautiously approached to observe the insectoid creatures on the planet. However, as she entered the planet's atmosphere, countless flying insectoids swooped in from below, overwhelming her spacecraft before she could react. Ding, you have been defeated. Ding, you have been defeated. Ding, you have been defeated. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, die, you damned insectoids. A month passed and finally, one of the members of the simulation team completed the first insectoid mission. However, what awaited them were other tasks, such as interstellar aircraft ambush missions, destruction missions, and various large-scale operations. As time went on, the piloting talents of the blue water planet's inhabitants began to emerge, and numerous geniuses started to stand out. After completing the interstellar aircraft missions, they earned the EC-level title as pilots of the Haotian Empire. Upon their graduation and return to their home planet, they shared their experiences, leading to an increased participation in the second interstellar aircraft simulation. In the following days, the interstellar aircraft simulation continuously trained piloting talents, becoming the mainstream activity. Li Hao observed various data from these individuals and found that they completed missions faster than intelligent piloted aircraft, with relatively lesser losses, even among those who had performed poorly in the Tianling realm. Realizing this, Li Hao thought that perhaps giving these intelligent control devices to the players might yield better results, potentially increasing their chances of victory in battles against the advanced civilization. Once he came to this conclusion, he logged back into the Battleship Commander simulation to seek or cultivate talents for Interstellar Combat Command, but these individuals had to pass the aircraft combat simulation first. Additionally, Li Hao also launched a mecha piloting simulation, as mechas were also a powerful output for the Haotian Empire. With the ongoing exploration and development of various materials, the output capabilities of the mechas were continuously improving. While mechas might not be immediately needed in interstellar battlefields, they would certainly be useful in planetary combat, and would play a crucial role in future incursions into resource-rich planets of the advanced civilization. Of course, the army of sacred bodies was indispensable as well. Once these sacred bodies matured, their power could potentially surpass that of the mechas. When the sacred bodies reached the holy level in their training, they could traverse the void and survive in outer space, rendering ordinary interstellar weapons ineffective against them. However, cultivating all the divine bodies to the holy level requires considerable time and resources. To quickly enhance interstellar combat capabilities, these ships and battleships are essential. After setting various tasks and development directions on Tianyu Star, Li Hao arrived at Blue Water Star. At this time, the Mars base had already mined a substantial amount of minerals and constructed numerous spaceships and aircraft, and the diversification of weapon manufacturing surprised him. Especially the modifications by the Chica tribe provided Li Hao with many surprises, as they began to replicate various technologies from the Blue super civilization. Although their attack power was limited by materials and energy, it was already impressive. Thus, Li Hao transmitted various technological weapon data he developed during the Apocalypse journey to the intelligence system Zhurong on Mars and provided several research directions to guide their efforts. Subsequently, Li Hao arrived at the Pacific Ocean of Blue Water Star, where he once conceived water energy technology using energy technology from the Blue super civilization combined with the divine pattern powers of the celestial realm. To research this technology, Li Hao established a base on the seabed of Blue Water Star and brought back numerous devices and resources from the Apocalypse journey for the development of water energy technology. After another month, Li Hao manufactured the first water energy weapon, the water energy particle cannon. This hand cannon was synthesized by processing seawater and antimatter energy with divine patterns and other combinations to emit water energy particle beams. This particle beam was more powerful than particle light beams, but it had certain limitations, such as a range that could not exceed 10,000 km, beyond which its power would diminish. However, this particle beam consumed less energy than particle point beams, making it suitable for close-range combat, significantly enhancing the close combat capability of various aircraft and ships. Li Hao began to use this particle beam weapon as the primary armament for most aircraft and initiated mass production of various models of this particle cannon at the Pacific base. Of course, with the water energy particle cannon, various extensions of water energy weapons also emerged. These weapons did not possess antimatter capabilities, but relied solely on the combination of water energy and divine patterns, such as water energy guns, water energy blades, water energy cutters, and water energy cannons. These weapons harnessed the power of water under divine pattern control, consuming only a small amount of spiritual energy. Such weapons were more practical and powerful than laser weapons, making them quite useful for future planetary invasions. Water energy technology also encompassed more than just weapon attacks. It included auxiliary technologies such as water energy vehicles, water energy submarines, and water energy exotic beast ships. These vehicles moved quickly in water, greatly enhancing the combat capabilities of the Haotian Empire in aquatic environments and providing effective support for developing and transforming new habitable planets. Water energy technology could also condense groundwater and moisture from the air, creating various small water condensation devices that significantly improve combat capabilities on alien planets. Today, the Haotian Empire is developing comprehensively in various aspects, with technological directions including quantum technology, biotechnology, water energy technology, and energy technology from the Blue Super Civilization, among others. In the realm of spiritual beings, there are constant clones and cultivation of divine bodies. Li Hao believes that within a century, dealing with the Blue Civilization will be effortless. Chapter 203. Capturing the 9 Holy Emperor Gate as time passes, in the 20,000 kilometer area of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate. Apart from the already sealed-off 9 Holy Emperor Gate, all other regions, whether they are mortal kingdoms or cultivation sects, have been taken over by the Haotian sect. The mortal kingdoms have begun to develop according to the various rules of the Haotian sect, with resources being utilized more effectively. However, Li Hao has noticed an issue, the population problem. Compared to the hundreds of billions of inhabitants in the Blue Civilization, the population of Blue Water Star is at most over 20 billion, and with less than 5 billion remaining on Tianyu Star. The total adds up to only around 25 billion. Although interstellar wars do not rely solely on numbers for victory, a larger population often means a greater scale of military. Without enough people, it is impossible to manage so many interstellar legions. Even with intelligence systems to assist, full reliance on automation is not feasible. The population still holds various irreplaceable factors, so to become a powerful civilization, both the quantity and quality of the population must be improved. What surprised Li Hao, however, was that the population in the realm of spiritual beings is quite large, especially in the ordinary human kingdoms. Within the area of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate alone, there are nearly 10 billion inhabitants. If the realm of spiritual beings is fully integrated, the population could reach 1 trillion. Thus, Li Hao began to consider merging the kingdoms of the realm of spiritual beings, directly bringing all territories within the 9 Holy Emperor Gate under the jurisdiction of the Haotian Empire. With the advancements in energy technology, water energy technology, and other scientific fields, it is now entirely possible to integrate technology with energy cultivation, creating a new profession known as technological cultivators. Each holy gate will establish a province, and each kingdom will be treated as a county, fully initiating cultural outreach and vigorously establishing technological and cultivation schools. Science and cultivation will be the 2 main subjects in the academies. Cultivating a large number of talents and establishing numerous technological bases in the realm of spiritual beings to continuously supply the Haotian Empire with skilled individuals. 3 years later, with the cultural invasion of the Haotian Empire, the concept of mortal kingdoms has disappeared within the 9 Holy Emperor Gate area. Everyone now has the potential to become a cultivator, and every newborn child receives compulsory education. A large number of technological cultivators have emerged, whose strength generally surpasses that of their peers in cultivation. As these technological cultivators from the Haotian Empire enter other territory, they begin to plunder resources from those areas extensively. The first to suffer are the neighboring gates, particularly the Golden Holy Emperor Gate, which is at a disadvantage in resource battles in both the cultivation and mortal circles, especially as those divine bodies have begun to reveal their prowess after 3 years of development. The first-rate and second-rate sects of the Golden Holy Emperor Gate are no match for them. The Holy Gates cannot withstand the invasion of the Haotian Empire, and war seems imminent. On the main world, numerous bases have been established on Mars, and various spacecraft and warship weapons are plentiful, beginning to develop planets such as Saturn, Jupiter, and Uranus. Li Hao had also reached the pinnacle of the saint level in his spiritual cultivation over the past 3 years, with his soul level attaining the peak of the soul master level. In addition to his innate physique being at the saint-level pinnacle, he felt that it was time to take down the 9 Holy Emperor Gate. On this day, Li Hao arrived at the protective formation of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate with 10 divine body clones, 100 holy body clones, and Yang Qingling. Yang Chengling had also reached the saint-level pinnacle, and the modified beings such as Xiao, Yi, and Yiling Tian had similarly attained the saint-level pinnacle. But none had broken through to the emperor level. Li Hao had attempted to break through to the emperor level in spiritual cultivation, but he always felt an unseen pressure preventing him from achieving it. However, according to the fragmented memories of the demon sovereign, to break through to the emperor level, one must ascend the path to heaven. Yet, the path to heaven seemed to have been destroyed and was now missing. The demon sovereign appeared to have known something, but her soul was incomplete, and the information about the path to heaven was lost. As if someone was restricting the inhabitants of this world from breaking through to the emperor level. Nevertheless, Li Hao was not in a hurry. He planned to secure the heavenly spirit realm first, deal with the blue super-civilization, and then consider the path to heaven. Zhang San, open the protective shield. Li Hao commanded. Zhang San was a modified being controlled by Xiao Yi and, as a veteran of the Haotian group, he was the first to draw the control of a divine body modified being. Indeed, the divine body modified beings were selected by lottery, as there could only be a little over 10 of them, making it impossible for everyone to have one. Hence, a lottery was necessary. However, divine body clones were more common. Unlike divine body modified beings, which did not require cultivation and were akin to fully leveled accounts. Divine body clones needed to level up through cultivation. Understood, boss. Zhang Sen smiled and cupped his hands, then approached the formation, beginning to channel energy into certain seals and making various hand gestures. Finally, after about a minute, Zhang Sen opened the formation, causing the barriers to gradually disappear, revealing the 9 towering peaks of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate. Take down everyone from the 9 Holy Emperor Gate. Li Hao ordered. Yes. Dang dang. Not good. Evil beings from outside are invading. All disciples, follow me to kill. When the formation was opened, the disciples of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate quickly discovered it, and the golden bell was rung, echoing throughout all the peaks of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate. Countless disciples, elders, peak masters, and holy sons flew out from various peaks, armed and swiftly forming an army of cultivators to confront the incoming divine and holy body army. Emperor sons. How is that possible? So many emperor sons? Oh. Why are there so many identical emperor sons? Even the holy sons are numerous. These are illusions created by evil beings. These emperor sons and holy sons are all fake. Follow me to kill them. Ugh. These emperor sons are so strong. Retreat. At first, the people of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate were surprised to see a dozen individuals resembling Xiao Yi. And when they noticed that Yiling Tian and others had also appeared with hundreds of identical faces, they were shocked. However, upon seeing the approaching emperor sons and holy sons, they had no choice but to raise their weapons and fight back, with the peak masters attempting to boost morale by claiming that these emperor sons were all fake. When one of the peak masters truly engaged in battle with an imperial descendant, he was instantly injured, and others involved in the fight also sustained injuries. They immediately realized that these imperial descendants were indeed formidable. Almost in an instant, everyone lost their fighting spirit. One imperial descendant was already the strongest presence in the 9 Holy Imperial sect, so how could they possibly contend against multiple imperial descendants? In less than half a day, all disciples of the 9 Holy Imperial sect were subdued. Chapter 204. The Wild Bell. Li Hao did not engage in combat, but instead went to the treasure vault of the 9 Holy Imperial sect, collecting a large number of precious herbs that were thousands of years old, and then proceeded to the scripture pavilion to gather countless texts. After subduing the members of the 9 Holy Imperial sect, others also began to plunder the numerous resources of the sect. After all, as an imperial sect, every item held significant value outside, and they were thoroughly excavated. Damn the external evil spirits. Come and take your lives. 9 Holy Sky Slash. Just as Li Hao was examining one of the texts, an angry voice resonated from outside, followed by 9 massive slashes descending from the sky towards Zhang San, who was digging. Stellar power, activate. Divine pattern shield, rise. Zhang San did not anticipate a sudden ambush, but he reacted quickly and immediately activated his stellar power, swiftly raising a divine pattern shield. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 consecutive slashes directly struck Zhang San's divine pattern shield. Although he remained unscathed and the shield was intact, the mountain he was on began to sink, and the entire mountain began to show signs of collapse. It's my turn now, Stellar Meteor Strike. Seeing that the attack had finished, Zhang San sneered, clenched his fist, and activated a certain martial skill. In an instant, countless rocks and earth around him converged into his hand, quickly forming a stone ball with a diameter of 3 meters. He then hurled the stone ball towards the attacker. What? This is the Stellar Meteor Strike of an Imperial Descendant. Not good. That person just now was an Imperial Descendant. The attacker, Zhao Chun, was the Grand Elder of the 9 Holy Imperial Sect, at the peak of spiritual cultivation level. Recognizing the technique used by Zhang San, he was puzzled as to why an Imperial Descendant was still alive and why they were attacking their own sect. However, knowing the power of the strike, he immediately exerted all his strength to defend. Boom. Crash. Imperial Descendant. It's me, I made a mistake. The moment Zhao Chun made contact with the stone ball, he realized he could not withstand it. The immense force instantly injured him, causing him to spit out blood. Seeing Zhang San preparing to attack again, He couldn't help but exclaim, "Who cares who you are? Just lie down." Zhang San ignored him and quickly approached Zhao Chun, instantly rendering him incapable of resistance. Before he was restrained by a technological control lock. You are not an imperial descendant. Who are you?" Seeing the technology on himself, Zhao Chun realized that this person was definitely not an imperial descendant, and he was greatly shocked. "Me? I am the stellar general of the Haotian Empire." Zhang San replied with a cold smile. "What happened? How did your 9 holy imperial sect end up like this? Huh, Xiaoyi? Why did you tie up your elder?" Without waiting for Zhao Chun to speak, a voice came from the distance again. The person looked at Zhang San, then at Zhao Chun, who was lying on the ground with blood at the corners of his mouth, and said, "Young Master Ji, hurry, summon the imperial artifact. These people are all external demons. Kill them." Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Chun couldn't help but shout loudly, "Elder Zhao, this person is your imperial prince? What is going on?" Ji Feng was the imperial prince of the Qi Shui Di men, and he recognized Xiao Yi at a glance as he brought the imperial artifact, the Huangzong Bell, along with 10 holy sons for support. After experiencing several failures, Zhao Chun realized he needed to increase his stakes. Agreeing to become a subordinate sect of the Qi Shui Di men and offering tributes every 100 years to gain their support. This person is not our imperial prince. The imperial prince has already been killed by them, and they are now controlling his corpse. How is this possible? Zhao Chun wanted to say more, but suddenly noticed the god body clones and holy body clones surrounding them. Looking at the identical faces, there were dozens of Xiao Yi's faces alone, which made him tremble slightly. Hiss. This is interesting. There are so many Xiao Yi, and they are all god bodies. You truly are external demons. I just wonder how strong your cultivation is. Ji Feng, seeing the identical god body and holy body clones closing in, couldn't help but express his surprise. However, he remained calm. After all, he had brought the imperial artifact this time. Without the great emperor, who can compete with me? Immediately, he summoned the imperial artifact, the Huangzong Bell. A large black bell with an ancient aura appeared out of thin air, radiating an unparalleled presence. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that the bell was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment, and it even had a missing piece. It turned out that this imperial artifact was also incomplete. Then let's give it a try. Zhang San, seeing Ji Feng preparing to strike, also readied his counterattack. Just as both sides were about to engage, Li Hao appeared. Zhang San, you take down those holy bodies. I'll handle this god body with the incomplete imperial artifact. Li Hao said with a smile as he approached. All right, Zhang San replied, watching the other side without making a move, crossing his arms and observing the holy bodies. Humph. An incomplete imperial artifact is enough to take you down. Prepare to die? Ji Feng coldly snorted upon hearing Li Hao's words. Although the imperial artifact was incomplete, its power was not to be underestimated. With Ji Feng's incantation, the Huangzong Bell expanded in the wind, quickly transforming into a large bell with a diameter of 100 meters, descending towards Li Hao's position. Boom, boom, crash. Li Hao saw the incoming bell and swiftly dodged. The bell crashed to the ground with a loud noise, while Li Hao instantly appeared in front of Ji Feng. Before Ji Feng could react, Li Hao punched him, sending Ji Feng crashing into a mountain peak, causing the entire mountain to collapse. Cough. Damn it, how could it be so fast? Ji Feng's voice came through, sounding strong, indicating he had not sustained much injury despite the dust still settling. I can go even faster. Let's see if you can withstand it, Li Hao said with a smile. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Ji Feng. Instead, he wanted to test the strength of this god body. According to Xiao Yi's memory, this person ranked 3rd in the Imperial Gate Grand Competition and seemed to possess a powerful ancient divine body with formidable defense. Even after being defeated by Li Qiye, he emerged unscathed. Huh, then let us see. Ji Feng is also a proud individual who never backs down from a fight. Hearing Li Hao's provocative tone, he immediately responded with a cold shout. Li Hao smiled upon hearing Ji Feng's words, then his figure vanished again. Before Ji Feng could react, a punch came crashing down. Boom. Ji Feng was sent flying again, but before he could land, Li Hao's figure attacked once more with another punch. Boom. Crash. Ji Feng was dazed by the 2 consecutive strikes from Li Hao, feeling a buzzing in his head as he smashed through several mountain peaks. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. However, what awaited him were countless blows. Before he could retaliate, Li Hao disappeared again, and he was hit repeatedly by Li Hao's massive fists, leaving him breathless. With the ancient bell possessing him, Ji Feng found himself utterly defenseless against Li Hao's assault. He felt injured after multiple hits and let out an angry roar. The distant imperial artifact, the ancient bell, transformed into a stream of light and attached itself to him. Die. Feeling the surge of power, Ji Feng redirected it and threw a punch at Li Hao. Boom. Crash. In that instant, their fists collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent the surrounding mountains flying. A storm surged across the area for miles around due to this wave. Chapter 205. Wang Wu Li see as Li Hao and Ji Feng clashed. Zhang San and the others did not just watch but charged towards the holy bodies brought by Ji Feng. Brothers, hold them off. Once the Imperial Prince kills that outer demon, he will come to help us. Right, hold them back. They all possess divine bodies, making them tough to deal with. Those with sacred artifacts, quickly bring them out. Damn outer demons. How can there be so many divine bodies? The people Jifeng brought looked serious as they faced Zhang San and his group, each taking out their weapons. Surprisingly, 2 of the Holy Sons even had sacred artifacts. Fortunately, on Zhang San's side, Yang Chengling also had a sacred artifact, and being a divine body herself. Along with another divine body, Zhang San, they could handle 2 sacred artifacts. Leave those 2 sacred artifact Holy Sons to me and Zhang San. The rest of the Holy Sons are yours to kill. Kill. Bang. Bang. Immediately, the 2 sides clashed. However, aside from the 2 Holy Sons with sacred artifacts who could still hold their ground, the others were overwhelmed in a beating. The 2 Holy Sons with artifacts were blocked by Zhang San and his companion, watching their team members get captured, filled with both anger and frustration. The damned external evil spirit. If you have the ability, challenge me one-on-one. What is the point of ganging up? Come on, let us battle for 300 rounds. I'm not afraid of you. Don't slap my face. Those saints without divine artifacts were initially eager to provoke a one-on-one, their words full of challenge. But the clones coming at them didn't care about that at all. They rushed in and beat them until they couldn't recognize their own mothers. Get out of the way, don't block me. One of the saints named Wang Wu, after clashing with Zhang San and pushing him back a few steps, wanted to support the other saints. However, he was entangled by Zhang San and couldn't break free. Feeling a bit angry, he said, didn't you want to fight one-on-one? What? Do you look down on me? Without a divine artifact, I can take you down in no time. Zhang San sneered, showing no signs of backing down. Divine pattern slash. Divine pattern shield. Boom. Wang Wu didn't waste any words, channeling the power of his divine artifact for another strike. The 2 clashed several more times, the booming sounds echoing, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Li Si, go help them. This evil spirit body is a bit strong. I can't get free, Wang Wu reluctantly called out to Li Si, who was fighting alongside Yang Chengling. Boom. However, to Wang Wu's surprise, just as he finished speaking, a figure crashed down right in front of him, creating a web of cracks on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was none other than Li Si. Wang Wu, help me. This evil woman has a divine body and a divine artifact. I can't handle her. Li Si clutched his chest with one hand while supporting himself with the divine artifact. Li Si, are you okay? Wang Wu didn't expect Li Si to be injured so badly in such a short time, and while shocked, he couldn't help but worry. I'm fine, Li Si said while spitting blood, but his appearance clearly suggested otherwise. Wang Wu felt a bit speechless and helpless, especially looking at the approaching beautiful woman. He didn't feel any sense of awe, but rather a chill ran down his spine. Zhang San, that nearly dead saint is up to you. Capture him and take him back. This one is mine. Yang Chengling glanced at Zhang San and pointed at Li Si and Wang Wu. Got it, boss. Zhang San smiled and agreed. He knew Yang Chengling was more combative. He had been beaten by her many times while she controlled this divine body, so he was well aware of her combat strength. Li Si, be careful. A flash of blade light cut through the air, and Wang Wu saw a giant blade shadow slashing towards them. He pushed Li Si away and countered with a strike. Boom. Crash. However, one was too hasty in their attack, and the other had a significant strength gap. Wang Wu was instantly sent flying by the immense force, his palm cracking and blood flowing out continuously. Yet, he seemed to feel no pain at all. He performed a backflip, driving his battle blade into the ground, creating a chasm dozens of meters long to dissipate the force. Boom. Crash. But before he could recover, another flash of blade light appeared, and the immense power sent him flying once again, crashing hard against a mountain peak. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his head spinning, and then he fainted. Too weak, not resilient enough. Yang Chengling looked at Wang Wu, who had fainted, and said somewhat disinterestedly. She then casually threw out a controller, and with a wave of her hand, a small drone lifted Wang Wu into the air, following closely behind. Boss lady is impressive, taking him down so quickly. At this moment, Zhang San had just knocked out Li Si, who was already severely injured and no match for Zhang San. Stop flattering me, if you want to practice. I'm quite willing. Although Yang Chengling was quite pleased with Zhang San calling her boss lady, she clearly wasn't falling for it. Never mind. I'm not your opponent, Zhang San said with an awkward smile. Take these people back and turn them into biomodified slaves. These saints are all decent fighters. I'll go see how Li Hao is doing, Yang Chengling instructed. Understood. On the other side, the longer Jifeng fought Li Hao, the more shocked he became, and the more anxious he felt. Although the two were battling fiercely, he noticed that Li Hao seemed to be holding back. He had only seen this feeling in Li Chiye before. As time passed, it became clear that if he couldn't subdue Li Hao, the people he brought would surely be taken down by those evil beings, and he started to regret it. The benefits promised by the 9 Sacred Emperor sect were completely empty promises. Now, there was not a single person left in the sect, and their mountain gate had been thoroughly plundered. Even if he won, he would gain nothing, causing him to hesitate. Damn those evil beings, we'll fight another day, Jifeng said, finishing his statement with a powerful strike against Li Hao before immediately flying towards the saints he had brought. Li Hao chuckled, not paying much attention, as he had already spotted Yang Chengling flying over and sent her a message to attack. Boom. Damn, how can that woman be so strong? Jifeng exclaimed. What happened to the saints under my command? Just as he left, he was struck by Yang Qingling's holy pattern slash, sending him flying back. But he was unscathed and instead yelled angrily at Yang Qingling. Of course, they were all killed, Li Hao said, arms crossed behind Jifeng. You are all dead. Chapter 206. Ancient divine body. Jifeng's expression turned furious upon hearing Li Hao's words. All his energy surged, preparing for a big move, causing Yang Qingling to grip her sword tightly. Whoosh. However, to their astonishment, Jifeng suddenly transformed into a streak of light and began to flee. Yang Qingling might not have reacted in time, but Li Hao took action immediately. He transformed into an even faster streak of light, appearing in front of Jifeng in an instant. His fist, enveloped in divine patterns, struck Jifeng's chest with great force. Boom. Jifeng was slammed against the mountainside, creating a massive shockwave that caused a landslide, but he had lost all will to fight and fled again as a streak of light. Boom. However, Li Hao's response and speed were quicker, hitting him once more, causing countless boulders to collapse. Cough. Damn it, if you don't leave me a way out. Don't expect to escape either. Jifeng knew he was no match for Li Hao. The woman, Yang Qingling, was on Li Hao's side and slightly weaker than him. If he could take her down, he might have a chance to flee. As he charged, Jifeng unleashed his technique, transforming his essence into a giant bell that slammed toward Li Hao, while his figure turned into a streak of light, aiming for Yang Qingling. Yang Qingling had long been focused on Jifeng, and as he rushed at her, she immediately activated her ultimate move, transforming into a massive blade slashing toward Jifeng. Jifeng was aware of Yang Qingling's general strength and didn't hold back, quickly using his technique to conjure a colossal hand that reached for her. Boom. Crash. In an instant, their attacks collided. Unfortunately, Jifeng gained the upper hand. Yang Qingling's blade shattered upon hitting the giant hand, which continued to reach for her. Seeing the massive hand approaching, Yang Qingling wanted to retreat, but her body felt as if it were locked by the will of the heavens, unable to move, leaving her to watch helplessly as the hand drew closer, panic flickering in her eyes. Just as Yang Qingling thought she would be crushed, a tall figure suddenly appeared before her, swiftly launching a massive seal against the giant hand. It was Li Hao, who had deduced Jifeng's target was Yang Qingling and immediately threw his imperial artifact into the fray, using his quantum teleportation ability to appear in front of her. Boom. Crash. At that moment, their techniques clashed, as did their artifacts, sending shockwaves that uprooted the ground for miles, turning countless beasts and plants to ashes in an instant. How is it possible? How do you have a technique? How do you have an artifact? Jifeng was shocked, although this wasn't his first surprise. This one was more astonishing than ever. Alright, since you don't want to play anymore, then prepare to die. Seeing Jifeng attacking Yang Qingling, Li Hao felt a surge of anger and immediately activated his super frequency, his aura skyrocketing. Jifeng knew that without the support of an artifact, he was no match for Li Hao. Watching Li Hao's rising power, he steeled himself. Die. Li Hao observed Jifeng's expression, smirking as he vanished and reappeared right in front of Jifeng, throwing a punch. Boom. Crack. In an instant, Jifeng was sent flying again. And this attack was dozens of times stronger than the previous ones Li Hao had unleashed on him. Even with the artifact and his ancient body, he couldn't withstand it. Several of his ribs broke instantly. Jifeng, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, realized he couldn't evade Li Hao's next attack. He quickly commanded his artifact to transform into a giant bell, shielding him within. At that moment, Li Hao's fist struck the ancient bell with a loud bang, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble and crack. Coughing, Jifeng sat cross-legged inside the ancient bell, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he began to cultivate to heal his injuries, his gaze fixed on Li Hao outside, wondering what emotions they were experiencing. Do you think hiding inside will keep you safe? Li Hao sneered, gathering immense power to strike the ancient bell again. Bang! Bang! Jifeng ignored Li Hao's relentless attacks, focusing on healing while contemplating how to escape. Humph! Let's see how you handle it when I smash this turtle shell, Li Hao thought, channeling the power of divine patterns around his fist and striking again at the ancient bell. Bang! Bang! However, it was still ineffective. Jifeng had recovered significantly and, watching Li Hao's continuous assaults, sneered, no matter how strong you are, can you really break an imperial artifact? Heh, you don't really think I can't do anything about you, do you? Li Hao seemed to hear Jifeng's thoughts and paused, letting out a cold laugh. Hearing Li Hao's words, Jifeng felt a sense of foreboding and widened his eyes. Sure enough, a sphere appeared in Li Hao's hand, the imperial artifact that had previously defended against the ancient bell. As Jifeng's eyes widened in shock, Li Hao raised the sphere and struck the ancient bell fiercely. Bang! Crack! Not good. The imperial artifact is going to be destroyed. With each blow from Li Hao, cracks appeared on the ancient bell. Jifeng's eyes widened in anger as he attempted to retrieve the ancient bell, but he was still a step too slow. Bang! Crack! Boom! The ancient bell was shattered by Li Hao's sphere, turning into fragments that exploded, and Jifeng inside suffered a backlash from the destruction of the imperial artifact, sustaining even heavier injuries. Die! Soul suppression kill. At that moment, Li Hao swiftly appeared before Jifeng. Jifeng tried to defend himself, but his injuries slowed his reaction significantly, and he was instantly struck by Li Hao's palm at his forehead, his soul obliterated on the spot. Thud. Without a soul, Jifeng's body lost control and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 207. Superplanet Spacecraft. Afterward, Li Hao stored Jifeng's corpse in his space and activated quantum vision, quantum tracking, and quantum detection to begin searching for fragments of the Imperial artifact. The ancient bell was merely a damaged Imperial artifact. Yet its defensive power was so formidable that if it weren't for the Imperial artifact's protective barrier, which allowed for energy absorption and gradual repair, it likely wouldn't have been shattered. Li Hao couldn't help but feel a bit eager about the existence of these Imperial artifacts. Although the Imperial artifact protective barrier was also an Imperial artifact, it was incomplete and primarily served as a support for barriers, making it difficult to use for direct attacks. If Jifeng's Imperial artifact had been whole, even with his high combat power, the outcome would have been uncertain. After spending nearly half a day, Li Hao finally found those fragments, but unfortunately, without the support of the Imperial divine patterns, these Imperial artifact fragments had lost their former power. Despite this, these fragments are incredibly hard, and it's unclear what material they're made of. Their hardness surpasses that of certain advanced materials, and they are extremely heavy. Just one palm-sized piece weighs tens of thousands of pounds. After returning to Tianyu Star, Li Hao studied these fragments, intending to reforge them into a weapon. Although the reforged weapon would lack the original power of the Imperial artifact, its weight and material would still surpass that of an ordinary sacred weapon. However, as he researched further, he quickly discovered that these fragments did not react with any chemical materials. Their structure was exceptionally stable, as if nothing could damage their original form. Even when Li Hao heated them to billions of degrees, they remained unchanged, showing no signs of melting, which astonished him. The more difficult it became, the more it ignited Li Hao's desire to conquer this challenge. He began to look into some forging techniques from the Tianling realm and learned that many craftsmen there often added rare metals when melting such high-hardness materials to lower their melting points. According to the memories of individuals like Jifeng and Xiao Yi, there were instances where fragments of Imperial artifacts had been obtained before, and some had even been integrated into weapons, directly forging bloodline weapons that wreaked havoc. However, the process of creating bloodline weapons is complicated and requires long periods of nurturing to develop their related powers, which is why they did not pursue such weapons. Bloodline weapons are those that can merge with the host's blood. Unlike conventional sacred or Imperial artifacts, these weapons cannot produce a weapon soul or return to the weapon realm. Once bound to a host, if the owner dies, the weapon will disappear and the host's blood and body become the weapon's hiding place. Moreover, these weapons initially have little power, relying solely on their material and weight. However, they can grow and enhance their power through nurturing, requiring the absorption of the host's energy, with the conversion rate improving as the weapon's material grade increases. Thus, few people pursue bloodline weapons. One reason is the scarcity of high-grade materials, and another is that they absorb the host's energy, slowing down the host's cultivation speed. Additionally, finding a high-level craftsman to forge these weapons is costly, and it requires a significant amount of the host's vitality for tempering, compared to readily available royal-grade weapons, which are powerful and cost-effective. The complicated process of making bloodline weapons differs many. The Nine Saints Emperor Gate, being an imperial gate with countless texts in its scripture pavilion, indeed possesses the manufacturing process for bloodline weapons. However, since each fragment of an Imperial artifact is made of different materials, even with relevant experience and texts, they cannot be directly applied. Therefore, Li Hao began to experiment continuously, testing various materials and increasing the heating temperature, preparing for the forging process. Given the current industrial level of the Haotian Empire, forging a weapon is quite easy. After spending half a month, Li Hao finally found the method to forge the weapon. First, it is necessary to find 783 types of rare metals, and then place these metals together with fragments of an Imperial artifact for heating at 1,000,000,000,000 degrees. Li Hao quickly located these rare metals, and even spent more than half a month developing a device capable of reaching such extreme temperatures, which he named the neutron heater. After creating this device, Li Hao also developed a new interstellar weapon, the interstellar neutron cannon, which is more powerful than a water energy particle cannon. With its destructive capability stemming from extremely high temperatures, a single shot can destroy a super-large cosmic battleship, and even a planet or a typical star can be instantly obliterated. However, this weapon consumes a significant amount of energy, and regular spacecraft are insufficient to support its energy supply. Therefore, Li Hao also issued a task to construct a superplanetary spacecraft. According to the memories of the Green Xia people, their blue super-civilization also had superplanetary spacecraft. Such spacecraft are a symbol of a level 3 civilization, much like how aircraft carriers and nuclear weapons are representative for the nations of Blue Water Planet. These superplanetary spacecraft are much larger than comet ships, comparable in size to those of Blue Water Planet, and the Blue Super-Civilization only possesses 3 of such vessels. The interstellar weapons carried by these spacecraft are also stellar level, capable of destroying a sun with ease. Normally, a solar system cannot be constructed due to a lack of resources and energy. However, Li Hao could integrate resources from 3 worlds, the solar system, the Doomsday World, and the celestial spirit realm, enabling the construction of such a superplanetary spacecraft. To this end, Li Hao issued relevant tasks across the three worlds, distributing the processing tasks for various components of the superplanetary spacecraft as a secondary manufacturing task over nearly a decade. Returning to the main topic, after Li Hao completed the neutron heater, he took the materials to the core area of the heater and placed them there. The core area resembled a spherical space equipped with an anti-gravity system, causing all the materials to float in the void. Li Hao then activated the neutron heater. With a hum, the spherical space emitted countless beams of light, converging at a single point, which gradually expanded as the materials and fragments of the Imperial artifact were drawn together by some force. The materials began to melt, and the fragments also started to liquefy, forming drops of liquid. Eventually, all the fragments transformed into a pool of liquid floating in the core area as the beams of light vanished. Seeing this, Li Hao used the power of divine patterns to cut his hand, allowing his blood to flow towards the fiery red liquid. When the liquid came into contact with his blood, instead of evaporating, it began to merge together. While supplying his blood, Li Hao used his mental power to shape the liquid. Soon, a fiery red rod took form, and as he stopped the flow of blood, a sensation of bloodline connection washed over him as he gazed at the rod. Chapter 208. The universe's wishful staff. As the fiery red staff took shape, its surface began to fill with countless blood-red runes after absorbing Li Hao's blood. These runes resembled a type of divine inscription, yet they were not quite the same, and Li Hao could not identify them. Soon after, these runes spread across the entire length of the staff, instantly merging into its body. The bright red staff then started to cool down, forming a completely blackened stick. It appeared unremarkable, more like a burnt stick that had been through fierce flames. With a diameter of about 3 centimeters and a length of around 3 meters. With a casual gesture, the staff flew into Li Hao's hands. The moment he touched it, he realized this staff was extraordinary. It could change size at will, merge into his body, and it could also be enchanted for attacks, weighing approximately 500 kilograms. Additionally, it had a unique feature that allowed it to absorb rare metals or spiritual energy to increase its weight, while as the owner, Li Hao could freely alter the staff's weight. Upon discovering this, Li Hao was overjoyed. His cultivation level had now reached the peak of the sacred level, and the spiritual energy taxes submitted by the players were no longer needed. With this staff, he could effectively utilize that spiritual energy. After contemplating, Li Hao infused the staff with a system mark, directly transferring the spiritual energy taxes submitted by the players into the staff's body. Once he completed this, the spiritual energy stored in the Doomsday system began to surge into the staff, continuously increasing its weight. From now on, you shall be called the universe's wishful staff, Li Hao said, gazing at the staff as it absorbed the spiritual energy. Just as he finished speaking, the staff seemed to sense something, trembled slightly, and then 5 large characters appeared. Universe's wishful staff. While the universe's wishful staff absorbed the spiritual energy, Li Hao began to learn various staff techniques and combat skills that complemented its use. Whether they were cultivation-based staff techniques or physical training martial skills, he studied them all. During this time, the body of the divine body of the monsoon was transformed into a cyborg, and the person selected by the lottery was Luo Xiang. The sacred body cyborgs were subsequently assigned to the employees of the Haotian group. At this moment, a large-scale conflict erupted between the nearby Golden Sacred Emperor Gate and the technological cultivators of the Haotian Empire, escalating rapidly. The sacred body players also joined the fray, affecting the first and second-rate sects within the jurisdiction of the Golden Sacred Emperor Gate, which ultimately led to their involvement in the conflict. Unfortunately, they were no match for the onslaught of these players and technological cultivators. Soon, the sacred sects sent reinforcements, bringing forth sacred-level powerhouses. As the sacred-level powerhouses appeared, they decimated large groups of players and technological cultivators. While the player army could respawn, the local cultivators could not. Consequently, the official forces of the Haotian Empire intervened. The sacred body cyborgs emerged, directly eliminating those sacred-level powerhouses. In this way, the authorities directly issued a mission to invade those sacred gates and their affiliated sects, leaving no stone unturned, even taking over their mortal territories to establish new provinces. They occupied a vast area of over 1,000 miles belonging to the Golden Sacred Emperor sect, prompting the elders and peak masters of the sect to take action, mobilizing troops to resist the invasion of the Haotian Empire. Initially, with the Golden Sacred Emperor sect joining the fray, the war began to tilt in their favor, until the participation of those divine body clones shifted the situation back towards the Haotian Empire. Eventually, the elders, peak masters, and the imperial son of the Golden Sacred Emperor sect appeared, stabilizing the situation once more. However, when the two divine body controllers, Zhang San and Luo Xiang, emerged, the Golden Sacred Emperor sect was utterly defeated. Luo Xiang single-handedly battled their imperial son and captured him, while Zhang San fought several elders fiercely, and Yang Chengling stepped in to take down all the peak masters. After about 5 months, without Li Hao intervening, the Haotian Empire succeeded in conquering the Golden Sacred Emperor sect and incorporated its jurisdiction into the territory of the Haotian Empire. Upon receiving this news, Li Hao couldn't help but smile, knowing that these individuals were now capable of standing on their own. Ultimately, the Imperial Sun, Peak Masters, and Holy Sons of the Golden Sacred Emperor sect were all turned into modified beings, with the Imperial Sun's divine body controller being drawn by Lui Feng. Thus, the Haotian Empire gained another high-level combat force, having already annihilated 2 imperial sects in the heavenly spirit realm, along with the Crimson Blood Empire that had lost its Imperial Sun. In terms of combat strength, other imperial sects were no longer able to withstand the pressure, and Li Hao completely entrusted the handling of this matter to them, giving them just one task: to conquer all imperial sects and unify the heavenly spirit realm within 50 years. Since the heavenly spirit realm, like the Doomsday world, shares the same time ratio with the main world, 1 to 50 years translates to just 10 years in the main world. Of course, the average human lifespan in the main world is about 80 years, making a decade a precious time for everyone. To facilitate this, Li Hao utilized the power of the system rules to open a reality exchange window for the marketplace, offering items such as gene enhancement potions, various technological materials, and resources. Consuming a basic gene enhancement potion could extend life to around 200 years, while consuming intermediate and advanced potions could allow one to live for 1,000 years without issue. Of course, exchanges were permission-based, governed by a simple rule: join the Haotian Empire, become a member, and continuously enhance one's contribution level. Upon reaching the corresponding contribution level, one could exchange for relevant items. Thus, the integration model of the 3 realms was launched, with countless individuals becoming part of the Haotian Empire. This did not affect the national systems of the main world, but everyone understood that the Haotian Empire had risen above all nations, becoming the actual controller of Blue Water Star. Along with the comprehensive opening of information, the technological civilization level of Blue Water Star began to soar, rapidly surpassing level 10, leading to its first explorations beyond the planet. However, Mars has already been occupied by the Haotian Empire, and those countries have turned their attention to Venus, Mercury, and even some moons and asteroid belts that the Haotian Empire looks down upon. On the other side, Zhou Zi, who has been managing various affairs in Tianyu Star, has felt a sense of crisis as Yang Chengling continues to grow stronger. She approached Li Hao and expressed her desire to go to the Tianling realm to become stronger and achieve merits. However, her strength is significantly inferior to Yang Chengling's, and Li Hao was reluctant to let her go alone. After all, only Zhang San, Luo Xiang, Lu Yifeng, and Yang Chengling can handle those with sacred artifacts, while others would find it extremely difficult to cope. To this end, Li Hao passed on the Soul Devouring Sutra to Zhou Zi, instructing her to cultivate in the Skull Soul Sea for a while, specifically focusing on a soul secret technique called Soul Split and Seizure. Li Hao then returned to the Tianling realm, intending to find a divine body avatar for Zhou Zi, specifically a female avatar. This would be the imperial daughter of the Qian Imperial Gate, which ranks second among the imperial gates, located on Qihuang Mountain. She is the possessor of the ancient divine phoenix body, Shangwan Feng. Chapter 209. 3,000 Yini bodies. So this is Qihuang Mountain? It is indeed a crimson expanse. It turns out there is a top-tier fire attribute spirit vein here. Li Hao arrived at a large red mountain, which appeared barren, with some fire attribute vegetation, precious herbs, and even crystals visible on the surface. According to the memories of those divine body princes, the Qian Imperial Gate only recruits cultivators with fire attribute spiritual roots and those with fire attribute physiques. Although their number is not large, each of them is quite strong, especially their imperial daughter, Shangwan Feng, who possesses a top-tier spiritual root and the ancient divine phoenix body, an extremely rare dual cultivation of spirit and body, all at the late stage of the saint level. In the previous ranking of the Imperial Gates, if Li Chia had not relied on countless formations, he might have struggled against her. Others would have had an even tougher time. Even using Imperial artifacts, they could only manage a rather embarrassing defeat. Among the top 10 Imperial Gates, the Qian Imperial Gate is considered quite powerful. It is located near the border of the Tianling realm, about 100,000 kilometers away from the Jiuxing Imperial Gate, so news of the destruction of several Imperial Gates has yet to reach this area. Bang! Crack! Upon reaching the mountain gate of the Qian Imperial Gate, Li Hao took out the Qian Kunrui staff and placed it on the ground. Its immense weight crushed countless stone slabs, causing the massive stone blocks beneath to sink. The current Qian Kunrui staff has absorbed a vast amount of spiritual energy, making it nearly 10 times heavier than before, reaching 245 kilograms. If not for Li Hao's control, it could have penetrated the stone like a needle. At this moment, the staff's blood-red runes flickered, as if it had activated some kind of power, creating a formidable presence that signaled its extraordinary nature. Who goes there? This is the Qian Imperial Gate. Leave immediately, or you shall face dire consequences. The mountain gate of the Qian Imperial Gate was unguarded, as everyone knew of its power. And the environment was extremely hot, making it unbearable for ordinary people. When they heard the loud noise, only then did someone come to check. Looking at the shattered stone slabs in front of Li Hao, they could only shout from a distance, not daring to approach. These slabs were made of special materials, and to shatter them, one must be at least at a certain high level, who would dare to recklessly approach, otherwise they could be eliminated in an instant. I have come for you from the Qian Emperor Gate, Shangwan Feng, come out quickly, Li Hao said, using a long-range sound transmission technique. He then struck the stone pillar with his magic staff. Bang! A wave of invisible energy spread throughout the entire mountain, causing even the nearby mountains to tremble significantly. Those who had come to investigate were almost knocked off their feet by the shock. Damn, just a casual shake can cause such a quake. We can't afford to provoke this. Hurry up and report to the elders. Seeing this scene, the investigators dared not speak and quickly scrambled back up the mountain. Who are you? What brings you to my Qian Emperor Gate? Before the others could report, a man dressed in red flew out and asked Li Hao. I said, let Shangwan Feng come out. Without answering the man, Li Hao raised his staff and struck the ground again, causing another tremor. Soon, a large group of cultivators appeared. Who is this person? He is so powerful. Yes, he is incredibly strong. Just a casual shake can shake the mountain. Too strong. What does he want? Is he here to cause trouble? It seems he is looking for the imperial daughter. Could he be another suitor? I think it's possible, but he will definitely be rejected. Even the imperial daughter Li Qie would not look at him, let alone anyone else. Who is he? He seems to be on par with Li Qie. He doesn't look friendly. A crowd of people was buzzing with discussions, but no one dared to step forward to answer Li Hao. The man in red, observing Li Hao, realized he was not to be trifled with and was not foolish enough to offer himself up. Who are you? If you are here to cause trouble, please be aware of your surroundings and do not make a fool of yourself. At that moment, a young man dressed in clothing clearly not from the Qian Emperor Gate spoke up. His name was Gu Zhisheng, the son of the Tianyan Emperor Gate. Ranked 4th among the 10 imperial gates, with a divine body awakened as the 3000 flame body. Although his physique was fire attribute, he had been a disciple of the Tianyan Emperor Gate before his awakening and received special training afterward, becoming an imperial son. Since the Qian Emperor Gate already had an imperial daughter, Shangwan Feng, he had no intention of leaving the Tianyan Emperor Gate. However, since the great competition of the imperial gates, he had been captivated by Shangwan Feng's unparalleled beauty. Especially since their Tianyan Emperor Gate was not far from the Qian Emperor Gate. He often visited, hoping to gain her favor, but Shangwan Feng remained indifferent to him. Now, seeing Li Hao, he felt his opportunity had come. If he helped her deal with such a strong enemy, surely she would regard him more favorably. Unexpectedly, there was also a divine body here. This saved me a lot of trouble. In that case, I will take you down first. Li Hao recognized Gu Zhisheng at a glance, quickly identifying him through the memories of Xiao Yi and others, and immediately let out a cold laugh. Heh, if you want to take down this emperor, let's see how capable you are. Gu Zhisheng never expected Li Hao to come straight to the point. Being proud by nature, he couldn't hold back and immediately flew towards Li Hao. With a leap, Gu Zhisheng unleashed his divine patterns, channeling the fire attribute energy within him to execute a divine pattern energy slash. A huge fiery blade was directed at Li Hao. Heh, interesting. Just the right target to test the power of my Qian Kuan Rui staff. Upon seeing this, Li Hao sneered and thrust his staff forward to meet the fiery blade. The head of the staff expanded in the wind and collided with the fiery blade. Boom. The fiery blade was shattered by the Qian Kuan Rui staff, releasing a massive burst of energy that illuminated the air with intense flames, causing Gu Zhisheng to stumble. What material is your bloodline weapon? It's surprisingly powerful. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Come forth, Liao Yuan Holy Fire Spear. Gu Zhisheng recognized Li Hao's weapon as a bloodline weapon and then took out his own sacred weapon, the Liao Yuan Holy Fire Spear. It wasn't that he didn't want to use an imperial weapon, it was simply because he didn't possess one. Heh, I thought it was an imperial weapon. A mere sacred weapon dares to show itself? I don't have time to play with you. Die. Saying this, Li Hao thrust the staff towards Gu Zhisheng again, causing the head of the staff to enlarge and rush towards him. Crack. Gu Zhisheng, seeing this, channeled the fire attribute energy of his divine body towards the tip of the spear, charging towards the incoming staff. The spear tip and the staff collided fiercely. Boom. In an instant, the flame energy at the spear tip erupted, rapidly spreading towards the staff, but the immense force from the staff also pushed Gu Zhisheng back, leaving a deep mark on the stone slab. Chapter 210, The Eternal Phoenix Flame Strike. This little bit of power from a perfected divine body. Is that all you've got? I've only used 30% of my strength, Li Hao remarked with a smile as he watched Gu Zhisheng struggle. Don't just rely on words. Burn. Gu Zhisheng shouted angrily, continuously channeling flames into his spear. The flames covering the staff surged again towards Li Hao. Heh, do you think I'm joking? I'll show you. After Li Hao finished speaking, he increased his power again. Gu Zhisheng felt the overwhelming force and could not withstand it, starting to retreat continuously. Boom. Soon, Gu Zhisheng had nowhere to retreat, his back hitting the massive stone door of the Qian Emperor's Gate, letting out a muffled groan. Ah! Gu Zhisheng shouted in anger, exerting his strength, causing the spear in his hand to bend slightly. However, no matter how loud he yelled, he still couldn't move an inch towards Li Hao. Heh! Li Hao chuckled and increased his strength once more. Gu Zhisheng could no longer resist. The sacred weapon slipped from his hand and hit the stone door, which was immediately shattered by the tremendous force, collapsing backward. Quick, get out of the way. Watch out. As the massive stone door crashed down, the onlookers quickly dodged, and the door fell to the ground, kicking up countless clouds of dust. Bang! At that moment, Li Hao quickly normalized the staff and appeared in front of Gu Zhisheng in an instant, striking down with the staff. Gu Zhisheng was just picking up his sacred weapon, the flame gun, and without thinking, he raised it to block the incoming strike. Boom! The impact was tremendous. However, Gu Zhisheng did not anticipate the weight of the staff and the strength of Li Hao. To his shock, the flame gun in his hands was shattered by a single blow from Li Hao. The staff then struck down on Gu Zhisheng's shoulder, crushing his shoulder bone and slamming him to the ground with immense force. In that instant, a human-shaped imprint was left on the ground, and countless stone slabs shattered. Even areas that weren't directly hit showed signs of damage from some invisible force, with large cracks appearing. Gu Zhisheng let out a muffled groan, heavily injured and unable to move. However, Li Hao had no intention of letting him go. He prepared to use a soul's secret technique to annihilate his soul. Just then, a fiery red arrow shot towards Li Hao at high speed. Seeing this, Li Hao struck the arrow away with his staff, but the explosive flames quickly engulfed him. It was the phoenix arrow of the Imperial Princess. It seems the Imperial Princess has made her move. Wrapped in the phoenix flames, it appeared that Li Hao was doomed. Indeed, while the phoenix flames were a holy level fire, their power was amplified by the bloodline weapon of the Imperial Princess, the Fire Phoenix Bow. Even a divine body would find it hard to withstand. However, to everyone's shock, the flames surrounding Li Hao began to shrink. And soon his figure re-emerged as he absorbed the phoenix flames into his body. Hiss! The entire arena fell silent. Li Hao ignored the stunned onlookers and directly grabbed Gu Zhisheng's head. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the soul's secret technique, instantly annihilating Gu Zhisheng's soul and casually tossing his corpse into a spatial void. Hiss! It seems the Celestial Emperor's son has been killed by him. This person is incredibly strong. Look, the Imperial Princess is coming out. Silence. Watch how the Imperial Princess handles this. As they watched Gu Zhisheng's lifeless body being tossed into a space by Li Hao, everyone was at a loss for words. The son of the Celestial Emperor was a top-tier force in the Tianling realm, and now he had been killed just like that. Before they could process their astonishment, a stunning beauty dressed in a fiery red gown flew out, surrounded by flames. She held a fiery red longbow, exuding an impressive aura. This beauty was none other than the Imperial Princess of the Qian Empire, Shang Wanfeng. Even Li Hao, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but take notice. Her figure and appearance were exceptional. No wonder 8 out of 9 male sons from the top 10 imperial clans were smitten by her, all wanting to win her favor. Such a stunning beauty, it would be a pity to annihilate her. Li Hao couldn't help but think as he gazed at Shang Wanfeng. Who exactly are you? Do you know you've stirred up great trouble? You dare to kill the son of the Celestial Emperor? Shang Wanfeng's exquisite face showed no emotion, and her fiery red attire could not mask the chill in her expression. Hee, without the Emperor, who can compete with the likes of you? If you kill me, then so be it, Li Hao said with a smile. Do you really think the Emperor doesn't exist? The Millennium deadline is only a year away. And when the path to the heavens opens, the Emperor will return. What will you do then? Shang Wanfeng said again. Don't you know that the path to the heavens has been destroyed? None of those emperors will be able to return. Li Hao knew the inside story. The divine artifact in the sky, the Charmed Sovereign, was someone who had been expelled from the path to the heavens, and even their soul was severely damaged. Otherwise, they wouldn't be barely surviving in the ghost abyss. Impossible. Stop spouting nonsense and die. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Shang Wanfeng, for some reason, experienced a significant emotional fluctuation. Without a word, she unleashed a 5-star barrage towards Li Hao. Swish swish. However, Li Hao remained calm, wildly spinning the Qinkuan Rui stick in his hand, knocking down countless arrows. Then, a storm of fire energy erupted, forming a fiery tornado around him as the stick continued to spin. Especially those scattered fire divine patterns continuously rotated outside the fiery tornado. And Li Hao's divine pattern power was also activated. The two's divine pattern powers intertwined and spiraled together, creating a spectacular sight. Swish swish. As the fiery arrows continued to shoot, the fiery tornado multiplied, and the temperature inside grew increasingly high. Yet, Li Hao showed no signs of panic. Instead, he operated energy absorption, drawing countless fire energy towards himself. Shang Wanfeng's fiery arrows were supplying energy to Li Hao, which was why he remained unperturbed. Damn it! This person can actually absorb my phoenix flame. How is that possible? After multiple attacks, Shang Wanfeng noticed that the life force inside showed no signs of weakening. Especially when she realized that the flames seemed to be absorbed by Li Hao like nutrients, she was astonished. Imperial technique, Eternal Phoenix Flame Strike. Immediately, she no longer hesitated and unleashed her Imperial technique, firing a massive flaming phoenix from her bow. This phoenix, like a living creature, let out a cry and charged towards Li Hao. Imperial technique, Holy Heaven Seal. Li Hao understood the power of Imperial techniques and didn't dare to be careless. He quickly executed the Holy Heaven Seal, sending a huge imprint towards the flaming phoenix. The two collided. Boom. A massive energy explosion instantly shattered numerous mountains in the entire Mountain Gate area. Shang Wanfeng raised her jade hand, quickly conjuring a fire shield in front of her. But she was still pushed back a few steps by the overwhelming energy. Chapter 211. the Burning Heaven Empress. Why do you possess my master's imperial technique? Who exactly are you? Despite being pushed back by the imperial technique, Shangwan Feng was even more shocked by the Holy Heaven seal Li Hao used, as it was the unique imperial technique of her master, the Burning Heaven Empress. Oh, your master? Who is your master? Li Hao smiled and asked. My master is the Burning Heaven Empress. Tell me, how do you possess my master's imperial technique? Shangwan Feng said sharply. Hee. So her name is the Burning Heaven Empress. How I came to possess your master's technique will be revealed when you defeat me, Li Hao replied with a smile. You shall die. Shangwan Feng felt a surge of anger upon hearing Li Hao's words, especially with his shameless expression, which made her grit her teeth in frustration. The flames surged fiercely, and without hesitation, Shangwan Feng waved her hands, instantly enveloping herself in fire, directing it towards Li Hao's location. As she controlled the flames, they surrounded him once again. Even with your imperial techniques, you can't do anything to me. Do you really think these flames can help you? If that's all the strength you have, then you might as well die, Li Hao said, putting away his smile, expressing disappointment at Shangwan Feng's attack. Thief, don't be arrogant. Imperial Princess, we will assist you in taking down this rogue. At that moment, countless disciples from the Crimson Flame Imperial sect, including saints and peak masters, flew out and quickly surrounded Li Hao. Be careful, this rogue is very powerful and can absorb fire energy, Shangwan Feng warned. Most of her techniques relied on fire attacks. And now facing someone who wasn't afraid of flames, she felt he was her nemesis. Given the uncertainty, she accepted their assistance. Since you all have come out, I might as well wipe out your Crimson Flame Imperial sect. Don't you want to see your master? Then I'll let you meet her. Li Hao looked at the encircled crowd with a cold smile, taking out a sphere and tossing it into the sky. In an instant, a barrier formed, trapping everyone inside. The sudden appearance of the barrier caused panic among the group, and they began to bombard it. However, it was of no use. Only Shangwan Feng remained calm. Recalling Li Hao's words, once trapped, she sensed her master's aura and finally understood Li Hao's intention. Master, your majesty. At that moment, a phantom suddenly appeared behind Shangwan Feng. The others, upon seeing the phantom's form, instinctively shouted. Shangwan Feng turned around and saw the phantom of the Empress, her body shuddering. But what greeted her was an attacking mark. Boom. Imperial Princess. Master, the Imperial Princess is your beloved disciple. Your Majesty, what happened? The others saw Shangwan Feng being ambushed by the Empress's phantom and were immediately shocked, spitting out blood from their injuries, staring in disbelief at the phantom. Unfortunately, the Empress's phantom acted like a heartless assassin, disappearing before their eyes. Caught off guard, Li Hao anticipated that Shangwan Feng would be successfully ambushed by the Empress. Yet, from her gaze, he knew that the phantom indeed represented her master. With a command from Li Hao, the Empress's phantom began to ambush the saints and peak masters. After successfully ambushing a few, they finally realized they needed to resist. Unfortunately, the phantom appeared and vanished unpredictably, occasionally launching surprise attacks, keeping them on high alert. A few capable individuals managed to hit the phantom and disperse it, but unexpectedly, it reappeared behind them, successfully ambushing them again. After a few casualties, driven by the instinct to survive, the remaining individuals no longer held back, which significantly reduced the efficiency of the Empress's phantom in taking them down. Cough. Why has my master become like this? Shangwan Feng looked at Li Hao, who was approaching while spitting blood, and asked, unable to comprehend why her master, at the Emperor level, had turned into this state. Because she is already dead, and her remaining soul has survived. Well, that answers your question. You can rest now, Li Hao said, and in an instant, he struck out with his palm, delivering a soul attack to Shangwan Feng's head. Shangwan Feng's eyes widened as she gradually lost her breath. Imperial daughter, you scoundrel, die. The remaining disciples and peak masters, seeing Shangwan Feng fall lifeless, immediately disregarded everything and charged at Li Hao, not caring whether they were his match. Die. Seeing the peak master coming at him, Li Hao did not hesitate to draw out his weapon and, in a flash, appeared before them, sending them to their end. Thus, the high-level combat power of the Qian Emperor sect was wiped out. With a wave of his hand, Li Hao collected their bodies, including Shangwan Feng's, into his space and then put away the imperial artifact. What? Only this scoundrel is left? What about the disciples? The peak masters? Not good. This scoundrel is coming. Run. Li Hao ignored the commotion and directly headed towards the buildings of the Qian Emperor sect, flying straight to places like the Treasury and the Scripture Pavilion. After half a day, Li Hao had completely looted the Qian Emperor sect, even digging up the precious spirit veins underground. He then returned to Haoyan City on Tianyu Star and placed Shangwan Feng's body into a biological preservation tank. The other bodies were discarded into the modification chamber, allowing the intelligence to transform those peak masters into cyborgs. Li Hao then returned to the Skull Soul Sea, watching Zhou Zi still cultivating. He did not disturb her, but instead found a spot rich in soul power. He activated the soul devouring scripture and released the soul power preserved by the Golden Falcon Demon Knife from those he had killed, beginning to absorb it. Li Hao's soul level was already at the soul sect level, and as he continuously absorbed the soul power, his cultivation level rose rapidly, soon breaking through to the soul sovereign level. However, the soul power was not yet exhausted, and he continued to digest it until he reached the peak of Soul Sovereign, at which point he stopped. In that moment, Li Hao felt a vague opportunity to ascend to the Emperor level, but the sensation was mysterious, leaving him momentarily puzzled. However, he was certain that this opportunity was in the heavenly spirit realm. At this time, Zhou Zi had nearly completed her training. Li Hao approached her, and after a brief moment of warmth between them, they returned to Tianyu Star, where he allowed Zhou Zi to split her soul and seize Shang Wanfeng's essence. Li Hao then returned to the heavenly spirit realm, where the feeling became even stronger and had locked on to a specific direction. Immediately, he flew towards that location. Chapter 212. The Qingtian Peak. As Li Hao rushed forward, he soon arrived at the foot of a mountain range. Looking at the massive peak soaring into the clouds in the distance, Li Hao's sensation finally pinpointed at the summit of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was shrouded in a massive dark cloud, making the towering mountain appear like a giant mushroom from a distance. According to the memories of those ancient emperors, this was the highest peak of the celestial realm, known as the Sky Pillar, where the path to ascension had been opened for generations. Only those below the saint level could wander at the foot of the mountain, unable to break through even the most basic barrier to ascend. The mountain was filled with restrictive formations, and any misstep could lead to fatal consequences. However, danger coexisted with opportunity. Numerous fierce battles had erupted here in the past, and countless precious herbs had been unearthed. Unfortunately, after thousands of years, most opportunities in the lower half of the mountain had been seized, and going higher was fraught with peril. Even the most powerful beings could fall, leading to fewer adventurers daring to venture here. Soon, Li Hao reached the foot of the mountain, gazing up at the vast giant, which stretched several thousand kilometers wide. Without hesitation, he took off towards the summit. As he ran, he moved quickly, having accessed the relevant memories of the Sky Pillar. He was aware of the scale of the attacks from the barriers at the foot, which posed no threat to him. He ignored them and dashed towards the peak. As he ran, he saw countless signs of battle and various barriers, as well as the remains of saint-level adventurers, but the atmosphere felt quite desolate. While there were numerous precious herbs scattered about, most were under 100 years old, which were of no interest to someone at the saint level. After a few days of running, Li Hao reached about halfway up the mountain, where 100-year-old herbs were common, with the occasional 1,000-year-old herb. However, these herbs were protected by barriers, and to obtain them, one had to break the restrictions. Li Hao had no interest in the 100-year-old herbs, as he had plenty in his empire and had eliminated several imperial factions. He also had a decent supply of 1,000-year-old herbs, though 10,000-year-old ones were rare. Disregarding herbs under 3,000 years old, he continued his ascent. After climbing over 100 miles, he finally encountered a 4,000-year-old herb. This was a body-refining herb called 7-star leaf grass, one of the main ingredients for concocting several types of sacred body ointments, making it quite a valuable find. Without hesitation, Li Hao approached the barrier protecting the herb. This barrier required the strength of an ordinary saint-level peak to break, but someone at the mid-saint level could still manage it with some effort. For Li Hao, however, it was a piece of cake. With a single punch, he shattered the barrier. After skillfully harvesting the 7-star leaf grass, he continued his journey up the mountain. Along the way, he encountered several more herbs and didn't mind spending a bit more time collecting them. However, when he collected his 10th herb, he suddenly received a message urging him to stop. With a smile, Li Hao dismissed the warning, and when he spotted an 8,000-year-old herb, he decisively chose to collect it. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly spotted a mid-tier giant bear with crimson eyes glaring at him in fury, charging toward him without a word. However, Li Hao had no intention of engaging in a conversation. As the giant bear leaped forward, he instantly appeared in front of it and threw a punch. With a thunderous impact, the bear had no chance to resist as Li Hao's punch exploded its head, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. And the massive corpse crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Li Hao casually flicked his hand, flames surged, instantly incinerating the blood remnants. And he continued his ascent toward the mountain top, collecting precious herbs along the way. Li Hao soon discovered a pattern. For every 10 herbs he collected, a giant beast would appear, and their strength increased each time. By the time he had gathered 50 millennium herbs, the approaching beast had already reached the pinnacle of the saint level. However, these beasts were merely comparable to ordinary pinnacle saint level experts and posed no threat to Li Hao. Thus, he remained unfazed and continued his journey to the summit, unabashedly collecting various herbs. A month later, Li Hao had gathered 600 millennium herbs, while the strength of the beasts had reached the pinnacle of the saint body level. After a month, his total herb count reached 1,000, with the oldest ones exceeding 9,000 years. This made Li Hao smile. It was a treasure trove. How had he not discovered it earlier? With so many herbs around, why hadn't anyone else come to collect them? What he didn't realize was that the higher one ascended, the more difficult it became, with countless restrictions and traps. His rapid ascent was due to both his own strength and the information he had received from several imperial sons regarding the Qingtian Peak, allowing him to avoid many detours. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the Millennium Herb area at the peak so quickly, a place where only the strongest saint body level experts could set foot. In his memory, only a few like Jifeng and Shang Wanfeng had come here, but they had only dared to collect a few Millennium Herbs before retreating, primarily due to the dangers involved. Once reaching the Millennium Herb area, each herb was guarded by a beast, and these beasts had strength above the mid-tier saint body level. Therefore, these herbs were not accessible to just anyone. Just as Li Hao stepped into the Millennium Herb area, he spotted a herb emitting a radiant glow in the distance, guarded by a giant python coiled in front of it. As Li Hao entered, the python raised its head, flicking its tongue as if ready to attack. After numerous battles, Li Hao was aware of the strength of these guardian beasts and immediately took out his Qian Kun Rui stick. It was indeed a Millennium Herb, the Emperor's Essence Lingji, an invaluable treasure. Li Hao recognized the herb guarded by the giant python. Millennium-level herbs were priceless, and the Emperor's Essence Lingji was the finest among them. When combined with some thousand-year herbs for concoction, even an Emperor-level expert could enhance their capabilities by consuming it. Hiss, hiss, human, this precious medicine belongs to me. The Wild King. Leave quickly, or you will die. At this moment, the giant python actually spoke human language, revealing its sharp fangs, and spoke harshly. Oh, it can actually speak? Hee hee, then let me give you a piece of advice. This precious medicine, Li Hao, will take it. Leave quickly, or you will die. Li Hao smirked, returning the words back to the Wild King. You're asking for death. The Wild King quickly bent down, lunging at Li Hao. Looking at its sharp teeth and the venom dripping on the ground, there was no doubt that even if its divine body was bitten, it could still meet its end. Heh, do you really think I'm joking? Seeing this, Li Hao let out a cold laugh and quickly dodged the Wild King's bite. Before it could raise its body, he brought down his staff. Bang, crash, roar. The Wild King failed to bite Li Hao and instead was struck by him. The immense force deformed its head, nearly popping its eyes out, and its massive serpentine body was flung aside by the inertia. To survive my strike, it seems you have some strength. But you still must die. Chapter 213. Clash of Imperial Techniques. No, esteemed strong one, I no longer want the precious medicine. Please spare me. The Wild King looked at Li Hao approaching and was taken aback. That blow had completely shattered its pride. Although it was still alive, it was severely injured. Die, however. Li Hao ignored its pleas for mercy and appeared right in front of the Wild King, bringing his staff down quickly. The Wild King's enormous head was split in two, the staff acting like a sharp blade, directly slicing it in half, causing blood to spurt out and instantly turning the ground into a river of blood. Afterward, Li Hao approached the Imperial Spirit Mushroom, shattered the protective barrier with a punch, and collected this millennium-old precious medicine. Thus, Li Hao continued his ascent towards the mountain peak, constantly eliminating guardian beasts and obtaining millennium-old medicines. When he acquired the 108th millennium-old medicine, he spotted a massive beast carcass. Not far in front of the carcass sat a young man, beside whom was a millennium-old precious medicine that shone brighter than any Li Hao had encountered before. Its age clearly exceeded 10,000 years, likely reaching around 50,000 years. Although this type of medicine wasn't particularly rare among millennium-old medicines, it was surrounded by imperial patterns. Upon seeing this medicine, Li Hao felt a faint opportunity for becoming an emperor emanating from it. It turned out that consuming this medicine could actually condense imperial patterns, but it appeared that this particular medicine was not fully mature, and the imperial patterns swirling around it were not particularly dazzling. If consumed at this time, even if one could become an emperor, they would be a relatively weak imperial-level powerhouse. Perhaps this was also the reason why the young man guarding it had not taken the medicine. Li Hao did not deliberately hide his presence. Anyone who could reach this position was not weak and had certainly noticed him. Yet, the young man remained with his eyes closed, seemingly unaware of Li Hao's arrival. Li Hao smiled, and, regardless of whether the other party noticed him, walked directly towards the location of the precious medicine. Although this precious medicine was not yet mature, observing the imperial patterns would also benefit his cultivation, and he might gain insights into imperial techniques. Taking another step forward, just then, the young man spoke up. With a cold sneer, Li Hao stepped forward decisively. Suddenly, the young man vanished in an instant and quickly appeared beside Li Hao, throwing a powerful punch. His speed was incredibly fast, and at the moment he launched his fist, a domain field emerged around him, causing countless clumps of earth to float up, drawn towards his fist. Li Hao clearly saw his movements, and, facing the incoming punch, he did not show any weakness and countered with a punch of his own. However, he was taken aback by the exceptional weight behind the young man's punch. Yes, it had that feeling of weight, as if a mountain was crashing towards him. Li Hao's energy absorption speed couldn't keep up, and he was knocked back by a single punch, the tremendous force leaving a long mark on the ground where his leg slid. For the first time, Li Hao realized that energy absorption also had its limits. If one couldn't absorb it all, it would act on oneself. If he hadn't already reached the peak of the divine body and sacred bones, he might have just faced a serious setback without knowing the other party's strength. So it's you, Li Qiye. Li Hao was stunned. The young man resembled the figure of Li Qiye in the memories of Xiao Yi and others. It turned out that Li Qiye's strength was several times greater than theirs. Truly, he deserved to be the top of the 10 great young lords. He was indeed very strong. Knowing me also leads to death. Although Li Qiye didn't expect Li Hao to withstand his powerful strike without injury, he still had no intention of letting Li Hao go. In his heart, he held a single belief. Those who obstruct him must be killed without mercy. Li Hao had already learned the location of the imperial patterned precious medicine and harbored covetous thoughts, making him a target for Li Qie. 9 Dragons, Elephant Mountain Tread. Immediately, Li Qie unleashed a martial technique, and a gigantic dragon-elephant phantom appeared around him, raising its hoof and stepping towards Li Hao. I'll take it. Li Hao knew that the young man's strength was formidable, so he immediately used the Qianquan Rui staff, rapidly enlarging it to meet the giant hoof. However, the hoof carried immense power, and for a moment, Li Hao couldn't withstand it. The Qianquan Rui staff slipped from his hand and quickly lodged itself into the earth, deeply embedding itself. Fortunately, he ultimately managed to endure the immense force. No wonder he dared to boast. He indeed had some strength. Imperial Technique. 9 Sacred Heavenly Strikes. Li Hao knew that Li Qie's prison-suppressing divine body was extremely powerful, so he unleashed an Imperial Technique, the 9 Sacred Heavenly Strikes. Instantly, 9 massive palm print phantoms appeared around him and struck towards Li Qie's dragon-elephant phantom. In an instant, the 2 gigantic phantoms collided. With a loud explosion, the 2 phantoms detonated, unleashing a surge of powerful energy and destroying countless barriers and restrictions. Li Qie was knocked back a few steps by a tremendous force. As he looked at the incoming shockwave, he quickly shielded the restrictions of the Emperor Pattern Treasure Medicine. Otherwise, it would surely be destroyed by the aftermath of their attacks. You're not the only one with Imperial Techniques. Die, Imperial Technique, Demon God Suppression Force. Li Qie glared coldly at Li Hao and immediately activated his technique. Unleashing the Demon God Suppression Force, a massive red-black shadow of a fist appeared before him, crashing towards Li Hao. Everything that touched the shadow was reduced to dust. Imperial Technique, 5 Fingers Suppress the Universe. Li Hao knew this attack was not to be trifled with, so he swiftly executed his own Imperial Technique. A gigantic palm imprint appeared before him, colliding perfectly with the magical fist, effectively countering the force of the Imperial Technique. Boom. With another tremendous energy impact, a massive pit was instantly created in the space between the two. Li Qie once again positioned himself in front of the Emperor Pattern Treasure Medicine, blocking the aftermath of their attacks. I didn't expect you to master 2 Imperial Techniques, especially from the 9 Holy Emperor sect and the Crimson Blood Emperor sect. Who exactly are you? Li Qie was surprised that Li Hao could use another Imperial Technique after exhausting his first one. Using the same Imperial Technique has a cooldown period, which is relatively easy to understand, but there is no such cooldown between different Imperial Techniques. Therefore, having an additional Imperial Technique means an extra life-saving move. Heh, I have more Imperial Techniques. Want to give them a try? Li Hao did not respond to his question, but instead smiled. Li Qie narrowed his eyes at Li Hao, momentarily unsure of what to say. Although he was not afraid of Li Hao, he knew that continuing the fight could potentially destroy the Emperor Pattern Treasure Medicine behind him, which he did not want to see. What do you want? He asked, locking eyes with Li Hao. This Emperor Pattern Treasure Medicine is something I must have. Well, there's nothing more to say then. Shall we practice some more? Li Hao replied nonchalantly. Do you really want to fight to the bitter end? This Emperor Pattern Treasure Medicine won't mature for at least another year or 2, and I've been guarding it for a year already. I advise you to look for other treasures. I have 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Let us use them as compensation. Li Qie finally compromised, offering a solution. Heh. The Emperor Pattern Treasure Medicine is the key to becoming an emperor. Those mere 10,000-year-old herbs are nothing compared to the importance of rising to emperor status. Li Hao chuckled again. What do you want then? Li Qie's tone turned cold. They had just exchanged a few moves, and with both possessing Imperial Techniques, neither could gain the upper hand, but that didn't mean they were afraid of each other. Add more 100,000-year-old herbs. Give them to me, and I'll leave. If not, we can practice some more, Li Hao said with a smirk. He didn't have time to wait for the medicine to mature, and he sensed that the opportunity to become an emperor from the Emperor Pattern Treasure Medicine felt the weakest. He had also sensed a stronger opportunity to become an emperor up in the mountains. If he could seize that opportunity and become an emperor, it would surely be better than relying on the Emperor Pattern Treasure Medicine, so obtaining some 1,000-year-old herbs wouldn't be a bad idea. At this point, there was nothing that could be done about the other party. He thought he would wait until he became the emperor with the opportunity above and then come down to deal with Li Qie. At that time, capturing him would be a matter of minutes. 100 plants, why don't you go and seize them? Upon hearing Li Hao's outrageous demand, Li Qie couldn't help but feel angered. Heh, I am seizing them, whether you give them or not. If not, then just take my Imperial Technique. Li Hao seemed not to notice Li Qie's furious expression and spoke again. You are indeed ruthless. I only have 89 plants. The rest will be replaced with 2,000 Millennium Treasures, Li Qie said, his hands trembling slightly. He was truly afraid of losing control and clashing with Li Hao again. So poor. All right. Li Hao observed Li Qie's expression and realized he couldn't push too hard, or he might end up with nothing. After all, who would guard the Imperial Pattern Treasure for him then? Indeed, Li Hao had already decided to take this Imperial Pattern Treasure. Even if he didn't use it, it would be good for his subordinates. It would still take a year or 2 to mature, and having a powerful aide to watch over it was essential. I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise, it will be a matter of life and death. Saying this, Li Qie threw a storage bag to Li Hao. Li Hao caught it and checked its contents, neither more nor less. 89 plants of eternal treasures, and 2,000 plants of millennium treasures. Heh, Li always keep my word. Li Hao smiled and walked up the mountain. Li Qie restrained his impulse to act and coldly sneered at Li Hao's back. He had already searched above. Although there were imperial pattern treasures, they were all on the heavenly ladder, which was guarded by the remnant soul of a powerful being. If one was not careful, they could risk being possessed and could not ascend at all. If Li Hao were to be possessed, once he left, there might still be a chance to explore the heavenly ladder. He was guarding the last retreat, which was not the best option, but he understood that clearly. Afterward, Li Qie took out countless array pieces to set up formations because he knew a great battle might be imminent. Whether it was Li Hao or the possessed Li Hao, neither was weak. By combining these formations, he would ensure Li Hao would regret it. Only by securing this imperial pattern treasure could he confidently strive for a better opportunity to become an emperor. On his way, Li Hao collected dozens of treasures again and arrived at the mountaintop plaza. At this moment, the plaza was in ruins, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Li Hao picked up a broken weapon and activated a sensing technique to quickly learn what had happened here. About 1,000 years ago, dozens of emperors from the heavenly spirit realm gathered at the heavenly ladder. This heavenly ladder was the very mountaintop plaza. These emperors had been there before and had obtained countless resources. However, this time was different. Countless powerful beings descended from the heavenly ladder. Each of these beings had reached the emperor level, claiming to be immortals, and they began to attack these emperors. Thus, dozens of emperors fought against these immortals. Soon after, they noticed countless silhouettes appearing above the heavenly ladder, and this so-called heavenly platform seemed to have transformed into a grand fighting arena, just an exceptionally large one. A group of emperors was treated like fighters for others to watch, each filled with deep resentment as they unleashed their formidable powers. Unfortunately, their strength was ultimately inferior to that of the celestial beings, and one by one, they were captured. Just as all the emperors were about to be taken to the celestial ladder, a violent explosion occurred in the audience area above the ladder, resulting in countless celestial beings perishing. Those escorting the emperors, as well as the emperors themselves, were all annihilated by the shockwaves, causing the celestial ladder to shatter and the world above it to vanish. Although this unprecedented explosion destroyed everyone's physical bodies, it did not eradicate the souls of all the emperors. Some managed to merge their souls into their imperial artifacts, hiding within the artifact realm, while others, by sheer luck, escaped as remnants of their souls through the shattered barriers. The emperor of the Soul Clan, controlling a body made entirely of imperial bones, was among the stronger existences among the emperors but was severely injured in the explosion, with his imperial bones shattered and most of his soul exterminated, leaving only a trace of residual soul. It knew that there were numerous barriers below, and with only a remnant of its soul, it could not descend. It could only wait for someone to come up and seize a physical body to have any chance of leaving the celestial platform. Unfortunately, for 1,000 years, only one person had come up, Li Qie, who happened to be quite formidable and exceptionally cautious, thus thwarting its attempts. Therefore, when it saw Li Hao ascend, it was filled with immense joy, especially when it noticed Li Hao staring blankly while holding a broken sword. It slowly approached Li Hao from behind and then pounced, quickly drilling into Li Hao's sea of consciousness. Haha, this emperor can finally leave this cursed place. Haha, little ghost, obediently let this emperor seize your body, okay? What is this? Damn it. Is it actually devouring my soul? How is that possible? No, this emperor surrenders. Just as the emperor of the Soul Clan laughed a few times in Li Hao's sea of consciousness, it realized that its consciousness seemed to be wrapped in some kind of energy, and upon contact with its soul, it was being pulled and devoured by that force. In its horror, step by step, it was completely consumed. It's actually an imperial soul. Indeed, this is a tremendous boost. The imperial soul directly elevated Li Hao's soul to an imperial one. Is this the imperial pattern? After absorbing the soul of the Soul Clan's emperor, the imperial pattern that came with the imperial soul was received by Li Hao, rapidly refining his soul and allowing it to ascend directly to an imperial soul. However, although his soul had become an imperial soul, it was slightly weaker than a normal one, requiring cultivation of soul power to enhance it. Yet it was already vastly stronger than before. Not only did Li Hao become the Soul Emperor, but he also gained control over the soul-devouring scripture, obtaining the three major imperial techniques of the Soul Clan's Soul Emperor: Soul Pull, Soul Prison Kill, and Soul Storm. After cultivating for a while and absorbing the memories and imperial techniques of the Soul Clan's Soul Emperor, Li Hao looked towards the celestial ladder. This ladder was formed by countless steps that continuously ascended into the sky. According to the memories of the Soul Clan's Soul Emperor, this ladder had no visible end, and stepping on each step granted corresponding resource rewards. Upon stepping onto the first 100 steps, one can obtain thousands of millennium elixirs. Between steps 101 and 200, one can acquire thousands of 10,000-year elixirs. After reaching the 200th step, attack-type weapons can be obtained, and with each ascent, the power of the weapons increases. Steps 200 to 300 yield sacred artifacts, and by the time one reaches the 300th step, they will have become imperial artifacts. It is said that upon reaching the 500th step, one can exchange for celestial artifacts. However, no one has ever achieved this. Now, due to the collapse of the staircase, there are gaps in it, making flight impossible, and there is a strong gravitational force. These gaps signify the breakage of the staircase. After understanding the relevant memories, Li Hao did not hesitate and stepped onto the first step. He felt as if he had entered a gravitational field, as the first step seemed to increase the gravity by tenfold. Then, a precious herb wrapped in air bubbles appeared above him. When his hand touched the bubble, the herb fell, and Li Hao quickly stored it in his space. Chapter 215. Li Hao's limits. For Li Hao, the first 100 layers posed little difficulty. By the time he reached between layers 101 and 149, he began to feel a sense of physical limitation. This was not only the gravitational effect on his legs, but also a feeling of being caught in the grand momentum of the world. An unbearable weight that could not be resisted by external forces. However, he had acquired quite a few 10,000-year elixirs, including 4 imperial pattern elixirs. He felt that the imperial patterns on these elixirs were not particularly strong, and they were not suitable for refining on the staircase, so he kept them. He noticed that every 10 layers, an imperial pattern elixir would appear, and the higher the layer, the stronger the imperial pattern carried by the elixir. Upon reaching the 150th layer, when Li Hao obtained an imperial pattern elixir, he had already invoked spiritual energy, and with this boost, he quickly reached the 180th layer, where he began to harness his blood energy, obtaining 3 more imperial pattern elixirs. When he finally reached the 200th layer, Li Hao obtained a top-tier imperial pattern elixir, which brought him a sense of opportunity for extreme ascension to the imperial level. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable moving through these 200 layers. It was a sensation of reaching his power limits, forcing him to envelop himself with his soul energy. As he invoked this soul energy, Li Hao felt a wave of relief, not that the gravity on him disappeared, but rather that his resistance to the grand momentum of the world had increased. According to the memories of the Soul Clan's Soul Emperor, the first 200 layers are a trial for those who have not yet entered the imperial ranks to gain the opportunity for promotion. Originally, it was not the case that one could obtain an imperial pattern elixir every 10 layers. Rather, it was based on the individual's limit of layers ascended, resulting in the corresponding imperial pattern elixirs. For instance, layers 110 to 119 would yield an elixir for reaching layer 110, and similarly for layers 130 to 139. Normally, one could only obtain 1 imperial pattern elixir. However, for some unknown reason, Li Hao was able to obtain an imperial pattern elixir every 10 layers. Perhaps due to the collapse of the heavenly road, leading to a lack of management and a disruption of rules, resulting in the provision of an imperial pattern elixir every 10 layers. By the time Li Hao reached the 200th level, he had already obtained 10 pieces of the imperial pattern elixir. The 200th level was a platform adorned with thousands of weapon styles, all of which were merely illusions and not real objects. As Li Hao stepped onto this platform, he received a message instructing him to choose a weapon illusion and then begin ascending the ladder. The higher he climbed, the higher the level of the corresponding weapon he would obtain. After some contemplation, Li Hao chose the illusion of a battle knife. As this battle knife illusion appeared behind him, all other weapon illusions vanished, and Li Hao stepped into the 201st level. Boom. Creak. Upon entering the 201st level, Li Hao felt an immense weight on his body, as if it were as heavy as a mountain, and even his bones felt a sense of extreme pressure. He had to exert all his strength to mobilize his various abilities, and took a while to step into the 202nd level. Originally, this path to ascend was designed for great emperors. If Li Hao did not possess a divine body along with various abilities and a faint imperial soul, it would have been impossible for him to reach the 200th level. Upon reaching the 202nd level, the battle knife illusion behind Li Hao became more solid, but he felt he was nearing his limit. Subsequently, he activated the power of divine patterns, causing countless divine patterns to swirl around him, alleviating much of the pressure. Relying on this divine pattern power, he made it to the 210th level in one breath. When he arrived at the 211th level, that feeling of extremity hit him again. Li Hao began to call upon the power of imperial patterns, which rotated in the opposite direction of the divine pattern power around him, significantly reducing the pressure on him once more. With the power of imperial patterns, he reached the 220th level, where the battle knife illusion had transformed into a physical entity, now a high-level holy weapon. However, Li Hao was not satisfied yet. He then activated his super frequency ability, causing his strength to surge once again. The pressure on his body was instantly diffused by an invisible force, giving him an overwhelming sense of lightness. In theory, super frequency could enhance Li Hao's power by more than tenfold. This enhancement was comprehensive, and now that he had activated so many types of power, each increased by more than 10 times, he felt incredibly relaxed. With ease, Li Hao continued to ascend the heavenly ladder, reaching the 230th, 250th, 280th, and finally the 300th level. As he stepped onto the 300th level, the battle knife illusion behind him emitted a dazzling white light. Once the white light faded, Li Hao found that the battle knife had reached the level of an imperial weapon. Although it was still a beginner-s imperial weapon, it was a complete one. In contrast, the incomplete imperial weapons like the one from the storm and the one Li Hao previously obtained, the sky canopy, were merely fragments. and their power was already beyond that of holy weapons. A complete imperial weapon, even as a beginner, was not something that incomplete imperial weapons or holy weapons could contend with. They were simply not on the same level. Even if struck, it could easily shatter holy weapons and incomplete imperial weapons. Although Li Hao's Qianquan Rui staff was of imperial weapon material, it did not possess the might of a true imperial weapon and could not compare to the true imperial weapons in power. Upon reaching the 300th level, Li Hao once again felt significant pressure. After arriving at the 310th level, he had already activated his mental energy to reduce some of the stress. By the time he reached the 330th level, he had called upon various powers of energy absorption from his body. When Li Hao reached the 340th level, the phantom of the battle knife behind him flashed with white light, transforming into a mid-level imperial weapon. However, Li Hao had already exhausted all the energy he could summon. Having completely reached his limit, he could no longer take a step upward. Yet, Li Hao felt somewhat unwilling to give up. As he could see the end of the heavenly ladder, only 160 levels remained, and there was no way up anymore. The path had collapsed. According to the memories of the great emperor of the Soul Clan, beyond the 500th level lay another world, where one could obtain celestial crystals, celestial herbs, and celestial weapons. Unfortunately, none of them had managed to ascend. There had been an opportunity before, but some celestial beings had captured them, and at that time, chaos had erupted in the celestial realm, causing the path to collapse. Under normal circumstances, the heavenly spirit realm would have lost its chance to ascend to the higher realms, with the maximum level achievable being imperial. Moreover, once the precious herbs on the heavenly road were exhausted, it would become difficult to even reach the imperial level. In the end, Li Hao did not want to give up. He took out an imperial patterned precious herb, the strongest one obtained at the 200th level. As he cultivated both spirit and body, he planned to elevate his body cultivation level to imperial, and the imperial patterned herb from the 190th level could help him reach the imperial level in spirit cultivation as well. Then he would become a great emperor of the three cultivations, spirit, soul, and body. By absorbing countless 10,000-year-old precious herbs, he could rapidly enhance his cultivation levels, thereby reaching the combat power limit of the heavenly spirit realm. Unfortunately, according to the rules, one could only ascend the heavenly ladder once every 1,000 years. If he were to go down now, he would be stuck for that millennium, which was not what he wanted. Even if going down would allow him to ascend to the great emperor of the three cultivations or obtain a mid-level imperial weapon battle knife, he still wouldn't reach the combat power limit. Ultimately, Li Hao thought of a method to separate the system from his body, allowing the system to withstand the pressure of the heavenly ladder. Once he ascended to the great emperor of the three cultivations, he could then merge with the system, thereby reaching the top of the heavenly ladder. Chapter 216. Ascending to the imperial level. Having come to this conclusion, Li Hao began his operation, mobilizing the original power of the system. The original power started to detach from Li Hao's body, gradually forming a sphere of light around him. This sphere emitted dazzling white light, seemingly radiating a certain rule power. This rule power began to repel and resist the rule power of the heavenly ladder. When Li Hao had completely separated from the system, this resistance formed a kind of balance, enveloping Li Hao in a certain space-time node. Without completely detaching from the original space-time, still retaining a hint of connection. This connection refers to the position in the celestial ladder where Li Hao is located, allowing him to return to that position after ascending to the emperor level. This is the goal Li Hao aims to achieve. After completing all of this, Li Hao took out the imperial essence elixir and began to absorb and refine its power. As he gradually peeled away the essence from the elixir, it started to integrate into his flesh and blood. The potency of the elixir also began to merge into Li Hao's flesh and bones, continuously enhancing his physical level and refining his blood. At that moment, Li Hao felt his body evolving. His cells seemed to be renewed, and the color of his blood started to deepen and thicken. The essence began to circulate within his blood, cells, and marrow, exuding a powerful oppressive force, especially affecting the genes of his 6 major abilities, which underwent various changes. The additional awakened ability genes completely merged into his body, making his genes flawless and impeccable. After an unknown period, when Li Hao finished absorbing the elixir, his physical body vibrated slightly, and a golden light shot up into the sky before quickly returning to normal. Li Hao felt his body had become immensely powerful, reaching the level of an emperor, with the ability to manipulate the essence at will, even mastering a force of nature. It is often said that those below the emperor level are like ants, which is no joke. Having grasped such a force of nature, they have transcended the ordinary, rendering those below the emperor level utterly defenseless. However, if an emperor does not grasp this force or possesses a very weak version of it, the situation would be different. At this moment, Li Hao felt that even 100 opponents like Li Qiyi would not stand a chance against him. No matter how strong Li Qiyi was, he would still fall under this power of nature. After solidifying his newfound strength for a while, Li Hao took out another imperial essence elixir to continue his refining journey. This time, however, the refined essence did not enter his flesh but directly began to merge with the chaotic true spirit within him. The chaotic true spirit was formed after reaching the perfected saint level in his spiritual cultivation. The essence began to integrate into the chaotic true spirit, which started to undergo transformation, surrounded by the imperial essence. A true spirit phantom appeared around Li Hao, identical to his chaotic true spirit, also encircled by the imperial essence. As the essence increased, the true spirit phantom became more solid and erupted with a different kind of might. A few days later, after finishing the absorption of the elixir, the true spirit phantom began to shrink and eventually merged into Li Hao's body. He then opened his eyes, which emitted a golden light. It is well known that the true spirit phantom is a sign of becoming an emperor in spiritual terms. While being surrounded by imperial essence signifies the physical body becoming an emperor, only the soul's ascension to emperor cannot be discerned without its manifestation. In the celestial realm, generally speaking, a physical body emperor is stronger than a soul emperor, and a soul emperor is stronger than a spirit emperor. Once a physical body emperor is attained, the defense of their physical body reaches nearly the level of an emperor-grade artifact. Aside from emperor-grade artifacts, nothing can harm them, and they can even confront emperor-grade artifacts with bare hands. Of course, this is relative. High-level emperor-grade artifacts can still injure lower-level physical body emperors. A common physical body emperor can generally match the defense of a primary emperor-grade artifact, while an imperial body emperor can match a mid-level emperor-grade artifact. A sacred body emperor can resist attacks from high-level emperor-grade artifacts, and a divine body emperor can withstand attacks from top-tier emperor-grade artifacts. However, even the hardest iron can be flattened in the face of absolute power, so even at the emperor level, there are distinctions in combat power. One's mastery of emperor runes and various other powers matters. Typically, a higher-level physique with the same emperor rune is often stronger than a lower-level physique at the emperor level. At the moment when Li Hao, the spirit emperor, completed his ascension, a resonance was established among his emperor soul, emperor spirit, emperor body, and divine body, emanating a powerful aura. In that instant, Li Hao instantaneously grasped three kinds of celestial momentum, one affecting the physical body, one affecting the soul, and one affecting the spirit body. With the enhancement of these three celestial forces, no one at the same emperor level could rival him. There are also levels among emperors, generally categorized into primary, intermediate, advanced, top-tier, and peak emperors. For instance, in terms of spirit emperors, a primary emperor's true spirit projection is capped at around 100 meters. Intermediate at 1,000 meters, advanced at 10,000 meters, top tier at 100,000 meters, and peak at 10 million meters. Generally, the higher the true spirit projection, the stronger the power. Li Hao is a primary emperor, and his true spirit projection is just over 120 meters. But his primary true spirit projection has already reached the peak at 999 meters. After completing the threefold emperor transformation, Li Hao began to control the contraction of the system's essence. As the essence was absorbed into his body, the pressure brought by the celestial ladder began to descend upon him. However, having already reached the emperor level, Li Hao easily bore this pressure and began to ascend the celestial ladder step by step. 341, 342, 350, 400, 410, 450. Upon reaching the 450th step, he once again felt a tremendous pressure, and the emperor-grade battle sword behind him transformed into a top-tier emperor-grade battle sword. Li Hao paused and smiled, slightly activating the power of the emperor runes within his emperor body, along with a trace of celestial momentum to resist the pressure, and continued to walk up the celestial ladder. As the pressure intensified, the powers of the emperor runes, divine runes, and celestial forces fully activated, forming a kind of halo around Li Hao to resist the pressure from the celestial ladder. Buzz. Ultimately, when he stepped onto the 500th level, all the pressure vanished, and the peak emperor-grade artifact behind him seemed to lose its regulatory constraints and suddenly became unbound. Just as the emperor-grade artifact prepared to flee, Li Hao reacted, activating the three kinds of celestial forces to instantly suppress and control it, then grasping it firmly in his hand. How is this possible? How can you control three kinds of celestial powers? Are you a threefold emperor? No, even if you are a supreme emperor, don't expect me to submit. Let go of me, remove your filthy hands. Get away, don't think you can enslave me. This world has already been abandoned. No one is qualified to control me. Chapter 217, The Extreme Realm Emperor's Blade. Just as Li Hao managed to control the peak imperial weapon, a voice of an old man came from within the weapon, filled with panic and urgency, continuously speaking. However, he was controlled by Li Hao, and no amount of struggle was of any use. Now that it's in my hands, you can't escape. Whether you submit or not is not up to you. Li Hao was puzzled as to why this imperial weapon hadn't transformed into a celestial weapon by the 500th level. Given the tone of the weapon, he might learn something, but for now, he decided to proceed with the contract. Saying this, Li Hao began to use a secret soul technique to enslave the weapon spirit, then employed a weapon contract method to bind the weapon body. This peak imperial weapon spirit was already quite mature, and even if he contracted the weapon body, there might still be some way for the spirit to escape. Without the spirit, the power of the imperial weapon would be greatly diminished, which was not what Li Hao wanted. Keep trying to enslave me. The more you try, the more excited I get. The peak imperial weapon was strong, but without a master, its power was limited. under the suppression of Li Hao's 3 types of heavenly powers. It had no strength to resist, and was directly enslaved by Li Hao, binding the weapon spirit and placing a restriction on the spirit so it could not leave. Thus, despite the weapon spirit's resistance, Li Hao successfully took control of this peak imperial weapon. The spirit no longer struggled. Instead, it seemed as if it had just been violated. With vacant eyes, floating in the air, unsure of what to do, this imperial weapon was named the Extreme Realm Emperor's Blade, the first peak imperial weapon to appear in the heavenly spirit realm. The weapon spirit, an old man, called himself the Emperor of the Spirit, a ruler in the realm of weapon spirits. The Emperor of the Spirit realized that his weapon body was on the heavenly ladder, but he never expected to be enslaved one day. Therefore, when his weapon body appeared on the 500th level, he was taken aback. By the time he reacted and tried to escape, he was already under Li Hao's control. Now what is going on? I have reached the 500th level. Why haven't you transformed into a celestial weapon? Li Hao surveyed the 500th level of the ladder and spoke to the dazed imperial weapon. The 500th level of the heavenly ladder was narrower than all the levels below, only a few meters wide, with the end filled with various ruins and countless floating debris. Li Hao sensed a very dangerous feeling, as if stepping into this direction could lead to immediate annihilation, and this feeling was quite strong. The celestial realm has collapsed, and the path to the celestial beings is gone. Where would the celestial weapons come from? The Emperor of the Spirit said helplessly. Now that Li Hao had successfully recognized him as a master, there was nothing he could do. The rules of their spirit clan dictated absolute loyalty, and even though he couldn't voice it, he couldn't go against Li Hao's wishes, even if he had once been a ruler in the realm of weapon spirits. The celestial realm has collapsed? Are celestial beings really real? Li Hao asked. In the past, there were connections, but now it's unclear, and even if there were, they can no longer be seen. The realm has completely lost contact with the higher realms, and it has become a forsaken land. The Emperor of the Artifact Soul said that according to his clan, given his current level, without the possibility of entering the higher realms, he has already reached the highest tier, with no path for advancement, who would want to be controlled by others. Therefore, he was somewhat reluctant. Do you know why the higher realm collapsed? Li Hao asked again. I don't know, was the response. Li Hao realized he couldn't extract much information from the Emperor of the Artifact Soul and decided not to waste more time. He could sense its displeasure, but he wasn't interested in accommodating it. Ignoring the Emperor, Li Hao began to descend the stairs. As Li Hao stepped down the 499th step, he was instantly transported to the ascension platform. He looked at the heavenly ladder, which emanated a dangerous aura. Even after becoming a powerful emperor, he still felt an overwhelming sense of danger. He knew he couldn't ascend within a millennium, otherwise he might be obliterated by the rules of the ladder. A power far stronger than the imperial patterns or the forces of the world he commanded. Perhaps only a system with similar rule powers could withstand it. After arriving at the ascension platform, the Emperor of the Artifact Soul also appeared beside Li Hao, floating nearby. Although the Emperor could control the artifact body, it was unnecessary as long as Li Hao was in this realm. It couldn't escape his control, even in the Artifact Soul realm or the Artifact realm. Li Hao had spent almost a year or two on the heavenly ladder. The imperial pattern elixir that Li Chi Knight was guarding was nearing maturity. During this time, Li Chi Knight had attempted to ascend the platform, reaching the 138th level and obtaining 3 imperial pattern elixirs. However, these 3 elixirs were similar in power to the one maturing below, so he chose one for refinement, successfully elevating himself to the level of Emperor and gaining a fragment of the world as force. Li Chi Knight did not see Li Hao on the ascension platform and speculated that Li Hao might have been taken over by a Soul Clan Emperor or perhaps foolishly attempted to ascend and was obliterated by the force of the rules. Regardless of the outcome, it wouldn't affect him, as he had already ascended to the level of Emperor and was fearless. He approached the Imperial Pattern Elixir, which was about to fully mature in a day or two, preparing to take it back to the Imperial Gate. After waiting a day, he sensed a living being entering his array range, soon detecting a familiar aura. You're still up there? Have you also ascended to Emperor level? Li Chi Knight looked at the Imperial might emanating from Li Hao, which even seemed stronger than his own, and couldn't help but express his surprise. If you can become an Emperor, why can't I? Li Hao smiled, looking at the Imperial Pattern Elixir behind Li Chi Knight, revealing a grin. After all, each Imperial Pattern Elixir could potentially create a powerful Emperor. Humph, didn't you say you wouldn't compete for this elixir? Are you going back on your word? Li Chi Knight snorted coldly. I once said I would leave, and I haven't gone back on my word. I've been gone for a year or two. Now that I'm back, what's the problem? I never said I would let you. Li Hao smiled and responded. I knew you would come. This time, you won't leave unscathed. Formation, activate. Li Chi sneered, immediately forming several hand seals, and countless formations instantly enveloped Li Hao, erupting with immense power. These tricks might work against the typical spirit emperor, but to deal with me, you're not even qualified to shatter. Li Hao completely ignored all the attacks from the formations. Clenching his fist, the imperial patterns surged, and he punched out. Boom. Crash. All the formations were instantly obliterated by Li Hao's punch, and even the countless mountains that were enveloped were flattened with a single blow. However, just as he threw that punch, Li Chi's figure appeared behind him and punched towards Li Hao's back. The imperial fist of the abyss carried a colossal force of heaven and earth, rapidly striking towards Li Hao, distorting the surrounding space. Seeing this, Li Hao waved his hand and launched a casual strike infused with 3 types of elemental power towards Li Chia. Bang! Boom! Crash! Li Chia was completely taken aback that Li Hao's casual strike not only extinguished his grand move, but also injured him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. How can you be so strong? Li Chia said in disbelief. As fellow emperors, why could Li Hao easily injure him? It was simply unbelievable. Li Hao instantly appeared in front of Li Chia, unleashing 3 types of elemental power that immobilized Li Chia, casually grabbing him by the neck. Because I am a triple cultivation emperor. Now, be a good slave, Li Hao said coldly, beginning to activate the soul slave technique of the soul devouring scripture. In normal circumstances, whether it's a spirit emperor or a physical body emperor, at the moment they ascend to the imperial level, their souls undergo sublimation, becoming imperial souls. However, this type of imperial soul is entirely different from the souls of soul cultivators. It does not possess the source of imperial patterns. Therefore, as long as Li Hao can expel the imperial patterns from Li Chia's head, he can forcibly enslave him. On the other hand, the source of soul cultivators' imperial patterns resides above the soul, often allowing them to survive even if their physical body is destroyed. They are adept at soul attacks and rarely face extermination. If the Soul Clan Emperor hadn't intruded into Li Hao's sea of consciousness and been devoured by the system's source, even now, it would be difficult for Li Hao to eliminate him. But now, Li Hao's soul was not only an imperial soul, but also obtained various imperial laws and soul secret techniques from the Soul Clan Emperor. Controlled by the power of heaven and earth, Li Chia had no power to resist. You won't get away with this. Blood Emperor's demon armor. The stabbing pain from his soul drove Li Chia completely mad. Desperate, he used the imperial artifact he had stumbled upon but never dared to use, the Blood Emperor's demon armor. The Blood Emperor's demon armor is a bloodline equipment of the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor, a top-tier emperor from tens of thousands of years ago. He invaded the heavenly spirit realm back then, but was ultimately killed by numerous emperors. However, a wisp of his remaining soul escaped with the Blood Emperor's demon armor and has been barely surviving in some ruins. For thousands of years, the soul origin of the Blood Prison Demon Emperor has gradually diminished, becoming increasingly weak. To survive, he chose to merge with the Blood Emperor's demon armor, transforming into a high-level imperial weapon resembling a biological armor. By chance, it was acquired by Li Chia. The Blood Prison Demon Emperor attempted to seize control of Li Chia, but after thousands of years, its power was no longer what it once was. Moreover, as an imperial weapon, it could not exert its true strength without a master. Even a saint level like Li Chia could not be subdued by it, and ultimately, it was suppressed and refined by Li Chia. Although it was suppressed and refined, Li Chia dared not use it, knowing that the weapon's soul was once the Blood Prison Demon Emperor. He feared that his soul level might not be sufficient and could very likely be corrupted, or even be controlled by the Blood Prison Demon Emperor. Now that he had ascended to the imperial level and was in a moment of crisis, he had no choice but to use this Blood Emperor's demon armor to have even a slight chance of victory. Haha, kid, you finally made up your mind, haha. Cough. Hand over your body for me to control. Shut up. I've already ascended to the imperial level. This body belongs to me. Cough. Unfortunately, you are in grave danger. Only by letting me control your body can you find a way out. Fine, but this is the last time. Kill him for me. Cough. I will not let you down, haha. Imperial technique, Bloodbath Fury. Just as Li Hao invaded Li Chia's sea of consciousness, a blood-red soul appeared in Li Chia's sea of consciousness, instantly transforming it into a sea of blood, forcing Li Hao's soul power out. Then, Li Chia's body was covered in countless blood droplets, instantly donning a blood-red demon armor. The armor had a pair of evil eyes, making Li Hao feel a sense of danger, and he instinctively took a few steps back. At that moment, Li Chia's eyes were replaced by a crimson hue, and the surrounding blood energy surged, forming a red blood sphere above Li Chia's head, which then exploded violently. Boom. The intense explosion immediately shattered the heavenly and earthly powers that Li Hao had bestowed upon Li Chia, freeing the blood demon Li Chia from Li Hao's control. The blood demon Li Chia looked at Li Hao with a charming smile. Cough. To die at my hands is your honor. Imperial technique, Hell Blood Divine Fist. With a wicked smile, the blood demon Li Chia unleashed a punch, and a massive blood-colored fist surged toward Li Hao. At this moment, Li Chia's strength had surprisingly reached the mid-level emperor. Imperial technique, Holy Heaven Seal. Li Hao did not back down and quickly executed an imperial technique, channeling 3 types of heavenly and earthly powers along with the power of imperial patterns. Boom. In the instant of the clash of imperial techniques, a fierce energy explosion erupted between the two. However, the blood demon Li Chia smiled at the corner of his mouth, transforming into a beam of blood light, extending his sharp claws and instantly appearing before Li Hao, swiftly reaching for his heart. Boom. However, Li Hao was a triple cultivated emperor, mastering 3 types of heavenly and earthly powers, and his reflexes were incredibly quick. As the blood demon Li Chia appeared about 2 meters away from him, he rapidly unleashed the powers of heaven and earth, controlling the blood demon Li Chia for 0. 5 seconds, and sending him flying with a punch. With a loud crash. Although he had some strength, it was unfortunate that he couldn't hurt the blood demon Li Hao. After being blown away, he instantly flew back, letting out a strange laugh as he charged at Li Hao again. In an instant, the two exchanged thousands of blows, but each time, it was blood demon Li Hao who was sent flying. At critical moments, Li Hao's power of the heavens and earth would appear, controlling him for just a few seconds, only to meet Li Hao's fist and get blown away again. Damn it. How could he control 3 types of heavenly powers? Why didn't you clarify that he is a triple cultivation emperor? Hehe, don't you think you're quite powerful? Is there anything more for me to say? After all, you were once a top emperor. You can't possibly lose to someone who has just ascended to the emperor level, right? Humph, it seems I need to show some strength. Or you'll look down on me. Come forth, demon sword Apollo. After being beaten for thousands of rounds, Blood Prison Demon Emperor had to take it seriously. He then used a certain secret method to summon his former sword, the top-tier imperial weapon, Demon Sword Apollo. The moment Demon Sword Apollo appeared, the sky turned blood red, and the surrounding powers of heaven and earth were instantly replaced by a certain rule force, creating a domain field from the top-tier imperial weapon. Old man, it's your turn to appear. Li Hao knew that the demon sword in Li Hao's hand was not simple. So he didn't dare to be careless and immediately summoned his peak imperial weapon, the Extreme Boundary Emperor Blade. At the moment the Extreme Boundary Emperor Blade appeared, it also unleashed its own domain field, which was even larger than the domain field of the demon sword in Li Hao's hand, appearing even stronger. Thus, the sky displayed 2 completely different scenes. On Li Hao's side, it was red, casting a blood-red hue over everything, while on Li Hao's side, it was a clear blue sea, radiating a golden glow. Damn it. How could he possess a peak imperial weapon? What? The sword in his hand is a peak imperial weapon. Prepare to escape. But it seemed escape was impossible. The power of a peak imperial weapon could seal a space-time, making escape futile. They could only fight to the death. Damn it. I thought you were the chosen one. Turns out you are not. In Li Hao's sea of consciousness, the two almost started arguing, but they both knew their fates were intertwined, and they could only work together. Chapter 219. Soul Slave Li Hao. However, in the face of absolute strength, resistance was futile. Li Hao, wielding the Extreme Boundary Emperor Blade, instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of this imperial weapon, especially when paired with his powers of heaven and earth, directly imprisoning time and space before unleashing its might. In an instant, the space-time where Li Hao was located was directly sealed. In the stunned eyes of Li Hao and blood-prisoned demon emperor, Li Hao's body was split apart, and their souls instantly flew out from the sea of consciousness. Before they could escape, another wave of sealing power struck, rendering their souls immobile, and then Li Hao sucked them into his hand. I beg for mercy, esteemed powerful one. I wish for you to subdue me. Feeling as if my soul could be crushed at any moment. After living for over 10,000 years, only a remnant of my soul remains. I have long lost my pride within the demon armor and understand the value of life, so I immediately plead for mercy. I didn't expect you to possess a peak imperial artifact. I, Li Hao, admit defeat. Unlike the blood-prisoned demon emperor, I do not beg for mercy. Because if you truly wanted to kill us, you wouldn't have controlled our souls, but rather obliterated us directly. I won't waste words with you. Become my soul slave and do not resist, or die. Li Hao coldly commanded. Yes, yes, esteemed powerful one. I am willing to become your soul slave. From now on I will follow your lead. The blood-prisoned demon emperor flattered, immediately giving up all resistance. Li Hao remained silent, although he was unwilling to be enslaved. He had no choice at this moment. Without the blood-prisoned demon emperor's help, he couldn't resist at all. With a helpless sigh, he had to accept this outcome. At least you are sensible, Li Hao said, and then began to imprint control marks on their souls, stripping away a sliver of their soul imprint, quickly turning them into his soul slaves. Go. After finishing everything, Li Hao released his control over their souls. Their souls immediately flew back to their bodies, merging with their half-bodies. But they quickly discovered that the severed parts could not be fused again. A force prevented Li Hao's body from restoring. And even the blood domain demon armor could not rejoin. Li Hao looked at Li Hao somewhat awkwardly and said. Li Hao glanced at Li Hao's body, realizing that the power of the peak imperial artifact was at play, preventing Li Hao's body from recovering. He waved his hand and retracted the power affecting Li Hao's half-body. Without that obstructing force, Li Hao's body began to recover at a visible speed, and the blood domain demon armor also repaired quickly. After the body of blood demon Li Hao was fully restored, the demon sword circled around him and then disappeared, while the demon armor gradually merged into Li Hao's body, revealing a normal state of Li Hao. Ah, master, spare me. Suddenly, Li Hao screamed while holding his head. Even the blood-prisoned demon emperor within him occasionally manifested. Sometimes blood-red, sometimes returning to normal, all accompanied by miserable cries, unable to even fly, directly falling to the ground and rolling. Remember, from now on, call me your lord. My commands must be executed, otherwise, I will make your lives worse than death, Li Hao said coldly. Li Hao, in cooperation with the blood-prisoned demon emperor, knew that aside from himself, no one would be a match for them. They must experience the taste of suffering to seriously follow his orders, or it could lead to trouble for himself. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord, I will wholeheartedly serve you, the blood-prisoned demon emperor said. Yes, my lord, Li Hao, though tormented, reluctantly said this as well. He certainly did not want to endure that soul-deep pain again. It was truly unbearable. Then you can leave. Li Hao glanced at him, casually taking away the imperial pattern elixir that Li Hao had painstakingly protected, and then flew towards the 9 Holy Emperor Gate. At this time, the 9 Holy Emperor Gate had established various grand halls belonging to the Haotian sect and had also set up a large player spawn point. During this period, the Haotian sect had developed significantly, almost occupying the entire celestial spirit realm, but the celestial spirit realm was vast. And even though the development speed of the Haotian sect was rapid, it still required considerable time. After arriving at the Haotian sect hall of the 9 Holy Emperor Gate, Li Hao summoned Zhang San, Luo Xiang, Lu Yifeng, Yang Qingling, and Sheng Wanfeng, who had been refined into a clone by Zhou Zi. This is Li Hao, my soul servant, who has already reached the imperial level. From now on, he will serve as the vanguard to directly conquer the remaining emperor gates. You few will lead those at the peak of the saint level and venture into the Qingtian peak. There are many 1,000-year and 10,000-year elixirs, as well as imperial pattern elixirs. I will send you a strategy guide. How much fortune you can obtain will depend on your own luck, Li Hao said to them. Boss, you have already ascended to the imperial level? Zhang San sensed a different aura from Li Hao. Although Li Hao had restrained it considerably, it still gave them an immense sense of pressure. Yes, there are imperial pattern elixirs, opportunities to ascend to the imperial level, and even imperial artifacts. Act according to your abilities. Even if you don't obtain the imperial pattern elixirs, it doesn't matter. I still have some here. If nothing unexpected happens, the blue supercivilization will surely discover the anomalies of Blue Water Star in the next 76 years, which roughly translates to about 300 years in the celestial spirit realm. I hope that during these 300 years, we can form a legion of tens of thousands at the imperial level, Li Hao continued. Li Hao, you stay here and understand things for a while. When the time comes, the remaining emperor gates will be entrusted to you and the blood-prisoned demon emperor. I want the celestial spirit realm to become the territory of my Haotian empire, Li Hao stated once more. Yes, my lord, came 2 voices from Li Hao. While the blood-prisoned demon emperor was eager to try, and Li Hao looked worried. Knowing that the various buildings of the Haotian sect did not belong to the celestial spirit realm, he was just puzzled about how Li Hao and the others had entered the celestial spirit realm, but no one would provide him with an answer. After the meeting concluded, Li Hao vanished directly in the eyes of everyone. Zhang San and the others knew that Li Hao might have returned to Blue Water Star, but Li Hao was unaware. Thus his eyes widened, for in his perception, Li Hao had simply disappeared from this world, making him even more curious about Li Hao's identity. Xiao Yi, Ji Feng, have you all become his soul servants? Li Hao asked Zhang San and the others. Zhang San's divine body was Xiao Yi, Lu Yifeng's divine body was Ji Feng, and Sheng Wanfeng's divine body was Zhou Zi. However, Li Hao was unaware and thought that Zhang San and the others, like him, had been controlled by Li Hao. Soul servant? No, are you Li Hao? You haven't turned into a cyborg, Zhang San asked in surprise, while the others instinctively paused. Cyborg? What is that? Li Hao asked in confusion. Seeing Li Hao's expression, Zhang San realized that Li Hao indeed had not turned into a cyborg, but had been taken as a soul servant by Li Hao. Otherwise, he wouldn't know anything at all. They had long heard of the strongest among the top 10 imperial figures. When they first saw him, they were curious about who controlled this divine body, especially after hearing Li Hao mention that he had already advanced to the imperial level, which made them envious. However, they did not expect that this Li Hao had not turned into a modified being, and he was still in control of his own body. Although they had some doubts, they could not say anything out of trust for Li Hao. Go and learn for yourself. Remember your mission, and from now on, just call me Zhang San, said Zhang San, handing Li Hao an intelligent assistant device to help him understand better. The group then began to gather and prepare to head to the Qingtian Peak. Li Hao took the intelligent assistant device and placed it on his head, mimicking what he had seen. A light shadow appeared in his vision, starting to introduce various information to him. Unexpectedly, the master turned out to be an otherworldly being. It seems we have a chance to leave this realm. I have been here for far too long and am quite tired of it, the blood-prisoned demon emperor muttered to himself while absorbing the information. Chapter 220, Dyson Sphere. After arriving on Blue Water Star, Li Hao casually scanned the entire scene and couldn't help but nod. The architectural style of Blue Water Star had changed dramatically. Various flying vehicles and technological products that once only appeared in sci-fi movies were now everywhere. The current appearance of Blue Water Star was a result of a few years since Li Hao opened technology exchanges. Li Hao then traveled to the moon, which had also changed significantly. Various steel structures covered its entire surface, with spaceships from Blue Water Star frequently arriving. Mars was under the territory of the Haotian Empire, and its surface was occupied by countless spaceships, warships, and space fighters, all still under development, with construction of various spacecraft and interstellar weapons ongoing. Saturn and its moons, as well as Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and their satellites, had established many bases. Some belonged to countries from Blue Water Star, but most were from the Haotian Empire. The superplanet spaceships of the Haotian Empire were also under construction, but it would still take considerable time to complete them. Time is still not enough. Li Hao couldn't help but sigh. Although the civilization of Blue Water Star had developed rapidly, the next comet day was only about 70 years away. By then, interstellar war would begin, and these spaceships would be mere drops in the bucket for Blue supercivilization. However, the trump card to defeat Blue supercivilization was not these technological products, but the Imperial-level powerhouses from the Heavenly Spirit realm. After reaching the Imperial level, Li Hao discovered that if he unleashed Imperial techniques against Blue Water Star, he could cause devastating damage. Although Imperial techniques could only affect hundreds or thousands of miles within the Heavenly Spirit realm, these effects were based on the rules of that realm. Moreover, the land of the Heavenly Spirit realm was roughly hundreds of times larger than Blue Water Star. Therefore, the same Imperial techniques would have different powers when cast in different times and spaces. Clearly, in the main world, what were called Imperial techniques could easily obliterate small planets. Based on the memories of those extraterrestrials, the Blue supercivilization has thousands of habitable planets, with countless resource-rich planets. Li Hao's goal is not only to resist the invasion of the Blue supercivilization, but also to invade it and incorporate it into the territory of the Haotian Empire, forming the Haotian Cosmic Nation. Through his continuous research, Li Hao discovered a significant issue, the energy supply problem. As the construction of spacecraft continues, energy consumption is increasing, and the energy supply on Blue Water Planet is insufficient, primarily relying on extraction from Tianyu Star. However, the Doomsday world where Tianyu Star is located currently only has Tianxing and Yuxing with energy-related resources. Even if these resources are fully utilized, they may not be enough to power the superplanetary spacecraft. Therefore, Li Hao must resolve the energy issue before assembling the superplanetary spacecraft. After pondering for a long time without finding a good solution, he had an epiphany upon seeing the Sun Star. He recalled a certain explanation about civilization from the Blue Water Planet people, and one of their theories seemed promising. That is the Dyson Sphere, which posits that a civilization reaching level 3 can construct a shell to encase a star and fully harness its energy. The star of the Sun-Star system is a massive energy source that can be fully utilized, but doing so might affect the stability of the Sun-Star system. Without the illumination of the Sun-Star, many planets would experience a drastic drop in temperature. The vegetation on Blue Water Planet would be unable to perform photosynthesis, leading to irreversible impacts on its ecological environment. However, this issue could be mitigated with artificial suns. The most crucial aspect is that constructing a Dyson Sphere is an even more monumental project than building a superplanetary spacecraft. Given the current state of Blue Water Planet civilization and even Li Hao's Haotian Empire, such a project cannot be completed. Therefore, Li Hao devised an indirect approach, directly extracting energy from the Sun Star, as the star itself is a massive nuclear reactor. The Sun Star in the main world has at least several billion years of lifespan left, and its size is millions of times greater than that of Blue Water Planet, eliminating concerns about causing instability in the Sun Star system through energy extraction. In fact, the Blue supercivilization operates this way. They do not colonize Blue Water Planet, but are reluctant to give up the vast energy of the Sun Star. Thus, they frequently return to collect energy from the Sun Star, approximately once every 100 years. Originally, they had plans to come to the Sun Star to collect energy soon, but the extraterrestrials at the Mars base postponed this for various reasons. Fortunately, the Blue supercivilization is not in urgent need of energy, allowing more time for Blue Water Planet civilization to develop. However, this time will not exceed the next comet day, as it will not only involve a survey of Blue Water Planet, but also energy collection from the Sun Star. This plan has long been on the agenda of the Mars base, which is one of the reasons the extraterrestrials can delay their actions. After considering all this, Li Hao spent another month developing the Sun Star energy collection device and issued the Sun Star energy collection plan. With the continuous energy supplied by the Sun Star, the development progress of the Sun Star system in the Haotian Empire has significantly increased, and Li Hao has once again returned to the celestial spirit realm to enter a state of cultivation. After learning about the various aspects of the Haotian Empire through intelligent assistance, Li Chia and the Blood Prison Demon Emperor were deeply shocked, and their awe for Li Hao grew even deeper. The faint resistance hidden deep within their hearts was also gradually extinguished. Ultimately, Li Chia realized that resistance was futile. The only way to improve his situation was to integrate with them, join them, and become one of them. He immediately set off towards the remaining Imperial gates, accepting those who surrendered and subduing those who did not. Even his original Imperial gate was persuaded to join the Haotian Empire. With the presence of the Imperial-level powerhouse Li Chia leading the way, the Imperial gates had no power to resist, no matter how solid the barriers were. They were easily destroyed by him. In less than 5 months, all the Imperial gates in the celestial spirit realm disappeared. All nations, relics, lands, and resources in the celestial spirit realm were incorporated into the private assets of the Haotian Empire, fully developing the celestial spirit realm, which entered an era of universal cultivation. Chapter 221. Kuiper Spaceship Docking Port. Meanwhile, Zhang San and the others fully occupied the Qingtian Peak, capturing or killing numerous precious medicine guardians and harvesting countless treasures, turning Qingtian Peak into a private cultivation base for the Haotian Empire. However, when Zhang San and the others entered the ascending platform, an unexpected incident occurred. Zhang San, Liu Yifeng, Luo Xiang, and other players of divine bodies all experienced a complete offline status upon entering the ascending platform. If it weren't for Yang Chengling and Zhou Zi also being present, they might have lost their divine bodies entirely. This incident quickly drew Li Hao's attention. After receiving the information, Li Hao quickly understood the reason. The power of the rules on the ascending platform was very strong, and Zhang San and others controlled their divine bodies not through their souls, but through quantum data flow transmission. Now that they had entered the ascending platform, it was as if their internet connection had been cut off. Without a link, the divine bodies naturally lost control. In the end, Li Hao offered these high-level players who had reached the saint level or above a choice to directly transfer their souls into their divine bodies and freeze their physical forms on Blue Water Star for preservation, eliminating the possibility of disconnection in the future. However, this choice made them hesitant because they had previously approached the game with a casual mindset. If they transferred their souls, they could no longer act recklessly. Dying could mean real death. Moreover, since the passage between the celestial spirit realm and the main world had not yet opened, residing in another's physical body after soul transfer felt different from their previous experiences. Li Hao understood their hesitation and informed these players that the world passage would soon be opened, connecting the three realms. Eventually, the players made their decision. They chose to transfer their souls. After all, once the three realms were connected, there would be no time difference between the celestial spirit realm and the main world. A human body could live for at most 1,000 years, but these divine bodies, once cultivated to the saint level, could easily live for thousands of years. Upon reaching the level of a supreme ruler, thousands of years become insignificant. After all, who wouldn't he want a powerful body? Who wouldn't he want formidable strength? Thus, Li Hao announced the opportunity for souls of supreme beings to reside in new bodies, stating that anyone who has cultivated to a level above the supreme could qualify for this. This announcement significantly boosted the enthusiasm of players for cultivation, as many aspired to attain a perfect physique. Zhang San and others then stepped onto the ascension platform, embarking on their journey up the celestial ladder. Everything fell into place, and as time flowed day by day and year by year, Li Hao spent 100 years in the spirit realm, successfully cultivating to the peak of supreme rank. Afterward, Li Hao devoured countless technologies and acquired various abilities, but the system did not upgrade, and no new worlds emerged. However, with the system reaching its peak, Li Hao utilized its source to decipher the rules of the celestial ladder, extracting countless imperial essence potions and harvesting numerous imperial artifacts. Official personnel of the Haotian Empire were each distributed an imperial artifact, and Zhang San and others received top-tier artifacts, while Yang Chengling, Zhou Zi, and even Mira, who was almost forgotten by Li Hao, obtained peak imperial artifacts. As the rules of the celestial ladder were unraveled, countless imperial essence potions flowed out, and imperial-level cultivators of the Haotian Empire emerged like mushrooms after rain, with new ones seemingly ascending every day. It was precisely because of the emergence of these imperial-level cultivators that the Haotian Empire's strength reached unprecedented heights, as each imperial-level cultivator could traverse dimensions and obliterate asteroids. Unfortunately, the number of imperial essence potions was just over 10,000, causing the number of imperial-level cultivators to hit a bottleneck. Moreover, normal imperial essence potions took about 100 years to nurture and several hundred years to mature. The number of imperial artifacts was also limited to just over 1,000, leaving many imperial-level cultivators without artifacts, forced to use sacred artifacts or even bloodline weapons. Both imperial artifacts and essence potions require the passage of time to mature, so Li Hao found himself at an impasse. Additionally, since Li Hao's system had reached its peak level, he activated its power to open a passage between the three realms, establishing a connected state. However, to prevent the spiritual energy of the spirit realm from flowing into the main world and causing significant loss, Li Hao set certain rules to restrict the flow of spiritual energy into the main world and the post-apocalyptic world. Thus, the three realms were interconnected with synchronized time differences. Soon, the second 76 years arrived. During this period, technological development accelerated rapidly, and superplanetary spaceships were established, orbiting near Pluto at a distance of 100,000 kilometers. Due to the low gravity there, they could maintain a specific position without consuming energy, equipped with advanced interstellar jump technology, making the distances in the solar system negligible, as they could cover them in a single jump. Additionally, the asteroid belt behind Neptune, known as the Kuiper Belt, was entirely transformed into a docking port for spaceships, accommodating countless interstellar vessels and warships. Chica, the monitoring time has quickly arrived. Why haven't you returned to replenish energy? They didn't inform you that this monitoring mission still requires coordination with the energy collection team? Chica, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Do you not want to do this anymore? Chica, you have 3 days to pilot the Comet spacecraft back immediately. Otherwise, you will face sanctions from the civilized court. Chica, what are you doing? What are you drinking? Docked at the Kuiper Belt, a virtual image appeared on the control panel, incessantly chattering at Chica. However, Chica seemed to ignore it, casually crossing his legs, sipping on a drink, and gazing dreamily at the virtual image that resembled him. Haha, I'll return, But this time, I'll surprise you all. Chica laughed and turned off the communicator. Meanwhile, the modified beings from Mars base also received communication from the Blue Ultra civilization. This time, they were no longer flattering or playing along, but instead shouted in an incredibly arrogant tone. This infuriated the Blue Ultra civilization's personnel, who immediately reported it to their superiors and uploaded recordings of their unusual behavior to the management system. Unfortunately, even though some higher-ups in the Blue Ultra civilization received the news, they did not take it seriously, thinking it might just be personnel from the Sunstar system rebelling. They dispatched several interstellar warships to quell the rebellion in the Sunstar system and did not pursue the matter further. Chapter 222. The Advanced Force of Blue Ultra Civilization. Domum was the person in charge of the Blue Ultra Civilization's mission to the Sunstar system to eliminate the rebellion. He led a fleet of over 10,000 ships to the Sunstar system, having gone through multiple interstellar jumps to reach the Proxima system. The Proxima system is an artificial star system built by the Blue Ultra Civilization, about half the size of the Sunstar system. All planets, stars, and even satellites in the Proxima system were constructed from cosmic debris. Domum had 3 missions this time. First, to eliminate the rebel army. Second, to reassess the ecological civilization level of the blue water planet. And third, to collect energy from the Sunstar. For them, the blue water planet was like a goldfish kept in a tank, and observing the progress of human civilization had become a form of entertainment. However, they did not consider that the goldfish in the tank could evolve into a great white shark, posing a lethal threat to them. I truly can't understand what madness has overtaken the station personnel to rebel. Do they really think they can resist civilization? Do you think another civilization has intervened, making them feel confident in their victory? In the Galactic system, although there are many civilizations, are there any other third-level civilizations in this galactic fan-shaped area besides our Blue Ultra civilization? It seems there isn't any. Well, that must be it. I guess I've been in that backward star system for too long and have forgotten how powerful civilization can be. This time, I will definitely give them a bloody lesson and warn future station personnel to take heed. The Blue Super Civilization fleet is very relaxed. They have dominated this area for thousands of years without encountering any opponents. Even when attempting to conquer life-bearing planets, they have done so with overwhelming force, which has fostered a sense of superiority among them. As a result, everyone coming to the solar system this time treats it like a vacation. The Blue Super Civilization hasn't experienced interstellar war for nearly 100 years, and many have never faced the brutal realities of war. They chat and laugh, showing no signs of the tension typically felt before battle. Only Domum stands on the main ship, deep in thought, but as they sail smoothly toward the solar system, he begins to wonder if he is overthinking. In stark contrast to the Blue Super Civilization fleet, the Blue Water Civilization is quite the opposite. Except for Li Hao, everyone else carries some emotional weight. After all, this is the first time each of them is participating in an interstellar war, the first time they are battling alien spacecraft. Whether they are the powerful Zhang San and others, or the weaker operators who can only remotely pilot fighters from within the battleship, each person feels a bit of sweat in their palms, but it's not surprising. The Blue Super Civilization is simply too strong. According to civilization classifications, the current Blue Water Civilization is at most a level 2. Even with the superplanetary spacecraft, Chaos No. 1, they can barely reach level 29, which is not on the same scale as the Blue Super Civilization, which has been a level 3 civilization for over 1,000 years. However, although the technological strength of the Blue Water Civilization is inferior, they possess unique cultivation practitioners typical of a level 5 civilization, namely the great emperors of the celestial realm and thousands of holy-level powerhouses. The emperors can easily destroy asteroids, while the holy-level powerhouses can fly in space, and the revered-level powerhouses can survive briefly in outer space. Moreover, the army of practitioners from the celestial realm and the technology practitioners' army numbers in the billions, which gives Li Hao the confidence to challenge the Blue Super Civilization. Alert! Numerous unregistered interstellar ships detected at coordinates 315x, 125y, 5 billion kilometers away. Alert! Numerous unregistered interstellar ships detected at coordinates 315x, 125y, 5 billion kilometers away. In the command center of the Blue Super Civilization's main ship, Domum's command center suddenly blared with an intelligent alarm, and countless red dots appeared on the radar. Damn it! How can there be so many interstellar ships? Where did these ships come from? Can we locate their main ship? Is it possible to establish a communication link? Domum's expression darkened as he looked at the red dots on the radar, especially as their numbers increased with their advance, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Beep. Unmanned ship AI identification, unable to determine the main ship's location. Communication range, 3 billion kilometers. Unilateral communication link possible. Can we determine the attack range of their weapons? Can we identify the model of the opponent's spacecraft? Domum asked again. Beep. The spacecraft's weapons cache is encrypted. Unable to determine the attack range, and the spacecraft model is unregistered, making it impossible to obtain the model information, came the response. All ships, jump forward 200 million kilometers and await combat orders. After hearing the intelligent report, Domum immediately issued the relevant commands. As the other ships of the blue super-civilization received Domum's orders, they also detected red dots on the radar, and suddenly, the people of the blue super-civilization were in an uproar. My God, how can there be so many interstellar spacecraft? How is that possible? Yeah, the solar system is just a barren system with hardly any resources. How could they possibly build so many interstellar ships? It's over, it's over. It must be an invasion by another civilization. Damn, this vacation is ruined. Interstellar war is about to break out. I'm still young, I don't want to die. In the Haotian Empire's fleet, Li Hao, despite gazing at the space outside, had long discovered a data stream invading the ship, having integrated countless technologies. He realized that despite having upgraded his quantum algorithms and intelligence levels multiple times, he was still easily cracked by the opponent, which indeed made him view the blue super-civilization with newfound respect. All warships, switch algorithms immediately to the Haotian algorithm program. The fleet of the blue super-civilization is approaching. Everyone, pay attention. Zhang San, you lead 2,000 Imperial troops and 10,000 Sacred troops to prepare for battle. Ander, you take 10 warships and 1,000,000 player fighters to meet them. The rest of you, watch this interstellar battle seriously. Next, we will take the initiative and strike into the blue super-civilization. All of you will have the opportunity to fight, Li Hao said to the command center. Yes, Your Majesty, we will not fail our mission. Beep, enemy flagship detected. Beep, the enemy has changed the program algorithm, unable to crack it, losing invasion capability, losing communication capability. Just as Li Hao made a series of deployments, Domum's command center intelligence reported various sounds. He then noticed on the radar that some interstellar fighters had detached from the fleet and were flying towards his fleet. It seems the opponent's civilization level is not weak. They actually detected our intelligent invasion. But what does the opponent mean? Sending only these 10 ships over? Could it be they want to negotiate? Domum thought, seeing only 10 red dots on the radar, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled, considering he had thousands of ships behind him. The only explanation for sending 10 ships is that they want to negotiate. Ollie, you take 10 ships and go see what the opponent wants. Remember, if we can avoid combat, try not to fight. Clarify their intentions and express our purpose. Domum issued another command. Yes, Commander. After receiving the order, Ollie set off with the 10 warships. However, just as Ollie and Zhang Sen encountered each other, before Ollie could request communication, he saw the weapons of the opposing ships beginning to charge. Quickly, activate the shields. Charge the main weapons immediately. Ollie commanded in panic. However, before their warship shields could fully envelop them, 10 super particle beam cannons struck, engulfing the ships around Ollie in a sea of fire. Next, the battleship where Ollie was located turned into a ball of fire. Damn it, who are they? Why are they directly attacking our battleship? Musk, you lead 30 ships and destroy their 10 battleships. Domum exclaimed, his blood boiling as he watched the scene of flames on the monitor. Yes, Commander, came the reply. On the other side, Li Hao watched the fiery scene as all the blue water people cheered, but he suddenly felt that while destroying the enemy's battleships might be satisfying, it would be a waste in the context of the war. After all, these battleships were trophies. If they exploded, wouldn't that leave them with nothing? However, when he saw the enemy dispatch another 30 battleships, Li Hao immediately connected with Ander's flagship. Ander, let's adopt a tiered combat strategy for the upcoming battle. Zhang San, you lead the team to invade the enemy's battleships, take control of their vessels, inject quantum viruses, and change the control programs. These are trophies. Don't let you mess it up and end up with nothing. Li Hao's face appeared on Ander's command screen. Understood, Your Majesty, Ander replied. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Sen acknowledged. Soon after, Ander led the ships forward and quickly encountered the blue super-civilization's battleships. This time, the blue super-civilization showed no intention of talking and launched an attack immediately. However, to their surprise, the 10 enemy battleships in front of them disintegrated, transforming into numerous small ships, leaving only 10 slightly smaller vessels that nimbly dodged their super artillery fire. Damn it, what is going on? What type of ships are they? Musk shouted. The targets are smaller. Immediately deploy the fighters to encircle and destroy them. Seeing this situation, Musk was momentarily stunned but realized that due to the disintegration of the battleships, they had become incredibly agile, making long-range lock-on attacks impossible. They could only engage the fighters in a close encounter. Charge! It's time to achieve glory. In an instant, countless fighters were launched from both sides, and soon they met in a certain area of space with flashes of fire erupting everywhere as numerous fighters were shot down. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before Musk and his crew. They saw people flying in space, wielding combat knives, directly slicing down the flying fighters. Their speed rivaled that of the cosmic fighters, and they quickly landed on Musk's battleship, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Stop them. Immediately block those people. Don't let them board the battleship. Unfortunately, Zhang San and his team were accompanied by 2,000 elite warriors. The attacks from those fighters were utterly ineffective against them. They effortlessly cut open a hole in the battleship's hatch and invaded the interior. No, don't kill me. I surrender. Oh my God, how can there be such powerful humans? Don't kill me. Please, don't. As Zhang San and his team invaded, they swiftly took control of the battleships. and Commander Musk was directly pinned down by Zhang San, unable to move at all. The mission has been completed. In less than half a day, the 30 ships dispatched by a certain entity were taken down. Upon receiving the news, Li Hao smiled. And the other members of the Blue Water Civilization also displayed relieved smiles, as their fear of the advanced civilization gradually faded. The Blue Advanced Civilization was not as formidable as they thought. The advanced force of the Blue Water Civilization proceeded to invade the advanced civilization. And Li Hao found this combat method very effective, immediately issuing a full-scale attack order, with a strategy of fighting to cultivate. The main force of the army comprised practitioners from the spiritual realm, supported by technologically advanced warships from the Blue Water Civilization, enabling them to quickly seize the advanced civilization's ships. Then, Li Hao's figure vanished, appearing directly on a superplanetary ship of the Heavenly Empire, initiating a jump and instantly appearing behind the advanced force of the Blue Advanced Civilization, cutting off their escape route. What are these people? How can they survive in the sky? What? A superplanetary ship has appeared behind us? Who are they? How can they possess such ships? Impossible. There are no other level 3 civilizations in this sector. Not good. We are surrounded. We can't escape. Kill. Break through immediately. Damn, what is happening? The entity overseeing the situation watched in shock as individuals like Musk were captured and their ships were taken control of, just as he was about to make a deployment. The radar suddenly detected a massive red dot appearing behind them, and a powerful gravitational force caused instability in their ship. He immediately issued a command to break through, but soon after, the ship experienced even greater turbulence as the superplanetary ship exerted a tremendous pulling force, rendering their ships unable to escape. Some who were caught off guard were directly pulled onto the superplanetary ship, unable to move. Following that, the forces of the Imperial Army invaded those ships and took full control, with attacks coming from both sides and the superplanetary ship joining in. The situation quickly spiraled out of control, leading to their defeat at the hands of the Heavenly Empire. Subsequently, all captives from the advanced civilization were transformed into modified beings, and every ship was converted into a warship of the Heavenly Empire. Chapter 224. The Heavenly Cosmic Nation. The subsequent war became much simpler. These warships from the advanced civilization led countless practitioners toward the main star system of the advanced civilization, followed closely by numerous troops from the Heavenly Empire. However, the defeat of their forces quickly alerted the high-ranking officials of the advanced civilization, who immediately dispatched countless warships to intercept, including sending one superplanetary ship. Soon, the two armies clashed, both sides charging fiercely. Many fighter jets from the Heavenly Empire were shot down, but the Imperial forces quickly invaded the advanced civilization's ships, taking control of a large number and redirecting their firepower toward the advanced civilization, before their superplanetary ship could unleash its high-damage weapons. It was cut in half by a massive blade of light, losing all ability to resist. Indeed, this was an attack unleashed by Li Hao using a peak Imperial artifact, directly splitting the advanced civilization's superplanetary ship in two, leaving the people of the advanced civilization in shock. Soon, this clash of civilizations, which lasted less than half a month, came to an end, with the Blue Super Civilization facing defeat. As the interception forces of the Blue Super Civilization were defeated, numerous planets within their sphere were colonized, and countless planetary controls were stripped away, transforming a significant part of the Blue Super region into territory of the vast Sky Empire. Although the fearsome presence of Li Hao deterred them, this was a clash of civilizations, a brutal war, and the Blue Super Civilization had no intention of surrendering, sending countless troops for another assault. Various large warships launched attacks, and numerous weapons were fired, but unfortunately, they grew increasingly disheartened as they discovered that their prideful super warships were easily split in half or blown apart, and even those warships, once invaded, turned against them. Moreover, the formidable opponents were not just one but a group. Even their interstellar weapons proved ineffective against these foes, which only heightened their fear. 5 years slipped by in the blink of an eye, during which battles were constantly occurring, mostly minor skirmishes. The vast Sky Empire, having occupied the resource planets of the Blue Super Civilization, needed time to assimilate them. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to conquer the Blue Super Civilization, as it was simply too vast. The Blue Super System was several dozen times larger than the neighboring solar system, with countless planets. However, the vast Sky Empire, thriving on warfare, grew increasingly powerful over time, and the superplanetary warship that had once been split in half by Li Hao was repaired, allowing the Empire to possess 2 such vessels. The restored warship was named Chaos No. 2. Another 20 years later, with a renewed full-scale invasion by the vast Sky Empire, the Blue Super Civilization was pushed back relentlessly, and one of the superplanetary warships was once again cut in half by Yang Qingling's peak Imperial-class weapon. Even their stellar-level annihilation weapons proved ineffective, as the peak Imperial artifacts of Li Hao and his companions locked down a region of space-time, rendering their attacks useless and stripping them of their last vestige of confidence. Consequently, the Blue Super System was completely taken over, and the remnants of the Blue Super Civilization retreated to another star system, the Red Super System. However, before they could prolong their survival for another decade, the vast Sky Empire invaded once more, launching a thunderous assault on the entire red supersystem. After another 10 years, the blue super-civilization was utterly annihilated. A century later, Li Hao established the vast sky cosmic nation, with the original blue super-civilization merging into the blue water civilization. The integration of these two civilizations elevated the originally stagnated blue super-civilization to the current vast sky cosmic nation's civilization level, achieving a status of a 4-5 level cultivation civilization. After acquiring vast knowledge, Li Hao discovered a type of energy in the universe that could be absorbed by the human body, known as cosmic primordial energy. To harness this energy for cultivation, one only needed to consume a specific genetic potion to obtain a primordial physique, which had a cultivation ceiling far exceeding that of the imperial level in the divine spirit realm. With the dissemination of numerous cultivation techniques based on cosmic primordial energy, after countless years of civilization fusion, the civilization level ascended to a 5-level cultivation civilization after a millennium, establishing the vast sky cosmic nation as the dominant power in this sector of the universe. End of the book. P.S. Thank you all for your companionship and support. This book has its strengths and weaknesses, but there are still many highlights. Whether it's the apocalyptic gunfights in the early chapters or the later discussions on technological civilization, it's a good reading experience. However, I will also learn from my shortcomings. This is my second work in the apocalypse genre, and overall, it's better than the previous one. Writing a book requires continuous improvement, and I believe that in my next work, I will do even better. Thank you all for your support. And I hope one day I can achieve greatness, and on that day, I hope you are still with me. Kisses.